Bad news. You must feed the tiger right from the start. Good news. Your own gaming items still remain. I, Li Yin, wielding game artifacts and mounts, clad in a myriad of disguises, masquerade as the true lord of the celestial realm. Xuanxiong Yunza, a haphazardly concocted cultivation system, astonishingly revered by a millennia-old sect as the supreme path to immortality. The entire world has been thoroughly deceived by me. With a mere snap of my fingers, demons unleash a tempest of monstrous winds, leaving behind scorched earth. With a flick of my palm, divine generals bestow nourishing rains, alleviating suffering and distress. As I craft the heavenly court with one hand and design the underworld with the other, I believed I could live in comfort. Little did I know, the convergence of faith would inadvertently reshape the low martial world into an era of myth. Chapter 1. The Dice of Fate. Li Yin struggled to open his eyes, the blinding sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, as he groggily sat up from the ground, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, their stout vines entwined around their trunks, while the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of fallen leaves. It was primal, lush, and teeming with untamed vitality. Where am I? He clearly remembered being in his gaming chair at home, engrossed in the latest version of the fantasy MMORPG, Nine Heavens Inquiry. The newly released expansion was indeed captivating. He had been playing tirelessly for nearly 30 hours, his eyelids heavy with fatigue, contemplating a brief rest. How was it that upon opening his eyes, he found himself in this ghastly place? Could it be that he had transmigrated? Gritting his teeth, Li Yin forced himself to rise, striving to maintain his composure. As a modern recluse, being cast into such a perilous primeval forest without a single survival tool at hand, he feared he might not last more than a few days. Just as Li Yin pondered his situation, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted from the depths of the dense thicket nearby. He stiffly turned his head, catching sight of a colossal, vividly patterned tiger slowly emerging from the shadows of the foliage. Its icy gaze fixated upon him, revealing an unmasked hunger. Run! This was the singular thought racing through Li Yin's mind. However, as he attempted to move, his legs felt as heavy as lead, weak and unresponsive. The exhaustion of prolonged gaming, coupled with this sudden turn of events, had left his physical state in utter disarray. It was over. As the tiger advanced step by step, the pungent scent of blood wafted towards him, the shadow of death swiftly engulfing Li Yin entirely. Having grown up in a civilized society, facing a top predator that feasts on flesh alone, he was overwhelmed with helplessness, despair, and a surreal sense of absurdity. He could never have imagined that the end of his life would culminate in becoming a mere snack for a tiger. Just as the tiger prepared to pounce, its powerful hind legs coiling to launch itself. Suddenly, in Li Yin's in the upper right corner of his vision, two distinct icons materialized. One was a six-sided die radiating a faint golden glow. The other depicted an ancient, rustic bag. Isn't this the random mount dice and game package from the Nine Heavens Inquiry? Li Yin's eyes widened in astonishment, a wave of incredulous joy dispersing the fear that had gripped his heart. The random mount dice was a recent addition to the mount system introduced by the game developers for amusement. Players could register their mounts in a repository and roll the dice to randomly summon one for temporary riding, serving as a delightful little feature. As for the game package, it was where players stored their equipment, elixirs, materials, and costumes. How could they have followed him here? Could it be? There was no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. Almost instinctively, Li Yin focused his thoughts on the golden dice icon, roaring internally, "Spin for me." As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the dice icon in his mind erupted with brilliance, spinning rapidly, leaving behind trails of golden afterimages. At that very moment, a ferocious tiger leaped into the air, accompanied by a howling gale, baring its massive jaws as it lunged at the incapacitated Li Yin. In a perilous moment, ding! A crisp and melodious alert resonated in Li Yin's mind, and the spinning dice abruptly halted, fixating on a fiery lion emblem. In the next instant, a blinding golden light erupted explosively before Li Yin. Boom! Amidst the golden radiance, a magnificent lion, nearly 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long, engulfed in roaring flames, materialized from thin air. Its mane blazed like fire, each strand upright, as if flowing molten lava. Its limbs were robust and powerful, claws glinting with a metallic sheen. Its regal eyes gleamed like molten gold, and its deep, rumbling roar emanated a pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. The Flame Demon Lion. This was the rare mount Li Yan had painstakingly drawn from the game's lottery wheel, boasting a striking appearance and dazzling effects, the ultimate choice for showing off. Roar. As soon as the Flame Demon Lion appeared, it unleashed a deep, menacing roar, a scorching wave of heat radiating outward, igniting the dry leaves on the ground. The tiger, mid-leap, instantly transformed into a figure of abject terror upon the lion's emergence, its ferocity replaced by overwhelming dread. With a cry of despair, its massive body twisted awkwardly in the air, crashing to the ground in a most ungraceful manner, before scrambling away, tail between its legs, vanishing into the depths of the thicket in the blink of an eye. Was the crisis averted? Li Yan stared blankly at the imposing, heat-emitting flame demon lion before him, then glanced in the direction where the tiger had fled, his heart still racing, unable to discern whether it was from lingering fear or the shock of this sudden turn of events. The flame demon lion emitted a low growl, turned to face Li Yan, and then, in a surprisingly gentle manner, lowered its massive head to nuzzle against his arm that a profound sense of connection surged within Li Yan, as he distinctly felt the affection and obedience emanating from the fiery lion before him. Is this truly real? Li Yan murmured to himself, cautiously reaching out to caress the scorching mane of the crimson beast. The visceral sensation and warmth, coupled with the vivid images of dice and a parcel icon lingering in his mind, unequivocally conveyed one undeniable truth. He had not only traversed dimensions, but had also inadvertently transported his game-enhancing privileges along with him. If this random mount die was indeed linked to his vast repository brimming with various divine beasts, ferocious creatures, celestial birds, mechanized beasts, and even a handful of conceptual mounts, then Li Yan's breath quickened with anticipation. His account was a culmination of relentless grinding and substantial investments, a top-tier character forged from countless hours of dedication. Any mount drawn from his collection would likely dominate this seemingly primitive world with ease. Self-preservation, it appeared that, perhaps, he truly had no cause for concern. An intense desire to survive and a vision of a hopeful future rekindled the flame of aspiration within Li Yan's heart. He took a deep breath, suppressing his exhilaration, and redirected his focus to another icon, the ancient parcel. Chapter 2. The Celestial Emperor Set. Concentrating on the parcel icon, a familiar virtual interface unfurled within Li Yan's consciousness. Neatly arranged grids filled with an array of enticing icons greeted him. Yet, most of these icons were shrouded in a dim, unselectable state. Equipment, elixirs, materials, skill books, miscellaneous items. Every item under these categories, whether the most basic white-quality ones or the resplendent orange glowing artifacts, appeared veiled in a foggy haze, as if sealed by an invisible force. Li Yan's heart sank momentarily. Indeed, even the golden finger of fate was not omnipotent. Had he been able to bring over those game-breaking gear and potions, he would have ascended instantaneously. However, he soon stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Among the myriad of gray categories, one label shimmered brightly costumes. Opening the costume section, he discovered a treasure trove of various appearances he had meticulously collected. There were ethereal sect uniforms, dazzling outfits with special effects, commemorative costumes earned through unique achievements, and even whimsical styles that evoked amusement. A dazzling variety, all encompassed. The icons of these costumes exuded a faint glow, indicating their availability for use. Li Yan's heart stirred with excitement. In the realm of 9 heavens, costumes were not merely aesthetic most, especially those acquired through monetary investment and special achievements, bore slight attribute enhancements. While such bonuses may be trivial compared to the astronomical stats in the later stages of the game, for someone as powerless as he was in this moment, he eagerly selected the most resplendent outfit from his collection, the illustrious 9 Heavens Emperor set, which he had invested the most in, summoned forth. With a mere thought, a streak of luminous energy enveloped him, and an imperial robe of utmost majesty and grandeur adorned his figure. The predominant hue was a profound obsidian. The edges and cuffs of the robe were intricately embroidered with enigmatic starry patterns, which, as light danced upon them, seemed to harbor genuine celestial bodies in motion. That a belt of purple gold jade encircled his waist, featuring a gem at its center, through which nebulous streams appeared to flow. Even more striking were the accompanying crown and celestial phenomena, that a 12-pennant crown levitated above his robe. Its cascading curtain formed from countless minuscule specks of cosmic dust, glimmering softly and exuding a hazy aura. Behind the robe, a colossal ethereal wheel composed of 9 concentric rings floated, each ring seemingly containing a miniature world within, radiating an ancient and boundless essence. Suddenly, a warm current surged through his limbs and body. His previously cold and rigid form, weighed down by fatigue and fear, transformed in an instant into a comforting warmth, akin to soaking in a hot spring. To his astonishment, he distinctly felt a torrent of power surging through him, banishing the previous aches and weakness, replaced by an unprecedented vitality. Instinctively, he took 2 steps forward. His gait was light and steady with each step. A diminutive cosmic scene briefly manifested beneath him, a small, swirling black hole forming the center of his footprint, surrounded by twinkling stellar points, which soon vanished. The special effects. Even the effects were flawlessly replicated. More importantly, this surge of power. Could it be that the attributes of the outfit have carried over? Li Yan's heart raced, but he vividly recalled that the 9 Heavens Emperor set in the game conferred the following attributes: Health 50, Defense 50, Spirit 100, all attributes resistance 5, damage reduction 5. Though he could not see the specific attribute panel now, the genuine feedback from his body was undeniable. This warm sensation, this abundant strength, this unmistakably buoyant stride, these were undoubtedly the effects of attribute enhancements. In the game, outfit attributes were considered mere embellishments. Yet for Li Yan in his current state, they were of paramount importance. To verify, he swiftly retrieved another outfit from his inventory, one whose attributes he clearly remembered: a set of armor known as the Xuanwu Town Protector Armor, renowned for its defensive and health-boosting properties. This was a heavy, dark green armor, characterized by its archaic design, with effects that surrounded him in a soft, earthy glow reminiscent of mighty mountains. Upon donning the Xuanwu Town Protector Armor, the sensation of lightness dissipated, replaced by an intensified feeling of solidity and resilience, as if an invisible barrier enveloped his body, instilling a profound sense of security. Indeed, it truly works. The attributes of the attire are genuinely effective. Li Yan was overjoyed. Although he could not utilize any equipment or elixirs, the inherent attributes of these garments had significantly enhanced his survival capability. His storage contained no fewer than 100 sets of attire, each emphasizing various attributes. When speed was required, he would don garments that augmented agility when defense was necessary. He would switch to those that bolstered protection, and when health was paramount, he would opt for those that increased vitality. He was akin to a mobile, humanoid mech, capable of effortlessly shifting his attributes at will. Calm down, calm down. Li Yan compelled himself to regain his composure. Though the 9 Heavens Emperor set boasted impressive attributes and spectacular effects, it was far too conspicuous. In this uncharted primal forest, such a resplendent appearance was akin to a firefly in the darkness. He had yet to grasp the current situation, and being so ostentatious could indeed be perilous. After careful consideration, he selected a more understated outfit that still provided defensive enhancements. This was a set known as the Xian Tai Chen Shan, a grayish-blue coarse fabric short garment that blended well with the forest environment, its effect merely a subtle glimmer that occasionally danced across its surface. Once clothed, he sensed a marked increase in his physical resilience, greatly enhancing his sense of security. He glanced at the crimson flame demon lion, lying quietly beside him like a loyal guardian, and a surge of confidence welled up within him. With a top-tier steed as his protector and the attributes of his attire bolstering his capabilities, this journey into another realm did not seem so dire after all. Grr! An untimely growl emanated from Li Yan's stomach. After the excitement faded, a wave of hunger washed over him. It dawned on him that he had not eaten for quite some time. The immediate priority was to locate a water source and food, and then to commence his exploration of this unknown world. He patted the head of the crimson flame demon lion, uncertain if it could comprehend, yet he attempted to issue a command. "Let's go, my friend. Let's see what lies ahead." He gestured toward a direction within the forest. The crimson flame demon lion let out a low growl, rising to its feet, its massive form exuding an aura of strength. It took the lead, forging a path through the obstructing shrubs and vines, actively clearing the way for him. Together, man and lion, basking in the dappled sunlight, they embarked on their first step into the depths of the mysterious thicket. Chapter 3. Flames and Vitality. The crimson flame lion led the way, its massive form resembling a moving wall of fire, clearing away the obstructive branches and leaves. Li Yin followed closely behind, treading carefully on the soft carpet of fallen leaves, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. As they advanced further, Li Yin found his stamina waning. Panting softly as he gently patted the crimson flame lion. "Can you carry me for a while?" he inquired, though aware that it was merely a mount within the game. The sensation felt strikingly real, prompting him to speak. The lion let out a low growl, submissively lowering its body as an invitation for him to mount. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin cautiously climbed aboard. The moment he settled himself, a wave of heat radiated from beneath him, almost causing him to leap off in surprise. The flames enveloping the lion were not mere effects, they were genuinely scorching. He quickly adjusted his position, attempting to press his thighs and the insides of his knees against the lioness body to mitigate the heat. "Well, it seems this luxurious mount isn't as comfortable as it appears," he mused, albeit finding solace in having it at all. At present, locating a water source was of utmost importance. Li Yin licked his parched lips, glancing at the crimson flame lion ahead. "Can you find water?" he asked. The lion halted, turning its colossal head. Its fiery eyes regarded Li Yin momentarily before it emitted a low growl, sniffing the air. After a brief pause, it pivoted and headed toward the left front. Not long after, the faint sound of flowing water reached their ears. A clear stream appeared before them. "Water at last!" Li Yin exclaimed with joy, hastily sliding off the crimson flame lion and rushing to the stream's edge. Without a second thought, he scooped up the cool water and drank deeply. The lion approached the stream, lowering its head to drink, emitting satisfied gurgles from its throat. Its commanding presence caused the nearby forest, filled with previously restless small beasts, to retreat into silence. With the water issue resolved, the next concern was food. Li Yin rubbed his empty stomach, glancing at the imposing crimson flame lion, feeling somewhat perplexed. Surely, he couldn't expect this magnificent creature to catch rabbits for him? Moreover, even if it did, he had no tools to prepare the catch. Sensing Li Yan's predicament, the crimson flame lion suddenly lifted its head and let out a low roar toward the depths of the thicket. It then bolted into the forest like a streak of crimson lightning. "Hey, where are you going?" Li Yan called out, but his words were lost as the lion's figure vanished behind the trees. He heard a commotion in the woods, mingled with the terrified cries of some beast. Soon, the disturbance subsided. The crimson flame lion returned, striding confidently, its mouth clenching a wild boar. The wild boar, substantial in size with its tusks protruding ominously, appeared fearsome. Yet, at this moment, it lay lifeless, its neck broken, and was being carried by the fiery lion. Blood stained the edges of its mane. "Impressive, my friend," Li Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Although uncertain of the edibility of this creature, he was grateful for the prospect of meat. Next came the task of kindling a fire. Li Yin gathered some relatively dry twigs and leaves, stacking them together. He glanced at the flame-spitting lion and mimicked the action of breathing fire. "Come on. Just a small flame will suffice." The fiery lion tilted its head, seemingly grasping his intent. Then, it opened its mouth, releasing a stream of flames that, while not overwhelmingly fierce, were of a high temperature, igniting the twigs instantaneously. "Splendid." Li Yin rubbed his hands together in excitement and began the arduous task of butchering the dead boar. He had never skinned or gutted an animal before. Relying solely on vague memories from survival shows, he clumsily used a sharp stone he had found to slice through the beast's hide. The process was gruesome and chaotic. After much effort, he managed to carve out a few pieces of meat that appeared relatively clean. He retrieved several long branches, sharpened one end, and skewered the chunks of meat, placing them over the fire to roast. Without any seasoning, he had no choice but to endure the plain meat as it cooked. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat mingled with a hint of char, filling the air. Li Yin, too hungry to care about the details, seized a skewer of meat that was only partially cooked, its exterior crisp while the interior remained tender, and stuffed it into his mouth. The texture was coarse, with a faint fishiness, rendering it far from delectable. Yet, for a man famished as he was, it was a culinary delight of the highest order. He devoured several pieces of meat ravenously, feeling his stomach settle at last. The fiery lion seemed indifferent to the roasted meat, quietly resting beside the fire, its mane glowing in the flickering light, exuding an aura of majesty. After satisfying his hunger, the daylight began to fade. The forest at night was undeniably more terrifying than during the day. It was imperative to find a secure place to spend the night. "Lion, we must seek a place to rest," Li Yin said, patting the lion. The lion opened its eyes, stood up, and once more took the lead. This time, they discovered a dry, sheltered cave. The entrance was modest, just large enough for the lion to enter and exit, while the interior was quite spacious. Li Yin tidied the cave by clearing away some debris and weeds. The fiery lion instinctively took its position at the entrance, its massive form nearly blocking the entire opening. leaving only a narrow gap for ventilation. It lay down, resembling a burning statue, radiating warmth and an aura of reassuring intimidation. Li Yin settled deeper into the cave, leaning against the cool stone wall. The campfire blazed at the cave's entrance, dispelling the encroaching darkness and chill. Gazing at the flickering flames and feeling the warm breath of the magical lion beside him, Li Yin exhaled deeply. This day had been a tumultuous roller coaster. From the depths of despair to an unexpected stroke of fortune, and then barely managing to survive, it was exhilarating. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, his eyelids growing heavier. He shifted his body closer to the lion, nearly nestling against its warm, thick fur. It was so comforting, akin to a colossal, fire-breathing, plush heating pad. With a blend of absurdity and reassurance, Li Yin succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 4. Signs of humanity. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, before an icy chill roused Li Yin from his sleep. He opened his eyes to find the cave dimly lit. The campfire had long since extinguished, leaving only a few glowing embers. Beside him lay an empty space. The once comforting, colossal figure had vanished. Had the crimson flame line disappeared? A pang of anxiety gripped Li Yin, instantly awakening his senses. He quickly focused his thoughts, directing his gaze to the upper right corner of his vision. The inventory icon remained quietly in place. However, the golden six-sided die icon now emanated a soft glow. No longer shrouded in the gray hue of cooldown since summoning the lion yesterday. The die was usable, yet the lion was nowhere to be found. A thought struck Li Yin like a bolt of lightning. Was the summoned mount not permanent? He recalled the functionality description of the random mount die from the Game 9 Heaven's Inquiry. It seemed to indicate that it was indeed temporary. Yet, he had never paid attention to the duration of this temporary status, as it was merely an entertainment feature. But now, what did this temporariness entail? One day? From summoning the Crimson Flame Lion to now, it had been nearly a full day. Thus, the summoned mount could only exist for a single day. Did this mean he would have to roll the die anew each day? Li Yin's heart sank, then soared again. This implied that he would have to rely on luck daily, uncertain of his safety. Should misfortune strike and yield a less desirable mount, or one of little use, would he be left in despair? Conversely, this also suggested that each day presented an opportunity to acquire a new ally. His inventory of mounts was not limited to just the combat-oriented Crimson Flame Lion. It included flying celestial birds, resilient armored turtles, illusion-casting spirit foxes, and even some with healing or supportive abilities. Should he manage to roll a flying mount, he could liberate himself from the constraints of the ground and explore broader territories. Calm down and give it a try. Li Yinshin inhaled deeply, compelling himself to regain his composure. He needed to ascertain whether his hypothesis was correct and, in the process, discover what the day might yield. Focusing his thoughts, he fixated on the resplendent golden dice icon that had reappeared. Spin. Buzz. The dice transformed into a golden blur, whirling at an astonishing speed. Li Yan's heart raced in tandem with the spinning. Let it be something formidable. Please, not something aquatic. Ding. A crisp notification chimed as the dice came to a halt. The image solidified upon a graceful, snow-white crane. In the next moment, a soft white light illuminated the cavern. A crane, its wingspan exceeding 3 meters, with feathers as pristine as snow, a crimson spot atop its head, and a stature both regal and elegant, materialized before Li Yin. Its neck was elongated, eyes brimming with vitality, and it gently preened its feathers, emitting a melodious crane call. The White Cloud Crane. This was a flying mount that Li Yin had early on acquired through a quest. While its speed was not particularly swift, it was free and aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it could soar. As Li Yin gazed upon the White Cloud Crane, feeling the familiar bond between them, his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it changed daily. He approached the crane, reaching out to touch its smooth feathers, which felt cool and sleek beneath his fingertips. Unlike the fiery lion, the crane did not exhibit much familiarity, merely inclining its head slightly in a gesture of submission. It seemed that different mounts possessed distinct temperaments, Li Yin pondered. In the subsequent days, he struggled to survive, relying on the randomly summoned mounts while exploring the laws governing this world. His hypothesis was validated. The dice refreshed once a day, and the summoned mounts could only exist for 24 hours. On the second day, he rolled a dark Qilin, its body entirely ebony, standing on clouds, emanating an aura that deterred surrounding beasts, thus sparing him considerable trouble. The third day brought less fortune, yielding a treasure-seeking pangolin, adept at burrowing and locating minerals, which proved of limited use in the primitive forest, only allowing him to scrounge for edible roots. On the fourth day, he summoned a blue-water golden-eyed beast, resembling a majestic lion but capable of controlling water, aiding him in easily overcoming the challenge of crossing a river. Throughout these days, Li Yin discerned certain patterns. The summoned mounts seemed to retain only their most fundamental and conspicuous abilities from the game. The fiery lion could breathe fire and exert pressure, The crane could fly, the Chelan walked on clouds, and the golden-eyed beast could manipulate water. As for the complex skills requiring player initiation, those were conspicuously absent. Each mount appeared to possess its own spirit, yet all could comprehend his simple commands and would proactively protect him. The steeds that change daily serve as both a lifeline and a source of anxiety. Li Yin understood that he could not rely solely on this. He must learn to survive even in the absence of formidable mounts. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, Li Yin once again employed his dice. Ding! The familiar image of the white cloud crane reappeared. Ah, you again, old friend. Li Yin smiled. It seemed that rolling the same result was indeed possible. Having flown once yesterday, he skillfully climbed onto the crane's back. Let us soar higher today and gaze into the distance. The white cloud crane emitted a clear call, flapping its wings and carrying Li Yin out of the cave. Ascending into the azure sky, the duo spiraled upward, gaining altitude as the forest below unfurled like a vast green carpet, stretching endlessly. The undulating mountains and rivers meandered like silver ribbons, pristine and magnificent, yet brimming with the unknown. Li Yin peered into the distance, meticulously searching for any signs of difference. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. There, it appeared, a faint wisp of smoke. Li Yin squinted, striving to discern. Indeed, it was smoke. A thin, grayish-white line rising vertically. Though distant and faint, it stood out starkly against the pure natural backdrop. Was that smoke from a fire? Were there people? Li Yin's heart raced. After struggling for days in this seemingly isolated wilderness, the sudden hint of human presence surged an indescribable excitement within him. Yet, after the thrill came caution. He was uncertain of what the smoke signified. Was it a friendly village? A primitive tribe? Or perhaps a more perilous entity? Approaching recklessly posed too great a risk. He pondered for a moment and gently patted the crane's neck. Brother Crane, let us fly in that direction, a bit higher, but do not draw too close. Let us observe first. The white cloud crane understood, adjusting its course toward the rising wisp of smoke, gliding silently through the heights. Chapter 5. The ancient village. Li Yin crouched upon the crane's back, his heart racing. He endeavored to lower his body to reduce wind resistance while squinting, fixated on the ever-nearing target. As they drew closer, the source of the smoke gradually came into view, not a den of beasts or an odd natural phenomenon. The smoke originated from a small settlement nestled against the mountainside. The settlement was modest, hidden among a grove of relatively flat-topped trees, beside a meandering stream. Several dozen houses constructed of earth and thatch were scattered throughout, with a central open space resembling a small plaza. Several indistinct figures were busily engaged in the fields outside the village. They bent over, seemingly toiling in the earth. Li Yin held his breath, signaling the crane to draw closer, spiraling a few circles above. Now, he could observe more closely. The figures were clad in remarkably ancient attire, resembling short jackets and long trousers stitched from coarse fabric, predominantly in shades of gray, brown, and green, with a simplicity that was striking. The crops they tended appeared to be of a type unfamiliar to him. A few children frolicked at the village entrance, while several women washed clothes by the riverbank. The entire settlement exuded an atmosphere of serene, primitive agrarian life. There were no high walls, no guards. It did not seem like a place of stringent vigilance. Li Yan's heart settled slightly in his chest. At least this place did not appear perilous. It resembled an ordinary village. Indeed, this was a world reminiscent of ancient times. He murmured to himself, a bewildering blend of absurdity and complexity washing over him. What had previously been mere speculation was now a reality before his eyes. There were no power lines, no concrete roads, no automobiles, only thatched cottages, dirt paths, and people dressed in antiquated garb. He had truly arrived in a completely different temporal realm. Brother Crane, let us return. Li Yin gently patted the crane's neck, his tone imbued with an inscrutable complexity. The white cloud crane let out a soft call, flapping its wings and turning back towards the mountains from whence they came. The wind rushed past his ears, and the village receded into the distance, transforming into a mere inconspicuous black dot. Yet, Li Yan's thoughts remained tumultuous. Upon returning to the temporary refuge of the cave, twilight had begun to descend. The white cloud crane alighted at the cave's entrance, quietly preening its feathers. Li Yin slid down from the crane's back, his feet touching solid ground, which brought him a modicum of reassurance. He ventured deeper into the cave, adeptly rekindling a small fire from the remnants of the previous day's blaze. The flickering flames dispelled some of the chill within the cave, casting reflections of his fluctuating expressions upon the stone walls. Leaning against the rocky surface, he retrieved the remaining half of the roasted wild boar from his pack and took a few bites, only to find it as bland as chewing wax. His mind incessantly replayed the scenes he had witnessed during the day. Without a doubt, he was no longer that modern individual who could casually order takeout or play video games. He had been cast into a world of primitive existence and underdeveloped productivity. Here, there was likely no internet, no electricity, and none of the modern conveniences he was accustomed to. Yet, was this world merely an ordinary ancient one? Li Yin furrowed his brow, gazing at the extraordinary white cloud crane at the cave's entrance. This creature was certainly not something one would expect to find in a typical ancient realm. Nine Heavens Inquiry is a fantasy game where every mount possesses an air of the supernatural. If the mounts from the game can be transported into this realm, what of the world itself? Might it not also harbor extraordinary beings engaged in cultivation or martial arts? If this were merely an ordinary ancient setting, perhaps he could manage to scrape by with the mounts that refresh daily, living cautiously. However, should this world truly possess extraordinary powers, his meager resources might fool the average person, yet a formidable figure capable of moving mountains could easily see through his ruse. The unknown brings with it immense uncertainty and fear. He glanced at the dice and the backpack icon in the upper right corner of his vision. These were his only means of support and his greatest secret. Should he venture toward that village? A voice urged him, "Go. You must go. You cannot remain a wild man in the woods for all eternity. You need information. You must understand this world. You need to ascertain whether it is safe here and if there is any possibility of returning." Another voice cautioned him, "Do not go. It is far too dangerous. What if you cannot communicate? What if they perceive you as a monster? What if their intentions are malevolent? What if your secret is revealed? Staying quietly in the mountains, relying on your daily mounts, at least allows you to survive." These conflicting thoughts clashed within his mind, causing him great distress. He tugged at his hair and took a deep swig of water. Live as a wild man, living each day in fear for his next meal. Sleeping in a cold stone cave, with only the mounts, who could vanish by the next day, as his sole companions? No, he did not wish to live such a life. Even with the risks, he felt compelled to step outside. The need for information was paramount. Without an understanding of this world, he would remain blind, like a headless fly, at the mercy of lurking dangers. Engagement was essential, but it must be approached with caution. Li Yan's gaze sharpened with determination. He was no fool. Having resolved to make contact, he needed to devise a prudent plan. First, the language. What words did they speak? Would he understand them? This posed the greatest obstacle. Second, his appearance. Though he had donned the understated attire of the Xian Taichen mountain robes, how could his modern demeanor and actions possibly align with those of ancient people? A careless mistake could arouse suspicion. Third, safety. How could he ensure his security while approaching the village? If they proved unfriendly, did he possess the means to defend himself or to escape? Moreover, how might he discover whether this world held extraordinary powers? A multitude of questions swirled in Li Yan's mind, overwhelming him. Yet he did not waver. The instinct for survival, coupled with a flicker of hope for the future, eclipsed his fear and hesitation. He must take the plunge. With a deep breath, Li Yan exhaled, his gaze fixed upon the flickering flames, and a resolute expression took hold of him. The time for hesitation had passed. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. He began to contemplate meticulously how to observe, initiate contact, and navigate various circumstances, gradually sketching the outline of his strategy in his mind. Outside the cave, the sky had succumbed to darkness. Chapter 6. The beginning of destiny. The campfire at the cave entrance had dwindled to mere embers. As dawn broke, Li Yan awoke, more alert than ever. The decision made the night before lingered in his mind, banishing any remnants of sleep. Remaining in the depths of this vast forest would be akin to awaiting his demise. He must draw closer, observe with greater scrutiny. A direct approach would be unwise. He needed a location that allowed for long-term surveillance while remaining inconspicuous. The mountain seen during the day, which the village backed onto, appeared to be an excellent choice. The terrain seemed steep and densely forested, likely providing a suitable hiding place. Resolute, Li Yan hesitated no longer. At the break of dawn the following day, as the first light began to emerge, he eagerly employed the dice for that day. He hoped for something that could fly, aiding him in his search for an appropriate stronghold. Ding! The dice came to a halt, revealing a feathered creature of a vibrant azure hue, its long, elegant tail resplendent. The azure phoenix, another mode of flight, swifter and more agile than the white cloud crane. Fortune smiled upon him. Energized, Li Yan swiftly mounted the broad back of the azure phoenix. The creature emitted a melodious call, unfurling its wings and gracefully lifting him from the cave, soaring towards the mountain he had observed the previous day. It circled high above, as Li Yan meticulously scanned every contour of the mountain. Below the midsection, the trees were too dense, obstructing visibility, and too close to the village, risking exposure. Near the summit, the rocky outcrops were prominent, but the winds were fierce, offering little concealment. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a ledge slightly above the midslope. Beneath an outcropping of rock, there appeared to be a naturally formed depression, obscured by several large stones and cascading vines, its precarious terrain accessible only to the adept. A trivial challenge for Li Yan's steed. That would be the spot. He pointed in the direction. The azure phoenix understood instinctively, diving and landing precisely on the narrow platform beneath the rocky ledge. Li Yin dismounted, parting the vines, and indeed discovered a spacious cavern. It was dry and well ventilated, with a relatively flat floor, and the corners were littered with dry leaves and weathered stones. The most exquisite aspect was that from the crevice of the cave, one could gaze out and behold the village nestled in the valley below, perfectly distanced to discern the general situation without being easily detected. Perfect. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. For the ensuing days, this secluded cavern became his new abode. Each morning, his first action was to cast the dice. Fortune fluctuated, at times. He would roll a wind leopard or a shadow wolf, land mounts adept in stealth and swiftness, compelling him to lie in wait at the cave's mouth and observe from afar. On other occasions, he would summon a spirit-eye hawk, a mount that endowed him with enhanced vision akin to that of an eagle, allowing for clearer sight. Yet, when misfortune struck, resulting in a marsh giant crocodile or a deep-sea octopus, he could only stare blankly within the cave, silently praying for better luck on the morrow. Relying on these capricious scouts and his own extraordinary caution, Li Yin gradually pieced together information about the village. The settlement was modest, comprising around 30 to 40 households, where the villagers rose with the sun and retired at dusk. The men primarily toiled in the fields or ventured into the mountains to hunt, while the women remained at home, weaving, washing, and caring for children. Their lives were simple and austere, bordering on the impoverished. He observed no signs of practitioners casting spells or martial artists honing their skills. The tools employed by the villagers were rudimentary stone and wooden implements, with the occasional rough iron tool, such as the arrows of hunters or axes for chopping wood. Everything appeared to epitomize an exceedingly ordinary ancient agrarian village. The most fortuitous revelation came after several days of eavesdropping. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could understand the villagers' speech. It was a form of Chinese imbued with a thick accent and somewhat archaic grammatical structure, reminiscent of the ancient vernacular he had encountered in historical dramas. Although some of the vocabulary differed, grasping the general meaning posed no challenge. The formidable barrier of language, his greatest obstacle, had been unexpectedly surmounted. A significant weight lifted from Li Yan's heart. This undoubtedly enhanced his prospects of engaging with the villagers and integrating into their community. He tidied the cave, laying down some dry grass, and in one corner he stacked the firewood he had gathered along with a few scraps of barely edible meat. At night, the campfire flickered in the confined space, providing light and warmth. Leaning against the stone wall, Li Yin gazed at the myriad of exquisite outfit icons on the interface, his mind racing with possibilities. Given that this world appeared so unremarkable, could his dazzlingly adorned garments, replete with extraordinary effects, serve some unforeseen purpose? To simply approach and claim to be a lost traveler bore too great a risk, as explaining his origins could easily lead to suspicion. Yet, what if he orchestrated an encounter reminiscent of a mortal meeting a celestial being? After all, he possessed an entire warehouse of celestial garments and divine beasts. Select a set of exquisitely adorned garments, complemented by a mount that exudes an ethereal presence, and simply standing there. One would undoubtedly embody the essence of a reclusive sage or a terrestrial deity. In ancient times, particularly among the inhabitants of remote villages, exposure to the supernatural was limited, instilling a deep reverence for the divine. Presenting oneself in such a manner might effectively diminish their wariness, potentially earning their respect and assistance. Of course, risks abound. Should this world harbor genuine sages who can discern the charade, the consequences could be dire. However, at present, this village does not appear to possess such an existence. It is a gamble worth taking. Thus, whom shall I approach first? Li Yan's gaze inadvertently fell upon the hunter who, nearly every day, returned to the village with a bow slung over his shoulder and prey in hand. This hunter appeared to be in his 30s, with a robust physique, steady gait, and keen eyes. Compared to the farmers toiling in the fields, the hunter, having roamed the mountains and forest for years, likely possessed a broader perspective and greater courage, making him more amenable to extraordinary encounters. Furthermore, his consistent routes into and out of the woods made it convenient for Li Yin to chance upon him. It was settled. Li Yin resolved firmly. He began to meticulously select his attire from the wardrobe. The Nine Heavens Emperor set was too ostentatious, and the Xuanwu Guardian armor was excessively heavy. Resembling a general, his attention soon settled upon a costume named the Cloudy Immortal Robe. This exquisite, ethereal robe, in a celestial white hue, was crafted from a material that resembled clouds and mist, with flowing sleeves adorned with intricate silver embroidery depicting swirling clouds. As he moved, a faint iridescent glow enveloped him, and a hazy halo appeared behind him, bestowing an air of celestial grace without being overly imposing. The mount must also be fitting. He gazed at the still-warm dice icon, silently hoping for fortune. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the cliffs, Li Yin took a deep breath and rolled the dice once more. Ding! The crisp sound of the notification rang out as the dice settled. The image displayed a fully snow-white spirit deer, with antlers gleaming like jade, exuding elegance and an aura of gentle chill. The snow-seeking plum deer. Li Yin nearly leapt with joy. It was truly fate. The snow-seeking plum deer is a renowned aesthetic mount within the game. Cherished by players for its stunning appearance and gentle demeanor, inherently radiating a celestial aura that perfectly complemented the cloudy immortal robe. The moment had arrived. He swiftly summoned the cloudy immortal robe and donned it. The original heavy armor vanished, replaced by the lightweight, flowing robe. A refreshing, comfortable sensation enveloped him, as if he had been lightened by several degrees. The soft glow surrounding him and the hazy halo at his back made him appear as though he had stepped straight out of a painting, embodying the essence of an otherworldly being. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as the snow-treading plum-seeking deer emerged within the stone cave. It tilted its head, gazing at Li Yin with eyes as clear as water, then gently lowered its head to nuzzle against his sleeve with its jade-like antlers. Good companion. Today we shall rely on you, Li Yin said, softly patting its neck. He meticulously recalled the hunting routes taken by a certain hunter and selected a crucial passageway within a tranquil bamboo grove, nestled halfway up the mountain. The terrain there was relatively flat, with dancing shadows cast by the bamboo, as light filtered through the leaves, creating a dappled effect that was perfect for cultivating an atmosphere of an ethereal encounter. Riding the snow-treading plum-seeking deer, Li Yin cautiously departed from the cave, descending the rugged mountain path until he reached the bamboo grove. A gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves. He found a moss-covered stone that appeared quite ancient and sat down gracefully, exuding an air of elegance. The snow-treading plum-seeking deer lay quietly beside him, its snow-white fur standing out strikingly against the verdant backdrop of the bamboo forest, its faint chill seemingly refreshing the air around them. Li Yin adjusted his posture, calmed his breath, and gazed serenely towards the path leading into the bamboo grove, patiently awaiting the hunter to step into the carefully crafted fantasy. Chapter 7. The Bamboo Grove's Celestial Encounter. Before long, a figure appeared at the edge of the bamboo grove. It was a man of approximately 30 years, of average height yet remarkably sturdy. His bronze skin bore witness to his labor, dressed in simple, coarse fabric. With a machete sheathed at his waist and a freshly processed wild goat slung over his shoulder, while a crude hunting bow rested in his hand. This was the hunter, Wang Da, whom Li Yin had observed for several days. Wang Da was focused on the path beneath his feet, ready to traverse the familiar bamboo grove down the mountain. Suddenly, he paused. Something felt amiss. It was too quiet. Although the bamboo grove was often tranquil, there were usually birds chirping and insects buzzing, yet now, silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Moreover, a subtle chill seemed to permeate the air. His heart raced as he noticed a glimmer of light in the depths of the bamboo shadows, not sunlight filtering through the leaves, but a peculiar, colorful radiance. Wang Da tightened his grip on the hunting bow, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Though Qifeng Mountain was not known for its dangers, strange beasts occasionally roamed, warranting caution. He lightened his steps, cautiously parting the obstructing bamboo leaves, and peered towards the source of the light. In an instant, Wang Da froze, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, nearly forgetting to breathe. Deep within the bamboo grove, upon an ancient slab of azure stone, sat an individual. Clad in a white Taoist robe woven from what seemed to be moonlight and clouds, the person-esque garments billowed gracefully, surrounded by a faint, iridescent glow. With a hazy halo suspended behind them, the figure resembled a celestial being from a painting, utterly transcending the mundane. What left him utterly astonished was the majestic white deer lying at the feet of the celestial being. The deer, resplendent in its pure snow-white coat, bore no trace of any blemish. Its antlers appeared to be intricately carved from exquisite jade, radiating a soft, luminous glow, while an ethereal chill enveloped its form. A profound silence enveloped Wang Da's mind, rendering it blank. Having grown up in the verdant embrace of Qifeng Mountain and having hunted for over a decade, he had encountered numerous avian and terrestrial creatures, as well as extraordinary flora, yet he had never witnessed such a spectacle. This was far beyond the realm of the mortal world. Could it be that this was a spirit of the mountains? No. Such an otherworldly aura could not belong to mere spirits. Could it possibly be a legendary immortal? Memories of ancient tales recounted by the village elders flooded his mind, stories of serendipitous encounters with immortals in the mountains and the bequeathing of celestial knowledge, leading one to ascend to the heavens. His heart raced, a mixture of fear and an indescribable thrill coursing through him. At that moment, as Wang Da's emotions surged, the seated immortal seemed to sense his presence. Slowly, the immortal opened his eyes, a tranquil and indifferent expression gracing his countenance, as if he bore the weight of countless ages within him. The extraordinary white deer also raised its head, gazing at him with eyes as clear as water, before gently lowering its head to nuzzle against the immortal's sleeve. Wang Da felt his legs weaken, and the goat he carried on his shoulder suddenly felt much heavier. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. Regardless of the nature of this being before him, it would be unwise to disturb it recklessly. Steadying himself, he carefully set the goat down and laid his bow on the ground before taking a few cautious steps forward, stopping 7 or 8 paces away from the azure stone. He bowed deeply in reverence. Esteemed one, I am but a humble villager, Wang Da. It is an honor to meet you. He dared not directly address the immortal, opting instead for the respectful term. I was unaware of your serene meditation here and did not intend to intrude. I humbly beg your pardon. Li Yin silently acknowledged his arrival yet maintained an expression of serene composure. No matter, he replied succinctly, soothing Wang Da's anxious heart, rather than pressing for further inquiries. Li Yin slightly tilted his head, a hint of bewilderment crossing his features, as if he were lost in distant memories. I have been resting here, unaware that such time has passed. Gradually, he returned his gaze to Wang Da, his tone imbued with curiosity. What year is it beyond the mountains now? Which emperor reigns? This manner of inquiry resonated deeply within Wang Da's heart, affirming his suspicions. Indeed, he was in the presence of an ancient immortal who had awakened from an unknown slumber spanning countless years. With a growing sense of reverence, Wang Da promptly lowered his head to respond. As for your esteemed self, there is currently no unified emperor in the realm. Oh, what do you mean by that? Wang Da, feeling compelled to be forthright, recounted the entirety of what he knew with utmost clarity. It is a lengthy tale, and I, a humble individual, can only grasp its essence. Elders have recounted that long ago, the realm was indeed unified, known as the Xia dynasty, exerting its influence across the seas. However, for reasons unknown, the Xia dynasty collapsed, plunging the world into chaos, with feudal lords rising in rebellion, waging wars for countless years, subjecting the common folk to unimaginable suffering. It was only about a century ago that the northern state of Yin and the southern state of Chu gradually grew powerful, annexing smaller nations, ultimately resulting in a standoff between the north and south. The two states engaged in warfare for several decades, each achieving victories and defeats, unable to gain the upper hand over the other. It was only 2 or 3 decades ago that peace was finally brokered, with the Tianhe River serving as a boundary, dividing the realm and allowing each to proclaim themselves emperor. Our territory lies within the dominion of the southern state of Chu. The North Yin and South Chu, divided by the river? Li Yin assimilated this information swiftly. This world was not the singular ancient dynasty he had envisioned, but rather a period of fragmentation and confrontation. This may not be a misfortune for him. A chaotic era could indeed signify greater opportunities, albeit accompanied by heightened risks. He maintained an air of serenity, slightly nodding to indicate Wang Da to continue. Thus, the Xia dynasty has perished, and the north and south stand divided, he remarked with a hint of melancholy, as if lamenting the relentless passage of time. And what of this place? Wang Da promptly responded, Your Excellency. This region falls under the jurisdiction of Jiangzhou in the southern state of Chu, known as Qinghe County. This mountain is called Qifeng Mountain, and the village at its foot is named Qifeng Village accordingly. Not far to the north of Qinghe County lies the vast and boundless Yuming Marsh, said to be rife with miasma and inhabited by ferocious beasts, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Even the most seasoned hunters dare not venture too deeply. Jiangzhou City, Qinghe County, Qifeng Mountain, Qifeng Village, Yuming Marsh, these names were firmly etched in Li Yan's mind. The information was becoming increasingly lucid. What intrigued him most now was the power dynamics of this world. He casually inquired, given the division of north and south, there must be valiant warriors protecting the nation and securing peace. What forms of power do the people of this era cultivate? At the mention of this, a glimmer of yearning and reverence appeared on Wang Da's face. Your Excellency, in this era, those aspiring to rise above the masses predominantly practice martial arts, honing their internal energy. Those with profound internal energy can shatter stones and move with the lightness of a swallow, capable of facing 10 and even 100 foes. In my youth, I had the fortune to visit Jiangzhou City with my father and glimpsed a master of the true Qi realm from afar. It is said that such masters have transformed their internal energy into true Qi, possessing not only greater power but also the ability to project it outward to harm their enemies. In Jiangzhou City, they are figures whose mere stomp can cause the ground to tremble. Martial arts? Internal energy? True Qi realm? Li Yan's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, there exists extraordinary power. However, based on Wang Da's portrayal, the levels of martial prowess in this world seem less exaggerated than he had initially imagined. The mastery of true energy that allows one to traverse the state city horizontally resembles the realms depicted in the martial arts novels he had perused before his inexplicable journey, far removed from the cataclysmic powers of celestial beings. Of course, this perspective stems from the limited experiences of a mere hunter from a remote mountain village. The true nature of supreme combat prowess remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, at present, it is evident that his celestial garb, complemented by a continuously refreshed mount, should afford him a significant degree of self-preservation, perhaps even a formidable one. Upon grasping these pivotal insights, Li Yin felt a sense of resolve. He rose gradually, his moon-white robe billowing in a breeze that was not there, radiating an intensified luminescence, and the halo behind him became clearer. He gazed skyward and released a long, melancholic sigh, imbued with reflections on the passage of time and the impermanence of existence. Alas, upon awakening from this dream, my old friends are gone, and the landscape has transformed. His display was a blend of sincerity and artifice, contemplating his inexplicable traversal and the faint hope of returning home. He could not help but feel a genuine pang of nostalgia. Turning his attention to Wang De, who remained kneeling on the ground, his face a mask of unspoken questions. Li Yin sensed a flicker of opportunity. Wang De was currently his only potential link. He offered a gentle smile. Our meeting today is indeed a fateful encounter. The tides of fate wax and wane, governed by their own laws. My voice is ethereal. Should fate permit, we may cross paths here again. With that, he averted his gaze from Wang De and approached the snow-treading plum-seeking deer. The celestial deer, seemingly imbued with sentience, gracefully rose and bowed its head. The snow-treading plum-seeking deer's hooves lightly touched the ground, as if treading upon invisible clouds, carrying Li Yin away like a streak of white light, silently vanishing into the depths of the dense bamboo grove, leaving behind a subtle, invigorating chill in the air. Wang De stood there, spellbound, staring in the direction of the vanished celestial figure, taking a long while to regain his senses. The bamboo grove remained undisturbed, a gentle breeze rustling through, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting dream. Yet the abandoned wild goat on the ground, along with the lingering chill in the air, served as reminders that everything that had occurred was indeed real. He had truly encountered a celestial being. Wang Da's heart pounded wildly, filled with excitement, reverence, and an indescribable thrill. What he had witnessed today was a blend of reality and illusion. He could not delay. This matter was of monumental significance. He needed to rush back to the village and recount this extraordinary event in its entirety to the village elder. Chapter 8. The elders charge. Wang De nearly sprinted down the mountain, the once heavy wild goat now feeling as light as a feather upon his shoulder. As he approached the village entrance, he finally slowed his pace, catching his breath and striving to calm his racing heart. He must not lose his composure. He could not afford to let the villagers perceive anything unusual. Carrying the goat, he endeavored to maintain an expression as nonchalant as if he had merely returned from a day of hunting, keeping his gaze lowered as he hastened homeward. You're back, dear? It seems you had quite a successful day, his wife exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of the goat perched on his shoulder. Wang De, somewhat absent-minded, merely grunted in response and placed the goat in the corner of the yard. Take care of the goat first. I need to visit my father-in-law. To your father-in-law's? It's nearly noon. Shouldn't you rest and have a drink? His wife inquired, puzzled by her husband's unusual urgency. It's urgent. I'll explain later. Wang De waved his hand dismissively, not looking back as he briskly made his way toward the far end of the village, to the home of old Wang. The village elder, leaving his wife standing in the yard, her face etched with confusion as she watched his hurried departure. Old Wang's home was one of the few in the village constructed with a modest amount of blue bricks. Though aged, it was far more orderly than the other thatched mud houses. Wang De nearly burst through the half-closed gate. Father-in-law! Father-in-law! In the yard, an elderly man with graying hair, a slender face, and clad in a clean, coarse linen robe was seated beneath an old locust tree, a cup of long cold tea resting on the stone table beside him. This was Wang Shan, the village elder of Qingfeng village. Wang Shan lifted his eyelids, glancing at the breathless Wang De with a slight furrow in his brow. It's you, Wang De. What brings you here in such a frenzy? Did you encounter a great beast in the mountains? Wang De rushed to the elder's side, disregarding formalities, and lowered his voice, urgency lacing his tone. Father-in-law, it's not a beast. It's a celestial being. Today, I encountered a deity in the mountains. A deity? Wang Shan paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering momentarily, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes before he regained his composure. Even adopting a hint of scrutiny, he took a leisurely sip of his cold tea, his gaze unruffled. Have you exhausted yourself from hunting? And now your mind is playing tricks? Or perhaps you stumbled upon some forest spirit and frightened yourself? Wang De, flustered, felt his face flush with indignation. No, father-in-law. I assure you, it is the absolute truth. Right in that patch of bamboo at the mountainside. He hurriedly recounted his experiences in the bamboo grove, detailing every aspect with meticulous precision. Wang Shan listened in silence, his expression remaining unchanged, though the fingers gripping the teacup tightened slightly. Once Wang De, eagerly awaiting the elder's judgment, Wang Shan finally set down the cup, the bottom of the vessel making a soft sound against the stone table. A figure clad in white, radiant and ethereal, accompanied by a mystical white deer. He narrowed his eyes as if lost in recollection. It does indeed sound somewhat otherworldly. Wang Da's eyes brightened. Isn't it true, father-in-law? You too believe it's real? Wang Shan shook his head and lifted the cup of cool tea, taking a sip. It is difficult to say, he remarked, setting down the teacup and gazing at Wang Da. Ah, Wang Da, you are still young and inexperienced. In my youth, I roamed the land alongside merchants, encountering all manner of strange and bizarre creatures. I have crossed paths with all sorts of charlatans who employ cunning tricks or keep peculiar pets to bewilder the unsuspecting. Particularly those Navi villagers who have yet to see the world. What you describe, what if it were one of those individuals? Wang Da paused, the excitement on his face dissipating significantly. A fraud? Yet his demeanor, his bearing, and that deer do not appear to be counterfeit. Furthermore, he inquired about the dynasty and reign titles. Wang Shan waved his hand, interrupting him. Asking about the dynasty and reign titles resembles the tactics of a swindler, attempting to create an impression of having been in slumber for ages, shrouded in inscrutability. As for that demeanor, well, some deceivers rely on such charisma for their livelihood. It is entirely possible that the deer is merely a product of some exotic substance or an extraordinarily realistic imitation. Wang Da was rendered speechless, his conviction wavering. Could it be that he had indeed been duped? Yet, the sensation had felt so tangible. Observing the shifting expressions on Wang Da's face, Wang Shan recognized that the moment was ripe. He rose from his seat and paced a few steps in the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he halted, his expression turning grave. Wang Da, regardless of whether this matter is true or false, it is of utmost significance. Wang Da nodded vigorously. Please, elder, go on. Wang Shan spoke with a somber tone. Consider this, if it is a fabrication, a ruse, and you proclaim it loudly for the entire village to hear, should it reach the ears of the county officials, they would undoubtedly believe it to be an omen of good fortune and send someone to investigate. When the truth is unveiled and it is revealed to be false, what then? Deceiving those in authority would bring dire consequences, and our entire Qifeng village would face retribution. Wang Da broke into a cold sweat at this revelation. As a mere hunter, he had not contemplated such convoluted ramifications. But what if it is true? He whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. Wang Shan regarded him with a weighty gaze, his tone growing even more serious. If it is indeed true, then the situation becomes even more perilous. Do you think that a genuine celestial being would delight in being disturbed by us mere mortals? Should we inadvertently offend their divine presence and invoke their wrath, the repercussions would be severe. Wang Shan did not continue, yet the implication was unmistakable. Wang Da's face drained of color, filled with apprehension. Elder, what shall we do? Wang Shan resumed his seat upon the stone bench, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the stone table. After a moment of silence, his voice emerged with an undeniable resolution. Thus, this matter, between you and me, must never be mentioned to a third party. Not a single word. Even your wife must keep it buried deep within her heart. Do you understand? Wang Da nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. I understand. I understand. I shall not reveal a thing, not even if it costs me my life. That is good. Wang Shan nodded, seemingly relieved. With the matter conclusively settled, Wang Da felt a sense of reassurance and stood to take his leave. I shall return now. Wait. Wang Shan suddenly called out to him. Wang Da turned back in confusion. He saw Wang Shan squinting at him, a trace of inscrutable amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Da, did that esteemed figure not utter a phrase before departing, something to the effect that should fate allow, perhaps we shall meet again in this very place? Wang Da paused, reflecting carefully. Indeed, such words were spoken. Wang Shan nodded, raising a hand to gesture towards the mountains. From this day forth, you shall traverse the forest using that very path. Especially on your descent, you must pass through the bamboo grove. Go there every day. Wang Da was further perplexed. Old master, what is the reason for this? Did you not say we should not disturb? Wang Shan chuckled, patting his shoulder. Silly boy. I am not sending you to seek. I am instructing you to wait. That esteemed figure stated that if fate allows, we shall meet again. How can you be certain that this destiny does not require you to encounter it yourself? Consider this. In the entire village, you alone have met that is. What does that signify? Wang Shan's voice dropped even lower, tinged with a hint of temptation. This is your celestial fate. Celestial fate. The very words thundered in Wang Da's mind, and he instantly grasped the implication of Wang Shan's message. Indeed, if the celestial being indicated a reunion, how could he possibly meet again without going there? The old master was guiding him, ensuring he would not squander this monumental opportunity. A rush of fervor surged through Wang Da, and he could no longer conceal the excitement and elation on his face. He bowed deeply to Wang Shan. Old master, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance. Your kindness shall not go unacknowledged. You have truly thought this through. I almost missed this grand chance. Wang Shan waved his hand dismissively, appearing pleased with the youth's understanding. Go, and remember, keep your lips sealed and maintain the status quo. Yes, yes, Wang De replied repeatedly, turning and striding away from Wang Shan's home with great energy. Observing Wang De nearly bounding away, Wang Shan's smile gradually faded. He resumed his grip on the now lukewarm cup of tea, draining it in one gulp, his gaze directed towards the verdant peaks, his expression complex. Whether this celestial fate is real or not, one must take a chance to see. What if it were true? This impoverished Qifeng village, which has suffered for generations, might truly be able to change its fate. Chapter 9, The Immortal's Reflection. Meanwhile, on the other side of Qifeng Mountain, within a concealed stone cave, Li Yin had shed his celestial guise and donned the understated attire of dark iron. At the cave's entrance, the deer lay nestled, while inside, a small pile of firewood crackled cheerfully. Leaning against the stone wall, he toyed with a smooth pebble, his mind rapidly replaying the encounter with Wang De. It worked. He exhaled, a relaxed smile gracing his lips. The hunter named Wang De, with his eyes wide in shock, reverence, and ultimately excitement, had fully embraced the fabricated tale of their serendipitous meeting with the immortal. Moreover, the information gleaned from Wang De was invaluable. In the realm of Beiyin and Nanchu, divided by rivers, Jiangzhou and Qinghe County presented a clearer picture of the world structure. Most crucially, the hierarchy of martial prowess seemed less daunting than he had initially feared. Could one navigate the bustling cities with merely the true Qi realm? Li Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. While one could not entirely rely on the perceptions of a villager hunter, it was evident that this realm signified a commendable level of skill. What of his own capabilities? He recalled the terrifying might of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion and its flames, then considered the more formidable divine beasts and fierce mounts within his repository. If he were merely to contend with those of the true Qi realm, the pressure seemed manageable, provided he could secure a powerful mount. It appeared that masquerading as an immortal was a viable path, at least for the time being. He felt considerably reassured. In Qinghe County, as long as he exercised caution and refrained from excessive recklessness, his safety should be assured. The pressing question now was how to effectively leverage this celestial identity, enabling him to traverse the forest openly, engage with the world, acquire further knowledge, and perhaps discover a means to establish himself within this realm. He could not remain hidden in a cave like a wild man indefinitely, subsisting on hunting and gathering, spending nights in a stone hollow, with only a mount, likely to be replaced the next day, as his sole companion. Such a lifestyle might suffice for a few days, but over time, he feared it would drive him to madness, especially after learning that civilization existed beyond, with villages and towns. He needed a strategy to forge a more stable connection with Wang De, or, more broadly, the inhabitants of Qifeng village. Li Yin began to ponder. Should he seek out Wang De again? No, that would be too conspicuous and could raise suspicions. Furthermore, an immortal ought to maintain an air of dignity. It was unbecoming to frequently visit a mere mortal hunter for casual conversation. Thus, one must simply wait. Wait for Wang De to chance upon him once more? This indeed seems a plausible strategy. Judging by Wang Da's last display of excitement, he is likely to perceive this fortuitous encounter as a monumental opportunity, perhaps even making daily pilgrimages to that bamboo grove. All that is required of him is to occasionally make an appearance there, adorned with suitable mounts and attire, to subtly assert his presence and deepen the impression he leaves behind. After several such interactions, he may find a suitable pretext to engage in more profound dialogue with him, perhaps by offering a few words of guidance or presenting him with a token of goodwill. Li Yin's gaze fell upon the icon of his inventory. The attire section glimmered invitingly. Yet, what of the equipment, elixirs, and materials represented by those muted icons? Were they truly beyond his grasp? Or did they require the fulfillment of certain specific conditions for activation, perhaps a particular energy from this world or a designated ritual? Li Yin attempted to mentally reach out to those gray icons, but met with no response, as if they were separated by an insurmountable barrier. For the time being, he would have to rely solely on his attire and mount. He sighed. Nevertheless, even these two elements provided ample room for creative endeavors. Food and water were not an immediate concern. With the attributes of his mount and attire, he should be sufficiently safe near Qifeng Mountain. Next, he needed information and integration. Li Yin rose, pacing within the confines of the narrow stone cave. His gaze drifted once more towards the smoke curling up from the village below. Qifeng village. That would be his initial foray into this unfamiliar realm, and the hunter named Wang De was the key he had chosen to unlock this world. He needed to devise a careful plan for their next encounter, contemplating how to perform his part. The light in Li Yin's eyes shimmered with thoughtful intensity as he began to envision scenes of renewed celestial fates in his mind. Chapter 10. The coming storm. The following morning, Li Yin leaned against the frigid stone wall, still savoring the lingering echoes of yesterday's celestial encounter in the bamboo grove. Wang De's astonished and respectful demeanor confirmed that he had made the right move, a promising beginning. He rubbed his still sleepy eyes and instinctively directed his thoughts towards the golden dice icon in the upper right corner of his vision. It was time to see what surprises today would bring. However, as soon as his thoughts brushed against it, an unfamiliar wave of energy surged into his consciousness. It was not a spinning image, but rather a clear stream of information. Daily dice rolls now offered the choice of a new summoning or a nostalgic pursuit. Opting for a new summoning would randomly draw from the complete library of mounts he possessed, while choosing to recall past experiences would randomly select from mounts he had successfully summoned in this world before, in the context of reminiscing and pursuing the past. Upon successfully summoning the same mount 3 times, a specified summoning will be unlocked. Once the designated mount is unlocked, the host may consume their daily dice rolls to summon it directly. Li Yin straightened his posture, his heart racing with excitement. What was going on? Had the rules changed? Could he now choose randomly from the mounts he had previously summoned? Summoning 3 times would allow for a designated call. This was nothing short of extraordinary news. He had previously fretted over the possibility of rolling a water mount when he needed a flying one, or a decorative mount when combat was required. What a disaster that would be. Now, as long as his luck held, he could roll 3 times for several key types of mounts, such as flying, combat, and stealth, enabling him to summon the most suitable ally whenever needed. This enhancement was a significant upgrade. After the initial elation, Li Yin quickly regained his composure. Why had such a change occurred so suddenly? Until yesterday, the dice had operated under a purely random model. Strangely, this optimization appeared right after his first interaction with the indigenous people of this world. Could there be a connection between the two? Engaging with the native beings, or rather, establishing a deeper interaction with this realm, might facilitate the enhancement and unlocking of his unique abilities. This thought took root in his mind, proliferating like a vine. If that were indeed the case, then his previous caution and concealment must have hindered the development of his powers to illuminate the gray equipment, elixirs, and materials within his package. Would he also need to immerse himself more deeply in this world? It seemed that contact with Qifeng village was imperative, and the sooner, the better. Li Yan's gaze flickered. What had initially been a plan to gather information and improve his living conditions now bore an additional, more profound significance, the unlocking of the full potential of his abilities. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. Let us first test this new rule. He silently chanted, reminisce and pursue. The dice icon before him quivered gently, not spinning, but instead revealing faint ethereal shadows of the flame beast lion, the cloud crane, and the ink Kirin, precisely the mounts he had summoned before. The shadows flickered rapidly before finally solidifying. The cloud crane. This was the 3rd time. Li Yan's spirits soared. A notification chimed, detected that the Mount Cloud Crane has been summoned 3 times. Designated summoning has been unlocked. A soft white light flashed, and the elegant cloud crane reappeared in the cave, maintaining its serene demeanor. Excellent. Simply splendid. Li Yin could not help but clench his fist in triumph. This signifies that, starting tomorrow, he will possess a mount capable of flight every day, should he wish it. This holds unparalleled strategic significance for reconnaissance, travel, and even escape. The immediate objective is to swiftly summon the formidable Flame Lion mount, as well as the swift and stealthy Wind Leopard, 3 times each. With a stable assurance of flight and combat, his confidence in undertaking actions will be profoundly transformed. In the ensuing days, the heavens seemed to have sprung a leak. As relentless rain fell in a continuous drumming, never ceasing, the mountains and forests were enveloped in a damp mist, shrouding visibility in obscurity. Each day, Li Yin opted to reminisce and pursue his goals, and fortune smiled upon him. The Flame Lion was successfully summoned for the 2nd time, while the Azure Phoenix also graced him with its 2nd summoning. The Ink Qilin, however, was particularly accommodating, gathering enough energy to achieve a 3rd summoning, thereby unlocking the specified summon. This meant he now possessed 2 mounts ready for summoning at any moment. The Celestial Crane, flying, and the Ink Qilin, auspicious and imposing. On land, these past few days, due to the torrential rains, he refrained from venturing to the bamboo grove to encounter Wangda. Firstly, the inclement weather rendered it unsuitable for celestial beings to travel. Secondly, he required time to fortify his collection of mounts. Most of his hours were spent within the stone cavern, or cautiously maneuvering on the Ink Qilin through the nearby woodlands, gathering sustenance and familiarizing himself with the territory. The inherent pressure emanating from the Ink Qilin proved invaluable, deterring ordinary beasts from approaching and alleviating much trouble. Inside the cavern, Li Yin wrapped himself in a snow mountain traveler-esque cloak, which possessed a faint warmth-retaining quality, listening to the incessant patter of rain outside, his brow slightly furrowed. Ink Qilin, shall you accompany me for a stroll today? He addressed the creature resting in the corner. The Ink Qilin, with its dark-scaled armor still shimmering with a ghostly light in the dim cave, rose at his words, gently tossing its mane, sending droplets flying. Together, Man and mount stepped once more into the enveloping curtain of rain. The downpour showed no signs of abating, rather intensifying with fervor. The mountain path was treacherous and muddy, yet the ink Qilin trod upon the slick earth with the steadiness of a rock. Li Yin, perched atop its back, cast a keen gaze around, searching for edible wild vegetables or small creatures driven from their burrows by the rain. Suddenly, the ink Qilin came to a halt. It anxiously pawed the ground, exhaling forcefully through its nostrils and emitting a series of low, resonant growls from its throat. A palpable sense of restlessness and vigilance coursed through Li Yan's mind. What is it? He thought, a shiver of alertness coursing through him. The ink Qilin, a beast of auspiciousness, possessed an innate sensitivity to calamity and fortune. Its current reaction was anything but ordinary. The ink Qilin abruptly turned its head, gazing towards the village below, its eyes laden with gravity. An ominous presence loomed there, heralding impending disaster. Fragmented thoughts, imbued with a strong sense of forewarning, surged into Li Yan's consciousness. A disaster? Li Yan furrowed his brow. The calamity capable of eliciting such a reaction from the ink Qilin was undoubtedly of great significance. Take me to see, he commanded decisively. The ink Qilin let out a low growl, no longer hesitating, and shifted direction, carrying Li Yan towards the source of its alarm. The rain blurred their vision, while the mountain winds, laden with chill, stung their faces. The ink Qilin moved at an astonishing speed, traversing the rugged mountain path with ease, swiftly bringing Li Yan to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, near the village. Not far ahead, a wide river surged tumultuously. The waters were murky, mingled with silt and broken branches, emitting a thunderous roar. This was the Qing River, which gave Qinghe County its name. In the past, Li Yan had gazed at this river from afar. Though its currents were swift, they had never been as frenzied as they were today. At this moment, the Qing River resembled an enraged dragon, rolling and roaring wildly. The river's surface had visibly widened since Li Yan's aerial observations days prior. The water level was rising at an alarming rate, nearly threatening to overflow the low-lying banks on either side. Li Yan's expression turned grave. He was no hydrology expert, but he possessed basic geographical knowledge. The position of Qifeng village, nestled against the mountains and by the water, was precarious. Behind the village loomed the steep Qifeng mountain, while not far ahead lay the now surging Qing River. He recalled Wang Da's mention of the expansive Yunming Marsh, located not far to the north of Qinghe County. Continuous heavy rains, the rising river, and the complex water systems of the nearby marsh flash floods, mudslides. These two terms struck Li Yan's mind like twin bolts of lightning. Should the upstream land succumb to the relentless rains, resulting in widespread landslides and mudflows that would carry boulders and trees into the already swollen Qing River, the waters would backflow, and the mountain torrents would erupt. Qifeng village at the mountain's foot would be the first to bear the brunt, swallowed in an instant. The consequences were unimaginable. Ink Qilin, when will the disaster you sensed occur? Li Yan urgently inquired through thought. The ink Qilin raised its head, gazing at the overcast sky, its dark scales faintly shimmering with flowing runes. After a moment, a clear thought was conveyed. 3 days. Li Yan's heart sank. The dozens of households in Qifeng village now hung by a thread. They were likely oblivious to the impending peril. Moreover, Qifeng village is currently the only civilized stronghold he can access, serving as the crucial gateway for him to acquire information and integrate into this world. Should Qifeng village cease to exist, he would be thrust back into the arduous solitude of survival in the mountains and forests. He harbors a faint intuition that the further unlocking of his abilities may be intricately linked to establishing deeper interactions with the beings of this world. He must save them, at all costs. Yet, the method of salvation presents a formidable dilemma. He must convince the villagers to believe him and take timely precautions without revealing his secrets. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Li Yan's eyes. Furthermore, he must transform this crisis into an opportunity, an exceptional chance to solidify his identity as a celestial being and earn the villagers' trust and admiration. Was he not already troubled by how to engage further with Qifeng village and integrate more naturally within it? This impending natural disaster is, indeed, a divine stroke of fortune presented to him as a stepping stone. A bold plan swiftly took shape in his mind. A tempest is brewing, as the saying goes. Li Yan murmured to himself, a knowing smile curving at the corners of his lips. He patted the neck of the ink Qilin. Let us return. This grand spectacle requires thorough preparation. The ink Qilin, seemingly sensing his intent, emitted a low roar and turned to tread through the mud towards the direction of the cave. The rain continued to fall, yet within Li Yan's heart, the clouds had parted. He understood that 3 days hence, the fate of Qifeng village would be irrevocably altered by his hand, and he would seize this opportunity to take the pivotal first step towards truly immersing himself in this world. Chapter 11. The Trial of the Serpent. The following day, the downpour had finally lessened. Within the cave, Li Yan had long been prepared. Today, he donned a new outfit, a set of garments named the Misty Rain Leisure Robe. The azure robe, crafted from a light, thin material, shimmered with a peculiar glow. The fine raindrops that fell upon it glided off like pearls rolling over lotus leaves, leaving no trace of dampness. The cuffs and hem were embroidered with silver threads depicting ethereal mountain and cloud patterns, adding an otherworldly grace amidst the hazy mist. The ink Qian lay quietly beside him, exuding a reassuring aura of majesty. Li Yin stepped out of the cave, the ink Qian following closely behind. Instead of heading directly to the bamboo grove, he ascended a craggy cliff with a sweeping view, gazing down at the tumultuous waters below. The relentless rain had rendered the azure river at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain ever more turbulent. Time is of the essence, he murmured softly, his gaze steady. He turned, mounted the ink Qian, and set forth towards the familiar bamboo grove. The bamboo thicket, shrouded in the lingering rain, appeared even more profound. The bamboo leaves, washed by the rain, glistened with a vibrant green, filling the air with the refreshing scent of earth and foliage. Li Yin once again chose the moss-covered rock from his previous visit, settling down with ease, while the ink-like Qian lay quietly beside him. Li Yin did not wait long. A rustling sound of footsteps, accompanied by the gentle rustle of a raincoat, emerged from the other end of the bamboo path. A figure, clad in a conical hat and raincoat, lowered their head, cautiously parting the drooping bamboo leaves as they entered. It was none other than the hunter, Wang De habitual. He would stroll through this bamboo grove whenever the rain ceased, ever mindful of the village elder's words. Perhaps, in this unassuming wait, lay his destined encounter. As Wang De raised his head, the moment he beheld the scene deep within the bamboo grove, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. His eyes, peering from beneath the hat, widened in astonishment. There it was again, the halo. This time, it was more subdued yet exuded an even greater sense of mystery. Within the halo, the immortal remained seated, donned in a new azure robe, as if the rain itself avoided him, not a single drop touching his garment. Beside the immortal, instead of the mystical white deer, lay a creature he had never seen before, entirely black, resembling a mythical beast, exuding an extraordinary majesty. The creature lay still, radiating an aura of overwhelming power that sent shivers down one's spine. Immortal. Wang Da's voice trembled, a blend of surprise and reverence. He hastily discarded the machete he had been holding for protection and stepped forward, kneeling in the mud with a thud. Commoner Wang Da pays his respects to the immortal. The immortal had descended once more, and the commoner found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with emotion. Li Yin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze resting on Wang Da, his expression remaining indifferent yet tinged with a trace of elusive compassion. Rise, he commanded, his voice soft yet resonant in Wang Da's ears. Wang Da obeyed, standing up but still bent at the waist, too intimidated to raise his gaze. Between us, there exists a connection yet to be fulfilled, Li Yin spoke. His tone ethereal. Wang Da's heart quivered. The immortal remembered him. Today, I shall bestow upon you a momentous opportunity, as well as an impending catastrophe. Opportunity? Catastrophe? Wang Da was bewildered, unable to comprehend the immortal's words. Li Yin gently raised his hand, pointing toward the verdant river below and further afield to the expansive Yumeng Lake. Do you know the reason for this continuous downpour? Wang Da shook his head in confusion. The commoner is dull, unaware. It is the cycle of heaven's decree, as well as a trial for all living beings. Li Yan's gaze deepened, shrouded in mystery. Deep within the depths of Yumeng Marsh, a malevolent dragon lurks, having concealed itself for centuries. Attuning to the celestial signs that herald its time to act, yearning to embark upon the perilous transformation of a dragon. The mere mention of the dragon's emergence caused Wang Da to gasp in horror, his complexion paling to a ghostly white. As a native of the South Chu Kingdom, residing not far from the vast expanse of Yunmeng Marsh, he was acutely aware of the grave implications of such an event. The emergence of the dragon from the waters would inevitably unleash catastrophic floods, resulting in the destruction of villages and the loss of countless lives, plunging the innocent into despair. Immortal, what shall we do? Wang Da's voice trembled, laced with desperation, as he fell to his knees, beseeching the immortal for mercy, pleading for the salvation of the 100 souls in Qingfeng village. He repeatedly bowed his head, his forehead striking the damp earth. Li Yin observed him, letting out a gentle sigh, a flicker of helplessness evident in his gaze. This was a fate already sealed, an unstoppable tide of destiny that could not be easily altered. Wang Da's heart plummeted to despair. If even the immortal deemed it unchangeable, what hope was there for Qingfeng village? A wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to faint. Noticing the moment was ripe, Li Yin shifted his tone. All things are interconnected by fate. Our encounter is not mere chance. How could I stand idly by while you face annihilation in the flood? Wang De abruptly lifted his gaze, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Immortal, Li Yin continued, though fate may be immutable, a thread of survival exists within it. Today, I reveal a fragment of heavenly insight, guiding you towards evasion and survival. Whether you seize this thread of opportunity depends upon your own fortune. His words, enigmatic yet laden with implications, left ample clues. Wang De's mind raced. The immortal's intention was clear. He would not directly vanquish the dragon or halt the impending deluge. Instead, he had divulged the timing of the calamity and its nature. This revelation constituted the lifeline. Foreknowledge would allow for avoidance. Wang Da's understanding dawned upon him. I comprehend. I comprehend. He bowed deeply, gratitude overwhelming him. Thank you, immortal, for illuminating the path. This life-saving grace shall be eternally etched in the hearts of all in Qifeng village. Li Yin nodded slightly. That is all I can impart. The rest is up to you. He feared that excessive words might betray his own ignorance of the arcane arts of this world. His purpose had been fulfilled. It was time to withdraw. Rising gracefully, he swept his robe, and he also stood, emitting a deep growl as if urging him onward. Li Yin mounted the broad back of the, casting a final glance at Wang De from his elevated vantage. Remember, 2 days. Before the words had fully escaped his lips. Leapt into the air, enveloped in a swirling darkness, carrying Li Yin away, seamlessly merging into the curtain of rain and the shadows of the bamboo, vanishing in an instant. Immortal! Immortal! Wang De yearned to inquire further, yet all he beheld was the ethereal figure of the immortal drifting away into the distance. He longed to pursue. But the village elder's words echoed in his mind. To go is not to seek, but to wait. This is your celestial fate. The immortal had already illuminated the path of life. Should he persist in his entanglement, would he not be deemed foolish? He withdrew his outstretched hand and struck his head with a heavy thud. How foolish! The celestial elder had stated it unequivocally, fate is immutable. And to have received such a warning is a tremendous blessing. Rising from the ground, he paid no heed to the blood and mud staining his face. The dragon had escaped its confines. The flood is coming. In 2 days. These words thundered through his mind like a relentless storm. He dared not delay for a moment. Turning unsteadily and scrambling out of the bamboo grove, racing down the hill toward Qifeng village. He must immediately relay this earth-shattering news to old Wang. He must inform the entire village. Qifeng village is on the brink of disaster. Chapter 12. A thread between life and death. Wang De stumbled into old Wang's courtyard. Old Wang. Old Wang. He crashed through the dilapidated gate of Wang Shan's home, his voice hoarse from shouting. Wang Shan sat at the entrance of the hall, lost in thought as he gazed at the rain-soaked stone mill in the yard. Hearing the commotion, his brows furrowed. Wakda? What has happened? Surely it cannot be. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang De collapsed before him, drenched in mud, blood smeared across his face, a pitiful sight. Old Wang. A great calamity has befallen us. A momentous event. Wang Shan's eyes widened in shock, the murky pupils suddenly gleaming with intensity. He grasped Wang Da's wrist firmly, urging him to speak slowly and calmly. What did the celestial elder say? The elder said, in Yunming's, there is a malevolent dragon. It shall transform into a dragon. In the coming days, the Qinghe River will flood. Our village will be submerged. Wang De struggled to articulate his words. Transform into a dragon? Wang Shan inhaled sharply, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Having traversed the world for most of his life, he had certainly heard the legends of dragon transformations. Such events are true natural disasters. When they occur, they bring devastation across vast lands, leaving countless lives in ruin. Is there a way to counter this? Wang Shan's voice trembled slightly. Wang De shook his head vigorously, despair etched across his face. The elder said this is fate, immutable. The warning itself is a great mercy. Releasing Wang Da's wrist, Wang Shan slowly rose, pacing at the entrance of the hall. Is the fate of Qifeng village truly about to change? He murmured to himself. Moments later, he abruptly halted, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Wang De, go immediately to the village head and ring the bell. Gather all the villagers to discuss this matter at the ancestral hall. Yes, old Wang. Wang De, akin to a man grasping a lifeline, sprang to his feet and dashed towards the exit. Wait, Wang Shan called out to him. Wipe the mud and blood off your face. We don't want to frighten anyone. Wang De hastily wiped his face a couple of times, acknowledged with a grunt, and bolted outside like the wind. Wang Shan lifted his gaze to the overcast sky, to the Qinghe River. He turned back to retrieve an oiled paper umbrella from the corner and picked up his usual walking stick. Juzi. Sure too. He shouted into the inner room. 2 robust young men in their 20s emerged in response, Wang Shan's grandsons. Grandfather, what is the matter? Come with me to the riverbank. Wang Shan's tone brooked no argument. But grandfather, the rain is pouring heavily. The riverbank is dangerous. Wang Zhu, the elder grandson, expressed his concern. Enough chatter. Quickly, the 3 of them ventured out, navigating the muddy terrain towards the Qinghe River, umbrella in hand. The village bell tolled with an urgent and somber resonance, permeating the air with an ominous foreboding. Many villagers peeked out from their homes, their faces etched with confusion. What is happening? This bell sounds unusual. Could it be that the great beast from the mountains has descended again? Wang Shan disregarded the villagers' murmurs and led his grandsons directly to the once clear waters of the river were now murky and turbulent, laden with silt and broken branches. The river had widened considerably, and the water level had risen significantly. Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, having grown up by the river, immediately sensed something was amiss. "Grandfather, the water is rising too swiftly." Wang Zhu's face turned pale. "Indeed." Wang Shi concurred. "It wasn't this high just a few days ago. Though the rain is heavy, the Qinghe hasn't swelled like this in many years." Wang Shan squinted, meticulously observing the direction and velocity of the current. While the water level was high, he deduced that it was still insufficient to inundate the entire village. At least from what he could discern. The terrain of Qifeng village was notably higher than the riverbank. Unless he recalled Wang De's recounting of the immortal's words, the dragon stirs in the waters. This was no ordinary flood, it was the dragon's wrath. Imbued with immense power. Old wisdom would be of no use here. The words of the immortal were undoubtedly true. Wang Shan resolved firmly in his heart. He would rather believe in the possibility than dismiss it. This was a matter of life and death for the entire village. "Let us go. Back to the ancestral hall." Wang Shan immediately turned on his heel. The ancestral hall of Qingfeng village was the most spacious and robust structure in the village. At this moment, it was packed with people, men and women of all ages, their faces a mosaic of anxiety. Wang Shan stood at the center of the hall, his expression serious. Wang De stood beside him, still somewhat dazed, yet bearing a hint of solemnity as if touched by the immortal. "Villagers." Wang Shan's resonant voice rose above the din of the rain. "Today, I have gathered everyone here to discuss a matter of utmost importance that pertains to the very survival of our Qifeng village." The villagers erupted into a cacophony of whispers and murmurs. "Silence," Wang Shan commanded in a deep voice. Once the crowd settled, he recounted, word for word, the tale of Wang Da's 2 encounters with the celestial being, who forewarned of the malignant flood dragon and the impending deluge. Inside the ancestral hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All present were struck dumb by the news, their faces betraying disbelief. A celestial being? A malevolent dragon? Such notions, confined to theatrical scripts and the tales of elders, how could they suddenly manifest in their humble mountain village? "Old man, is this truly the case?" A young man stammered. "The words of the celestial being cannot be false." Wang De stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "I, Wang De, have witnessed it twice, with my own eyes and ears. The celestial being radiates divine light, accompanied by a majestic creature. They're undeniably not of this world. Were it not for the benevolence of the celestial being, we would still be in ignorance, and by the time we realize the danger, it may be too late." The crowd erupted once more in turmoil, fear, skepticism, and confusion coursed through them. "Old man, the waters of the Qinghe have indeed risen significantly, but in past years, they have reached such heights before," some argued. "Yes. Should we uproot our entire village at the behest of mere words?" What if Wang Shan raised his hand, urging quiet once again? "I understand that doubts linger in your hearts. Yet, I must pose a question. What if the celestial being's words are true? Can we afford to gamble with the lives of our entire village, over 100 souls?" His gaze swept over each individual. "I, Wang Shan, have lived a substantial life without betraying my fellow villagers. The decision to believe or not lies with all of you. However, I, Wang Shan, choose to trust the celestial being. My mind is made up. Tonight, Qingfeng village must relocate to the highest flatland on the back mountain. Those willing to follow me should return now to gather their belongings, bring whatever food and livestock they can, and we must depart before darkness falls. For those unwilling, I shall not compel you, but the consequences shall be yours to bear." In the ancestral hall, silence prevailed once more. The villagers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Suddenly, an elderly woman with silver hair trembled as she stood up. "Old man, I believe you. I also believe in the celestial being. After living this long, to receive guidance towards a path of survival from the celestial being is a tremendous blessing for our Qifeng village. I shall return to gather my things." With her leading the charge, others quickly followed suit. "I also believe the celestial being would not deceive us simple villagers. Let us hurry back and prepare. It will be too late otherwise." Fears and the instinct to survive overwhelmed skepticism. After all, it was a warning from a divine entity. Soon, the crowd in the ancestral hall dispersed in a flurry, each rushing back to their homes, preoccupied with urgent tasks. Wang Shan observed this scene, letting out a long sigh of relief. However, the heavy burden in his heart remained. He approached Wang De and patted him on the shoulder. "Wang De, you have done remarkably well." He then turned to Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, instructing, "You two, immediately go to the county to report the news. Inform the esteemed officials of the impending flood in Qinghe. Remember, it is imperative that you act swiftly. Perhaps the county can dispatch some personnel to assist us." "Yes, sir." The two replied and hurriedly departed. After a while, the villagers began to herd their cattle and sheep, carrying grain and children's. Cautiously making their way along the path to the back mountain, Wang Shan led the procession, leaning on a wooden staff, each step taken with firm resolve. Occasionally, he glanced back at the familiar village below, his heart a tumult of emotions. The fate of Qingfeng village, from this moment forth, was bound to alter. Let us hope it changes for the better. Chapter 13. The turmoil in the county office in the back hall of the Qinghe County office. County Magistrate Zhao Zhan was lost in thought, gazing at an aged page of the Water Conservancy examination of Southern Chu. Outside, raindrops fell in a rhythmic patter, accompanied by hurried footsteps drawing nearer. A constable burst in, drenched from the rain, bowing to report, "My lord, the two grandsons of Wang Laozhang from Qifeng village, Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, are waiting outside. They claim to have an urgent matter to discuss with you." Qifeng village? Zhao Zhan mused, instructing them to be brought in. Before long, Wang Zhu and Wang Shi were ushered in, completely soaked, their faces etched with urgency and fatigue. "We are the humble Wang Zhu and Wang Shi, paying our respects to the esteemed lord." The two knelt down in reverence. "Rise and speak," Zhao Zhan replied, his tone calm. "What brings such haste?" Wang Zhu caught his breath before recounting his grandfather Wang Laozhang's instructions, detailing the warning of the celestial being, the ominous transformation of the dragon, and the imminent flood in Qinghe, articulating every word with precision. He spoke fervently, while Wang Shi interjected occasionally with additional details. Zhao Zhan listened intently, his expression transitioning from initial composure to gradual astonishment, eventually tightening into a frown. A celestial being? A dragon's transformation? Although Zhao Zhan had once resided in the capital and, despite being relegated to this remote locale, he prided himself on his scholarly pursuits and typically approached matters of the supernatural with skepticism. Yet, he had heard of Wang Laozhang, a prudent elder of considerable repute in Qingfeng village, and found it hard to believe he would fabricate such outlandish tales to deceive the authorities. The constables in the hall exchanged glances, each thinking that perhaps the brothers had merely succumbed to the rain and were muddled in their minds. Zhao Zhan remained silent for a considerable time after listening to their account, finding the situation utterly absurd. "Come here," he called out. "Yes." Two constables responded as they stepped forward. "Take these two away, find a suitable place to settle them, and summon a physician to ensure they do not catch a chill." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Wang Zhu and Wang Shi repeatedly bowed their heads, being assisted away. Zhao Zhan paced back and forth in the hall, his brow furrowed in concern. If this matter were false, it would merely be a case of unsophisticated villagers experiencing an unnecessary scare. Yet, if it were true, a calamity of monstrous proportions, then the implications were dire. Qinghe County lay on the edge of Yunming's. Should a deluge occur, the consequences would be unthinkable. "Master Feng," he raised his voice. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged scholar with a goatee and keen eyes briskly emerged from the back hall. He was none other than the county's advisor, Feng Yong. "Master, you called for me. What is your command?" Feng bowed respectfully. Zhao Zhan briefly recounted the events that had transpired, concluding with the inquiry, "What do you think should be done about this matter?" Feng Yong, initially taken aback, exhibited a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes, which quickly transformed into an overwhelming joy that was hard to contain. He rubbed his hands together, lowering his voice. Yet his tone trembled with excitement. "Master, Master, this is a tremendous omen. It is a sign of your auspicious fate." "Omen?" Zhao Zhan was momentarily taken aback. A flood of catastrophic proportions, how could this be an omen? "You are mistaken." Feng Yang leaned in closer, lowering his voice further. "Consider this. If the situation is indeed true, a celestial being has descended, enlightening the mortals and forewarning of disaster. Is this not a divine blessing bestowed upon Qinghe County? Ultimately, this omen must manifest through you. If we can handle this matter appropriately and report the celestial being's south deeds to the court, His Majesty would be greatly pleased, and your return to the capital would be imminent." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan's heart leapt. The phrase "return to the capital" struck him like a jolt of electricity, igniting the deepest yearning within him. Zhao Zhan, well-read and confident in his intellect, had found himself repeatedly demoted due to the intrigues of the political arena. Relegated to this remote and impoverished Qinghe County, the pent-up frustration had lingered for years. He constantly dreamed of returning to the capital to realize his ambitions. Was this extraordinary encounter with the celestial being truly a sign from heaven, granting him a chance for redemption? Yet, why did the celestial being merely warn, without intervening directly? Zhao Zhan still held on to a thread of rationality. Feng Yong's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. "Master, the workings of celestial beings are beyond our mortal comprehension. Perhaps they abide by the heavenly order and refrain from direct interference. Perhaps it is due to the boundless powers of the celestial being within the depths of Yunming's. There are not merely one, but multiple malevolent serpents, The immortal has already intervened to suppress the rest, leaving only this one to escape, hence issuing a warning to us mortals to save ourselves, serving as a trial. In my humble opinion, this immortal must be the guardian deity of Qinghe County, perhaps even of the surrounding hundreds of miles. The usual tranquility, favorable weather, and the well-being of the populace are all reliant on the immortal's covert protection. As Feng Yong spoke with increasing fervor, it seemed he could already envision Zhao Zhan ascending to higher ranks, with himself soaring alongside him. Listening to this, Zhao Zhan felt his ambition for fame and fortune ignite within him, akin to kindling thrown into a fire. He exhaled deeply, and the uncertainty in his gaze gradually transformed into a resolute determination. The words of the steward do hold some truth. Suddenly, he struck the wooden block, summoned the county vice, the scribe, and the county guard to convene here at once. Before long, County Vice Lu Mao, Scribe Sun Ming, and County Guard Xin Hu hurriedly arrived. Zhao Zhan sat with a solemn demeanor, recounting the matters of Qingfeng village and the auspicious discourse of Steward Feng. Lu Mao, a seasoned man well past 50, was initially taken aback but then stroked his beard and chuckled. Congratulations, County Lord. This is indeed the blessing of heaven upon us in Qinghe, showcasing your benevolent governance that has moved the heavens. Scribe Sun Ming quickly chimed in. Indeed. The arrival of the immortal is surely a recognition of your diligent administration and concern for the people, coming to assist us. Only the county guard Xin Hu, upon hearing this, merely raised an eyebrow and cupped his fists, stating, My lord, I believe matters concerning the immortal are rather ethereal. The foremost priority is to promptly dispatch someone to investigate the water conditions of Qinghe, just in case. Xin Hu, a martial artist of considerable strength, was adept at various physical skills and often guided the county's servants in their training, making him a practical individual, generally dismissive of such mystical matters. Zhao Zhan cast a glance at him, feeling a twinge of displeasure, but recognizing the need for capable individuals at this juncture, he refrained from expressing his discontent. Chen Guard's words did possess a degree of validity. He turned to Steward Feng. Steward, according to your assessment, the immortal indicated that within 2 days, the flood would arrive. With half a day already passed, tomorrow is indeed critical. Feng Yong immediately understood. Wise words, Eastwine. I believe we should adopt a dual approach. Firstly, since the villagers of Qingfeng have received guidance from the immortal and begun to migrate to avoid disaster, it is only fitting that our county office extends a helping hand, showcasing our benevolence, while simultaneously paying respect to the immortal. We should send the county guard with capable officers, equipped with ropes and tools, to Qifeng village to assist the villagers and closely monitor the water levels of Qinghe. Should any irregularities arise, they must return promptly to report. Secondly, the county magistrate and the chief clerk, esteemed gentlemen, should inventory the items within the treasury, construct temporary shelters in elevated areas outside the county town, and prepare provisions, warm clothing, and medicinal supplies. In the event of a catastrophic flood, it will enable us to promptly assist the affected populace. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhan nodded slowly. Let it be as the secretary advised. He turned to Qin Hu, Qin County Lieutenant. This task is entrusted to you. Your subordinates possess commendable skills. Their assistance in relocating the villagers will be invaluable. You must hasten your pace to ensure the safety of the villagers. I shall obey. Qin Hu clasped his fists in acknowledgement, and, without further ado, strode out with determination. Zhao Zhan then addressed Lu Mao and Sun Ming. County Magistrate Lu, Chief Clerk Sun, I appreciate your diligence regarding the disaster relief. This matter pertains to the lives of the citizens of Qinghe County, and we must approach it with utmost seriousness. I shall take my leave. Lu Mao and Sun Ming replied in unison, hastily departing to make arrangements. In the courtroom, only Zhao Zhan and Feng Yong remained. Zhao Zhan slowly approached the window, gazing at the persistent drizzle outside, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Secretary, what do you suppose the celestial being looks like? And why would they choose to manifest their divine presence in Qinghe County? Feng Yong replied with a smile, East Lord. The grace of the immortal is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Perhaps they appear with silver hair and youthful visage, or possess an air of ethereal wisdom. As for why they have chosen Qinghe County, it is undoubtedly due to you, East Lord. As a government official, you are the paternal figure of this land. The celestial being's manifestation here is to enlist your aid in rescuing the masses and demonstrating the benevolence of the heavenly way. Listening to this flattery, the pent-up frustration within Zhao Zhan seemed to dissipate significantly. He stood by the window, hands clasped behind him, gazing into the curtain of rain, his thoughts wandering far and wide. Qifeng Mountain, the immortals, the dragon, and auspicious signs. Should we respond appropriately to the situation, not only can we ensure the safety of this region, but we may also ascend to greater heights. The incessant rain, in his eyes, appeared less bothersome, transforming instead into a cleansing force, heralding an extraordinary baptism. Chapter 14. The fury of Qinghe having received his orders, Jinhu wasted no time. He assembled 20 capable constables, each clad in raincoats and straw hats, armed with simple blades, ropes, torches, and provisions at the ready, and set forth into the storm towards Qingfeng village. The downpour was relentless, turning the official road into a quagmire. The constables struggled, each step laborious. Chunhu, fortified by inner strength, traversed the muddy terrain with ease at the forefront of the group, frequently turning to urge the team to keep pace. Stay alert. The county magistrate has commanded that we ensure the safety of the citizens of Qifeng village. A young constable wiped the rain from his face and inched closer. Panting heavily, "Sir, this rain is quite ominous. Is it true that a dragon is causing trouble in Qifeng village?" Chunhu shot him a glare. "Do not ask what you should not inquire. We shall simply carry out our orders. Saving lives is of utmost importance." Indeed, the constable, shrinking his neck, dared not utter another word. The group trudged forward, their steps uneven, and just as darkness began to descend, they finally reached the rear mountain of Qingfeng village. On the hillside, a flicker of firelight illuminated the scene, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Wang Shan was directing the village's able-bodied men, overseeing the construction of makeshift shelters to accommodate the women, children, and the elderly. Upon the arrival of Chun Hu and his companions, Wang Shan's murky old eyes brightened somewhat, and he hurried over to greet them. "County Lieutenant Chun, at last, you have arrived." Chin Hu clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Uncle Wang, the county magistrate, having heard the warning from the immortal, has specifically dispatched me to assist the villagers in their evacuation to avoid the impending flood. The benevolence of the county magistrate, the might of the immortal." Wang Shan bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Chen Hu, eschewing further pleasantries, promptly commanded his subordinates, "Don't just stand there. Help the villagers move their belongings to higher ground and reinforce the shelters. Be swift." "Yes." The constables responded in unison, immediately dispersing to lend a hand. Under Wang Shan's guidance, Chen Hu made his way to the edge of the hillside, gazing down at the Qing River. Through the curtain of rain, the river roared like an enraged earth dragon, its muddy waves surging, wider than what Wang Shan had observed the previous day, the current more turbulent than ever. "County Lieutenant, look at this water." Wang Shan's voice was laced with deep concern. Chen Hu furrowed his brow, though he remained skeptical about the tales of immortals. The swelling of the river indeed felt alarming. "Do not worry, I shall investigate the riverbank carefully," Chen Hu replied solemnly. "My lord, the rain is intensifying, and the mountain path is treacherous. It is too perilous for you to patrol the river alone." An older constable expressed his apprehension. Chen Hu flashed a grin, patting the sword at his waist. "What is there to fear? I am, after all, a practitioner of inner strength. With my abilities, I can run faster than a rabbit. If the flood does come, I shall escape easily. It is you, with your less agile legs, who should take care." With a surge of inner power, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly traversing the muddy trail, leaving the large group behind. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the rain. The constables, left behind, stared in astonishment. His skills are truly remarkable. Indeed, the Lord is a master of inner strength. Few in the entire county can match him. Watching Chun Hu disappear from sight, Wang Shan felt a sense of reassurance. With such a formidable county lieutenant on their side, there was a semblance of hope. They toiled until the afternoon of the following day, and with the assistance of the constables, the majority of those who could be evacuated from Qifeng village, along with their belongings, had been moved to the elevated flatlands of the rear mountain. The hastily constructed shelters were crooked but managed to provide some measure of protection from the wind and rain. Chen Hu periodically returned from patrolling the riverbank to check on the villagers' arrangements, soothing their frayed nerves amid the chaos. As night deepens, the makeshift shelters erected on the flat land of the back mountain come together as a cluster. Though rudimentary, they provide a meager shield against the wind and rain. The villagers of Qifeng, numbering around 100, along with 20 constables, have gathered here. A bonfire crackles in the center of several larger shelters, dispelling a modicum of chill and darkness, yet failing to alleviate the anxiety that grips their hearts. The rain intensifies, pouring down relentlessly. A wild wind howls, accompanied by the unsettling rumble of thunder, while streaks of blinding lightning tear through the night sky, momentarily illuminating the surrounding landscape. Inside the shelters, the villagers huddle together, their faces drained of color, trembling in fear. Many peer through the gaps in the makeshift structures towards the direction of the Qinghe River below. What was once a gentle stream has transformed into a roaring beast. Turbid waves churn and crash against the riverbank, producing a deafening cacophony. The surface of the river, illuminated by the lightning, glimmers with a despairing white light. Heavens above, when will this rain cease? The immortal has spoken of the dragon's emergence. I fear it may soon arrive. Do you hear the sound of the water? It seems as if the mountains themselves are about to collapse. Within the shelter, the villagers clump together, engaging in fervent discussions. Even those men who are usually bold wear solemn expressions, casting anxious glances down the mountain. Old Wang sits at the entrance of one shelter, gripping his well-worn cane tightly, his gaze fixed on the tempestuous skies, his demeanor grave. The immortal's warning cannot be unfounded. Take heart, everyone, our elevation is advantageous. As long as the mountain holds, we shall remain safe from the flood. Chen, who stands at the edge of the flat land on the back mountain, surveying the rising waters of the Qinghe. The water level ascends at a visible pace, with muddy waves crashing against the stones of the bank, creating a thunderous noise. Areas that were once significantly above the waterline are now submerged. This is dire. A chill runs through Chun Hu's heart. This surge could spell disaster. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouts to a nearby constable, "You stay here and reassure the villagers. I shall report to the magistrate immediately." No sooner had he spoken than he summoned his inner strength, propelling himself like an arrow towards the county town. In the Qinghe County office, Zhaozhen paces restlessly in the backroom study, his heart in turmoil. Outside, the tempest rages, with thunder rolling in relentless succession, amplifying his unease. Feng Yang stands nearby, an inexplicable excitement flickering across his face. East Elder, with such torrential rain and thunder, could it be that the immortal's words hold truth? Is this the portent of the vile dragon's emergence? Zhaozhen halts, casting a sharp glare at him. Cease your nonsensical chatter. This matter remains unverified. We must not leap to conclusions. As the words were spoken, an image of the celestial beings described by Brother Wang involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If such beings truly exist, then the tale of the walking flood dragon might indeed hold truth. Just at that moment, a constable stumbled in, panic evident on his face. "My lord, it is dire news. County Lieutenant Chen has returned." "Chen Hu has returned? Isn't he aiding the villagers in Qingfeng village? What calamity has occurred?" Zhaozhen's heart tightened. Before he could finish, Chen Hu burst through the door like a gust of wind, covered in mud and breathless, his expression more serious than ever before. "My lord, the water level of the Qinghe has surged alarmingly. The current is ferocious. It seems the immortal's warning was indeed true. The calamity of the walking flood dragon is upon us." "What?" Zhaozhen was struck with shock, the teacup in his hand crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. Feng Yang's expression also shifted, yet excitement glimmered in his eyes. "Elder Dong, the immortal's foresight is indeed not to be doubted. This is a sign of auspiciousness." At that moment, Zhao Zhen had no mind to heed Feng Yang's words about auspicious signs. He urgently inquired, "What of the villagers in Qingfeng? Have they all been safely evacuated?" "Yes, my lord. All villagers have been relocated to the high ground behind the mountain and are temporarily safe," Chen Hu replied hastily. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Zhen's forehead as he paced back and forth, suddenly stopping. Having lived a significant portion of his life, he had only encountered such extraordinary events in ancient texts and legends. Could it be that he would witness it with his own eyes today? A feeling, indistinctly a mix of curiosity and impulse, surged within him. He turned to Chen Hu, "County Lieutenant Chen, did you discern the appearance of this walking flood dragon?" Chen Hu gave a wry smile. "My lord, I have only heard its roar and not seen its form. Such a divine might is beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals." Zhao Zhen steadied himself, as if making a resolution. "Prepare the horses. I shall personally go to witness this." "Elder Dong, think twice." Feng Yong hastily urged, "In such perilous circumstances, what if it matters not?" Zhao Zhen interrupted, his hand dismissively waving. "This legendary spectacle is unfolding in my Qinghe County. If I do not witness it with my own eyes, would it not be a regret?" He turned to Chen Hu, "County Lieutenant Chen, you are familiar with the path. Lead the way swiftly. Also, summon several elite guards." "My lord, the riverbank is exceedingly perilous." Chen Hu protested urgently. "Seek a location of higher ground that is safe." Zhao Zhen replied resolutely, "I must see what this legendary walking flood dragon truly. Seeing that his pleas were in vain, Chen Hu reluctantly acquiesced, "As you command." Before long, Zhao Zhen donned a fitted outfit and, accompanied by Chen Hu and over 10 guards armed with simple blades and torches, the group braved the tempest towards the banks of the Qinghe. Feng Yong hesitated for a moment but gritted his teeth and followed suit, unwilling to miss such an auspicious event. The group finally arrived at a high slope by the Qinghe at the darkest hour before dawn. The azure river beneath our feet resembles an enraged black python, thrashing and roaring, its turbulent waves surging mightily. Chapter 15, The Malevolent Dragon's Passage. Within the stone cavern deep in Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin listened to the increasingly ferocious storm outside, feeling the subtle tremors of the mountain, aware that the hour had come. He had once foretold the arrival of the malevolent dragon, and now, it was time for this prophecy to manifest in the most astounding manner. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind, locking on to that golden six-sided die. "Oh, dice mistress, grant me a favor. Activate the random mount die." The die glowed brilliantly, spinning wildly before coming to a sudden halt with a deep, resonant dragon-esque roar. The icon revealed a fearsome and colossal dragon covered in dark, glistening scales. Its eyes burned crimson, with formidable horns adorning its head, surrounded by ominous black waters and crackling lightning. The Netherwater Dragon. A grand fortune indeed. The words of the immortal could now be substantiated. Go forth, let them witness the true essence of a dragon. With a mere thought. The summoned Netherwater Dragon unleashed a soul-stirring roar, its massive form transforming into a shadowy streak, piercing through the stone wall and racing towards the azure river below. Almost at the very moment the Netherwater Dragon departed, a thunderous explosion resounded, drowning out the tempestuous winds and lightning from deep within Chifeng Mountain. The sound reverberated like a stampede of 1,000 horses, akin to the earth splitting asunder, causing the ground to tremble. On the flat land behind the mountain, all were left pale with fear at the sudden cacophony. What was that? Another thunderclap? A woman trembled, clutching her child. Wang Shan sprang to his feet, his cane tapping sharply against the ground, his aged face a mask of terror. No, this is not thunder. The villagers gasped in unison, a wave of dread sweeping through them. Look, what is that? Wang De shouted, pointing towards the direction of the village below. A ghastly flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, momentarily revealing the valley. There, where Chifeng village once stood, a massive, ominous shadow surged forth, enveloped in a dark, foreboding glow, like a gigantic malevolent dragon awakened from the depths of the abyss, roaring forth with a tremendous force. The deluge spanned dozens of yards, carrying with it mud, boulders, and shattered trees. Terrifyingly, beneath the murky waves, monstrous, sinister shadows darted rapidly, churning a vortex of destruction, emitting earth-shattering roars. Wherever it passed, everything was consumed, torn asunder. Water. It's a deluge. The dragon. It's the malevolent dragon spoken of by the immortal. Despairing cries erupted, illuminated by the lightning. They witnessed with their own eyes as the familiar thatched cottages and earthen walls crumbled like paper, swept away by the violent torrent, leaving not a trace behind. In Chifeng village, the ancestral home of their forebears, everything was reduced to mere nothingness in an instant. The village. Our village. Cursed calamity. The cries and screams intertwined with the howling wind, and the clamor of thunder echoed throughout the mountains and fields. The officials, their faces ashen, trembled as they gripped their crude blades. They had encountered bandits and witnessed heinous crimes, yet they had never before experienced such terrifying celestial wrath. The yellow-brown serpent continued its rampage downstream, directly assaulting the once tranquil riverbed of the Qing River. The surging waters, caught in the grip of this formidable force, seemed to pale in comparison, swirling and roaring along with the muddy debris. At that moment, a chilling, beastly roar pierced through the curtain of rain, resonating clearly in the ears of the onlookers. Following the sound, they beheld not far downstream a massive black bear, inexplicably trapped atop a boulder in the river, bellowing to the heavens and frantically clawing at the air in a desperate bid for escape. Yet, the torrent, infused with the malevolence of the water serpent, approached with alarming swiftness. The bear, colossal as it was, appeared diminutive before the oncoming deluge, illuminated by flashes of lightning. An astonishing sight emerged atop the muddy waters, a serpent of jet black, adorned with scales, towering over 10 fathoms in length, crowned with a single horn and possessing 4 claws. The bear managed only a final, despairing roar before being wholly consumed by the serpent, vanishing without a trace, deprived of even the chance to struggle. As the serpent devoured the bear, it emitted a resounding roar that reverberated across the heavens, plunging into the tumultuous waters. Is it possible that such a mighty creature as the bear has perished? A young hunter murmured to himself, his eyes wide with terror. This was the sovereign of the mountains, a creature that could not be subdued without the strength of 7 or 8 robust men. Yet now, it had not even stirred a ripple in the presence of the serpent. O divine being, it is the immortal who has saved us. It was unclear who first uttered the words, but soon all the villagers, including the officials, knelt in unison, bowing fervently towards the depths of Qingfeng, in the direction of the bamboo grove where the divine Li Yin manifested. Thank you, beneficent immortal, for saving our lives. Your mercy is boundless. Your divine might is unparalleled. Were it not for your warning, we would have already met our demise at the jaws of the serpent. At that moment, their reverence and gratitude towards the immortal reached a zenith, witnessing their homeland's destruction and the effortless consumption of such a ferocious beast. They truly grasped the terror of this calamity, comprehending the profound meaning behind the immortal's words regarding the immutable fate and the slender thread of hope therein. Old Wang, tears streaming down his face, knelt upon the ground, repeatedly prostrating towards the sky. The immortal shall forever be remembered by the people of Qingfeng village for your great grace. Meanwhile, on a high slope by the banks of the Qing River, Zhaozhen, Fengyang, Qinhu, and over a dozen guards stood in astonishment, gazing at the cataclysmic scene before them, reminiscent of a mythic tale. Is this the legendary flood dragon? Zhaozhen's voice trembled slightly, his grip on the reins faltering. The steed beneath him grew increasingly restless, stamping its hooves and whinnying anxiously. The torrent surging from the valley was a force of nature, far exceeding his expectations. He witnessed with his own eyes as the deluge engulfed the nearby Chifeng village, and he saw the once feared black bear succumb without a trace of resistance. Effortlessly consumed by the monstrous dragon, accompanied by its earth-shattering roar. East Lord, a celestial omen, an extraordinary blessing, Feng Yong exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement as he pointed at the tumultuous waters, his voice piercing through the chaos. Behold, though the malevolent dragon rampage, it has not harmed us in the slightest. This is indeed the protection of the immortals, the heavens safeguarding our Qinghe. He rubbed his hands together in delight. The immortals' warning has proven true. East Lord, you believed and led the people to evade disaster. This is a monumental achievement. Once the waters recede, we shall report this to the prefecture, to the court. His Majesty will surely be greatly pleased. Zhao Jun paid no heed to Feng Yong's prattle. His eyes remained fixed on the roaring torrent, turmoil raging within him. The immortal's warning was indeed real. Moreover, the calamity brought by the flood dragon was horrifyingly immense. Had he not received prior knowledge, the 100 souls of Qingfeng village would have already become mere wraiths within the dragon's belly, their remains utterly obliterated. Yet, he had heeded the immortal's words and took timely action. This was not merely a blessing, it was a tangible political triumph. Standing beside Zhao Jun, Shun, whose expression was grave, his eyes filled with shock. Having trained in martial arts for many years, he believed he had witnessed much, yet the spectacle before him, akin to a mythological fable, instilled a profound sense of helplessness. In the face of such divine might, humanity felt exceedingly small and fragile. What manner of being was this immortal? Who could foresee such a catastrophe and even point toward a glimmer of hope? The malevolent dragon surged forth, crashing through the riverbanks, inundating the fields, and ultimately, several miles downstream, it broke through a narrow mountain pass, roaring as it merged with a broader river, stirring up towering waves before gradually receding. The valley was left in disarray, accompanied by the fading echoes of its thunderous roar. The rain seemed to have lessened as well. Higher up on the rear mountain of Qingfeng village, within a concealed cave, Li Yin stood at the entrance, surveying the scene below. From the eruption of the mountain flood to the destruction of the village, and the terrified supplications of the villagers and officials, he observed everything with clarity. The plan had come to fruition. Li Yin remained unperturbed, a faint sense of satisfaction washing over him, before he withdrew the spectral water dragon into the abyss. Now, the villagers' faith in the immortal has taken root deeply, solidified by the baptism of this catastrophic calamity. Although Qingfeng village has vanished, its people remain. These individuals shall become the cornerstone upon which he will step out of these mountains and into this unfamiliar world. Moreover, the presence of the officials signifies the government's involvement, which also implies that the immortal's name, along with the tales of forewarning disasters and aiding the populace, will soon be disseminated through official channels. From the mouth of a hunter in a remote mountain village to the ears of a county magistrate, then to the prefecture, and ultimately to the court. Excellent. This divine display of warning and salvation, now bolstered by the presence of a true dragon, has unfolded even more successfully than he had envisioned. Chapter 16. The Immortal's Manifestation. The following dawn, the rain finally ceased. The sky remained overcast, as if drenched in thick ink, suffocating in its weight. Zhao Jun had not slept a wink. His eyes darkened, yet his spirit was unusually invigorated. He set forth once more to Qifeng Mountain, accompanied by Feng Yong, Chen Hu, and a contingent of officials. The haunting scene from the previous night still churned in his mind. The more he reflected, the more he perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity. Look, Dongwang, Feng Yong exclaimed, pointing ahead with a hint of feigned astonishment. What was once Qifeng village now lay utterly desolate. Before them spread a shocking tableau of devastation. The ground was mired in mud, rising to their ankles. Broken beams, shattered pottery, and tattered garments lay strewn haphazardly in the mire, exuding a strange odor reminiscent of decay and dampness. A few trees, miraculously untoppled, stood crookedly, their branches laden with weeds and rags, resembling specters beckoning. In the distance, the mountainside bore deep, gaping scars, remnants of the rampaging flood from the previous night. Even Shun Hu, a seasoned warrior accustomed to such sights, could not suppress a gasp of horror. Is this the might of the dragon? Truly terrifying. Zhao Jun's expression was grave, yet his heart burned with fervor. He strolled slowly, meticulously observing each detail. Had it not been for the immortal's benevolent warning, Qifeng County would have surely faced a monumental disaster. His voice was soft, yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. Feng Yong immediately bowed, proclaiming, "It is all thanks to Dong Wang's immense blessings and virtuous rule that an immortal has descended to protect this region." Zhao Jun offered no response, his gaze drifting towards the faint glow of fire visible on the back mountain. Let us go see the villagers. On the level ground behind the mountain. The survivors huddled in makeshift shelters, their faces etched with fatigue and fear. Their homes were lost, their fields destroyed, and their futures shrouded in uncertainty. Upon seeing Zhaozhen and his entourage approach, the villagers first displayed a flicker of trepidation, quickly followed by a glimmer of hope. Wang Shan, leaning on his cane, approached unsteadily with the support of several robust villagers. Commoner Wang Shan pays his respects to the esteemed county lord, he rasped, his voice hoarse. There is no need for excessive formalities, Elder, Zhaozhen replied, stepping forward to steady him. I have heard of the calamity that has befallen Qingfeng village, and my heart aches for your suffering. His gaze swept across the gaunt faces of the villagers as he proclaimed, You have endured great hardship. The immortal has manifested, forewarning us of the disaster, allowing us to preserve our lives. I have meticulously documented this matter and shall report it to the provincial government, advocating for the waiving of this year's taxes and the swift allocation of funds and provisions to aid your reconstruction efforts and help you through this trying time. As these words echoed, the previously despondent villagers suddenly sparkled with hope. Thank you, esteemed county lord. Your benevolence is commendable. May the immortal bless us. May the county lord be blessed. Waves of gratitude surged forth, with many women moved to tears. Wang Shan, too, was misty-eyed, repeatedly bowing in appreciation. Your grace, great lord, will be forever etched in the hearts of all in Qifeng village. Zhaozhen felt a sense of satisfaction. This display had surely stabilized the people's spirits. After offering some comforting words, he shifted the conversation. Elder Wang, I have heard that the immortal once manifested in the mountains, enlightening Wangda, thus providing this warning. Might I inquire where the immortal revealed himself? I wish to pay my respects and express gratitude for his mercy. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's expression subtly shifted. He glanced at the equally excited Wangda beside him, then back at Zhao Zhen's resolute demeanor, ultimately letting out a barely audible sigh. Dazi, since the county lord wishes to visit, you shall accompany him, he said. Yes, village elder. Wangda responded eagerly, his spirits lifted. He had long revered the immortal and felt honored to guide the county lord. Zhao Zhen nodded. I am grateful for your assistance. He left Qinhu and some officers behind to help soothe the villagers while he, accompanied by Feng Yong and a few close aides, followed Wangda toward the bamboo grove. The mountain path, ravaged by the torrential rains, had become increasingly treacherous. Yet, Wangda led the way with remarkable agility, as if fueled by boundless energy. My lord, the bamboo grove ahead is where the immortal manifested. Wangda indicated the lush greenery with reverence. Zhaozhen adjusted his attire, his expression solemn. Feng Yong also set aside his usual joviality, adopting a serious demeanor. After navigating through clusters of verdant bamboo, they suddenly emerged into a small clearing where several stones lay scattered. One stone, about the size of a grinding wheel, stood out prominently. My lord. It was upon this very stone that the immortal sat that day, Wangda said, his voice trembling with awe as he pointed to it. The immortal, clad in garments as white as snow, emanated a gentle glow, accompanied by a magnificent white deer at his side, an aura that I shall never forget. Zhao Zheng gazed intently at the azure stone, as if he could perceive the celestial beings descending to the mortal realm on that fateful day. He inhaled deeply and, before the stone, solemnly bowed in reverence. I, Zhao Zheng, magistrate of Qinghe County, express my heartfelt gratitude to the immortal for your benevolence. His voice resonated through the bamboo grove. The immortal has forewarned us of calamities, rescuing countless lives from peril, an act of immeasurable virtue. On behalf of the people of Qinghe County, Zhao Zheng acknowledged the immortal's profound grace with another bow. I shall certainly relay the immortal's deeds to the heavenly court and erect a temple here in honor of the immortal, inscribing a monument to commemorate your kindness, ensuring that your virtues are celebrated for generations to come, and that the masses may pay their respects. After 3 bows, Zhao Zheng rose, his expression grave. Feng Yong, observing from the side, nodded approvingly. This gesture not only expressed reverence for the immortal but also paved the way for his own future in politics. Wangda was so moved that tears brimmed in his eyes as he repeatedly prostrated himself. Surely, the immortal can sense the sincerity of the county magistrate. Zhao Zheng lingered in the bamboo grove for a moment longer, meticulously inquiring about Wang Da's recollections of the immortal's appearance, demeanor, and speech, committing every detail to memory. Subsequently, he departed with the others, feeling thoroughly satisfied. In the following days, the Qinghe County government devoted itself entirely to disaster relief efforts. Food, clothing, and medical supplies were continuously transported to Qifeng Mountain, temporary shelters were erected, and the spirits of the displaced were assuaged. Meanwhile, tales of the immortal's manifestation and the premonition of the impending flood spread like wildfire throughout Qinghe County, as Zhao Zheng, following the guidance of the immortal, led the people to safety. The story quickly permeated the tea houses and taverns, and every corner of the county buzzed with conversation. Have you heard? A deity has appeared on Qifeng Mountain. Indeed, it is said that the immortal warned the villagers of the impending deluge. Otherwise, none from Qifeng village would have survived. Is that really true? How extraordinary. Absolutely. My cousin's second nephew works at the county office and witnessed Officer Chen return from Qifeng Mountain with the news, his face ashen. It is said that the immortal, clad in garments as white as snow, rides a divine deer, surrounded by an ethereal aura, just like in paintings. And not only that, some claim the immortal is accompanied by a majestic black qilin, exuding an air of authority. The various renditions of the legend grew increasingly fantastical, and the image of the immortal became more vivid, with details that seemed ever more remarkable. Some speculated that the immortal was a wandering sage from the Taoist sect. Others believed the immortal was the mountain god of Qifeng Mountain manifesting, while even more audacious claims suggested that the immortal was a celestial star deity descended to the earthly realm. In a short time, Qinghe County became abuzz with excitement due to this enigmatic immortal, and Zhao Zheng emerged as a virtuous official revered by the people, inspiring awe among the heavens. Curiosity stirred the hearts of many within the county, leading some to attempt a journey to Qifeng Mountain for a closer look. Though most were thwarted by the county guards at the mountain's base. After all, the disaster area has yet to fully recover, and unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering. However, this only adds to the air of mystery surrounding the matter. Qifeng Mountain, bamboo groves, and immortals. These terms have become the most talked about subjects in Qinghe County. Chapter 17. The Dilemma of Names in the Study of the Qinghe County Government Office. Zhao Zhen sat at his desk, a pristine sheet of rice paper spread before him. The ink and brush were prepared, yet he found himself unable to bring the brush to the paper. Presently, a more perplexing dilemma lay before him. The memorial he was drafting detailed the immortal's forewarning, the calamity of the dragon's descent, and his own merits in leading the people to safety. Already sprawling over several thousand characters, he trusted the literary talent of Steward Feng. Each word resonated with an auspicious tone. Yet, in a critical section, there remained a void: the immortal's name. Who exactly was this immortal? What was his esteemed title? Zhao Zhen knew none of it. When Wang Du encountered the immortal in the bamboo grove, the immortal only inquired about worldly affairs and left no name behind. What was to be done? Reporting to the court, he could not simply state that an unnamed immortal had appeared. That would be utterly frivolous. Furthermore, he had already decided to construct a temple for the immortal on Qifeng Mountain, to erect a monument in his honor. Without knowing the immortal's name, whom was the temple to be dedicated to? How could the inscription be crafted? If he were to err and offend the immortal, incurring divine wrath, Zhao Zhen could not bear the consequences. Are you still troubled by the immortal's name, Dongwang? Steward Feng entered quietly, holding a fresh cup of tea. Zhao Zhen rubbed his temples and replied, Indeed, steward. Wang De only mentioned the immortal's snow-white robes and ethereal demeanor. Yet he too knows nothing of the specific identity of this celestial being. The memorial must convey a definitive account. The temple's plaque and the monument's heading cannot be left blank. With a thoughtful glint in his eye, Feng placed down the teacup and said with a smile, Dong Wang. If I may suggest, the actions of immortals are often unbound by trivial matters. Perhaps the immortal is indifferent to fame and fortune, unwilling to reveal his true name. However, we mortals must express our gratitude and maintain proper decorum. In Qinghe County, if anyone possesses knowledge about the affairs of the immortals, it would surely be the Taoist priest of the Qingyan Temple in the east of the city. The temple's master, Taoist Lingyun, is said to possess some skill in the way. Perhaps we could invite him to confer with us? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen's eyes brightened. Indeed, how could he have forgotten them? Qingyan Temple is the only Taoist establishment in Qinghe County recognized by the court. He had met the master, Taoist Lingyun, on several occasions. His appearance did exude an air of a transcendent being. Steward Feng's suggestion was indeed wise. Zhao Zhen slapped his thigh and commanded, Prepare the sedan. I shall personally visit Qingyan Temple to pay my respects to Taoist Lingyun. Yes, Dong Wang. Qingyan Temple is nestled in a tranquil area to the east of Qinghe County, backed by low hills and facing a clear stream, exuding a serene and elegant atmosphere. Zhao Zhen's official sedan came to a halt at the entrance of the temple, where a young acolyte promptly entered to announce his arrival. Shortly thereafter, an elderly Taoist priest, clad in a gray robe with a gaunt visage, emerged briskly to greet him. He was none other than Lin Jianzi, the master of Qingyan Temple. I was unaware of your esteemed presence, County Lord. I beg your pardon for my lack of a proper welcome, he said, bowing respectfully, his tone tranquil. Your humility is appreciated, master. Zhao Zhen replied as he disembarked from the sedan, clasping his hands in salute. I have taken the liberty to intrude upon your time today, due to a matter of some urgency that I wish to discuss. Please feel free to speak. And I shall do my utmost to provide clarity, Lin Jianzi assured him, leading Zhao Zhen and Feng Yong into a quiet chamber within the temple. A young acolyte served fragrant tea before bowing and withdrawing. The room was filled with the gentle swirl of sandalwood incense, creating an atmosphere of delicate elegance. Zhao Jun wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand, recounting the miraculous appearance of the immortal at Qifeng Mountain, the warning about the dragon, and his desire to report to the court regarding the temple repairs, which he could not proceed with due to his ignorance of the immortal's name. As he spoke, Zhao Jun observed Lin Jianzi's expression closely. The Taoist listened intently, his face betraying little emotion, though a fleeting glimmer of insight occasionally sparkled in his eyes. Once Zhao Jun had finished, Lin Jianzi spoke slowly. I have indeed heard whispers of what you mention, County Lord. The townsfolk are abuzz with tales of the immortal descending to bless Qinghe. Zhao Jun's interest piqued. Oh, you have heard of it as well, Master? Though I do not concern myself with mundane affairs, I am not entirely oblivious to the happenings beyond my window, Lin Jianzi replied with a serene. Some disciples within the temple have mentioned this matter. However, I have cautioned them against discussing the immortal lightly. For such profound matters should not be trifled with lest we disturb the celestial presence or propagate misinformation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun regarded Lin Jianzi with newfound respect. The man possessed a degree of discernment, unlike those simple folk who blindly worship at the slightest rumor. Your words resonate deeply, Zhao Jun nodded. It is precisely for this reason that I sought your counsel. The immortal appeared clad in garments as white as snow, riding an extraordinary white deer, accompanied by a dark qilin. As a practitioner of the Tao, your extensive knowledge might allow you to infer the immortal's origins or title from these characteristics. Lin Jianzi furrowed his brow at this. White garments, white deer, dark qilin. Such symbols are not unfamiliar in Taoist texts. However, to make assumptions based solely on these attributes would be rather hasty. As one of the few practitioners of internal strength in Qinghe County, second only to County Constable Chun Hu, Lin Jianzi had dedicated decades to his Taoist studies. In his youth, he had traveled extensively, paying visits to many venerable figures in the Taoist community, and had even been fortunate enough to participate in the grand rituals presided over by esteemed masters, exchanging wisdom with fellow practitioners. Yet, he had never encountered anyone who had borne witness to a true immortal descending to the mortal realm. He had witnessed the unfathomable cultivation of the current master of the Taoist sect, rumored to have transcended the threshold of innate understanding, possessing immense power in every gesture and movement. Yet, he had not witnessed the master ascending to the heavens and joining the ranks of the immortals. Could divine beings truly descend upon such a remote place as Qinghe County? Doubt lingered in his heart. County Lord, Master Lingyun pondered for a moment. Matters of the immortal realm are elusive and mysterious. With my limited understanding, I dare not speak with certainty, based solely on attire and steed. It is difficult to ascertain the origins of an immortal. Their manifestations can sometimes leave a name, yet at other times, they leave no trace, all depending on fate. If the immortal is unwilling to disclose their identity, we mere mortals cannot compel them. Zhao Jun detected the hint of reluctance in his words, leaving him. I understand what you mean, Taoist. However, he paused. The issue of this memorial and the temple construction is urgent. Without a name, it is indeed troublesome. He mused. Since the immortal has manifested in our Qinghe County, saving so many lives, there must be a connection to this place. As the local leader of the Taoist sect, perhaps you might sense something? Master Lingyun gazed at Zhao Jun's hopeful expression and sighed inwardly. It seemed the county magistrate perceived the immortal as a stepping stone for advancement. He spoke slowly. County Lord, I cannot make any guarantees. However, within my temple, there are ancient texts that document numerous ancient immortals and the characteristics of various deities. I can assist you in searching for clues. Nonetheless, this will require some time, and I cannot assure you when results will emerge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun's face brightened with a hint of joy. If that is the case, I shall be grateful for your assistance. Should we uncover the immortal's name? I shall certainly express my gratitude. Master Lingyun smiled gently. You are too kind, County Lord. Alleviating local concerns is my duty. However, until we have definitive results, I kindly ask that you refrain from disclosing this matter widely to avoid unnecessary complications. I understand, Zhao Jun nodded repeatedly. This matter was known to heaven and earth, to you and me. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Jun rose to take his leave. Master Lingyun personally escorted him to the entrance of the temple. As he watched Zhao Jun's official carriage depart, the polite smile on Master Lingyun's face gradually faded, his brow furrowing once more. He turned back to the quiet room, sending the attendant away. Alone, he stood by the window, gazing at the ancient pine tree in the courtyard, which had stood for countless years, lost in contemplation. He had devoted his life to the Tao, studying the Tao Te Ching and practicing internal alchemy, seeking only to comprehend the mysteries of life and death and glimpse the great way. Yet, the deeper he cultivated, the more he realized how ethereal the concept of immortality truly was. Within the realm of Taoism, throughout the ages, the esteemed patriarchs who have transcended the innate and reached the legendary realm of terrestrial immortals are exceedingly rare. Such individuals have long since detached themselves from the mundane, resembling elusive dragons whose presence is felt but rarely seen. As for those who truly soar through the heavens on celestial steeds, reveling in the ethereal expanse, they exist solely within the most ancient of legends, though he has not personally witnessed the events at Qifeng Mountain. The cataclysmic flood triggered by the serpentine creature is indeed a palpable reality. Had it not been for an early warning, the annihilation of Qingfeng village and the suffering of countless souls would have been inevitable. The ability to forewarn of natural disasters is no ordinary feat yet. The immortal elder spoken of by Wang De, despite his celestial attire and steed, inquired about the current era's reign title, evoking the image of a reclusive hermit rather than an otherworldly sage untouched by mortal affairs. Daoist Lingyun took a few steps and retrieved a thick, yellowed tome from the shelf, its cover inscribed with the title compilation of celestial treasures. He slowly opened it, his gaze wandering over the familiar yet unfamiliar names within. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, yet he could not discern a clear thread. Could it be a wild immortal from the mountains or a spirit that had gained fortune and manifested? The imagery of the white robe, the white deer, and the ink-black Qilin only deepened his confusion. This matter reeked of the bizarre, yet it was also imbued with an undeniable aura of the extraordinary. Very well. Let me first examine the text to see if I can uncover any clues, thus providing an account to the county magistrate. He took a deep breath, suppressing his distractions, and began to meticulously peruse the ancient tome. Chapter 18, The True Monarch of Cloud and Marsh in the Quiet Chamber of the Qingyan Temple. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced upon the gaunt face of Daoist Lingyun. Before him lay a collection of yellowed ancient texts, some pages tattered, others barely legible. In recent days, he had scoured nearly all the scriptures related to immortals and strange phenomena within the temple, his vision blurred by the sheer volume. Yet he had yet to find any deity that matched Wang De's description. The imagery of the white robe, the white deer, and the ink-black Qilin troubled Lingyun. As he murmured to himself, these symbols, when combined, led to no clear conclusion. The pantheon of Taoist immortals is vast and intricate, if one were to search meticulously. There are indeed several deities that could fit such a description, though they all seem tenuous at best. The county magistrate was pressing for answers, and should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he feared he would struggle to justify himself. Could it truly be as the humble Taoist suspected, that it was a wild immortal, toying with the affairs of mortals? He sighed, randomly picking up a dust-covered, thin volume with blackened edges. This book, titled The Jade Record of Rainfall in Chu, appeared to be far older than many texts within the temple, judging by its material and binding. Years ago, during his travels in Chu, he had fortuitously discovered it within a dilapidated ancient temple. Since its contents primarily detailed the water deities and spirits of the Yuming Marsh area, which diverged significantly from mainstream Taoist lore, he had relegated it to the back of the shelf, seldom revisiting it. Alas, let us treat a dead horse as if it were alive. He brushed away the dust from the cover and carefully opened it. The text within was ancient and elegant, predominantly inscribed in the archaic seal script of the Chu region, making it quite laborious to decipher. The opening passages detailed the geographical transformations of the Yunming Marsh and the legendary tales of water management throughout the ages. Master Lingyun found himself drowsy and was on the verge of abandoning the endeavor when suddenly a passage caught his eye. The Lord of Yuming, known as Yunza. In ancient times, King Yu managed the waters, and Lord Yunza assisted him, dredging the 9 rivers and guiding the 100 streams, his merits overshadowing the lands of Chu. After his ascension, the people revered his virtues and erected shrines for worship. The deity is often clad in pure white, riding the celestial deer across the vastness, commanding the ink Qilin to subdue the flood dragons, governing clouds and rain, and overseeing fortune and calamity. Master Lingyun sat up abruptly, his eyes wide open, fixated on those few lines. The description bore an uncanny resemblance to what Wang De had witnessed. He hurriedly continued reading. The text chronicled that this Lord Yunza was a local water deity of the Yunming Marsh in ancient times, deeply venerated by the local populace. Later, as Taoism spread into the Chu region, it assimilated numerous local deities into its pantheon, due to his achievements in water management and subduing floods. This Lord Yunza was honored by the Taoist tradition as the true Lord of Xuanqiong Yunza, residing in the palace of Xuanqiong Yunza. The Taoist scriptures also recorded, the true Lord was originally a divine general under King Yu, aiding in the alleviation of the water disasters in the Yunming Marsh. And upon his death, he was deified, commanded to govern Yuming, specifically overseeing the winds, rains, thunder, and lightning, and suppressing the malevolent entities of the waters. Master Lingyun murmured this title to himself. Qingfeng Mountain lies on the very edge of the ancient Yunming Marsh. The recent sightings of the dragon may indeed be linked to the excessive humidity of the marsh. If this immortal was associated with Yunming, it would explain the divine warning of the dragon's emergence. Moreover, the term Xuanqiong does appear in Taoist texts, often used to describe celestial palaces or the titles of high-ranking deities. It cannot be mistaken. The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. The white garments, as pure as snow, might signify the attire of an immortal, the celestial deer as a steed, the qilin as a guardian. These were all symbols commonly associated with ancient deities. Inquiring about the current dynasty's reign title also made sense. Such ancient gods, having long remained hidden from the world, would naturally be unaware of the passage of time among mortals. Finally, the burden in his heart was lifted. He hurriedly rose to adjust his attire. This matter must be promptly communicated to the county magistrate. In the back hall of the county office, Zhao Zhun was troubled over a half-written memorial when he heard that Master Lingyun had arrived, instantly revitalized. "Please come in." Master Lingyun stepped into the room, a hint of uncontainable joy gracing his countenance. "Esteemed magistrate, I am fortunate not to have failed in my mission. I may have discovered some clues regarding that immortal." Zhao Zhun was overjoyed at this news. "Oh, please, do elaborate." Feng Yong also leaned in with an inquisitive expression. The venerable Taoist Lingyun recounted in detail his discoveries within the Chuling Rainfall Jade volume, as well as the records concerning Lord Yunzi and the true Lord Shinkong Yunzi. "In my humble opinion, this eminent celestial being is highly likely to be the true Lord Shinkong Yunzi." Zhao Zhang listened, dumbfounded. The true Lord Shinkong Yunzi? The divine general under King Yu, who governs the reigns of Yumen. Such titles exude an air of gravitas and authority, far surpassing that of mere mountain spirits. Is the Taoist truly serious? Zhao Zhang's voice trembled slightly. Feng Yong interjected. "Elder Dong, I have also heard my elders speak of the vast expanse of Yumen's, where legends of water deities have existed since antiquity. If this true lord has indeed manifested, it would be a divine blessing for our Qinghe. So, does this mean that the true Lord Shinkong Yunzi is actually a deity native to our Chu region?" Zhao Zheng inquired. Taoist Lingyun nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. Lord Yunzi was originally an ancient deity of Chu, later revered by our Taoist sect, with a lineage of worship extending to this day. This manifestation coincides perfectly with the emergence of the dragon in Yumen's, aligning seamlessly with the duties of the true lord." Zhao Zheng acknowledged with a sound, but still harbored doubts. "Taoist, although there are texts to support this, it remains mere conjecture. What if we inadvertently worship the wrong deity? Would that not be an act of disrespect?" This was a matter of great significance concerning his career, leaving no room for error. Taoist Lingyun smiled gently. Having clearly anticipated this question, "Your concern is indeed warranted. Matters of the celestial realm are inherently mysterious. How can we mere mortals perceive them with clarity? My deductions are based solely on texts, and I do not claim them to be infallibly accurate." He then shifted his tone. "However, I possess a strategy that might accommodate both sides." "Oh, what clever plan does the Taoist propose?" Zhao Zheng inquired eagerly. Taoist Lingyun stroked his beard, explaining with calmness, "We know that the site of the celestial manifestation is within the bamboo grove on Qifeng Mountain. You, esteemed county lord, could prepare offerings of incense, candles, fruits, and livestock, and conduct a ceremony of gratitude in that bamboo grove. The ceremony need not be extravagant. Sincerity is paramount. As for the prayer, it could be personally written by you, expressing gratitude for the celestial being's warning and assistance, while beseeching continued blessings for Qinghe's favorable weather and the well-being of its people. The final step is crucial." Taoist Lingyun turned his gaze to Zhao Zheng. "You may have the hunter Wang De, who is fated to be connected to the celestial being, personally incinerate the prayer, allowing it to reach the heavens. In this manner, even if our deductions prove erroneous, the celestial being would not hold it against us. After all, we are sincerely offering thanks, not deliberately causing offense. Should it indeed be the true Lord Shinkong Yunzi, he would surely appreciate our sincerity. If not, with the celestial powers, he would likely convey our gratitude to the true deity manifesting." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zheng clapped his thigh in admiration. "Brilliant. Your strategy is truly remarkable, Taoist. It not only expresses our profound respect but also avoids the awkwardness of inadvertently venerating the wrong deity, while allowing that rascal Wang De to bask in a modicum of divine favor, truly a threefold gain." His earlier unease dissipated entirely, replaced by a beaming smile. "Let us proceed as the Taoist master has advised. Master Feng, please prepare the offerings immediately, ensuring they are both lavish and pristine." "Yes, esteemed elder." Feng Yong bowed in acquiescence. Zhao Zhan then clasped his hands towards Taoist Lingyun, saying, "I am immensely grateful for your diligence in uncovering such a crucial lead. Once this matter is resolved, I shall ensure you are handsomely rewarded." Taoist Lingyun performed a respectful bow. "Your Excellency, you are too kind." It is my duty to alleviate your burdens and to pray for the blessings of our land. However, concerning the title of the revered Xuanqiong Yunza, I kindly request that you keep it confidential until the completion of the divine offering ceremony and until we receive a clear sign, to avoid any unnecessary complications. Zhao Jun found this reasoning entirely sound. The Taoist has indeed considered every angle, and I comprehend your counsel. After the ceremony, we shall observe if there are any further indications from the celestial beings before making any decisions. He resolved firmly in his heart that this offering ceremony must be conducted with utmost grandeur and sincerity. If he could garner even a modicum of favor from the celestial beings, Zhao Jun's path to success would undoubtedly be secured. This matter requires prompt action. Zhao Jun glanced out the window. The dawn was still early. I propose we hold it tomorrow. Taoist Ling Yun nodded. Early is preferable, for sincerity invokes the divine. Tomorrow is splendid. Excellent. Zhao Jun rose, invigorated, declaring, I shall make the necessary arrangements at once. Tomorrow morning, I will accompany the Taoist to Qingfeng Mountain to preside over the offering ceremony. He could already envision the moment when the name of the celestial being would resonate throughout Qinghe, ascending even to the heavens, and in that moment, his own name would be immortalized in history, becoming a tale of renown. He was resolute in securing the celestial connection at Qingfeng Mountain. Chapter 19. The Bamboo Grove Offering Ceremony. The following day, as dawn broke softly, Zhao Jun and Taoist Ling Yun, accompanied by their entourage, arrived at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. The once tranquil village entrance was now bustling with activity. Survivors, under the leadership of Wang Shan, were diligently clearing away the mud, striving to salvage what they could from the ruins. Women and children were gathered by the makeshift shelters on the hillside, kindling fires to prepare thin porridge. The county magistrate has arrived. A keen-eyed villager spotted Zhao Jun's official sedan and promptly shouted. Instantly, all activity ceased, and the villagers gathered around. We greet you, county magistrate. The Taoist has also come. Though the villagers bore the weariness of survival, their eyes glimmered with a newfound sense of security. Zhao Jun disembarked from his sedan, taking in the scene before him, his heart filled with emotion. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd with a resonant voice. Esteemed villagers, I have come today for a momentous occasion. The celestial being has manifested, forewarning us of calamity, and has saved the lives of every soul in Qifeng village. Such profound grace cannot go unacknowledged. After conferring with Taoist Ling Yun, I have decided to hold a ceremonial altar in the bamboo grove today to pay homage and express our gratitude to the immortal for his benevolence, while beseeching his continued protection over our Qinghe, ensuring favorable weather and the well-being of our people. Upon hearing this announcement, the villagers were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into thunderous cheers. Indeed, the words of the county lord resonate with us. We must never forget the immortal's life-saving grace. Yes, yes, we ought to pay our respects. Wang Shan, leaning on his cane, trembled with excitement. On behalf of the entire Qifeng village, I thank you, my lord. Indeed, I too wish to bow before the immortal. Wang De was even more exhilarated, feeling a profound connection with the immortal. He believed he must attend this ceremony of gratitude. Zhao Jun raised his hand, signaling for silence. I understand the heartfelt intentions of my fellow villagers. The offerings have already been prepared by the county, so there is no need for you to. Before he could finish, a woman clutching a jar pushed her way forward. My lord, this is the last bit of pickled vegetables from my home. It is a mere token. I hope you do not find it lacking. I have half a bag of millet. My family still possesses some dried game meat. The villagers clamored, eager to present their finest possessions to the immortal. These enthusiastic villagers nearly overwhelmed Zhao Jun with their fervor. Feng Yong, observing from the side, was left astounded by the immortal's remarkable influence. Zhao Jun, both amused, waved his hands repeatedly. Fellow villagers, please hear me. The immortal can undoubtedly sense your intentions. However, you have just endured a calamity, and it is a challenging time. It would be wise to reserve these provisions for your own sustenance. The county has adequately prepared the offerings to demonstrate our sincerity. Yet, the villagers were unwilling to relent. My lord, this is our heartfelt offering. Yes, the immortal saved our lives. If we do not contribute something, we will feel uneasy. As the situation began to spiral out of control, Taoist Ling Yun stepped forward and declared with a resonant voice, Dear villagers, the county lord speaks truthfully. What the immortal values is sincere devotion. The quantity of offerings is of little consequence. Rest assured, the immortal is fully aware of your heartfelt sentiments. Wang Shan also came to his senses and urged the villagers, listen to the county lord. The immortal has saved us. We must not create further disturbances for him or the county lord. Thus, after contemplating, Zhao Jun proposed that Wang Laozhong, Wang De, and a few other esteemed elders prepare a portion of offerings to represent the collective heartfelt intentions of all villagers in Qifeng. although the villagers were somewhat reluctant. They began to see the wisdom in the county lord's words and gradually quieted down. Ultimately, Wang Shan contributed a small bag of fine rice. Wang Da offered a freshly cleaned wild chicken, and several other village elders pulled together some dried fruits and wild vegetables. Though the offerings were modest, they represented the very best that they could present at this moment. Zhao Zhan nodded in satisfaction and commanded the attendants to bring forth the offerings of incense, candles, 3 animals, and fruits, together with the meager offerings prepared by Wang Shan and the others. They proceeded under Wang Da's guidance towards the bamboo grove nestled halfway up the mountain. Upon their arrival at the familiar bamboo grove, the verdant bamboos appeared even more refreshing after the rain. A stone, the size of a grinding disc, lay quietly there, seemingly unchanged by the passage of time. The attendants swiftly cleared a space and set up a makeshift altar. Wang Shan, Wang Da, and the others reverently arranged the offerings upon it. Zhao Zhan personally lit 3 sticks of incense, his demeanor solemn. Meanwhile, Taoist Ling Yun took out a peach with sword and several yellow talismans, murmuring incantations as he began to prepare the ritual altar. Unbeknownst to them, just beneath the ancient stone revered by all, several feet deep in the soil, lay a different scene. Li Yin sat cross-legged in a newly excavated stone chamber, directly beneath the very stone that Wang Da claimed had once been occupied by an immortal. In recent days, he had been anything but idle. Through a series of random mount dice rolls, he had finally summoned a steed named Rock Earth Divine Bear. This creature resembled a grizzly bear, yet was adorned with heavy rocky scales, its claws exceedingly sharp, excelling in burrowing through the earth and manipulating the terrain. Li Yin had been keenly observing Zhao Zhan and his entourage during their initial visit to the bamboo grove, where they knelt and prayed fervently before the stone, murmuring incantations. This piqued his curiosity, prompting him to consider excavating a tunnel for eavesdropping and future preparations for divine revelations. He thus directed the Rock Earth Divine Bear to dig silently from his rocky abode downward, creating a tunnel that would lead directly beneath the bamboo grove stone, reinforcing the passage with the bear's ability to manipulate the earth. Unexpectedly, after only a short while of digging, he overheard the ongoing ceremony of thanksgiving taking place above. At this moment, he strained to listen through a few small ventilation holes at the top of the stone chamber, barely catching the sounds from the surface. The rhythmic incantations of Taoist Ling Yun reached his ears. Xin Qiang Yun Zhejian Jun? Li Yin mused, a peculiar smile breaking across his face. He had not anticipated that the county magistrate and the Taoist would assign him such a specific identity. Virtue matched with heaven and earth. The Tao spanning ancient and modern, how flattering. Even I feel a bit bashful listening to this. The performance was increasingly reminiscent of a grand spectacle. Taoist Ling Yun's lengthy prayer was merely a flowery tribute, beseeching blessings and protection, with particular emphasis on the immortal's warning against calamity and how County Magistrate Zhao Zhan led the people to safety, soothing their hearts. Li Yin found great amusement in this. The magistrate certainly knew how to craft a narrative. Once the prayer concluded, Taoist Ling Yun courteously handed a yellowed paper to Wang Da. This is a written offering to the celestial court. You must sincerely burn it. Yes, Taoist. Wang Da took the document, his hands trembling slightly. He approached the blue stone, knelt on both knees, raised the document high, and chanted, Villager Wang Da, humbly thanking the immortal for saving my life. May the immortal partake of the offerings and bless our Qifeng village with the swift restoration of our homes, and may Qinghe County enjoy favorable weather. Upon finishing, he accepted the torch from the constable and ignited the document. Flames surged, curling the document swiftly, turning it black, and transforming it into a wisp of azure smoke that floated delicately into the sky, merging with the mist above the bamboo grove. Zhao Zhan and Feng Yong nodded in approval from the side. Though the ritual was simple, all necessary steps were observed, and the sentiment conveyed was genuine. Now, it remained to be seen whether the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunze would respond. In the bamboo grove, after completing their worship, Zhao Zhan and the others did not leave immediately. Zhao Zhan turned to Wang Da and inquired kindly, Wang Da, since you share a connection with the immortal, did the immortal leave any words or tokens before departing? Wang Da scratched his head, pondering carefully. Reporting to the magistrate, the immortal merely inquired about the current era and the state of the world. Nothing else was mentioned. As for a token, there was none. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Zhan's eyes. Taoist Ling Yun interjected, County Magistrate, the actions of immortals are often unconventional. Perhaps the true monarch simply passed through this place, showing compassion without the desire to leave a lasting mark. Zhao Zhan nodded, accepting this perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, Wang Da, since the immortal has appeared here twice, it is evident there is a profound connection to this place. You should come here often to clean and maintain its sanctity. Perhaps you will have the fortune to see the immortal again. Yes, my lord. I understand. Wang De replied eagerly, his face alight with joy. To guard the sacred ground of the immortal was, in his eyes, a tremendous honor. Zhao Zhen offered a few more words of advice before leading the group to depart the bamboo grove. Below, Li Yin listened intently to their conversation. The true monarch of Xuanqing Yunzi sounded quite formidable. Since they were so convinced, why not take advantage of the situation? A resounding name is far more convenient for actions than an unknown immortal. Moreover, this title inherently possessed attributes of water management and dragon subjugation, perfectly aligning with his previous deeds. It was simply tailor-made. Thus, Li Yin resolved to proceed accordingly. He decided that at the next manifestation, he would invoke the name of the true monarch of Xuanqing Yunzi. Chapter 20. The true monarch accepts offerings. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping Qifeng Mountain in a profound silence. Within the bamboo grove, a shadow stealthily emerged from the underground tunnel, revealing the earth deity bear summoned by Li Yin. With a gentle nudge from its robust paw, the thick bear's paw loosened the soil beneath the blue stone slab as easily as tofu. He cautiously peeked out, ensuring the surroundings were clear of any onlookers. With a mere thought, he summoned all the offerings laid upon the altar, 3 sacrificial animals, fruits, pastries, along with the meager rice and wild chicken contributed by Wang Shan and his companions, into the storage compartment of his game bag. Though this compartment did not allow for the retrieval of game items, it conveniently accommodated the possessions of this world. After completing this task, Li Yin commanded the earth bear to restore the cave entrance to its original state, leaving no trace behind. He mounted the earth bear and traversed the subterranean tunnel back to his stone grotto nestled on the mountainside. The grotto, once a mere shell of simplicity, had transformed into a more refined abode. The ground had been expertly flattened by the earth bear's innate powers, and the walls were polished to a remarkable smoothness. A stone table, several stone stools, and even a rudimentary stone bed adorned the space, the bed layered with thick dry grass and various unknown animal hides, while a delicate shelf woven from vines graced the head of the bed. On the walls, Li Yin had carved a few recesses with the earth bear, housing luminescent stones. These stones had been enchanted with the powers of a radiant bat mount he had acquired days prior, serving as the cave's illumination. The entire grotto, though simple, exuded a unique warmth. Li Yin meticulously arranged the offerings on the stone table, where the enticing aroma of a paper-wrapped roasted chicken wafted through the air. The pastries, though not exquisite, were certainly edible, accompanied by rustic fruits and the meager rice and wild chicken provided by Wang Shan and the others. He picked up a piece of osmanthus cake, savoring a delicate bite. The sweet and glutinous flavor unfurled in his mouth, flooding him with a long-lost sense of familiarity. Since his arrival in this strange land, his diet had consisted solely of unseasoned roasted game or sour wild fruits. The presence of these earthly delights nearly brought him to tears. At last, he was eating something fit for a human being. He devoured the food with fervor, his eyes slightly moist. In a whirlwind, he consumed the majority of the offerings, his hunger finally satiated. Li Yin leaned against the stone wall, contemplating. The reactions of Zhao Zhen and the others were entirely within his expectations. He softly murmured the title of Xian Xiong Yun Zheijin Jun. Since you have all devised this for me, it would be a waste not to embrace it. This identity seemed tailor-made for him, providing a plausible reason for his presence and explaining his knowledge of the calamities. Most importantly, the title of Jinjun was sufficiently grand and imposing. From now on, he would conduct his affairs under the esteemed name of Xian Xiong Yun Zheijin Jun. However, with this title in hand, how could he maximize its benefits? He required a stable stronghold, sought additional information, and ultimately aimed to discover the path back home, or to establish a foothold in this world. Qifeng Village, or rather Qinghe County, would be his initial step into this realm. The county magistrate, Zhao Zhen, was evidently a person of great utility. He needed to foster a deeper belief in the existence of the celestial being. At dawn the following day, Wang De, with an earnest heart, returned to the bamboo grove. He remembered the magistrate's instructions to clean the area daily, perhaps even to catch a glimpse of the divine visage once more. However, upon entering the grove and surveying the offering table, he was rendered speechless. It was utterly empty. The abundant offerings of livestock, fruits, and pastries that had been meticulously arranged the previous day, along with the meager contributions from the villagers, had vanished without a trace. Wang De rubbed his eyes in disbelief and rushed forward to examine the table closely. It was impeccably clean, devoid of even a smudge of grease. The ground bore no signs of wild animals having scavenged, and the vessels that once held the offerings had completely disappeared. A thought exploded in his mind. Could it be that the celestial being had partaken of the offerings? Overcome with excitement, Wang De trembled, his face flushed. The celestial being had truly manifested. The celestial being had indeed accepted our offerings. With a sudden motion, he knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly before the piece of azure stone. Thank you, celestial being. Thank you, celestial being. After completing his reverent gestures, he sprang to his feet, abandoning the broom, and dashed down the mountain in a frenzy. Village elder. Village elder. A momentous occasion. A tremendous event. Wang De raced back to the village, heading straight for Wang Shan's makeshift dwelling. Wang Shan, sipping his rice porridge, was startled by Wang Da's impetuous entrance. "Dizzy, what are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Gasping for breath, Wang De exclaimed, "Village elder, the celestial being has taken the offerings." "What?" Wang Shan's bowl clattered to the ground, spilling porridge everywhere. Ignoring the mess, he grasped Wang Da's arm tightly. "Repeat that. What transpired?" Wang De recounted his discovery in the bamboo grove in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's face flushed with excitement as he repeatedly proclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent! The celestial being has accepted our offerings. This is an immense blessing." Without delay, he commanded, "Dizzy, you must immediately go to the county seat and report this matter to the magistrate. Hurry." "Yes, I shall go at once," Wang De acknowledged, turning swiftly to run towards the county town. In the county office's rear hall, Zhao Jin and Feng Yong were deliberating how to phrase a memorial regarding the celestial being's deeds. Just then, a bailiff hurried in to report, "Your Excellency, Wang De from Qingfeng Village requests an audience, claiming to have momentous news to share." "Wang De?" Zhao Jin's spirits lifted. "Allow him to enter at once." Wang De was ushered in, and upon seeing Zhao Jin, he immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the esteemed county lord. I bear great news to report." "Speak quickly, what is it that causes such alarm?" Zhao Jin feigned calmness, though a sense of anticipation already stirred within him. "My lord, the immortal, the venerable one, has taken away all the offerings we presented yesterday. Not a single item remains," Wang De declared, his voice brimming with excitement. "What?" Zhao Jin sprang to his feet, unable to conceal the joy on his face. "Is this truly the case?" "Absolutely. I went to the bamboo grove early this morning to tidy up, and found the altar completely bare, not even a fruit pit left behind. It is surely the immortal who has manifested and enjoyed our sacrifices." "Excellent. Wonderful." Zhao Jin clapped his hands and laughed heartily. "The immortal has accepted our offerings. This affirms our sincerity." Feng Yong, standing nearby, also beamed with delight. "Congratulations, esteemed lord. Congratulations." In high spirits, Zhao Jin turned to Wang De and said, "You have done well. I shall commend you for your service. You may take your leave and rest." "Thank you, my lord," Wang De replied joyfully as he retreated. "Master," Zhao Jin then addressed Feng Yong, his eyes glimmering with intensity. "Go at once to Qingyan Temple and summon Daoist Lingyun. I have important matters to discuss." "Yes, esteemed lord." Feng Yong did not dare to delay and hurried away. Before long, Daoist Lingyun was invited to the county office. After Zhao Jin recounted Wang Da's discovery, Daoist Lingyun smiled while stroking his beard. "Esteemed county lord, I have long stated that sincerity brings forth the divine. The immortal has taken all the offerings without leaving a trace. This is a manifestation of the celestial being's powers, distinctly different from the antics of common spirits. This indicates that not only has the immortal acknowledged our worship, but has also tacitly confirmed our assumptions." Zhao Jin inquired eagerly, "Does the Taoist mean to say that the immortal is indeed the true monarch of Xuanqiong and Yunza?" Daoist Lingyun nodded solemnly. "It is highly likely. Typically, deities leave some trace after consuming offerings or only take a portion of the essence. Yet, to completely dissolve both the offerings and their vessels, untouched by mortal remnants, is a feat beyond ordinary celestial beings, coupled with the true monarch's role in subduing calamities and bestowing blessings. I believe we are correct in venerating the true monarch of Xuanqiong and Yunza." "Excellent. Splendid." Zhao Jin banged his fist on the table, and the last shred of doubt dissipated within him. "Now that we have confirmed the true monarch's name, I can rightfully submit my memorial." He turned to Feng Yong, "Master, immediately revise the memorial to include the title of the true monarch of Xuanqiong and Yunza. Ensure that the merits of the true monarch and my efforts to guide the populace in averting disaster are detailed meticulously and with utmost sincerity." "At once, esteemed lord," Feng Yong replied, invigorated, knowing that his pen would once again achieve great merit. Zhao Jin added, "Convey my orders. Gather all skilled artisans within the county, stonemasons, carpenters, painters, leave not a single one behind. I, an official, intend to construct a temple at the foot of Qifeng Mountain for the revered Xuanqiong Yunzi Zhenjuan, erecting a stone tablet to proclaim the benevolence of the Zhenjuan to the world, allowing the populace to pay their respects. The temple's plaque shall inscribe the name Temple of Xuanqiong Yunzi Zhenjuan, while the merit tablet shall be entitled Tablet of the Zhenjuan's Divine Manifestation and Salvation of the People. I must trouble Daoist Lingyun with the inscription, ensuring that it encapsulates the Zhenjuan's virtues and the admiration of the officials and citizens of Qinghe County." Daoist Lingyun bowed respectfully and assured, "Rest assured, County Magistrate, I shall exert my utmost efforts." He felt a surge of joy within. Composing the epitaph for a Jinjuan would greatly enhance the reputation of his Qingyan temple. Furthermore, through this endeavor, he could glean insights about the Jinjuan. If the Jinjuan were indeed genuine, his long-held aspirations of transcending life and death to attain immortality might no longer be a mere fantasy. Zhao Jin stood by the window, gazing toward the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, his eyes brimming with hope for the future. Xuanqiong Yunzi Jinjuan. With the Jinjuan's favor, my path in the officialdom shall surely shine brightly. Qinghe County will also gain renown throughout the southern Chu due to the Jinjuan's celestial presence. Zhao Jin acted swiftly, dispatching the memorial that very day. Simultaneously, announcements from the county office were posted, declaring the construction of a temple at the foot of Qifeng Mountain and calling for skilled artisans. The entire Qinghe County was abuzz with excitement. The immortal had not only manifested his divine warnings but also partaken in offerings, dispelling all doubts. The Xuanqiang Yunzi Jinjuan of Qifeng Mountain had firmly established his name. Chapter 21. Turmoil in the prefecture. In the back hall of the Qinghe County office, under the luminous moonlight that spilled into the courtyard, Zhao Jin sat by the window, a scroll in hand, yet his thoughts drifted to the night sky outside. He felt restless, unable to absorb a single word from the text. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard as the door creaked open. Zhao Jin snapped back to reality, realizing it was his wife, Lady Lin, who entered delicately carrying a bowl of lotus seed soup. She placed the soup down and said, "Husband, it is late. Have something warm to nourish your body." Zhao Jin accepted the bowl, a wave of warmth and sweetness wafting toward him. "Have the children gone to sleep?" he inquired. "Yes, they are all fast asleep." Lady Lin replied, moving behind Zhao Jin to gently massage his shoulders. He sighed contentedly, leaning back against her touch. "These years, I have made you accompany me from the capital to this remote place. I truly feel sorry for you," he expressed with a hint of regret. Lady Lin paused momentarily but then resumed her gentle kneading, saying, "Husband, you speak nonsense. When married, one follows the rooster if it crows. We are a family, and wherever we are together, it is home. Besides, Qinghe County is blessed with clear mountains and pure waters, and its people are simple and honest, far more tranquil than the intrigue of the capital." Zhao Jin grasped his wife's hand. "Your perspective brings me much solace." He turned his head and gazed out at the moon, pausing momentarily before suddenly asking, "Madam, do you believe that deities truly exist in this world?" Lin was momentarily taken aback, but soon replied with a smile, "What has prompted you to ponder such a question today, my husband? If deities did indeed exist, would that not imply the existence of the underworld as well as the celestial palaces above?" Zhao Jin's tone carried a hint of hesitation, laced with curiosity. Lin, being an astute woman, immediately discerned her husband's thoughts. She gently responded, "My husband, in your official duties, you serve the emperor faithfully and do not betray the common people. If there are indeed divine beings, they should protect a person of your integrity. What one should be concerned about are those who dwell in the capital and the provincial offices, living off the labor of the people. They are the ones who wake in terror at midnight, fearing the visit of ghosts and spirits." As Zhao Jin listened to his wife's words, a warmth surged within him. Indeed, he had always acted with transparency and righteousness. During his time in the capital, he refused to compromise his principles, which led to his demotion to this remote place. Arriving in Qinghe, he devoted himself wholeheartedly, never daring to slacken his efforts. This warning from the immortal, where he led the people to avoid disaster and saved hundreds of lives, was nothing short of a tremendous achievement. His wife was right. Zhao Jin nodded and said, "I have already sent my memorial to the provincial office. I wonder what their response will be." Lin adjusted his attire. "My husband, as long as you act with a clear conscience, leave the outcome to the heavens. I believe that good people will receive divine favor." In Jiangzhou City. At the Jiangzhou Prefectural Office. Jiangzhou City serves as the administrative center of Jiangzhou, strategically located at the northern borders of southern Chu, facing northern Yan across the Tianhe River. From the inception of southern Chu, it has been a military stronghold and a strategic hub for surrounding areas. Consequently, the court appointed a military governor to oversee Jiangzhou and several neighboring provinces, with the governor's office located in Jiangzhou City. Governors are typically trusted confidants of the emperor, wielding significant power and commanding large armies. Although the prefect of Jiangzhou manages the administrative affairs of the province, in such a military stronghold, governance often hinges on military authority, particularly in the area where the governor's office is situated, requiring the prefect to tread carefully and seek the governor's counsel for major decisions. At this moment, inside the Jiangzhou prefectural office, the lights burned brightly. Lu Xin, the prefect of Jiangzhou, was frowning at an urgent memorial from Qinghe County. Zhao Jin. Lu Xin mused as he put down the memorial, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "I recall this person. He offended certain individuals in the capital and was subsequently relegated to that desolate, impoverished region. He picked up the memorial and read it again. The immortal's warning. The calamity brought by the dragon, the county magistrate leading the populace to safety, followed by the immortal receiving offerings. A cold smile crept across Lu Xun's lips. Such auspicious events are mostly the fabrications of wandering sorcerers or local officials seeking fame. However, it is well known that the current emperor favors such matters. Could it be that Zhao Zhan intends to leverage this incident to regain the emperor's attention? If this matter is indeed true, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement worthy of reporting to the court, and the emperor would surely be delighted. As his superior, I would also bask in the glory. However, should it turn out to be a fabrication, it would be tantamount to deceiving the sovereign. Zhao Zhan would be doomed, and I, too, would find it difficult to escape the blame of negligence. This official cap may well become precarious upon my head. Having navigated the treacherous waters of court politics for decades, I am acutely aware that the term auspicious omen serves as both a ladder to success and a harbinger of doom. The more Lu Xun pondered, the more his head throbbed. Zhao Zhan, it seems, is a principled and loyal minister, albeit lacking in the art of scheming, which has led him to such a fate. Would he be foolish enough to gamble his life and fortune on such matters? Lu Xun murmured the title of Xuanqiong Yunzhixinjuan, which did evoke a certain ethereal quality, leaving one to wonder about its authenticity. A subordinate, noticing his indecision, approached quietly. My lord, it is my humble opinion that Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, may have indeed encountered something extraordinary. His courage to report it suggests he possesses some assurance. Yet, given the gravity of this matter and the difficulty in discerning its truth, it would be unwise for you to either approve it outright or suppress it entirely. Lu Xun regarded him with a discerning gaze. Then, what do you suggest? The aide bowed respectfully. My lord, Jiangzhou is a military stronghold, with the esteemed Governor Yang stationed here, overseeing military affairs across several states and enjoying the emperor's utmost trust. This issue, involving celestial omens, is of great import. It would be prudent to forward this memorial to the governor for his determination. Governor Yang, a pillar of the nation and a trusted confidant of the emperor, would scrutinize the matter. Should there be any discrepancies, he would certainly dismiss it. If it were indeed an auspicious sign, his endorsement would lend significant weight. Upon hearing this, Lu Xun's eyes brightened. Indeed, Governor Yang Lai was a former subordinate of the emperor during his time in the palace, currently commanding a formidable military presence in Jiazhou, wielding authority over this region's military affairs. Should this involve celestial phenomena, any merit would surely be shared with the governor, if it were false. Having such a formidable figure at the forefront would alleviate much of Lu Xun's potential troubles. Your reasoning is sound, Lu Xun exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The matter is indeed of great significance, and the decision should rest with the governor. He promptly took up his brush and appended a concise note to Zhao Zhan's memorial, indicating the seriousness of the issue and his reluctance to decide unilaterally, earnestly requesting the governor's guidance. Bring in the next person, Lu Xun called out. A trusted attendant entered in response. Take this memorial, along with my note, and deliver it immediately to the governor's residence. As you command. The attendant took the sealed documents and hurried away. Lu Xun let out a long sigh, feeling the weight upon his shoulders significantly lifted. He approached the window, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, pondering. Zhao Zhan, what exactly are you concealing within that gourd of yours? Whether it be fortune or misfortune, it now hinges on your own fate, as well as the governor's judgment. He could only hope that this matter would not ensnare him. The authenticity of the Xuanqiong Yunze true monarch in Qinghe County ultimately hinges on the judgment of the district governor. Chapter 22. Mixed emotions. The official correspondence from Jiangzhou Prefecture arrived even more swiftly than Zhao Zhan had anticipated. As the wax-sealed document bearing the grand seal of the Jiangzhou district governor was laid before him, Zhao Zhan felt his heart leap to his throat. The governor, Lord Yang, personally responded? He found it hard to believe and hastily tore it open. Feng Yang, standing beside him, held his breath, feeling even more anxious than Zhao Zhan. This was none other than Governor Yang Lai, a pillar of the current regime, favored by the court, overseeing military affairs in Jiangzhou and its neighboring regions, and seldom concerning himself with local civil matters. Yet now, he had issued a decree concerning a celestial manifestation in Qinghe County, which carried significant weight. Zhao Zhan skimmed through the document, and his expression grew increasingly complex. How is it, Dong Wang? Feng Yang, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered. Zhao Zhan exhaled deeply, handing the document to Feng Yang while rubbing his temples. You read it for yourself. Feng Yang took it, reading intently. The opening lines of the correspondence eased his mind somewhat. Governor Yang Lai first commended Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghe County, for his composed response during the recent calamity, stating that his actions were appropriate, safeguarding the villagers and achieving remarkable merit. Furthermore, It was made clear that the disaster affecting Qingfeng village had been duly recorded by the inspectorate and would be presented to the court during the year-end evaluations to advocate for Zhaozhen's commendation. As for Zhaozhen's request for tax relief for Qifeng village, it had been granted. The prefecture would also immediately allocate funds and provisions for the post-disaster reconstruction of Qifeng village and for the relief of the victims. Dong Wang. This is indeed good news. Feng Yong exclaimed, his face lighting up. The governor has recognized your achievements. This is worth more than anything. With the tax exemption for Qifeng village and the financial support, the people's sentiments can be soothed. Zhaozhen nodded, yet his expression bore little relief. Continue reading. Feng Yong, sensing a shift in tone, quickly proceeded. The latter half of the document shifted focus to the matter of the Xuanqiang Yunzi true monarch's divine revelation. Concerning the reported celestial warning and the manifestation of the true monarch, the governor stated that it was of great significance and should not be overlooked or taken lightly. A thorough investigation was to be conducted to ensure accuracy, and should there be credible evidence, not mere rumors from the ignorant populace. This official would dispatch personnel for verification before making a determination. One must avoid grasping at straws, causing disturbances locally, and jeopardizing the nation and its people. In just a few sentences, the weight of his words was palpable. After finishing, Feng Yong felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. Dong Wang. It seems the governor is quite cautious regarding this matter. His wording is careful. Zhaozhen managed a bitter smile. Cautious? It is more than that. It is a warning. What sort of man is Governor Yang? He has weathered more storms than we have tasted salt. In recent years, the so-called auspicious omens reported by various provincial governments have proven to be largely fabricated. 8 or 9 out of 10 are mere fabrications, either concocted by local officials seeking to curry favor or the result of charlatans engaging in trickery. Ultimately, these events culminate in embarrassment for those involved. The consequences range from demotion to exile. The Governor Yang, by refraining from outright dismissal of these reports, has shown leniency, likely in acknowledgement of the tangible results of my recent disaster relief efforts. Listening intently, Feng Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, the elder's words resonated deeply. A few years back, I heard that in the neighboring Huzhou, a so-called phoenix had descended, only to later be revealed as a scheme orchestrated by a wealthy family to evade taxes, involving bribery of the county magistrate and the use of sky lanterns and dyed chickens as props. The magistrate is now serving in the northern military. Zhaozhen sighed, admitting his impatience. Upon hearing of the celestial offering, he hastily submitted his memorial, believing it to guarantee success. He paused, turning to Feng Yong. However, have you noticed that the governor's response is not entirely negative? Feng Yong, taken aback, scrutinized the official document again, pondering the implications. Are you suggesting that if there is indeed solid evidence, this official will dispatch someone to verify it? Precisely. Zhaozhen's eyes sparkled with insight. The governor did not categorically dismiss the reports as false, nor did he prohibit further investigation. He merely requested credible evidence. What does this indicate? It suggests that he harbors some belief, albeit not complete faith. Consider this. Had he truly deemed it nonsense, he could have swiftly issued a reprimand to silence us, or even dispatched an inspector to investigate us for sowing discord among the populace. Yet, he did not. He merely urged us to exercise caution and to present evidence. Feng Yong, enlightened by Zhaozhen's perspective, felt a surge of clarity. The elder's insight is profound. The governor is granting us an opportunity. If we can produce evidence that convinces him, this matter holds great potential. Indeed, Zhaozhen exclaimed, gesturing emphatically. The manifestation of the celestial being occurred not once, but twice. And he accepted our offerings. Is that not sufficiently genuine? Since he is willing to intervene on behalf of Qifeng village and accept our incense, he will undoubtedly reveal himself a third and fourth time. As long as the celestial figure continues to display signs of divinity, the provincial office will surely send representatives. At that point, with both witnesses and material evidence in hand, disbelief will be unfathomable. The doubts and anxieties that once plagued him transformed into a potent drive. The governor's caution instead ignited his determination. Esteemed mentor, this matter has already been noted by the provincial office. My task is to render these celestial signs increasingly credible. He abruptly turned, his gaze resolute. Feng, you must promptly attend to several tasks. At your command, esteemed elder. Feng Yong replied with a bow. First, transcribe the governor's response and post it at the county office, particularly regarding the tax reductions and the allocation of funds. The entire populace must be made aware of this grace bestowed by the governor, as well as the divine protection of the celestial being. Understood. Secondly, summon County Deputy Lu Mao, Registrar Sun Ming, and County Lieutenant Chun, who immediately. Zhaozhen emphasized with heightened intensity that the construction of the temple for the celestial sovereign Xuanqiang Yunzi and the inscription of the stone tablet is the foremost priority of this county. And there must be no hint of negligence. If there is a shortage of craftsmen, recruit from the various townships. Should the materials of stone and timber be insufficient, compel the local gentry to contribute. It is imperative that the temple of the celestial sovereign and the merit tablet be erected in the shortest possible time. I want everyone to witness the profound reverence we, the people of Qinghe County, hold for the celestial sovereign. Feng Yong felt a surge of fervor. Rest assured, my lord. I shall ensure this matter remains closely monitored. Zhao Zhan approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, where clouds and mist intertwined. Faint outlines of the peaks barely discernible. Celestial sovereign, he silently implored, if you truly possess divine will, please manifest your miracle once more. The destiny of Qinghe may very well hinge upon this. He understood that this game of strategy extended far beyond the confines of Qinghe County. The eyes of the regional governor had already turned towards them. He must seize this opportunity to transform this celestial encounter into tangible political achievements. Moreover, Zhao Zhan seemed to recollect something, adding, the sacred azure stone where the immortal revealed himself, as well as that grove of bamboo, must be closely guarded. No one is permitted to approach or desecrate them. They should be cleaned daily, and incense offerings must be made. Let that lad Wang to be responsible for this matter. He shares a bond with the immortal and is thus most suitable. Understood. Feng Yong dutifully noted everything. Zhao Zhan waved his hand. Go. This matter should be addressed without delay. Feng Yong departed in haste, his footsteps brisk. Once again, Zhao Zhan found himself alone in the room. He picked up the official document anew, caressing the characters of the Jiangzhou regional governor's seal, his gaze deepening with contemplation. This upheaval instigated by the celestial phenomenon had already surpassed his expectations. Yet the arrow is knocked, and it must be released. Zhao Zhan must either ascend to great heights through this opportunity or languish in this remote county for the rest of his days. The celestial sovereign Xuanqiong Yunzi. He murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with a blend of hope and resolve, I shall wager on you this once. The moonlight outside poured through the window panes, casting a solemn glow upon his resolute visage, enhancing the unspoken gravity of the moment. Chapter 23. The emergence of incense offerings at the foot of Qifeng Mountain. The sounds of hammers ringing incessantly filled the air. Dozens of craftsmen, under the supervision of officials, were fervently engaged in the construction of the temple for the celestial sovereign Xuanqiong Yunzi. The foundation had been laid, and several large beams had been erected, hinting at an aura of solemnity. The local villagers, having heard of the immortal's miracles and witnessing the government's grand endeavor, flocked to the hastily erected, rudimentary incense altar, lighting incense and bowing in prayer for safety. In an instant, the foot of Qingfeng Mountain was bustling with incense offerings and a cacophony of voices. Li Yin sat cross-legged within the stone cave, observing the scene below with keen interest. With a lingering click, the incense offerings appeared to be more numerous than the players I would typically compete against in games. The efficiency of the authorities was surprisingly commendable. Within just a few days, the temple's framework had been erected. Yet, I pondered the actual benefits of this fervent devotion. Li Yin mentally calculated. Redirecting his focus to the game icons in view, he noted that the random mount dice continued to refresh once daily. The game package icons seemed to radiate a brightness, more vivid than before. A flicker of intrigue ignited within Li Yin as his consciousness gravitated towards the game package. In the next moment, he found himself astounded. Within the package interface, the previously dull array of equipment, elixirs, materials, and miscellaneous items underwent a subtle transformation. However, what set this apart was that beneath these categories, a few items previously shrouded in obscurity now shimmered with the allure of being collectible, glowing a pristine white. Could it be usable? Li Yin's breath hitched, his fingers trembling slightly. He hastily clicked on the elixir section. Indeed, several icons illuminated. Would you like to retrieve a minor recovery elixir? Yes. The thought barely settled when a delicate porcelain vial materialized in his hand. Upon uncorking it, a faint aroma of medicine wafted forth. He poured out a singular elixir, its azure hue identical to that depicted in the game. The lowest tier of white quality items was finally at his disposal, suppressing his excitement. Li Yan's gaze quickly swept across the unlocked white items. Most were low-grade elixirs, such as the minor recovery elixir, alongside some low-tier monster materials and basic tools. Although they lacked prestige, this signified that he had finally acquired extraordinary powers beyond mere costumes and mounts that he could genuinely wield. Even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. Li Yin chuckled, redirecting his attention to the final category that had transformed. In the miscellaneous section lay numerous items he had long since forgotten. The game Nine Heavens Inquiry frequently orchestrated festive events to entice players, often distributing items that, while lacking practical utility, possessed distinctive appearances and significant commemorative value. These trinkets varied widely, featuring special fireworks, whimsical headgear, and unique furniture exclusive to the housing system. Categorically, these official gifts and keepsakes were classified as the lowest tier. White quality items. Li Yin casually selected one. Mysterious blessing. Upon use, randomly grants a trivial temporary status enhancement for a duration of 10 minutes. The corners of Li Yan's mouth twitched. This notorious item, once derided by players for its deceptive nature, was now within reach. He clicked on another. Decade Celebration Grand Firework Shell. Upon use, unleashes a magnificent and splendid firework display at a designated location. Li Yin gazed at the myriad of white refuse before him. Yet his heart brimmed with delight. "Oh, how I adore you, dog planner." He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. These items may hold little value in the game, but in this unfamiliar realm, they could prove immensely useful. Eagerly, he began perusing the illuminated icons of furniture: flowing cloud white jade couch, cloud pattern white jade lampstand, Millennium Agarwood meditation cushion, and purple bamboo wind whisk screen. In the gaming world, these might merely be decorative, yet in this extraordinary domain, within the confines of this humble cavern, they seem to be treasures fit for the divine. My doghouse can finally be upgraded, Li Yin exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Without delay, he focused his thoughts and selected the flowing cloud white jade couch. Extract. In an instant, a radiant flash illuminated the cavern, and a white jade couch quietly materialized. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, exuding a gentle coolness, starkly contrasting with the cave's rustic simplicity. Li Yin cautiously reached out to touch it. It was indeed tangible. Heavens! He marveled. This was far more comfortable than his stone bed adorned with animal hides. He swiftly retrieved several other white-quality furnishings. The cloud pattern white jade lamp stand instantly dispelled the dimness of the cave with its soft, which he casually placed beside the stone table to serve as a stool. Next, he extracted the Millennium Agarwood meditation cushion and positioned it beside his usual stone resting place. The purple bamboo wind whisk screen was elegantly placed not far from the cave's entrance, adding a touch of privacy and grace. He even acquired a set of delicate snow-white silk bedding, luxuriously soft to the touch. In mere moments, the formerly crude cave was transformed. The ethereal allure of the newly added furnishings imbued the entire chamber with a distinct character. The rawness diminished, replaced by a serene ambience that subtly hinted at the charm of a celestial dwelling. Li Yin reclined contentedly on the flowing cloud white jade couch, savoring the jade's coolness and the silk's softness, utterly blissful. At last, my doghouse has ascended to an ethereal abode, he thought, his spirits lifted. Li Yin surveyed his new home with satisfaction. It seemed the incense offerings from below truly bore fruit. Having navigated the internet for years and indulged in countless web novels, he noted the synchronicity of this golden opportunity with the construction of the temple and the pilgrimage of devotees. To assert that there was no connection between these events would be utterly implausible. Was it the power of faith? Or something akin to that? Could it be that the unlocking and upgrading of this golden finger depended on the world's recognition or belief in him? This speculation ignited a fervor within his heart. If this is indeed the case, then he has chosen the right path in playing the role of the celestial sovereign. As long as he amplifies the name of the Xuanxiang Yunjia True Lord, attracting more followers, the treasures within his game inventory shall be unlocked in a continuous flow. The more Li Yin pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Clearly, he must continue to embody the identity of the Xuanxiang Yunjia True Lord, and he must do so with greater authenticity. He recalled the Taoist priest who had been frequently wandering near the bamboo grove in recent days. It was he who presided over the last ritual honoring the deities, making a lasting impression on Li Yin. This priest had been meandering about the bamboo grove almost daily, sometimes in the morning and sometimes at dusk. He did not engage in any particular activity, merely pacing back and forth inside and outside the grove, occasionally gazing up at the sky and then down in contemplation, and at times, he would scrutinize the piece of azure stone that Zhaojin and others regarded as a celestial relic for an extended period. This Taoist priest appeared to harbor a keen interest in my identity as the Xuanxiang Yunjia True Lord, Li Yin mused, a playful expression emerging on his face. To delve deeper into this world, especially its cultivation system, and to investigate whether true immortals exist within it, this Ling Yun Taoist could serve as an Li Yin calculated in his mind. Although he had acquired some means of self-preservation, his understanding of this world remained woefully shallow. Concepts such as martial arts, internal energy, and true qi were merely superficial knowledge gleaned from Wangda. This world is profoundly intricate. He must proceed with caution. To convincingly portray the Xuanxiang Yunjia True Lord without revealing his true nature, he needed a more profound understanding of the local religious and immortals. He must devise a way to extract some information from this Taoist priest. Li Yan's gaze fell once more upon the newly unlocked white items in his game inventory. With a few more cards up his sleeve, perhaps this performance could be even more splendid. He required a plan that would not only test the depths of the Lingyun Taoist, but also further solidify his identity as the true lord, all while gathering intelligence. Chapter 24. The celestial connection knocks at the door. The bamboo grove on Qifeng Mountain was still shrouded in morning mist. The Lingyun Taoist, as usual, stepped into this sacred site, which had been expressly protected by County Magistrate Zhaozhen. He came daily under the pretense of seeking inspiration for the merit inscription of the true Lord's temple, immersing himself in the ethereal ambience of the immortals. Naturally, the county magistrate permitted this, advising him not to linger too long to avoid disturbing the true Lord's serene cultivation. Approaching the azure stone, regarded by countless individuals as a celestial mark, he noted that it was devoid of any dust, evidently indicating that Wang De had been diligent in his cleaning. Wisps of fragrant smoke rose gracefully from the makeshift incense altar, infused with the reverence of the devotees. Today, the bamboo grove seemed somewhat different from the usual. For decades, Daoist Lingyun had cultivated his inner strength, which now permeated his entire being, granting him heightened senses beyond those of an ordinary person. The air was imbued with a subtle crispness, coupled with an indescribable vitality. The melodies of birdsong seemed more sparse than usual. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of caution igniting within him. Could it be that, at this very moment, shadows danced among the bamboo ahead? A flash of purest white abruptly caught his eye. It was a deer, entirely snow-white, unblemished by any trace of color. Its antlers sparkled with a translucent sheen, resembling exquisite jade, radiating a gentle glow in the morning light. A faint chill seemed to emanate from its form, rendering the surrounding air even cooler. It was the snow-treading deer in search of plum blossoms. Daoist Lingyun's pupils constricted suddenly, and his breath momentarily halted. This ethereal white deer was identical to the celestial steed described by the hunter Wang De. The deer of the immortal deer, he murmured to himself, his heart inexplicably quickening. After a lifetime of seeking enlightenment and communion with the divine, what had he truly desired? Was it not to one day behold a true immortal and glimpse the profound mysteries of the Tao? The white deer, as if sensing his presence, its eyes, clear as crystal, gazing calmly at him. In that single glance, Daoist Lingyun felt an indescribable spiritual aura wash over him, clearing his mind. Then, with an elegant turn of its head, the deer gracefully stepped forward, unhurriedly venturing deeper into the bamboo grove. Its pace appeared unhurried, yet in mere flashes. It was on the verge of vanishing into the dense shadows of the bamboo. This was an extraordinary celestial opportunity. Such thoughts consumed Daoist Lingyun's mind. He could no longer heed the edicts against disturbing the true monarch. Summoning his inner strength, he soared forth like the wind, urgently pursuing. Celestial deer, wait. Celestial deer, halt. He called out, though his feet dared not slacken. This was a living steed of the immortals. Should he miss this chance, it would haunt him for a lifetime. The celestial deer led the way, seemingly wandering at leisure, yet Daoist Lingyun had to exert all his strength to keep pace. As they ventured deeper into the bamboo thicket, the mist thickened, and the piercing chill became ever more palpable. He lost count of how many turns he had taken, how many patches of bamboo he had passed through. Suddenly, the guiding celestial deer came to a halt. It paused before a clearing, casting a glance back at the panting Daoist Lingyun. Then gracefully advanced a few steps and lay down in front of a pavilion. In the center of the clearing, a small and exquisitely crafted pavilion had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The pavilion appeared to be constructed entirely of white jade, with 4 pillars intricately carved with swirling cloud motifs. Its roof was adorned with azure-green glazed tiles, the eaves gently curling upward, decorated with delicate jade bells that swayed softly in the breeze, yet emitted not a single sound. Beside the pavilion, a faintly discernible miniature rockery bonsai could be seen, from which the gentle sound of trickling water emerged, creating a melodious tinkling. A few slender purple bamboos were artfully planted on one side of the pavilion, forming a natural screen that added an air of elegance. Lingyun Daoist stood in stunned silence. He was certain that this pavilion had not existed when he visited the day before, though he had not traversed to the innermost parts of the bamboo grove. Such a conspicuous structure could not have escaped his notice. Could it be the work of celestial beings, conjuring something from thin air? His heart raced, and his steps felt unsteady. A white deer lay outside the pavilion, gently resting its head upon its forelegs, eyes closed as if in slumber. Lingyun Daoist suppressed the tumult within him, his gaze drawn irresistibly towards the interior of the pavilion. Inside, there was a low table made of white jade adorned with a delicate tea set, from which wisps of steam spiraled upward. A man dressed in a moon-white Daoist robe sat gracefully by the window, exuding an air of serenity. The robe, resembling clouds and mist, billowed softly. Its sleeves and hem embroidered with intricate patterns of flowing clouds and silver thread, shimmering with faint rainbow hues as he moved, while a subtle halo appeared behind him. He embodied the ethereal essence of a celestial being, precisely as described by Wang De that day. Such a scene, such a figure. Lingyun Taoist had only encountered in the ancient scrolls of the Taoist temple's most venerable texts. Since you are here, my young friend, why not enter the pavilion and share a cup? The clear and gentle voice resonated from within, reaching Lingyun Taoist's ears with clarity. He was jolted, as though struck by a bolt of lightning. The celestial being was speaking to me. His legs felt weak, nearly buckling beneath him. He forcefully steadied his mind. Adjusting his slightly disheveled robe, taking a deep breath, and respectfully approached to a few paces outside the pavilion, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of reverence. Junior. Lingyun of Qingyan Temple pays respects to the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunza. His voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. I am unworthy and have disturbed your tranquil meditation. I deserve death 1,000 times over. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Inside the pavilion, Li Yin set down the cold jade Lingquan teacup. A subtle smile gracing his lips. He thought to himself, the fish has finally taken the bait. Li Yin slowly turned his head, his gaze falling upon Lingyun Taoist. There is no need for excessive formality, my young friend, he replied calmly. This place is serene. I happen to have some leisure time to sit here briefly. Your presence is also a matter of fate. Upon hearing this, Lingyun Taoist's heart swelled with even greater excitement. The celestial being addressed him as my young friend. And his tone bore no hint of reproach. What a profound celestial connection this was. Chapter 25. The dialogue between celestial and mortal as dawn broke. Li Yin awoke. In the cave, an array of celestial jade artifacts adorned the surroundings, transforming it from its primordial state. He stretched languidly, rising from the flowing white jade couch, his thoughts gravitating towards the golden dye. Today, spontaneity was cast aside. He had meticulously devised a plan. With a designated summoning, he called forth the snow-tracking plum deer. In a flash of radiant light, the ethereal deer, resplendent in its snowy white coat and crystalline antlers, materialized within the cave. Exuding an aura of elegance and an ethereal chill. You perfectly complement today's ambience, Li Yin remarked, nodding in satisfaction. He donned the robe of the celestial monarch. The moonlight-hued garment billowing without wind, surrounded by a spectrum of shimmering light, with a hazy halo enveloping his form. Once prepared, Li Yin mounted the snow-tracking plum deer and gracefully exited the cave, making his way towards the bamboo grove. Deep within the verdant thicket, he discovered a secluded clearing, a tranquil haven devoid of visitors. With a mere thought, several white-quality decor items from his inventory manifested before him. A flash of brilliance heralded the rise of a delicate white jade pavilion, its 4 columns intricately carved with cloud patterns, topped with azure-glazed tiles that glimmered under the morning light. Inside the pavilion, a white jade low table and 2 round stools awaited his presence. What else is needed? Li Yin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He then retrieved a tea set named the Cold Jade Spirit Spring, crafted from smooth jade and possessing an antiquated elegance. As for the tea, he rummaged through his miscellaneous items and unearthed an unassuming small paper package. Herb essence, single-use, a gift from an official event. Brewed from 100 types of morning dew herbs, it provides a slight invigorating effect and randomly grants a minor enhancement for a duration of 10 minutes upon consumption. This will suffice. In the game, this item was little more than a consolation prize, but here, it would serve its purpose splendidly. Li Yin settled comfortably upon the jade stool in the pavilion, leisurely pouring himself a cup of celestial tea and savoring a gentle sip. Not bad. It resembles a certain herbal beverage. He turned to the snow-tracking plum deer beside him. Go, summon that Taoist priest. The ethereal deer, possessing a spirit of its own, nodded and trotted silently into the misty bamboo grove. A shift in perspective brought forth the moment the Lingyun Taoist stepped into the bamboo forest. Breathless and astonished, he followed the deer to the clearing, where he beheld the pavilion that seemed to have materialized from thin air, along with the figure of the white-robed immortal seated within. He stood, momentarily dazed, marveling at the celestial machinations before him. Ah, young friend, why not join me in the pavilion for a cup? Li Yin's voice, gentle and ethereal, pierced the stillness of the bamboo grove. Startled back to reality, Lingyun Taoist quickly composed himself, taking several steps toward the pavilion and bowing respectfully. I am but a junior from Qingyan Temple, Lingyun, paying my respects to the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunza. The younger generation lacks decorum, disturbing the esteemed sage's tranquil cultivation. I deserve the gravest punishment and humbly implore the sage for forgiveness. Li Yin nodded slightly, a profound smile gracing his face. There is no need for such formality. Young friend, this place is serene, and I have chanced upon some leisure, allowing me to sit here for a while. Your presence is indeed a matter of fate. Please. He gestured towards another jade seat within the pavilion. The esteemed Taoist Ling Yun was taken aback, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. The sage had invited him to share a drink. What an honor this was. He moved cautiously, step by step, entering the jade pavilion with a hint of stiffness in his demeanor. Upon observing the arrangement within the pavilion, particularly the tea set on the white jade table, emanating wisps of steam and a subtle exotic fragrance, he felt a surge of astonishment. This jade pavilion, jade table, and jade seat were all rare treasures in the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Thank you, esteemed sage, for the seat. Taoist Ling Yun seated himself only on the edge of the jade stool opposite Li Yin, maintaining an upright posture, his demeanor radiating utmost respect. Li Yin picked up the jade teapot and poured him a cup of tea. The tea was crystal clear, imbued with an extraordinary fragrance that invigorated the senses. Please, enjoy. Thank you, esteemed sage, for the tea. Taoist Ling Yun cradled the teacup in both hands, feeling its warm, smooth surface as if it contained some peculiar power. He cautiously inhaled the aroma. The refreshing scent penetrated his heart, immediately revitalizing him. He took a small sip. The initial bitterness transformed into a sweetness that flowed down his throat. In an instant, an indescribable warmth surged from his dantian, rapidly coursing through his limbs. The internal energy, previously disordered from his hurried journey, became more refined and pure under the nurturing warmth. He even sensed a significant sharpening of his five senses. This is celestial tea. Taoist Ling Yun's heart was tumultuous, yet his expression remained composed, though his hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. After decades of cultivation, he had tasted the divine springs of renowned mountains and consumed rare herbs, but none had exhibited such immediate and gentle effects. Just a single sip surpassed days of arduous practice. The sage's drink was indeed extraordinary. Li Yin observed the changes in Taoist Ling Yun's expression with amusement, silently chuckling. It appeared that the random enhancement effect of the herbal elixir had been triggered. For a mortal cultivator of Ling Yun's caliber, this was undoubtedly a remarkable experience. What do you think of this tea? Li Yin inquired casually. The Taoist master Ling Yun hastily set down his teacup and stood to bow deeply, expressing, "The celestial tea bestowed by the true monarch is both refreshing and exquisite, imbued with the profound mysteries of the Tao. Partaking in it feels akin to savoring the sweet rain. My mind is suddenly illuminated, and I am profoundly grateful." Such flattery nearly made Li Yin lose his composure. "Young friend, you exaggerate." He waved his hand, gesturing for Ling Yun to take his seat. "It is merely ordinary tea. If you enjoy it, that suffices." The more Li Yin downplayed it, the more reverence Ling Yun felt in his heart. To him, it was undoubtedly a testament to the true monarch's humility. Such a divine substance was described as mere tea by the true monarch, underscoring the vast chasm between the celestial and the mundane. Noticing the time was ripe, Li Yin decided to forego pleasantries and commence his examination. His gaze fell upon Taoist master Ling Yun, scrutinizing him with a hint of appraisal. As the head of the Qingyan Temple, you must possess unique insights into the realms of immortals and deities. Pray tell, what do you perceive as the essence of immortals and deities? Upon hearing this, Taoist Ling Yun's spirit surged. This was an assessment from the true monarch. He promptly adjusted his posture and replied respectfully, in response to the true monarch, "I, being rather dull, have gleaned only fragments regarding the distinction between immortals and deities from ancient texts and my sect's teachings. In my humble opinion, deities are those who are bestowed authority by heaven and earth, wielding dominion over a realm, governing fortune and calamity, and enjoying the incense offerings of the populace. Akin to the gods of mountains and rivers, or the guardians of cities and lands. They hold sacred offices, harmonizing with the cosmic order. Yet there exists a hierarchy among deities. The ancient righteous gods and the multitude of celestial beings are beyond the grasp of the ordinary world. Conversely, immortals often seek liberation from the mundane, living freely and unbound by the cycle of reincarnation. They possess vast supernatural powers, some founding sects to impart teachings, while others retreat into the mountains, dedicating themselves to arduous cultivation in pursuit of transcendence." Li Yin listened intently, nodding subtly. Taoist Ling Yun's words resonated closely with his understanding of the immortal and deity framework from his past life. It appeared that this world's perception of immortals bore striking similarities to the ancient myths of Earth. "Oh," Li Yin feigned contemplation. "In your esteemed opinion, what is the current state of incense faith across the realm?" At this juncture, a shadow crossed Taoist Ling Yun's countenance. In response to the true monarch, regarding the current landscape of incense faith, it largely divides into a northern Buddhist and southern Taoist dichotomy. In our southern Chu region, we have historically revered the immortal deities of the Tao, with temples flourishing in various states and counties, and incense offerings thriving. However, he continued, a note of concern creeping into his tone. In recent years, the Northern Buddhist sect has gained significant momentum, with its doctrines beginning to permeate southward. Particularly in commercial hubs and newly established counties, the proliferation of Buddhist temples and an increasing number of adherents subtly threatens to erode the foundations of our Taoist practices. Those Buddhist monks adeptly cloak their ambitions with the guise of compassion, constructing resplendent temples to sway the hearts of the people. Yet the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas they venerate stand in stark contrast to our Taoist pantheon. Li Yin keenly detected a trace of disdain and vigilance in Taoist Ling Yun's words concerning Buddhism. A stirring arose within him. He now assumed the role of the local Xiankong Yunzhe Jinjuan, a Taoist water deity officially sanctioned by the native traditions, naturally aligning himself with the local Taoist sect. Humph. Li Yin emitted a cold snort, tinged with a hint of disdain. My young friend need not worry, he remarked, setting down his teacup with a calm demeanor. The light of a firefly cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Ultimately, the unorthodox paths cannot ascend to the grand halls of elegance. This disdainful exclamation, upon reaching the ears of Taoist Lingyun, resonated like celestial music. Indeed, the Jinjuan held the Buddhist sect in low regard. The last flicker of doubt in his heart dissipated completely. Only a true immortal of the Taoist lineage could possess such an attitude towards Buddhism. The teachings of the Jinjuan. Taoist Lingyun's spirit soared. As if he had found a pillar of support, he vowed to forever remember the Jinjuan's sage words. Li Yin inwardly chuckled, realizing that disputes between Taoism and Buddhism were a perennial theme across all worlds. This was precisely the outcome he desired, as it bridged the psychological distance between him and Taoist Lingyun, allowing him to pose the more crucial questions ahead. As the atmosphere became charged, Taoist Lingyun gazed at the ethereal Jinjuan before him, recalling the mystical celestial deer and the lingering sweetness of the immortal tea. A thought within him could no longer be restrained. He abruptly rose from his seat and knelt once more before Li Yin, his expression earnest to the utmost degree. Esteemed elder, there is a matter that has perplexed me for years. Today, I am fortunate to behold the Jinjuan's esteemed visage, and I dare to implore your guidance in navigating this dilemma. Li Yin raised an eyebrow, feigning tranquility. Taoist Lingyun took a deep breath, his voice trembling with boundless yearning. Might I ask, esteemed Jinjuan, whether we, as ordinary cultivators, can truly glimpse the pathways of the great Tao, achieve transcendence, and share longevity with the heavens and earth? Li Yin's heart tightened. Here it was. This was the very question he had longed to explore today. Does this world truly harbor a method for eternal life? Can one genuinely cultivate to become an immortal? Chapter 26. The authentic and the false paths of the Tao. Li Yin's gaze deepened, fixating on the elder before him, whose white hair trembled with excitement at the mere mention of the elusive concept of immortality. He did not respond immediately. The pavilion fell into a momentary silence, the only sound being the gentle steam rising from the jade teacup, still exuding wisps of ethereal energy. Li Yin lifted the cup to his lips, savoring a delicate sip of the tea. The crisp liquid slid down his throat, and only then did he begin to speak, his tone remaining gentle. I observe that your internal energy is stable, and your foundation is commendable. Please, share how the contemporary Taoist sect seeks to inquire into the Taoist path. Upon hearing this, Taoist Lingyun felt compelled to respond without hesitation, relaying all that he knew. Esteemed Jinjuan, in today's world, practitioners, whether of Taoism, Buddhism, or other unorthodox paths, predominantly rely on internal cultivation techniques as their foundation, refining their physical bodies and condensing their inner strength. This constitutes the realm of body tempering. With robust muscles and abundant vitality, one may attempt to sense the primordial energies of the heavens and earth, guiding them into the body to cultivate inner strength. This is known as internal force. Those who achieve a modest degree of mastery can shatter stones and move as lightly as a swallow. Upon attaining a greater mastery of internal force, one may endeavor to transform it into a pure essence, known as true qi, permeating the body's myriad channels. Once the dantian is brimming with true qi, and its circulation is effortless, one enters the realm of true qi. Practitioners at this level can project their true qi outward, capable of inflicting harm from a distance. In the eyes of the mundane, such individuals are regarded as formidable masters, capable of founding sects or dominating regions. Li Yin listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping against the jade table. This information aligned closely with what he had gleaned from Wang De. What comes after true qi? He inquired. Taoist Lingyun's expression grew solemn. Beyond true qi lies the realm of the innate. To enter this state, one must break, bridging the gap between heaven and earth, allowing one's true qi to merge with the primordial energies, creating a cycle of life. Upon successful completion, one's lifespan is greatly extended. Impervious to the elements, able to traverse water, with true qi nearly boundless, far beyond the grasp of ordinary methods. A hint of melancholy tinged his voice. Above the innate realm exists the legendary Master S domain. Masters can begin to manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, wielding great power in their every gesture. Their intent capable of causing spirits to flee. Such individuals are venerated as terrestrial immortals, each one a force capable of shaping the fate of a region. Yet Taoist Ling Yun sighed, expressing that the Master Realm is exceedingly elusive. Based on what he understood in the present day, the combined realms of Nanchu and Beiyin boast no more than a dozen publicly recognized masters. The current head of the Taoist sect, a prodigious talent, has only recently grasped the innate realm and touched upon the threshold of mastery, still distant from true transcendence. As for what lies beyond mastery, ancient texts occasionally allude to concepts of shattering the void and ascending in broad daylight. Yet these discussions are vague and resemble myth rather than substantiated reality. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Li Yin. Li Yin comprehended the implications. Body tempering, internal force, true qi, innate, master. This cultivation system was indeed as he had surmised. This was not a world of immortal heroes, but rather one of low martial prowess. The so-called terrestrial immortals, in his view, likely could not even contend with the minor adversaries from asking the heavens. As for achieving immortality, transcending to the heavens, or sharing eternity with the cosmos, such notions were utterly absurd. Thus, his identity as the Xuanxiong Yunzai true monarch afforded him boundless opportunities for manipulation. In this realm, the concepts of deities, celestial courts, and underworlds lacked definitive understanding, and even a coherent system of immortals was non-existent. He could easily leverage his information advantage, which was millennia ahead of this world, to fabricate, elucidate a comprehensive system of immortal cultivation, unafraid of being exposed. Who would dare to question? Who had the audacity to consult other immortals? Oh, it seems that in this world, there are no other true deities to consult him. How delightful. Furthermore, the temple of the true monarch that is currently under construction at the foot of the mountain, along with the devout worshippers, appears to genuinely unlock items within his game inventory. Is this not the path to divinity through faith? Although at present, he can only unlock some worthless white-quality items. What if, in the future, with an increase in followers and their fervent devotion, he could unlock more advanced equipment, elixirs, or even those extraordinary treasures and divine abilities? The more Li Yin pondered, the more fervent his heart became. If I were to create a few more identities, such as the Jade Emperor, King Yama, the Three Purities, and the Four Emperors, bringing the entire mythological system into play, would the treasures in my golden finger not overflow? The thought excited Li Yin further, and he regarded Taoist Ling Yun with an expression that hinted at mentorship. This Taoist is a crucial element in his divine creation plan. He calmed his mind, maintaining the serene demeanor of an immortal, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. His voice carried an ethereal quality, as if emanating from the heavens above. My young friend, do you realize that the path you currently cultivate has long diverged from the true path of immortality? What? Taoist Ling Yun was struck as if by lightning, abruptly lifting his head, disbelief filling his eyes. Just moments ago, he had been lamenting his quest for the Master Realm. And now this true monarch claimed that their centuries-old cultivation methods were erroneous? How could this be possible? The true monarch's lips trembled, almost unable to articulate a complete thought. What do you mean by this? The cultivation methods of our Taoist lineage have been painstakingly derived from ancient texts by generations of ancestors. How could they be wrong? Li Yin shook his head slowly, his expression solemn. You all believe that by refining your vital energy, tempering your bones, and manipulating your inner breath, you can glimpse the great Tao and ascend to immortality? This is merely a technique for strengthening the body, a path of mundane martial artists. Even if perfected, it remains a mortal form. How can it coexist with the heavens and enjoy the freedom of the celestial realms? Taoist Ling Yun appeared as though struck by thunder, his face turning pale in an instant. The path of mundane martial artists, the techniques for strengthening the body, he muttered, dazed. The centuries-old legacy of the Taoists, the countless efforts of their ancestors, were deemed so insignificant by the true monarch. What, then, should the true path of immortality resemble? His voice was dry, tinged with the last vestiges of hope. Li Yin rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards the mist-shrouded peaks in the distance. His voice became ethereal and distant, imbued with an indescribable profundity. The true path of immortality is to seize the spirit of heaven and earth, to claim the creations of the sun and moon, to comprehend the mysteries of yin and yang, and unravel the enigmas of life and death. A cultivator of immortality refines essence into vital energy, transforms vital energy into spirit, returns spirit to the void, and merges the void with the Tao. Each step ascends to a new realm. Each step creates transformation. Swallowing the starlight, dining on the rosy clouds, refining one's essence, tempering the primordial spirit, innate abilities manifesting, and spells forming autonomously. Moreover, some may even carve out celestial paradises, traversing the cosmic rivers and vast voids, merging with the Tao to attain true immortality. This discourse was merely a patchwork of countless immortal tales that Li Yin had perused in his previous life. Concepts such as refining essence into qi and the primordial spirit eluded his full comprehension. Yet this did not prevent him from solemnly employing them to deceive. After all, the inhabitants of this world were oblivious. If he claimed it to be so, then it was. Taoist Lingyun listened, stupefied, his spirit shaken. Every word from the true sovereign struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. Refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, the primordial spirit, merging with the Tao. Such terminology he had only glimpsed in obscure, dubious texts within the temple, their meanings vague and unclear, in comparison to the celestial path described by the true sovereign. The inner cultivation methods they practiced were but a flicker against the brilliance of the full moon. Ah, so it is. Taoist Lingyun's knees buckled, and he collapsed once more to the ground, tears streaming down his aged face. How could it be that our Taoist lineage, spanning thousands of years, has strayed onto a misguided path? No wonder no one has ever truly ascended to immortality. His heart brimmed with regret, frustration, and an unprecedented yearning. If the true sovereign's words held any truth, then were not all their arduous pursuits rendered a mere jest? True sovereign, save me. Taoist Lingyun prostrated himself in fervent supplication, his forehead striking the cold jade floor with a dull thud. I, the foolish disciple, have unwittingly wandered astray. Only today, upon hearing your divine teachings, do I realize the path to immortality is shrouded in obscurity, and we have been but frogs in a well. I implore your compassion. For the practitioners of the Tao across the realm, for we who earnestly seek the truth, please illuminate a clear path. Bestow upon us the authentic celestial methods. His voice, hoarse and tinged with despair, resonated with the last flicker of hope. The bamboo grove lay silent, save for the occasional soft snort from a celestial deer and the heavy breaths of Taoist Lingyun. Li Yin stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the prostrate elder, a sense of satisfaction swelling within him. The effect was remarkable. It appeared that the celestial theories gleaned from novels held considerable sway in this realm. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Chapter 27. The law must not be lightly transmitted. After Li Yin had finished his performance, he pondered the elder's request with a flurry of thoughts. Celestial methods? What did he truly understand about authentic celestial practices? If he could extract skill books from a game package and casually toss one aside, it would likely astonish the elder as if it were a tome of divine secrets. For now, he could only continue to feign profundity. He gently shook his head, his voice carrying a hint of aloofness and authority. Young friend, the law must not be lightly transmitted. Those 5 short words fell upon Taoist Lingyun's fervent heart like a bucket of icy water. He abruptly lifted his head, despair and confusion evident in his eyes. The true monarch, Li Yin, continued, your fate with me has yet to unfold. You are not yet worthy to enter my teachings and receive the true methods. These words struck like a heavy hammer, causing the Taoist Lingyun to see darkness before his eyes. Indeed, how could the celestial arts be easily imparted? His meager cultivation, in the eyes of the true monarch, was likely no more significant than that of an ant. Li Yin shifted his tone, infusing it with a touch of reassurance. However, to unravel this ancient enigma for you today, to grant you a glimpse into the path of immortality, is already a tremendous opportunity. Countless cultivators in this world spend their entire lives merely wandering in the fog, unaware of the way to the celestial realm. Your realization today, that your current path is a deviation, surpasses them by hundreds, if not thousands of times. Upon hearing this, the Taoist Lingyun felt a slight calmness settle within him. Indeed, the true monarch had unveiled the long-standing obfuscations of their sect. Such a favor was immeasurable. How could he dare to wish for more? Yet, as for the true celestial methods, Li Yin observed the fluctuations in his expression, sensing that the moment was ripe to offer a glimmer of hope. After all, this Taoist Lingyun would prove invaluable in the future. I perceive within you a lingering aspiration towards the Tao, and your innate qualities, though modest, are still worth cultivating. Li Yin remarked, pacing a few steps before softening his tone. Our chance encounter today is itself a form of fate. If you can maintain a sincere heart and earnestly seek the truth, all that transpires henceforth shall not escape my notice. When the time is ripe and the conditions align, I shall consider guiding you on the path to immortality. These words shone like a ray of dawn, illuminating the nearly despondent heart of Taoist Lingyun. The true monarch had not closed the door completely. There remained a chance. Disciple understands. Lingyun's voice trembled as he bowed deeply, vowing to cherish the true monarch's teachings and serve with sincerity, day and night praying for a connection to the celestial. Li Yin, pleased with his reaction, concluded. That is all for today. He rose gracefully, and with a gentle sweep of his wide sleeves, the exquisitely crafted white jade pavilion, along with its jade table, jade benches, celestial tea, and even the purple bamboo stream nearby, transformed into shimmering points of light, vanishing into thin air as if they had never existed. What? Daoist Lingyun's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. His mind echoed with a singular thought, the universe within the sleeves. This must be the celestial art of the universe in the sleeves. It was said that those of great prowess could encompass all of creation within their sleeves, and today, he had witnessed it firsthand. His doubts regarding Li Yan's identity as an immortal dissipated entirely, replaced by even deeper reverence. Li Yan, however, regarded this feat as a trivial matter. His demeanor calm and composed. He approached the snow-treading, plum-seeking deer that had been quietly lying beside him. The celestial deer, resonating with a melodious low call, emanated an intensified chill. Be cautious, my young friend, it whispered softly, its words dissipating with the breeze. In the next moment, it leapt gracefully upon the snowy ground. Enveloped in a hazy luminescence of snow, with a sudden bound, it bore Li Yanhua away, transforming into a streak of snow-colored light that vanished into the depths of the morning mist within the bamboo grove, leaving no trace behind. Only a faint, lingering chill remained in the air, alongside the dazed figure of Daoist Lingyun. After a prolonged silence, Daoist Lingyun gradually emerged from the depths of his profound astonishment. His mind was a tempest of confusion, buzzing incessantly. The true monarch had departed, arriving without a shadow and leaving without a trace. Had he not experienced it firsthand? Who would dare believe that such divine beings truly existed in this world? He cast a glance at the spot where he had previously knelt in reverence, then surveyed the empty patch of grass. The true monarch's words echoed in his ears. The law must not be lightly passed. The fated moment has yet to arrive. Sincere intentions guide the path to immortality. Daoist Lingyun's gaze flickered as he pondered these phrases repeatedly. Suddenly, he trembled, and an unprecedented brilliance ignited in his eyes. Yes, indeed. The true monarch was testing me. He slapped his thigh in epiphany. Of course, it must be so. How precious is the celestial law? How could it be imparted so easily to others? The true monarch's assertion that my fate had not yet arrived did not imply a lack of celestial affinity, but rather that my current sincerity had not reached a satisfactory level in his eyes. If you can uphold genuine intentions and earnestly seek the path, I shall observe your endeavors. This was clearly an indication that I must demonstrate my dedication through tangible actions. When the time is ripe and the conditions are met, I shall consider whether to guide you on the path of immortality. Does this not mean that as long as I pass the test, I shall have the opportunity to receive the true teachings of the celestial way? The more Daoist Lingyun contemplated, the more sense it made, and his excitement grew. The earlier feelings of disappointment and confusion dissipated in an instant, replaced by an overwhelming fervor and zeal. The law must not be lightly passed, he repeated fervently, nodding in resolute understanding. The true monarch's awakening of us wayfarers from our misguided paths was indeed a tremendous grace. To impart the celestial law too freely would render the path of immortality trivial. I understand now. I completely comprehend. Daoist Lingyun quivered with exhilaration, yearning to rush after the true monarch to express his determination. Yet, he recognized that since the true monarch had departed, he would not easily reappear. What he must do now is to follow the true monarch's subtle hints and demonstrate his sincerity and earnestness. How to showcase this? An illuminating thought flashed through Daoist Lingyun's mind. The true monarch had unveiled my misconceptions and cultivated a matter of great significance concerning the inheritance of the world's teachings. How could I, alone, monopolize such celestial secrets? I must promptly return to the Qingyun temple and meticulously document every word spoken by the true monarch today, proclaiming it to the world of fellow practitioners. Let all the cultivators of the world know the true path to immortality. This, indeed, is my sincerity. This is the utmost reverence I hold for the true monarch. With this thought, Master Lingyun could contain himself no longer. He stumbled to his feet, disregarding the disarray of his Taoist robe, and hurriedly dashed towards the bamboo grove. He needed to return to the temple at once. He was determined to spread this momentous news throughout Nanshu and across the entire realm. The Xuanqing Yunjia true monarch is not only a deity capable of forewarning calamities and safeguarding the people, he is also the supreme ancestor guiding the path to immortality, illuminating the way for the lost. The Qifeng Mountain is destined for a transformation. The entire Taoist community is on the brink of a revolution. Lingyun felt a surge of wind beneath his feet, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of mission and exhilaration. He envisioned a dazzling future where the cultivators of the world would abandon their old practices and embrace the righteous path, ushering in a flourishing era of immortality. And he, Lingyun, would be the harbinger of this new age. This merit, this fateful connection, would ensure his name is etched in history. True monarch. I understand. I shall act immediately. He shouted within his heart as he ran. The bamboo grove returned to its former tranquility, with only the morning breeze rustling through the leaves, producing a soft whisper. It was as if the celestial conversation that had just transpired was merely an ethereal dream. Yet, Master Ling Yun knew it was no dream. It was a genuine and profound fate, capable of altering his life and the destiny of the entire Taoist community. Chapter 28. Crafting Myths Within the Stone Chamber. Li Yin slumped onto the flowing cloud-white jade couch, exhaling a long breath. Damn, that was a close call. He patted his chest, still shaken. The old Taoist's final gaze upon him seemed as if he wished to swallow him whole, or rather, it was filled with such devotion that he would eagerly ascend to immortality and become his disciple. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, managing to halt his words and deftly feign an air of profound knowledge not to be lightly shared. However, this Ling Yun Taoist was easier to deceive than anticipated. After a few nudges and hints, he had likely elevated himself to the status of a true deity in the old man's eyes, instilling in him an unwavering belief in the so-called path to immortality and righteousness. Body refinement, internal energy, true qi. Innate abilities, Master Li Yin softly repeated the martial realms he had coaxed from Ling Yun. Indeed, it was a low martial world. The so-called masters could harness but a sliver of earthly power? It sounded impressive, yet it was probably just the culmination of internal energy, augmented by a touch of mental influence, barely qualifying as mid-level martial prowess. As for shattering the void and ascending in broad daylight, that was pure fantasy. This is by no means a realm of immortal heroes. Rather, it is an ancient world of low martial prowess with a somewhat peculiar system of power. This realization allowed Li Yan's previously anxious heart to finally find peace. His eyes gleamed with excitement as his thoughts began to flow freely. This implied that the celestial theories he had pieced together from his previous life as novels possessed unparalleled advancedness and authority in this world. It meant that his identity as the true monarch of Xiankong Yunzi was nearly impossible to unearth. Who could question it? With what could they challenge it? In this world, genuine immortals did not exist. Li Yin suddenly sat up, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. He gazed at the two clearly visible icons in his line of sight, the random mount die and the game package. Particularly, the game package intrigued him. The true monarch temple, currently under construction at the foot of the mountain, and the offerings from the common people could indeed unlock items within the package. Although he could presently extract only white-quality home decor and low-level consumables, it undoubtedly proved that this was a viable path. Faith, or rather, the recognition and belief of the beings in this world towards him, a false deity, was transforming into some form of energy, influencing his golden finger. What if there were more followers? What if their faith were more devout? Would he not then unlock even higher-tier items? Those blue, purple, orange, and even golden equipment, elixirs, materials, and skill books? And those legendary treasures and divine abilities? Li Yan's heart raced with anticipation. Relying solely on the identity of Xiankong Yunzi, true monarch, seemed insufficient. This identity, while somewhat renowned only in Qinghe County, was overly bound to water, clouds, and marshes, presenting significant limitations. He required more gods, more personas. Li Yin's gaze fell upon the golden random mount die. His stable contained far more than just divine birds and auspicious beasts. It also housed a multitude of demons, monsters, and ferocious aberrations. The 9 nether infernal tiger, abyssal demon spider, and the hellhound trio. Imagine if these creatures were unleashed to make a stir. And then I donned a different persona, riding an impressive mount to quell the demons and vanquish evil. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it appeared. On one side, demons ravaged the land, instilling fear in the populace who prayed for divine protection. On the other, deities descended to relieve suffering, garnering the faith of the masses. Was this not a perfect interplay where faith could flourish on both sides? He could even fabricate an entire mythological system, concepts of celestial courts, infernal realms, and various divine lineages. Drawing from the narratives of his previous life as novels and television dramas would suffice to establish an entirely new, officially recognized belief in deities within this information-secluded world. The identity of Xiankong Yunzi, true monarch, was merely the beginning. In the future, there may emerge formidable deities capable of vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits, compassionate bodhisattvas who liberate all sentient beings, and the emperor of the netherworld, presiding over the cycle of reincarnation. Li Yin felt a surge of exhilaration, envisioning countless devotees kneeling in reverence, an overwhelming tide of faith pouring forth. How splendid! It was akin to a delightful creature savoring a crispy delicacy within a whimsical abode, truly marvelous. Li Yin could not resist striking his thigh in enthusiasm. Moreover, could he perhaps establish regionally revered deities based on the geographical dynamics of the northern Yin and southern Shu? The southern Shu venerates the Tao, while the northern Yin embraces Buddhism. How intriguing. He could also partake in this contest of faith, skillfully navigating both sides. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, sensing a golden path unfolding before him. The identity of the celestial sovereign of the profound and vast was merely a beginning, a springboard. He aspired to be the creator of this realm, weaving an expansive net of faith that enveloped the entire world, unlocking more potent equipment, elixirs, magical artifacts, and divine powers within the game package served as his unyielding motivation to advance. He rose from the cushion, pacing back and forth within the modest confines of the stone cave, his heart brimming with ambition. Qinghe County was merely the inception, Jiangzhou, Southern Shu, and even the entirety of the world, the celestial sovereign of the profound and vast was merely my first guise. He gazed towards the entrance of the cave, where Qifeng Mountain appeared exceptionally tranquil in the dawn light. Which demon would next make an appearance, and which deity would intervene? Li Yin stroked his chin, delighting in his musings. He needed to meticulously plan this inaugural grand performance of demon slaying. It must resonate with a resounding impact, firmly establishing the foundation of his divine pantheon. Meanwhile, at Qingyin Temple, Taoist Ling Yun nearly tumbled back into his secluded chamber. Close the door. Close the door. From this day forth, I shall refuse all visitors. No one is to disturb me. His voice was filled with unprecedented urgency and excitement as he instructed the disciples who had rushed to his side. A few young acolytes exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the master's sudden outburst, yet they promptly obeyed, securing the temple gates tightly. Inside the chamber, Taoist Ling Yun continued to catch his breath, his cheeks flushed with fervor. He spread his hands, gazing at his slightly trembling fingertips, as the ethereal voice of the sovereign echoed repeatedly in his mind, alongside the apparition of the jade pavilion, the celestial deer, and the extraordinary phenomenon that vanished in a burst of light. Celestial destiny, an immense celestial fortune, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with fervent light. The sovereign had illuminated the path, revealing that my sect had wandered astray for millennia, while also hinting at the existence of the orthodox celestial journey. The teachings must not be shared lightly. This is undoubtedly a test from the sovereign. He abruptly stood, pacing within the chamber, his heart surging with emotion. This matter is of great significance, pertaining to the future of the Taoist sects across the realm. How could I hoard such celestial secrets for myself? I must immediately convey the sovereign's words to the elders of my sect. He hurriedly approached the writing desk, inhaling deeply to force himself to calm down. He summoned his most trusted disciple, a composed man of around 30 years, known as Qifeng. Master, the Taoist named Qifeng bowed respectfully, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Today, I have encountered a celestial opportunity and witnessed the manifestation of the true sovereign Xuanqiang Yunzi. The Taoist Ling Yun lowered his voice, though he could hardly conceal his excitement. Upon hearing this, Qingfeng's pupils dilated, and disbelief etched across his face. Master, do you mean to say that this is the same sovereign who forewarned of the calamity of the dragon and saved the people of Qifeng village? Indeed. Ling Yun Taoist nodded vigorously. Not only is the sovereign immensely powerful, but he has also enlightened me, and indeed our entire Taoist sect, from centuries of cultivation misconceptions. He then succinctly recounted his encounter in the bamboo grove earlier that day, along with the sovereign's discourse on the path of mundane martial artists versus the true celestial path. Qifeng listened, utterly astonished, his mind in turmoil. Could it be that the cultivation methods passed down through millennia in the Taoist tradition were, in fact, a deviation? Was the true celestial path one of refining essence into qi and qi into spirit? Such revolutionary assertions were utterly staggering. The sovereign stated that the law must not be lightly conveyed, and that we must first be tested on our genuine intent to pursue the Tao. Ling Yun Taoist's expression grew solemn. I believe that to prove our sincerity, we must report this heavenly secret to our sect and share it with fellow practitioners across the realm. He swiftly took up his brush and began to write fervently on a sheet of plain white paper. His handwriting, slightly hasty due to excitement, bore an air of resolute determination. He inscribed the core essence of the sovereign's words along with his own conjectures into the letter. Once finished, he carefully folded the paper and placed it into a specially prepared bamboo tube, sealing it with wax. Qifeng, you must set out immediately and deliver this letter personally to the Tao Registry Office in Jiangzhou, to be entrusted to your Shibo Lingxiu, Lingxiu Zhenren, a senior brother of Ling Yun Taoist and one of the foremost experts within the Jiangzhou Tao sect, held significant stature, currently managing the affairs of the Tao Registry Office. This office, established by the court, was responsible for overseeing Taoist matters within the province, serving somewhat as a central hub for the Taoist community. Remember, this matter is of utmost secrecy. Do not disclose the contents of the letter to anyone. Travel swiftly and without error. Ling Yun Taoist implored earnestly. Understood, Qifeng replied, taking the bamboo tube into his hands, feeling the gravity of the monumental task it contained, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. He did not dare to delay. Bowing in acceptance of his mission and swiftly exiting the quiet chamber, preparing to depart at once. After sending off his disciple, Lingyun Daoist finally exhaled with some relief. Transmitting the message was merely the first step. Next, he resolved to devote himself wholeheartedly to managing the mundane affairs of the sovereign as a testament to his sincerity. What act could best demonstrate such earnestness? Naturally, it was to construct a temple for the sovereign and inscribe a monument of merit. He approached another writing desk, where exquisite rice paper had already been spread out, accompanied by a row of brushes of varying sizes and an ancient inkstone. This was the inscription for the stele of the manifestation of the true Lord of Xuanqing Yunzi for the salvation of the people, commissioned by County Magistrate Zhao Zhen. Previously, he had devoted himself to the task, but more from a sense of reverence for the divine and compliance with the authorities. However, his mindset had entirely transformed. This was not merely a tribute to the true Lord, but also an exceptional opportunity to express his sincere devotion. He intended to employ the most elegant phrases and the most earnest spirit to proclaim the unparalleled virtues of the true Lord to the world. Daoist Lingyun took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and grasped a large purple-tipped brush. He focused intently, recalling the transcendent figure of the true Lord, the miraculous celestial deer, and the profound mysteries contained within the celestial tea. An overwhelming sense of reverence and devotion surged within him. The brush, laden with rich ink, gently touched the paper. In the third year of the reign of De Chu Tianyu, the Qing River flooded, and a vile dragon emerged in Yunmeng's. With divine inspiration, he wrote each character with heartfelt sincerity, filled with boundless respect for the true Lord. In the quiet chamber, only the soft sound of the brush gliding across the paper could be heard. Outside the window, the sky gradually brightened. A grand dialogue between the celestial and the mortal, orchestrated meticulously by Li Yin, was quietly stirring a significant commotion within the Daoist community. Chapter 29. The wind moves in Jiangzhou City. Not far from the governor's residence stood the Daoist records office. This place, unlike the serene Qingyan temple, exuded a solemn and dignified atmosphere, with azure bricks, dark tiles, and flying eaves. The passing Daoists all appeared hurried, their steps measured. In a tranquil room in the back courtyard, the fragrant scent of sandalwood lingered. As the venerable Daoist Lingshu held a yellowed Daoist scripture, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly contemplating profound mysteries. Over 50 years of age, he had a slender visage, and his 3 long strands of beard were meticulously groomed. Clad in a faded Bagua Daoist robe, his gaze was deep, occasionally sparkling with inner vitality, indicative of considerable internal cultivation. Urgent message from Qinghe County, Qingyan Temple, announced a young acolyte, holding a bamboo tube sealed with red wax, respectfully standing outside the door. The venerable Lingshu slightly lifted his eyelids. Qinghe County? From my junior brother Lingyun? His junior brother was typically composed and rarely exhibited such urgency. Unless, of course, a monumental event had transpired. He broke the wax seal and poured out the letter within. The missive was brief, yet the handwriting was somewhat chaotic, imbued with an unspoken urgency and excitement. The true Lord of Xuanqing Yunzi has manifested, guiding the way through the fog of confusion. The opening words caused Lingshu's brow to furrow even tighter. He was not entirely ignorant of this true Lord of Xuanqing Yunzi. A month prior, the governor of Jiaozhou, Yang Lai, had summoned him in secret, due to reports from Qinghe County about a celestial being who had manifested, warning of the calamity of the dragon, and saving an entire village of people. The revered title of that celestial being was indeed the true Lord of Xuanqing Yunzi. At that time, Governor Yang inquired about his perspective. The real man Lingshu recalled how he had responded. Esteemed Governor, I have devoted several decades to cultivation. Yet my understanding of the matters concerning immortals and deities is merely a glimpse through a narrow aperture. However, Zhao Zhen, the magistrate of Qinghe County, is known for his integrity and is not a man of embellishment. His reports are thorough, and numerous villagers and officials corroborate his claims, suggesting that these are not mere fabrications. Moreover, my junior brother Lingyun resides in Qinghe County. He is composed and rarely speaks without thought, and he will undoubtedly have insights into this matter. Therefore, it is prudent to conduct a thorough investigation before reaching any conclusions. Yang Lai accepted his counsel, responding to Zhao Zhen, instructing him to seek out verifiable evidence and to refrain from chasing shadows. He was acutely aware of Lingyun's character. Though that junior brother possessed only average talent and had been mired in the realm of internal energy for many years, he excelled in purity of heart and diligence, far from being a person given to idle chatter. Thus, this matter was temporarily set aside. Initially, Lingshu believed that this was merely an exaggerated tale crafted by local officials seeking to enhance their political achievements. Perhaps it was a rare natural phenomenon misinterpreted by the ignorant villagers as a sign of the divine. Lingyun, caught in the midst of this, might also find himself in a difficult position. However, at this moment, the letter in his hand began to shake the foundations of his previous judgments. The descriptions of the true Lord Xuanxiong Yunze within it exceeded his imagination. The sudden appearance of a pavilion made of white jade, a celestial deer guiding the way, and the mystical tea imbued with the essence of the Tao indeed sounded like the methods of the immortals. Nevertheless, what truly caused Ling Xiu's pupils to constrict and his spirit to tremble was the latter part of the letter. The true Lord stated that the path we cultivate is but that of mundane martial practitioners, honing one's vitality and internal energy. Even upon reaching the level of a master, it remains fundamentally distinct from the immortal way. To exhaust one's life in pursuit of it is merely to chase fleeting illusions, never to glimpse the true Tao. The genuine path of the immortals is to refine essence into energy, to transform energy into spirit, to cultivate spirit into the void, and to merge with the Tao through supreme magical powers, ultimately solidifying an indestructible primordial spirit. Ling Xiu felt as though a thunderous sound echoed in his mind, as if something deeply rooted had suddenly collapsed. The path of mundane martial practitioners? After nearly 40 years of diligent practice, his internal energy methods were, in the words of the true Lord, merely that of a common martial practitioner? The process of refining the body, internal energy, true qi, innate talent. And the path of the master, this revered pathway embraced by cultivators across the world, had it all been misguided from the very beginning? Refining essence into energy? Transforming energy into spirit? These 8 characters crashed into his heart like a tempest of thunder, creating a maelstrom within. He had seen similar phrases in certain incomplete ancient texts. Yet those accounts were often vague, dismissed as absurd conjectures. The mainstream of the Taoist teachings remained focused on honing internal energy and striving for the mastery level. Never had he contemplated that there existed such clarity and systematization in the realms of the immortal way above it. Ling Xiu let out a long, heavy sigh, forcing himself to regain his composure. This matter was of utmost significance. If what Ling Yun has stated holds any truth, or if the esteemed Jun of Xinkong Yunze truly speaks with sincerity, then would it not mean that the entire Tao sect, and indeed all practitioners yearning for transcendent power, have been led astray? A millennium of tradition deemed erroneous? This notion sent chills coursing through him, yet simultaneously ignited an uncontrollable fervor that surged from the depths of his being. The laws of the Tao should not be lightly conveyed. The test of sincerity is paramount. At the conclusion of his letter, Ling Yun mentioned the Jun's trial and expressed his intention to present this celestial secret to their master as proof of his sincerity. The true man of Ling Xiu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He could envision the excitement and trepidation Ling Yun must have felt while penning this letter. He could also fathom the infinite yearning for genuine immortality that resonated within each word. My dear junior brother, you have presented me with an insurmountable conundrum. The true man of Ling Xiu murmured, his voice hoarse. The matter was of such magnitude that he dared not believe it lightly, yet equally feared to dismiss it outright. If indeed the Jun of Xinkong Yunze possesses such formidable powers, why would he choose this moment, in the humble locale of Qinghe County, Jiangzhou, to reveal himself? And why unravel the so-called illusions of cultivation? What could be his motive? The true man of Ling Xiu opened his eyes, his gaze lingering upon the words refining spirit to return to void, refining void to harmonize with Tao inscribed on the letter, remaining silent for an extended period. Having devoted his life to arduous cultivation, he had now reached the pinnacle of true qi, a mere step away from the innate realm. Within the Jiangzhou Tao sect, he was regarded as a cornerstone of strength. Yet he understood all too well the arduousness of that step. Countless prodigies, blessed with extraordinary talent, had devoted their lives in vain, never managing to breach the gates of the innate realm. Even those who might fortuitously step into it would find their lifespan limited to a mere 150 years. The realm of the master is exceedingly rare, akin to a phoenix's feather or a dragon's trace. As for those who transcend the master, they are but legends, ethereal and unattainable. Eternal life? Ascending to the heavens? Such notions are the musings of dreamers. Yet now, someone has informed him that all of this may be erroneous. There exists a true path to the heavens laid before him. With a long exhalation of stale air, the true man of Ling Xiu's gaze sharpened. He rose and began pacing within the quiet chamber. This matter could not be taken lightly. If it were a deception, Ling Yun might have fallen prey to the machinations of deceitful individuals or strayed from his path in cultivation. He must hasten to retrieve him from this aberration. However, if it were indeed true, the true man of Ling Xiu halted, his heart racing uncontrollably once more. Should a celestial opportunity indeed manifest, how could he allow it to slip through his fingers? Qinghe County, I must journey there personally, he resolved with determination, not for any other reason, but for the 8 words inscribed in the letter, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit. He must hear it with his own ears and witness it with his own eyes. Come forth, the true man of Ling Xiu called out. At the entrance, a disciple promptly responded, What commands does the master have? Please invite the two stewards, Ling Xian and Qing Yi, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, two middle-aged Taoists, clad in azure robes and appearing to be in their 30s or 40s, entered the quiet chamber with brisk steps. Senior brother, what is it that you wish to summon us for? They inquired in unison, bowing respectfully. Ling Xian, a junior disciple of the esteemed Ling Su, was responsible for the daily affairs of the Dao Records Office, while Qing Yi, his eldest disciple, assisted in managing documents and archives. I intend to visit Qingyan Temple in Qinghe County to meet with junior brother Ling Yun and discuss the profound principles of Dao. Ling Su spoke with a serene countenance, revealing no signs of unease. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian felt a tinge of curiosity. Are you departing for Qinghe County at this moment, senior brother? Has something occurred with junior brother Ling Yun? He was aware that a pressing missive had recently been dispatched from Ling Yun. Not at all. Ling Su waved his hand dismissively. I have recently gained some insights while contemplating the Dao scriptures, and I wish to verify them with Ling Yun. Furthermore, it has been a considerable time since our last meeting, and I have a slight concern. He paused and turned to the two of them. After my departure, Ling Xian, you shall temporarily oversee all matters of the Dao Records Office, with Qing Yi assisting you. Ensure that all discussions are thorough and no unilateral decisions are made. Rest assured, we will devote ourselves to maintaining the normalcy of the Dao Records Office, Ling Xian promptly assured him. Qing Yi also bowed, saying, May the master have a safe journey. Should there be any need for my assistance, feel free to send word back at any time. Ling Su nodded slightly in acknowledgement. This journey will take no less than 3 to 5 days, and possibly up to 10 days or half a month. Should the governor's office or any other local administration seek me, inform them that I am in seclusion and cannot receive visitors. For urgent matters, a messenger may be sent to Qingyan Temple in Qinghe County. He specifically mentioned urgent matters, leaving a loophole. He wished to avoid any delays in the affairs of the Dao Records Office due to his unannounced departure and hoped to prevent any suspicions from Governor Yang. Understood. Both Ling Xian and Qing Yi replied in unison. Very well, you may go, Ling Su said. I shall make some preparations and depart immediately. He waved them off. Once they had exited, the quiet room returned to tranquility. Ling Su approached the window, gazing toward the direction of Qinghe County, his eyes distant and contemplative. On this journey, he would not bring any attendants, donning only simple attire and relying on swift steeds. It was not only a quest for celestial fortune but also a pursuit of truth. Deep within, he harbored a vague premonition that this trip to Qinghe County might irrevocably alter the course of his life and even reshape the future of the entire Taoist community. Xian Xiong, Lord of Clouds and Mist, the true path of the immortal Tao, he murmured softly, his eyes filled with profound and inscrutable emotions, anticipation, trepidation, reverence, and a hint of resolute desperation. He retrieved an ancient peachwood sword from the wall and took out a small cloth pouch from his robe, containing talismans he had amassed over the years and some emergency elixirs. Having gathered his belongings, he cast one last glance at the chamber he had inhabited for decades, inhaled deeply, and stepped through the door. Outside the door, the sun shone perfectly, and several clusters of emerald bamboo swayed gently in the breeze, producing a soft rustling sound. Everything appeared as it should. Yet, the revered Master Ling Xiu understood that from the moment he stepped beyond this threshold, certain things might never return. Outside Jiangho City, along the official road, a lone rider galloped swiftly towards the southeastern Qinghe County. Chapter 30, the Temple of the True Lord at the foot of Qifeng Mountain. The incessant clamor of day and night gradually subsided. A brand new temple emerged at an astonishing pace. This temple was modest in size, lacking in ostentatious grandeur, yet adorned with green tiles and red walls, its upturned eaves exuding an air of solemnity befitting its recent completion. Above the main entrance hung a plaque with golden characters on a black background, inscribed with the 7 characters Temple of the True Lord Xuanqiong Yunza, penned by the county magistrate Zhao Zhen himself, demonstrating a vigorous brushstroke and extraordinary spirit. On the day of the temple's consecration, nearly all notable figures within Qinghe County had gathered. Clad in a pristine official robe, Magistrate Zhao Zhen, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, personally lit the first incense stick for the newly established altar of the True Lord Xuanqiong Yunza. The altar was crafted from exquisite sandalwood, inscribed in ancient seal script with the decree of the True Lord Xuanqiong Yunza, embodying simplicity yet shrouded in mystery. Zhao Zhen, with heartfelt supplications, earnestly prayed for the True Lord's blessings upon Qinghe, wishing for bountiful harvests and the safety of the populace. Subsequently, on behalf of the villagers of Qifeng, Wang Shan, along with County Deputy Lu Mao, Clerk Sun Ming, Officer Chen Hu, and various gentry who had come upon hearing the news, took turns to offer incense. In no time, this modest temple was filled with an abundance of fragrant smoke, bustling with people. Old Master Wang, Zhao Zhen said, turning to Wang Shan after completing his offerings. The responsibility for the temple's incense offerings and maintenance shall henceforth be entrusted to the villagers of Qingfeng. The county will allocate a sum of silver each month specifically for the temple's upkeep and the purchase of incense and candles. You must serve diligently and never be negligent. With tears streaming down his face, Wang Shan bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed magistrate. I, along with the villagers of Qifeng, shall not disappoint the true Lord nor your esteemed trust. It is a tremendous honor to oversee the temple of our Savior, the true Lord Xuanqiang Yunzi." Beside the temple, a towering stone stele, nearly 10 feet high, stood resolutely, its surface densely inscribed with text. This was the stele of the true Lord Xuanqiang Yunzi's divine manifestation for the salvation of the people, painstakingly composed by Taoist Ling Yun over several days. The inscription detailed the true Lord's prophetic warnings and life-saving deeds, adorned with eloquent prose that praised his virtues, drawing many literate individuals to pause and marvel at its beauty. The bamboo grove where the immortal first manifested was now transformed. The county office had dispatched officials to erect barriers at all entrances to the grove, guarding it day and night, prohibiting any unauthorized persons from approaching. That grove had become a forbidden place, save for one individual, the hunter Wang De. Since the day of the celestial offering, Zhao Zhun had taken Wang De under his wing, relieving him of his duties as a hunter and granting him a monthly stipend from the county office. His primary responsibility became the guardianship of the bamboo grove, where he would rise at dawn to cleanse the verdant stones and offer a single stick of incense. Wang De was deeply grateful for this opportunity, and he ventured into the mountains at the break of day, meticulously ensuring that the area was spotless. Now, as he walked through the village, he held his back straight, and the gazes of the villagers were imbued with a blend of envy and reverence. Who among them did not know that Wang De had encountered a true immortal and conversed with the celestial being? On this day, outside Qinga County, a cloud of dust rose along the official road. A swift steed galloped forth, its rider appearing travel-worn yet unable to mask an ethereal presence. It was none other than the esteemed Lingshu Jinren, who had rushed from Jiangzhou. In the Qingyun Temple, upon learning of his senior brother's arrival, Lingyun Daoren was both astonished and delighted, hurrying to greet him. "Senior brother, what brings you here in person?" Lingyun asked, ushering Lingshu into the tranquil chamber and personally offering him fine tea. Lingshu Jinren waved his hand, signaling that formalities were unnecessary, and directly inquired, "Junior brother, is it true what you wrote in your letter regarding the manifestation of the Xuanqiang Yunzi Jinjuan and his insights on the celestial path?" His tone was grave, his gaze intense. Lingyun Daoren's expression turned serious as he nodded earnestly. "Senior brother, it is indeed the unvarnished truth. How could I possibly utter a falsehood?" He then recounted in detail the encounter he had in the bamboo grove, relaying the astonishing words spoken by the true sovereign regarding mundane martial artists and the authentic celestial path. His fervor was palpable. He appeared anything but deceptive. Lingshu Jinren listened intently, occasionally furrowing his brow or nodding in agreement. Yet internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous waves of thought. The details shared by Lingyun were even more extraordinary than those outlined in the letter, leaving him in disbelief. The sudden appearance of the Jade Pavilion deer, the tea imbued with spiritual essence, and the astonishing theories of the celestial way were all too surreal. "Senior brother, the words of the Jinjuan were like a divine awakening, illuminating the path for me," Lingyun exclaimed, filled with fervor. "Our Taoist tradition, steeped in millennia, has been wandering astray. If not for the Jinjuan's enlightenment, we might have never glimpsed the true great path." Lingshu Jinren remained silent for a moment before responding slowly, "Junior brother, this matter is of utmost significance and cannot be taken lightly. Can you ascertain the identity and origins of that Jinjuan?" Lingyun Daoren shook his head. The Jinjuan's presence is ethereal, never disclosing his origins. Yet, his demeanor and abilities are far beyond that of ordinary mortals. I believe he must undoubtedly be a true immortal from the higher realms. He further elaborated on how he deduced the title of Xuanqiang Yunzi Jinjuan and the nature of the celestial offering. Upon concluding, Lingshu Jinren's heart was filled with even more questions, yet a flicker of anticipation also ignited within him. "Junior brother, I wish to visit the bamboo grove where the celestial being manifested," he said in a solemn tone. The Taoist Lingyun wore a troubled expression and said, "Brother, that bamboo grove has been designated as a forbidden area by the county office, and no unauthorized personnel are permitted to approach." "It matters not," replied the Taoist Lingsu. "I shall speak directly with County Magistrate Zhao. I have come here in the capacity of an envoy from the Jiangzhou Dao Recording Office. He will undoubtedly grant me some courtesy." Upon hearing that the esteemed Taoist Lingsu from the Jiangzhou Dao Recording Office had arrived, Zhao Zhen did not dare to be remiss and personally came out to receive him. When Lingsu expressed his desire to visit the site of the immortal's presence in the bamboo grove, Zhao Zhen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It is only fitting for a revered figure of the Taoist sect to pay homage to such a site, Zhao Jin remarked with a smile. However, this place is where the true monarch manifested his divinity, so I kindly ask you to observe from outside the bamboo grove and not to linger too long, lest you disturb the immortal's tranquil cultivation. The humble Taoist Ling Su bowed in gratitude. He had no intention of venturing too deep. He merely wished to personally experience the ambience of the so-called immortal site. The two then set off towards Qinfeng Mountain. Along the way, Taoist Ling Yun incessantly recounted the various wonders of the true monarch, as well as the boundless gratitude the villagers of Qifeng harbored for him. Ling Su simply listened quietly, occasionally nodding, but spoke little. Upon reaching the edge of the bamboo grove, which was guarded by officers, Ling Su came to a halt. He focused his gaze inward. The grove was deep and lush, so green it seemed to glisten with moisture, and as the wind passed through, the bamboo leaves rustled softly. The air was fresh, but there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Brother, the place where the true monarch manifested is beside a green stone deep within that bamboo grove, Ling Yun whispered, pointing into the depths of the grove. Ling Su slightly narrowed his eyes and subtly activated his inner strength, carefully attuning himself to the surroundings. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of something unrecognized even by himself passing through his gaze. It seemed that this place retained a faint yet extraordinarily pure essence, entirely different from the inner strength he usually cultivated. Could it be that what my junior brother spoke of is indeed true? Junior brother, did the true monarch leave behind anything, perhaps even a fragment of a spell? Ling Su inquired. Ling Yun shook his head with a wry smile. The true monarch stated that the teachings of the Tao should not be imparted lightly, for the time has not yet come. Thus nothing specific was left behind. However, he did mention that as long as one passes the trials and the conditions of fate are fulfilled, there would be an opportunity to receive the true teachings of the immortal path. Ling Su remained silent. Trials? By what means would one be tested? What constitutes the fulfillment of fate? Everything felt so intangible and elusive. He lingered outside the bamboo grove for nearly the duration of an incense stick, ultimately leaving empty-handed alongside Ling Yun. At that moment, in the stone cave, Li Yin also sensed the stirrings from within the bamboo grove. Today, he had summoned a unique steed known as the Shadow Spirit Cat, small in size, yet capable of concealing its form and possessing keen perception. Since the establishment of the Temple of the True Monarch of the Celestial Abyss, the incense offerings have been incessant. Li Yin discovered that he could share sensory experiences with his steed to a certain extent, even remotely controlling it. This further confirmed his belief that the enhancement of his unique abilities was undoubtedly intertwined with matters of faith. Through the vision shared by the ethereal Shadow Cat, Li Yin clearly observed two figures within the bamboo grove. One was the venerable Taoist Ling Yun, while the other was a slender, composed stranger, exuding an aura of profound depth. The deference displayed by Ling Yun before this newcomer indicated that the latter held a significant position. Another venerable Taoist has arrived? Li Yin pondered with intrigue, scrutinizing the demeanor of the Taoist Ling Xiu. This elder appeared markedly more composed than Taoist Ling Yun, exuding the grace of an eminent figure. Ling Yun, in his presence, was notably respectful, following closely in step. It seemed that the old rascal Ling Yun had summoned an elder from his sect. A smirk crept across Li Yan's face. His celestial theories had evidently bewitched Ling Yun, stirring even his sect to take notice. This was indeed an unexpected delight. The greater his influence, the more illustrious the title of the true monarch of the celestial abyss would become, thus augmenting his potential faith value. However, this newcomer did not seem as easily swayed as Ling Yun. It was imperative to accelerate his plans. Li Yan's gaze sharpened, driven not just by the desire to unlock more treasures from the game package and to gain stronger self-defense, but also to thrive more comfortably, securely, and prominently in this unfamiliar world. He had no intention of remaining confined in these remote mountains, relying on the roll of dice for sustenance. Qinghe County was merely his starting point, and the title of the true monarch of the celestial abyss was only his first identity. Chapter 31. The Flying Night Demon Within the Cavern. Li Yin sat cross-legged upon the cloud-white jade couch. He sensed that in recent days, the connection with his summoned steed had deepened yet again. The mystical shared sensations had become increasingly lucid. This advantage, naturally, stemmed from the power of faith. However, there was still a considerable distance to cover. Li Yin narrowed his eyes. To evoke greater faith, he would need to present a grander spectacle, summon more deities, and naturally, the corresponding demons would be indispensable. He directed his gaze towards the upper right corner of his vision, where the golden die refreshed daily. Today, let me see what splendid performer I might roll. Li Yin held his breath, focusing intently. Spin. The golden die transformed into a blur, whirling rapidly. His heart raced alongside it. Ideally, he wished for a fierce character, suitable for portraying a villain. A clear prompt echoed in his mind as the die gradually came to a halt. The scene is frozen upon a grotesque, jet-black humanoid creature, adorned with a pair of wings and a menacing visage. In the next moment, a surge of dark energy abruptly flickers within the cavern, standing nearly 10 feet tall. The being's sinewy muscles ripple beneath skin of an eerie, dark greenish hue, akin to the desiccated bark of an ancient tree. Its visage is contorted, with protruding fangs and eyes as crimson as blood. The immense, fleshy wings on its back are tightly folded, its claws sharp and obsidian, glinting with a chilling metallic sheen. An aura of cold, violent malevolence swiftly permeates the air. The flying night demon. Li Yin regarded this fearsome entity before him, momentarily stunned. Then his expression transformed into one of delight. This flying night demon is a special humanoid mount introduced in the later stages of the game, Nine Heavens Inquiry. In a bid to entice players into spending, the game developers have unleashed an array of bizarre mounts. This flying night demon was inspired by ancient texts depicting flying corpses and drought demons. Its lore establishes it as immensely powerful, impervious to blades and bullets, capable of soaring through the skies with remarkable speed. As for how to ride a humanoid mount, Li Yin couldn't help but smirk, recalling the comical riding mechanics within the game. Some mounts carry players on their backs, others provide a palanquin or seat, allowing players to sit grandly while being carried. This flying night demon, however, would grasp the player in its claws and take flight. Its appearance is impressive, fierce, and formidable. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction, a thought crossing his mind as he attempted to establish a sensory connection with the flying night demon. In an instant, a chilling, bloodthirsty intent surged into his mind, and his vision shifted to the demon's crimson eyes. Everything around him was veiled in a faint crimson hue. Indeed, different mounts offered a unique perception of the world. Li Yin experimented with maneuvering the flying night demon, cracking its joints with explosive power. He focused his intent once more, attempting to activate the demon's abilities within the game. In Nine Heavens Inquiry, the flying night demon possesses a skill known as cataclysmic descent, which can trigger a localized disaster, inflicting continuous damage upon foes. With a surge of Li Yin's will, a gust of ominous wind swept through the expanse beyond the cavern, stirring the withered leaves upon the ground. The sky seemed to dim slightly in response. Though the disturbance was subtle, it was undeniably successful. He could truly manipulate a disaster on a small scale. Li Yin was both astonished and elated. This was far more advantageous than mere physical attacks. Next, he envisioned securing the flying night demon and embarking on his grand performance of vanquishing evil. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Yin. The Qinfeng Mountain stretches for dozens of miles, with the southern slope housing the village of Qinfeng, while the northern side and the more distant ridges remain largely untouched by human presence, cloaked in dense, primordial forests. At the foot of the mountain, a few inconspicuous villages are scattered about, one of which is Xiaoxi Village. The village is modest in size, comprising merely 20 or 30 households, with the villagers primarily relying on a few acres of meager farmland and hunting in the mountains for sustenance. On this particular day, the sky was overcast, hinting at impending rain. A group of hunters from Xiaoxi Village, led by the most seasoned hunter, Zhao Laosan, ventured into the outskirts of a dense forest on Qifeng Mountain. The terrain here is relatively gentle, where wild rabbits and mountain chickens are commonly seen. On a fortunate day, they might even encounter larger game, such as wild boars or roe deer. Bringing one back would suffice for several days' worth of meals for the village. Third brother, do you think we can catch something big today? Dogsy asked, his face alight with excitement. Zhao Laosan affectionately patted Dogsy on the head, chuckling, you mischievous lad. Dreaming of grand catches. If we manage to bag a few rabbits or wild chickens, it would be a treat for your mother to stew for you. Nearby, Li Si chimed in, Dogsy, the mountains can be perilous. Stay close to your third brother and don't wander off. Understood, fourth uncle, Dogsy replied with a bright voice. Their goal this time was a wild fruit grove deep within the forest, a place frequented by wild boars and roe deer. Each of the 5 men was an experienced hunter, cautious and alert as they moved through the woods. Silence. Zhao Laosan suddenly lowered his voice and gestured. The group halted, holding their breath. Not far ahead, the bushes rustled with a distinct sound. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhao Laosan's eyes as he whispered from the commotion. It seems to be a wild boar, and a sizable one at that. He slowly removed his bow from his back and knocked a sharpened arrow. The others tightened their grips on their weapons, forming a small encirclement, ready to assist. The bushes shook with increasing intensity. Suddenly, a deep and menacing roar erupted from behind the thicket. This sound was unmistakably not that of a wild boar. Zhao Laosan's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Without warning, a creature far larger than any ordinary tiger burst forth from the underbrush. Its body was cloaked in dark, iron-like skin. The massive head was fearsome, with a gaping maw full of jagged teeth, drool dripping from its corners. Its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty, crimson ferocity. "What manner of beast is this?" Dogsy stammered, his legs trembling in fear. Zhao Laosan gasped. Having hunted all his life, he had never encountered such a ferocious creature. This creature was far larger than the fiercest black bear lurking in the mountains, its menacing aura chilling the very marrow of one's bones. "Quick! Run!" Zhao Laosan reacted with remarkable swiftness, shouting at the top of his lungs, disregarding any thoughts of their quarry, as he seized the dog and attempted to retreat. The other three were equally stricken with terror, turning to flee without a second thought. However, the beast's speed was astonishingly swift. With its robust limbs, it surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The last of the hunters, named Wang Er, felt a sudden chill at the nape of his neck, a foul wind rushing towards him. He barely had time to look back before the beast sank its teeth into his shoulder. A sickening crunch echoed as bones shattered. Wang Er let out a harrowing scream, his body collapsing under the sheer force. Blood instantly stained his shoulder. "Help me!" Wang Er cried in terror, reaching out in desperation. Yet, the beast merely let out a low growl, its formidable fangs deeply embedded in his flesh. With a violent shake of its head, it lifted Wang Er as if he were a mere rag doll, turning and dragging him into the depths of the forest. "Wang Er!" the dog uttered in a pale-faced panic, screaming. Zhao Laosan's eyes widened in horror, yet he understood that approaching now would be tantamount to seeking death. The menace of the creature far exceeded their worst fears. "Run! Split up!" Zhao Laosan bellowed, forcefully pushing the dog away. The remaining four, no longer hesitating for a moment, chose their respective paths and scrambled desperately towards the safety of the forest's edge. Behind them, Wang Er's screams gradually faded, ultimately swallowed by the silence of the woods. Chapter 32. Undercurrents at the entrance of Shi Creek Village. Zhao Laosan and his companions tumbled in, their clothes tattered, faces marked by dread, as if they had encountered a specter. "Quick! Summon the village chief. A calamity has befallen us." Zhao Laosan's voice was hoarse, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for breath. The dog trembled uncontrollably, stammering, "There's a monster in the mountains that devours people." Several elderly villagers, sunning grains at the village entrance, gathered around, clamoring with questions. "Laosan, what happened? What is going on in the mountains? Dog, what kind of monster are you talking about? Where are Wang Er and the others?" After catching his breath, Zhao Laosan spoke, his voice trembling. "Wang Er. Wang Er has perished in the mountains. He was taken away by an unknown beast." At these words, the crowd of villagers erupted in an uproar, fear etched across their faces. "What? Wang Er was taken? Was it a tiger or a black bear?" inquired a bold man. Zhao Laosan shook his head vehemently, terror filling his eyes. "Neither. This creature is larger than a black bear. Its body is covered in crimson fur with a bluish-black sheen, and its eyes are as red as blood. It could snatch him up in a single bite." He gestured wildly, his voice contorted with fear. Soon, the village head of Lower Creek hurried over upon hearing the news. "Zhao Laosan, clarify your words. What exactly transpired?" The village head spoke in a grave tone. Zhao Laosan steadied himself and recounted the harrowing encounter with the ferocious beast in the mountains, detailing the tragic demise of Wang Er once more. Beside him, a hunter lamented. "Village head, Wang Er met a dreadful fate. That creature was exceedingly fierce. We scarcely glimpsed what it was. Wang Er's family. Wang Er's family." Some had already dashed off to inform Wang Er's wife. Shortly thereafter, a disheveled woman rushed in, wailing as she collapsed at Zhao Laosan's feet. "Where is my Wang Er? Where is my husband? Bring him back to me." Even Zhao Laosan, a sturdy man, felt his eyes well up with tears and was rendered speechless. The village head sighed, assisting the woman to her feet, and spoke solemnly, "Sister-in-law, do not weep just yet. This matter cannot be overlooked by the village." He turned to the surrounding able-bodied men. "Arm yourselves. Follow me into the mountains. We must find either the living or the dead. I refuse to believe that a beast could wreak havoc in broad daylight." The villagers, fueled by outrage, rallied in agreement. "Yes, let us accompany the village head into the mountains. Avenge Wang Er." Soon, over 20 men wielding machetes, hunting forks, and hoes, led by Zhao Shuangzhu and Zhao Laosan, marched resolutely toward the forest where the beast had been sighted. However, they scoured the area relentlessly throughout the afternoon, nearly turning it upside down. Apart from a few pools of congealed, darkened blood and some blood-stained rags, there was no trace of Wang Er, let alone the fearsome creature. Not even a strand of fur could be found. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, the light in the forest began to fade. "Village head, darkness is approaching. We should be cautious," one of the men expressed his unease. Zhao Shuangzhu's face turned ashen as he gazed into the depths of the forest, his heart growing heavy. Zhao Laosan, too, appeared pale and murmured, "That creature may not be an ordinary beast. Split up and search. Be thorough. Zhao Shuangzhu commanded through clenched teeth, unwilling to concede defeat. Yet, as night fully enveloped the landscape, they still returned empty-handed. The group trudged back to the village, bearing the unsettling news to the anxious villagers. Wang Er's wife fainted on the spot. The entire Lower Creek village became gripped by fear. As night fell, no one dared to venture outside. And even fewer ventured into the mountains during the day to gather firewood or herbs. Zhao Laosan and the remaining hunters, though fearful, braved their trepidation for the sake of their livelihoods, cautiously operating at the forest's edge. They no longer dared to delve into the previously familiar territory. Merely observing from a distance. Brother Laosan, do you think that creature has perhaps become possessed? Dogsy whispered in a conspiratorial tone. Zhao Laosan clicked his tongue, his brow furrowing in thought. It is hard to say. On that day, amidst the throng of villagers venturing into the mountains, the elusive beast failed to make an appearance. Almost as if it had acquired a semblance of sentience and chose to evade us. Another hunter chimed in, affirming, indeed, what ordinary ferocious creature possesses such cunning? It must surely be an ancient spirit of the mountains. The more they spoke, the more plausible it seemed, deepening their reverence for the forested expanse. This matter warranted a discussion with the village elder, who could summon a Taoist from Qingyan Temple to dispel any malevolent forces. Zhao Laosan pondered. While the villagers of Shashi grappled with their unease over the malevolent beast, within the depths of Qifeng Mountain's cavern, Li Yin wore a visage of tension. The celestial yaksha had already been summoned twice through reminiscence. If he could successfully summon it once more, it would become a permanent fixture, allowing him to call upon it at will. He inhaled deeply, his thoughts coalescing. Spin. The golden die began to whirl, emanating a radiant glow. Li Yin's gaze remained fixated on the die, silently reciting the name Celestial Yaksha. The die's rotation gradually decelerated, causing Li Yan's heart to leap into his throat. At last, the die came to a gentle halt, revealing a fearsome black figure with a pair of wings emblazoned atop. Success. Beside the random mount icon in his view. The Celestial Yaksha's visage illuminated, accompanied by 3 selectable characters. Li Yin exhaled with relief, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Splendid. He now possessed a formidable antagonist, one that could be summoned reliably. In future narratives involving righteous beings subduing malevolent spirits, he would no longer worry about failing to conjure the appropriate demon at critical moments. The malevolent specter prowling the mountains, leaving the populace in despair, would eventually lead to the manifestation of the Xuanqiong Yunjia, the savior of the suffering. Li Yan's mind began to weave the subsequent threads of the script. This approach would not only fortify his identity as a true sage, but also harvest a substantial influx of faith power, unlocking greater treasures within his game inventory. Oh. When the time comes, what miraculous elixirs and divine weapons would be at his fingertips? The more he contemplated, the more delighted he felt. He rose and approached the mouth of the cavern, gazing down towards Qinghe County. The night was dark as ink, and the mountain winds howled. With the actors in place and the script prepared, all that remained was to wait for the opportune moment to unveil the spectacle. A knowing smile graced Li Yan's lips as he turned back to the white jade couch, settling into a meditative posture. He closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit while meticulously rehearsing each subsequent step in his mind, striving for absolute perfection. Chapter 33, A Night of Disturbance That Night. As the moon lay hidden and the winds howled, the doors and windows of every household in Shashi village were securely shut. Even the dogs, typically fond of howling at night, now cowered in corners, tails tucked, whimpering softly, too afraid to make a sound. In the darkness, a pair of scarlet eyes ignited silently amidst the forest outside the village. The fearsome beast, which had been caught off guard by Zhao Laosan and his companions, had returned. It was bolder than the previous day, and its hunger was insatiable. A suppressed low growl resonated, akin to distant thunder. The beast's massive form stealthily infiltrated the village, its dark red fur revealing patches of blue-black skin under the moonlight, emanating an abominable stench. With a crash, a wooden fence of a household was effortlessly breached. The chickens and ducks within the enclosure awoke in a frenzy, emitting piercing cries as they flapped their wings and scattered in terror. The beast regarded them with disdain, its crimson eyes fixated on the sole plump sow in the pen. With a swift motion, its claws sliced through the air, accompanied by the sow's brief, and then silence reigned once more. The metallic scent of blood quickly spread through the night air. The villagers, hidden within their homes, were paralyzed by fear, covering their mouths tightly to suppress even the faintest sound that might attract the lethal demon. Some trembled beneath their blankets, while others gripped their axes and hoes, braced against their doors, drenched in cold sweat. For the villagers of She Creek, that night stretched on interminably, akin to an inferno. The beast rampaged through the village for nearly half an hour, devouring 3 pigs and 7 or 8 chickens and ducks, and even demolishing the walls of several households, before finally dragging away half a pig, vanishing into the vastness of the night. As the first light of dawn pierced the darkness, the villagers dared to cautiously venture outside. Has the beast departed? An old man quavered. It seems. It is quiet now, replied another. The villagers stepped gingerly out of their homes, only to be met with a scene that took their breath away. The village road lay in disarray, stained with blood, and the remnants of livestock were scattered about, the air thick with the overpowering stench of gore. My pig. A woman collapsed beside her toppled pig pen, weeping uncontrollably. Damnable beast. How can we continue to live? Fear and despair spread through the villagers like a plague. In the days that followed, the mysterious beast seemed to haunt the vicinity of Qingfeng Mountain. Appearing in several surrounding villages, Shashi Village, Xiakou, and Sanjiazi were not spared. Initially, it merely stole livestock, but soon escalated to attacking solitary villagers. A young man from Sanjiazi, who had gone to gather firewood, was found with only half his body remaining, his death a gruesome sight. An elderly herbalist from Xiakou vanished without a trace. In an instant, the vicinity of Qingfeng Mountain became a place of dread, with hearts gripped by fear, and the mere mention of the beast sent shivers down spines. During the day, no one dared to venture into the mountains alone, and at night, every household shuttered its doors, while villages lived in constant trepidation. Once a lively mountain path, it now lay shrouded in an eerie silence. On this day, the elderly village chief of Shashi gathered several village leaders and elders from the neighboring afflicted villages in the ancestral hall, leaning heavily on his cane, his expression grave. Esteemed friends, that ferocious beast has been wreaking havoc for days, disturbing our peace. If we do not devise a plan soon, those of us who depend on the mountains for sustenance may indeed starve. The old chief of Shashi spoke hoarsely. The chief of Shangxi, tears streaming down his weathered face, lamented, "It is not that we lack resolve, but that creature appears and disappears like a specter. What can mere farmers like us do to confront it? Indeed, yesterday we organized a dozen strong men from our village to hunt that beast, yet we did not even catch a glimpse of it. And one of our brothers ended up with a broken leg." The chief of Zyakaku exclaimed, pounding his chest in frustration. Voices rose in a cacophony, each recounting the dire circumstances of their own villages, filled with a palpable sense of helplessness and despair. Are we truly to stand idly by as that creature devours us one by one? A younger elder voiced his discontent. Silence engulfed the hall. Suddenly, the previously silent hunter, Zhao Laosan, sprang to his feet. "To the authorities!" he shouted, his eyes glistening with fervor. "Let us go to the county. We must petition the county magistrate to take action and send troops to eradicate that beast." At this proclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. But soon a spark of hope ignited in their eyes. "Yes, we shall inform the authorities. The magistrate is benevolent, and with the protection of the revered Xuanqiong Yunzi, he will surely assist us in ridding ourselves of this menace." Indeed, the villagers from Qifeng have claimed that the deity has manifested, even forewarning them of calamities like the dragon floods. The mention of Xuanqiong Yunzi reinvigorated the assembly, dispelling much of their prior dread. "Yes, we are fortunate to have a celestial protector in Qinghe County." The village chief of Shashi thumped his thigh decisively. "Tomorrow at dawn, we shall gather our people, beat drums, and march to the county office to voice our grievances. We must present a united front, ensuring the magistrate takes our plight seriously." Agreed. Let it be so. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall shifted from despair to fervent determination as the will to survive overcame their fear. By the following morning, as dawn broke, villagers from every hamlet at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, young and old alike, shouldered their tools and converged into a formidable throng. They beat worn drums and waved makeshift banners, inscribed with pleas for justice against the vile beast, for peace, and for the magistrate to take action, imploring the deity to manifest. The procession stretched for miles along the rugged mountain path, advancing toward the county seat of Qinghe. Their anguished yet hopeful cries echoed through the valleys. Within a stone cave, Li Yin sat in meditation, attuning himself to the presence of the celestial night marauder. Li Yin raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing something amiss. Through the shared senses of the celestial night demon, he beheld a vast procession winding its way down the mountain path. The demon's acute hearing allowed even the distant cries of the villagers and the intermittent sound of gongs and drums to reach him, requesting the officials to eradicate the beast. Invoking the divine presence? A subtle smile curved upon Li Yan's lips. Indeed, this was like a pillow delivered just as one felt drowsy. He had been pondering how to spread the infamous reputation of the celestial night demon, paving the way for his subsequent exploits in subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Little did he expect that these villagers would come knocking at his door, thereby saving him the effort of laying the groundwork. Li Yan's smile deepened. He had initially intended for the celestial night demon to remain hidden for a while, gradually instilling fear. However, it appeared that this wild beast was proving to be quite the ally. Now, he could conveniently use its notoriety to his advantage. A plan swiftly took shape in his mind. With a mere thought, he conveyed his instructions through his connection with the celestial night demon. Go. Deal with that troublesome creature quietly, so the villagers remain unaware. Then, take its place as the new source of terror in these woods. When the reinforcements summoned by the villagers arrive, be sure to entertain them thoroughly. They must experience firsthand what true malevolence is, deep within the dense thicket. The celestial night demon's crimson eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. It emitted a silent roar, its massive wings unfurling as it vanished soundlessly into the forest. Moments later, from a nameless corner of the Qingfeng Mountains, a brief yet chilling roar echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. All returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The vast throng of villagers remained blissfully ignorant, trudging onward toward Qinghe County with hearts full of sorrow and hope. Chapter 34. The mobilization of officials in the back hall of the Qinghe County office. County Magistrate Zhao Jin leisurely savored a steaming cup of fragrant tea. Suddenly, the hurried sound of footsteps disrupted the calm as County Lieutenant Qinhu rushed in, clearly breathless. Sir. Qinhu clasped his fist and bowed, his voice tinged with urgency. Zhao Jin raised an eyebrow slightly. What brings such haste? Sir, a substantial number of mountain villagers have arrived from outside the city, numbering in the hundreds, all wailing and lamenting that a savage beast is preying upon them. They implore the county office for assistance. A beast consuming humans? Zhao Jin set down his teacup, his expression growing more grave. What exactly is happening? Sir, I have already dispatched people to investigate. Qinhu replied, clasping his fist once more. Several villages near Qifeng Mountain, such as Shashi and Shanxi, have recently suffered from attacks by this ferocious beast. Initially, it was merely livestock that was taken away, but subsequently, it escalated to attacks on humans. Zhao Jin furrowed his brow. Oh, was it the ordinary tigers and leopards? Or perhaps the wolf packs in the mountains? Qinhu shook his head. According to the villagers, the beast in question is enormous, with a dark red coat tinged with green, and its eyes glow crimson, exceedingly ferocious. Far from the common tigers or wolves. They reported that a young man from Sanjiazi, while gathering firewood, was discovered with only half of his remains. And an elderly herbalist from Xiakou has vanished without a trace. Master Feng interjected, County Lieutenant Qin, could it be that the villagers are exaggerating? It is not uncommon for wild beasts to injure people. Qinhu's expression grew serious. Master Feng, I too had considered that possibility. However, according to Zhao Laosan, a hunter from Shaka village, he witnessed the beast effortlessly kill one of his companions. The scene was horrendous. The villagers are now in a state of panic, afraid to enter the mountains during the day and locking themselves in at night. Their livelihoods are on the brink of collapse. Listening to this, Zhao Jin's face gradually darkened. He recalled the recent divine intervention of the Xuanxiong Yunzi true monarch, who had warded the serpent and saved Qifeng village. Could it be that there is indeed something sinister lurking in the Qingfeng mountain region? My lord, the villagers are now in an uproar, kneeling at the yamen, imploring you to dispatch troops to exterminate the vile beast and eliminate the threat to the people, Qinhu added. Zhao Jin pondered for a moment and turned to Qinhu. County Lieutenant Qin, this matter is of utmost gravity. Given the heavy casualties among the villagers and the peculiar nature of the beast, I hereby command you to assemble 20 capable soldiers immediately, equip them adequately, and venture to Qingfeng Mountain to investigate. If it proves to be a common ferocious beast, devise a means to capture it to restore the people's peace of mind. However, should the villagers' claims hold true, and the beast be extraordinary, do not act rashly. First, ascertain its lair, then return to report to me for further discussion on our strategy. Qinhu responded earnestly, I shall obey your command. I will not fail in my mission. Zhao Jin continued, your journey represents the county office and the imperial court. It is imperative that you reassure the populace, informing them that both I and the Xuanxiong Yunzi true monarch shall not stand idly by. Yes. Qinhu bowed once more. Outside the county office, a dense crowd of villagers awaited with bated breath, their faces etched with anxiety and hope. When they saw County Lieutenant Qinhu emerge with 20 soldiers clad in leather armor, short knives at their waists and bows slung over their shoulders, the crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. The county magistrate has sent troops. County Lieutenant Qin, you must champion our cause. We are saved. We are saved. The villagers, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed forward, nearly engulfing Qinhu and his men if not for the intervention of the soldiers. Zhao Laosan and the elderly village chief from Shaka squeezed to the front, their faces alight with expectation. Fellow villagers, please remain calm. Qinhu called from a height, channeling his inner strength to project his voice above the clamor. I have come at the behest of the county magistrate to address this matter. Rest assured, with my authority here, I shall uncover the truth. If indeed a ferocious beast is behind this turmoil, my comrades and I shall ensure it meets its end, restoring peace to you all. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept across the faces filled with hope. Quickly, lead the way. I am eager to see which vile creature dares to wreak havoc within the boundaries of Qinghe County. Excellent. The county magistrate exudes formidable presence. The villagers, upon hearing this, were invigorated, especially as they observed the soldiers, each brimming with vigor, their short blades gleaming menacingly in the sunlight, and the arrows on their backs evoking an air of lethal intent. Their fears dissipated significantly. County Magistrate Chun is a master of internal strength, capable of shattering stone and lifting heavy weights. With him present, what manner of beast could possibly pose a challenge? Sir, this way, please. The beast first appeared in the mountainous woods near our Xiaxi village. Jowled 3 hastily stepped forward to guide them. Yes, yes. And our Shangwan village has also suffered greatly from its wrath. In an instant, excitement rippled through the crowd as they vied to lead the official. Chunhu pondered briefly, selecting representatives from several villages to guide the way, and the grand procession made its way towards Qifeng Mountain. The official troops forged ahead, with the villagers closely trailing, creating a formidable spectacle. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, by the time Chunhu's party, guided by the villagers, arrived at Xiaxi village, twilight was settling in. The village appeared desolate, with doors and windows tightly shut, the air thick with a lingering scent of blood and livestock. The village elder pointed toward the distant, dark forest, his voice trembling. Master Qin, that beast is most likely lurking within that thicket. Just yesterday, it emerged from there and dragged away our pigs. Qinhu halted his horse, intently surveying the shadowy growth. As dusk enveloped the land, a chilling breeze swept through, the forest echoing with haunting sounds, akin to the wails of spirits. One soldier murmured, "Chief, it's nearly dark. Perhaps we should enter the forest tomorrow morning?" Chunhu furrowed his brow and replied sternly, "Wait until tomorrow? By then, it will be too late. That beast has been on the prowl for days. It must be weary and likely resting in its lair at this moment. We should take advantage of its unawareness and strike while it is unprepared. If night fully descends, visibility will diminish in the woods, favoring it while placing us at a disadvantage." Qinhu turned to the villagers and instructed, "Remain in the village and do not approach. Should anything arise, do not panic." The villagers responded affirmatively, their hearts a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Qinhu ceased further discussion, drawing his short blade, and boldly led 20 soldiers deep into the ominous and eerie forest. The woods were dimly lit, with towering ancient trees and entangling vines. The soldiers, armed with weapons, cautiously parted the thorns, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The wind rustled through the treetops, producing a haunting wail reminiscent of a ghost's lament. The atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Within the stone cave, Li Yin, through the shared vision of the flying night demon, clearly observed the approach of this troop of officials. A sly smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as his gaze fell upon the leading county lieutenant. Ah, the officials have arrived. He had previously gleaned some understanding of the martial strength in Qinghe County from the villagers' discussions and the cryptic words of the old Taoist Lingyun. This county lieutenant Chun, who was reputed to be among the finest in the county, having attained the realm of inner strength. An inner strength practitioner, Li Yin mused, stroking his chin, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. He had long sought an opportunity to gauge the true caliber of the so-called martial experts in this world, which was crucial for his subsequent plans. This Qin who before him was undoubtedly an excellent touchstone. Flying Night Demon, prepare to stretch your limbs. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Li Yan's eyes. Let me see how many moves this world's so-called expert can endure before you. As he concentrated, the Flying Night Demon, which had long since exchanged roles with the unfortunate indigenous beast lurking deep in the forest, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, glimmering with ferocity and bloodlust. He was eager to discover whether the inner strength practitioners of this world were superior or if the monstrous entity he summoned would prevail. Chapter 35. The beast unleashed deep within the dense forest, the light grew increasingly dim. Stay sharp. Qinhu lowered his voice, gripping his short knife tightly at his waist. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, every rustling shadow, every faint insect chirp, sending his nerves on edge. The 20 officials trailing behind him held their breath, cautiously parting the drooping vines and obstructing shrubs, their formation tight, unwilling to show any sign of slackness. Suddenly, a faint, unusual sound emanated from above. What sound is that? A young soldier nervously glanced up, his voice trembling. Qinhu abruptly looked up, his pupils narrowing. There, among the dense foliage overhead, a massive shadow hung silently, its blood-red eyes resembling 2 lanterns of gore, fixated intently upon them. Stand guard, Qinhu shouted sharply, drawing his short knife in an instant. The glint of its blade flashing momentarily in the dim forest. The shadow moved, its speed surpassing all imagination. With a whoosh, a putrid gale descended upon them, the shadow plummeting like a colossal meteor, laden with an overwhelming aura of death and menace, hurtling straight toward the forefront of the troop, where Qinhu stood. Fire the arrows. A few quick-witted archers hastily drew their bows, and a volley of arrows, shrieking through the air, was unleashed upon the descending shadow. The arrows struck the dark figure, producing a dull thud akin to that of piercing tough leather, only to be repelled and fall helplessly to the ground. Some arrows failed to penetrate even its outer skin, shattering instead under an invisible force. What? The arrows are ineffective. The soldiers were rendered pale with fear, watching in horror as the creature disregarded the rain of arrows, its hooked claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, reaching for Chinhu's head. Beast, seeking death. Chinhu's eyes widened in fury. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his short blade carving a fierce arc from below, internal energy surging forth. A faint azure glow swirling around the blade's edge. Mountain-splitting slash. The jarring clash of metal echoed through the forest. Chinhu felt an overwhelming force transmit through the blade. Numbing his grip, his arm violently shaking, causing him to stumble back 3 paces, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. The airborne night demon was momentarily halted by the strike, its massive form spiraling in the air, emitting an enraged roar as it landed firmly several paces away. It was only then that the onlookers comprehended the full visage of the monster, standing nearly 10 feet tall, with a green visage and protruding fangs. Its sinewy muscles rippled beneath skin of an eerie dark green hue. A pair of folded flesh wings fluttered slightly on its back, conjuring a chilling breeze. Its blood-red eyes were filled with savagery and bloodlust. What manner of creature is this? One soldier quivered, his teeth chattering. Stay calm. Form ranks. Steady yourselves. Chinhu commanded, suppressing the ache in his arms, his voice sharp and commanding. Yet, turmoil roiled within him. The previous strike had utilized 7/10 of his strength. Even the fiercest tiger or bear would be gravely wounded, if not slain. But against this creature, it had merely slowed its advance, not even breaking the skin. The resilience of this beast was utterly unfathomable. Roaring in fury, the flying night demon seemed incensed, unleashing a deafening roar as it propelled itself off the ground. Its vast form transforming into a blur as it charged toward the soldiers. Kill. Chinhu bellowed, raising his blade to meet it. He understood that if they could not slay this monster today, none of them would escape this forest alive. The remaining soldiers, regaining their wits, raised their weapons, forming a crude circle in an attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, the speed of the flying night demon was staggering, cutting through their ranks as if they were invisible. With a casual swipe of its razor-sharp claws, it effortlessly tore through the leather armor of a soldier who failed to dodge, sending him careening backward in a spray of blood and agonized screams. Shalu, hold the line. Stand firm. Chinhu's eyes were wide with desperation as he wielded his short blade with ferocity, desperately attempting to intercept the demon's assault. The sky demon moved with an agility that defied belief, its massive form twisting and turning effortlessly through the narrow forest, completely unfazed. Its razor-sharp claws, vicious fangs, and even the edges of its leathery wings had transformed into lethal weapons. The clash of Chinhu's blade against the sky demon echoed through the air, sparks flying with every strike. He summoned his inner strength to its utmost limits, each blow resonating with immense power, stirring up fierce winds. Yet, these attacks, capable of shattering stone, had little effect on the sky demon. Occasionally, they would leave a fleeting white mark upon its hide, but it vanished almost instantly, failing to inflict any real harm. Conversely, every counterattack from the sky demon plunged him into peril. The overwhelming force contained within its claws sent his blood surging, his arms growing increasingly heavy. Sir, be careful, shouted a soldier as another was struck by the sky demon's wing, blood spraying forth as he was hurled like a severed kite into a great tree, his fate unknown. Cries of anguish echoed in the air. In mere moments, nearly half of the 20 soldiers had fallen. Those who lay defeated were grievously injured, stripped of their combat effectiveness, moaning on the ground. How could this be? How could it be so powerful? A chill gripped Chinhu's heart. The inner strength he had once taken pride in felt as feeble as a child's blows in the presence of this monster. This was not a battle of equal footing. Was fate truly intent on extinguishing the life of Chinhu? A profound despair surged within him like a tidal wave. He glanced at the few remaining comrades beside him, all battered and marked by fear, and clenched his jaw in determination. Beast, I shall fight you to the end. A flash of resolve ignited in Chinhu's eyes as he took a deep breath, unleashing his inner strength with wild abandon. The leather armor clung to his form, slightly bulging under the force of his energy, emanating a fierce and violent aura. The blade in his hand shimmered with a pale blue light that surged forth, solidifying into something palpable. My lord, what is he doing? A surviving soldier gasped, witnessing the transformation. 5 tigers breaking the door. Chinhu roared like a wounded beast, his feet smashing into the ground as he propelled himself upward like a cannonball, with both hands gripping the blade. He brought it down with the ferocity of a mighty avalanche, channeling all his essence into a devastating strike aimed at the sky demon's head. This blow encapsulated the entirety of his spirit and skill, his ultimate technique. Before the blade even reached its target, the fierce wind it generated swept the ground around the sky demon, raising a cloud of dust, as the air itself groaned under the strain. Faced with this earth-shattering attack, a flicker of seriousness crossed the blood-red eyes of the sky demon. It emitted a deep, resonant roar, standing firm and defiantly thrusting out its chest. As the sinewy muscles tightened instantly, resembling molten lava flowing beneath its darkened skin. With a fierce shout, the blade of light flashed and struck violently against the chest of the sky-dwelling demon. A disconcerting crack echoed through the air. Yet, it was not the bones of the demon that shattered. Instead, it was the short blade in Shinhu's grasp. The finely crafted short knife, forged from adamant and steel, disintegrated into countless fragments upon contact with the demon's chest, scattering in all directions. With a gasp, Shinhu was struck as if by lightning, blood erupting from his mouth as he was propelled backward by an overwhelming force. The sky-dwelling demon glanced down at its chest, where only a faint white imprint remained. Nearly imperceptible, not even breaking the skin. It shook its head, seemingly dissatisfied with such a trivial attack. Then, raising its gaze, the crimson depths of its eyes glowed with intensified ferocity, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains. Withstanding Shinhu's ultimate technique unscathed had only served to awaken its primal savagery. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this scene, were rendered utterly dumbfounded. Unable to muster even the thought of escape, collapsing to the ground, their faces ashen. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Chapter 36. The Collapse of Martial Arts Within the Cavern. Li Yin observed the devastation in the dense forest through the demon's perspective. Chunhu's earth-shattering strike indeed possessed a measure of power. Had it been an ordinary beast, it would have likely been cleaved in two on the spot. The mastery of the internal realm was, without a doubt, quite formidable. Li Yin stroked his chin, yet regrettably, he had encountered the sky-dwelling demon. Li Yin gained a clearer understanding of the martial prowess limits within this world. It was indeed a low level of martial arts, characterized solely by the honing of physical strength and internal energy. Shinhu's performance had been commendable. A county captain, accompanied by 20 elite soldiers, had been reduced to such a pitiful state. This news, when it returned to Qinghe County, would undoubtedly leave the local officials in a state of unrest. In such times, praying to the heavens would likely be their only recourse. The name of the true monarch of the celestial abyss would undoubtedly resonate more widely. However, relying solely on one demon's rampage was insufficient. Li Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was essential to reveal some of the power under the true monarch's command. Perhaps sending down a divine general to subdue this monster? A plan began to take shape in his mind. He resolved to allow the sky-dwelling demon to remain rampant for a few more days, spreading terror to its utmost extent, even leaving Ling Yun the Elder and his brother from Jiangzhou in disarray. The entire government and the Taoist sect would find themselves utterly helpless. He donned a new guise, masquerading as a divine general under the auspices of the true monarch, to stage a splendid performance of vanquishing demons and subduing malevolence. Thus, the prestige of the true monarch of the celestial abyss would be truly solidified. Brother Yiksha, your performance was commendable. It is time for you to take your bow. Li Yin thought, remembering to exit with grace. In the dense forest, the flying Yiksha withstood Chunhu's desperate strike, the faint white mark on its chest dissipating rapidly. It appeared somewhat unfulfilled, glancing down at the fallen soldiers beneath it, who lay as helpless as ants, then casting a sidelong look at Shinhu, who was sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. A glimmer of derisive ferocity flashed in its crimson eyes. With a prolonged roar, imbued with taunt and disdain, it erupted from its throat, causing leaves to tremble and cascade to the forest floor. Subsequently, it beat its wings vigorously, stirring a tempest that swept up dust and debris. The massive, dark-hued figure soared skyward, spiraled a few times, then vanished into the murky expanse of the wooded sea, leaving no trace behind. The rancid gust gradually subsided, and the forest was left in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the agonized groans of the wounded. Shinhu struggled to rise from the ground, but the movement aggravated his internal injuries, and he erupted once more, spewing a mouthful of blood that stained the decaying leaves beneath him. His short blade was reduced to a mere hilt. The tempered steel knife that had accompanied him for years lay shattered, mirroring the state of his heart. It was over. All was lost. He gazed vacantly in the direction the flying Yiksha had vanished, his eyes brimming with disbelief and despair. Years of arduous training and his once proud inner strength felt as fragile as parchment before that monstrous being. Could he shatter stones? Could he bear the weight of a cauldron? Before such inhuman power, it was all nothing but a jest. The martial path he had steadfastly believed in crumbled within him. What was that creature? A demon? A specter? It was beyond the capacity of human strength to contend with. With a thud, Chinhu's knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. The chill of the earth seeped through his tattered trousers, penetrating his skin, yet it paled in comparison to the frost within his heart. He coughed violently, each breath laced with blood, and his chest felt as though it were being torn apart with excruciating pain. My lord, how are you? A surviving soldier, dragging an injured leg, crawled to Chinhu's side, his voice tinged with weeping. His face was smeared with blood and dirt, and his eyes were filled with terror. Quickly, Chinhu strained to lift his head, his voice hoarse and barely recognizable. Help me up. We must report to County Lord immediately. This is a calamity of unimaginable proportions, a calamity beyond measure. His voice was piercing, laden with boundless fear and despair. The soldier, taken aback by Chinhu's current appearance, gritted his teeth and, enduring the excruciating pain in his legs, exerted himself to assist Chinhu in rising. Chinhu surveyed the surroundings, his gaze falling upon those comrades sprawled on the ground, moaning or lifeless, the bloodshot veins in his eyes betraying his anguish. From the 20 brothers who had set out, scarcely 5 remained standing. The others lay either breathless or writhing in agony. Quick, go find the villagers of Shi village. Have them assist in bringing the wounded and the fallen down the mountain. He bellowed with all his might, his voice echoing helplessly through the expanse of woods. The surviving soldiers, though each was injured and still shaken, mustered the strength to heed Chinhu's command, laboriously rising from the ground, supporting one another. They discerned their direction and trudged toward Shi village, every step infused with dread of the monstrous horror that lurked behind them. The metallic scent of blood hung heavily in the air, inescapable, as the sun's waning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patches of illumination. It did little to dispel the gloom that enveloped their hearts. In Shi village, the villagers stood at the entrance, anxiously awaiting news, their hearts aflame with worry. Zhao Laosan and the village head were particularly restless, frequently casting glances toward the dense forest on the mountainside. Why is there still no word? A young woman fretted, wringing her hands. Surely nothing has gone awry. Pa, what nonsense are you spouting? An old man glared at her. County Lieutenant Chun is highly skilled, and his men are all elite. That beast will be subdued effortlessly. Yet, despite his words, a trace of barely perceptible concern flickered in the old man's eyes. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. Just when the villagers were on the brink of despair, several figures finally stumbled out from the forest's edge. Someone is coming, a sharp-eyed youth exclaimed. The villagers perked up, rushing forward to meet them. However, as the newcomers came into focus, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their expressions of joy freezing instantly. The soldiers appeared ragged, their clothing tattered and drenched in blood, their faces etched with lingering terror, as if they had just escaped from the depths of hell. One of them clutched a blood-soaked arm. Each step taken was a struggle. Sir, what has happened? Zhao Laosan was the first to rush forward, his voice urgent. Where is County Lieutenant Chun? What of the beast? Quick! The soldier with the severed arm gasped, panting heavily. Master Chun, he is still in the forest. Furthermore, many of our brothers have been injured. That monster is exceedingly formidable. We are utterly no match for it. Quickly, summon help. Go into the woods and rescue our people. These words struck the villagers like a thunderclap, leaving them in stunned silence. Even the county magistrate and his soldiers stand no chance. Just how ferocious could that creature be? The old village chief turned pale, his lips trembling. What shall we do? Do not panic. Zhao Laosan grit his teeth, a glint of fierce determination flashing across his face. The officials have suffered for our village. We cannot stand idly by and let them perish. He turned to the bewildered villagers behind him and shouted, What are you all standing there for? Young and strong. Follow me. Grab ropes. Take the door panels. Hurry. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Fear aside, the simplicity and courage of the mountain folk surged forth in this moment. Indeed, the officials had come to assist them. Now that the officials are in peril, how could they remain indifferent? Let us go. To save them. We shall confront that beast. A dozen stout-hearted men echoed his call, hastily returning home to gather tools. Some women spontaneously began to boil water and prepare medicines for the wounded. Soon, an impromptu rescue team comprised of villagers, led by Zhao Laosan and a few soldiers who could still move, ventured cautiously into the perilous forest with torches in hand. In the night, the mountains and woods appeared even more foreboding than in the daylight. The wind rustled through the leaves, creating a sound that sent shivers down their spines. Each person felt their heart lodged in their throats. When they arrived at the site of the earlier battle, the scene before them chilled them to the bone. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Scattered across the ground were a dozen soldiers, some moaning in agony, while others had already succumbed to death. County Magistrate Chin, who sat slumped against a large tree, his complexion as pale as parchment, his garments soaked in blood, his breath faint. "Sir, Master Chen." The leading soldiers cried out in despair and rushed towards him. The villagers, witnessing this horrific sight, felt their hands and feet grow cold. This was no mere hunt. It was a massacre. "Quickly, let us carry the wounded officials out," Zhao Laosan commanded, suppressing his own terror. The villagers sprang into action. Using the door panels they had brought to fashion makeshift stretchers, carefully lifting the injured soldiers. Chinhu was supported by 2 villagers. He struggled to open his eyes. Gazing at the busy villagers, his lips moved as if to speak, but no sound emerged. His heart brimmed with guilt and gratitude. The rescue effort proved extraordinarily arduous. The mountain paths were treacherous, and the number of wounded was overwhelming. Everyone was on edge, fearing the terrifying beast might reappear. Fortunately, by the time they evacuated all the soldiers from the dense forest and returned to Shi Creek Village, the flying night demon had not shown itself again. The night in Shi Creek Village was destined to be sleepless, filled with the groans of the injured, the cries of women and children, and the suppressed murmurs of the villagers intertwining. Chenhu was placed in the home of the old village chief, where an elderly man with some medical knowledge was tending to his wounds. "My lord, your injuries are grievous. Your internal organs are damaged, and several ribs are broken." The old man lamented as he bandaged Chenhu's wounds. "I can only manage to staunch the bleeding. True recovery seems a distant hope." Chenhu waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was all right. His concern at that moment was not for his own injuries. "Elder," he said, his voice weak yet tinged with an undeniable urgency, "please dispatch someone immediately to procure a swift horse. I must return to the county town tonight. This matter must be reported to the county magistrate without delay. The beast is no ordinary creature. A calamity is looming over Qinghe County." With each word he uttered, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze was resolute. Seeing his state, the old village chief felt a weight in his heart. What kind of monstrous entity could so unnerve a master of internal strength? "My lord, with such severe injuries, how can you ride a horse?" The village chief expressed his concern. "It matters not." Chenhu grasped the old man's hand with surprising strength, urgency coursing through him. Delay could spell disaster. Who knows how many more innocent lives may be lost? "I implore you, hurry." Seeing the desperation and determination in Chenhu's eyes, the village chief sighed. "Very well. Zhao Laosan." He called out toward the door. "Yes, village chief." Zhao Laosan responded, entering promptly. "Go, bring your best mule, the one with the swiftest pace, and gather some provisions and fresh water. Lord Chen must return to the county town tonight." Zhao Laosan glanced at Chenhu, nodded firmly. "Understood. I will fetch it at once." Before long, a robust mule was brought forth. With the assistance of 2 villagers, Chenhu struggled to mount the mule's back. He turned to glance back at Shi Creek Village, aglow with lights yet fraught with unease and fear, and then at the ominous Chifeng Mountain, lurking in the darkness like a monstrous beast. "Go." He spurred the mule, ignoring the searing pain that tore through him, and set off toward Qinghe County town. Disappearing into the thick night, his frail yet resolute figure seemed to be engulfed by the boundless darkness. It appeared that a storm was brewing over Qinghe County. Chapter 37. Urgent news of danger as dawn approached. A faint blush of light struggled to break free from the eastern horizon. At the entrance of Qinghe County, the night watchmen leaned against the gatepost, their heads bobbing as they battled against slumber. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. The urgent and heavy knocking at the door jolted him from his slumber. "Who is it? So early in the morning?" The constable, rubbing his bleary eyes, impatiently unlatched the door. As soon as it opened a crack, a blood-soaked figure staggered in, nearly knocking him over. "Chenhu, the county lieutenant." Upon recognizing the visitor, the constable was struck with terror. Chenhu was drenched in blood, his once-fitting leather armor in tatters, wounds covering his body, and his face was smeared with blood. His breath weak as if it could cease at any moment. "Quick, go awaken the county magistrate." Before long, the back hall of the county office was ablaze with light. Zhao Zhan, draped in an outer robe, wore a stern expression as he beheld Chenhu, who was being supported by 2 constables, barely resembling a human being. "Chenhu." Zhao Zhan's voice trembled with disbelief. "How could this happen to you? Where are the others?" Chenhu opened his mouth, a stream of dark blood erupted forth, and he began to cough violently. The magistrate, his voice was faint, yet laced with boundless fear and despair. "It's all over." "What do you mean it's over?" Zhao Zhan's heart tightened as he stepped forward. "That monster is incredibly powerful." Chenhu struggled to speak, each word seemingly draining his remaining strength. "My brothers, they..." Tears, mingled with blood, rolled down his cheeks. Their blades and spears were useless against it. It was immensely strong and could fly. We were simply no match for it. As Zhao Zhan listened to Chenhu's fragmented account, his complexion paled. 20 soldiers, the best fighters from the Qinghe County office, led by Chenhu himself, had been entirely annihilated, and Chenhu had nearly lost his life as well. A chilling dread surged from the soles of Zhao Zhen's feet, racing up to the crown of his head. Quick, summon the physician. Use the best medicine, no matter what. We must save the county lieutenant. Zhao Zhen's voice quivered as he pointed at Chunhu, shouting at the stunned servant nearby. Gazing at Chunhu's face, pale as parchment from blood loss, he felt a mix of sorrow and dread. A catastrophe was looming over Qinghe County. A short while later, in a side room of the back hall, the flickering candlelight illuminated Zhao Zhen's ashen face. Daoist Ling Yun and Daoist Ling Xu sat across from each other, their expressions more grave than ever before. They had been summoned in haste by Zhao Zhen from Qingyan Temple, interrupting their morning rituals. Gentlemen, the situation is far more severe than I had anticipated. Zhao Zhen spoke hoarsely, recounting Chunhu's ordeal and the description of the creature in detail. Green-faced with sharp fangs, wings sprouting from its back, impervious to blades and spears, immensely strong, and astonishingly swift. As Daoist Ling Yun listened, his brow furrowed deeper, the gravity of the situation becoming increasingly apparent. Once Zhao Zhen finished depicting the monstrous form, the two Taoists exchanged a significant glance. This time, both individuals were overtaken by a look of horror. The voice of Master Ling Yun, the Taoist priest, was somewhat hoarse. Real man Ling Xu's expression was as somber as water as he slowly uttered two words. Flying corpse. Flying corpse? Zhao Zhen was taken aback. Master, what exactly is this flying corpse? Real man Ling Xu took a deep breath and replied gravely. I once encountered its mention in the ancient Taoist text record of mountain exorcism. The flying corpse is a malevolent creature born from the gathering of the world's malevolent energies, possessing a naturally resilient body impervious to ordinary weaponry. Its nature is vicious and bloodthirsty. Once it manifests in the world, it often heralds an immense calamity for all living beings. The ancient text states that in its juvenile stage, the flying corpse is akin to a ferocious beast. But once it consumes sufficient blood and flesh, it can gradually metamorphose, reaching a level comparable to true energy practitioners or even innate level masters. Zhao Zhen felt a chill run down his spine. Master, is there any method to restrain this flying corpse? Real man Ling Xu shook his head. The texts are vague on this matter, merely stating that this creature is exceedingly ferocious, capable of being subdued only by great powers. Hearing this, Zhao Zhen's heart sank, his hands and feet turning cold. Did this mean that if left unchecked, the entire Qinghe County could be slaughtered by this malevolent creature? Real man Ling Xu cast his gaze towards Chunhu, who had already been revived but still appeared weak and pale. Qin County Lieutenant, aside from its appearance, does this creature possess any other peculiar traits? Chunhu leaned back against the chair, straining to recall. Master, it seems that the monster is impervious to my internal energy attacks. I once exerted all my strength to strike its chest with my ultimate technique, and it was utterly unharmed, instead shattering my dagger. Moreover, it appears capable of manipulating a chilling wind, moving with incredible swiftness and even hovering momentarily in midair. Ordinary arrows are utterly ineffective against it. Striking its body feels akin to shooting at metal or stone. Additionally, it seems to possess a considerable degree of intelligence, unlike common beasts that merely charge recklessly. With each description, real man Ling Xu's furrowed brow deepened. These accounts aligned closely with the records of the flying corpse in the ancient text. Yet, he felt a subtle disquiet within. The flying corpse described in the texts, while fierce, did not seem to possess this level of invulnerability, nor was it depicted as being capable of resisting internal energy attacks. Moreover, its intelligence was described as low, more akin to the instincts of a wild beast. Could it be that this flying corpse has transcended the ordinary, becoming a different breed altogether? Suppressing the stirrings of confusion in his heart, real man Ling Xu addressed Zhao Zhen. Sir Zhao, from Lieutenant Qin's description, it is highly likely that this malevolent creature is indeed the fearsome flying corpse. Furthermore, judging by its formidable presence, it has likely reached a significant level of power, far beyond the capacity of ordinary means to subdue. Ordinary means to subdue, Zhao Zhen murmured, his complexion growing increasingly grim. The most competent warrior under his command, Chunhu, had been reduced to such a state. Sending other officers and soldiers from the county office would only equate to a death sentence. The Taoist Ling Yun interjected, saying, My lord, Mount Qi Feng is under the protection of the revered Lord Shinkong Yunzi. Previously, during the calamity of the dragon, the Lord manifested his divine presence to forewarn us, saving the lives of the entire Qingfeng village. Now that malevolent creatures are causing havoc, why not beseech the Lord once more to intervene and vanquish these demons? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen's face revealed a trace of bitterness and difficulty. He sighed and replied, Taoist Ling Yun, it is not that I am unwilling. However, the Lord is a celestial being from the upper realm, and his occasional manifestations are already a tremendous blessing. To disturb the celestial presence again for the sake of a mere beast, I truly cannot bring myself to do so. If, by chance, the Lord were to be displeased, thinking that the people of Qinghe County only rely on divine beings and do not strive for self-improvement. Would that not be a case of creating more troubles instead of resolving them? Zhao Zhen's words left Ling Yun and Ling Xiu somewhat surprised. They had expected Zhao Zhen to seize this lifeline immediately. Little did they know that this county magistrate, at such a critical juncture, would still have such considerations. He believed that the blessings of the celestial beings were indeed a great fortune. Yet, as subjects, we are entrusted with the duty to serve the ruler, maintain peace, and ensure the welfare of the people. If we can eradicate this malevolent creature with our own strength, we can not only stabilize the hearts of the populace but also uphold the dignity of the Qinghe County government. Unless absolutely necessary, I am reluctant to disturb the celestial presence lightly. His earnest words carried a sense of responsibility befitting a local official. Indeed, if we were to rely on divine beings for everything, what purpose would we serve as mortal officials? Thus, Zhao Zhen turned to the real person Ling Xiu and Taoist Ling Yun. Offering a solemn bow, I sincerely implore both Taoists to lend your assistance in subduing this demon and rescuing the people of Qinghe from peril. Taoist Ling Yun hastily helped Zhao Zhen to his feet, saying, Lord Zhao, you overstate the matter. Exorcising demons is indeed within our purview. Ling Xiu, bowing his head in agreement, added, Lord Zhao's concern for the people is commendable, and I am duty-bound to subdue this flying corpse. However, he continued, shifting his tone, this demon is exceedingly fierce. Although my disciple Ling Yun and I possess some Taoist skills, confronting such a formidable creature requires thorough preparation. I need Lord Zhao to dispatch capable soldiers to escort us into the mountains and assist in evacuating the villagers from the surrounding areas to prevent the flying corpse from erupting again and causing further casualties. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen was elated, exclaiming, Of course, whatever the Taoist requires, I shall comply without hesitation, as long as we can eliminate that beast. I will spare no effort from the county office. He now fervently hoped that these two Taoists would indeed have a way to confront that terrifying flying corpse. Otherwise, it seemed that his tenure as the magistrate of Qinghe County might be coming to an end. Chapter 38, Oath to Exorcise the Demon Within the County Office. The atmosphere was tense and foreboding. Zhao Zhen stood before the assembly, his voice resonating with a resolute determination. Issue the command. Retrieve all usable weapons and armor from the county armory. In the patrol camp, aside from the necessary personnel for city defense, all other soldiers were ordered to assemble immediately. With a single command, the entire county office transformed into a clockwork mechanism, operating at an astonishing speed. The clamor of clashing armor, the unsheathing of weapons, and the resounding orders from officers echoed in succession. Jiangzhou was historically a military stronghold, and the armaments of the subordinate county were commendable. Even after retaining the essential forces for city defense and local suppression, he still managed to extract 150 field soldiers from the county armory and patrol units. Within half an hour, the open space in front of the county office was densely filled with soldiers. Each soldier donned gleaming iron armor or robust leather armor, tightly gripping polished long spears and broadswords, with bows and quivers slung across their backs. In the dawn's faint light, arranged in several formations, the iron armor reflected a chilling gleam, exuding a formidable aura. Ling Xiu Jinren and Ling Yun Daolong stood shoulder to shoulder at the forefront of the formation. Beside them stood a burly man, in his early 30s, with a resolute demeanor. He was Zhang Wu, the county's patrol inspector and Chun Hu's deputy. Clad in thick leather armor with his hand resting on his waist knife, he maintained a steady gaze. As a seasoned martial artist, he had already reached the pinnacle of body refinement, merely a step away from mastering internal energy. Though anxiety coursed through him at this critical moment, it was overshadowed by the innate valor of a soldier. Gentlemen, Zhao Zhen stepped forward, his voice resonant. The malevolent creatures of Qifeng Mountain have been ravaging the populace, sowing chaos in our land. County Lieutenant Chun has suffered grave injuries while valiantly protecting the people, and his brave warriors have endured heavy losses until this fiend is vanquished. Our Qinghe County shall know no peace. His gaze swept across the faces of each soldier. Today, I have summoned the elite of our county to engage in a decisive battle against this demon. With the assistance of the two Taoist masters, we shall surely eradicate the evil and restore tranquility to our Qinghe. As the soldiers listened to their commander's exhortation, a surge of fervor ignited within them. Yet thoughts of the creature's ferocity elicited a flicker of fear in their eyes. Ling Xiu Jinren stepped forward, retrieving several yellow paper talismans from his sleeve. He began to chant an incantation in a low voice, incomprehensible to the ordinary ear, while lightly touching the talismans with his fingertips. Suddenly, the talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into wisps of azure smoke that gently floated into the ranks ahead. These are the talismans I have crafted to bolster our strength. Ling Xiu Jinren's voice rose dramatically, resonating throughout the ranks. They shall enhance your vigor and ward off the common malevolent beings of the mountains. Most of the soldiers were witnessing such Taoist methods for the first time. Having previously heard tales of the ferocious creatures in the mountains, they were understandably apprehensive. However, upon witnessing this miraculous spectacle and hearing the Taoist's words, their fear diminished somewhat, and their spirits steadied. Thank you, Taoist, for your blessings. Your powers are boundless. A chorus of gratitude resonated throughout the military formation, invigorating the morale of the troops. Observing this, Zhaojun felt a measure of relief in his heart. He understood that this talisman was likely more a means of soothing the spirits, yet at this moment, the unity and morale of the soldiers were of utmost importance. Bring forth the wine, Zhaojun commanded. Soon, a subordinate presented a tray bearing 3 coarse earthenware bowls and an unopened jar of aged rice wine. Zhaojun personally broke the clay seal, and the rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air. He filled 3 bowls to the brim and approached the esteemed Taoist Lingyun, and a robust deputy commander with a resolute expression. With both hands, he offered the first bowl to Taoist Lingyun. Esteemed Taoist, this venture is fraught with peril. The safety of the tens of thousands of souls in Qinghe County rests upon your shoulders. The Taoist accepted the bowl with a respectful bow, assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert every effort." Next, Zhaojun raised the second bowl and presented it to Taoist Lingyun. "Taoist, I appreciate your efforts." Lingyun received it with both hands, his demeanor solemn. "It is my duty to eliminate the scourge for the people." Lastly, Zhaojun extended the third bowl to Zhang Wu. "Inspector Zhang, the weight of Chun County's safety now lies upon you. Proceed with utmost caution. I shall await your triumphant return at the county office." Zhang Wu accepted the wine bowl, kneeling on one knee, his voice resolute. "Rest assured, my lord, I shall risk my very life to vanquish that monstrous being." "Excellent." Zhaojun helped Zhang Wu to his feet, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He lifted the wine jar and addressed the 150 soldiers below with a resonant voice. "Valiant warriors, this cup is a tribute from me to you. May you march forth and achieve swift victory." With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. "May we follow the Lord and eradicate the evil. Kill, kill, kill." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices echoing across the plains. Taoist Lingyun, and Zhang Wu also downed their bowls in one gulp, shattering the earthenware bowls upon the ground with a resounding crash. The fragments scattered like the impending bloodshed. "Let us depart," Zhaojun commanded with a vigorous wave of his hand. "Yes." Zhang Wu drew his sword and pointed forward. Destination, Xiaxi village. Onward. The drums began to beat, and the 150 armored soldiers marched in synchronized steps, escorting the 2 Taoists and several familiar officials, departing the county office in grand procession. The townspeople along the streets were already stirred by this spectacle, surging into the streets. Are the county soldiers heading out to battle? With such fervor, they must be going to exterminate the beasts in the mountains, right? Oh heavens, they must succeed. How will we live otherwise? With Taoists accompanying them, there is surely no cause for concern. Whispers of speculation erupted, a blend of worry and anticipation etched upon the faces of the townsfolk. The terrifying beast loomed like a colossal stone upon the hearts of all. In this present moment, the authorities have finally resorted to drastic measures. Hope is now within reach. Within the hidden caverns of Qifeng Mountain, Li Yin sits in meditation, his eyes gently closed. His consciousness has already merged with the flying night demon soaring high above the county town through an imperceptible link. Everything unfolding before the county office is vividly reflected in his mind's eye. The 150 armored soldiers, though formidable in appearance, are well organized. Particularly noteworthy is the leading general, who, while not quite matching the county captain, appears to possess some skill. Then there are the 2 Taoist priests. The elder, Ling Su, seems remarkably composed, skillfully performing his talismans and tricks. This display would likely suffice against ordinary mountain bandits. Alas, they are destined to confront the flying night demon. He senses that as the panic instigated by the demon spreads throughout the Qingfeng mountain area, the newly established temple of the Xuanqiang Yunjia deity at the mountain's base is rapidly flourishing with incense offerings. Each day, villagers arrive, trembling as they burn incense and bow in prayer, beseeching the deity for manifestations of power to subdue demons and monsters. Although this gathering of faith is feeble, it nourishes the progress of his game-like endeavor like a gentle stream. Indeed, Li Yin is quite satisfied with this. Once the official soldiers are thoroughly defeated by the night demon, leaving them in utter despair, the entire Qinghe County, both officials and common folk, will place their sole hope in this true deity. At that moment, he shall dispatch divine generals to descend and eradicate the monsters, solidifying the divine position of the Xuanqiang Yunjia deity. He withdraws his gaze from the soldiers below and turns his attention to the flying night demon. Brother Night Demon, the next wave of guests is already en route. Please entertain them well. Chapter 39. The wind whispers alarm. Zhao Zhen watches as the 150 armored soldiers escort the two Taoist priests, their procession grandly disappearing down the street. Yet the heaviness in his heart remains unabated. Only when their figures vanish completely does he slowly retract his gaze and turn to his aide, Feng Shiye. Feng Shiye, come with me. In the study, Zhao Zhen's expression is grave as he personally grinds ink and prepares paper. Master, do you wish to inquire quietly? Feng Shiye asks. Zhao Zhen nods affirmatively. Indeed, the ferocity of the Qingfeng mountain demon is such that with the meager forces of the county office, it is unlikely we can quell it. The cautionary tale of Chun, who is vividly etched in my mind. He dips his brush into the ink. His strokes steady yet infused with urgency as they dance upon the pristine rice paper. I must compose a letter immediately, to be expedited over 800 miles to Lord Lu Sun, the inspector. Feng Shiye observes as the letter details the ferocity of the beasts on Qifeng Mountain, the heavy losses incurred by the soldiers, and the county's dire predicament regarding its military strength. I earnestly beseech the esteemed governor to consider the plight of the tens of thousands of souls in Qinghe and promptly dispatch elite troops to assist in eradicating this menace, thereby restoring peace to the region. At this juncture, Zhao Zhen paused, lifting his gaze towards the window where the mist shrouded the distant Qingfeng mountain, lending an ominous air to the scene. With a deep sigh, he reflected, the fate of the two Taoist priests, Lingxiu and Lingyun, remains uncertain. Should they succeed in subduing the malevolent creature, it would indeed be a tremendous boon. Yet, what if they too were to falter? A sense of unease gripped Feng Shiye's heart. The governor's concerns are not unfounded. Zhao Zhen set down his pen, rubbing his brow. The creature had withstood even Qinhu's internal strength without a scratch. Its ferocity is evident. Although the two priests possess Taoist arts, they are not invincible. Thus, this plea for assistance is a precautionary measure. He continued, should any misfortune befall Qingfeng Mountain, the reinforcements from the provincial government would be our last hope in Qinghe County. He picked up his pen again, adding a few lines at the end of the letter, subtly alluding to the divine warning of the true Lord Shinkong Yunzi and the current rampant terror inflicted by the creature. As the populace anxiously awaits the Lord's benevolence once more, Feng Shiye's eyes sparkled with understanding, grasping Zhao Zhen's deeper intentions. The governor's wisdom is remarkable. Feng Shiye bowed, stating that if the Lord were to manifest his glory again and a representative from the provincial government were to witness it firsthand, the evidence presented to Governor Yang would leave no room for dispute. Zhao Zhen nodded slightly, a hint of calculation gracing his features. This is a strategy that serves dual purposes, securing tangible military support while simultaneously solidifying the true Lord's celestial legacy, benefiting both myself and Qinghe. He meticulously sealed the completed letter, affixing the official stamp. Come forth. A clerk promptly entered. Deliver this letter to the relay station without delay, with utmost urgency to the esteemed Governor Lu Sun of Jiangzhou. There must be no moment's hesitation. Zhao Zhen commanded with authority. As you wish. The clerk took the letter and hurried away. The sound of galloping hooves receded, and Zhao Zhen stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing towards Qifeng Mountain in contemplative silence. Having done all that he could, he resigned to fate. He could only hope that Taoist Lingxiu and the others would return with good news. Should the situation become dire, he would have no choice but to shamelessly venture once more to Qifeng Mountain to implore the Lord for protection. News of the fearsome beast with a green face, sharp fangs, and wings sprouting from its back swiftly spread like wildfire. The first to learn of this were the traveling merchants between Qinghe County and the surrounding prefectures. Known for their keen awareness of events, they had witnessed the devastation in places like Xiaxi Village or heard tales of Qinhu's failed campaign against the bandits. In no time, embellished accounts circulated through tea houses and taverns. Have you heard? A great demon has emerged in Qinghe County. Not just any demon. It is said to be a vile ghost that has emerged from the depths of the earth, with a green face, sharp fangs, and it can fly. Oh dear. That is truly alarming. It is said that even the officials and soldiers of the county office were beaten to a pulp, suffering heavy casualties. Is this true? Has Qinghe County become a hell on earth? Panic spreads like a plague. Wealthy landowners with interests in Qinghe County are particularly restless. They dread the prospect of their hard-earned fortunes being reduced to ashes by some ferocious beast or becoming the beast's next meal. Swiftly, let us gather our belongings. We must flee to the state capital to escape the storm. We can no longer remain in Qinghe County. In no time, the official road leading to Jiangzhou Prefecture was filled with horse-drawn carriages and ox carts, families in tow, carrying their precious possessions. The neighboring villages have also heard tales of the horrors in Qinghe County. Every household has shut its doors tightly, and the young men have spontaneously organized night patrols. A sense of dread hangs in the air, as if even the grass and trees are on high alert. Even the nearby counties have heightened their defenses, fearing that the ferocious beast might wander into their midst. The beast of Qinghe County has become a terrifying legend that sends shivers down the spines of the surrounding populace. Jiangzhou City, a crucial stronghold of the southern Chu Kingdom, is bustling with life and noise. Deep within a secluded alley in the southern part of the city stands an unremarkable courtyard. The gate is tightly shut, and the walls are weathered, resembling the ordinary dwellings surrounding it. However, to someone well-versed in the art of divination, a faint azure halo can be discerned hovering above the courtyard, interwoven with barely noticeable threads of crimson. Inside the courtyard lies a tranquil chamber. An unknown fragrant incense burns in a censer, its smoke curling upwards, carrying a peculiar sweetness tinged with a chill. A middle-aged man clad in a moon-white gauzy feather robe sits cross-legged on a mat. A small jade alchemical furnace pendant, intricately carved, sways gently at his waist with his breath. This man is Wei He, the master of the Jiangzhou branch of the Feathered Robe Alchemy sect, known to the common folk by his Taoist title, Yukinzi. The Feathered Robe Alchemy sect proclaims to revere the ancient path of alchemy, aspiring for transcendence and ascension. With its followers donning plain gauzy garments and carrying jade alchemical furnaces as symbols. Yet, internally, they refer to themselves as the Bloodfeather sect, operating with secrecy and employing ruthless methods, having long been classified as a forbidden cult by the Southern Chu court. Their core secret techniques involve the alchemy of living beings, creating powerful undead puppets and using corpses to nurture and control insect venom. The jade furnace pendants they wear, while appearing elegant, actually conceal carefully cultivated corpse venom. The master, a young disciple dressed similarly in gauzy robes but with a somewhat gloomy demeanor, humbly enters the tranquil chamber, holding a scroll of confidential reports. Yukinzi raises his eyes slightly, his voice calm and undisturbed. What is it? Reporting to the master, news has come from Qinghe County. The young disciple respectfully presents the report. Qinghe County? Yukinzi takes the report, slowly unfurling it, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashing in his eyes. What could possibly be of interest from such a remote little county? He scrutinized the minuscule script on the confidential report, his brow gradually furrowing. With a green visage and fearsome fangs, wings sprouting from its back, impervious to blades and bullets. Possessing boundless strength, muttered Yukinzi, his fingers gently tapping the armrest. The report detailed the ferocious beast assault on locations such as Shashi Village in Qinghe County, as well as the harrowing account of County Lieutenant Shin Hu, who, despite leading a military encirclement, suffered grave losses. The description of the beast was particularly vivid. Could this truly be the case? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yukinzi's eyes. He set the report aside, lost in contemplation. His first thoughts were not of demonic mischief, but rather whether this creature could serve a purpose for his Bloodfeather sect. The esteemed leader was currently engaged in the ritualistic refinement of a corpse-dissolving celestial formation. This formation necessitated 49 formidable corpses. Once established, any ordinary practitioner trapped within would find no escape. If the beast in Qinghe County was as ferocious as the report indicated, impervious to weapons and capable of flight, would it not serve as an excellent material for corpse refinement? Capturing it to present to the leader for the creation of a powerful corpse puppet could potentially elevate his own status, allowing him to leave the Jiangzhou branch and ascend to the main sect, heralding boundless prospects. Contemplating this, Yukinzi felt a surge of fervor. Was the creature truly that formidable? He turned to the young disciple, his voice tinged with caution. Report to me, he commanded. The information was gleaned from merchants who fled from Qinghe County. Multiple scouts have corroborated the accounts. It is said that County Lieutenant Shin Hu, a master of the internal strength realm, nearly lost his life in the encounter. Oh, even a master of the internal strength realm could not contend with it? Yukinzi's interest deepened. He rose and paced within the quiet chamber. Country folk are often prone to exaggeration. Yet, rumors do not arise without cause. This matter warrants investigation. He halted, a flicker of resolve crossing his gaze. Convey my orders. Yukinzi's tone turned steely. Immediately assemble all elite scouts from the branch sect, disguise them as itinerant merchants and wandering Taoists, and hasten to Qinghe County. It is imperative to ascertain the true nature of this beast. Is it alive or dead? What abilities does it possess? What is its level of cultivation? Where does it dwell? What vulnerabilities might it have? The main sect demands to know everything about it. Remember, conduct this investigation discreetly. Do not alarm the creature. If it proves truly extraordinary, I shall personally intervene. Understood, sect master. The young disciple bowed in acknowledgement, a glint of excitement and ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. The Bloodfeather sect has always employed any means necessary in its pursuits. Additionally, Yukinzi added, investigate if there have been any other anomalies in Qinghe County lately. It seems peculiar for a remote county to have consecutive incidents. Yes, I shall comply. The young disciple responded, bowing as he exited the quiet chamber. Silence enveloped the room once more. Kinsey resumed his seat on the meditation cushion, grasping the confidential report regarding the ferocious beast of Qinghe County and scrutinizing it once more. A cold smile gradually crept across his lips. A celestial beast, you say? If it is indeed true, then the moment of opportunity for this humble master has arrived. The celestial formation for the decomposition of the master is precisely lacking a beast capable of suppressing the four corners. He toyed with the jade alchemy furnace pendant at his waist, sensing the restless stirrings of the corpse poison within. The smile upon his lips grew increasingly sinister, as if he could already envision himself trampling the beast beneath his feet, presenting it to the master, and subsequently ascending the ranks with ease. The dense sweetness and chilling aura thickened within the tranquil chamber. Meanwhile, far away in the stone caves of Qifeng Mountain, Li Yin was keenly observing the imminent second act of the grand spectacle, where the officials would battle the nightmarish creature. Chapter 40. Seeking monsters in the gloomy valley, the morning light tore through the thin mist, casting golden rays upon the earthen path leading from Qinghe County to Xiaxi Village. 150 armored soldiers marched with steady strides, their iron armor glinting coldly in the sunlight. Long spears stood like a forest, and shields formed a formidable wall. At the forefront of the procession, the real person Lingshu donned a blue Taoist robe, wielding a precious sword, his expression calm and composed. Following closely was Taoist Lingyun, his countenance considerably graver. Zhang Wu, with a long knife at his side, remained vigilant, his gaze frequently sweeping the dense thickets flanking them. We're almost there, exclaimed a guiding officer, pointing towards the mountain pass ahead. Beyond the pass lies Xiaxi Village. The procession quickened its pace. As the imposing contingent appeared at the entrance of Xiaxi Village, the once silent hamlet sprang to life. The officials have come. And a Taoist. It's the Taoist from Qingyan Temple. The first villager to spot them cried out with a voice tinged with desperation, his throat strained from shouting. Soon after, ragged and terrified villagers surged forth from their lowly thatched huts, as if grasping at a lifeline. Officials, save us. Taoist, please, we implore you to help us. Zhao Old III and the village head, accompanied by several strong young men, stumbled forward. Inspector Zhang, the two Taoists. Zhao Old III's eyes were red-rimmed, his voice hoarse. You have finally arrived. The village head's tears streamed down his face as he lamented. That beast is too ferocious. Chun County Lieutenant, witnessing this scene. Zhang Wu felt a surge of emotion welling up in his eyes, and he solemnly declared, Do not worry, Elder. We are here by the command of the county magistrate, to eradicate the monstrous creature and avenge our fallen brothers and fellow villagers. Real person Lingshu stepped forward. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of each villager. Dear fellow villagers, I am Lingshu from the Jiangzhou Taoist Bureau, and this is Taoist Lingyun from Qingyan Temple. We have come by order to do our utmost to eliminate the malevolent presence and restore peace to Xiaxi Village. Please, take heart. The officials will ensure your safety. His demeanor was serene, his tone steady, infused with a compelling strength that inspired trust. The originally restless and agitated villagers gradually calmed down upon hearing his words. Yet the fear and anticipation in their eyes remained palpable. Thank you, Taoist. Thank you, officials. We rely entirely on you. Zhang Wu promptly issued orders. Relay the message. All brothers, assist the villagers in reinforcing the village's defenses. Archers, take the high ground and remain vigilant at all times. The accompanying medics, attend to the wounded immediately. 150 soldiers sprang into action. Some aided the villagers in transporting timber and stones, repairing damaged fences and houses, while others established lookout posts around the village. Arrows knocked and blades drawn. 2 medics were swiftly escorted to tend to the injured soldiers under Qin Hu's command, beginning their urgent work. Observing the soldiers' organized efforts, the villagers' despair lessened slightly, igniting a flicker of hope. Zhang Xuanqian and the Taoist Lingshu turned to Zhang Wu. Myself and my junior brother Lingyun intend to ascend the mountain at once to search for the traces of that beast. We entrust the village's defenses to you. Zhang Wu clasped his fists, affirming, Rest assured, Taoist. I and the majority of my brothers will remain in the village, ensuring the safety of Xiaoxi Village. He added, however, that beast is ferocious. The 2 Taoists must exercise utmost caution while venturing into the mountains. The Taoist Lingshu nodded slightly. I will be mindful. He selected 30 of the most elite and agile soldiers, all adept with bow and horse, instructing, You shall accompany me and Taoist Lingyun into the mountains. Yes. The 30 soldiers replied in unison. Taoist Lingyun produced several talismans from his robe, distributing them to Zhang Wu and the officers remaining behind. These are protective talismans, meant to ward off evil. They can be affixed at key points in the village or worn on one's person to repel malevolent entities. Thank you, Taoist. Zhang Wu and the others received the talismans, handling them with care. After the arrangements were satisfactorily completed, Daoist Lingshu and Daoist Lingyun, accompanied by the 30 elite soldiers, set forth into the depths of the perilous Qingfeng Mountain, guided by hunters familiar with the terrain, such as Zhao Laosan. The mountain path was rugged, ancient trees towered, obscuring the sky and sun. The light in the forest was dim, with layers of decayed leaves underfoot, producing a soft rustling sound as they walked. The 30 soldiers formed pairs, maintaining distance, bows drawn and blades partially unsheathed, their gazes sharp as hawks, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The atmosphere was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Apart from the occasional subtle sound of colliding leaves and the varying rhythms of footsteps, the only sound remaining was the calls of unknown insects and birds within the forest, adding an eerie quality to the surroundings. Daoist Lingshu led the way, his eyes occasionally glancing at the deep woods on either side. Daoist Lingyun followed closely behind, beads of sweat beginning to form at his temples, clearly feeling the invisible pressure of the forest. Daoist, that valley ahead is the place where the ferocious beast is most often encountered. Zhao Laosan lowered his voice and pointed towards a narrow gorge flanked by 2 mountains. It was in that very vicinity that Qin County's officials had been ambushed. Lingshu Jinren nodded slightly, signaling the group to slow their pace and exercise greater caution. The procession gradually entered the valley. Inside, the rocky formations jutted ominously, and the hanging vines cast an eerie shadow. The steep cliffs on either side were densely forested, making it exceedingly difficult to detect any lurking monsters. All the soldiers held their breath, gripping their weapons tighter. Within a stone cavern, Li Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Through the vision of the flying night demon, he could clearly see the cautious team making their way into the gorge. They have arrived, he thought, his mind racing. Brother Yasha, it is your time to shine. Remember, make a grand entrance, but do not frighten our guests away at once. As the team reached the midpoint of the valley, at its narrowest point, a terrifying roar erupted suddenly from the dense forest on the left side of the cliff, reminiscent of thunder. The sound was filled with brutality and ferocity, causing eardrums to thrum and stones to tremble. Enemy attack. Stand guard. Lingshu Jinren commanded sharply, almost instantaneously as the roar resonated. However, the creature's speed far surpassed anyone's expectations. A massive, dark shadow, akin to a streak of black lightning, lunged forth from the thicket. A foul wind assaulted them, reeking of blood and decay. Be cautious. A few soldiers on the left flank had no time to react. In a blink, they were struck by an overwhelming force. Clang, clang. The jarring noise of metal scraping echoed as the night demon's claws, as sharp as tempered steel, dug into the armor of 2 soldiers. Sparks flew. Despite the fact that the armor was of superior quality from the county's armory, it bore several deep claw marks. The armor crumpled and deformed under the tremendous impact, sending the 2 men hurtling away, blood spewing forth, crashing against the mountain wall several yards away, their fate uncertain. Another soldier, reacting slightly faster, raised his shield to block. Yet, the night demon's claws pierced through the thick iron-reinforced leather shield, as if it were mere tofu, shredding his arm holding the shield in the process. My hand. The soldier screamed, stumbling backward. In a matter of moments, 3 elite soldiers had been rendered incapable of fighting. Seizing the opportunity, the night demon did not linger. Its colossal form moved with astonishing agility through the narrow gorge, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it charged towards the center of the formation, stirring up a fierce wind. Loose arrows. Loose arrows. The archers at the rear finally reacted, hastily drawing their bows to unleash a volley of arrows. Whoosh. Several feathered shafts, whistling through the air, were launched towards the flying night demon. Clang. The arrows struck the demon's dark, leathery skin, rebounding as if they had hit solid rock, leaving not a trace behind. What? The arrows cannot penetrate. The soldiers were struck with horror. The creature's defense was even more formidable than rumored. The sudden assault of the flying night demon instantly disrupted the formation of the soldiers. Shouts of alarm, cries of anguish, and the clashing of weapons echoed throughout the narrow valley. Steady. Form ranks. Do not panic. The Taoist priest, Lingshu, wore a grave expression as he unsheathed his 3-foot-long sword with a whoosh. Beast, do not act so arrogantly. Chapter 41. Escalation of the Battle of Wits. With a commanding shout, the Taoist priest unleashed a blinding azure radiance from his sword. The blade hummed, reminiscent of a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl. Behold, with a flick of his wrist, the sword tip quivered. Streams of azure sword energy, as tangible as reality, shot forth from the blade, slicing through the air with a sharp, ear-piercing sound, aimed directly at the vital points of the flying night demon. The demon's crimson eyes flashed with fierce light, and to the astonishment of all, it did not evade. Instead, it crossed its claws protectively over its chest. The azure sword energy struck true against the demon, and the once impenetrable hide that had deflected the soldier's arrows now sounded a dull tearing noise as if cut by a sharp blade. Sparks flew. The flying night demon let out a painful roar, its massive form momentarily staggered by the force of the sword energy. Clear white marks appeared upon its claws, which guarded its chest and abdomen. Though shallow, they had pierced its tough, dark hide. Excellent. The Taoist is formidable. Slay this beast. The soldiers, witnessing the scene, felt invigorated and began to cheer. They had heard that even the mightiest blow from County Constable Chin had merely left a faint mark on this monster. Yet this aged Taoist had wielded a single stroke with such power. Within the stone cave, Li Yin, through the demon's senses, keenly perceived the sharpness of that strike. His brow furrowed slightly. This sword energy can actually breach the night demon's skin defenses? Such terrifying true chi. Li Yan's heart trembled. This old Taoist was indeed a master of true chi. He had initially thought that the Taoist from this remote county would be at most of internal energy level, stronger than Chin Hu but limited. He never expected him to be a genuine expert in true chi. Brother Night Demon, be cautious. Li Yin immediately communicated through their mental link. This old fellow possesses some skill. Do not allow yourself to be caught off guard. In the valley, the esteemed Master Lingxiu, having struck with his sword, felt no joy. Instead, his expression grew more serious. He sensed that although his strike had wounded the fiend, it had merely scratched the surface. The creature's ferocity exceeded his expectations. Brother, this beast is exceptionally tough and formidable, exclaimed Daoist Lingyun, who had hastened to Master Lingxiu's side. His own sword aimed at the flying night demon, his tone urgent. Provoked by the sword's aura, the night demon's savagery intensified. With a powerful flap of its wings, a tempest arose, swirling debris and withered leaves, as its massive form transformed into a dark whirlwind, charging once more. You wretched beast, seeking your own demise. Master Lingxiu advanced rather than retreating, wielding his sword with the grace of a dragon, unleashing a flurry of azure sword energies that slashed toward the night demon's vital points. The sounds of clashing steel echoed as the sword energies struck the creature, igniting sparks. Fresh white marks appeared on the demoness body, eliciting a series of pained roars and escalating its frenzy. Its claws danced through the air, creating afterimages, each assault forcing Master Lingxiu to momentarily evade its onslaught. Brother, this is not a sustainable approach, Daoist Lingyun urged anxiously. Its strength is boundless, and we cannot afford to exhaust our vital energy. With a decisive thrust, Master Lingxiu repelled the night demon and spoke gravely. This creature is fierce. Ordinary attacks cannot pierce its essence. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes as he commanded. Lingyun, assemble the two instruments sword formation. Yes, brother, Daoist Lingyun replied, invigorated by the call. The two swiftly exchanged positions, establishing the yin and yang formation. Master Lingxiu assumed the position of Qian, the primary attacker, his sword radiating a brilliant azure light as its momentum transformed into a fierce and unyielding force. Each strike aimed directly at the demoness core. Daoist Lingyun took the position of Kuan, the supporting role, his sword shimmering with fluidity as his techniques became intricate and deceptive, resembling an unending downpour that sealed off the demon's flanks and all potential escape routes. This was one of the secret sword formations of the Daoist sect of the Southern Chu Kingdom, the two-instrument sword technique, forbidden to be transmitted to those beneath the inner strength realm. Once the two harmonized their efforts, the interplay of yin and yang generated a power far beyond what one could achieve alone. Strike! Master Lingxiu commanded with a low growl. The sword light cascaded like a waterfall. The night demon roared in fury, its claws lunging forward in an attempt to clash with the sword's edge. Clang! Sparks flew. Master Lingxiu's sword was surprisingly deflected by the demon's claws, yet the overwhelming energy still caused the demon's arm to tingle with numbness. Brother, the left flank! Master Lingxiu bellowed. Without further ado, Daoist Lingyun's sword had already shot forth like a viper from its lair, silently aiming for the junction of the night demon's left wing and ribs. Feeling the sting, the demon let out a shriek and hurriedly turned to block. But Master Lingxiu's onslaught followed swiftly, sword light flashing fiercely, offering the demon no respite. In that moment, the valley was filled with intertwining sword energies, a dazzling azure brilliance illuminating the scene. The two Taoists worked in perfect harmony, one launching an offensive while the other provided support. Their sword lights intertwined to form an impenetrable net, firmly ensnaring the flying night demon at the core. The assault was relentless, akin to furious waves crashing against the shore, with one surge following another. The accompanying soldiers gazed in astonishment, having never witnessed such a celestial display of combat. The ferocious beast, which had caused them considerable casualties, was now being thoroughly subdued by the two Taoists. The Taoists are formidable. Vanquish this vile creature. Several bold soldiers could not restrain their cheers of encouragement. Yet they hesitated to release their arrows, fearful of inadvertently harming the Taoists. Under the relentless assault of the two-instrument sword formation, the flying night demon found its movements severely constrained. Though it possessed immense strength, it struggled to unleash its full potential. Its claws swept through the air, stirring up gales, only to be met head-on by the powerful sword techniques of Master Lingxiu, or deftly evaded by Taoist Lingyun's uncanny footwork. It attempted several times to take flight and escape the vexing sword net, but Taoist Lingyun's sword strikes consistently obstructed its path, forcing it into a defensive stance. Roar! 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 The flying night demon, consumed by rage, emitted deafening howls. Rocks tumbled in the valley, and trees swayed. Its crimson eyes burned with ferocity, yet it remained unable to breach the seemingly fragile, yet remarkably resilient, sword net. Although it was not fatally wounded, the suppression was profoundly frustrating, restraining its ferocity and preventing it from expressing its true wrath. Within the stone cave, Li Yan's brow furrowed deeper. Through the night demon's perspective, he observed the battle in the valley with clarity. Truly, this sect, steeped in countless years of tradition, boasted a sword technique that far surpassed the brute force of Qinhu. This old Taoist proved to be more formidable than he had anticipated. He had initially thought that, given the night demon's ferocity, it would at least be able to contend evenly with the two Taoists, if not gain the upper hand. However, the opposition had swiftly gauged the demon's capabilities and decisively altered their tactics, trapping it within the combined sword formation. This old Taoist not only possessed profound cultivation, but also exhibited remarkable combat experience. Li Yan stroked his chin, realizing that unless the night demon showcased its true prowess, he might indeed find himself in dire straits, potentially overwhelmed by these two seasoned Taoists. The two instruments sword formation at the true Qi stage. His gaze flickered. Very well, let them witness what true despair entails. Night demon, cease your play. Show them something exhilarating. Chapter 42, The Might of Natural Disasters in the Valley. The flying night demon, firmly restrained by the two instruments sword formation, suddenly halted. Within its blood-red eyes, two flickering orbs of ghostly fire surged ominously. A ferocious and tempestuous aura erupted violently from within its being. A roar erupted, transcending mere beastly growls, infused with an eerie cadence reminiscent of an ancient and malevolent incantation. The sound waves surged like a tempest, sweeping through the surroundings. The mountains trembled as countless stones cascaded down. The esteemed Lingxiu and Lingyun felt an overwhelming force, accompanied by a piercing demonic resonance, crashing against their sword formation. This is dire. Lingxiu's expression changed dramatically. Be cautious, brother, Lingyun exclaimed in alarm. The long swords in their hands, which had previously moved fluidly, now felt as if they were thrust into impenetrable hide or ensnared in a mire, becoming sluggish and unwieldy. The fiery sky night demon's dark, sinewy muscles suddenly swelled, each bone spur upon its wings glinting with a sinister chill. It thrust its claws outward with tremendous force. Crack! A jarring sound of splintering filled the air. The two-in-one sword formation, meticulously crafted by the two masters, appeared impregnable. Yet it was wrenched open by the demon's sheer brute force. The sword light flickered and dimmed. With a grunt, both Lingxiu and Lingyun staggered backward, feeling their vital energy surge tumultuously, nearly spiraling out of control. How could this be? Lingyun gasped in disbelief. It managed to force its way through the sword formation. Blood trickled from the corner of Lingxiu's mouth, his eyes wide with incredulity. The creature's power had surged to an unprecedented level in an instant. The fiery sky night demon flapped its wings vigorously, defying the remaining pressure of the sword formation, and ascended skyward. It soared several feet into the air. Circling above the valley, its wings unfurled, casting a shadow over a portion of the sky. A deep, taunting growl resonated from its throat, echoing through the valley. Its crimson eyes, high above, surveyed the diminutive figures of the Taoists and soldiers below, filled with mockery and cruelty. A chilling aura of terror enveloped the valley like a shroud of dark clouds, instilling palpable dread. What does it intend to do? A soldier quavered, gazing up at the ominous silhouette. The air around them seemed to stagnate. Suddenly, it began to whirl violently. A tempest arose in the valley without warning. Initially a mere whimper, it swiftly transformed into a shrill howl. Sand and stones were swept away, and withered leaves danced chaotically. The soldiers were buffeted about, squinting their eyes, struggling to see amidst the chaos. Within the stone chamber, Li Yan's lips curled into a frigid smirk. It is time for you to witness what true despair looks like. The fiery sky night demon unleashed a higher, more sinister shriek from the sky. Its wings began to flap with an alarming frequency, enveloped in a palpable aura of dark, malevolent energy. This ominous essence, as if animated by a life of its own, surged madly towards it, condensing and spiraling. What on earth is that? Zhao Laosen pointed towards the sky, his voice trembling with fear. Beneath the flying celestial demon, a vast, funnel-shaped black vortex was rapidly taking form. It reached towards the clouds above and plunged into the abyss below, emitting a terrifying wail reminiscent of countless tormented souls. Within the eye of the storm, Serpentine flashes of lightning danced, revealing the grotesque figure of the flying demon. A dragon-like tornado. An experienced veteran cried out in shock, his face drained of color. Is this not a calamity beyond human endurance? A creature of the dark arts can manipulate the forces of nature. In an instant, a terrifying tornado connecting heaven and earth fully materialized within the narrow valley. It resembled an awakened black dragon, thrashing its massive body in a frenzy, letting out a deafening roar as it descended upon the ground. Run! Get away! The soldiers were utterly shattered, faced with this cataclysmic force. Their meager valor seemed but a farce. They screamed and cried, scattering in panic, wishing they had been born with 2 additional legs. Yet, within this constricted valley, where could they possibly flee? Wherever the tornado passed, destruction followed. Trees as thick as a bowl were uprooted, whisked into the sky like mere straw. Massive stones weighing thousands of pounds were effortlessly drawn in and hurled into the distance. A soldier unable to evade it let out a heart-rending scream. His body was swept up by the tempest, akin to a helpless leaf, vanishing instantly into the dark core of the tornado. Soon after, a second, then a third scream echoed, quickly drowned by the howling winds. Broken weapons, shattered armor, dismembered limbs, mingled with dirt, trees, and stones, were mercilessly cast into the air by the tornado, only to crash down brutally. The 2-element sword formation had long been scattered into oblivion by the raging winds. The Master of Spirit Void and the Taoist of Spirit Cloud were equally horrified by this sudden calamity. They desperately channeled their vital energy to shield themselves, striving to maintain their footing. Yet, the force of the tornado's pull was overwhelmingly terrifying, as if it aimed to wrench their very organs from their bodies. Master, what sorcery is this? The Taoist of Spirit Cloud, pale and shaken, spoke hoarsely amidst the tempest. He had never fathomed that a creature could provoke such a dreadful phenomenon. This had surpassed his limits of understanding regarding demons and monsters. The Master of Spirit Void's face was as white as paper, his eyes filled with terror and despair. He fixated intently on the elusive celestial demon amidst the swirling tempest. A tempest of tumultuous emotions roiling within him. This was no mere sorcery, it was a manifestation of nature's wrath. This abominable creature could summon the very forces of heaven and earth. Having devoted decades to his cultivation, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge and had subdued many a spirit. Yet, such a terrifying sight and such a formidable beast were only shadows he had glimpsed in the ancient texts of the Taoist canon. In the sparse accounts of primordial, malevolent deities, could it be that a creature rivaling the ancient fiends had emerged in Qinghe County? With a gasp, blood erupted from the lips of the true man of Lingxiu, unable to suppress it any longer. His protective qi, battered by the tempest's ferocious onslaught, was on the verge of collapse. The sword in his grasp was struck by a massive boulder, flying from his hand, and was swiftly engulfed by the whirlwind, disappearing without a trace. "Senior brother!" exclaimed Taoist Lingyan, rushing forward to assist. Yet, he too was like a clay statue crossing a river, unable to protect himself. He was struck in the side by a splintered tree, letting out a muffled groan as he was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing against a protruding rock, his vision darkening, nearly losing consciousness. The howling winds and flying debris transformed the valley into a hellish nightmare. The once cohesive formation of their group had disintegrated into chaos. The few surviving soldiers, most of whom were injured, huddled behind boulders or within the depressions of the mountainside. Trembling in fear, their faces ashen. Their weapons and armor had long been swept away by the tempest. Fear gripped each heart like the deepest of nightmares. The celestial demon, at the heart of the whirlwind, emitted a series of piercing shrieks of exhilaration, reveling in the destruction and panic it had wrought. With a flap of its wings, the terrifying tornado rampaged through the valley, shredding to pieces all that dared to stand in its path. In the stone cave, Li Yin watched the devastation in the valley unfold through the demon's eyes, the scene laid bare before him. It was time. Observing the disarray below, and the few important spectators on the brink of collapse, he felt the moment had arrived. With a thought, he commanded, "Brother Yaksha, it is time to conclude." The celestial demon, spiraling above the tempest, hesitated momentarily. After a period of rampage, the terrifying whirlwind began to slow its furious rotation. The malevolent aura in the eye of the storm gradually dissipated. Ultimately, the black dragon of destruction, with a reluctant, low growl, transformed into a tempest gradually subsiding. The valley lay in utter ruin, as if it had been ravaged by a colossal beast, a scene of desolation and devastation. The ground lay pockmarked and uneven, strewn with fractured trees and shattered rocks. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood mingled with the earthy smell of soil and stone. The surviving soldiers, their faces smeared with grime, wore tattered garments and bore wounds of varying severity. At this moment, they resembled startled birds, slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. their eyes vacant and filled with the bewilderment and profound terror of having survived a cataclysm. Zhao Laosan and several hunters, paralyzed by fear, cowered beneath a relatively intact rock face, trembling uncontrollably. Ling Yusu, the Taoist master, leaned against a fractured tree stump, his hair disheveled, his robe in tatters, blood still staining the corner of his mouth, his breath weak and labored. He gazed upon the apocalyptic scene, his aged eyes dull and lifeless, defeated, utterly and tragically vanquished. The mystical arts he had once taken pride in, the vital energy he had cultivated over decades, lay exposed and fragile in the face of the calamity invoked by the monstrous entity. Ling Yun, the Taoist priest, had been dragged from the rubble, unconscious and unresponsive. The flying nightmarish creature descended slowly, settling upon a relatively flat boulder in the valley center. It shook its wings, shedding a few blood-stained leaves. Its scarlet gaze swept over the surviving mortals like a king surveying his domain, instilling a profound chill in anyone it met. Those caught in its gaze could do naught but lower their heads, too fearful to meet its eyes. With a deep, resonating roar, imbued with an air of inexorable authority, it seemed to proclaim its victory. Then, unfurling its massive wings, it soared once more into the sky, breaking through the thin clouds above the valley, vanishing into the dim horizon. All that remained was the ravaged valley and a group of utterly demoralized mortals. After a long silence, muffled sobs began to resonate throughout the valley. It was over, completely over. How could we return to report to the county lord? Ling Su struggled to lift his head, gazing toward the heavens. In the direction the beast had departed, the clouds remained ominously dark. A chill settled in his heart. Qinghe County is in peril. Nanshu is in jeopardy. Chapter 43. A veil of fog. The winds within the valley gradually subsided. The swirling dust began to settle, revealing the devastation. The surviving soldiers emerged in small groups from behind rocks and from the earth's crevices, their faces and bodies marred with mud and blood, their gazes vacant, as though their souls had been drained. Zhao Laosan trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze, supporting several equally dazed hunters as they shakily rose to their feet. Taoist master, his voice was hoarse as he glanced toward the pale-faced Ling Su, who leaned against a broken piece of wood. Ling Su slowly opened his eyes, surveying the chaos around him, taking in the wounded and the dead, and finally resting his gaze upon the unconscious figure of Ling Yun. He clutched his chest in excruciating pain, a fresh spurt of blood staining his tattered robe. "Help me up," whispered the ethereal master Ling Xiu, his voice barely audible. A few relatively intact soldiers hurried forward, cautiously assisting him to his feet, while another carried the unconscious Taoist Ling Yun on his back. "Return to the village," Master Ling Xiu murmured, each word seemingly sapping the last of his strength. The disheveled remnants of the once proud troops leaned on one another, shuffling slowly towards the direction of Lower Stream Village. At the village entrance, Zhang Wu paced anxiously. His scouts had already reported the thunderous sounds emanating from the valley, as if the very earth were trembling, leaving him perplexed about the unfolding events. The villagers had gathered at the village entrance, straining their necks to gaze towards the distant Green Peak Mountain. "They're back," someone suddenly shouted. A wave of renewed energy surged through the crowd as they turned their attention. At the end of the mountain path, a ragged line of figures emerged, their clothes tattered and their steps unsteady, many stained with blood. The disparity between their current disarray and the disciplined formation with which they had entered the mountains was stark. A chill of foreboding gripped Zhang Wu's heart as he hastened towards them, upon witnessing the appalling state of the troop, especially the lifeless expression of Master Ling Xiu and the unconscious Taoist Ling Yun being carried. He felt as if struck by lightning, scarcely able to believe his eyes. "Taoist? What has happened?" His voice trembled. The villagers, too, began to comprehend the dire situation. The flicker of hope they had felt extinguished instantly by a torrent of despair. Cries of anguish and disbelief filled the air. "Heavens! Even the Taoist is. That beast, is it truly so formidable?" Master Ling Xiu raised a hand, urging silence among the crowd. He surveyed the despair etched on each villager's face, his heart heavy with sorrow. "My dear villagers," he croaked, his voice laden with an unsettling gravity, "that fiend is beyond the capacity of human strength to combat." At these words, a profound silence enveloped the village, as if even the wind had been stilled. Beyond human strength to combat? Those 6 words struck each heart like a hammer. If even the ethereal Taoist spoke thus, what hope remained for these mortals? Despair surged like a tide, engulfing all of Lower Stream Village. "Inspector Zhang." Master Ling Xiu turned to Zhang Wu, his eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. "You must return to the county town at once. Inform the county magistrate. A great calamity is upon us. This demon is not one to be challenged by mere mortals. Urgently seek the magistrate's decisive action." Each word seemed to drain the last vestiges of his strength. Listening to Master Ling Xiu's near-farewell exhortation, Zhang Wu gazed into his eyes, now devoid of life, and felt an unbearable sorrow. He bowed deeply, resolute. Rest assured, Taoist. The soldier declared with unwavering resolve, I shall risk my life to deliver this message. Rising to his feet, he wiped away the tears from his face and turned to a few soldiers, saying, Take good care of the Taoist. I will fetch the horse. In the village of She Creek, the sturdy horses previously employed by the officials to transport supplies had now become the sole beacon of hope. Zhang Wu selected the most magnificent steed and mounted it. He cast a final glance at the esteemed Taoist Lingxiu and the despairing villagers, gritting his teeth with determination. Giddy up. The horse galloped furiously, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped towards Qinghe County, bearing the weighty news. In the rear hall of the Qinghe County Yamen, Zhao Jin paced anxiously, his unease growing as the sun gradually descended. The expedition sent to Qingfeng Mountain to eradicate the demon had yet to return with any news. And his ominous premonitions intensified. Sir. A constable burst into the study, breathless and panic-stricken. What troubles you so? Zhao Jin inquired sharply, his heart racing. Zhang Xuanqian has returned. The constable gasped. He came back alone. Alone? Zhao Jin felt a ringing in his ears, nearly losing his balance. He steadied himself against the desk, his voice trembling. Quickly, bring him in. Moments later, Zhang Wu, covered in dust and weariness etched upon his face, strode into the study. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Sir. Zhang Wu's voice was hoarse, tinged with sorrow. I am incompetent. I have failed you. Secretary Feng hastened to support him. Seeing Zhang Wu in such a state, Zhao Jin felt a chill envelop him and demanded sternly, Zhang Xuanqian, speak quickly. What has transpired? Zhang Wu lifted his head. His eyes bloodshot, his voice warped by sheer terror. The demon can control storms. A tornado, sir. It's a tornado. What? Zhao Jin recoiled as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his footing. A tornado? Summoned by the demon? How can this be? My brothers suffered heavy casualties. Taoist Ling Yun is gravely injured and unconscious. Taoist Ling Xu warns that this demon cannot be resisted by mere mortals. A calamity is upon Qinghe County, sir. Cannot be resisted by mortals. Zhao Jin murmured, feeling the world spin around him. His legs weakened, and he could no longer stand. Collapsing into his chair as his complexion turned as pale as parchment under the flickering candlelight. It is over. Everything is over. Even the esteemed Taoist masters of the true Qi realm are powerless, and the very techniques they pride themselves on have been effortlessly unraveled by this demon. This demon possesses the ability to invoke natural disasters. This is no ordinary creature. It is a calamity from the myths and legends, a harbinger of annihilation. In Qinghe County, how can one withstand such adversity? How can this mere county magistrate endure? Upon hearing Zhang Wu's account, Feng Shiye was gripped by a chilling dread, his limbs turning cold, rendering him speechless. The study fell into a profound silence. Almost simultaneously, as Zhang Wu reported the disastrous defeat at Qifeng Mountain to Zhao Jin. Several hundred miles away in Jiangzhou City, the office of the inspector was ablaze with light. Inspector Lu Sun, furrowing his brow, examined a letter that had just been expedited 800 miles from the relay station. The envelope bore the official seal of Zhao Jun, the magistrate of Qinghe County. Qinghe County? Lu Sun set down his brush, a look of surprise crossing his face. This remote and barren county had recently presented him with a series of unexpected revelations. First, there was the incident of the Xuanqiong Yunjia, the deity who had forewarned of calamities, creating a tempest of chaos throughout the city. Now, yet another urgent letter had arrived. He opened the envelope and pulled out the letter, reading it with increasing intensity. The more he read, the more furrowed his brow became. The letter detailed attacks by a ferocious beast with a green face and sharp fangs, which had assaulted the villages at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, resulting in numerous casualties among the populace. Zhao Jun also mentioned that he had dispatched County Lieutenant Chun Hu to suppress the creature, only to suffer a devastating defeat, with Chen Hu himself gravely injured and nearly losing his life. At this point, Lu Sun felt a weight in his heart. He had heard of Chen Hu, a capable warrior of the inner strength realm, renowned among the county lieutenants under Jiangzhou's jurisdiction. The fact that even he could not contend with this beast spoke volumes of its ferocity. Could it be that Zhao Jun was exaggerating, attempting to deceive the provincial government for resources and military aid? This thought flickered through Lu Sun's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Zhao Jun was known for his prudence. He would not dare to fabricate such dire military news unless the situation were truly grave. Furthermore, the detailed description of the beast in the letter felt too vivid to be mere fabrication. Could it be that an extraordinary creature had truly emerged? Lu Sun's fingers lightly tapped on the desk as he fell into deep contemplation. Qinghe County, being remote and densely forested, occasionally witnessed attacks by wild beasts, which was not surprising. However, for a creature to injure a master of the inner strength realm and inflict heavy casualties among the soldiers was no ordinary matter. What troubled him further was Zhao Jun's subtle mention at the end of the letter regarding the people's fear, all hoping for the deity's benevolence once again. This Xuanqiong Yunjia. Everything about this situation reeked of the uncanny. A small, obscure county first produced a deity capable of forewarning disasters, and now a fearsome beast had surfaced. Was there a connection between these two phenomena? Lu Sun pondered for a moment, formulating his strategy. This matter could not be taken lightly. If it were merely a common feral beast, Qinghe County could handle it on its own. However, if it were indeed a creature unlike any seen before, as Zhao Zhen's letter suggested, then intervention from the provincial government would be necessary. Moreover, this matter involves the enigmatic lord of the celestial cloud and mist. If mishandled, whether it disturbs the true immortals or allows the demonic creatures to flourish, he, as the governor of Jiangzhou, would find it difficult to absolve himself of blame. Come forth, Lu Sun called out. A staff member promptly entered. Convey my official order. Lu Sun's voice was gravely serious. Command the provincial Sima Wangku to immediately assemble 30 elite guards and select 5 formidable warriors from the martial arts academy. Those who have attained the pinnacle of body refinement or possess inner strength to accompany them. They must hasten to Qinghe County. First, to ascertain the true nature of that ferocious beast and uncover its origins and supernatural abilities. Second, to investigate the matter of the Lord of the Celestial Cloud and Mist. To determine whether an immortal has indeed manifested or if it is merely a fabrication by local officials. They are to act according to the situation. If the circumstances are dire, they may summon the patrol units from the surrounding counties of Qinghe to assist in suppressing the threat. If it turns out to be a false alarm, it will provide me with peace of mind. The staff member bowed and said, Your wisdom is commendable. However, should we inform Governor Yang of this matter first? Lu Sun waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. If we were to alarm the governor over every triviality concerning a county's security, it would only reflect our incompetence. We shall wait for Wang Ke's report before making further decisions. He had his own calculations. If this were indeed an overreaction and he handled it promptly, it would be to his credit. If a true calamity were to arise, having sent someone to investigate beforehand would not be deemed dereliction of duty. It would be wise to avoid unnecessary entanglements with Governor Yang Lai. Hurry and attend to it, Lu Sun gestured. As you command. The staff member departed. Lu Sun returned to his desk and picked up the letter from Zhao Zhen, reading it once more. His gaze lingered on the words Lord of the Celestial Cloud and Mist, remaining silent for a long while. His intuition warned him that the situation in Qinghe County was likely more complex than it appeared. He could only hope that he was merely being overly cautious. Chapter 44. The Divine General Descends, Beyond Human Resistance. These 6 words shattered Zhao Zhen's final psychological defenses. He could almost envision the ghastly creature with a green face and sharp fangs, wielding a cataclysmic whirlwind that engulfed the entire city of Qinghe. Buildings crumbled, lives were lost. And the scene resembled an apocalypse. My lord, Master Feng, trembled nearby, his voice quaking as he wished to offer comfort but found himself at a loss for words. Zhao Zhen abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, a glint of madness flashing across his face. Lord, he hoarsely shouted, Lord of the Celestial Cloud and Mist. This was his last hope, and the sole hope for Qinghe County. With human strength rendered powerless, he could only beseech divine intervention. Master Feng, immediately. Dispatch the orders at once. In the county office, the inventory of all offerings suitable for sacrifice was being assessed. Gather as many as possible for me. Ensure they are the finest and most lavish. His voice, hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable resolve, commanded attention. Feng Shurye's heart trembled at the sight of Zhao Zhen, who appeared almost frenzied, and he hastened to comply. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Zhao Zhen then turned to Zhang Wujian, instructing, Zhang, gather your men and collect every incense and candle available within and outside the county office. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally ascend Qifeng Mountain to pay homage to the true Lord. His eyes sparkled with a desperate determination. Should the true Lord not manifest his divine presence, Zhao Zhen would share the fate of Qinghe County. On the following morning, before dawn, a dozen large carts lined up before the county office, laden with assorted offerings. Dressed in a fresh official robe and wearing a black cap, Zhao Zhen stood solemnly at the forefront of the procession, having spent the night in restless anticipation. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his demeanor exuded a near-manic fervor. County Magistrate Lu Mao, Chief Scribe Sun Ming, and several affluent gentlemen from the town had gathered, each bearing a worried expression but refraining from voicing their concerns. Let us depart. Zhao Zhen's voice, though raspy, resonated with determination. The procession moved forward, heading toward Qifeng Mountain. Meanwhile, at the foot of Qifeng Mountain, the temple dedicated to the Xuanqiong Yunjia true lord was already thronged with people. Wang De, having acted on Zhao Zhen's clandestine orders from the previous night, had organized the villagers from Qifeng village and nearby settlements to arrive at the temple ahead of time. They knelt in a dark mass, extending from the temple into the mountain path. The fragrant smoke spiraled upward, saturating the air with a rich incense, mingled with muffled cries and fervent prayers. O true Lord, reveal your grace. Save us, O true Lord. The demons torment us. We cannot endure any longer. The cacophony of weeping and supplications coalesced into a profound lament that echoed through the valley, tugging at the heartstrings of those who listened. When Zhao Zhen and his entourage reached the true Lord's temple and beheld such a scene, even his resolute spirit faltered, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. My fellow villagers, he spoke, his voice choked with emotion, yet he steeled himself. I stand with you in our plea for the true Lord's mercy. Wang Shan approached with Wang De and others. My lord, everything is prepared, he spoke in a subdued tone. Zhao Zhen nodded, inhaled deeply, and stepped toward the temple. Inside, the offering table was already set, and the incense burner was filled with towering sticks of incense. Zhao Zhen personally took 3 massive incense sticks, each as thick as his arm, ignited them with reverence, and placed them into the burner. Zhao Zhen, the magistrate of Qinghe County, along with all officials and gentlemen, and thousands of citizens, humbly bow before the Xuanqiong Yunze, true lord. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the temple. Thud. Zhao Zhen knelt first, followed closely by the officials and gentlemen, as well as the hundreds of villagers outside the temple, all bowing in unison. One bow, another bow, a third bow. The multitude bowed in reverence, dust swirling in the air, creating a grand spectacle as if the very mountains and rivers trembled. The sacrificial ceremony stretched on for a full hour. Zhao Zhen executed each step with meticulous care, his every gesture imbued with profound respect. After the ritual concluded, he rose slowly, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet still exuding authority. You all pray here with sincerity. I must proceed alone to the bamboo grove to present my plea to the true Lord. Upon hearing this, the crowd dared not inquire further, merely bowing their heads in acquiescence. Zhao Zhen dismissed those around him, leaving only Steward Feng to wait outside, and ventured alone towards the depths of the bamboo forest, where a large piece of azure stone lay undisturbed, seemingly eternal. The bamboo grove remained serene, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Approaching the great azure stone, Zhao Zhen meticulously adjusted his attire, his demeanor solemn. He lit 3 sticks of incense and placed them in a makeshift incense burner. Taking a deep breath, he knelt heavily before the stone. O Xuanqiong Yunzhe, true lord. Zhao Zhen's voice quivered with emotion. I, Zhao Zhen, magistrate of Qinghe County, humbly beseech your compassion. He bowed deeply. Since the last divine manifestation of the true Lord, which warned of the serpent and rescued the villagers of Qingfeng from peril, all in Qinghe have been grateful for the true Lord's immense grace. However, fate is unpredictable. Recently, a monstrous creature with a green face and sharp fangs, bearing wings, has appeared in the Qingfeng Mountains. This beast is merciless, having ravaged several villages, leaving countless citizens dead or displaced, the situation utterly dire. As Zhao Zhen spoke, his voice grew choked with sorrow. I am powerless. My attempts to mobilize the soldiers resulted in a devastating defeat. County Lieutenant Chun, who barely escaped with his life, and over half of the 100 soldiers perished. The esteemed Lingshu Zhenren of Jiangzhou and Taoist Ling Yun of Qingyun Temple, both skilled practitioners, joined forces against the creature. Yet they were no match for its formidable powers. Taoist Ling Yun lies gravely injured and unconscious, while Lingshu Zhenren narrowly avoided death at the jaws of the beast. That creature can summon winds and rain, invoking calamities upon the land. Such ferocity is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. The more Zhao Zhen spoke, the deeper his despair grew, engulfed by overwhelming grief and helplessness. O true Lord, he shouted, tears streaming down his face. Why must the people of Qinghe suffer this great calamity? I am inadequate, unworthy of the trust of my people. 100 deaths cannot atone for my failures. I earnestly implore you, true Lord, to show great mercy once more, to manifest your divine presence, to vanquish the demons and save the countless souls of Qinghe from this inferno. As he cried out, he repeatedly struck his forehead against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his forehead meeting the cold azure stone resonated heavily. Blood oozed from his brow, trickling down his cheek, mingling with his tears. Yet he felt no pain. Lost in a cycle of prostration and supplication, his fervor and sincerity seemingly reaching the heavens. Time slipped away, moment by moment. The light within the bamboo grove gradually dimmed. The sun reclining in the west. Zhao Zhen felt his strength waning, his voice growing hoarse and faint. The last flicker of hope in his heart flickered like a candle in the wind, precariously close to extinguishment. Could it be that the true monarch truly no longer wished to intervene in the affairs of the mortal realm? Was Qinghe County truly doomed to its fate? His mind began to wander, his consciousness becoming somewhat blurred, teetering on the brink of despair. At that moment, deep within the bamboo thicket, A dreamlike white mist began to quietly envelop the surroundings. The mist was dense yet not dispersing, carrying a crisp and otherworldly fragrance, instantly shrouding the area for several feet around. Within the fog, vibrant celestial lights flickered sporadically. Zhao Zhan, taken aback, raised his head, and through his hazy vision, he beheld an extraordinary celestial deer gracefully emerging from the depths of the white mist. This deer was pure white, devoid of any blemish, with antlers that shimmered with a crystalline brilliance, as if sculpted from exquisite jade. A faint halo of light emanated from its body, accompanied by a refreshing aura that calmed the spirit. It was indeed the very deer that Li Yin had ridden when he manifested his divine presence in the bamboo grove, the snow-treading plum-seeking deer. Zhao Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. A celestial deer? He murmured. The deer approached him, its pair of clear and lively eyes quietly gazing upon the disheveled Zhao Zhan. Suddenly it spoke, its voice resonant and ethereal, piercing the depths of the heart. Zhao Zhan. Just those two words sent a tremor through Zhao Zhan, as if struck by lightning. The celestial deer had spoken. Your sincerity has been acknowledged by the true monarch. The malevolent spirits tormenting the living are intolerable to heavenly justice. 3 days hence, the divine general, Yixue, will descend upon the mortal realm, patrolling Qinghe and vanquishing the demons. You need only to await in peace and reassure the populace. After speaking, the celestial deer cast a profound glance at Zhao Zhan, as if it could see into the very essence of his being. Then, it gracefully turned, its hooves gliding back into the depths of the dense white mist. Within mere breaths, the figure of the celestial deer, along with the enchanting mist, vanished without a trace. The bamboo grove returned to its prior silence, leaving Zhao Zhan, stunned and motionless, kneeling before the stone. Initially shocked, his mind a blank slate, he soon felt an indescribable ecstasy erupting within him, like a volcano bursting forth, overwhelming all his senses. The true monarch had manifested. The true monarch had truly manifested. Moreover, he would dispatch his divine generals to descend and subdue the demons. Qinghe County was saved. The people were saved. The true monarch is compassionate. The true monarch is indeed compassionate. Zhao Zhan trembled with excitement, tears of joy streaming down his face once more. This time, however, it was tears of joy. He bowed fervently in the direction where the celestial deer had vanished, his forehead splitting open anew, blood flowing freely, yet he remained oblivious to his plight. Disciple Zhao Zhan humbly expresses gratitude to the benevolent true monarch. Disciple Zhao Zhan warmly welcomes the general descending to earth. His voice rang out, quavering with excitement, yet overflowing with boundless joy and gratitude. It felt as though he had been plucked from the depths of hell and thrust into the ethereal heights of the heavens. The euphoric relief of surviving calamity almost caused him to faint. He struggled to rise from the ground. Despite his depleted strength and the swelling on his forehead from his fervent prostrations, at that moment, he felt no weariness, invigorated as if fueled by inexhaustible energy. Stumbling, he hurriedly raced towards the bamboo grove's edge. There is hope. Qinghe is saved, he fervently exclaimed within his heart as he ran. Zhao Zhan stumbled out of the bamboo forest and returned to the true monarch's temple, where the officials, gentry, and common folk were taken aback by his appearance. Disheveled and bloodied, yet wearing an expression of almost frenzied joy, he caught the attention of all. Sir, you. Mr. Feng hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Quick, quick. Zhao Zhan grasped Mr. Feng's hand with astonishing strength. Back to the county office. Immediately, he surveyed the crowd, his voice trembling with excitement, yet clear enough to resonate in every ear. The true monarch has manifested. The true monarch has manifested. The celestial deer under the true monarch has delivered a decree. In 3 days, the general, the spirit of Yixue, will descend to eradicate demons and dispel evil for us. Qinghe is saved. We are all saved. As these words left his lips, a profound silence enveloped the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, with all eyes wide open, as if struggling to comprehend Zhao Zhan's proclamation. In the next moment, an earth-shattering cheer erupted, akin to a landslide or tsunami. The true monarch has manifested. The divine general is descending. We are saved. The heavens have eyes. Such was the overwhelming joy that Wang De was brought to tears. Kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing towards the bamboo grove, Zhao Zhan, with little time for further words, promptly returned to the county office, instructing the clerks to announce the news throughout the county. The clerks mounted swift steeds, galloping to all corners, beating drums and clashing gongs, spreading the true monarch's decree to every nook of Qinghe County. What was once a place of despair and unease, Qinghe County, suddenly erupted with fervor. The desperate populace, upon hearing the news, first hesitated in disbelief, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Cries of joy, laughter, and shouts echoed through the skies. Every household spontaneously lit incense and prayed, expressing gratitude for the true monarch's compassion. The formidable title of the Spirit of Ishue, the general who vanquishes demons, swiftly took wing, spreading across every corner of Qinghe County. The fears and despair of recent days have now transformed into boundless reverence for the true monarch and immense anticipation for the divine general's exorcism in 3 days. The entire Qinghe County seems to have risen from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Chapter 45. The arrival of Sima the ethereal deer leapt gracefully back into the stone cave, its faint halo dissipating as it nuzzled against Li Yin's hand with a gentle demeanor. A satisfied smile graced Li Yin's face. Indeed, the debut was quite successful. He patted the silky neck of the celestial deer, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Through the shared senses of the celestial deer, he had witnessed Zhao Zhen's tearful, ecstatic prostration in vivid detail. The deer's ability to speak human words proved far more impactful than mere telepathic communication or the manifestation of signs. Li Yin distinctly felt that as the worship at the true monarch temple at Qingfeng Mountain flourished, his bond with the summoned steeds grew increasingly profound. What had begun as mere sensory sharing had now evolved into the ability for the celestial deer to convey simple human speech. Though the voice emerged through his own thoughts, articulated by the deer's mouth and somewhat awkwardly, it was nonetheless a miracle in the eyes of mortals. Perhaps this was what they referred to as a heart-to-heart connection. Li Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. He also noted that the celestial deer and the ink Qilin, as permanent companions, seemed to experience a subtle enhancement in their own powers. Albeit imperceptible, it was indeed present. The game package icon appeared slightly brighter, and the mount dice seemed to possess an inexplicable smoothness, as if certain functions had been unlocked. It seemed that the path of faith and worship was indeed the right choice, Li Yin mused, his eyes glinting with determination. Next, in 3 days, would be the grand performance of the divine general manifesting to vanquish demons and evil spirits. This was a spectacle he had meticulously crafted, piecing together an array of mystical titles from the game, designed to impress. He needed to carefully plan how this divine general would make a magnificent entrance and exorcise demons with overwhelming force, ensuring that the performance would reach its full crescendo. The following morning, at dawn, outside the gates of Qinghe County, the sound of hooves thundered as dust rose in clouds. A troop of approximately 30 elite soldiers surrounded a middle-aged commander clad in the official attire of the provincial Sima, making their appearance at the end of the official road. Each soldier was clad in gleaming armor, exuding an imposing aura, far surpassing the local patrol guards of Qinghe County. The commander, appearing to be in his 40s,
bore a resolute countenance and sharp eyes akin to an eagle. He was Wang Ku,
the provincial Sima sent by the inspector Lu Sun to investigate the veracity of the monstrous threats. Zhao Zhen received the news almost immediately, though his attire was somewhat disheveled. He hurriedly gathered with Secretary Feng and several county officials to welcome the commander at the county office entrance. I, Zhao Zhen, the magistrate of Qinghe County, humbly welcome Sima Wang. As Zhao Zhen approached, seizing the reins of Wang Ku's horse, he bowed deeply, his voice laced with an inescapable excitement. At last, the provincial government had sent someone. Wang Ku dismounted with agility, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Zhen's face. He noted the bloodshot eyes and the lingering bruise on his forehead, yet observed an unusual fervor in his demeanor, stirring a slight reaction within him. There is no need for excessive formalities, County Magistrate, Wang Ku replied, his tone steady and devoid of overt emotion. I have been dispatched by the esteemed inspector to investigate the disturbances caused by the malevolent entities in Qinghe County. Lord Sima Wang, your arrival is most fortuitous. It could not have come at a better time. Zhao Zhen grasped Wang Ku's hand with fervor, as if fearing he might vanish. What monumental news this is. Such monumental news. Oh? Wang Ku raised an eyebrow, discreetly withdrawing his hand. What news does the county magistrate refer to? Divine Lord. It is the manifestation of the true Lord's Wang Congregants. Zhao Zhen's face flushed red, his words spilling forth with fervent enthusiasm, tinged with a sharp edge due to his excitement. Just yesterday, I prostrated myself before the sacred bamboo grove, beseeching the true Lord for guidance, and the celestial deer under his command graced us with their presence. Delivering a decree, he inhaled deeply, his tone imbued with profound reverence and fervor. The celestial deer proclaimed, the fiendish entities inflict suffering upon the living. Such transgressions cannot be tolerated by heaven. In 3 days, the divine general, the protector of the true Lord, shall descend to vanquish the malevolent spirits and traverse Qinghe, purging the evil. Lord Sima Wang, did you hear that? In 3 days, the divine general shall descend. Our Qinghe County shall be saved. The people shall be saved. By the end of his proclamation, Zhao Zhen was nearly dancing with joy, the elation of surviving calamity palpable in his expression. He looked eagerly at Wang Ku, hoping to see a reflection of the same surprise and relief on the face of this high-ranking official. Wang Ke listened quietly, his expression largely unchanged, though his deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. The soldiers he had brought with him, along with several formidable martial experts from the Martial Arts Academy, exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Yet most bore an unmistakable hint of skepticism and scrutiny deep within their gazes. The idea of a divine general descending was a notion rooted in rustic folklore, one that these seasoned soldiers, accustomed to the clash of swords, found hard to believe. County Magistrate Wang Ke spoke after a moment of silence, his voice still calm. I am already aware of the claims regarding the true Lord's manifestation and the descent of the divine general. His tone remained flat, revealing neither belief nor disbelief. Zhao Zhen's smile faltered slightly, anxiety welling within him. The response from this Lord Sima seemed to diverge from his expectations. Wang Ke continued, however, regardless of the existence of divine assistance, it is our duty at the provincial government to ascertain the truth behind these malevolent entities and to reassure the local populace. His gaze shifted toward Qingfeng Mountain, his eyes sharpening with intensity. I believe it would be prudent to set forth immediately, rather than waiting 3 days, to personally investigate the site of the disturbances. Firstly, this endeavor serves to ascertain the true nature of the malevolent entity and evaluate its potential threat. Secondly, it allows for preparations for the impending battle against the demonic forces, ensuring a thorough understanding of the battlefield environment. Wang Ke's words were meticulously crafted, neither directly dismissing Zhao Zhen's divine decree nor failing to convey his pragmatic stance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhen opened his mouth, intent on voicing his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Wang Ke, upon receiving the edict from the true Lord, would join him in prayer, awaiting the divine general's arrival. To his surprise, this Wang Sima proved to be a decisive pragmatist, immediately proposing a venture into the most perilous territory. This demon is no trifling matter. Zhao Zhen hesitated, concerned that Wang Ke and his companions might underestimate the danger and consequently lose their lives. Fear not, County Magistrate. Wang Ke interjected, his tone imbued with a soldier's characteristic resolve. Having received our orders, we have long since set aside concerns of life and death. He paused momentarily before adding, the prefect has specifically dispatched 5 skilled practitioners from the Martial Arts Academy to accompany us, prepared to face any perilous circumstance. Behind him, several adept martial artists nodded slightly, their demeanor exuding a quiet confidence. They were the elite of Jiangzhou and felt assured in their ability to confront mere woodland demons. Observing Wang Ke's unwavering determination, Zhao Zhen realized further persuasion would be futile, and a complex array of emotions stirred within him. On one hand, he admired Wang Ke's fearless dedication to duty. On the other, he harbored an undercurrent of anxiety, fearful that they might provoke the demon or, worse yet, incur the wrath of the true Lord for meddling in divine affairs, thus disrupting the general's plans. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Zhen acquiesced, since you are resolute. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Master Feng hastened to prepare provisions and fresh water for Wang Sima and the esteemed military officers, and enlist Inspector Zhang as a guide. Yes, sir, Master Feng acknowledged before departing in haste. Wang Ke, flanked by several loyal guards, strode into the county hall's main chamber. Inquiring about the specifics of the demon and the detailed accounts of the previous 2 failed attempts by the officers and Taoists to subdue it, Zhao Zhen, not daring to conceal any information, recounted everything he knew, particularly emphasizing the terrifying ability of the demon to manipulate tornadoes. Wang Ke listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, his expression growing increasingly grave. Manipulating storms? This is beyond the capabilities of ordinary beasts or spirits. Could it be that an extraordinary malevolence had emerged? Despite his lingering skepticism regarding the so-called descent of the divine general, he could no longer afford to underestimate the peril posed by this malevolent entity. Chapter 46. The elusive demon outside the magistrate's office in Qinghe County. Wang Ke led 30 elite soldiers, accompanied by 5 formidable warriors from the Martial Arts Academy, making their way to Xiaxi village under the guidance of Zhang Wu. The rhythmic clatter of hooves on the official road stirred up clouds of dust. Wang Ke's expression was somber, his gaze sharp. He dismissed Zhao Zhen's almost frenzied euphoria and the nonsensical proclamations about celestial deer and divine generals. He believed not a word of it. Having spent years in the military, he had witnessed many strange occurrences and encountered numerous charlatans. Yet, the creature terrorizing Qinghe County, capable of gravely injuring inner-strength warriors and causing the panic of over 100 soldiers, was undeniably formidable. By the time the group arrived at Xiaxi village, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky. A palpable sense of bloodshed and despair lingered in the dilapidated village, refusing to dissipate. The villagers cowered in the corners of their homes, their eyes vacant. Upon seeing the soldiers' arrival, only a flicker of life stirred within them, quickly extinguished, returning to a state of silence. Zhang Wu guided Wang Ku and his entourage directly to a makeshift grass hut in the village. Inside, several women from Qinfeng village tended to the wounded. Daoist Ling Yun leaned against a haystack, his complexion waxen, lips cracked. Upon seeing the newcomers, he barely managed to open his eyes, attempting to rise, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing, collapsing back down, seated nearby in a meditative posture. The sight of real man Lingshu caused Wang Ku's pupils to constrict slightly. This official of Jiangzhou's registry bureau, whom Wang Ku had met on several occasions, had always exuded an air of ethereal grace and vitality. Now, however, his robe was tattered, stained with dark brown blood, and his face was devoid of color. Though his eyes remained open, they were dim and lifeless, as if he had aged decades in an instant. Sensing their presence, real man Lingshu slowly lifted his head, his gaze settling on Wang Ku. His lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, only a barely audible sigh escaped. A tempest of alarm surged within Wang Ku. Being entrenched in the provincial capital, he understood the gravitas of real man Lingshu's status. How could such a figure find himself in such dire straits? Just how fierce was this creature? The 5 martial artists he had brought along entered the hut, and, upon witnessing real man Lingshu's condition, the faint glimmer of pride on their faces swiftly faded, replaced by profound trepidation. Daoist, please rest and recuperate, Wang Ku said solemnly to real man Lingshu. I pledge to uncover the truth behind this matter. Real man Lingshu slowly closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. Wang Ku chose not to disturb him further and exited the hut, his countenance now a stormy shade of blue. He turned to Zhang Wu, saying, Zhang Xuanqian, lead the way. I must personally investigate that valley. Sir, Zhang Wu's face clouded with concern. The creature is perilous, he cautioned. Execute the order, Wang Ku replied, his tone unwavering and devoid of debate. With no other choice, Zhang Wu reluctantly selected a few brave hunters from among the villagers to guide them, leaving behind 10 soldiers to tend to the 2 Taoists, while the rest followed Wang Ku deeper into the heart of Qifeng Mountain. The mountain path was rugged, and as one ventured deeper, the woods became increasingly dense and shadowy. The air, tinged with an almost imperceptible chill, grew denser still. Among the group, only Wang Ku and the 5 martial arts experts maintained their composure. The remaining soldiers were visibly tense, gripping their weapons tightly at their hips, warily surveying their surroundings. At last, a clearing emerged ahead, revealing a ravaged valley before them. The scene was one of utter devastation. Trees, as thick as a man's embrace, had been uprooted, their broken trunks splintered as if torn apart by some colossal force. Massive boulders lay shattered, some cleaved with smooth edges that could not have been wrought by human hands. The valley floor was riddled with varying depths of pits and claw marks, the largest resembling the size of a grinding stone and extending several feet deep. An intangible chill still lingered in the valley, and even with sunlight present, it instilled a profound sense of unease. Even though the soldiers brought by Wang Ku were seasoned veterans, the sight before them elicited sharp intakes of breath, their grips on their weapons tightening further. The 5 martial arts experts wore expressions of grave concern. They considered their own formidable abilities. However, the scale of destruction before them exceeded their imagination. Wang Ku remained silent, meticulously examining each mark. He knelt, picking up a handful of charred earth and inhaling its scent, his brow furrowing deeper. He approached a massive stone that had been split apart, reaching out to touch the smooth cut, a chill coursing through his fingertips. Zhang Xuanqian, Wang Ku asked in a low voice, are you certain that all this was wrought by that creature in a single day? Zhang Wu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, indeed, my lord. I personally witnessed that tornado. His voice faltered at the end. Wang Ku's gaze flickered, his mind awash with doubts. After a lifetime in the military, he had encountered countless ferocious beasts and predatory birds. Even the most formidable creatures bred in the army could not match this level of devastation. What manner of creature could this be? Clearly, it resembled a natural disaster rather than a mere beast. Yet, how could one explain the distinctly clear claw marks? He glanced up at the towering cliffs flanking the valley, which bore deep gouges as if carved by some sharp instrument. What on earth could this creature be? A martial arts expert murmured, unable to suppress his astonishment and disbelief. Wang Ku did not respond. He too was ensnared in confusion and unease. His intuition warned him that this matter was far from simple. The divine general mentioned by Zhao Zhan might not be mere rumor. Night quietly descended. Wang Ku ordered his men to set up camp in a relatively flat area on the valley's perimeter and dispatched several teams of scouts to search the surrounding area for the creature's lair or traces. He himself sat by the campfire, poring over a rudimentary map, his brow furrowed in concentration. The map was meticulously crafted by Zhang Wu from memory, marking the locations of the creature's several appearances and the surrounding terrain. However, the clues were scant. The creature's movements were shrouded in mystery, elusive as the wind, leaving no trace behind. As Wonka pondered this enigma, a strange, dark blue-black light suddenly flickered in the depths of the distant mountains and forests. The luminescence was fleeting, like a will-o'-the-wisp traversing the night sky. Immediately following, a deep, thunderous roar, imbued with an indescribable essence of malevolence and ferocity, echoed faintly from afar. The sound, though not loud, seemed to strike directly at the deepest fears nestled within the hearts of those present. What was that sound? In the camp, the soldiers on guard stirred restlessly. Wonku abruptly stood, gazing intently towards the source of the noise, his expression grave. The 5 masters from the Martial Arts Academy swiftly emerged from their tents, their demeanor alert. It was the creature. A scout tumbled back into the camp, terror etched across his face. Just now, I saw a strange light in the woods on the eastern ridge, and there were monstrous cries, akin to thunder. A strange light? Wonka's pupils constricted. Another rumble of thunder resonated from the distance, this time accompanied by the howling of a fierce wind, though far away and indistinct. The palpable terror emanating from an unknown origin was unmistakable. Many soldiers in the camp turned pale, their legs trembling slightly. Even the masters from the Martial Arts Academy displayed an unprecedented seriousness. They could sense that the aura from afar was beyond their capacity to confront. Wonka's heart sank gradually. He had harbored a flicker of hope, believing the creature might simply be a remarkably powerful beast. Yet, the strange phenomenon emanating from the distance compelled him to acknowledge that the entity haunting Qinghe County was likely beyond the realm of the ordinary. Was Zhao Zhen's prophecy truly accurate? Would a divine general descend in 3 days? Once this thought took root, it grew uncontrollably like wild grass. Wonka lifted his gaze to the ink-black night sky, rendered speechless. In the stone chamber of Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yan's lips curled into a faint smile. Oh, the commotion is just right. He nodded in satisfaction, utilizing the vision of the flying night demon. This rehearsal of power must evoke such an effect. Only by partially concealing the truth, revealing merely the tip of the iceberg, can one best cultivate an atmosphere of mystery and dread. It would further ignite the upcoming grand spectacle of the divine general descending to vanquish demons 3 days hence. He felt a surge of energy as the prayers and faith of the citizens of Qinghe County coalesced. The unlocking of items within the game package accelerated. Even the golden random mount dice emanated an increasingly warm glow. Everything is unfolding according to his expectations. Chapter 47. The Divine General Descends. The deadline approaches swiftly. In the small village of Xiaoxi, once a tranquil hamlet at the foot of the mountains, a throng of people now fills the area. Not only the villagers, but also those from the surrounding 10 miles, emboldened by news, have come with their families to witness the miraculous event of the divine general subduing the demons. An eerie atmosphere of fear, anticipation, and despair permeates the crowd. County Officer Chinhu, clad in military attire, maintains order with a solemn expression, flanked by several trusted soldiers. Beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he occasionally glances towards Qingfeng Mountain. Beside him, Master Feng clutches a handkerchief tightly, his lips quivering. Whether from anxiety or excitement is uncertain. Together, they await the miracle on behalf of Zhao Zhang. A short distance away, Daoist Lingyun, supported by several villagers from Qifeng, has also managed to arrive at the scene, albeit with difficulty. His complexion remains pale, yet a fervent flame ignites within his gaze. Standing next to him, the withered figure of real person Lingshu appears even weaker than 3 days prior, silently gazing at the sky, his eyes devoid of emotion, lost in thought. On another side, Sima Wangku of the state government, adorned in the formal attire of a military officer, stands resolutely on a slightly elevated mound, sword at his side. Behind him, 30 elite soldiers from the state, clad in armor, form an orderly line, exuding an aura of ferocity distinct from that of the local troops of Qinghe County. 5 formidable warriors from the Martial Arts Academy flank Wangku, their expressions stern, eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Wangku's demeanor is unusually grave. Over the past 3 days, his men have scoured the periphery of Qingfeng Mountain, yet they have found not a trace of the demon. However, the terrifying signs of destruction in the valley, along with the fleeting glimpse of demonic light and the thunderous roars heard from afar, continue to haunt his mind. Though he remains skeptical of the supernatural, the peculiar strength of the demon compels him to concede that this matter has surpassed the realm of reason. Today, he intends to see for himself what this so-called divine general truly resembles. Amidst the crowd, there are also some unfamiliar faces with shifty eyes and mysterious movements. They are dressed in various attires. Some appear as itinerant merchants, while others masquerade as doctors seeking cures, yet their glances often meet, subtly exchanging information. These are the spies of the Blood Feather sect, drawn by the news. Heavenly Lord, will the divine general truly come? An elderly farmer, his hair gray, trembles as he joins his hands in prayer towards the sky. Beside him, a robust man spits vehemently, he will definitely come. The true Lord has sent a celestial deer to deliver the decree. How could it be false? But what if? There is no what if. The man grits his teeth. If we wait any longer, we will be devoured by that ferocious beast. The murmurs and restlessness of the crowd served as a low, ominous backdrop, accentuating the gravity of the impending storm. As midday approached, the sun hung high in the sky, yet the light dimmed without warning. A breeze began to stir. At first, it was merely a gentle caress, imbued with the freshness of the mountain woods. In the blink of an eye, however, the wind intensified into a howling tempest, sweeping up dust and debris from the ground, rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Heavens! What has transpired? Such fierce winds! The villagers gasped in alarm, instinctively huddling closer together, their expressions shifting from anticipation to sudden terror. Wonka furrowed his brow and gazed upward. The once clear sky had been shrouded in thick, dark clouds, as if the heavens were about to collapse. The clouds churned with alarming speed, evoking a sense of suffocating pressure. A thunderous roar erupted from the heavens, shaking the hearts of those below. Suddenly, the wind howled fiercely, tossing sand and stones, making it difficult to maintain one's footing. The roiling clouds above intensified, resembling boiling water, with flashes of blinding lightning darting through, as if attempting to rend the sky asunder. Oh, heavens! Is the divine general about to descend? The villagers cried out in terror, many collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Jinhu and Steward Phone also turned pale, gripping their weapons tightly, their palms slick with cold sweat. The adept Lingshu abruptly raised his head, his cracked lips barely moving, his eyes igniting with unprecedented brilliance. Such divine fury. The guards behind Wang Ku were already in a state of unrest, and even the 5 skilled warriors from the Martial Arts Academy wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Just as the crowd was engulfed in shock, believing that a monstrous being was about to reveal itself, a dazzling cascade of 7-colored light erupted from the heavens, like a celestial river spilling forth, instantly banishing the surrounding darkness and illuminating the entire village of Xiaxi as if it were midday. The radiant light was warm and sanctified, dispelling the chill and oppression that had enveloped the area. All gazed in awe at the descending light, as if witnessing a miracle. Within the luminescence, a towering figure gradually descended. It was a divine general, adorned in resplendent armor of gold and crimson, etched with countless arcane symbols. His stature was imposing, his features obscured by a soft yet unyielding divine radiance. Most astonishing of all was the magnificent creature upon which he rode, a colossal turtle, its massive form covered in ancient, dark shell. The giant turtle possessed 3 legs, traversing the air with each step as if treading upon the void, exuding an air of stability and majesty. Upon the carapace, countless naturally formed patterns faintly emerge, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy, imbued with boundless mystery. Behind the divine general hovers an immense halo, composed of countless pulsating fiery runes, radiating a resplendent golden hue. The halo spins incessantly, emanating a fierce and pure masculine energy, akin to a miniature sun, banishing the surrounding darkness and gloom. In his grasp, he wields a golden spear, ablaze with roaring flames, its tip pointed towards the heavens, exuding an aura of majesty and invincibility. The divine light illuminates all, casting an oppressive force akin to a prison. This pressure, though intangible, weighs heavily upon the hearts of all, invoking a sense of insignificance and reverence. Thud. It is uncertain who first reacted, but the moment their knees buckled, they collapsed to the ground. Subsequently, like wheat cut down by a scythe, the villagers of She Creek, along with the daring souls from neighboring villages who had come to witness, all knelt in unison. The divine general has descended. The heavens bear witness. Truly, the benevolence of the true sovereign. Cries of anguish, sounds of worship, and sobs of joy resounded in a chorus. Shinhu's legs weakened, and he too knelt, his eyes filled with astonishment. Feng Shirye, weeping profusely, murmured, "Benevolence of the true sovereign, benevolence of the true sovereign." Wonka stood rooted, as if struck by lightning. The soldiers behind him fared little better, mouths agape, their weapons nearly slipping from their grasp. The 5 self-important experts from the Martial Arts Academy had drained of color, their faces now pale with disbelief. The internal strength they once took pride in felt as diminutive as ants beneath this overwhelming celestial might. Wonka's body trembled slightly, not from fear but from a profound shock that resonated from the depths of his soul. Having traversed a life of battles, he had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena, and had heard tales of martial masters moving mountains and filling seas. Yet, those pale in comparison to the sight of this divine general, treading upon a turtle, bearing the blazing sun, and radiating divine light. This is the true divine art. This is the genuine celestial might. His tightly clenched fists turned slightly pale from the exertion. The understanding he had held for so long crumbled in that instant. From his parched throat, he struggled to utter 2 words. The body of Lingshu Jinren quivered violently. His once dull eyes now filled with tumultuous waves of emotion. He fixed his gaze upon the celestial general, feeling the pure, vast, and unrivaled sacred power. Contrasting starkly with the malevolent aura of the flying night demon, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. Benevolence of the true sovereign. Benevolence of the true sovereign. Daoist Ling Yun was already in tears, breaking free from the villagers' support, prostrating himself entirely on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the celestial general above, his voice choked with emotion. Amidst the throng, the spies of the Blood Feather sect were momentarily oblivious to the materials of the fierce beasts. Their faces were ashen, their eyes filled with terror. At that moment, under the scrutinizing gaze of the multitude, the celestial general, poised atop the back of a colossal three-legged tortoise, slowly raised his fiery spear. His gaze swept over the multitude of kneeling souls below, ultimately resting upon a certain direction deep within Green Peak Mountain. A voice, majestic and resounding as if imbued with the principles of heaven and earth, echoed like thunder in every ear and reverberated in every heart. By the decree of the true monarch of the celestial vault and the cloudy marsh. I am the Grand General, the manifestation of the Water Guardian, here to traverse this realm, cleanse the rivers, and eradicate the demons. The proclamation resonated clearly within each individual, carrying an undeniable authority and celestial grandeur. The very mention of demons struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all present. The villagers, upon hearing, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they prostrated themselves fervently. The Grand General is magnificent. We beseech you, noble general, to take our plight to heart. Wonka felt an irresistible force descend from the heavens. His knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt heavily upon the ground. The harsh stones beneath him dug painfully into his knees, yet he felt no pain at that moment, only an overwhelming sense of awe and reverence. The celestial general had truly descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 48. The golden rain of blessings. As the celestial general's voice faded, its echoes lingered in the universe. Imbued with an unassailable authority, deep within Green Peak Mountain, the valley where the demon lurked erupted with a thunderous roar. A growl filled with defiance, rage, and madness erupted as if a legendary beast were challenging the might of the divine. Following this, a nauseating miasma of blood and foul air surged skyward. A gargantuan shadow of inky blue and black tore through the low-hanging clouds, racing towards the celestial general above the village of Lower Creek with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This figure, with wings sprouting from its back and a face adorned with menacing fangs, was none other than the flying night demon that had wreaked havoc in Qinghe County for days on end. The demon approaches. The villagers cried out in terror, only to be soon overtaken by an inexplicable fervor. With the celestial general present, how could the fiend dare to act with such impunity? Wonka's pupils constricted as he fixated on the rapidly advancing, malevolent figure, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This demon truly dared to confront the resplendent divine authority. What kind of audacity did it possess? Both Master Lingshu and Daoist Ling Yun paled. The terror they had once experienced at the hands of the demon surging back to the forefront of their minds. Upon the back of the three-legged giant tortoise stood the divine general, facing the oncoming celestial night demon, whose malevolence was boundless. A divine glow enveloped his visage, rendering his expression inscrutable. Only his eyes, cold as ice, betrayed a glimpse of indifference, as if he were observing a mirror and oblivious to its fate. Wretched beast, dare you act so audaciously? He seemed to convey. He did not alter his stance, merely gesturing casually with the golden spear ablaze with fierce flames, directing it towards the approaching demon with a languid flick of his finger. There was no cataclysmic spectacle, no overwhelming pressure that could rend the heavens. It was simply a nonchalant gesture. A slender, crimson divine fire erupted from the spear's tip. Initially no larger than a grain of rice, it quickly swelled, transforming into a crimson fireline as thick as an arm, tearing through the vast expanse of the sky. The speed of this fireline was astonishing, despite being a late launch. It traversed hundreds of feet in an instant, striking with unparalleled precision towards the demon's towering form. The celestial night demon seemed to sense an imminent peril, emitting a chilling shriek as it flapped its wings desperately in an attempt to evade. Yet, all efforts were futile. The crimson fireline, as relentless as a parasite, disregarded all its evasive maneuvers and effortlessly pierced through its renownedly invulnerable chest, a fortress even true energy realm masters struggled to breach. With a soft, almost inaudible sound, the massive form of the demon froze mid-air, its shrill cry abruptly silenced, akin to a rooster whose neck had been grasped. It gazed down, incredulous, at the inconspicuous crimson puncture upon its chest. No blood gushed forth, no violent explosion ensued. In the next moment, concentric ripples of crimson radiated outward from the small hole. The demon's seemingly indestructible body began to dissolve at an astonishing rate, as if it were a wax figure thrust into a blazing inferno. Vaporizing from its chest to its limbs, from its head to its wings, disintegrating without leaving so much as a wisp of smoke. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, the once feared celestial night demon, which had instilled terror across Qinghai County, vanished entirely beneath the silent embrace of the crimson divine fire, as if it had never existed at all. Standing upon the 3-legged giant tortoise, Li Yin silently dismissed the summoning of the demon, reflecting inwardly, mission accomplished. The effect is flawless. These remarkable results were to be credited to the strength provided by the villagers of the heavenly realm, unlocking numerous new functions and items, seamlessly complemented by the exquisite display of costume effects and the mechanism of mount reclamation. The world lay in profound silence. The fierce winds had ceased, and the dark clouds had mysteriously dispersed to a great extent. Sunlight once again poured down, yet it could not dissipate the profound shock that lingered in the hearts of the onlookers. Following a brief stillness, a tumultuous uproar erupted like a tidal wave. The divine general is magnificent. The demon has been vanquished. Compassionate, true monarch. Divine general, manifest. The villagers below erupted in a frenzied uproar, their cheers reverberating through the air like thunder. They fervently bowed, their foreheads striking the ground with a dull thud, oblivious to the pain. Their faces contorted with a blend of tears and ecstasy. A torrent of faith, far purer and more powerful than the incense offerings of the temple, surged towards the towering figure of the divine general in the sky, ultimately merging into Li Yan's consciousness. Li Yan felt a warmth enveloping him. The brightness of the game package icon enhanced once more, and even the random mount dice seemed to possess an inexplicable vitality. Is this truly the conclusion? Behind Wanku, a seasoned master of the martial arts academy, known for his composure, now spoke with a dry voice, laced with disbelief. They had envisioned countless scenarios of earth-shattering battles between divine generals and monstrous beings, yet never anticipated such a swift and overwhelming annihilation. This was a fearsome creature that even the esteemed Ling Xuzhenren could not contend with. Wangke remained on the ground, his body rigid. His mind was a blank slate. All prior doubts, scrutiny, and even a hint of arrogance were crushed into oblivion, leaving only the most primal and pure reverence mixed with fear. This was no mundane power. It was beyond human comprehension. The soldiers he had brought were ashen-faced, many terrified to the point of collapsing, unable to muster the strength to rise. Chun Hu and Master Feng were already in tears, unable to articulate their emotions. The heavens are watching. The heavens are watching. Master Feng cried out incoherently, oblivious to the fan that had fallen from his grasp. Qin Hu pounded his chest with fervor, as if to expel the excitement and dread from his heart. Qinghai County is saved. The people are saved. Ling Xuzhenren trembled violently, his withered eyes now reflecting a complex array of emotions. There was shock, reverence, confusion, and above all, an overwhelming sense of relief. He could no longer maintain his enigmatic demeanor, collapsing to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply to the divine general above. The divine general under the true monarch is immensely powerful. I, a humble practitioner, am utterly convinced. His voice was hoarse but imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. All prior doubts regarding the true monarch's identity and his understanding of the celestial path dissipated in that moment. This was the true means of the immortals. This was the genuine might of the divine. What he had practiced was indeed merely the way of an ordinary martial artist. Among the crowd, those spies of the Bloodfeather sect, disguised as various individuals, were now rendered mute, pallid with fear. They exchanged horrified glances, internally categorizing this manifested general of the Ishui demon suppression as an extremely dangerous entity, one that must not be provoked. Such divine might is beyond the reach of mere scouts from lesser sections. This intelligence must be reported immediately. Qinghai County is no longer a benign place. After vanquishing the demon, the celestial warrior did not depart right away. He slowly retracted the long spear engulfed in divine flames, the fire at its tip gradually subsiding to reveal an ancient golden hue. The celestial being lifted his gaze to the heavens, and on his countenance, shrouded in divine radiance, there seemed to be a flicker of enlightenment. Moments later, he extended his hand, clad in golden armor, and pointed toward the sky. In an instant, the sky, which had begun to clear, was transformed anew. The remaining dark clouds swiftly converged, but instead of the previous oppressive gloom, they shimmered with golden brilliance, exuding an aura of auspiciousness. Subsequently, delicate threads of golden light, akin to the soft drift of willow catkins, cascaded down from the golden clouds. This radiant downpour enveloped the entire village of She Creek and extended for several miles around. The golden light, imbued with a warm and sacred essence, descended upon the people, permeating their very skin. "Ah, my chronic leg pain is gone," exclaimed an elderly woman kneeling in astonishment as she tentatively moved her afflicted leg, which had troubled her for many years, and found no trace of discomfort. "My eyes. I can see clearly," cried a middle-aged man suffering from an eye ailment, rubbing his eyes, overwhelmed with excitement. Those who had previously been injured or were on the brink of death, officials, hunters, villagers, felt a gentle warmth coursing through their wounds, as torn flesh visibly healed at an astonishing pace, and severed limbs astonishingly regenerated. Even those who were lifeless and prepared for burial suddenly opened their eyes, took a deep breath, and sat upright. Chun, who felt the oppressive energy that had been weighing on his chest, inflicted by the night demon, dissipate rapidly under the golden light, allowing him to breathe with newfound ease. Taoist Lingyun, whose face had been ashen, gradually regained a hint of color, as the internal energy he had lost appeared to be replenished. Even the gravely injured Lingshu Zhenren sensed a gentle, yet powerful life force infusing his body, nourishing his damaged meridians and vital energy, alleviating the feeling of impending exhaustion. All who basked in the golden light, regardless of age or ailment, felt invigorated, their various discomforts vanishing as though they had regained several years of youth. This is divine grace. This is the supreme benevolence bestowed by the true sovereign and the celestial warrior. In this moment, the villagers' faith in the Xuanqiong Yunzi Jinjuan and the formidable celestial general, Yishui Fumo, reached an unprecedented zenith. Li Yan, sensing the almost palpable surge of faith flowing like a torrent, felt a surge of satisfaction within. This collective restoration artifact was merely a disposable item distributed during an official event. During the raid, the swift restoration of health and the resurrection of comrades proved invaluable in the early stages, though their worth diminished as time passed, leading the authorities to impose restrictions on their usage. Consequently, Li Yan employed them liberally, with a considerable stockpile still in his possession, firmly securing his divine status. As the golden rain of light gradually subsided, the celestial general cast a sweeping gaze over the multitude below, who expressed their gratitude and reverence. His majestic voice resonated once more, crystal clear in the ears of all. "The great calamity of this realm approaches. You must remain vigilant. This general, acting upon the edict of the true monarch of Xuanqiong Yunzi, has descended to purge the malevolent. Should any malevolent spirits threaten the world again, the true monarch shall ensure their punishment. You are urged to take heed." Upon concluding his pronouncement, the general was enveloped in resplendent golden light, radiant rays shooting skyward. The three-legged giant tortoise beneath him emitted a long, ethereal hum before transforming alongside the general into a magnificent streak of golden light, tearing through the sky and descending towards the heavens. In an instant, this luminescent arc vanished into the clouds. As the celestial hues gradually dissipated, sunlight bathed the earth, restoring tranquility to all. Yet, in Xiaoxi village, the citizens remained prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing, while the lingering, delicate fragrance in the air attested to the reality of the recent events, dispelling any notion of mere illusion. Wonka slowly rose from the ground, a sharp pain coursing through his knees, but he paid it no heed. He gazed upward toward the horizon where the celestial general had vanished, his expression a tapestry of complexity filled with reverence, shock, and confusion. The foreboding of impending calamity echoed in his mind as he murmured the general's final words. His brow furrowed tightly. These words weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a colossal stone. Was the calamity of Qinghe County merely a prelude? Chapter 49. Rebirth. After calamity, Li Yan plopped back onto the flowing cloud-white jade couch within the cave, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The resplendent, awe-inspiring armor of the Nine Heavens Demon Suppression General instantly dimmed, reverting to the understated yet formidable Xian-I Qinshan garment he typically donned. The fiery divine spear, which had once vanquished the flying night demon in a single strike, returned to its humble wooden form, carelessly cast aside. How utterly exhausting, Li Yan lamented, slumped upon the jade couch, feeling as though his very bones might disintegrate. As the sole director and principal actor of this grand celestial drama, he had to manage the special effects, direct the flying night demons in their performance, and consistently uphold the aura of divine authority and enigma, which proved to be an immense strain on his spirit. However, the fruits of his labor were undeniably bountiful, bringing a smile to his face. With a mere thought, he delved into his game inventory. In the previously dim area, a brilliant light now illuminated the surroundings. All the low-grade white-quality items, be it skill books, elixirs, materials, or miscellaneous trinkets, had been entirely unlocked, shimmering with a gentle white glow, signifying their immediate availability for retrieval. Even a few low-grade green items flickered to life. A surge of elation coursed through Li Yan's heart. Though these were merely white-quality items, in the realm of Nine Heavens inquiry, they could serve as shop goods or rewards for novice quests, yet in this low martial world, they were indeed rare treasures. Eagerly, he selected a set of low-grade equipment named Gentle Breeze White Feather Attire and adorned himself with it. This outfit boasted an ethereal appearance, predominantly in moonlight white, adorned with delicate azure feather motifs, exuding an air of otherworldliness upon wearing it. More importantly, while the individual attributes were modest, they were well-balanced, enhancing a variety of qualities. A warm current surged from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs, and Li Yin felt an unprecedented sense of strength and lightness enveloping his body. As he moved his limbs, a series of crisp cracks resonated through his joints. Indeed, quite satisfactory. Li Yin nodded with approval. This newfound sense of power far surpassed the mere defense provided by the Xian iron-heavy garb. Now he pondered if he could confront those so-called inner-strength martial artists head-on. Recalling the thrilling performance earlier, he felt a swell of pride. The astonishing atmospheric changes were not mere happenstance. In an effort to evoke the grand majesty preceding a divine manifestation, he had summoned the celestial night demon 3 days in advance. Subtly manipulating the air currents deep within Qingfeng Mountain, orchestrating wind, rain, and thunder to create the apocalyptic scene of dark clouds enveloping the city, accompanied by flashes of lightning. As for the simultaneous summoning of the 3-legged giant tortoise and the celestial night demon, it was an unexpected boon from the flourishing faith during these past days. Although summoning both simultaneously divided the duration of each mount's existence from the original 24 hours to 12, it was more than sufficient for grand displays at critical moments. Li Yin believed that as the scope of belief expanded and the number of followers increased, both the quantity and duration of his summonable mounts would undoubtedly rise, drawing him ever closer to the game's intended power levels. The so-called divine spear in his hand was merely a wooden stick he had casually picked up, adorned with the skin of the long obsolete weapon skin, the crimson flame dragon pattern spear. Though it appeared imposing, in a true confrontation, it would shatter at the slightest touch. Thus, he had orchestrated the scene where the celestial night demon fell easily to divine fire, fundamentally relying on the visual effects of the skin to dazzle. As for the ominous warning he left behind, the great calamity of this realm approaches. Remain vigilant. It served to inoculate the inhabitants of this world with a sense of foreboding. A rational explanation must be provided for the various demons and spirits that one might summon in the future, as well as for the divine personas that one is destined to embody. Even the misdeeds committed by the spirits and fierce beasts that inhabit this world can conveniently be attributed to these malevolent entities. And Li Yin does not shy away from bearing the blame, as long as it is believed to be the work of demons. The populace will naturally seek the intervention of deities. At that juncture, dispatching a steed to vanquish them would be an effortless means of controlling the bewildered commoners. Moreover, after their defeat, one could disguise oneself as these very demons, feigning an attack before the public, who could discern that they were all part of the same scheme. As news of today's events spreads, this narrative is sure to echo throughout the entirety of southern Chu, and perhaps even drift to northern Yin. Let us observe how, beneath the flutter of my little butterfly's wings, this world will conjure a grand and tumultuous future for me. Li Yin chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with anticipation for the unknown. At this moment, the village of Shashi has succumbed to a cacophony of jubilant revelry. The divine general has eradicated the malevolent creatures and bestowed upon the land a golden rain of resurrection, replete with the sacred essence of life. The villagers who had previously fallen victim to the ferocity of beasts, and even those who had perished amidst the chaos, miraculously opened their eyes and rose from the ground under the golden deluge. Am I still alive? An elderly man, presumed dead, touched his chest in bewilderment. His wife, initially struck with terror, quickly regained her senses and embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. My dear, you are alive. The divine general has saved you. It is truly the manifestation of a celestial being. Such scenes unfolded in rapid succession among the crowd. Those soldiers, who had been grievously wounded by the flying night demons and had lost their breath, astonishingly revived one by one, bathed in the golden rain that descended from the heavens. Although still somewhat weak, they were undeniably alive. The resurrected souls, along with their kin, transitioned from initial terror to an inexpressible ecstasy and an unwavering devotion to the divine. To snatch lives from the hands of the king of hell is an extraordinary feat. The true monarch of the celestial abyss indeed possesses boundless powers and immeasurable compassion. This is the true essence of divine intervention. The ability to resurrect the deceased is akin to reclaiming souls from the grasp of the king of hell. The true monarch of the celestial abyss, the great general of the subduing water and demon-repelling might. Truly, he is the savior of the countless souls in Qinghe County. Witnessing this miraculous resurrection, the villagers' reverence and faith in the true monarch of the celestial abyss surged to unprecedented heights. This was no longer mere admiration, but rather an almost frenzied devotion. They were more convinced than ever that the hitherto unseen true monarch of the celestial abyss, along with the great general of the subduing water and demon-repelling might who manifested today, were supremely powerful beings with the ability to transcend earthly bounds. On the outskirts of the crowd, Taoist Lingyun, supported by several villagers from Qingfeng, gazed in awe at the extraordinary scene before him, trembling with excitement. Oh, the compassion of the true monarch! Oh, the compassion of the true monarch! Tears streamed down his aged face as his voice quivered. The power to bring the dead back to life surely surpasses our imagination. His previous injuries had nearly healed under the golden rain of light, and his depleted internal energy had been significantly restored. Standing beside him, the real person Lingshu appeared gaunt, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. Observing the villagers who were jubilantly cheering and prostrating themselves, he glanced down at his own limbs, which now moved freely. The internal injuries he sustained from the flying night demon had diminished to a mere whisper of pain. After taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Nay, this is the might of the divine generals under the true monarch, a manifestation of the true monarch's boundless power. The ferocious beast has been subdued, and this golden rain is indeed a testament to the true monarch's profound compassion and divine prowess. His tone was devoid of the earlier hesitance and skepticism, now replaced by profound reverence and a hint of shame. Previously, he had harbored doubts regarding the true monarch's identity and the so-called celestial methods, but now all such thoughts had dissipated into thin air. This, indeed, is the true art of the celestial beings. This is the authentic might of the divine that is as formidable as a prison. County Lieutenant Chun, who stood nearby, silently wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes. His chest wound had healed under the golden rain, yet the lingering fear and gratitude for surviving the ordeal weighed heavily on his heart. He observed the jubilant villagers who had regained their lives, and the equally exhilarated soldiers who had narrowly escaped death, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude and respect for the previously unacquainted true monarch Xiankong Yunzi, as well as the illustrious general who had manifested today. To witness such a miracle in my lifetime, I, Chinhu, have no regrets. No regrets at all, he murmured, his voice choked with emotion. At that moment, Master Feng wore a radiant expression, fanning himself vigorously. Indeed. Moreover, the esteemed general has declared that this is the decree of the true monarch. This is akin to the true monarch personally intervening. The people of Qinghe County are saved. Lord Zhao, your foresight is remarkable. His words were not only flattery towards Zhaozhen, but also a genuine expression of gratitude. With the divine general's arrival, banishing the malevolent creatures with a mere wave of the hand and bestowing healing grace, the true monarch's kindness is something the people of Qinghe County could never repay in their lifetimes. At this moment, Sima Wangku of the provincial government also rose to his feet. His armor, bathed in the golden rain, seemed to shimmer with a faint halo. He approached Lingshu, his expression a mix of complexity as he offered a respectful salute. Taoist, today's events have truly opened my eyes. I acknowledge my previous disrespect and hope for your forgiveness. Pausing, his voice deepened. Before the esteemed general departed, he mentioned that a great calamity looms over this realm. I wonder if you have any insights on this matter? Upon hearing these words, the esteemed Lingshu Jinren's expression grew solemn as he pondered. The words of the divine general must hold profound significance. I, being but a humble practitioner, dare not rashly speculate. However, the matter concerning the demonic entities of Qinghe County may merely be the beginning. As mere mortals, we can only offer our sincere veneration to the true monarch and seek his protection to navigate these turbulent times. Wang Ke nodded silently. Yet a tempest brewed within his heart. The elite soldiers he had brought with him now gazed in reverence towards Qingfeng Mountain, their eyes filled with awe. What they had witnessed today had utterly shattered their previous understanding. A few spies from the Bloodfeather sect, who had mingled within the crowd, were now ashen-faced and drenched in cold sweat. One of them lowered his voice and urged his companion, "Quick, this matter is of utmost importance. Those deceased from the golden rain have returned to life." Another trembled in response. This is no mere earthly sorcery. What monstrous beasts, what demonic creatures could possibly compare to this true monarch? The leader gritted his teeth, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. We must report to the altar master post haste. A true immortal has appeared in Qinghe County. This situation is far too perilous for us to meddle in. Our lives may be at stake. Exchanging glances, the group stealthily withdrew from the jubilant throng and hastened towards the county town. They needed to relay this alarming news to the altar master of the Jiangzhou branch as swiftly as possible. Their mission had shifted from investigating the veracity of the monstrous beasts to urgently reporting the miraculous emergence of a true immortal in Qinghe County. Should this news reach their sect, it would undoubtedly stir monumental upheaval. Chapter 50. The dust settles. Wang Ke's gaze swept over the multitude below, still enraptured by the grace of divine favor following their narrow escape from calamity. He then glanced at the various expressions of Lingshu Jinren, Taoist Lingyun, Chunhu, and Master Feng beside him. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his fists and spoke solemnly. Esteemed guests, with the demons vanquished by divine power, my responsibilities here are, for the moment, concluded. His tone bore a subtle hint of fatigue and deeper astonishment. With the demons eradicated and divine grace bestowed, the immediate peril to Qinghe County was alleviated. As I carry out the orders of the provincial government, I must return to Jiangzhou at once to report these details to the esteemed governor. Therefore, I shall not accompany you back to the county town. Ling Shuzhenren nodded slightly. Indeed, Sir Wang, your official duties take precedence. The divine general warned of an impending calamity before his departure. I hope you will convey this warning to the heavens. Wang Ke's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Taoist, I shall not overlook a single word of the divine general's decree. Such matters concerning the safety of the world will be reported in full detail to the governor and even to the military commissioner. He understood well that the manifestations of the Xuanqiang Yun's true monarch and the formidable general of Ishui were far beyond the mere disturbance caused by a small band of demons. What lay behind this was likely the true power of immortals, along with the foreboding prophecy of an impending cataclysm. As Master Feng's eyes twinkled, he chuckled. Lord Wang Sima has endured a long journey. We shall not detain him further. Upon his return to the prefectural office, let him commend our accomplishments in Qinghe County. Wang Ke offered no response, bowing once more to the assembly. Esteemed guests, I bid you farewell. May we meet again. With that, he hastily departed from Xiaxi village, accompanied by several martial arts experts from the academy and a few soldiers who were still in a daze from the recent events, hastening toward the official road. Observing Wang Ke's retreating figure, Master Feng's smile deepened. Master, we should take our leave as well, Chunhu urged. Indeed. Let us return to the county office and share the joyous news. Master Feng replied cheerfully. In the back hall of the Qinghe County office, Zhao Zhen fidgeted anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. He frequently approached the door, craning his neck towards the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, his heart brimming with both anxiety and anticipation. What has transpired? Has the divine general manifested his presence? He murmured, his palms already damp with sweat, just as his patience wore thin. Hurried footsteps echoed from the front courtyard. Sir, Master Feng, County Lieutenant Shen, and the two Taoist priests have returned. A panting constable burst in to report. Zhao Zhen's spirits lifted, and he sprang from his chair, hastily making his way outside. Quickly, let them in. Upon seeing Master Feng and the others unharmed and adorned with smiles, especially the two Taoist priests, who, though slightly fatigued, bore an expression of relief and profound reverence, Zhao Zhen felt a surge of reassurance. Master Feng, County Lieutenant Shun, esteemed Taoists, what is the situation? Zhao Zhen's voice trembled slightly. Master Feng stepped forward, his face aglow, and bowed deeply. Congratulations, my lord. It is with great joy that I share the news. Thanks to your abundant blessings, the divine general of the true monarch has descended and vanquished the malevolent creature. Peace has returned to Qinghe County. Shinhu excitedly interjected, my lord. You would not believe it. The divine general, clad in golden armor, riding a divine beast and wielding a celestial spear, exuded an awe-inspiring presence. The vile creature stood no chance before him, disintegrating into ashes with but a flick of his finger. He animatedly gestured, attempting to convey the breathtaking spectacle. Taoist Lingyun stepped forward, bowing deeply to Zhao Zhen. Lord Zhao, witnessing the divine general's celestial might today has revealed to us how limited our perspectives are. The true monarch's powers are boundless, and the divine general's capabilities are truly vast, a blessing for all the people of Qinghe County. Realizing the magnitude of their words, Taoist Lingshu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the divine general not only eradicated the evil, but also summoned divine rain, restoring life to the deceased. The villagers and soldiers from Xiaxi village who perished have all been revived. Such miraculous events, I have neither heard nor seen before. Zhao Zhen's heart surged with excitement, his blood boiling as if he too had witnessed the miracles firsthand. He paced back and forth, slapping his thigh in frustration. Alas, I have missed this divine opportunity. To have not witnessed the grandeur of the divine general is a profound regret in my life. Zhao Zhen lamented, pounding his chest in dismay, filled with remorse. Feng Shuya hastened forward, gently waving his fan, and said, my lord, please do not speak so. The descent of the divine general is indeed a result of your unwavering sincerity towards the true Lord, which has moved the heavens. It is your piety that has summoned the celestial favor. Though you may not have been present at the scene, this merit and divine affection stem from you. Upon hearing Feng Shuya's words, Zhao Zhen's feelings of regret dissipated significantly, replaced by an inexpressible sense of self-satisfaction and anticipation. The steward spoke with reason indeed. He stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face. Realizing that his ability to seek the true Lord's protection for the people of Qinghe was a fulfillment of his responsibilities as a local magistrate, he paced back and forth, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, and suddenly inquired, "By the way, what of Wang Sima from the prefecture? Did he return with us?" Qinhu bowed and replied, "Reporting to your grace, Wang Sima returned to Jiangzhou immediately after the demon was vanquished, leading the prefectural soldiers to report back. He expressed the intent to quickly inform the governor of this miraculous event." "Oh, he has returned to the prefecture?" Zhao Jin remarked, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself, "Excellent. With this prefectural Sima as a witness, who in the court would dare to claim that I am merely chasing shadows or seeking false credit?" The last time the immortal offered a warning regarding the transformation of the dragon, though it caused quite a stir. It was witnessed by only a handful of villagers like Wang De, rendering the evidence somewhat tenuous. This time, however, it was the prefectural Sima, accompanied by 30 elite soldiers and 5 martial arts experts who bore witness. The weight of this testimony is altogether different. The more Zhao Jin pondered, the more his excitement grew, as he envisioned a bright future in his official career. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed Feng Shiye, steward, draft an official document at once, to be sent urgently to the governor's office in Jiazhou. State that the demon plague in Qinghe has been eradicated through divine grace, with Wang Sima as a witness. Emphasize the miraculous recovery of the people and the restoration of peace in the region. Furthermore, considering the rampant demon threat and the subsequent overwhelming divine favor, request funds from the prefecture for relief and reconstruction in Shashi village and the surrounding affected areas. A spark of understanding lit up Feng Shiye's eyes, and he comprehended the significance. While requesting funds is secondary, the primary concern is to formally document the miraculous, subtly reminding the prefecture that the divine occurrences in Qinghe are irrefutable, with even formidable demons being resolved by divine intervention. The prefecture will certainly grasp the deeper meaning behind this. Your wisdom is admirable, my lord. Feng Shiye bowed deeply. I shall attend to this matter at once. Ensuring that the gravity of the situation and the significance of this divine blessing are clearly articulated, Zhao Jin nodded in satisfaction and turned to Qinhu, Qin County Lieutenant. Following this great calamity in Shashi village, the people are still in a state of shock. Immediately allocate a sum of funds from the county office to provide initial relief to the disaster-stricken populace. Additionally, organize manpower to assist in the repair of their homes, ensuring that the people can swiftly resume their normal lives. Understood. Qinhu clasped his fist in acknowledgement. Zhao Jin's gaze swept over the esteemed Master Lingxiu and Taoist Lingyu, his tone softening considerably. Though the two esteemed Taoists have not achieved complete success in this expedition against the demons, your tireless efforts have been commendable. I express my gratitude here. Master Lingxiu bowed respectfully, replying, Your Excellency, you flatter us. The malevolence of these demons is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. To witness the divine might of the celestial generals under the true monarch is indeed a rare fortune for us. Taoist Lingyun concurred, adding, Indeed, the divine general possesses extraordinary powers, far beyond our grasp. It is a blessing for us to serve under the true monarch. Zhao Jin smiled faintly, his perception of the two Taoists improving further. He pondered aloud, in appreciation of the true monarch and the divine general's benevolent intervention. I have resolved to select a site of auspicious feng shui in the village of Shi Creek, where the divine general descended, to construct a temple in honor of the great general Yishui, creating a golden statue to be venerated, so that the people of Qinghe may express their gratitude day and night. Hearing this, Master Lingxiu and Taoist Lingyun exchanged glances, stepping forward in unison to bow deeply, saying, Your Excellency's noble intentions are commendable. We, though lacking in talent, are willing to assist with the site selection, design, rituals, and supervision of the temple, as a humble way to repay the protection of the true monarch and the divine general. Their faith in the true monarch of Xuanqing Yunjia had become unwavering. To build a temple for the divine general was not only an expression of devotion but also a means of drawing closer to the celestial realm. Zhao Jin chuckled heartily. With the two esteemed Taoists personally involved, I could not ask for more. I shall entrust this matter entirely to you, and the county office shall fully cooperate. Master Lingxiu and Taoist Lingyun exchanged another glance, joy evident in their eyes, and bowed once more, saying, Thank you for your trust. We shall not fail in our mission. In an instant, the atmosphere within the county office became lively. Outside the city of Qinghe, tales of the divine general descending from Qifeng Mountain, vanquishing demons in an instant, and the miraculous golden rain of healing had already spread like wildfire, carried by merchants who had witnessed the divine spectacle and were eager to depart. Have you heard? A celestial being has appeared in Qinghe County. Not just any celestial being. The divine general under the true monarch has descended. The demon was blown away in an instant. Moreover, it rained gold. Limbs that had been severed were restored, and even those who had died days ago were revived. Is that true? Such a fantastical tale. Absolutely. My uncle's neighbor was in Shi Creek Village at the time and witnessed it firsthand. The divine general's name is Ishue Fumo Wiling Xianhua General, and the true monarch is Xuanqiang Yunjia. In tea houses, taverns, inns, and fields, countless individuals animatedly discussed this unprecedented marvel. As the story circulated, it inevitably became embellished, growing more extraordinary with each retelling. The divine general's height transformed from 12 feet to 30, his spear capable of summoning heavenly thunder, while the demon was described as towering 100 feet, a fearsome beast that could swallow clouds and exhale mist. Regardless of how the details may vary, the titles of the celestial sovereign Xuanqiang and the demon's subduing General Ishue have been indelibly etched in the hearts of countless commoners. In an instant, the once obscure locale of Qinghe County gained unparalleled notoriety, drawing the gaze of many who were both curious and reverent due to this miraculous event. Chapter 51. Celestial Traces and Demonic Shadows at the Residence of the Governor of Jiangzhou. The atmosphere was so tense that it felt as if it could condense into droplets of water. The governor, Yang Lai, sat firmly like a mountain, clad in the regal black python robe bestowed by the current emperor, which accentuated his already stern visage, lending his deep gaze an air of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. At the lower end of the hall, the Jiangzhou prefect Lu Sun was already sweating profusely, sitting upright yet struggling to conceal his unease. In front of him, the state Sima Wang stood with his head bowed, solemnly reporting the events that transpired in Shizuan at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain. Beside him, 5 experts from the Martial Arts Academy who had accompanied him to Qinghe County bore pale faces, occasionally nodding in affirmation of Wang's account. When news of the golden rain resurrecting the dead and the reverence shown by the spirit voidmaster of the Dao recording office reached Yang Lai's ears, he raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 5 martial artists. Sensing the intensity of his scrutiny, one of them, with a quavering voice, stammered, reporting to the general, "Every word spoken by Sima Wang is indeed true. We witnessed it with our own eyes. The golden rain fell, and many who had lost their breath truly came back to life. Such a miracle is beyond comprehension, surely not of mundane origin." Another quickly added, "Moreover, the Taoist Lingyun of Qingyin Temple and the Spirit Void Master of Jiangzhou were also present to witness this." The Spirit Void Master even bowed before the divine general, expressing his heartfelt submission. Yang Lai's fingers tapped lightly on the table, producing a muffled sound. The Spirit Void Master had indeed experienced this event and had even sustained injuries. If he was involved, the credibility of this matter had risen significantly. Lu Sun discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, his mind in turmoil. This situation was monumental. What words did the divine general leave behind before departing? Yang Lai inquired solemnly. Wang Ku, feeling a chill run down his spine, bowed and replied, reporting to the general. The divine general proclaimed before his departure, "A great calamity approaches this realm, and you must remain vigilant." The great calamity approaches this realm? Upon hearing this, both Yang Lai and Lu Sun's expression shifted dramatically. Yang Lai's gaze deepened, akin to an unfathomable cold pool, while Lu Sun's legs wobbled, nearly causing him to falter as he silently lamented, "Heavens, such words could spell doom." The ambience in the hall instantly became unbearably grave. After a moment of silence, Yang Lai turned his attention to Lu Sun. "Prefect Lu, what is your perspective on this matter?" Called upon, Lu Sun felt a surge of anxiety, overwhelmed by immense pressure. He bowed deeply, stating, reporting to the general, the first-hand accounts of Sima Wang and the esteemed martial artists, coupled with the presence of the Spirit Void Master, confirmed that this manifestation of the celestial being and the divine general's subjugation of demons is undoubtedly true. Only then did the celestial beings descend, vanquishing the demons, all occurring in the humble Qinghe County, where myriad events transpired, likely veiled in deeper mysteries. As for the ominous prophecy of impending calamity, I, in my ignorance, humbly believe that the words of the divine may hold profound significance. However, should such tidings reach the ears of His Majesty, I fear it might displease him. Lu Sun's meaning was unmistakable. The current sovereign is one who seeks grand accomplishments and delights in hearing auspicious omens of peace and prosperity. Naturally, the miraculous manifestations of the divine can be celebrated in great detail. Yet, should the proclamation of impending doom be conveyed unaltered, it is likely to incite the emperor's wrath, who may perceive it as an indictment of his governance, leading to divine admonition. Yang Lai, a man of great stature, would undoubtedly discern Lu Sun's insinuation. He paused his rhythmic tapping, lost in contemplation, the silence in the hall palpable. After a considerable time, Yang Lai finally spoke, his voice betraying neither joy nor ire. Convey the order to summon the magistrate of Qinghe County, Zhao Zhun, to the provincial office. I shall personally hear his account of duties. Yes. A loyal soldier promptly accepted the command and departed. Yang Lai continued. Governor Liu, you are to prepare a memorial post-haste, detailing the miraculous manifestation of the true Lord of the Azure Abyss and the divine generals descending to vanquish demons and rescue the people, along with the auspicious signs bestowed upon Jiazhou. Ensure it is meticulously composed and expedited over 800 miles to the court. As for the ominous prophecy of calamity, Yang Lai paused, a flicker of inscrutable light glimmering in his eyes. Merely allude to it in passing. No need for elaboration. Understood. Lu Sun exhaled deeply, as if granted a reprieve. He comprehended Yang Lai's intention to claim the credit while deftly downplaying the potentially perilous proclamation of calamity. It was a delicate balance. To present achievements to the court without inciting the emperor's ire. Yang Lai's gaze shifted once more to the window, towards the direction of Qinghe County. His expression contemplative and profound. The phrase impending calamity echoed in his mind, a weighty pressure settling upon his heart. In a nondescript courtyard in the southern part of Jiazhou, within a tranquil chamber where incense burned with an exotic fragrance, Wei He, the master of the sub-temple, donned in a moon-white feather robe and a jade crown, sat upright upon a mat. Before him, a cloaked informant knelt, suppressing his fear and excitement as he recounted the miraculous events occurring in Ziking village of Qinghe County. The golden rain fell, and I witnessed with my own eyes several villagers, once lifeless, suddenly awakening and sitting up as if they were alive. As the informant recounted this, his voice trembled with disbelief. Wei He, who had initially kept his eyes half closed, suddenly opened them wide, a fleeting spark of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Are you certain these individuals were truly dead? His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The informant bowed his head in reverence, saying, I humbly report to the master that I secretly examined one of the corpses. Its limbs were cold and stiff, with no heartbeat or breath, and the pupils had dilated, leaving no possibility of survival. After the golden rain, the individual was as lively as any other, capable of speech and movement, with all wounds vanished. This is not the sorcery of the sect that reanimates corpses. It is a genuine revival. They laughed and talked, running and jumping. Wei He waved his hand, signaling for his subordinates to withdraw. Once he was alone in the quiet chamber, he could no longer maintain the serene composure of a celestial being. Instead, he began to pace restlessly, the hem of his ethereal silk robes trailing softly across the floor. Every detail described by the scouts replayed incessantly in his mind. The resurrection of the dead by the golden rain was a true marvel. The Blood Feather sect was renowned for its mastery in corpse refinement and control, and Wei He himself was a skilled practitioner of this dark art. The sect's secret Mingling score, combined with the Qing Fu sleep heartworm, could manipulate the deceased, transforming them into walking corpses. Those martial artists who possessed internal strength, upon death, became excellent materials for refinement, allowing for gradual enhancements from the initial walking corpse to the immensely powerful bronze corpse, and ultimately to the impervious iron corpse. If luck favored him, he might even manage to create a wandering corpse that retained some of its martial skills, moving as if it were alive. Furthermore, the sect boasted the formidable corpse-dispersing celestial array, which could deploy 49 powerful corpses to form the Big Dipper Eclipse Array, ensnaring even innate experts with no chance of escape. These were the proud assets of the Blood Feather sect, the very foundation of their audacity to covet the world and proclaim themselves a celestial sect. Yet now, in comparison to the divine being who could resurrect the dead with a mere gesture and reattach severed limbs, their abilities seemed trivial and inconsequential. The ability to revive the dead was not mere corpse refinement. It was a genuine manipulation of the very fabric of creation, an inversion of life and death. Wei He murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting profound fear intertwined with an uncontrollable greed. That was the essence of true immortality, the real methods of the divine. However, the awe he felt towards this unknown, terrifying entity, along with the strict regulations of the sect, soon overwhelmed his fleeting fantasies of greed. The titles of Xian Qiong True Monarch, and Ishue Fumo, the formidable general, were names he had never encountered. Yet the power they exhibited far surpassed his understanding. This matter was of great magnitude, far beyond the capabilities of our Jiangzhou branch to handle. Wei He abruptly halted his pacing, a flicker of resolution flashing in his eyes. Summon someone, he rasped. A trusted subordinate quietly entered, bowing in readiness. Immediately compile all information from this place into a booklet, and dispatch it with the highest level of confidential correspondence to the main sect for the esteemed leader's perusal and decision. Yes, the subordinate replied. Additionally, Wei He continued, issue orders to halt all production and transactions of longevity pills and beauty powders within the Jiangzhou region at once. The subordinate paused, for these two items were vital sources of revenue for the branch, sought after by the affluent and yielding substantial profits. Sect leader, he began. Wei he coldly interrupted. With the upheaval in Qinghe County, it is a time of heightened alert. We must act with utmost caution and avoid drawing unnecessary attention to ourselves, lest we fall prey to those so-called righteous sects seeking to exploit our vulnerabilities. The elixir of longevity he spoke of is crafted from the essence of youthful boys as its young component, while the rejuvenating powder is derived from the vitality of maidens as its yin counterpart, extracting their lifeblood and marrow for its creation. It is dreadfully potent. Yet it remains the favored indulgence of those covetous nobles, ensnared by their fear of death and vanity. Ordinarily, such practices are shrouded in secrecy, which is acceptable. However, with the recent manifestation of divine beings in Jiangzhou, should someone trace the origins back to the Bloodfeather sect, it would spell trouble. I understand. The informant dared not speak further, bowing deeply before hastily retreating. In the quiet chamber, tranquility was restored once more. Wei he sat alone on the mat, gently caressing the jade alchemical furnace pendant at his waist, his gaze profound. Since the Xuanqiang Yunzhi Jinjuan could manifest in Qinghe County, his divine generals could surely wield the power to animate the flesh and bones of the dead. Such beings are beyond the comprehension of a mere subsect leader in Jiazhou. Until the supreme sect master provides explicit instructions, it is prudent to exercise caution. Should those so-called yang and yin components provoke the wrath of that venerable one, inviting divine retribution, he would be unable to bear the consequences. It seems that the waters of Jiangzhou run deeper than anticipated. Wei sighed softly, his gaze growing ever more profound. Chapter 52. The beginning of cultivation outside Jiangzhou City. A vast temple is hidden amidst 10 miles of apricot groves. With its red walls and yellow tiles, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, it is none other than Yunlin Temple. This temple is no ordinary place of worship. It serves as a strategic stronghold of the northern Yin Buddhist sect and the southern Chu, its significance unmistakable. Within the grand hall, the light of the Buddha radiates, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. Elder Yunshin, the abbot of Yunlin Temple, draped in an old yet immaculate robe, exudes a serene demeanor and speaks with a gentle voice, imparting the teachings of Buddhism to the dozens of monks seated before him. All worldly phenomena are mere illusions. Only by penetrating the superficial and perceiving one's true nature can one attain profound freedom and realize the fruit of enlightenment. Elder Yunshin's voice, though soft, seems to possess an unusual enchantment, captivating the assembly, leading them into a state of tranquility and rapture. Upon the conclusion of his discourse, the monks rose in unison, hands clasped together, bowing to Elder Yunshin in gratitude before departing, their expressions reflecting satisfaction and enlightenment. Once the congregation had dispersed, a guest monk hastily approached Elder Yunshin and whispered in his ear. The elder's eyelids drooped, and the motion of his prayer beads abruptly halted for a moment. The gentle expression he wore, constant through the years, was disturbed as if a stone had been cast upon a placid lake, creating subtle yet distinct ripples. Once the guest monk withdrew, Elder Yunshin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze directed toward the towering, resplendent golden Buddha in the hall, whose downcast eyes expressed compassion for all beings. Yet, a newfound gravity clouded Elder Yunshin's, and he began to manipulate the prayer beads with a pace quicker than usual. He softly murmured the names, Xuanqiang Yunzhi Jinjuan, and the formidable general who subdues malevolent spirits. In Qingfeng Mountain, a concealed grotto awaits. Li Yanzheng reclined leisurely on the jade couch, a tome of antiquity cradled in his hands, thoroughly engrossed in its contents. This tome was one of the green quality items he had unlocked, a skill book titled The Great Unity of the Primordial Tao, in the game 9 Heaven's Inquiry. The profession system is remarkably flexible. Players do not begin with a fixed vocation. Rather, they transition through various core passive skill books, altering their professional frameworks and skill trees. The tome in Li Yan's possession, The Great Unity of the Primordial Tao, serves as the core passive skill for the foundational mage profession known as the Qi Practitioner. When he first engaged with the game, he developed a particular fondness for this class. It was the vocation he had immersed himself in the longest and with which he was most familiar. After all, mages embody the true path. Moreover, this profession seamlessly aligned with the alchemical theories he had previously expounded to the old Taoist Lingyun, encompassing the principles of refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, returning spirit to the void, and merging the void with the Tao. When the game developers conceived the Qi Practitioner class, the 4 advancements of its core passive skills were inspired by these 4 realms. Upon reaching maximum level, the Qi Practitioner would begin a professional awakening, gaining an additional core passive with each awakening. The latest expansion he had played before his transmigration had just introduced the Third Awakening, however. Those matters now felt distant and elusive. Although he had unlocked the great unity of the primordial Tao, it only revealed the initial cultivation method of refining essence into chi. The starting passive skill. The subsequent content remained shrouded in a thick veil of mystery, obscured from his understanding. He pondered whether he would need to increase his level, as in the game, or if he required a greater accumulation of faith power to unlock the remaining secrets. Li Yin stroked his chin, lost in thought, as he gazed upon the tome filled with esoteric characters, runes, and meridian diagrams. Despite only grasping a fragment of the meanings behind the text, he found it curious that he could generally comprehend the operational principles of the runes and the cultivation methods depicted. This sensation was profoundly enigmatic, akin to playing a game where the skill description remains unintelligible, yet one instinctively knows how to wield the skill and its effects. However, the most pressing question at hand was whether this world possessed spiritual energy. The game's premise hinged on the existence of spiritual energy in the cosmos, enabling players to cultivate and manifest a variety of Taoist techniques and celestial arts. He recalled his earlier discussions with the Hunter King Da and Taoist Lingyun. Their references to martial arts, inner strength, and true chi seemed to diverge sharply from the spiritual energy system in the game. If this world lacked the celestial spiritual energy depicted in the game, then mastering the great unity of the primordial Tao would be utterly futile. Nevertheless, he resolved to take a leap of faith. Li Yin had never been one to dwell on uncertainties. He set the tome aside, inhaled deeply, and, emulating the postures illustrated within, sat cross-legged, directing his heart and mind skyward, striving to attain a state of tranquility. The light within the cave is soft, enveloped in a serene silence. Li Yin closes his eyes, casting aside distracting thoughts, and attempts to comprehend and circulate the profound insights gleaned from the ancient texts. Time drips away, and beads of sweat form at his temples. He perceives no unusual sensations. Both his body and surroundings remain eerily still, no different from before. Is it truly impossible? A flicker of disappointment crosses his mind, just as he is on the verge of surrendering. An exceedingly faint yet remarkably distinct feeling suddenly permeates his awareness. Is it a current of air? No, it is purer and more delicate than mere air. It is as if an imperceptible energy pervades the surrounding atmosphere. These energies, akin to minuscule particles of dust, exude an indescribable coolness and purity. They slowly converge towards his body, as if drawn by an unseen force. Though sparse and lamentably thin, they undeniably exist. An intense shock reverberates within Li Yin, and he abruptly opens his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. Could it be real? He exclaims in astonishment. He closes his eyes once more, attuning himself with meticulous attention. Indeed, that cool and pure energy, though thin, flows gradually through his mouth and nose, even seeping through the pores of his skin into his being. Furthermore, as he silently channels the principles of the Tai Hanyuan Dao scripture, the energy that permeates his body seems to begin flowing along a specific trajectory through his meridians. As the absorbed spiritual energy completes its circulation within him, it merges with his physical essence, transforming into innate energy akin to the blue bar in the game. Although this process is agonizingly slow, akin to the crawl of a snail, the palpable reality of it sends shivers down Li Yin's spine. Could it be that spiritual energy truly exists in this world? Although lamentably thin, it is indeed real. Li Yin feels as though his entire worldview is on the brink of upheaval. He had always believed he had traversed into a realm reminiscent of ancient times, perhaps merely a place of lowly martial arts. The so-called cultivation, as spoken of by Wang De, was merely an enhancement of the physical body, a level of training inner strength. Yet now, he has actually sensed spiritual energy. Furthermore, this Tai Hanyuan Dao scripture, originally from a fantasy game, can truly be cultivated in this world. What does this imply? It suggests that this world may not be as simple as he had imagined. It may possess a power system that transcends mundane martial arts. There may indeed be celestial beings. No, wait. Li Yin quickly regains his composure. If this world truly possessed a complete system of cultivation, teeming with practitioners, why then would the venerable Lingyun Taoist regard the foundational theory of refining essence into qi as a profound mystery? Why would they be rendered powerless against a mere flying night demon, requiring the assistance of this impostor divine general? Could it be that the spiritual energy is so scarce that the lineage of cultivation has been severed or has strayed onto a misguided path? A spark of insight suddenly illuminated Li Yin's mind. Perhaps the cultivators in this realm, hindered by the scarcity of spiritual energy, are unable to perceive or utilize it, thereby opting for the path of refining the physical body and cultivating internal strength. An epiphany struck him. The master realm, as described by the Lingyun Taoist, which can harness a portion of the forces of heaven and earth, Could it be referring to this thinly spread spiritual energy? Once this thought arose, it became an unstoppable tide. Perhaps the Master Realm represents the nascent endeavor of the indigenous cultivators in this world, who, devoid of systematic methodologies, are tentatively exploring and beginning to engage with spiritual energy. Li Yin inhaled sharply, realizing the complexity of this world surpassed his initial assumptions. If those so-called masters, and even beings beyond them, are capable of wielding spiritual energy, then their strength must be re-evaluated entirely. He glanced at the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra in his hands, his expression turning solemn. This technique might indeed be the key to establishing his foothold in this realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the ability to cultivate is undeniably a tremendous boon. Suppressing the distractions in his mind, Li Yin immersed himself once more in his practice. As the technique began to circulate within him, he gradually entered a wondrous state of forgetting both self and surroundings. He felt as though he had transformed into a vortex, greedily absorbing the meager spiritual energy that surrounded him. Outside the cave, Qifeng Mountain remained tranquil. The mountain breeze whispered through the bamboo growths, rustling softly, reminiscent of an eternal, unchanging murmur. Little did anyone know that within this seemingly ordinary mountain, an otherworldly visitor was quietly embarking on an unknown path of cultivation. Chapter 53. A new path on the way of Tao Qingfeng Mountain soared into the clouds, its main peak perpetually shrouded in ethereal mist. Li Yin sat cross-legged atop a vast, flat green stone, with a soft mat beneath him. As the sun rose, violet mist enveloped the horizon, and golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, enveloping him in warmth. With his eyes gently closed, he immersed his spirit in the cultivation of the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra. Here, particularly during the transition from dawn to dusk, the energy in the air was indeed somewhat more abundant than that found below, though not excessively so. He focused intently, cautiously guiding these faint energies, attempting to draw them into his body. The process was slow and arduous. Each minuscule strand of spiritual energy successfully absorbed into his meridians brought a sense of trivial progress. As the sun leapt above the horizon, casting radiant beams, the already thin spiritual energy became increasingly ephemeral. Li Yin slowly opened his eyes, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Alas, this efficiency is akin to filling a swimming pool with a syringe. He mocked himself lightly and stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. Although progress had been made, it was painfully slow. His consciousness delved into his inventory, where a familiar icon flickered in his mind. He recalled the myriad of elixirs in Nine Heavens Inquiry. Among them, the most inconspicuous was the recovery pill, a trivial item consumed by novices like candy, which restored a small amount of mana. Li Yin distinctly remembered its item description. A thought, like a flash of lightning, exploded in his mind. Mana, innate energy. He pondered softly. In the game, didn't this item directly replenish the mana bar? What I am currently cultivating, refining essence into chi, is essentially about accumulating the initial mana. This logic is simple and straightforward, embodying the mindset of a gamer. If this Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture could indeed align with certain rules of the game, then his thoughts shifted and his consciousness reached into his inventory. An unremarkable, snow-white pill appeared in his palm, exuding a faint herbal fragrance. The recovery pill, the kind that could be easily obtained from novice quests. Well, it's worth a shot. Li Yin resolved. At worst, it would just taste like mint candy. He tossed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, releasing a slightly sweet yet bitter medicinal essence on his tongue. Almost immediately, an energy, several times more potent than the spiritual essence he had just absorbed from the environment, yet still not immense, began to diffuse within his dantian. Li Yin did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate the Tai Hunyuan Dao's techniques. The energy released from the recovery pill, under his deliberate guidance, began to merge slowly with the thin spiritual essence he had drawn from the surroundings. The two energies, one gentle and pure from the pill, and the other cool and sparse from nature, flowed together like two small streams within his meridians, gradually converging and circulating in a defined pattern. A strand of innate energy, slightly thicker than before, quietly materialized and settled in his dantian. Suddenly, Li Yin opened his eyes wide, his face alight with joy. Incredible! He could hardly contain his excitement. Although the energy provided by the recovery pill was meager, insufficient to even fill the gaps for those late-game players with mana values reaching tens of thousands, at this moment, it had become a catalyst for his cultivation. He could distinctly feel that the energy from the pill did not directly transform into innate energy. Instead, it significantly supplemented the materials needed for refining the spiritual essence from the world, bridging the gap caused by the scarcity of spiritual energy in this realm. This is nothing short of cheating. Li Yin's heart soared. If the most basic blue pill proves useful, then what about the advanced ones? He swiftly regained his composure. With my current physique, a high-grade recovery elixir might very well lead to an explosive reaction. He chuckled softly and shook his head. Indeed. A novice ought to utilize novice gear. This recovery elixir is perfectly suited for someone like me, just embarking on this journey. An unprecedented surge of motivation welled within him, making the path of cultivation seem less remote. Once the effects of the recovery elixir were fully absorbed and the morning's spiritual energy dissipated, Li Yin rose to his feet. An indescribable sensation of ease spread throughout his limbs, not merely alleviating fatigue, but signifying a deeper transformation. His body felt lighter and stronger, while his senses became acutely refined. The chirping of birds in the distance and the whispering winds in the valley were distinctly discernible. As he gazed into the distance, the layered mountains appeared to shed a veil, revealing their grandeur. Even his thoughts seemed clearer and more agile. Is this the effect of refining essence into energy? He mused, stretching his limbs. His physical prowess was indeed strengthening. It was no longer the cold, impersonal numerical attributes of a game, but a tangible sensation of vitality. A delightful ache emanated from deep within his bones, not unpleasant, but rather brimming with the promise of vigor and strength. He surveyed the mountaintop. This exalted place bathed in the morning light, bidding farewell to the setting sun, which was undeniably more conducive to cultivation than the former shadowy cave. The old cavern served well for hiding and observing the villagers, but circumstances had changed. As the name of the celestial lord Xuanqiang Yunjia gained prominence, the astounding battle of the great general Ishui Fumo reverberated across the lands, diminishing his need for absolute secrecy. Instead, he required a stronghold that exuded an aura befitting a cultivator and ensured greater safety. Though the cave was concealed, it resided on the mountainside, and a determined seeker might still uncover it. However, this mountaintop was distinct. Surrounded by sheer cliffs, it was nearly inaccessible, challenging even for monkeys. Unless one could fly or possess the agility of a gecko, reaching this place was akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, the relatively rich spiritual energy present at dawn and dusk was something he could not forsake. It was time to embark on some infrastructure development. A familiar smile crept across Li Yan's lips, a glint of mischief dancing in his eyes. With a thought, he connected with the random Mount Dai and summoned the already unlocked Earth Rock Divine Bear. A deep roar echoed across the expansive mountaintop as a massive bear, adorned with heavy rocky scales, materialized beside him. Li Yan patted its sturdy forelimb. Brother Bear, let us get to work. He pointed to the relatively flat area behind him. Filled with enthusiasm, the Earth Rock Divine Bear emitted a hearty growl, as if comprehending his command. Under Li Yan's guidance, this mighty bear mount began to stride with heavy steps, busily engaging in activities across the flat expanse of the mountaintop. A brand new, ethereal cave dwelling is beginning to take shape high above the clouds. Meanwhile, in the bustling county office of Qinghe County, situated at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, a starkly different scene unfolds. An urgent missive stamped with the crimson seal of the Jiangzhou governor's office has sent ripples through the county office, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. In the back hall, Zhao Zhun holds the unsealed document in his hands, his fingertips gently brushing over the robust and powerful characters. Standing beside him, Feng Shiye stretches his neck in anticipation, his face betraying a subtle tension. Feng Shiye, as you have surmised, Zhao Zhun remarks, laying down the document, his voice composed yet tinged with a hint of disturbance. The governor has expressed abundant commendation. The contents of the missive, as Feng Shiye had previously predicted, overflow with praise. It extols Zhao Zhun's adept handling of the calamity involving malevolent creatures, asserting that his pious heart has moved the heavens, leading to the manifestation of the true Lord of the Profound Vault and the Divine General who vanquished demons. The missive elaborates extensively on the golden divine rain that brought forth auspicious signs, detailing the miraculous occurrences that followed. At the conclusion of the document lies a directive. Zhao Zhun, the magistrate of Qinghe County, is to set forth immediately for Jiangzhou to present himself before the governor. Upon hearing this, Feng Shiye's face blossoms into a radiant smile, reminiscent of a flourishing chrysanthemum. Congratulations, esteemed magistrate. Congratulations. He snaps open his folding fan with a flourish, bowing repeatedly. This is a testament to your virtuous governance and widely recognized reputation. Even the governor has taken note of your merits. Leaning in closer, his voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper, his eyes alight with excitement. Esteemed magistrate, with such honor and a personal summons from the governor, your elevation back to the capital and reinstatement in the imperial court is surely within reach. Zhao Zhun slowly folds the document and rises to take his seat at the desk. The Qinghe County seal on the desk appears somewhat weathered under the sunlight streaming through the window. Returning to the capital? Once, This had been his fervent aspiration, the ultimate goal that drove him to endure humiliation and diligently attend to affairs, to clear his name, to restore his family's standing, to realize his ambitions beneath the emperor's gaze. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable hesitation coils around his heart like a vine. Qinghe County. This remote and barren place that once symbolized the nadir of his career now holds a profoundly different significance in his heart. For here, the true Lord of the profound vault has manifested. Divine grace has also descended upon this land. If he were to leave Qinghe, would the protection of the true Lord remain steadfast? In the vibrant yet tumultuous capital, would he still feel that divine favor from the clouds? This thought tightens his heart inexplicably. He has forged an ineffable connection with the enigmatic true Lord. Abandoning this land of divine miracles always left him with a sense of unease, even a touch of trepidation. Sir? Noticing his silence and shifting expressions, Master Feng inquired with genuine concern, "Is something amiss?" Zhao Zhen, roused from his reverie, forced a smile. "Nothing at all, Master Feng. I was merely contemplating this journey to Jiangzhou." He rubbed his temples. The allure of the capital and the yearning for vindication remained fervent. Yet, the fear of losing this divinely bestowed opportunity was equally palpable. The governor's summons was not to be disregarded. Steeling himself, Zhao Zhen realized that rather than addressing Master Feng, he was essentially rallying his own resolve. He must go. It was his duty as an official. Perhaps this journey would present another opportunity. "Master Feng," he began, his voice regaining its former steadiness, "immediately prepare for my departure to Jiangzhou." "Yes, sir. I shall obey your command," Master Feng exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. "I will ensure that your journey is splendid and befitting your esteemed identity and honor." Zhao Zhen nodded slightly. "During my absence, Deputy Liu will oversee county affairs. You are to hand over all matters to him." "Yes, sir. I will attend to it at once," Master Feng replied, bowing deeply, his smile unwavering. With his orders received, Master Feng exited with enthusiasm, ready to arrange the necessary provisions and transport. Alone, Zhao Zhen sat in the hall, his gaze drifting towards the distant Qingfeng mountain. His expression contemplative. The journey to Jiangzhou was imperative. Yet, the path leading to the bustling imperial capital seemed shrouded in a veil of mist before his eyes. The worldly pursuits of fame and fortune intertwined with a nascent, reverent faith within him. He could only hope that the benevolence of the revered master of Xuanqiong Yunzi would transcend the boundaries of Qinghe County and continue to bestow protection upon him. Chapter 54. Undercurrents of the Taoist sect atop Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin commanded the rocky earth bear, working fervently. At the foot of the mountain, the village of Shashi was equally bustling. The residual fervor from the divine manifestation of the god general had ignited unprecedented enthusiasm among the villagers. A brand new temple was rising at the very site of the god general's initial arrival. This temple, while slightly smaller than the one dedicated to the master of Xuanqiong Yunzi, was still considerable in scale. Before Zhao Zhen departed for the provincial capital, he had generously allocated funds and summoned the finest craftsmen from the county. Priest Ling Yun and Master Ling Xiu, having volunteered earlier, were appointed to oversee the construction. At this moment, dozens of artisans toiled diligently, the sounds of hammers and shouts echoing in the air. "Shift the beam an inch to the east." "Yes, right there." Priest Ling Yun, clad in simple Taoist robes and holding a rudimentary blueprint, directed several carpenters as they adjusted a massive beam. He remained deeply focused, occasionally glancing up at the sky and then at the progress of the construction, beads of fine sweat trickling down his forehead. Not far away, the esteemed Lingshu Jinren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, meticulously inspecting a wooden sculpture of a deity that had just begun to take shape. The statue, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, had yet to be intricately carved, yet it already exuded an aura of formidable power and ferocity, embodying the likeness of the great general of Yishui, who subdued demons. Behind the statue, a more magnificent and exquisitely crafted incense altar had been completed. In the center of the altar, a plaque made of exquisite gold and silk Namewood was enshrined, upon which the characters for the divine title of Xuanqiong Yunzi Zhenjuan were elegantly inscribed. Beneath the plaque of the Zhenjuan, a slightly smaller space remained vacant, evidently reserved for the deity statue that was soon to be finished. "Take a half-hour break. Have some water and eat a bit," the foreman shouted hoarsely. The craftsmen and laborers, upon hearing his call, set down their tools and gathered in small groups, wiping their brows and pulling out hard wheat cakes to nibble on, accompanied by cool water from earthen jars. Taoist Ling Yun and Lingshu Jinren also retreated to a makeshift grass shed, where villagers from Qingfeng village graciously provided tea and snacks. "Master brother, Do you find the regulations of this temple of the deity satisfactory? Taoist Ling Yun inquired, taking a sip of tea and wiping his brow. Lingshu Jinren set down his teacup and nodded slightly. Indeed, the hierarchy is clear, and the divine titles are ordered appropriately. It is excellent. He paused, gazing at the elevated plaque of the Jinjuan, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing and anticipation. Yet, I wonder when we shall once again receive the Jinjuan's teachings and be granted the true methods of the immortal path. Upon hearing this, Taoist Ling Yun sighed softly. Indeed, it is a tremendous blessing that the Jinjuan has illuminated our path in cultivation. However, the teachings on refining essence to transform qi and refining qi to, though profoundly enlightening, are ultimately just principles. The intricacies within them, how can we mere mortals fathom them on our own? A hint of distress crossed his face. Without further guidance from the Jinjuan, I fear we may spend our entire lives without glimpsing the door to the immortal way. Lingshu Jinren remained silent for a moment before slowly replying. The fate of immortality is elusive, beyond our control. I have penned a letter regarding the Jinjuan's enlightenment and the mysteries of the immortal path, instructing my disciple to expedite its delivery to the ancestral home of our Taoist sect, ensuring it is personally presented to the headmaster. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. If the Jinjuan's words hold true, this concerns the great legacy of our sect spanning a millennium. I believe the headmaster will regard it with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Taoist Ling Yun's spirit lifted. Master brother, your foresight is commendable. Yet, this matter is exceedingly astonishing. Will the headmaster readily believe it? Lingshu Jinren stroked his sparse beard thoughtfully, his gaze deep and contemplative. Whether they believe or not lies within the hearts of men. I can only hope that the headmaster and our esteemed elders can discern truth from falsehood and seize such an opportunity for immortality. The two fell into silence, each burdened with heavy thoughts. The cultivation system formed over a millennium cannot simply be altered at will. The intricacies of the interests and beliefs entwined within this matter are indeed convoluted. Moreover, the notion of an ascendant path, based solely on the words exchanged between him and Ling Yun, along with a few miraculous occurrences in Qinghai County, will likely struggle to gain the full acceptance of those eminent figures within the Taoist sects, who have long resided in high positions and grown accustomed to the existing cultivation system. The only course of action for the esteemed Lingshu Jinren at this juncture is to plant this seed. Whether it takes root, flourishes, and bears fruit will depend on the will of the heavens and the fortunes of the Taoist path. The two remained silent for a moment, their gazes drifting towards the temple of divine generals under construction. Regardless, the manifestation of the Xuanxiong Yunjia Jinjuan and the formidable general Yishui Fumo is a tangible blessing for them. This bond of incense and reverence must be cherished. Meanwhile, atop Qingfeng Mountain, in stark contrast to the bustling temple construction below, only Li Yin remained, accompanied solely by a diligent earth spirit bear. For a full week, Li Yin scarcely ventured from the peak. Aside from his daily meditative practices and the consumption of a few energy-replenishing pills to consolidate his feeble innate energy, the remainder of his time was devoted to transforming his new cave abode. The earth spirit bear, true to its nature as a creature of the earth, under Li Yin's astute guidance, moved mountains and filled valleys, excavating rock walls with remarkable prowess. The once dim and damp stone cave nestled midway up the mountain had been entirely sealed by Li Yin with massive boulders, leaving no trace behind. His new home, now perched atop the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, offers a breathtaking view amidst swirling clouds and mist. A grand edifice, meticulously crafted by the bear's extraordinary talent, has come to fruition. This hall was hewn directly from the mountainous rock, harmoniously integrated with its natural surroundings, and painstakingly polished to exude an air of antiquity and grandeur. Li Yin bestowed upon it the rather mundane name of Xuanxiong Daogong. The entrance comprises two heavy doors made of white jade, intricately carved with elaborate cloud patterns. A gentle push reveals them opening silently inward. The interior space is expansive, a far cry from the previous cramped stone cave. The floor is laid with smooth, jade-like stone slabs that impart a slight coolness underfoot. Embedded within the walls are several luminous pearls, casting a soft glow that illuminates the hall like daylight. These embellishments were all retrieved from Li Yan's gaming inventory. At the center of the grand hall rests a massive white jade couch resembling flowing clouds, flanked by a set of rosewood tables and chairs, upon which sits a delicate celadon tea set. In a corner, several display cases stand, casually adorned with exquisite jade artifacts, their significance elusive to Li Yin, yet radiating an ethereal charm. The entire Xuanxiong Daogong is adorned with an abundance of celestial aura and opulence, rivaling even the esteemed residences of the so-called prominent sections. Outside the Xuanxiong Dao Palace lies an expansive and meticulously leveled square, its surface adorned with uniformly cut bluestone slabs. While a few potted bonsai, extracted from the game's package, grace the edges, evergreen and teeming with vitality. On one side of the square, a white cloud jade railing encloses an area where a set of star-patterned stone tables and stools is centrally placed, accompanied by a delicately crafted jade pavilion with flying eaves, complete with a chessboard and tea set. On the opposite side, a pond, fed by mountain spring water, is embellished with several peculiar stone ornaments and a small artificial hill nearby. The entire summit has been arranged by Li Yin using various decorative items from the game's homestead system, enveloped in an ethereal aura, exuding the grandeur reminiscent of a true celestial abode. Indeed, it bears a far superior aesthetic compared to the opulent mountaintop temples of the modern era. Quite impressive. This truly embodies the essence of cultivation. Brother Xiong, you've worked hard, Li Yin remarked, patting the rock-solid head of the earth and rock divine bear. The bear emitted a hearty low growl, affectionately nuzzling Li Yan's palm before vanishing in a flash of light, retreating into the random mount dice. Li Yan stretched lazily and entered the Xinling Hall, collapsing onto the soft and comfortable cloud jade couch. No golden or silver nest compares to one's own doghouse air. Celestial abode, he sighed contentedly. After a week of civil engineering endeavors, although the primary laborer was the earth and rock divine bear, he, as the chief commander, had not been idle and felt quite fatigued. With the grand project finally completed, he could finally take a well-deserved rest. Compared to the previous stone cave, this Xuanxiong Dao Palace is akin to paradise. Not only is it comfortable to reside in, with an expansive view, but more importantly, it possesses an air of elegance befitting his current status as a true lord. After all, one cannot remain cooped up in a cave forever. This mountaintop palace is truly in accordance with his identity. Moreover, meditating here each morning, absorbing the rarefied morning twilight and purple aura, proves to be slightly more efficient than below the mountain. Although it still feels insufficient, it is better than nothing. Li Yin continued to toss a qi recovery pill into his mouth, the elixir transforming into a warm current that merged into his dantian. Closing his eyes, he silently operated the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra, refining the medicinal potency. A faint trace of innate energy gradually burgeoned within him. Still too slow, he sighed after a while, opening his eyes with a sense of helplessness. The spiritual energy in this realm is exceedingly sparse. Relying solely on meditation and the lowest grade blue pills to reach the kind of mastery that commands the winds and rains in the game seems a daunting prospect, likely requiring an eternity. It appears he must devise a plan to garner more faith power. Li Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. The unlocking of items within the package, along with the gradual enhancement of his own strength and that of his mount, is intricately tied to the flourishing incense offerings and the increasingly devout beliefs of the people below. He increasingly feels that he is on the right path of incense and lineage. Yet, he wonders whether the power of faith, aside from unlocking items and enhancing mount abilities, can also influence other realms. A bold thought surfaces in his mind. If the power of faith could be absorbed and refined like spiritual energy, would not his cultivation speed soar like a rocket? When the next wave of incense prosperity occurs, unlocking a multitude of items, he intends to delve deeper into this possibility. Li Yin resumed his casual perusal of the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra placed on the table, flipping through several pages. He pondered when he might reach the realm of refining qi into spirit. In the game, leveling up merely involves slaying monsters and completing tasks. However, in this tangible world, every step of cultivation requires earnest effort and the painfully scant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Without the aid of the returning qi pill, the thought of refining the first strand of innate qi seemed as distant as a dream. He decided to dismiss such burdensome thoughts, reminding himself that one must eat gradually, bite by bite, and advance step by step. Li Yin set down the scripture and ventured out to the plaza outside the hall. The mountain breeze caressed him, causing his garments to flutter gracefully. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he gazed down at the undulating mountains below in the mist-laden Qinghe County. An unprecedented sense of grandeur surged within his chest. Chapter 55, Shadows of Ghosts. In a nondescript courtyard in the southern part of Jiangzhou City lay the secret stronghold of the Bloodfeather Sect's Jiangzhou branch. Inside the quiet chamber, Yu Qizhi Wei he held a letter from the Bloodfeather Sect's main temple, his fingertips trembling slightly. The letter was light, yet its contents weighed heavily upon him. The sect leader actually wants me to test the intentions of that true monarch Xuanqiong Yunzi? Wei he murmured, his complexion pale as though he had just emerged from a grave. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Test? With what shall I test? My own life. The divine generals beneath that true monarch could resurrect the dead with a mere wave of their hand, and annihilating evil was as effortless as plucking a flower. Such an existence is beyond the reach of a mere branch leader like him. The sect leader is asking me to stroke the tigeress whiskers, no? To touch the rear of a deity. Wei he lamented inwardly. Am I to confront a divine being? What a ridiculous notion. This is akin to being told to poke a wasp's nest, or rather, to leap directly into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. The sect's rules are stringent. Should he defy the leader's order, death would be the only outcome. Yet, if he complies and provokes that divine entity, the end would likely be death as well. And perhaps even a more excruciating demise. A wave of dizziness washed over Wei He, cold sweat soaking through his back. He flipped the letter over repeatedly, searching the lines for any subtle hint of leniency. Finally, he found a small line at the end of the letter that offered him a slight sense of relief. The headquarters has dispatched the Black Shaman Guardian to Jiangzhou to assist in the affairs, and he will arrive shortly. The mention of the Black Shaman Guardian stirred something within Wei He. This guardian is notorious within the sect for his ruthless demeanor and enigmatic methods, his strength unfathomable, far beyond that of a mere branch leader like himself. With the presence of the guardian, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope? No, it is not hope, but rather a means to delay his demise. Wei He let out a bitter smile, carefully tucking the secret letter into his chest. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain his composure. The command of the sect leader is absolute. With the Black Shaman Guardian on the way, he must prepare himself beforehand. At the very least, he must demonstrate his effort and sincerity to the guardian. Come in, he called, his voice regaining some of its usual calmness. A trusted aide in black silently pushed open the door and bowed in readiness. Convey my orders to summon all personnel of steward rank and above from the branch. We shall convene in the inner hall in half an hour, Wei He stated solemnly. Yes, sect leader, the aide acknowledged before swiftly departing. Within the quiet chamber, silence resumed. Wei He sat alone at the desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the surface, his gaze flickering uncertainly. With the impending arrival of the Black Shaman Guardian and the looming threat of the true immortal tribulation, Jiangzhou's waters may soon become thoroughly muddied. Half an hour later, the atmosphere in the inner hall was oppressive. Wei He sat at the head, surveying the several trusted subordinates standing with bowed heads before him. The specifics of the matter have been decided by me, he declared, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable authority. You need only to act according to the plan without error. Yes, sect leader. They replied in unison, not daring to ask further questions. After a brief arrangement, the assembly dispersed, each person departing to fulfill their orders. Wei He remained alone in the hall, a hint of fatigue etched on his face. He hoped the Black Shaman Guardian would arrive soon. Rubbing his temples, he sighed softly. Days later, eerie rumors began to circulate quietly in Jiangzhou and the nearby regions of Cangzhou and Laizhou. Initially, only a few individuals spoke in hushed tones during drinking or casual conversations about strange occurrences they had encountered at night. Last night at the third watch, I got up. And guess what I saw? A woodcutter said in a lowered voice to his companion beneath the great tree at the village entrance. What was it? Did you run into your wife in her sleepwalking again? His companion jested. The woodcutter's expression turned serious. Curse you. I saw a group of shadowy figures carrying ghastly green lanterns, herding some indistinct shapes along that little path from outside the village. The sound was so light, it didn't resemble the footsteps of living beings at all. Another villager chimed in. Now that you mention it, just a few days ago, I heard my dog barking incessantly at midnight, as if it had seen something terrifying. The following morning, I noticed several burnt paper money ashes scattered on the ground outside the courtyard wall. Rumors akin to ripples in water began to spread in concentric circles. Some claimed to have seen peculiar figures dressed in odd garments escorting a procession of forlorn spirits along desolate mountain paths, moving silently. Others recounted witnessing a small, unoccupied boat inexplicably drifting away from the shore at a midnight ferry, its deck shrouded in indistinct shadows accompanied by faint cries. These accounts were generally vague, with witnesses unable to articulate the reasons behind their unease, only expressing that something felt amiss, an oppressive aura that seemed otherworldly. Initially, most regarded these tales as mere ghost stories, dismissing them with a laugh. However, as more witnesses emerged and the details of their descriptions grew increasingly vivid, a sense of panic began to spread like an epidemic. Ultimately, a courageous few, or perhaps those thoroughly frightened, gathered their nerve and ventured to report the incidents to the local magistrate. In Cangzhou Yong'an County, which borders Jiangzhou, several terrified villagers knelt before the magistrate, clamoring to recount their experiences. Your Excellency, we beseech you to take action. Our village is truly haunted, cried an elderly farmer. Strange sounds plague us every night. and some have even seen ghostly soldiers passing by. The magistrate, an elderly man in his 50s, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Nonsense. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, how could there be any specters at play? Surely, you rustic fools are merely imagining things, scaring yourselves. The clerk in the adjacent criminal office chimed in. Indeed. Just a few days ago, villagers from Zhangjia village reported that water ghosts were dragging people into the river. Our constables kept watch all night and saw not a single water rat. Your Excellency, it is absolutely true. The villagers, desperate, prostrated themselves, insisting, "We would not dare deceive you." The sight was terrifying. The magistrate, impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I shall send a few constables with you to investigate. If there is no evidence, you shall be punished for spreading falsehoods and disturbing the peace. The constables, having received their orders, lazily followed the villagers to the alleged haunted site. They yawned as they guarded the path where the ghostly soldiers were said to pass, enduring a night of mosquito bites, yet encountering not a single trace of the supernatural. Upon returning to report to the magistrate the next day, they naturally declared the matter unfounded, a mere fabrication of the villagers' imaginations. The villagers who had reported the incidents were met with punishment, receiving 10 lashes and harsh reprimands, expelled from the magistrate's presence in disgrace. A group of troublesome peasants. Speak again in such a manner and disturb the tranquility of this county, and you shall face dire consequences. The magistrate's fury remained unabated. Similar scenarios unfolded throughout various counties. The officials' indifference and disbelief not only failed to quell the rising panic, but instead convinced the populace that these ghostly occurrences were indeed serious matters, leaving the authorities either powerless or unwilling to act. In an instant, fear permeated the air, and an atmosphere of dread took hold. At this very moment, someone brought up the warning issued by the divine general of Qifeng Mountain a month prior, foretelling the imminent calamity looming over this realm. This statement ignited a spark of fear among the populace, akin to a flame meeting oil. Within the renowned tea house of Jiangzhou, the moment the storyteller's wooden gavel struck, a hum of conversation erupted among the patrons. Have you heard? It's not just Jiangzhou. The surrounding areas are also in turmoil, whispered a middle-aged merchant, lowering his voice. Indeed, it is far from peaceful, interjected an elderly gentleman dressed as a local gentry from the next table. Rumors abound in every county, claiming that at night, spectral beings roam the mountains, and malevolent spirits are on the prowl. People are too frightened to step outside after dark. Could this be the portent of the great calamity spoken of by the divine general? Someone gasped. I believe it is quite likely. The merchant exclaimed, thumping his thigh. The divine general under the esteemed master of the profound sky and cloud abyss is a genuine celestial being. His words are not to be taken lightly. The authorities dismiss these claims as mere rumors, but I suspect they are simply afraid to take action. Indeed, how can mere mortals contend with such fiendish creatures? We, ordinary folk, have no recourse but to beseech the gods and pray for the divine general's protection. In an instant, the tea house was filled with voices of agreement. Fear gripped the hearts of the people like an invisible hand tightening around their throats. Meanwhile, their faith in the master of the profound sky and the reverence for the divine general who vanquishes evil spirits intensified under the influence of this dread. At the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, the newly constructed temple dedicated to the divine general, alongside the ancient temple of the master of the profound sky, experienced an unprecedented surge in worshippers. From dawn till dusk, countless citizens flocked to offer their prayers and seek blessings. Not only local villagers from Qinghe County, but also many faithful souls from Jiangzhou and beyond hurried to pay their respects. They came, young and old alike, bearing incense and offerings, kneeling devoutly before the statues and altars, murmuring prayers for the divine general and the master to manifest their power, dispel evil, and ensure peace. The temple was bustling with people, enveloped in a haze of incense smoke that cloaked the mountainside in a mystical aura. The Taoist priest Lingyun from Qingyan Temple, along with the temporarily residing master Lingshu and the villagers hired to oversee the temple, were bustling about, striving to maintain order amidst the tide of worshippers, both astonished and contemplative. Brother, look at this scene. Lingyun wiped the sweat from his brow and whispered to Master Lingshu. The renown of the divine general and the master must have spread throughout Jiangzhou and even the neighboring counties. Master Lingshu gazed at the fervent worshippers, his expression a mix of emotions. The grace of the divine is vast, and the admiration of the people is commendable. This is indeed a positive development. He paused momentarily, his brow slightly furrowed. However, the onset of this panic seemed rather peculiar. Deep within, he sensed that an invisible hand was subtly orchestrating events behind the scenes. Atop Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin sat cross-legged upon a flowing cloud, and white jade couch, gradually concluding his meditation. A faint current of innate energy circulated within his dantian, bringing a modicum of warmth. He opened his eyes and instinctively plunged his consciousness into the game interface. Then, he was taken aback. The luminous points signifying the power of faith no longer flowed like a gentle stream, but surged into the package icon like a torrential flood. On the package interface, those previously dimmed areas were now illuminating at a visibly rapid pace. By the heavens! Li Yin could not help but exclaim, his face a canvas of astonishment. What is happening? He rubbed his eyes, confirming that he was not mistaken. The acceleration of faith power was several times swifter than after the last divine general vanquished demons. Could it be that there was a new promotional event in CC Village? Buy one, get one free? Or perhaps a blanket discount of 20%? He scratched his head, feeling quite puzzled. Logically, the fervor from the divine general's demon slaying had waned for some time. Although the incense offerings remained robust, it should not have spurred another explosive surge. Or was it possible that my ominous proclamation about the impending calamity of this realm had begun to ferment? Li Yin rose and approached the edge of the plaza outside the Dao Palace, gazing down at the throngs of mortals below. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, he seemed to discern the rising tendrils of incense smoke from the direction of the two temples, thicker than ever before. He had an unsettling feeling that something unusual had transpired below, frightening the common folk to the extent that they sought solace in him as their last resort. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became of this latter possibility. Such a frenzied surge in faith power could not stem from trivial matters. It seemed prudent to descend and investigate the situation. Li Yin stroked his chin, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He did not wish to miss this sudden feast of faith. More importantly, he needed to ascertain the true nature of the events unfolding behind the scenes. Should it be a conspiracy aimed at him, he would do well to prepare in advance. After all, this world was far from the simplicity of a game. Chapter 56. The turmoil of the mortal realm. Li Yin stood at the edge of the plaza outside the Xuanqiong Dao Palace, surveying the scene below. The mountain breeze swept through, rustling his garments. He approached the edge of a pool, its waters crystal clear, reflecting his ethereal countenance. With a mere thought, a palm-sized shard, cool to the touch and possessing a texture akin to jade, materialized in his hand. This object, known as the illusory jade in the game, was a low-level cosmetic tool sold in the game store, a single-use item capable of reshaping one's facial features and altering appearance. He pressed the ethereal jade against his face, and an instant chill enveloped his visage. The reflection in the water began to blur, as if an invisible hand were reshaping his features. His eyebrows softened. His eyes appeared smaller, his nose slightly flattened, and his lips thickened just a tad. Moments later, a nondescript face, one that could easily be lost in a crowd, emerged clearly upon the water's surface. A visage of the common man, utterly perfect. Li Yin nodded at his reflection, thoroughly pleased. With a mere thought, the resplendent robe of the celestial being transformed into glimmering light and vanished. He retrieved a set of pre-prepared white-grade equipment from his inventory, and, upon glancing at the water's reflection once more, he saw an ordinary, somewhat weathered figure of a wanderer. Now, who would recognize me? Li Yin flexed his limbs. The fitted attire felt far more pragmatic than the flowing sleeves of his former garb. Having spent so long atop the mountain, he felt almost as lifeless as the stones around him. It was time to descend, to mingle with the world, and to investigate the source of the burgeoning power of faith. He approached the edge of the square, mentally summoning his steed, the Dai. A flash of white light heralded the appearance of a magnificent white cloud crane, gracefully unfurling its wings. Brother Crane, would you kindly escort me to a secluded spot on the mountainside? The crane let out a melodious call, bowing its head in invitation for Li Yin to mount. Riding the crane, he swiftly departed from the mist-shrouded peak, soaring towards a remote area of Qingfeng Mountain. The crane landed steadily in a clearing amidst dense foliage. Disembarking, Li Yin gently patted the crane's silky neck feathers. Thank you, Brother Crane. You may return now. The crane responded with another melodic cry before dissolving into shimmering light. Standing amidst the trees, Li Yin inhaled deeply, the crisp mountain air invigorating his spirit. He stretched his limbs, attuning himself to the faint yet palpable essence of innate energy within him. Let us see how effective this refinement of essence in a qi truly is. Recalling the breathing techniques described in the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture, he began to gently mobilize the thread of innate energy from his dantian, circulating it through his limbs and body. A sense of buoyancy welled within him. He slightly bent his knees, then sprang forward with force. Whoosh! His form shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, his toes lightly tapping against a tree trunk, allowing him to leap effortlessly several yards, landing firmly upon the branch of another tree. Incredible! Li Yin steadied himself, his face alight with disbelief and astonishment. Such power! This was not merely a testament to his strengthened physique, but also the wondrous effects of the innate energy. This sensation was even more exaggerated than the feats depicted in television dramas. He had tested this innate energy in the Dao Palace Square, where a casual leap could send him soaring to heights of over 10 or 20 meters. In a previous life, he would have effortlessly executed a leap from the free throw line, effortlessly slamming the ball into the hoop with a single bound. He couldn't help but murmur. Those who soared in the realm of basketball were likely of such caliber. Feeling the faint currents of energy surging within him and the lightness of his frame, Li Yan's heart swelled with ambition. He hurried down the rugged mountain path towards the gathering of people below. His movements were so graceful that it seemed as if he walked on solid ground, overcoming obstacles that would be insurmountable to the average person. As he approached the foot of the mountain, the cacophony of voices grew louder. When Li Yan emerged from a concealed path onto the trail leading to the Jinjuan temple, even with his mental preparations, he was taken aback by the crowd before him. An endless throng of people was slowly writhing its way up the mountain. Men, women, and children of diverse attire, many with weary expressions, clearly having journeyed from afar. The air was thick with the scents of sweat, dust, and the rich aroma of incense. My goodness, has the entire population of Jiangzhou come to Qingfeng Mountain to offer incense? Li Yan was astounded. He had only witnessed such a spectacle during the spring festival when he rushed to renowned temples for the first incense offerings. Something was amiss. It was far too unusual. He furrowed his brow. He noticed that a majority of the individuals spoke with accents from distant lands. Their garments varied, evidently gathered from all directions. It seemed something monumental had transpired at the mountain's base, Li Yan pondered. He adjusted his attire, concealing his unremarkable features further, and silently blended into the crowd. He resolved to listen and observe more while speaking less, moving forward slowly with the throng. Utilizing his extraordinary senses, he attentively captured snippets of conversation around him. Hey, brother, did you come from Zhangzhou as well? A man with a strong regional accent inquired of a weary traveling merchant beside him. The merchant wiped his brow, responding, indeed. We've been walking for 5 or 6 days. I heard that the Jinjuan of Xiankong Yunjia is particularly effective, so I came to seek peace. Me too. Our village has been haunted recently. We dare not step outside at night. Who could argue with that? It's the same for us. We hear strange noises at night. And some say they've seen shadows flitting about, terrifying everyone. Li Yan listened in silence, his curiosity deepening. As he neared the Jinjuan temple, the number of vendors along the mountain path increased. The air was infused with the mingling scents of incense and various foods. Li Yan instantly recognized some of the stall owners as villagers from Shi Creek. Pass by, don't miss out. Amulets blessed by the Jinjuan of Xiankong Yunjia, the great general who subdues demons. A loud-voiced man from Shi Creek was energetically advertising. His stall was adorned with an array of rudely carved wooden signs, upon which incantations were inscribed in crooked vermilion strokes. These talismans were crafted from the divine wood that had once been drenched in the golden rain bestowed by the celestial general. Wearing one would ensure protection from malevolent spirits and ward off any lurking phantoms. Li Yan leaned in for a closer look. The so-called divine wood was nothing more than ordinary twigs, perhaps merely touched by that golden rain. Yet the surrounding devotees gathered around as if they had stumbled upon treasures. How much for this protective charm? Inquired a middle-aged man, dressed in fine attire, resembling a merchant. Hiki, esteemed guest, you possess discerning eyes. The stall owner grinned widely. This is a precious item blessed by both the true monarch and the celestial general, not expensive at all, only 5 taels of silver each. The middle-aged merchant was taken aback. 5 taels. That's exorbitant. Exorbitant? The stall owner's eyes widened. Esteemed guest, this is a life-saving item. Think about it. If you encounter those unclean entities, would you value your life or this mere 5 taels of silver? This wretched wooden plaque probably cost less than 5 copper coins to make, and yet they dared to sell it for 5 taels of silver? Hearing the price, the devotees hesitated, but most gritted their teeth and reached for their money. Well, life is paramount. 5 taels it is. Indeed. As long as I can receive the true monarch's protection, any amount spent is worth it. Li Yan observed that beside each stall hung a small wooden plaque, inscribed with the words licensed by the Qinghe County government, stamped with the official vermilion seal. He listened intently and soon gleaned some insights from the discussions of those around him. It turned out that most of the vendors setting up stalls near the temple were villagers from Shi Creek. Since the celestial general had made his presence known, they discovered that the trees and stones once touched by the golden divine rain seemed to possess a trace of divinity. Thus, some were inspired to craft these items into charms and trinkets for sale. Initially, the county office considered intervening, fearing they might offend the true monarch. However, it was ultimately Daoist Ling Yun and Daoist Ling Xiu who intervened, stating that as long as the items were genuinely imbued with divine traces and no false claims were made, they could be sold, serving as a source of hope for these afflicted commoners. The county office found this reasonable and, moreover, could collect a tax from the transactions, thus stipulating that all vendors selling such divine artifacts must present their goods for inspection by the two Taoists. Once verified, the county office would issue a license plaque. Consequently, these protective charms blessed by the true monarch became officially certified genuine products. Goodness, what a shrewd business acumen. Such talent wasted in anything but a pyramid scheme. Li Yin finally understood why the power of faith within his package had surged so dramatically. It was these government-sanctioned middlemen orchestrating the incense offerings on his behalf. He continued to flow with the crowd, overhearing tales of strange incidents from various locales, as anxious hearts sought solace and safety through their prayers. Have you heard? The situation in Lijiao is even more sinister. Several villages report seeing spectral soldiers at night, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums, leaving the locals too terrified to sleep. It's not just Lijiao. Our Yong'an County is experiencing the same. Just days ago, someone reported to the authorities that they witnessed hundreds of ghostly lights hovering over a graveyard outside the city, causing even the night watchmen to faint from fright. What did the officials say? What could they say? They dispatched a few constables to investigate, but found nothing and ended up beating the reporter, accusing him of spreading falsehoods to incite panic. Alas, in this world, we cannot rely on the government. We must seek the protection of the divine. Indeed, when the esteemed deity descended a month ago, did he not warn us? A great calamity approaches. You must remain vigilant. I believe these strange occurrences are omens of the impending disaster. As soon as this was uttered, gasps and murmurs of agreement filled the air. Yes, yes. The divine words of the esteemed deity must be true. Oh heavens, is the calamity truly upon us? What shall we do? What can we do? We must fervently offer incense to the true Lord and the esteemed deity, beseeching their mercy to save us mortals. Li Yin, mingling among the crowd, listened intently to these discussions. He finally comprehended the origin of this sudden surge of belief. It stemmed from the ominous warning of an approaching calamity, which they had embellished and allowed to fester. Coupled with the possibility of inexplicable phenomena occurring in various locales, the panic spread like wildfire. He stroked his chin, his thoughts racing. This situation, surprisingly, was not entirely unfavorable for him. Fear often serves as the most potent catalyst for belief. Yet, were these so-called strange occurrences genuine? If they were, what malevolent force could be behind them? Li Yin wondered extensively. From the archway at the foot of the mountain to the temples of the true Lord and the esteemed deity, absorbing the citizens' discussions in detail, he discovered that the tales of spectral soldiers and ghostly apparitions were not mere fabrications. Many individuals from different counties recounted similar horrifying experiences, vividly detailing comparable phenomena. While the specifics, time, place, and details varied, the core narrative remained astonishingly consistent. This left Li Yin somewhat perplexed. Could it be that something unclean in this world had emerged, taking advantage of the commotion he had previously stirred? He did not believe that a single prophetic statement about an impending calamity could simultaneously incite such vivid haunting events in so many places in a short span of time. There must be some underlying force at work, or perhaps the world itself harbored mysteries he had yet to uncover. As dusk approached, the flow of people along the mountain path showed no signs of dwindling. Li Yin estimated that he had gathered sufficient intelligence and quietly slipped away from the crowd, seeking a secluded spot to prepare for his return to the summit. This descent had proven quite fruitful. Not only had he discerned the cause behind the surging power of belief, but he also possessed a rough understanding of the bizarre circumstances enveloping Jiangzhou and its neighboring regions. The so-called Great Calamity seemed to have quietly descended in a manner he had not anticipated. Chapter 57. The formative realm of the underworld. Li Yin stealthily returned to the Xuanxiong Dao Palace at the peak, removing the illusory jade mask. He sank onto the soft and comfortable white jade couch, exhaling a long breath. The scenes of the throngs below and the increasingly absurd ghost stories circulating among the common folk swirled incessantly in his mind. Ghost soldiers passing by, soul-harvesting specters? He muttered to himself. These people have an overabundance of imagination, don't they? He was not a disbeliever in the supernatural. Having encountered circumstances as bizarre as transmigration accompanied by a golden finger, he could accept even the most extraordinary phenomena. Yet, he was acutely aware of the thinness of the spiritual energy in this world, akin to a few drops of water in a barren desert. In such an environment, could a systematic army of ghost soldiers truly emerge? Could they traverse states and counties, instilling fear in the hearts of the populace? Ridiculous. If there were indeed that many ghost soldiers, the mortal realm would have long been in perfect order, with no need for thieves or corrupt officials to thrive. The more he contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss, unless someone was orchestrating a charade. Once that thought emerged, he could no longer suppress it. Li Yin then mused, would scaring the common people into more fervently believing in me serve to enhance my offerings? It sounds almost beneficial. He shook his head. No, it's not that simple. If this is indeed aimed at me, it is likely to ascertain the origins of this deity and gauge my true capabilities. Testing me with ghostly tricks? A cold smile crept onto Li Yan's lips. They were far too Navi. Rising from the white jade couch, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Since you all relish the ambience of the underworld, I shall indulge you in a splendid game. It is merely the realm of the dead. During my time in the 9 heavens seeking truth, I became intimately familiar with the map of the ghostly domain. A bold and thrilling plan swiftly took shape in his mind. He would construct a veritable, if not entirely authentic, underworld, allowing these natives to witness firsthand what professionalism truly entailed. Li Yin resolved to turn the tables, seizing this eerie momentum to unveil the concept of the underworld. Birth, aging, illness, death, reincarnation, and the judgment of good and evil. These themes struck at the very core of the soul's deepest fears and hopes. Compared to the ethereal deities and celestial realms, the underworld, with its clear delineation of rewards and punishments and orderly governance, holds a greater allure and constraint for the common populace. Its belief system appears more stable and closely aligned with the needs of the people. The more Li Yin contemplated this strategy, the more feasible it seemed, and the impulse of a gamer eager to stir things up surged within him once more. He immediately focused his mind and gazed upon the game inventory icon within his consciousness. As the torrent of faith from below surged forth, the brilliance of the icon shone brighter than ever before. Inside the icon, vast areas that were once shrouded in darkness were now illuminated, revealing the items contained within. Li Yan's awareness swiftly swept through the inventory space. Most of the newly obtainable items were low-tier artifacts of white and green quality. However, several of these items caused his eyes to widen with intrigue. Soul Guiding Banner, white quality, a home ornament, fluttering gently in the breeze. Imbued with a hint of ghostly wind, said to guide lost souls. Soul Confounding Lantern, white quality, a home ornament, its light an eerie green, flickering unpredictably, capable of inducing a slight dizziness in those who gaze upon it. Soul Capturing Bell, green quality, a trinket that, when shaken gently, emits an enchanting sound that can daze lower-tier monsters. Samsara Hall Plaque, green quality, a home ornament featuring golden characters on a black background, inscribed with the words Samsara Hall, exuding an aura of solemnity. Ming Stone Bridge, green quality, a home ornament, a petite stone arch bridge with a slippery surface adorned with ghostly soldier motifs, imparting a chilling sensation upon crossing. Ghostly Soldier Statue, white quality, a home ornament, a collection of menacing stone statues of ghostly soldiers, brandishing tridents, rendered with lifelike detail. Additionally, there were various fragments such as the Judge's Pen, replica, Book of Life and Death, replica, Morning Staff, item, and paper-crafted ox-head and horse-face, ornament. Oh, this batch of goods is splendid. Li Yin beamed with delight. Although these were merely common items obtainable in beginner villages or low-level dungeons, many of which were festive decorations. At this moment, they felt tailor-made for him. The Soul Guiding Banner, Soul Confounding Lantern, Soul Capturing Bell, Samsara Hall Plaque, Ming Stone Bridge, and Ghostly Soldier Statue. Was this not the perfect starter pack for the underworld? Li Yin rubbed his hands together, envisioning a grim yet majestic underworld scene. With these, I can easily establish a rudimentary foundation for the underworld, he mused to himself. First and foremost, he needed to locate those who dabbled in the supernatural. Knowing both oneself and one's adversaries ensures victory in every battle. He must dispatch a scout to ascertain their details. Li Yin pondered. The first thought that came to mind was those flying mounts. High-altitude reconnaissance would provide a broad view while minimizing the risk of detection. He needed to discern the patterns of the ghostly officials and their strongholds. Next comes the selection of the site. To establish a stronghold in the realm of the underworld, one cannot simply choose any cave. It is imperative to find a location shrouded in eerie gloom, desolate and forsaken, a place so inhospitable that even the birds would shy away, where even wild dogs would skulk with their tails tucked in. Ideally, it should feature natural caverns and deep valleys, allowing me to adapt and fully utilize the terrain. Li Yin stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a designer. With these newly unlocked home embellishments, he was confident he could create a veritable entrance to the netherworld. Aiming for authenticity and striving for intimidation, It would be splendid if he could frighten those who dared to probe, making them witness what a professional team truly embodies. As for the actors, Li Yin chuckled to himself. Naturally, he would assume the role of the supreme leader of the underworld, perhaps the lord of the nether realm. His subordinates would be the summoned mounts, serving as his ready-made cast, or like the previous divine generals, disguised as ghostly commanders or judges. However, he wondered if the random mount dice would grant him a steed associated with the underworld. He felt a flicker of anticipation. The mounts in the game were bizarre and varied: ghostly chariots, yellow spring serpents, and 9 hellbone dragons, all perfectly aligned with the theme of the underworld. If he could roll such a mount, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Even if he could not, it would not matter. A new idea sparked in his mind. Wouldn't the ink Qilin be quite suitable? Its entire body is jet black, exuding an air of majesty, with a touch of embellishment. It could easily be presented as the guardian beast of the underworld. Who would dare to disbelieve? Or perhaps the flame lion, with its fiery mane, could be claimed as the embodiment of hellfire, which would also be quite convincing. The more he contemplated, the more he felt the plan was thoroughly devised. And his smile grew ever brighter. Very well, it shall be done. Li Yin slapped his thigh and rose from the white jade couch. First, he would send a crane or a phoenix to scout the area for intelligence. It was time for him to prepare and seek out a geomantically auspicious site to construct his underworld-themed park. He approached the gate of the Taoist palace, gazing at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. A grand operation, led by him to establish the realm of the underworld in this alternate world, was about to commence. Chapter 58. The Hall of Samara. Li Yin piloted the white cloud crane, soaring amidst the lofty mountains surrounding Jiangzhou. He sought a site of geomantic significance, or rather, a place steeped in sinister aura, utterly barren of life. Brother Crane, let us venture further in that direction, Li Yin instructed, pointing toward a patch of dark green primordial forest. That forest was treacherous, its trees appearing more profound than those elsewhere, and even from a distance, one could feel a chill and dampness emanating from it. The white cloud crane emitted a clarion call and flapped its wings toward that region. The closer they approached, the more satisfied Li Yin became. The mountains here are steep and desolate, seldom trodden by human foot, not even by hunters who would tread lightly. A celestial crane gracefully descends at the narrow entrance of a valley. Li Yin leaps from the crane's back and surveys his surroundings. The valley's mouth is strewn with jagged rocks and withered vines, as a chill wind sweeps out from within, carrying the scent of decaying leaves and moist earth. Indeed, the atmosphere is just as he hoped. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Li Yin instructs the crane to wait outside while he ventures deeper into the valley, taking hesitant steps. Inside, the light is dim, flanked by steep stone walls adorned with dark green moss. After a while, the path opens up before him, revealing a vast, ominous cave entrance at the base of the cliff, akin to the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Surrounding the entrance lies barren ground, dotted only with oddly shaped black rocks. A series of cold gusts rush forth from the cave, accompanied by a haunting wail that sends chills down his spine. A natural cavern of this magnitude. Li Yin's eyes gleam with exhilaration. This is the perfect portal to the underworld he had envisioned. He cautiously approaches the mouth of the cave, peering inside. It is pitch dark, unfathomable, with only the echo of dripping water resonating within the vast emptiness, creating an eerie ambience. Perfect, Li Yin exclaims, slapping his thigh. This is it. He eagerly retreats from the valley, summoning the crane back, and returns to the peak of Qifeng Mountain at the Xuanqiong Dao Palace. In the following days, Li Yin embarks on an ambitious project to construct a themed amusement park of the underworld. By day, he returns to the secluded valley, summoning the earth and soil divine bear. Brother Bear, it's time to get to work, Li Yin declares, pointing at the massive cave entrance, brimming with enthusiasm. The formidable figure of the earth and soil divine bear materializes. From his inventory, Li Yin retrieves one by one the newly unlocked underworld-themed decorations, glimmering with ghostly light. Blocks of ethereal stone are piled beside him. Poles inscribed with bizarre runes, marking the path to the yellow springs, are planted into the earth, exuding faint tendrils of dark mist. Components of an ancient, imposing ghostly gate lay scattered on the ground, along with some foundational stones from the Hall of the Dead and remnants of the Bridge of Helplessness. Brother Bear, according to my instructions, first expand this cave entrance for me, then erect the ghostly gate. The earth and soil divine bear lets out a low growl, taking heavy strides as it begins to transform the cavern under Li Yin's guidance. With powerful swipes of its massive paws, the hard rock crumbles as easily as tofu. Stones tumble and dust swirls around them. Under the bear's immense strength, the cave entrance rapidly expands and rises, becoming more grand and formidable. Following this, Li Yin directs the bear to piece together the components of the ghostly gate, raising them into place. As the towering archway, exceeding 10 meters in height and entirely cloaked in black, adorned with countless grotesque carvings of demonic visages, loomed at the entrance of the cavern. An indescribable aura of majesty and enigma enveloped the entire gorge. At the center of the arch, 3 blood-red characters spelling Ghost Gate pulsated with an unsettling glow. Splendid, Li Yin remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the masterpiece before him. However, he knew that an arch alone would not suffice. The atmosphere must be enhanced. He extended the ghostly stone materials along either side of the archway, weaving a serpentine path that led into the cavern, reminiscent of the Yellow Springs. Alongside this path, he placed soul-guiding banners and soul-confounding lanterns. The fluttering banners swayed in the breeze, emanating an eerie chill. The lanterns flickered with a ghostly green light. To further augment the scene, he arranged lifelike sculptures of ghostly soldiers at the roadside, brandishing pitchforks and glaring with wide, fierce eyes. The entrance to the cavern instantly transformed into a chilling and terrifying spectacle, steeped in a dense atmosphere of ghostly energy. In a moment of wicked amusement, Li Yin retrieved a few ghostly wind chimes from his pack, which emitted a low, mournful wailing, hanging them beneath the eaves of the Ghost Gate archway. A short distance into the cavern lay a naturally formed underground river. Li Yin directed the Earth Spirit Bear to construct a ghostly stone bridge over the dark waters. The bridge's surface was slick, engraved with depictions of ghostly soldiers. Traversing it sent a rush of cold air surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. On either side of the bridge, he placed several more ghostly soldier statues, brandishing steel tridents and chains, their lifelike expressions fierce and alert. Crossing the stone bridge, the cavern opened up into a vast natural dome. Li Yin again produced soul-guiding banners and soul-confounding lanterns from his belongings, meticulously arranging them around the dome's periphery. The banners fluttered without wind, producing a haunting sound, while the lanterns emitted a ghostly green glow, casting an eerie ambience throughout the vast space. At the very center of the dome, he commanded the Earth Spirit Bear to construct the Hall of the Dead. Li Yin retrieved the plaque of the hall from his pack, hanging it prominently above the entrance. The plaque, with its black background and golden lettering, exuded an incomprehensible air of solemnity under the dim lighting. At night, Li Yin would summon the Spirit Eye Eagle to survey the skies, particularly focusing on areas where ghostly occurrences were reported. The eagle possessed extraordinary vision, able to perceive even the most minute details in the darkness. The vague information it relayed indicated that there were indeed shadowy figures moving stealthily in the remote villages and forests during the late hours. These phantoms were swift in their actions and displayed a remarkable level of organization, unlike ordinary wandering spirits. He noted that these ghostly enforcers primarily operated in the secluded regions at the confluence of Jiangzhou, Sangzhou, and Laizhou. They seemed to be deliberately instigating fear while cautiously avoiding larger towns and governmental forces. It appeared that these individuals were not merely reckless fools. Yet, the question lingered. Who, indeed, was orchestrating these schemes from behind the scenes? In the southern part of Jiangzhou City, within a concealed courtyard of the Bloodfeather Sect's branch, the atmosphere inside the quiet room was stiflingly oppressive. Wei Yi knelt upon the ground, his body trembling slightly, scarcely daring to draw a breath. Seated in the main chair was a figure cloaked in black, their face shrouded in shadow. This was none other than the Blackshot Protector, who had arrived from the main sect. His form was gaunt, with long, pale fingers resembling the talons of an eagle. An unsettling chill emanated from him, as if he had just emerged from the depths of the underworld. The events that transpired were as follows. Wei Yi spoke in a dry voice, cautiously reporting the series of incidents that had occurred in Qinghe County. The Blackshot Protector listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping an armrest, producing a monotonous sound with each knock that caused Wei Yi's heart to jolt. After a prolonged silence, the Blackshot Protector issued a low, sardonic laugh. His voice raspy and grating, akin to the sound of sandpaper scraping against wood. Xuanqiong Yunjia, the true monarch? Issue Fumo, the magnificent general? He scoffed. How amusing, truly amusing. He turned his gaze upon Wei Yi, his eyes sharp as blades. Chairman Wei, do you genuinely believe that there exist celestial beings or divine generals who would descend upon a remote place like Qinghe County without reason? A tremor ran through Wei Yi's heart as he hastily bowed, replying, your subordinate is dull-witted. But the gold rain living dead and the divine general vanquishing evil were witnessed by thousands. Such claims cannot be false. Even the spirit void true person from the Jiangzhou Dao record office bowed in reverence. Witnessed with their own eyes? The Blackshot Protector interrupted him, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. Do mere mortals take what they see as truth? A few illusions, some arcane techniques, are sufficient to deceive their eyes. He paused, a hint of arrogance creeping into his voice. Our blood feather sect's corpse refining technique, once mastered to a profound level, allows one to manipulate life and death. It is not a difficult feat, it is merely that our methods differ from theirs. Wei He thought to himself. Refining corpses is one thing, but the living dead is another. They cannot be compared. Their presence radiates golden light and vitality, while ours is shrouded in ominous energy and deathly stillness. Yet, he dared not voice his dissent, merely responding with repeated bows. Your insights are as expansive as the sky. I have been short-sighted. The Black Sha protector snorted coldly. A mere Qinghe County, suddenly rife with supposed traces of immortals. If there are no hidden machinations at play, I would be the first to disbelieve. In my view, someone is clearly engaging in trickery, employing some unknown means for nefarious purposes. He shifted his tone, his voice turning icy. Your previous attempts at probing were overly cautious, merely scratching the surface. Those so-called ghostly tales, while somewhat imposing, have not struck at the root. How can they compel the true identity of the mastermind behind the scenes? Wei He inwardly lamented, thinking, but that is a being that may very well be a true immortal. How could my small arms and legs dare to provoke such a tiger? However, he dared not betray the slightest expression on his face, instead bowing his head even lower in reverence. Please, Protector, guide us on how we should proceed. From this moment forth, we must amplify our actions within the sect. Those so-called spectral soldiers and soul-reaping messengers are far from convincing and lack the requisite terror. We must instill in them a genuine sense of fear and despair. Amidst the impending calamity foretold by prophecy, we must seize the opportunity to gather more resources. The concoction of longevity elixirs and beauty powders must not be halted. The demand from the main sect is substantial. Upon hearing this, Wei He's countenance turned ashen. Intensify our efforts? Kidnap innocents? Reforge those elixirs? This was tantamount to courting destruction. He had heard tales of the formidable might of the true monarch of the celestial abyss and the great general of water suppression. Should we inadvertently provoke such beings, the entire Jiangzhou branch would likely be reduced to ashes. Protector, I implore you to reconsider. Wei He summoned his courage, his voice trembling. The divine phenomenon in Qinghe County is not to be trifled with. If we act too ostentatiously, we may invite calamity upon ourselves. Invite calamity upon ourselves? The Black Fiend Protector let out a chilling laugh. Wei, your courage seems to dwindle by the day. Are you truly so intimidated by a mere shadowy figure? I am keen to discern his true capabilities. Moreover, he shifted his tone, laced with temptation. If this endeavor is executed well and satisfies the main sect, the rewards for you and me shall be plentiful. A wave of icy dread washed over Wei He. He understood that the Black Fiend Protector had made up his mind, and further persuasion would be futile. The Bloodwing sect's regulations were stringent. Defying a superior's command meant certain death. Disobeying the Black Fiend Protector would result in immediate demise. Perhaps compliance might grant him a few more days of life. But to provoke that true monarch would likely yield a fate far worse than death. A profound despair enveloped him. He felt akin to a hapless rabbit ensnared between two ferocious tigers, with no escape in sight. What? Wei, do you dare to question my orders? The Black Fiend Protector's voice turned frigid, a tremendous pressure emanating that nearly suffocated Wei He. Trembling, he fell prostrate on the ground. I dare not. I shall faithfully obey your commands, Protector. His heart was filled with despair. It was over, utterly over. The Jiangzhou branch was destined to be led by this Black Fiend Protector, hurtling towards the abyss of destruction. And he was but a wretched creature bound to this chariot of doom, unable to break free. Excellent. The Black Fiend Protector nodded in satisfaction. Remember, our actions must be swift and covert, yet sufficiently formidable to instill fear. Let those ignorant mortals tremble in terror. The more they fear, the more advantageous our endeavors will become. As for the so-called true monarch Black Sha, a sinister smile flickered in his eyes. Should he dare to show himself, I would not hesitate to personally escort him to the true realm of the underworld. Go forth, execute the task with finesse. Do not let me down. Wei He, in a state of despair, exited the quiet chamber, feeling his legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. He gazed up at the overcast sky, his heart enveloped in confusion. This humble subchapter leader was destined to become a sacrificial pawn in the impending storm of Jiangzhou. Stumbling back to his room, he summoned a few trusted aides. Deliver my commands, he rasped, struggling to convey the instructions of the Black Sha Protector, observing the same expressions of terror and bewilderment on his subordinates' faces. His heart brimmed with bitterness. Alas, it is what it is. If death is to come, let it be. If I can take a few companions with me, the journey to the Yellow Springs will not be too solitary. At that moment, Within a hidden valley cave, Li Yin surveyed the first phase of the underworld-themed amusement park before him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. After several days of meticulous arrangements, the transformation was astounding. The plaque of the Sun Luo Palace hung high, the ghostly stone bridge spanned across, statues of ghostly soldiers stood in abundance, soul-guiding banners fluttered, and mesmerizing lanterns dimly illuminated the surroundings. Inside the cave, chilling winds howled, and an eerie aura pervaded, further enhanced by the deliberately crafted details, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Yes, it is nearly complete. Li Yin clapped his hands. He could hardly wait to witness the expressions of those who revel in the supernatural when they beheld his authentic underworld. Chapter 59. The Ghost General appears deep within the valley. Beneath the newly erected Ghost Gate archway, Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The chilling wind swirled from within the cave, causing his robes to flutter with a crisp rustle. The facade of the underworld had been established. Now, it was time to engage in more serious endeavors, he murmured. May fortune favor this day, roll of the dice. Taking a deep breath, he sank his consciousness into the sea of awareness, the golden random mount dice hovering quietly. For days, he had fervently prayed, hoping to roll a mount associated with the underworld to align with his grand scheme. Unfortunately, contrary to his wishes, he had only summoned fearsome beasts and celestial creatures, utterly unrelated to the realm of the underworld. The success or failure hinged on this pivotal moment. Li Yin held his breath, focusing intently as he struck the dice. The dice spun rapidly, the 6 faces shimmering with changing lights, countless images of rare birds and extraordinary beasts flashing by. As the radiance gradually receded, the speed of the dice slowed. With a low, resonant hum, the dice slowly came to a halt. An image Li Yin had never encountered before appeared above the dice, an intricate and menacing design exuding an aura of chilling dominance. A warrior astride a skeletal steed, wielding a colossal blade, the visage of a ghostly general ablaze with ethereal green flames. Ah, marvelous. I am struck. Li Yin nearly leapt from his seat. This emblem, he was profoundly familiar with. Within the depths of the underworld in Nine Heavens Inquiry, this was one of the gatekeepers, the Yama Ghost General, who had decimated many of his teams during his initial explorations. It has emerged, and it is of the same mold. Li Yin was filled with exhilaration, rubbing his hands together. This Yama Ghost General had once been a rare drop, a mount token, after countless repetitions of the dungeon. With an impatient thought, he summoned it forth. A chilling, indescribable aura erupted before the Ghost Gate. The ground seemed to tremble, and the surrounding soul-enticing lanterns flickered violently, while the soul-drawing banners rustled ominously. A grotesque creature, half human and half horse, enveloped in ghostly green flames, descended with a resounding crash. The upper half manifested as a robust martial figure adorned with a bronze ghostly helmet. The helm was crowned with several tattered, blood-stained feathers, swaying gently in the chilling wind. Beneath the ghostly visage, 2 points of ethereal green flames blazed within hollow eye sockets, as if capable of piercing through the depths of one's soul. Clad in heavy black iron scale armor, wisps of ghostly green fire seeped through the crevices of the armor. Embedded upon his chest was an ancient tiger talisman, inscribed with the faint characters of Fengdu, radiating a subtle pressure. His arms were powerful and sturdy, bound with several loops of soul-binding chains that glimmered with a cold light. In his grasp, he wielded a long-handled crescent blade, its edge seemingly stained with dark blood. The lower half of his form was that of a magnificent warhorse, its skeletal frame intertwined with a spectral essence. The robust ribs were exposed, harboring a pulsating, ghostly blue heart that emitted an eerie glow. The hooves were not flesh, but forged from pure black iron, each step blossoming into ephemeral crimson flowers of the other shore, quietly blooming and swiftly withering. Its mane, composed entirely of ghostly blue flames, undulated like a living entity in the wind, exuding a chilling aura. Upon the saddle, flames of the same hue flickered menacingly, contributing to the pervasive sense of dread. A cloak, seemingly woven from blood, was secured around his waist, rustling in the breeze. Upon the emergence of the Yama Ghost General, an indescribable aura of terror enveloped the entire valley. The carefully arranged soul-drawing banners and enticing lanterns of Li Yin appeared diminished beneath this overwhelming pressure. Even the towering Ghost Gate arch seemed to shrink slightly in the face of this formidable presence. This sense of oppression was utterly overwhelming. Li Yin swallowed hard, profoundly shaken. Observing this from behind the screen in the game, he had only perceived its might and grandeur. Now, witnessing it with my own eyes, I have come to realize the terrifying aura this entity possesses. If unleashed, it could easily subdue not merely a few counterfeit ghostly officials, but perhaps even lay siege to an entire county. Just as Li Yin was struck with astonishment, the ghostly general atop the steed suddenly stirred. He slowly raised his head, and his hollow eye sockets, ablaze with infernal fire, turned towards Li Yin. Then, a deep, gravelly voice, imbued with the resonance of metal and stone, emerged from beneath the ghostly helm. "This humble general, Yujiao, pays homage to your excellency." As he spoke, his lower body fused with that of the horse, bent slightly at the forelegs, adopting a posture of one knee upon the ground. Li Yin stood in bewilderment, gazing at the kneeling ghostly general, Yujiao. As tumultuous waves surged within his heart, this steed possessed intelligence. It could articulate speech, unlike the previous crimson flame lion and the white cloud crane, which, though sentient, could only engage in rudimentary communication. This Yujiao was capable of eloquence, even referring to himself as a general paying homage to his lord. Could it be that the power of belief had imbued these figures with life, transforming mere data from a game into sentient beings? Thoughts raced through Li Yan's mind. He cleared his throat, striving to compose himself, and emulated the grandiose tone of illustrious figures from theatrical scripts, speaking in a deep voice. "General Yu, please rise." The ghostly general, Yujiao, straightened himself, maintaining an imposing demeanor, silently awaiting Li Yan's command. Li Yan's eyes darted as he swiftly analyzed the situation. Yujiao seemed to possess significantly greater intelligence than his previous mounts. Was this a result of the power of belief? He recalled the items unlocked through belief, as well as the gradual enhancement of his own strength and that of his steed. Could it be that the power of belief not only unlocked items, but also augmented the summoned steeds, elevating their intelligence and capabilities? This conjecture ignited a fervor within him. "Yujiao?" Li Yin spoke again, infusing his tone with the authority of a superior. At least, that was his self-perception. "This humble general is at your service." Yujiao responded succinctly and respectfully. "Do you comprehend my intent?" Li Yin continued to probe. "Your excellency's thoughts are somewhat perceptible to me." "I shall comply with all that your excellency articulates," replied Yujiao, his voice still resonating with a heavy timbre. Li Yin understood. It appeared that the intelligence of this ghostly general had indeed been significantly enhanced, though he still retained a certain rigidity, as if bound by preset parameters. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. A capable enforcer, perfectly obedient to commands and exuding a formidable presence, was precisely what he required at this juncture. "Excellent," Li Yin nodded, fully embracing the role of his lordship. "Yujiao, demonstrate your abilities." "At your command." The ghostly general responded, his crescent blade trembling in his grasp. On the edge of the blade, a fierce and ethereal green flame ignited instantaneously, releasing an aura of destruction that sent chills down the spine. With a powerful swing, he cleaved forward with the crescent blade. A crescent-shaped wave of ghostly fire surged forth, slicing towards a distant boulder. Boom! The boulder shattered in response, splintering into countless charred fragments that scattered in all directions. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror, still retaining wisps of green ghostly fire, emitting a sizzling sound. What a sight! Li Yan's eyelids twitched in astonishment. Then, with a sudden tremor of the crescent blade in Yujiao's hand, dark energy surged around him. He forcefully plunged the crescent blade into the ground. The realm of the dead, unleashed, in an instant. The ground within a radius of several dozen feet around him transformed into a desolate wasteland. Countless pale skeletal hands emerged from the earth, and the air thickened with the pungent scents of sulfur and blood. The sky seemed to darken, howling winds echoed, and the wails of spirits filled the air. Li Yin felt a bone-chilling aura envelop him, as if he had been thrust into the depths of the netherworld itself. Incredibly, a domain skill. Li Yin gasped inwardly. This was reminiscent of the skill releases seen in games. Yujiao raised his arm, the chains of soul binding clinking as they shot forth, ensnaring a nearby withered tree. Soul binding. With a low command, a shadowy chain projection burst forth from his palm. The chain, seemingly animated, swiftly wrapped around the withered tree and yanked fiercely. A faint, almost transparent specter was forcibly extracted from the tree, emitting a silent wail, before being dragged into the grasp of the hellish general, vanishing entirely. Li Yan's heart tightened. This soul-binding technique specifically targeted spirits. Remarkable. Remarkable. He clapped in admiration. "General Yu, can you still summon ghostly soldiers?" This was Li Yan's foremost concern. The talisman on the hellish general's chest glimmered faintly. He replied solemnly, "To answer your lord's inquiry, I can summon ghostly soldiers with the talisman. However, summoning requires the consumption of souls. I have just awakened from slumber, and my soul energy is insufficient for a large-scale summoning." He paused, then continued. "If enough souls can be gathered, I could summon ghostly soldiers." Li Yan's eyes lit up. Gathering souls to summon spectral minions? This concept was all too familiar to him. In the game, The hellish general would continuously absorb the souls of fallen players during battle, summoning various minor specters to assist. So, as long as there are enough souls, I can assemble a legion of ghostly soldiers? Li Yin pondered. Rubbing his hands together, a brilliant plan began to take shape in his mind. General Yu, please harness your powers, Li Yin instructed. Indeed, my lord. As the dark aura surrounding Yu Wujiao dissipated, the terrifying landscape of the ghost domain vanished, and the surroundings returned to their original state. Li Yin gazed at Yu Wujiao, growing increasingly pleased. This individual seemed to be crafted perfectly for him, possessing strength and grandeur. Most importantly, he could assist in resolving the issues with the underworld's grassroots staff. What was even more remarkable, based on his past experiences, was that once the summoning time expired, certain spells or creations manifested by his summoned steeds would not vanish immediately. For instance, the flames left by the crimson flame demon lion or the caverns carved by the earth god bear. This meant that even when Yu Wujiao's summoning time was over, as long as he did not actively dismiss them, the summoned specters could continue to exist and obey his commands. The more Li Yin contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. It was akin to a splendid bargain with enduring benefits. Yu Wujiao, Li Yin pondered for a moment before speaking. I am currently in the process of restoring order in the netherworld and purging the universe of malevolent spirits, and I require capable individuals. Are you willing to lend me your assistance? Yu Wujiao knelt once more, his voice resonating like a great bell. I am willing to serve my lord with utmost loyalty. I will brave fire and water without hesitation. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I hereby assign you your first task. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Follow me to a location where we shall capture several charlatans impersonating specters, disrupting the balance between yin and yang. I intend to showcase to the world what true law enforcement in the netherworld entails. He had already selected the first target to establish his authority, the village of Haifengku, notorious for the most unsettling rumors among the villagers during his descent to gather information. It was said that ghostly soldiers paraded through the streets in ghostly palanquins every night, with numerous able-bodied individuals mysteriously disappearing, instilling fear and resentment among the populace. It was the perfect opportunity to make an example of them, to intimidate others, and to conveniently retrieve some specters. Chapter 60, Law Enforcement in the Underworld, Haifengku. The moon was obscured, and the wind howled. In the dense forest, Li Yin crouched upon a sprawling ancient tree, his figure nearly melding with the night. He had been lurking there for nearly 2 hours, his patience akin to that of the most seasoned hunter. The village of Haifengku lay silent below, void of life. Occasional barks from dogs echoed, tinged with a suppressed terror, quickly swallowed by the encroaching darkness. TSK, these fellows certainly know how to make an entrance. Li Yin thought as he peered through the gaps in the foliage at the gradually brightening, ghostly green lights along the mountain path. A chilling wind swept through, rustling the dry leaves on the ground, producing a whispering sound. This wind bore an unnatural intent, unlike the breath of nature. In the distance, the faint sound of chains dragging across the ground could be heard, interspersed with muffled cries that seemed to ebb and flow like the tide. In the village, the already tightly shut doors and windows were enveloped in an eerie silence, with even the flicker of a candlelight daring not to pierce the darkness. A procession of figures gradually emerged from around the bend of the mountain path. Leading the group were several individuals, each bearing lanterns that emitted a ghastly green glow. The lanterns swayed in the night breeze, casting shadows of the surrounding trees that resembled clawing demons. The phosphorescence was of inferior quality. Li Yin curled his lip, instantly discerning the source of that unsettling green light. As the procession drew near, illuminated by the sickly glow, Li Yin scrutinized their appearance. Approximately a dozen spectral soldiers, clad in tattered armor, rusted and worn, had their faces heavily coated with white powder, their eyes encircled in dark makeup, and their lips a vivid red, rendering them particularly grotesque under the ghastly illumination. They wielded equally rusted weapons, spears, crude swords, and iron rods, of various styles. Behind them were several figures bound with coarse ropes, their mouths stuffed with cloth. These figures stumbled about, evidently alive yet treated as if they were phantoms. The performance was utterly lacking in finesse, and the props were rudimentary. Li Yin shook his head in disbelief. These so-called spectral soldiers moved with an insubstantial gait, their breaths disordered, devoid of the chilling stillness that one would expect from true specters of the underworld, particularly the burly specter commander at the helm, whose presence was overshadowed by a strong stench of blood, mingled with a pungent odor of low-quality elixirs. It was apparent. The scent was overwhelmingly acrid. What underworld envoy would reek of such spoiled concoctions? As the procession of spectral soldiers was about to escort the captives down another narrow path leading into the depths of the mountains, Li Yin realized he could wait no longer. He glanced at his attire, a set of garments known as the Spectral Patrol. The armor was a deep obsidian, adorned at the shoulders and heart guard with menacing reliefs of ghastly visages. A faint, almost imperceptible dark luminescence flowed around him like rippling water, subtle yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority that demanded respect. It was perfectly suited for the role he was to undertake. Taking a deep breath, Li Yin stepped forth from the shadowy canopy of the trees. He did not attempt to conceal his figure, abruptly appearing atop a massive boulder beside the mountain path. Looking down upon the astonished spectral soldiers, the burly commander was the first to react, abruptly raising his head. In the ghastly green light, his face, smeared with a disarray of blue and white, appeared particularly contorted. "Who goes there?" he barked, though his voice trembled slightly. Li Yin paid no heed to his inquiry. He merely regarded them with a cold stare, as if observing a troop of foolish clowns. Then, with a flicker of thought, he issued a command to the Yama King. Yu Wujiao, residing within his consciousness. "General Yu, let them behold the truth." "At your command, my lord," echoed the deep, resonant voice of Yu Wujiao within Li Yan's mind. In the next instant, an indescribable aura of terror erupted violently from behind Li Yan. The ground beneath Li Yan and Yu Wuji trembled violently within a radius of several dozen feet. The realm of the dead had awakened. Yu Wuji, his lower body fused with that of a horse, stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a deep roar. In a heartbeat, the world spun wildly. The surroundings twisted and changed colors like ink thrown into water. The once verdant mountains and paths vanished without a trace. Before them lay a desolate expanse of scorched earth, cracked and lifeless. Countless pale, bony hands protruded abruptly from the ground, clawing futilely at the air. The atmosphere became suffused with a nauseating stench of sulfur and blood. The sky turned a dark crimson as if endless clouds of blood were roiling above. A chilling wind howled, and the cries of the damned echoed from all directions, sharp and piercing, penetrating the very soul. The spectral soldiers, clutching their ghastly green lanterns, had never witnessed such a sight. The leading ghost general felt the white powder on his face crumble away, his legs weakened, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The lantern slipping from his grasp, flickering a few times before extinguishing. His mouth gaped wide, unable to utter a single coherent word, his eyes reflecting nothing but overwhelming dread. The other spectral soldiers fared no better. They were mere puppets, crudely manipulated corpses, and under the sudden onslaught of this terrifying realm, they could hardly move. Their weapons clattered to the ground, their bodies stiffened and fell backward, as if all their bones had been removed, turning them into lifeless husks. Only the unfortunate villagers, bound and terrified, were utterly paralyzed by fear. They stared wide-eyed at the horrifying spectacle before them, akin to the descent of a deity from the netherworld. And at the figure standing atop a massive stone, radiating a dark luminescence, resembling a true god of the underworld. Such audacity! Li Yan finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed imbued with a peculiar enchantment, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone amidst the cacophony of wails. "How dare you impersonate a spectral emissary, abducting souls and disturbing the balance of yin and yang? Do you comprehend the gravity of your crimes?" The prostrate ghost general trembled violently at these words, a warm dampness rapidly spreading in his trousers, releasing a foul odor. He wished to beg for mercy, but found his tongue had stiffened, rendering him incapable of uttering any sound. Li Yan's gaze swept over the fallen corpses and then settled on the bound villagers. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force brushed past, causing the cloth gags in the villagers' mouths to fall away. "I am a law enforcer of the underworld. My purpose in patrolling this area today is to apprehend all malevolent beings and restore order to the realm of yin and yang. You are steeped in sin, and today shall mark your demise." Upon hearing the phrase "the enforcers of the underworld," the leading ghostly general turned pale, his eyes brimming with despair. It was over. This time, he was truly doomed. At that moment, in the distant village by the mouth of the Black Wind, a few audacious villagers, stirred by the tremendous commotion, cautiously ventured forth with their hoes and hatchets, peering from afar at the dreadful scene. When they beheld the eerie scorched earth of the ghostly domain, along with the imposing figure of Li Yan, exuding an aura of formidable power akin to that of a deity, their legs trembled with fear, nearly compelling them to kneel on the spot. Li Yan's gaze swept over the onlooking villagers and the few victims who had been rescued yet remained in a state of shock. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice slightly to ensure everyone heard clearly. "This is the law of the netherworld, escorting the guilty souls to justice. These fiends, masquerading as ghostly officials, have wreaked havoc upon the land. Their crimes are unforgivable. Villagers, disperse at once and do not disturb the order of the underworld." With no further words, Li Yan gestured towards the imposter specters. Understanding his intent, Yu Wujiao slammed his crescent blade onto the ground with determination. Recede. Instantly, the ghostly domain, which had encompassed dozens of yards, began to contract. The terrifying sights of scorched earth, white bones, blood clouds, and chilling winds were drawn towards Yu Wujiao and the bound criminals as if pulled by an invisible hand. The captured fiends and corpses, along with the very soil beneath them, were subjected to a powerful force that twisted and ultimately transformed them into streams of light, vanishing into the vast form of Yu Wujiao, as if they had been dragged into another realm. This was, of course, the effect of the ghostly domain's skill. Those trapped within, unable to escape in time, would be temporarily consumed and continuously harmed. What Li Yin desired was precisely this terrifying spectacle of their abrupt disappearance. Having completed this task, Li Yin retrieved a prepared instant concealment talisman from his robe, an item from the game. This talisman was merely a low-level escape tool, capable of producing a blinding flash of smoke that left behind an afterimage, while the true self randomly vanished a short distance away. Once the brilliance faded and the thick smoke dissipated, the imposters and the enforcers of the underworld had long since vanished, as if they had never existed. Only a faint scent of sulfur lingered in the air, along with the charred land, a reminder of the recent tumult. On the mountain path, an eerie silence prevailed. The rescued villagers and those arriving from afar remained entranced by the astonishing scene, unable to regain their composure. A saved villager was the first to react, his knees buckling as he knelt in the direction where Li Yin had vanished, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, enforcer, for saving my life. Thank you, esteemed enforcer, for your life-saving grace." His kneeling was akin to the toppling of a domino chain. The remaining villagers, awakened to their senses, hastily followed suit, prostrating themselves upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the direction of the desolate boulder. The divine had manifested. Those wretched false spirits had finally been taken away. "Oh, my son, if you are aware in the depths of the spring, you may now rest in peace." A mother who had lost her child wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Fear, astonishment, relief, and gratitude, these myriad emotions intertwined within the villagers' hearts. They had previously only heard tales of the illustrious Xuanqiong Yunjia Jinjuan revealing himself and the mighty Yishui Fumo general subduing demons. Yet, they never anticipated the presence of such a formidable and terrifying enforcer from the underworld. The events transpiring at the Black Wind Mouth tonight were destined to spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner. Deep within the dense forest, Li Yin and Yu Wujiao had quietly slipped away. "How was my performance?" Li Yin wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow and inquired of Yu Wujiao beside him. Yu Wujiao's eyes, ablaze with infernal fire, turned towards him as a deep voice resonated. "Your Excellency, your divine might is unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Li Yin smirked slightly. "All right, enough with the flattery." This evening's spectacle was rather successful. Not only did it intimidate the nefarious, rescue the innocent, but it also garnered a wave of prestige. More importantly, the ghostly powers wielded by the enforcer, Yanluo, and Yu Wujiao proved to be exceptionally potent. After a while, when he released them, they would likely be left severely weakened, making them perfect candidates for interrogation to uncover the true culprits behind the chaos. What became of those individuals we just captured? This was his primary concern. "Reporting to your Excellency," Yu Wujiao replied, "the leader still clings to life, while the others, lacking sufficient essence, can only be conscripted as low-tier ghost soldiers." "Oh." Li Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "So they can still be of use?" His spirits were high. This evening's events had not only established his authority and intimidated the wicked, but also provided the underworld with its first batch of free labor. Most importantly, the reactions of the rescued villagers and witnesses instilled within him hope for a surge in the power of faith. "Let us proceed, General Yu, back to our underworld, to thoroughly interrogate those survivors and see if we can extract any useful information." Li Yin, in a merry mood, led his ghostly general towards the concealed valley. Chapter 61. The recruitment of souls. As Li Yin stepped into the sinister hall he had personally overseen the construction of, a chilling, damp aura enveloped him. He had undertaken extensive renovations based on the depictions of the underworld from his past life's television dramas. Several eerie green lanterns, modified from soul-enticing lamps, hung from the cavern's ceiling, casting dim and flickering light. On either side of the stone walls, murals crafted from an unknown mineral powder depicted indistinct scenes of ghostly sentinels patrolling and malevolent spirits enduring punishment, rough yet imbued with an air of dread. Before me stands a high platform constructed of colossal stones. Atop this elevation rests a grand stone chair, its back intricately carved with a fierce beast's head. A throne prepared by Li Yin for himself, reminiscent of the King of Hell. In this moment, he sits regally upon the stone seat, his fingers gently tapping the armrests. Though somewhat rudimentary, the ambience remains rather compelling. "General Yu," Li Yin speaks softly. At his side, a surge of dark energy manifests, and the imposing figure of the ghostly General Yu Wuji materializes silently, kneeling on one knee. "My lord." Release those materials, Li Yin commands. At your command, Yuwuji replies, rising and thrusting his crescent-shaped blade into the ground. The tiger talisman emblazoned with the characters for Fendu upon his chest emits a faint glow. He then extends his empty left hand, from which swirling black mist erupts, resembling a continuously rotating vortex. With a thud, several figures tumble forth from the black whirlpool, crashing onto the cold floor of the Hall of Samadhi. These are the corpses of the false Een soldiers from the Bloodfeather sect. Previously devoured by Yuwuji's ghostly realm, they lie haphazardly across the ground, their tattered armor adding to their disheveled appearance. While the white powder smeared upon their faces mingles with dirt, creating a scene of utter disarray. The corpse soldiers' eyes are tightly shut, their breaths extinguished, as if they are utterly lifeless. Li Yin observes with keen interest, eager to discern how Yuwuji intends to transform these corpses into true Een soldiers. Approaching the lifeless forms, Yuwuji's ghostly visage flickers beneath his helmet. He extends his right hand, clad in dark iron gauntlets, fingers splayed towards one of the corpses. Command, he utters in a low voice. A concentrated, ghostly green flame shoots forth from his palm, branding the center of the corpse's forehead like a searing iron. The corpses writhe violently in the grip of the ghostly fire, their forms contorting as tendrils of black energy are refined by the flames, emitting a faint crackling sound. Gradually, their bodies begin to transform in the fire's embrace. The once ragged and tattered garments are incinerated, replaced by standardized, pitch-black Een soldier armor. Bearing a blurred ghostly emblem upon the chest, the rusted weapons in their hands turn to ash, giving rise to long spears and simple blades forged from ghostly iron that shimmer with an ethereal light. This metamorphosis is fraught with ineffable agony. Yet, as the ghostly flames sear, the expressions of the corpses shift from their initial stupor and emptiness to reveal two flickering, faintly glowing azure flames within their eyes. After a time, the ghostly fire gradually diminishes, ultimately extinguishing. Now, a dozen Een soldiers, clad in dark armor and wielding ghostly iron weapons, stand silently in the hall. While they exude an aura of chill, the repulsive malevolence that once emanated from the corpses has dissipated, replaced instead by a sense of order and solemnity. These are the lower-tier spectral soldiers? Li Yin stroked his chin, observing intently. The newly emerged spectral soldiers, in comparison to General Yuwujiao, exhibited a considerably lesser aura. Although their armors were intact, they lacked the exquisite intricacy of Yuwujiao's. The weapons they wielded were merely standard issue. Yet, Li Yin sensed within them a peculiar energy, akin to the dark flame that enveloped Yuwujiao, albeit significantly more diluted. Moreover, these spectral soldiers seemed capable of shifting forms. At times, their bodies appeared solid, indistinguishable from ordinary mortals, with armor and weapons radiating a metallic texture. At other moments, their physiques became somewhat ethereal, as if composed of a thin mist, and the weapons they held shimmered with a faint halo. General Yu, what is the nature of their condition? Li Yin inquired. Esteemed lord, this is the typical state of the spectral soldiers, Yuwujiao replied in a grave tone. In their solid form, they can harm the living. In their ethereal state, they can interact with the souls of the departed, exerting an additional restraint upon them. Li Yin nodded, recognizing the practicality of this arrangement. What of their intelligence? He asked further. Yuwujiao explained, due to insufficient spectral essence, their intellect is rudimentary, retaining only fragments of memories from their past lives. Most of these are tied to the horrors of their demise. Upon hearing this, Li Yin's gaze swept over the newly formed spectral soldiers. Their eyes no longer reflected the numbness of mere corpses, but were instead filled with a complex array of emotions. There was an endless resentment for their past suffering, bewilderment and confusion regarding their current existence, and a profound reverence for Li Yin, who sat regally upon the throne, as well as for the formidable Yuwujiao beside him. Exuding an aura of dread, it seemed they still retained some crucial memories. Within their minds, the haunting recollections of brutal deaths at the hands of malevolent beings. Their souls ensnared and transformed into mere shells, flashed like tormenting nightmares. One spectral soldier, in a daze, raised his hand to examine the palm covered in dark iron plating. Confusion etched across his features. He remembered being an ordinary farmer in the village, brutally slain for uncovering the secrets of those fiends, after which he recalled nothing. Another spectral soldier trembled, recalling his abduction by those wicked beings, imprisoned in a dark dungeon, forced to consume a foul concoction daily. Feeling his body grow increasingly rigid and numb. Some others vaguely remembered being manipulated by a strange ringing sound, helplessly committing atrocities against their own kin. These fragmented memories pierced their remaining consciousness like daggers. As they gazed around in confusion, upon seeing Li Yin, who sat imperiously, radiating a somber luminescence. Alongside the fearsome and almost corporeal presence of the ghostly General Yuwujiao, an instinct rooted deep within their souls compelled them forward. With a soft thud, A dozen newly formed spectral soldiers knelt in unison upon the cold ground, their foreheads pressed firmly against the earth, their bodies trembling slightly. A stir of emotion welled up within Li Yin. These spectral soldiers, in life, were likely innocent souls who had met untimely deaths, transformed into puppets by malevolent beings. And now, even in death, they found no peace. Although they had become spectral soldiers under the control of Yu Wujiao, in some respects, they had managed to escape the grip of that wicked constraint. Very well, since they are now under my command, they deserve an explanation, Li Yin mused silently. Clearing his throat, he rose slowly from the throne of Yama, an invisible aura of authority emanating from him. He gazed upon them, his voice steady and commanding. Do you know where you are and why you are here? The spectral soldiers remained silent, their expressions blank, filled only with confusion. You are all virtuous in life, yet fell victim to the treachery of sinister beings, turned into puppets, your souls unable to find rest, Li Yin spoke slowly, a hint of compassion threading through his voice, which he believed to be true. I am the enforcer of the underworld, appointed by the Lord of the Netherworld to patrol this realm and apprehend malevolent spirits. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembly of spectral soldiers. Regrettably, your souls are too severely damaged to enter the cycle of reincarnation. I see that you harbor resentment and unfulfilled wishes. Thus, I have decided to bestow upon you a grace, to refine your lingering attachments and transform you into spectral soldiers of the underworld, serving under my command. In the days to come, you shall assist me in capturing the wicked and punishing the malevolent, seeking justice for those who perished unjustly, and accumulating merit. When your merit is complete, perhaps your grievances will dissipate, allowing you to be reborn as human once more. Li Yan's words, half-truths yet resonant, carried an undeniable authority. As the newly formed spectral soldiers absorbed his proclamation, a flicker of light ignited in their hollow gazes. Though their intellect was dim and their memories fragmented, the notions of being victimized by malevolence, seeking out evil, and returning to the cycle of reincarnation deeply touched their remaining attachments. An inexplicable emotion surged within their chests, resentment, defiance, and a glimmer of hope and release. One spectral soldier raised his head, his eyes aflame with an ethereal blue fire, and hoarsely uttered, "Thank you, my lord, for your benevolence." His words seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The other spectral soldiers murmured indistinct expressions of gratitude. "My lord is merciful. We shall serve you." Although their speech was fragmented and lacking coherence, the sincerity and gratitude emanating from the depths of their souls were genuine. They may not grasp the intricacies of their situation, but they understood that it was this enforcer before them who had granted them a new identity, a renewed purpose. In doing so, he had offered them, the unjustly dead, a sliver of hope for vengeance and a possibility for liberation. Li Yin gazed down at the kneeling phantoms, a silent nod of approval forming in his mind. The effect was commendable. It seemed that this act of persuasion, or rather, this enlightening moment, had proven to be quite effective. Excellent. He raised his hand, gesturing for them to rise. Henceforth, you shall be my subordinates, the phantoms of the underworld, and you are to fulfill your duties diligently, lest you disappoint my expectations. Yes, my lord. The phantoms responded in unison. Though their voices remained raspy, they possessed a newfound clarity, infused with a hint of vitality, or perhaps it was the essence of the dead. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. The time was right. He turned his attention to General Yu Wujiao. General Yu, I am here. Lead them to familiarize themselves with their new environment. Let them comprehend the true nature of the Ghost Gate and the path to the Yellow Springs. Furthermore, it's time for the culprits to make their appearance. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Yin's eyes. The corpse puppets were mere instruments. The true offenders were those who manipulated them. Understood, Yu Wujiao acknowledged. Then turned to the newly formed phantoms, commanding them, follow me. The phantoms, responding to his order, rose silently and followed the imposing figure of Yu Wujiao, marching with synchronized and heavy steps towards the entrance of the Hall of Yama. Their silhouettes soon vanished into the passage leading to the bridge of the underworld. Within the Hall of Yama, silence enveloped once more. Li Yin sat alone on the cold stone chair, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The captivating performance had only just begun. He could envision the expressions of those self-important demons when they were released from Yu Wujiao's ghostly domain. Witnessing the authentic Ghost Gate, the path to the Yellow Springs, and the formidable Yama, along with a legion of phantoms awaiting orders. I hope your mental fortitude is stronger than anticipated, Li Yin mused to himself. Before long, Yu Wujiao returned. Lord Governor, the phantoms are now lined up outside the Ghost Gate. Li Yin nodded. Excellent. Bring forth those few survivors and allow them to observe closely. I want them to understand what professionalism truly means. Chapter 62. Souls severed by fate. The night was as dark as ink. The Ghost Gate, meticulously constructed by Li Yin, appeared even more fearsome under the pale moonlight, resembling a monstrous maw poised to devour. Yu Wujiao, carrying out Li Yan's decree, felt the ancient Fengdu talisman on his chest glow faintly. Instantly, a swirling mass of black energy surged within the hollow palm of his left hand, resembling an ever-rotating vortex. Several disheveled figures were unceremoniously expelled from the black whirlpool, crashing violently onto the cold ground before the archway of the Ghost Gate. It was indeed the Bloodfeather Sect's demons, previously vanquished by the Yama Ghost General, Yu Wujiao, at the Black Wind Pass. In this moment, their earlier arrogance had dissipated entirely. Each of them was clad in tattered garments, drenched in blood, their faces smeared with paint, now rendered a grotesque patchwork by sweat and grime, as if they had just been claimed by vengeful spirits. Their breaths were feeble, their eyes filled with sheer terror and weakness. Clearly, within Yu Wujiao's ghostly domain, the malevolent energy was incessantly eroding their souls and bodies, akin to countless invisible steel needles mercilessly piercing them. Despite their usual ruthlessness, they had been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, clinging to life by a thread. The demon leader struggled to raise his head, emitting a faint groan, as his gaze fell upon the towering archway, over 10 meters high and entirely black. Adorned with numerous grotesque carvings of demonic visages, his pupils constricted in horror. At its center, 3 blood-red characters read Ghost Gate, emanating a chilling glow that seemed to echo with the wails of countless aggrieved souls. An indescribable aura of majesty and dread descended upon him like the weight of Mount Tai. Ghost Gate, he screamed, his voice hoarse as if a broken gong. The remaining few demons, still retaining a flicker of consciousness, struggled to lift their heads. The archway, radiating an overwhelming authority and an atmosphere of deathly silence. Alongside the grim figures clad in dark armor, wielding weapons forged from nether iron and enveloped in ghostly energy, stood in silent formation. They resembled the most terrifying nightmare, crashing into their minds with brutal force. No, it cannot be. Where is this place? The ghostly soldiers are truly ghostly soldiers. Fear surged through them like a flood, obliterating the last vestiges of their reason. These demons, who often masqueraded as emissaries of the underworld, thought themselves well-versed in matters of the nether realm. Yet, the scene before them far exceeded their comprehension. The forbidding Ghost Gate, the menacing array of ghostly soldiers, the bone-chilling coldness and oppressive aura all conveyed a singular message. They had seemingly arrived at the legendary underworld. A gulp echoed in the suffocating silence, the sound starkly clear. Soon after, an unbearable stench pervaded the air. Several demons, paralyzed by fear, lost control of their bowels, their trousers quickly becoming soaked in disgrace. In their horrified gaze, the imposing figure of Yu Wujiao, the Yama Ghost General, loomed like a mountain beneath the Ghost Gate. The crescent blade he wielded glimmered ominously under the pale moonlight, reflecting a frigid gleam. Escort them through the gate. Yu Wujiao's voice, deep and resonant like grinding stone, carried no hint of emotion. Yet it swept over each demon's heart like a chill wind from the depths of the abyss. No, no, I do not wish to enter. Spare me, please, my lord. Spare me. The leader of the monstrous beings emitted a chilling scream, desperately attempting to crawl backward, but his limbs were rendered powerless and limp. 2 spectral soldiers approached, their movements rigid yet imbued with formidable strength, each grasping a now moribund creature and dragging it toward the unfathomable gates of the underworld. Passing through the towering, ominous archway of the ghostly gates, they encountered a winding stone path. The surface was paved with an unknown black stone, exuding a faint chill. Alongside the path stood numerous soul-retrieving banners, their fabric fluttering silently in the cold wind, inscribed with runes that flickered ominously with red light. Every few paces, a soul lamp flickered, casting an eerie green glow that intensified the surrounding dread. The air was thick with the stench of decay and despair. This was the road to the underworld. A monstrous being, familiar with the whispers of the netherworld, trembled as he spoke. Are we truly dead? No one answered. The only sounds were the clattering of armor as the spectral soldiers dragged them onward in their own heavy, despair-laden breaths. The once meticulously arranged ghostly statues, set by Li Yin, now appeared even more lifelike under the oppressive aura exuded by Yu Wuji and the newly recruited spectral soldiers, who radiated genuine malevolence. They seemed poised to spring to life and rend the passing souls asunder. The leader of the monstrous beings was dragged at the forefront, battling his fear. Yet his eyes darted anxiously. He noticed a soul-retrieving banner stained with dark red blood and glimpsed a soul lamp that appeared to bear a blurred visage weeping. These details tightened the fraying nerves of his already crumbling composure. Have mercy. He finally could bear the weight of his dread no longer, crying out in a hoarse, "Great immortal, spare me. Divine Lord, please have mercy. I, a mere mortal, did not recognize your greatness and have offended the true deity. I shall never dare again. I beseech you, spare me." His cries echoed hauntingly along the silent road to the underworld, reverberating with profound sorrow. Yet, the only response was the silent, frigid drag of the spectral soldiers. After a time, A small stone arch bridge came into view ahead. The bridge was shrouded in darkness, its surface slick with moss. Beneath it lay not clear waters, but a roiling mass of dense black mist. Within the mist, indistinct white shadows struggled and surfaced, accompanied by faint, haunting sounds of weeping and wailing that sent shivers down the spine. Is this the Bridge of Oblivion? Beneath it lies the River of Forgetfulness? The monstrous beings gazed upon the scene before them, their terror reaching a crescendo, as the first demon was dragged onto the chilling, spectral stone bridge by the shadowy soldiers. He stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Looking down, he beheld the bridge's surface intricately etched with countless grotesque depictions of ghostly soldiers, their icy gazes seemingly brought to life, fixated upon him. Below, the dark river churned with ominous black mist, as if innumerable unseen hands sought to pull him into the abyss. I refuse to perish. I refuse to descend into hell. Release me. Overwhelmed by terror, the demon's mind shattered. With a piercing scream, he broke free from the grasp of the shadowy soldiers and turned to flee. Attempting to escape, a chilling voice rang out from behind. Yen Luo, the ghostly general, stood at the bridge's end, having appeared unbeknownst to him. The soul-binding chain in his hand shot forth like a venomous serpent, striking him brutally across the back. A sharp crack echoed. The demon wailed in agony as the impact tore his flesh, leaving a charred whip mark deep enough to reveal bone. While tendrils of green flame ignited, gnawing at his flesh and spirit, like a severed kite, he lunged forward, blood gushing from his mouth, his body convulsing violently as despair flooded his eyes. The remaining demons, witnessing this harrowing scene, were paralyzed with terror, no longer daring to move an inch. They could only shuffle forward like mere shells of their former selves, dragged by the shadowy soldiers across the bridge that seemed to lead straight to hell. With each step, an intensely cold aura surged from the Yongquan point beneath their feet, striking their crowns as if to freeze their very souls. Within the roiling black mist below, vague ghostly figures flickered by, emitting spine-chilling howls, as if poised to drag them into the endless void. Though the stone bridge was not particularly long, it felt like an eternity to them. When they finally crossed the bridge and reached the open ground before the Hall of Judgment, they were utterly spent, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, as if they had just emerged from water. Fear had taken complete residence in their hearts. After experiencing the gates of hell, the road to the Yellow Springs, and the Bridge of Helplessness, their doubts about the existence of the underworld had been entirely dispelled. This was, indeed, the true realm of the afterlife. Inside the Hall of Judgment, the wind howled ominously. The shadowy soldiers roughly dragged a few bloodfeather cult demons, stumbling and wavering, into the hall. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few hanging green lanterns casting a flickering, eerie glow from the ceiling. On the frigid stone walls, indistinct murals writhed in the shadows, as if the tormented souls imprisoned within were on the verge of breaking free. The air was thick with a chilling and decayed atmosphere, evoking a sense of nausea. On either side of the grand hall stood the armored specters who had previously escorted them, now arranged in a solemn formation, their obsidian blades shimmering with an eerie glow, resembling silent statues that exuded an oppressive weight. Above, on a lofty dais, sat a figure upon a broad stone chair intricately carved with the visages of grotesque beasts. Enveloped in dim luminescence, the figure's features remained obscured. Yet an aura of unyielding authority emanated from them, their gaze piercing like twin swords straight into the soul. It was none other than Li Yin masquerading as the enforcer of the underworld. Beside him stood the formidable and fearsome ghost general, Yu Wujio, his towering form surrounded by swirling emerald ghostly flames and a dense malevolence that nearly solidified, making it hard to breathe. Before Li Yin could utter a word, the leader of the demons crumpled to the ground, disregarding his own injuries, and fervently bowed his head in supplication, his forehead striking the cold stone floor with a dull thud. Spare me, O enforcer. I am but a fool who failed to recognize the majesty of the true deity. I beseech you, grant me mercy. As he prostrated himself, tears streamed down his face, his voice laden with boundless regret and terror. I will confess. I shall reveal everything. Just grant me the chance to atone for my sins. He had resigned himself to his fate. This ominous gateway, the road to the Yellow Springs, the Hall of Judgment. The overwhelming presence of the Ghost General, and the inscrutable enforcer before him, all of it far surpassed his comprehension. He harbored no doubt that should he dare utter another word or conceal any truth, his fate would be far worse than death. In a desperate bid to endure less suffering and cling to the faint hope of reincarnation, he resolved to divulge all he knew. The other demons shared his sentiments, fearful that their hesitation would lead to even graver punishments, and thus they clamored to speak. My lord, we are from the Bloodfeather Sect's Jiangzhou branch. We serve under the esteemed Yu Chunzi of the branch, dispatched by the Black Fiend Protector. The Protector commanded us to sow chaos here, to abduct souls, purportedly to test the veracity of the recently renowned true monarch of the Xuanqiang Yunza. They spoke in a flurry, eager to ensure they were not left behind. The demon leader, seeing his subordinates rush to speak, fearing he might miss his chance to shine, quickly interjected, "O Enforcer, please discern." The Black Fiend Protector also mentioned that if the Xuanqiang Yun's true monarch possesses genuine abilities, he should be lured out, for the Protector has means to deal with him. As for the abducted souls, part will be used to concoct longevity pills and beauty elixirs, while the remainder is to be offered to the main sect for the crafting of even more potent malevolent artifacts. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's gaze sharpened. The Blood Feather sect, the Jiangzhou branch, the Black Fiend Protector, testing the true lord of Xuanqiang Yunjia, abducting souls to concoct elixirs, and offering sacrifices to the main altar. An avalanche of information cascaded in an instant. He lightly tapped his fingers against the armrest, his gaze sharp as twin blades piercing the head of the demon leader. "You, Bloodfeather sect, possess audacity beyond measure. The true lord of Xuanqiang Yunjia is a celestial being of the upper realm, not a mere cultist like you can fathom. Abducting souls and concocting malevolent potions is an affront to natural law, a crime deserving of death." A chill of fury underlined Li Yan's voice. Sensing the murderous intent in Li Yan's tone, trembled in fear, hastily bowing his head repeatedly. "Please, esteemed law enforcer, spare your wrath. I am but a humble servant, acting under orders, with no power to resist. The regulations of the Bloodfeather sect are strict. Any act of defiance leads to a fate worse than death." In a desperate bid for survival, he divulged every secret of the Bloodfeather sect he knew. "What you may not realize, esteemed law enforcer, is that our Jiaozhou branch is merely one of many in the southern Chu kingdom. The branch leader, Yuchenzi Weihe, presents himself as a disciple of the Dankei immortal sect, yet he is ruthlessly cruel, specializing in the use of living beings to forge all manner of wicked potions. He commands 4 chief officers, each responsible for gathering herbs, concocting potions, disseminating teachings, and providing protection. The Black Fiend Protector, who has come to Jiangzhou, was dispatched by the main altar to oversee the acceleration of herb collection and investigate matters concerning the true lord of Xuanqiang Yunjia. Another somewhat clever demon quickly interjected, "Esteemed law enforcer, I possess knowledge of some hidden strongholds of the Bloodfeather sect. Besides the publicly known Dankei Immortal Sect Temple in the south of Jiangzhou, there is an abandoned charity house near the west of the city, utilized for crafting corpse puppets and storing materials. In the territories of Sangzhou and Laizhou, there are also branches of our Bloodfeather sect, which typically masquerade as merchants or physicians, secretly abducting individuals to collect souls. In their desperation to save their own lives, these demons revealed everything they knew without reservation. They eagerly recounted how the Bloodfeather sect lured the unwitting populace into consuming the Qingfu sleep bug, leading to their deaths, after which their souls could be manipulated by the melodies of the mingling, turning them into mere husks. They also spoke of how they referred to the abducted boys and girls as Yang Yin and Yin Tai, respectively, using them to concoct so-called longevity elixirs and beauty powders. Li Yan listened intently to their confessions, his expression growing increasingly grim. These wretches acted with such depravity that they were more detestable than true agents of evil. The abduction of souls, the creation of malevolent potions, the manipulation of corpse puppets, each heinous act was enough to warrant their demise 1,000 times over. He initially believed he was merely dealing with petty thieves engaging in trickery, yet he found himself entangled with a malevolent cult such as the Bloodfeather sect. This was no ordinary conflict among common folk, but rather a genuine menace wrought by a nefarious cult. Li Yan's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "The crimes you have committed are far too numerous to enumerate. Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to administer punishment, causing your souls to scatter and never attain rebirth." As his words faded, he nodded slightly to Yu Wujiao. Understanding the signal, a fierce fire ignited in Yu Wujiao's eyes. He extended his massive hand, clad in dark iron gauntlets, as swirling black mist surrounded his palm, directing it towards the several incapacitated demons on the ground. "Ah, no. Please spare us, Master Enforcer." The piercing cries abruptly ceased. From the bodies of those demons, Yu Wujiao forcibly extracted several distorted souls, each filled with boundless terror. As they shrieked while being drawn into his palm, nourishing his own power, the soulless bodies collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons. With a flick of his hand, a ball of eerie green ghost fire materialized, descending upon those lifeless forms. The ghost fire blazed fiercely, swiftly reducing the vile bodies to ashes, leaving not a trace behind and eliminating any lingering threat. After completing this task, Yu Wujiao silently retreated to Li Yan's side, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential act. Within the Hall of Samsara, silence reigned once more. Li Yan gazed at the emptiness below, yet his heart felt no joy. The actions of the Bloodfeather sect sent a chill through him. He had just realized that he had underestimated the complexities of this world. Not only were there martial experts here, but also such malevolent practitioners. And now, He had unwittingly become entangled in this vortex. It seemed inevitable that the affairs of the underworld must be set in motion, Li Yin mused. He turned his gaze to Yu Wujiao, a thought crystallizing in his mind. This ghost general was his most capable ally at present and the key to executing his plans for the underworld. However, this summoned ghost general was bound by a time limit. After a day, Yu Wujiao would vanish. This posed a significant disadvantage for his long-term strategies. He must find a way to solidify Yu Wujiao's presence, for only then could his makeshift underworld truly operate, intimidating the nefarious and gathering sufficient faith power to secure more means of survival. Li Yan's gaze deepened, reflecting his resolve. He understood that there remained much to be accomplished. Chapter 64. Attention from all directions. The exploits of the underworld's enforcer, who vanquished the imposter demons and liberated innocent villagers, spread like wildfire, reaching even the surrounding towns overnight. Those rescued villagers, along with the townsfolk who witnessed the terrifying ghostly realm and the imposing enforcer that night, embellished their accounts with fervor, recounting the events with a sense of the miraculous. In no time, tales of the underworld, the emissaries of death, and the notion of retribution for good and evil became widely discussed. The common folk are filled with reverence for the enigmatic enforcer of the underworld, and have finally come to a realization. The recent disturbances that have instilled fear among the populace, labeled as ghostly affairs, are not genuine calls from the underworld for souls, but rather the nefarious acts of demons masquerading under the guise of the underworld, engaging in malevolent deeds. The thought that they were nearly victimized by these heartless fiends, or that their loved ones may have already faced dire consequences, ignites a surge of profound anger and dread within the hearts of the people. As fear begins to recede, fury takes precedence. Citizens from various regions flock to their local government offices, beating drums to voice their grievances, lamenting the atrocities committed by these demons, and urgently demanding that the authorities mobilize forces to investigate the matter thoroughly, apprehend the true culprits, and avenge the innocent lives lost. In a moment, the thresholds of the county offices at the junction of Jiangzhou, Sangzhou, and Laizhou are nearly worn down by the impassioned crowd. At the residence of the military governor in Jiangzhou, the atmosphere is notably tense. Governor Lu Sun and military commander Yang Lai sit across from each other, both furrowing their brows in contemplation. At a lower position, a middle-aged official sits cautiously. It is County Magistrate Zhao Zhen, who has come from Qinghe County to report on duties, only to coincidentally encounter this tumultuous situation. Magistrate Zhao, what is your perspective on this matter? Yang Lai inquires. His deep-set eyes fixed on Zhao Zhen, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhao Zhen internally laments his predicament and promptly rises to bow, responding. In response to the esteemed military commander and governor, I am overwhelmed with trepidation and dare not speak recklessly. He had assumed that with the recent report of the manifestation of the true monarch of Qinghe and the divine intervention against demons having just been sent to the capital, the imperial decree would soon arrive, making his visit to Jiangzhou timely. Little did he anticipate that such a scandal involving the enforcer of the underworld would erupt in this region, seemingly connected to the aforementioned ghostly affairs. Do not hesitate to speak. Governor Lu Sun interjects, his tone softer, attempting to alleviate Zhao Zhen's anxiety. We merely wish to hear your insights as someone who has witnessed the divine occurrences in Qinghe. Zhao Zhen inwardly chuckles at the notion that these two gentlemen perceive him as someone capable of conversing with deities. After carefully considering his words, he cautiously articulates. Esteemed military commander, governor, I believe the manifestation of the true monarch of Qinghe is a divine omen, a blessing for the region. As for the ghostly tales circulating recently, including last night's so-called enforcer of the underworld, he pauses, gauging the expressions of his superiors before continuing. I have heard whispers among the people suggesting that these ghostly affairs are largely the work of demons impersonating spirits for ulterior motives. It now appears that such claims may not be entirely unfounded. He refrains from directly associating the enforcer of the underworld with the true monarch of the azure sky, for their styles are vastly different. The former exudes a malevolent aura while the latter embodies ethereal grace. Yang Lai and Lu Sun exchange a glance, both perceiving the gravity of the situation reflected in one another's eyes. As prominent officials of their domains, they are naturally hesitant to readily accept notions of the supernatural. However, the celestial occurrences in Qinghe County are too palpable to be overlooked. The recent emergence of the underworld law enforcer has further obscured the situation. This matter is of utmost significance. Yang Lai pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the table. Dispatch orders to summon the offerings from the Martial Arts Academy, the esteemed figures from the Dao Record Office, and the deputy generals within the jurisdiction to the council hall for an immediate discussion. I shall see which fiend dares to stir the tempest within my Jiangzhou territory. Meanwhile, in the clandestine stronghold of the Bloodfeather sect, located in the southern part of Jiangzhou City, The Dark Guardian's expression was as somber as a still lake, clutching a recently received confidential report. His emaciated fingers turned pale from the exertion. The report meticulously detailed the events of the previous night at the Black Wind Pass, from the encounter of the ghostly soldiers with a mysterious figure, to the terrifying domain of the undead descending, and culminating in the law enforcer's proclamation that the demon's contingent had vanished without a trace. Each word pierced his heart like a needle. The underworld law enforcer? The Dark Guardian murmured to himself, his countenance shifting beneath the cloak, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He had initially thought that the earlier rumors of divine manifestations in Qinghe County were mere fabrications by certain exalted beings. Perhaps just a reclusive sect seeking to assert their presence. This audacity led him to send Wei He to probe the matter and even to prepare for personal intervention to stir the winds of change. Yet, it now appeared that the situation far exceeded his expectations. The phenomena described in the report, particularly the dread domain of the undead and the ability to abduct the living without a trace, were capabilities beyond the grasp of an ordinary martial arts master. Even he, himself, might not achieve such unfathomable feats. Could it be that this place harbors something unclean? Or is it possible that divine beings truly exist in conjunction with the underworld? An absurd yet chilling thought arose within his mind. Although he was the Dark Guardian of the Bloodfeather sect, known for his ruthless methods and cunning nature, he was not entirely dismissive of the ethereal legends of celestial beings and phantoms. After all, the Bloodfeather sect itself treads the fine line between righteousness and malevolence, delving into numerous forbidden and arcane arts. With the emergence of the underworld law enforcer alongside the illustrious General Ishui, the thought of Jiangzhou's depths, far murkier than he had imagined, sent shivers down his spine. He had originally contemplated waiting for the storm to pass before personally confronting the so-called celestial master of the Azure Abyss to discern the true nature of this entity. However, doubt now clouded his judgment. What if this individual was indeed a force he could not contend with? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a glimmer of resolve flickered in the Dark Guardian's eyes. "Convey my orders," he rasped. A cloaked confidant appeared silently before him. Bowing in readiness, cease all external operations of the subforum, particularly the abduction of souls. All activities must be halted. All dispatched personnel are to immediately retreat into hiding and refrain from any rash actions. Maintain close surveillance on all developments in Jiaozhou and Qinghe County. Any sign of disturbance must be reported without delay. Upon hearing these instructions, the trusted confidant exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes but respectfully replied, "Yes, Lord Guardian." Once the confidant had withdrawn, the Dark Guardian sat alone in the quiet chamber, his gaze flickering uncertainly. It seemed prudent to observe the situation for a while longer and ascertain the true depths of Jiaozhou's waters. As for the enigmatic Xuanqiong Yunzi, the exalted figure of Qinghe County, and the sudden emergence of the underworld's law enforcer, HM, I shall see what formidable beings you truly are. He resolved to temporarily retract his forces, conceal his minions, and ascertain the circumstances before proceeding. After all, caution is the key to survival. In this unpredictable Jiaozhou, even the slightest oversight could plunge him into irretrievable ruin. Chapter 65. The solidification of the Ghost General days slipped by in an eerie calm. In the villages straddling the borders of Jiangzhou, Songzhou, and Laizhou, the common folk distinctly sensed that the ghostly affairs that once rendered their nights restless seemed to have vanished overnight. The days of trepidation appeared to be truly behind them. Occasionally, a brave soul might dare to peek out into the stillness of the night, and aside from the ordinary rustle of the wind, there were no longer the chilling sounds of dragging chains, nor the eerie figures bearing ghastly green lanterns. Could it be that those supernatural miscreants had indeed been frightened into submission by the law enforcer of the underworld, no longer daring to cause havoc? Such whispers began to circulate among the villagers during their leisure and in the fields. A growing sense of reverence for the mysterious and powerful law enforcer of the underworld took root in their hearts. Moreover, as the Black Wind Mouth incident continued to unfold and spread, a novel concept began to silently nourish the hearts of the people like gentle spring rain. Indeed, there exists a realm of the underworld. Ultimately, good and evil receive their due recompense, and this is not merely a tale spun by the elders above us. There truly are deities who observe our actions. The nascent belief, initially a mere flicker of light, gradually coalesced into a blazing fire as time passed and more individuals embraced and discussed this notion. The reverence for the underworld and the acknowledgement of karmic retribution began to take root within the hearts of the populace. Streams of a purer, more refined power of faith, which Li Yin had never before experienced, gathered from all directions, flowing towards Qifeng Mountain and the ethereal Xuanqiong Dao Palace. Seated within the Dao Palace, Li Yin felt keenly the transformation of this power of faith. It had shed its previous chaotic nature, no longer burdened by diverse prayers and desires, but now imbued with a genuine sense of reverence and recognition. This was precisely what he desired. By harnessing fear as a lure and establishing a core of order, the profound concept of the underworld would resonate within the hearts of many, yielding a more stable and high-quality faith than mere belief in celestial deities. In recent days, aside from silently absorbing and refining this pure faith energy to elevate his own cultivation, Li Yin devoted nearly all his mental faculties to an endeavor of utmost significance, securing the ghost General Yin Luo, Yu Wujiao. The formidable prowess and utility of Yu Wujiao require no elaboration, whether it be his terrifying ghost domain, the soul-binding chains, or his own formidable combat strength as a gatekeeper. He represented the most reliable force upon which Li Yin could currently lean. However, the uncertainty of summoning him at random each day remained a looming sword over his heart. He required a powerful ally who could be summoned at will and could endure for an extended period. Without a doubt, Yu Wujiao was the optimal choice. Li Yin sat cross-legged within the Dao Palace. These days, apart from his daily practice of the Taiji Hanyuan Dao Sutra and refining elixirs, he immersed himself entirely in the golden random mount dice, engaging in reminiscence and pursuit of summoning. The strength of the ghost General Yin Luo, Yu Wujiao, along with his critical role in the underworld plan, instilled in Li Yin an urgent desire to secure this powerful ally permanently. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleamed with determination as he once again urged his intent. The golden dice spun rapidly, the various mount patterns flashing by on its 6 faces. The blazing flames of the crimson fire lion, the ethereal grace of the white cloud crane, the majesty of the ink qilin, the splendor of the azure phoenix, and the fearsome visage of the ghost general, Yu Wujiao, appeared in succession. Li Yin's concentration peaked as he fixated on the dice, silently praying. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The speed of the spinning dice gradually diminished. One pattern after another flashed before Li Yin, only to be eliminated. His heart raced, tightening in his throat. At last, the dice quivered violently and came to a halt. The face that emerged was a figure clad entirely in, with eyes ablaze with eerie green hellfire, donning a ghostly helm, adorned in heavy armor, wielding a crescent blade, none other than the ghost general, Yu Wujiao. He had appeared for the 3rd time. Li Yan's heart surged with elation, nearly compelling him to cry out to the heavens. The persistent efforts of recent days had finally borne fruit in this moment. The golden dice radiated brilliantly, and the ghostly visage representing Yu Wujiao grew increasingly vivid and solid, as though it were striving to break free from the confines of the dice. Simultaneously, the icon of Li Yan's game inventory glimmered faintly. As he delved into his thoughts, he discovered that within the steed compartment, the visage of the formidable General Yin Luo, Yu Wujiao, had transformed from its original gray hue to a vivid state, ready for summoning at any moment. Moreover, beneath Yu Wujiao's image, an additional line of annotation appeared. General Yin Luo, Yu Wujiao, stabilized Fengdu Ghost General, Master of Nether Fire, controller of the Ghost Domain, capable of consuming soul power to enhance himself and his underlings. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Li Yin exclaimed thrice, his excitement This signified that from this moment forth, he could summon this formidable Ghost General at will, no longer confined to the limitations of a single random summoning per day. This would provide tremendous support for his forthcoming plans. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, suppressing his exhilaration, yet his gaze shimmered with increasing brilliance. With Yu Wujiao now fixed, his makeshift underworld finally possessed a true expert capable of commanding respect. Since the Bloodfeather sect had temporarily retreated, it was high time for him to take the initiative and deliver a grand surprise to them. A bold and audacious plan rapidly took shape in his mind. He intended to play for high stakes. No longer would he passively await the arrival of those demons. Instead, he would proactively strike, uprooting the Bloodfeather sect's hidden strongholds lurking in the shadows. This lord had little patience for waiting for each of them to emerge. With a cold chuckle, he turned to Yu Wujiao. General Yu, issue a command to gather all shadow soldiers. This night, I shall ensure that the nefarious scoundrels near Jiangzhou grasp a crucial lesson. Pausing for effect, his voice took on a chilling tone. Impersonating the rulers of the underworld and disturbing the balance of the living and the dead will not be tolerated, regardless of where they hide. The underworld shall pursue them relentlessly, showing no mercy. None of the strongholds revealed by those demons shall be spared. With a clear objective to capture live prisoners for intimidation and to supplement the soul essence required by Yu Wujiao and the shadow soldiers. He also aimed to engrave the authority of the underworld's enforcement into the hearts of all, accompanied by a thunderous display of power. This was a plan yielding multiple benefits. No longer would he wait passively. He chose to take the initiative. The night, veiled in darkness, served as his greatest ally. The flying steeds soaring through the skies became his tools for surveying the entire situation and commanding with certainty. At your command, my lord, Yu Wujiao responded solemnly. his eyes flickering with the glow of nether fire, hinting at a tinge of excitement. Chapter 66. The sudden arrival of shadow soldiers. The night enveloped Jiangzhou like thick ink, saturating the land. In the western part of Jiangzhou, a remote and abandoned benevolent hall served as one of the secret strongholds mentioned by the demons, where the Blood Feather sect crafted corpse puppets and stored materials near the city. At this moment, deep within the hall, a room was ablaze with light. A group of men clad in gray attire sat around a greasy wooden table, exchanging cups and raising their voices in raucous revelry. Damn it. These past few days have been unbearably stifling. The Lord of the Black Guard has ordered us to stand down, and we can't even scrape together a morsel to eat. My mouth is parched. One burly fellow, his face a mass of flesh, downed a swig of inferior liquor, cursing profusely. Who can blame us? Remember when we used to lure souls from the outside? Those country bumpkins would tremble in fear. And now, we're like rats scurrying in the streets, chimed in another man with a sharp, monkey-like visage. Keep your voices down. A dark-faced, middle-aged man seated at the head of the table snorted coldly. Who dares to defy the orders of the Lord of the Guard? That so-called law enforcer from the underworld has an unclear background. It's wise to keep a low profile for now. This man was the steward of the stronghold, a figure of some renown within their ranks, possessing formidable skills in the late stage of body tempering. Though he spoke with authority, a flicker of discontent danced in his eyes. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept into the room without warning, causing the flames of the oil lamp on the table to flicker wildly, nearly extinguishing them. What is going on? Were the doors and windows not secured? The burly man shivered, perplexed. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in horror, and his expression froze. From the once empty corner of the room, figures clad in dark black armor had silently materialized, their presence ghostly and ethereal. Each specter held a shimmering iron weapon, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Who are you? The grim steward sprang to his feet, his voice sharp and commanding, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his blade. Yet, the only response was an eerie silence. The armored figures began to move. Their motions were slow, almost rigid, but with each step they took, they exuded an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. You're playing tricks. You seek death. The burly man roared, seizing a stool from the table, ready to hurl it. In the next instant, his fury morphed into sheer terror. The foremost armored specter, facing the incoming stool, did not flinch or evade. Instead, it allowed the stool to pass through its form as though it were but a wisp of smoke. However, the long spear in its grasp, imbued with a frigid gust, silently lunged towards the burly man's chest. With a soft, sickening sound, the spear pierced through the man's protective leather armor effortlessly, as if it were mere tofu. He felt an icy chill surge through his limbs, draining him of strength, and the world around him began to blur. He couldn't even muster a scream before he collapsed, his eyes reflecting an unspeakable disbelief. Witchcraft! The sharp-faced man screamed in terror, his spirit fleeing as he turned to escape. Two shadowy soldiers moved like phantoms, their soul-binding chains silently flying out to ensnare his ankles. With a sudden tug, the sharp-featured man let out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground, dragged along as if he were a lifeless dog. Scoundrels! The grim steward was both astonished and enraged, finally discerning the true nature of these unwelcome guests. The dark, standard armor, the chilling weapons, and the ever-shifting forms. These were unmistakably the legendary soldiers of the underworld. You are from the underworld? His voice trembled, a mixture of fear and disbelief coursing through him. The underworld had truly come knocking at his door. He bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into a slight semblance of clarity. His vital energy surged within, an overwhelming force erupting forth. Since you have come, leave none alive, he roared, his form resembling a fierce tiger descending a mountain as his blade transformed into a crimson flash, ruthlessly cleaving towards the foremost shadow soldier. The force of his strike was tremendous, capable of splitting stone and shattering monuments. Yet, the shadow soldier stood unwavering, not flinching nor retreating. The blood-red blade struck the soldier's frame, akin to a stone cast into the sea, leaving no trace of resistance. Instead, the seemingly unremarkable ghostly iron blade in the soldier's hand, imbued with a soul-chilling aura, approached silently. With a dull thud, the steward felt a surge of cold energy reverberate back through his weapon, his arm growing sore and numb, his grip almost breaking. To his horror, the chilling aura disregarded his protective inner strength, penetrating his meridians and plunging him into an icy abyss. These shadow soldiers could directly assault the soul. How could he possibly fight back? A wave of helplessness washed over him, no matter how high his martial prowess, facing such ethereal entities. Impervious to physical attacks and capable of directly harming the soul, left him utterly defenseless. In the moment his mind faltered, more shadow soldiers converged from all directions, their soul-binding chains spreading like a web of death, engulfing him entirely. Outside the funeral home, under the night sky, Li Yin sat atop a summoned celestial crane, surveying the battle below from above. The hidden strongholds of the blood feather cult, such as those in the west of Jiangzhou, the Black Water Pool in Sangzhou, and the chaotic Stone Ridge in Liizhou, were simultaneously playing out similar grim scenarios. Those who usually wielded power and fancied themselves formidable within the blood feather cult were rendered utterly defenseless before these elusive shadow soldiers, who specialized in targeting the soul. Whether they were body-refining henchmen or seasoned stewards with established inner strength, they fell like lambs to the slaughter, easily subdued. Occasionally, a few resilient individuals attempted to resist, but they found themselves confronting the formidable ghostly general, Yin Luo, who took matters into his own hands. The enormous crescent blade wielded with each swing exuded an overwhelming aura of terror, rendering any resistance utterly futile. Many villagers were roused from their slumber by the sounds of slaughter and anguished cries. Trembling, they ignited oil lamps and cautiously peered through the narrow openings of their doors. Beneath the moonlight, groups of shadowy soldiers clad in dark armor, armed with infernal weapons, escorted a line of disheartened and disheveled fiends as they marched along the village's main thoroughfare. It was the officials of the netherworld. They were apprehending wrongdoers. Someone recognized them and whispered in astonishment. At that moment, a voice, both authoritative and chilling, resounded from the heavens, distinctly reaching every ear. In the name of the underworld, we are here to enforce the law and apprehend the wicked. You who have repeatedly committed heinous acts, impersonated the emissaries of the dead, abducted souls, and disrupted the balance of yin and yang, your crimes are beyond forgiveness. Today, I am commanded by the underworld to bring you all to justice, with due process. It was indeed the voice of Yu Wuju. Acting under Li Yinji's orders, he would reveal himself after clearing each stronghold, proclaiming the might of the underworld's law to firmly imprint it in the minds of the witnesses. As his words fell, Yu Wuju's imposing and fearsome figure vanished into the night sky, akin to a true deity descending. The villagers, upon hearing this, became increasingly convinced of the existence of the underworld, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement as they rushed to share the news. The fiends had been captured. It was the general of the underworld himself who personally dealt with those vile beings. The heavens have indeed witnessed this. Those who commit evil will ultimately face the judgment of the underworld. I always said, good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. It is not that retribution does not come, it is simply not yet the time. Henceforth, we must cultivate virtue and perform good deeds, lest we suffer the torments of the 18 levels of hell after death. The notion that wrongdoers must meet their fate in the underworld now spread like wildfire among the people, becoming deeply entrenched in their hearts. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. The outcome exceeded his expectations. Yu Wuju discarded the last batch of blood feather cult fiends, tightly bound with soul chains, into the swirling black vortex summoned by his Fengdu talisman with the nonchalance of tossing away refuse. Then he swiftly knelt before the celestial crane. I report to you, my lord, all target strongholds have been cleared, with a total of 57 blood feather cult fiends captured, none escaping. Li Yin nodded slightly. Excellent. Take them to the Ghost Gate. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Tonight, they would truly experience what despair meant. Chapter 67. Reflections of the past. The ominous winds howled, and a chilling aura enveloped the air. The Fengdu talisman gleamed with a ghostly light on Yu Wuju's chest, as dark energy surged from his hollow left palm, forming a swirling vortex. Dozens of blood feather cult fiends, securely bound by black chains, were unceremoniously cast onto the icy ground before the Ghost Gate. The figures before them were all captured from various strongholds, including notorious individuals of a sinister nature, and even a few practitioners of the dark arts whose presence was ominous. In this moment, their once arrogant demeanor had vanished completely. Tattered clothing clung to their bloodied forms, their spirits utterly diminished. Under the terrifying influence of Yu Wuju's ghastly domain, both their bodies and souls had suffered grievous wounds, their eyes filled with sheer terror and frailty. As their gaze fell upon the towering archway, over 10 meters high, cloaked in darkness and adorned with countless grotesque carvings of demonic heads, as well as the blood-stained inscription of the Ghost Gate, their pupils dilated in alarm. A chill, emanating from the depths of their souls, enveloped them entirely. Ghost! A hoarse voice cried out from one of the captives, as though he had seen a specter. The others around him displayed expressions of disbelief and horror. Though they often masqueraded as spirits and impersonated grim reapers, it was all a ruse. Yet the scene before them, the bone-chilling aura and formidable pressure, along with the spectral soldiers clad in dark armor flanking the archway, all conveyed a singular truth. They were indeed at the fabled realm of the underworld. No, it can't be. How could there truly be an underworld in this world? A pallid-faced enforcer from the blood feather sect attempted to maintain composure, but the tremor in his voice betrayed his fear. The chilling response came from Yu Wujiao, whose voice resonated like the grinding of stone, escort them through the gate. 2 rows of armored specters, wielding infernal weapons, marched with a heavy and synchronized cadence from either side of the ghost gate, encircling the blood feather sect captives. No, I refuse to enter. Let me go? Spare me, my lord. The air was filled with the anguished cries, mournful wails, and curses of the captives. One burly man attempted to resist, but a soul-binding chain from one of the specters lashed out like a venomous serpent, striking his face with a resounding crack, leaving a charred whip mark, with tendrils of green infernal fire clinging to it, searing his flesh and spirit. In excruciating pain, he screamed and collapsed heavily to the ground, his body convulsing violently, no longer daring to resist. The remaining captives, witnessing this, fell silent in terror, helplessly allowing the specters to drag them away as if they were mere cattle towards the unfathomable depths of the ghost gate. Passing through the towering and eerie archway, they entered the winding and treacherous Yellow Springs Road, paved with an unknown black stone. Alongside the path, soul-retrieving banners fluttered silently, and ghostly lanterns flickered with a haunting light. The statues of ox-headed and horse-faced figures, once intimidating another group of demons, now appeared even more lifelike amidst the company of the true spectral soldiers, exuding an overwhelming aura of dread. The air is thick with the stench of decay and despair, more potent than before. The road to the underworld is indeed a true path to the afterlife, where a trembling demon, possessing a modicum of knowledge of the underworld's lore, quakes in fear. Occasionally, a few demons attempt to resist, but they are met with the merciless lash and drag of the spectral soldiers. The soul chains, engulfed in infernal flames, exert a powerful restraint on the spirits, each strike inflicting excruciating pain akin to their very souls being torn asunder. The newly arrived guests endure the same torment as the previous demons. With every step, they feel the bone-chilling cold, and it seems as if countless vengeful souls wail in their ears. Some demons, with weaker mental fortitude, succumb to terror, losing control of their bodily functions and spiraling into madness. Before long, a petite stone arch bridge emerges ahead. Beneath it, dark vapors churn, revealing indistinct white figures struggling within, accompanied by chilling cries that send shivers down the spine. The River of Forgetfulness, as it is known in legends, is now vividly materialized before them, utterly shattering their last vestiges of hope. They are forcibly dragged by the spectral soldiers, trembling as they traverse the spectral stone bridge that seems to lead into the depths of hell. With each step, a piercing chill surges from their feet, ascending to their very souls as if to freeze them entirely. Within the swirling black mist below, blurred ghostly silhouettes occasionally flash by, emitting bone-chilling howls, seemingly poised to drag them into an endless abyss. Upon finally being dragged across the bridge and arriving at the clearing before the Hall of Judgment, they collapse like rag dolls, drenched in cold sweat, their eyes filled with inexorable fear and despair. Unlike the previous occasion, as they crossed the bridge and approached the clearing leading to the Hall of Judgment, Li Yin had added a new attraction. To one side of the clearing stands a massive rock, towering several zhang high. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, yet adorned with peculiar patterns that faintly glow in the dim light. This is the replica of the Three Lives Stone, a green-quality artifact extracted from his gaming inventory. On the opposite side of the clearing lies a circular pool, approximately 3 zhang in diameter. The water is as dark as ink, unfathomably deep. And though the surface remains still, it reflects the surroundings and the deepest, most sinister evils of the human heart. This pool was crafted from a massive obsidian stone, meticulously polished and excavated by the earth god Bear, enhanced by the carefully arranged lighting to create an effect reminiscent of a mirror of sins. When the first batch of blood feather cult demons is escorted to this place and gazes upon the softly glowing monolith, a shiver courses through them. What on earth is that? Without allowing them the time to ponder, they heard the cold voice of Yu Wujia resonate. This is the Three Lives Stone, capable of revealing your past and present, the consequences of your actions, both virtuous and malevolent. Step forward swiftly and ascertain your true selves. Several spectral soldiers advanced, roughly pushing a few of the malevolent beings towards the Three Lives Stone. Compelled, these beings raised their heads to gaze upon the stone's surface. An extraordinary sight unfolded. The smooth face of the stone suddenly rippled, and scenes began to emerge with startling clarity. These were the vivid memories of the malevolent beings. From their childhood, when they first learned to speak and took their first steps, to their initiation into the Blood Feather sect and their early, naive dabblings in dark sorcery. Moreover, it revealed their heinous acts committed in pursuit of power, their cruelty towards the innocent, the abduction of souls, and the myriad atrocious crimes they had perpetrated. This was a special effect of the green-quality replica of the Three Lives Stone, imbued with a trace of its power, serving to reflect upon their misdeeds. Though the details may not align perfectly, the overarching narrative vividly showcased the principal transgressions of these malevolent beings throughout their lives. No, this cannot be true. This is an illusion, a trick of sorcery. One of the beings, witnessing the scene of himself mercilessly slaying an innocent girl, turned pale, his voice rising in a hysterical scream. He attempted to shut his eyes, yet found himself bound by an invisible force, compelling him to confront the sins he had committed. The others, too, glimpsed their own pasts and presence upon the three live stone. The transgressions they had deliberately forgotten or believed to have concealed now pierced their souls like the sharpest of blades. Their psychological defenses began to crumble, piece by piece, in the face of these irrefutable images. Before they could fully recover from the shock of the three live stone, Yuujio issued another low command: take them to the mirror of sin, to unveil their wrongdoings. The spectral soldiers moved forward once more, dragging the disoriented beings to face the immense black mirror of sin. The malevolent beings were forced to confront the unfathomable depths of the black water's surface. Initially, the reflection revealed only their pale and terrified visages. However, it soon transformed. In the depths of the reflection, behind them, countless indistinct and distorted black figures began to materialize. Each of these phantoms bore a grotesque countenance, their eyes aglow with fury, reaching out with numerous pale hands, clawing at their bodies as if to drag them into an abyss of despair. Ah, the vengeful spirits, the souls of those we have wronged. Do not approach. Do not cling to me. Begone. The malevolent beings, witnessing the horrific scenes within the mirror, were utterly terrified, their spirits shattered and their hearts laid bare. In the mirror, they are ensnared by countless vengeful spirits, their sins manifesting as tangible shackles that bind them tightly, suffocating their very breath. The ominous imagery of this sin mirror is a masterstroke of Li Yin. He ingeniously employs the reflection upon the water's surface, meticulously adjusting the lighting angles, and incorporating home ornaments that create dynamic shadows, thus conjuring the horrifying effect of being tormented by vengeful souls. A less experienced disciple of the Blood Feather sect could no longer withstand this dual psychological assault. His eyes rolled back, froth escaped his lips, and he fainted on the spot from sheer terror. The remaining demons, though not unconscious, appeared pallid as death, trembling uncontrollably, the last vestiges of hope and defiance extinguished from their eyes. Confronted with their past transgressions at the Three Life Stone and witnessing the materialization of their sins within the sin mirror, their psychological defenses have been utterly shattered. The singular thought that occupied their minds was, the underworld is real. Retribution has indeed arrived. Chapter 68, The Trial at the Hall of Judgment inside the Hall of Judgment. The atmosphere is so laden with ominous energy that it feels as though it could drip with moisture. On the icy stone walls, flickering ghostly green flames cast eerie shadows, enhancing the atmosphere of dread and solemnity. Dozens of Blood Feather sect demons lie crumpled on the ground, trembling violently, not daring to draw a single breath. The experiences they endured at the Ghost Gate, the Yellow Springs Road, the Bridge of Helplessness, and before the Three Life Stone and the Sin Mirror have thoroughly shattered their spirits. At this moment, they harbor no doubt regarding the reality of their presence in the realm of the dead. Fear gnaws at them like maggots at their very nerves. Upon a high platform sits a towering figure shrouded in dim shadows, clad in a black robe adorned with golden trim, wearing a crown with 12 tassels. His features are obscured, save for a pair of profound eyes that seem to pierce through the three realms and judge the six paths, emanating an unsettling majesty. It is Li Yin, who, at this moment, employs both attire and ambience to present the awe-inspiring authority of the King of Hell in all its glory. He remains silent. This very silence imparts an even heavier weight upon the demons below. Within the grand hall, a deathly stillness reigns, broken only by the faint crackling of the ghostly flames and the labored, oppressive breaths of the demons. Suddenly, a dull thud reverberates through the silence, shattering the stillness of the hall. At one side of the platform, beside the ghostly General Yuujio, who had previously led the spectral soldiers, an unfamiliar figure has emerged. Clad in a dark red official robe and wearing a Liang crown, with a gaunt, greenish-black visage and protruding fangs, his crimson eyes glint menacingly. He holds a thick dossier in his hands, the very appearance of Li Yin disguised in the attire of a ghostly judge, transformed with the guise of a flying celestial yaksha. The judge speaks in a hoarse, piercing voice, akin to the grating of rusted iron against iron. You, the demons of the Blood Feather sect, are guilty of treachery and wrongdoing, masquerading as emissaries of the underworld, abducting souls, concocting malevolent elixirs, and inflicting suffering upon the innocent. Each and every act a testament to your heinous nature, too numerous to recount. With each word uttered by the judge, the bodies of the demons trembled ever so slightly, their faces paling in fear. Today, I, the magistrate, in accordance with the decrees of the Netherrealm, shall pronounce judgment. Do you have any words to offer in your defense? The demons, paralyzed by terror, dared not protest further. A middle-aged demon, who appeared to be their leader, trembled as he prostrated himself, repeatedly bowing his head. We are but humble servants who acknowledge our sins. We beseech you, Lord Yen, to show mercy. And we plead for your leniency, esteemed judge. We were merely following orders. The true masterminds are the leader of the Ukinzi from the Jiangzhou branch, and that black fiend protector. Yes, yes, we were coerced. We implore you to see the truth. The other demons echoed his pleas, wailing for clemency, attempting to shift the blame away from themselves. Li Yin sat atop the dais, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. These wretches, even as death approached, still sought to play their tricks. The judge, his expression unyielding, unfurled the scroll in his hands. His voice sharp and fearsome. In the realm of the underworld, justice shall prevail, and your crafty words shall not sway the verdict. Wang Irma of the Bloodfeather sect. In life, abducted 32 souls, aided in tyranny, and brewed vile potions, your crimes are egregious. I hereby decree, let the fires of the underworld consume you, your soul scattered, never to be reborn. As his words resonated, a flicker of infernal fire ignited in Yu Wujiao's eyes. The demon known as Wang Irma let out a harrowing scream as ethereal green flames enveloped him. The flames, formless yet palpable, seemed capable of searing the very essence of his being. Wang Irma writhed in agony on the ground, his body withering rapidly until he was reduced to a mere pile of ash. A spectral shadow ascended from the ashes. Yet it was ensnared by a soul-binding chain that Yu Wujiao cast forth. The soul thrashed in a desperate bid for freedom, yet could not escape the iron grip of its bindings. In the palm of Yu Wujiao's other hand, a silent flame of ghostly green ignited. With an impassive demeanor, he pressed the soul of Lu Ming into the depths of the infernal fire. The sound akin to hot oil meeting iron filled the air, accompanied by Lu Ming's soul's increasingly anguished cries. His essence rapidly dissolved in the flames, transforming into pure soul energy, which Yu Wujiao inhaled. The surrounding demons of the Bloodfeather sect, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were utterly shattered with fear. Truly, their souls were banished, without even a chance for reincarnation. This fate instilled greater terror than death itself. The judge continued to declare, Li Sigi of the Bloodfeather sect, in life, participated in the abduction of 15 souls. Engaged in poison-making and sorcery, wreaking havoc upon the land, your sins are unforgivable. I decree, cast into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, never to be reborn. As these words were spoken, a profound chasm suddenly split open in the ground on one side of the hall. From the abyss emerged two formidable figures. A bull-headed and horse-faced pair of underworld guardians, their menacing forms crawling forth from the darkness. They advanced and seized the demon known as Li Sijiao, disregarding his heart-wrenching cries and struggles, and directly dragged him into the abyss. The chasm promptly closed, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the desperate wails of the demon continued to echo in the ears of the onlookers. The so-called 18 layers of hell was, of course, the masterwork of Li Yin. The Earth God Bear had excavated deeper caverns beneath the cave and set up a few rudimentary traps and obstacles, sufficient to ensure that those cast into it would find no means of survival nor the release of death. The subsequent judgments followed a nearly identical procedure. The most heinous offenders were immediately engulfed in ghostly flames, their souls absorbed by Yu Wujiao to reinforce the spectral soldiers or stored for later summoning of new specters. Those with grave sins but still possessing some value in their souls were cast into the 18 layers of hell to endure torment. After the series of judgments, the number of demons in front of the Hall of Judgment had diminished by more than half. The remaining few were mostly of lower cultivation or lesser offenders. They had long been terrified to the point of losing color, collapsing like mud, with only the strength to breathe. The judge closed the scroll of records, his gaze sweeping over the survivors, and coldly declared, though your crimes do not warrant death, you shall not escape punishment. You are to be detained in the abyss of no escape, awaiting further disposition. Should you redeem yourselves through merit, there may be a chance for reprieve. Otherwise, HM. Yes. Yes. We are willing to redeem ourselves. We beseech your grace for an opportunity. We thank Lord Yin Jun for sparing our lives. Thank you, your honor. These demons, as if clutching at a lifeline, repeatedly bowed their heads in supplication. Li Yin nodded slightly, signaling Yu Wujiao to escort these individuals to the shallower regions of the 18 layers of hell, separating them from the most egregious offenders. He had other purposes for them. Once all the demons had been dealt with, silence once again enveloped the Hall of Judgment. Li Yin slowly rose from the high platform, his king of hell robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. He gazed at the spectral soldiers behind Yu Wujiao, their auras evidently enhanced, and pondered. This campaign against the Blood Feather sect not only yielded a substantial amount of faith power, but also a considerable number of souls, sufficient to elevate both Yu Wujio's strength and the combat prowess of his spectral soldiers to a higher echelon. More importantly, through this series of underworld enforcement actions, the very concept of the underworld had deeply rooted itself in the minds of the common folk in Jiazhou and the surrounding counties. Fear serves as a catalyst for faith, while order stands as the cornerstone for its enduring stability. The influence of the Blood Feather sect in the Jiangzhou region would undoubtedly suffer significant setbacks from deterring them from re-emerging lightly for some time. Li Yin mused. However, relying solely on my makeshift underworld, it remains a challenge to completely eradicate this cult organization that spreads throughout Nanshu and may even extend to Beiyan. He was acutely aware that the Blood Feather sect possessed an unfathomable depth, and with his limited manpower, he could at best only stir up minor disturbances in localized areas. To truly shake its foundations, he would need to harness a more formidable force, the mundane power of the government, alongside those who fervently pursue enlightenment within the Taoist sects. Came to mind. A thought began to crystallize in Li Yan's mind. The government, with its armies and laws, served as the upholder of order in the mortal realm. The Taoists, with their heritage and skilled practitioners, wielded considerable influence among the populace. To solidify the concept of the underworld, it was imperative to establish a connection with the mundane powers of this world, particularly with influential forces like the government and the Taoist sections. Utilizing strength against strength was indeed the wisest strategy. Since the Blood Feather sect was deemed malevolent, a righteous cause to act in the name of heaven was essential. Furthermore, the esteemed reputation of the true monarch must be maintained. He could not personally intervene in every matter. A faint smile played at the corners of Li Yan's lips. With a flicker of thought, he retrieved the long-unused illusory jade. It was time to craft an appropriate fade for himself, one that could walk boldly in the light of day, conveying divine edicts and guiding the mundane powers as his emissary. He envisioned a small Taoist boy, clad in a simple robe, with a youthful visage yet an aura of tranquility beyond his years. This image gradually took shape in his mind. A little celestial attendant, dispatched to convey teachings on behalf of the true monarch. This identity seemed quite fitting. Li Yin resolved to proceed with his plan. Chapter 69. The Decree of the Underworld Deity in Qinghe County, at the Qingyan Temple. Within the tranquil chamber of the temple's rear courtyard, tendrils of azure smoke wafted from the incense burner, infused with a calming scent of sandalwood. Taoist Ling Yun and Taoist Ling Shu sat opposite each other, 2 cups of long cold tea resting on the stone table before them. Brother, the recent events in the Jiangzhou region have become increasingly tumultuous. Ling Yun Taoist remarked with a gentle sigh, a hint of concern lacing his voice. First, the true monarch manifested. Divine generals descended to vanquish demons. And now there emerges an enforcer from the underworld. Ling Shu Taoist lifted his teacup and took a sip, his gaze deep and contemplative. Brother, your assessment is misguided. He replied slowly. In my humble opinion, this is not turmoil, but rather a herald of rectification. Whether it be the true monarch or the divine generals, or the enforcer from the underworld, their actions are all aimed at dispelling evil and promoting virtue, thereby upholding the cosmic order of yin and yang. Hearing this, Ling Yun Taoist nodded thoughtfully. Your words resonate profoundly, brother. However, the methods employed by the enforcer from the underworld starkly contrast with those of the true monarch's divine generals. The severity of their aura and the brutality of their tactics are indeed alarming. Ling Shu Taoist set down his teacup, a flicker of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In this vast universe, there exists a myriad of wonders. Immortals, gods, Buddhas, and demons each follow their own paths. The benevolent true monarch, in his compassion, seeks to liberate all beings, a manifestation of the yang aspect. The underworld, with its stern order, punishes evil, a reflection of the yin aspect. Only through the harmonious interplay of yin and yang can one attain the great way. He paused momentarily, then continued, as practitioners of the Tao, our sole pursuit is to penetrate the veils of illusion and glimpse the path to immortality. In days of yore, the true monarch imparted the profound wisdom of refining essence into qi and qi into spirit, an immense fortune indeed. Now, as the underworld reveals itself, it may serve as yet another warning and enlightenment. Taoist Ling Yun nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, brother. Alas, the true monarch remains ethereal and his traces are elusive. Though we yearn to seek, we find ourselves at a loss for guidance. As they conversed, a sudden stir arose outside the quiet chamber. A young acolyte rushed in, his expression frantic. Master, it's terrible. A visitor has arrived. He seemed too agitated to articulate further. Calm yourself. What manner of disruption is this? Taoist Ling Yun furrowed his brow, reproaching him gently. After catching his breath, the acolyte stammered, It is a celestial youth, a young, immortal servant of the true monarch Xuanqiong Yunzi. He arrived riding a celestial crane. What? Both Daoist Ling Yun and Jinren Lingxiu sprang to their feet, their faces alight with incredulity and exhilaration. A celestial youth under the true monarch? Arriving on a crane? Could it be that the true monarch has a new decree? Exchanging glances filled with anticipation, they hurriedly adjusted their attire and swiftly made their way outside the quiet chamber. Upon entering the courtyard before the main hall of Qingyan Temple, they beheld a magnificent celestial crane, its wings as white as snow and its posture graceful. Beside it stood a youthful acolyte clad in a simple blue Taoist robe. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, with rosy lips and white teeth, features as picturesque as a painting, and skin as radiant as freshly fallen snow, resembling a finely carved jade. He held a whisk in his hand, exuding a serene demeanor. Yet his eyes were clear and profound, imbued with a tranquility and composure beyond his years. A faint, indescribable aura of purity emanated from him, evoking both familiarity and reverence in those who beheld him. This young acolyte was indeed Li Yin, who had transformed his appearance using the illusory jade and donned the attire of the Qingyan sect. Poor Taoist Ling Yun, Lingxiu, pays respects to the celestial youth. Taoist Ling Yun and Jinren Lingxiu approached with utmost reverence, bowing deeply in respect. The young immortal, played by Li Yin, nodded slightly, his voice clear yet imbued with an undeniable authority. There is no need for excessive formalities. I, as a disciple of the true monarch Xuanqiong Yunzi, am here to convey his edict. The edict of the true monarch? Ling Yun and Lingxiu felt a shiver run through them, their expressions growing ever more respectful. The true monarch is already aware of the two Taoist priests who diligently serve, promote the Taoist teachings, and construct temples, as well as their prior assistance to the authorities in eliminating malevolent entities, remarked the young celestial attendant slowly. Upon hearing this, the two priests felt a surge of joy within. It seemed that all their efforts had been duly noted by the true monarch. Recently, in the vicinity of Jiangzhou, malevolent forces have been causing unrest, and even manifestations from the underworld have appeared to enforce justice and punish evil. A clear indication of the cosmic cycle and the manifestation of celestial order. The young celestial attendant shifted the topic to matters concerning the underworld. Both Ling Yun and Lingxiu felt a stir in their hearts. Indeed, the true monarch was aware of these affairs. The underworld operates under its own principles, rewarding virtue and punishing vice, impervious to the interference of the mundane. However, in the realm of the living, there exist laws of its own. The evil cultists, acting in defiance, harm living beings and disturb the balance of yin and yang, representing a profound wickedness that the heavens cannot tolerate. The true monarch embodies both a benevolent spirit and the might to vanquish demons. The young celestial attendant's gaze swept over the two, his voice rising slightly. Today, the true monarch has decreed, command your Taoist practitioners to align with heavenly principles and assist the authorities in thoroughly investigating the sins of the evil cult, rooting it out entirely to restore peace to this realm. This is a noble endeavor to uphold righteousness and accumulate immense merit, as is the duty of your Taoist disciples. Upon hearing these words, Taoist Ling Yun and real person Lingxiu were invigorated. This was precisely what they had hoped for. With the true monarch's decree, their actions would be more justified, and their resolve strengthened. We shall faithfully adhere to the true monarch's edict. We are determined to do our utmost to eradicate the evil cult. They responded in unison, their voices resonant. The young celestial attendant nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased with their attitude. He then shifted the conversation, his tone infused with a hint of profundity. The true monarch also stated that in this world, the path of the Tao is obstructed, and the road to immortality appears elusive. Although you toil diligently in your cultivation, without great fortune or immense virtue, it is ultimately difficult to escape the torment of reincarnation, reducing one to mere dust. These words struck like thunder, deeply resonating with Ling Yun and Lingxiu, echoing their greatest fears and sorrow, the despair of immortality being unattainable and the path to transcendence being hard to find. The joy that had briefly graced their faces was swiftly replaced by a shadow of melancholy and bitterness. The young celestial attendant observed their expressions closely, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he continued. However, the law of heaven is cyclical, and there are still opportunities for change. Although the underworld governs reincarnation, there are positions within that remain vacant, requiring virtuous and capable individuals to fill them. The true monarch, recognizing the challenges of your cultivation, has conveyed this message. Should you achieve remarkable feats in this endeavor to eradicate the evil cult and uphold the righteous path, accumulating boundless merit to safeguard the lives of the populace. At that moment, The young celestial attendant's voice seemed imbued with an extraordinary enchantment, each word deeply etched into the hearts of the two Taoist priests. When your mortal existence reaches its end and your souls return to the underworld, there may arise an opportunity, through the merits you have accrued, to be recommended by the nether officials and bestowed the titles of local deities such as city gods, earth spirits, mountain gods, or water lords. You would bask in the incense offered by countless devotees, ascending the celestial hierarchy. Though it may not be the path of transcendence, it is akin to divinity, far surpassing the ordinary wandering spirits. Is this not a splendid prospect? Upon hearing these words, Taoist Lingyun and Taoist Lingshu found their minds rendered blank, as if a multitude of fireworks had erupted simultaneously in their consciousness. Nether deities, bestowed the status of nether deities, enjoying the offerings of the populace and ascending the celestial hierarchy. This was an unparalleled celestial opportunity they would hardly dare to dream of. Although it did not conform to their traditional understanding of ascension to immortality, in this desperate age of decline, it undeniably represented a tangible, visible pathway to transcendence. What defines a ghostly immortal or a ghostly deity? Having emerged from the underworld, one becomes a deity, in comparison to being reduced to mere dust, a shattered soul. This is akin to soaring to the heavens in a single bound. Their breaths became labored, their eyes widened in disbelief, fixed intently on the young celestial attendant before them. Filled with fervent desire and insatiable longing, they harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of the young attendant's words. After all, these were uttered by the very celestial attendant serving under the esteemed lord of the profound abyss. Moreover, with the existence of the underworld being confirmed, what impossibility could there be in the bestowal of divine titles? Is what you say truly genuine, young celestial attendant? The voice of Taoist Lingshu trembled with excitement, completely shedding his usual composure as a seasoned practitioner. The young attendant responded with a serene smile. The words of the esteemed lord are never hollow. The opportunity has been revealed. The path lies beneath your feet. The choice is yours to make. With that, he retrieved a blue jade tablet adorned with cloud motifs from his sleeve and presented it to Taoist Lingyun. This is a token bestowed by the esteemed lord, containing a trace of his essence. Should you encounter difficulties or need to contact the underworld, you may utilize this. Having conveyed his message, the young attendant took his leave, urging the two Taoists to consider their future carefully and not to disappoint the Lord's high hopes. Before his words had fully faded, he turned and approached the celestial crane, gracefully leaping onto its back. The crane let out a melodious cry, spreading its wings to soar skyward, vanishing into the depths of the clouds as if it had never existed. All that remained was the blue jade tablet, exuding a faint, fragrant aroma. Alongside Taoist Lingyun and Taoist Lingshu, who remained engulfed in profound shock and elation. After a considerable time, Taoist Lingshu was the first to regain his senses. He grasped Taoist Lingyun's arm with fervor, his voice hoarse with excitement. Brother, a celestial opportunity. An extraordinary celestial opportunity indeed. This is a once-in-millennia chance for our Taoist sect. Taoist Lingyun tightly clutched the jade tablet, feeling the pure and vast essence it contained, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, brother, the Lord's benevolence. The Lord's benevolence. Our sect has finally found a genuine path to the heavens. The two individuals locked eyes, each perceiving an unprecedented resolve and determination reflected in the other's gaze. Eradicate the sinister cult. Accumulate great merits. Bestow the title of God after death. This ambition, akin to a lighthouse in the darkness, instantaneously illuminated their entire cultivation journey. Brother, time is of the essence. We must act immediately, exclaimed Taoist Lingyun with urgency. Contact all the Taoist sects in Jiazhou and consolidate our forces. Simultaneously, we shall proceed to the governor's mansion to inform Lord Yang Lai and Lord Lu Sun, requesting the government to dispatch troops to strike decisively, ensuring the complete annihilation of those malevolent cultists. Excellent, nodded the true man Lingshu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. This time, we shall ensure those wicked cultists understand the meaning of the celestial net, vast and unyielding. Atop Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin withdrew his celestial youth disguise, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The fish has taken the bait. Chapter 70. The reignition of the Dao heart in Jiangzhou. At the Dao record office, the once tranquil and solemn hall now exuded an unusual solemnity. Dozens of figures clad in various Taoist robes congregated from different temples across Jiangzhou, all leaders or senior elders of their respective sections. Such a gathering was rare, and their expressions varied, indicating the gravity of the matter at hand. True man Lingshu and Taoist Lingyun sat at the head of the assembly, their faces calm, yet unable to conceal the turbulent emotions brewing beneath. Esteemed colleagues, The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss a momentous affair that concerns the rise and fall of our Taoist sect, and indeed, our very lives, Ling Xu proclaimed. The statement sent shockwaves throughout the hall. Taoist Ling Yun elaborated, recounting how the celestial master Xuanqiang sent down a decree through the celestial youth, exposing the malevolent cultists' misdeeds and mandating that the disciples of the Tao should align with heavenly principles, assist the government, eliminate the evil, and accumulate merits. Initially, the hall fell into a profound silence, followed by a cacophony of buzzing discussions. The celestial master has manifested? The celestial youth delivers a decree? Eradicate the cult? This is akin to seeking a tiger's skin. The methods of those malevolent beings were insidious and elusive. As the crowd began to settle, Ling Xu spoke again, his voice lowered, imbued with a sense of mystery and excitement. Esteemed colleagues, the decree from the celestial master also mentioned a grand destiny we scarcely dared to imagine. He spoke of the bestowal of the In God title, he revealed slowly. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every Taoist, regardless of age or cultivation level, widened their eyes and dropped their jaws, as if struck by an invisible hammer. In God, the title of In God. To enjoy the incense offerings of the people, to be ranked among the deities. What incredible fortune is this? What have we devoted our lives to in our arduous cultivation? Is it not to transcend life and death, to break free from the cycle of reincarnation? The path to transcendence has always been elusive. For millennia, those who have truly ascended to the celestial realm are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, now relegated to mere legend. Yet, before them now lies a remarkably clear and, one might say, broad avenue. The In God, indeed, a divine being. Brother Ling Xu, Master Ling Yun, is this truly the case? The usually composed master now trembles with disbelief. The Taoist priest Ling Yun solemnly retrieves a jade tablet of azure hue, cradling it in his palm. This is a token bestowed by the true monarch, imbued with an essence that is pure and vast, far beyond the mundane. The words of the true monarch are sacrosanct. How can we mere mortals dare to question them? The faint, ethereal aura emanating from the tablet clears the minds of all present, dispelling any doubts regarding this proclamation. After a brief silence, the hall erupts in fervent excitement. The In God, the ability to confer upon the In God, heaven above. Our Taoist sect is destined for great prosperity. After a lifetime of arduous cultivation, believing it would culminate in naught but a handful of earth. Who could have anticipated such fortuitous circumstances? An elderly Taoist, overwhelmed with emotion, sheds tears of joy and kneels upon the ground, bowing repeatedly towards Qingfeng Mountain. The remaining priests, regaining their composure, are flushed with excitement, their faces alight with fervor, desire, an insatiable yearning. Like flames, it blazes in the eyes of every Taoist present. The despair of a life devoid of hope for longevity is instantaneously washed away by this unexpected glimmer of hope. The In God can enjoy incense offerings and hold a divine position, far surpassing the status of wandering spirits, and even more esteemed than many mundane emperors of little consequence. Silence. The true man Ling Xu calls out, quelling the clamor of the crowd. Although the celestial opportunity is splendid, it does not descend from the heavens without effort. The true monarch has made it clear. In order to seize this chance, we must first triumph in the endeavor of vanquishing evil sects and upholding the righteous path, thereby accruing immense merit. Esteemed colleagues, this is both a divine opportunity and a stern test. The Bloodfeather cult is vicious and cunning, not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the fervor on their faces diminishes, replaced by a solemnity. Brother Ling Xu speaks wisely. We must unite our efforts and collaborate in this grand undertaking, proclaims a middle-aged Taoist with conviction. Indeed, for the sake of our sect and for ourselves, we must ensure that those malevolent beings are utterly annihilated. The crowd is ignited with fervor. The true man Ling Xu and Master Ling Yun exchange a glance, nodding in satisfaction. They then select several highly respected and level-headed Taoists from the Jiangzhou sect and promptly set off to the Jiangzhou governor's residence. A storm is brewing, set to sweep through Jiangzhou and its neighboring regions. The Jiangzhou governor's residence is heavily fortified. Yang Lai sits at the head of the hall, burdened by the mountain of military reports and documents before him. Below, the Jiangzhou inspector Lu Sun appears somewhat troubled. Recently, the northern Yin has been making frequent movements, and reports from scouts indicate a significant increase in troop numbers at the border. Their intentions remain ambiguous. Yang Lai lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his demeanor calm. Lu Sun sighed. What a tumultuous season this is. The officials in court are still embroiled in heated debates over the matter of succession, while the emperor's health is precarious. If Northern Yin were to strike at this moment, before he could finish his thought, a personal guard entered to report. I respectfully inform the esteemed governor and the prefect that Master Lingshu from the Taoist Bureau, along with Taoist Ling Yun and several others, request an audience, claiming they have urgent matters to discuss. Yang Lai exchanged a glance with Lu Sun, both taken aback. Taoist practitioners? What brings them here? Yang Lai raised an eyebrow, pondering their purpose. Lu Sun mused. Could it be related to the recent affairs concerning the underworld's law enforcement? Proceed, Yang Lai instructed succinctly. Before long, Master Lingshu and Taoist Ling Yun, along with their entourage, filed in, each bearing a solemn expression. We pay our respects to the esteemed governor and the prefect. The Taoists collectively bowed. Please, there is no need for formalities. Take your seats, Yang Lai gestured with his hand. I am curious as to the purpose of your visit today. Master Lingshu stepped forward and spoke in a grave tone. I respectfully inform you that we have come to address a malevolent cult that is wreaking havoc in Jiangzhou and poisoning the populace. He detailed the nefarious deeds of the Blood Feather sect, which masquerades as agents of the afterlife, abducting the living and concocting sinister elixirs. Correlating these offenses with the earlier revelations made by the underworld's law enforcement at Black Wind Pass, as well as clues uncovered by the Taoist sect itself. These fiends operate with cunning secrecy and cruelty. We suspect that they are the remnants of the Blood Feather sect, which the court has expressly forbidden. Master Lingshu's tone was resolute. The true monarch of the Xuanxiong and Yunza has taken note of this matter, issuing a decree for our disciples to assist the government in eradicating such evil, thereby restoring order and peace to the region. Naturally, they tactfully refrained from mentioning the significant benefits of the deification of the Yin spirits. Such revelations were too extraordinary to disclose prematurely, lest they invite complications before achieving their goals. Yang Lai listened intently, his countenance growing increasingly grave. The underworld, the true monarch, and the fiends. Recent extraordinary events in Jiangzhou had left even this seasoned commander feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Initially, despite the testimonies from figures like Wang Ku, he had harbored a degree of skepticism regarding the manifestations of divine beings and the subjugation of demons. After all, such celestial matters were profoundly unfathomable. As for the underworld's law enforcement, the situation was even more opaque. Now, hearing Master Lingshu's words, it seemed that these ghostly occurrences were largely the work of the Blood Feather sect, while the true monarch and the underworld had emerged to restore order. This provided him with some solace. As long as the chaos was not the result of incomprehensible supernatural forces, but could be traced back to a discernible cult, matters would be significantly more manageable. Blood Feather sect, Yang Lai muttered the name, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. The northern yin is stirring restlessly at the borders, causing him considerable distress. Now, with this malignant tumor emerging within Jiangzhou, if not eradicated promptly, the consequences of a dual assault from both within and without are unimaginable. He is acutely aware that the threat posed by heretical sects is as ferocious as tigers or wolves. Should they be allowed to grow unchecked in Jiangzhou, the very foundation of the imperial rule will undoubtedly be shaken. Furthermore, with the divine mandate of the true monarch currently at hand, the dispatch of troops to eradicate this menace appears justified and legitimate. However, he glanced at Lu Sun, who was also deep in thought, furrowing his brow. Master Yang, Lu Sun began, the situation with Northern Yin remains unclear. It may not be prudent to instigate a large-scale conflict in Jiangzhou at this juncture. Yang Lai waved his hand, interrupting him. To repel external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. If chaos erupts within Jiangzhou, Northern Yin will seize the opportunity to invade, leading to even graver outcomes. He slammed his palm on the table, his voice low and commanding. Convey my orders. Assemble 3,000 provincial soldiers, and appoint Deputy General Wang He to lead them. Effective immediately, seal off all critical routes in Jiangzhou, and collaborate with the esteemed practitioners of the Tao to conduct a thorough purge of all suspected Blood Feather cult strongholds within Jiangzhou and its neighboring counties. All captured heretics must be rigorously interrogated to unearth the masterminds behind this insidious plot. I shall see just how formidable this Blood Feather cult truly is within the boundaries of Jiangzhou. The murderous intent in Yang Lai's eyes was palpable, and an atmosphere of ironclad resolve enveloped the room. Understood. The martial generals below responded in unison. The likes of Lingshu Junren and others were elated upon hearing this. The commander is indeed wise. Chapter 71. The Buddhist visit to the temple in the southern part of Jiangzhou, at a clandestine stronghold of the Blood Feather cult, within a quiet chamber. The black-clad protector of the sect abruptly shattered a teacup upon the ground, producing a sharp, jarring sound. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless trash. His voice was hoarse, laced with uncontainable fury. Several loyal subordinates in black garments knelt trembling on the floor, too fearful to raise their heads. Just moments ago, he had received a series of urgent reports. First, several long-standing outposts on the periphery had been raided in the dead of night by unidentified spectral soldiers, capturing all cult members within, regardless of their cultivation level, leaving their fates unknown. Following that, word came from within the provincial government that Commander Yang Lai had ordered the mobilization of provincial troops to launch a large-scale purge across Jiangzhou, with the explicit target being the Bloodfeather cult. The black-clad protector of the underworld, with a glint of malice in his eyes, clenched his bony fingers, producing a series of ominous cracks. He had believed that by retracting his forces and avoiding confrontation, he could simply observe the developments. Little did he expect that the adversary would play by no rules and upend the table. Who on earth is that accursed underworld law enforcer, able to pinpoint our strongholds with such precision? And why has the Jiangzhou government suddenly acted with such ferocity? The black-clad protector was utterly perplexed. He was unaware that although Li Yan's underworld forces were rudimentary, the ghostly realm of Yu Wujiao, in conjunction with the spectral soldier surprise attack, specifically targeted the souls of those impure cult members, delivering a strike of unparalleled magnitude. The false emissaries dispatched earlier have long been interrogated by Li Yan, leaving no secrets unexposed regarding their strongholds. Master Guardian, the situation outside is dire. The officials and those Voltaoists are scouring the land in search of us. What shall we do? A trembling confidant inquired. Black Shah, the Guardian, inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury and alarm raging within him. He understood that this was not the moment for confrontation. Convey my orders, he commanded coldly. All personnel from the sub-branches are to disperse and immediately assume the deepest state of concealment. All strongholds must be abandoned at once. All communication with the outside world is to be severed temporarily. No one is permitted to act independently. Those who defy this command shall face execution without mercy. All correspondence with the main sect should be redirected through the most clandestine channels. Furthermore, an urgent missive of the highest classification must be sent to the main sect, detailing everything that has transpired in Jiangzhou, particularly the information regarding the Netherrealm. Let the master decide. He paused, a note of despair and bitterness lacing his voice, informed the master that it seems the Netherrealm has truly manifested in Jiangzhou. This is akin to the apocalypse for us. A strong premonition gripped him. The foundation built by the Bloodfeather sect over many years in Jiangzhou was on the brink of annihilation. The enigmatic Netherrealm would loom like a sword over the heads of all Bloodfeather adherents, instilling unrest in their hearts. At this time, as Jiangzhou undertakes a vigorous purge of the Bloodfeather sect amidst a climate of fear and anxiety, a group of weary monks, numbering about a dozen, quietly arrived at the borders of Qinghe County, clad in simple gray robes. Their serene countenances and the beads or staffs they carried stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Leading them was an elderly monk, gaunt in appearance with profound eyes, Master Yunxing, a disciple of Elder Yunshan, the abbot of Yunlin Temple. As he journeyed, he had heard numerous tales regarding the illustrious manifestations of the true monarch of Xuanxiong Yunza, the formidable general who subdued demons, and the enigmatic enforcer of the Netherrealm, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within him. Amitabha, Master Yunxing intoned, as the beads in his hand began to spin with increased fervor. Upon reaching the foot of Qifeng Mountain, they beheld the newly constructed temple dedicated to the true monarch of Xuanxiong Yunza, bustling with worshippers and enveloped in fragrant smoke. A long line of devotees waiting to pay their respects. Even in the midst of an official crackdown on supernatural beings and a tense atmosphere, the place remained thronged with people, reflecting the deep-rooted faith in the true monarch. Master Yunxing gazed at the temple for a long while, inhaling deeply before stepping toward the temple entrance. A young acolyte, around 15 or 16 years of age, following closely behind, couldn't help but whisper in confusion, "Master Uncle, we are disciples of the Buddhist school. This is a Taoist temple. Must we truly enter to pay our respects?" The young acolyte's face bore traces of perplexity and disbelief. If this were to become known, would it not bring shame to our Yunlin temple for yielding to the Taoist sect? Master Yunxing paused momentarily upon hearing those words. He turned around, casting his gaze upon the young novice monk, his expression serene yet imbued with a hint of undeniable sharpness. "Foolish child," he admonished gently, "merely a trifling reputation. Let others speak as they will. It is of no consequence to me. Do you understand the purpose of my journey?" The novice lowered his head. "Disciple is dull-witted. I beseech the esteemed master for guidance." Master Yunxing replied slowly, "It is to seek the true principles of this realm, to dispel the confusion of sentient beings, and to seek validation of the great path from those with genuine abilities. If this true Lord possesses the power to govern the heavens and the earth, and harbors the heart to save all, then he is indeed a true immortal of the Tao. What is there not to revere?" His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly within the ears of every monk present. "You focus solely on the narrow view of sects, forgetting that the Dharma knows no bounds, and the great paths diverge only to converge. If your heart lacks sincerity, even worshipping countless deities is in vain. Yet if you harbor great aspirations, even bowing to a stubborn stone in the mountains can yield enlightenment. Should you miss this opportunity due to concern for a fleeting reputation, that would truly be a reversal of priorities, leading you astray and wasting the teachings of the Buddha. His words caused the assembly of monks to bow their heads in shame. The novice felt particularly embarrassed, exclaiming, "Disciple understands his error." Master Yunqing said no more. Adjusting the slightly wrinkled monk's robe, his demeanor solemn as he resolutely entered the temple of the true Lord. His group of monks, all shaven-headed and clad in robes, stood out starkly among the throngs of Taoist adherents and common folk, instantly attracting countless astonished, curious, and even somewhat unfriendly gazes, unperturbed by the stares around him. Master Yunqing approached the altar of the true Lord. He took 3 incense sticks from the offering table, ignited them at the candle flame, and with hands joined in reverence, raised the incense above his head, bowing 3 times respectfully to the deity's plaque. He then inserted the incense into the burner. The entire process was conducted with solemnity and meticulous care. However, the chant that escaped his lips was the Heart Sutra of Buddhism, rather than prayers of the Tao. This sight left the temple steward, responsible for the management of the true Lord's temple, utterly astonished. The steward, an elder from Qingfeng village appointed by the village chief, had encountered many extraordinary events in his lifetime. But a Buddhist monk coming to pay respects to a Taoist deity while reciting Buddhist scriptures was a spectacle he had never witnessed before. He dared not delay, discreetly signaling to a young attendant to swiftly report this matter to the village chief and the Taoist priests of Qingyan Temple. Qingfeng Mountain was poised to become lively once more. Chapter 72. The initial meeting of Buddhism and Taoism having completed his offerings, Master Yunqing did not hasten to leave. Instead, he led the group of monks to a relatively secluded area outside the temple and promptly sat down cross-legged. "Disciples, focus your minds and recite the scriptures." Master Yunqing's voice was calm as he closed his eyes and lowered his head. More than a dozen monks responded in unison, promptly settling into a cross-legged position while reciting incantations. In that moment, the melodic resonance of their chants intertwined with the bustling voices of the crowd before the Jinjuan temple, creating a striking contrast with the incense-laden atmosphere of Taoism. This spectacle naturally drew the curious glances of the surrounding worshippers. Who are these monks? Why have they come to recite scriptures at the entrance of the Jinjuan temple? Are they here to disrupt our gathering? The murmurs, despite being hushed, effortlessly reached the ears of the temple steward. Not daring to be lax, the steward dispatched someone to keep a watchful eye on the monks while anxiously awaiting the arrival of the village elder and the Taoist priests from Qingyan Temple. Before long, Wang Shan, the village elder of Qingfeng village, arrived in haste, accompanied by several young villagers and the current head of Qingyan Temple, Taoist Qingfeng. Taoist Qingfeng, being the foremost disciple of Taoist Lingyun, was managing the temple's affairs as Taoist Lingyun and the esteemed Jinren Lingshu were presently in Jiangzhou assisting in the eradication of the remnants of the Bloodfeather sect. "Those are the village elder and the Taoist," the steward whispered, gesturing towards the group of monks. Upon seeing the bald-headed monks, Wang Shan felt a twinge of unease. The Jinjuan temple had only recently been established. How had it attracted monks so soon? Taoist Qifeng cast a sweeping glance, and when he recognized the elder monk at the forefront, he momentarily faltered, his expression shifting as he hurried forward. "May I inquire if this is Master Yunqing from Yunlin Temple?" Taoist Qifeng bowed respectfully, his tone laced with uncertainty. The seated elder monk slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the inquiry, and the recitation ceased. He gazed at Taoist Qifeng, offering a slight smile and bringing his hands together in a gesture of reverence. "Amiba, I am Yunqing, a humble monk, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Young Taoist. "Indeed, it is Master Yunqing." Taoist Qingfeng's heart quickened. Yunlin Temple was renowned in Jiangzhou and throughout the entire southern Chu kingdom, and Master Yunqing was a celebrated monk known for frequently visiting the homes of high officials to expound on scriptures, earning immense respect. What could have compelled such a figure to come to Qingfeng Mountain and meditate before the Jinjuan Temple? Wang Shan, listening from the side, was equally astonished. Although he did not recognize many masters, he sensed from Taoist Qingfeng's tone that the visitor was of considerable significance. Unaware of Master Yunqing's arrival, "I apologize for not extending a proper welcome," Taoist Qifeng remarked courteously. "However, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" His question, while polite, unmistakably conveyed the underlying sentiment. What is the meaning of a revered Buddhist monk reciting scriptures on the territory of our Taoist Jinjuan? Master Yunqing maintained a calm demeanor as he rose, the accompanying monks standing in unison. "Young Taoist, please do not misunderstand," he spoke gently. I have come with no ulterior motive. As I journeyed here, I heard of the miraculous manifestations of the Xuanqing Yunzhizhenjuan on Qifeng Mountain, and of divine generals descending to vanquish demons and rescue the people from peril. Such divine power is truly awe-inspiring. In the realm of Buddhist and Taoist cultivation, the paths may diverge, yet the heart that cherishes and seeks to alleviate the suffering of all beings is universally shared. A humble monk, lacking in talent, yearns to pursue the profound truths of the Tao. Hearing of the miraculous deeds of the true monarch, I have come to pay my respects and glean wisdom, with no intention of causing disturbance. Upon hearing these words, Wang Shan and Taoist Qing Feng exchanged bewildered glances. A revered Buddhist monk arriving at a Taoist temple to seek the wisdom of a deity? Such a notion seemed utterly astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Feng's thoughts raced. Master Yunqing held great renown in Jiangzhou. If they were to dismiss him or speak disrespectfully, it could tarnish the reputation of their sect, making it appear petty and unwelcoming. Moreover, the fact that even a distinguished Buddhist monk came to venerate the true monarch and inquire about the Tao only underscored the monarch's extraordinary powers, showcasing the majesty of their teachings. This situation, if viewed from a broader perspective, would indeed bring honor to the true monarch and elevate the Taoist tradition. With this realization, Taoist Qifeng devised a plan. A smile graced his lips as he bowed once more to Master Yunqing, acknowledging, "I see now. It was I who was remiss. Your sincere quest for the Tao is admirable, Master. However, this is indeed the temple of the true monarch, frequented by many devotees. Your meditation here might attract undue attention, potentially disturbing the true monarch's tranquil practice." Master Yunqing replied with a gentle smile, "You speak truly, young Taoist. Our presence here may indeed be intrusive. I shall ensure my disciples maintain the sanctity of this temple and, above all, do not disturb the true monarch." Gratitude filled Qing Feng's heart as he sighed in relief, offering a few more instructions to Wang Shan before departing, burdened with complex emotions. This matter was of great significance. He must swiftly send word to his master and Uncle Lingxiu. Once Qing Feng had left, Master Yunqing turned to Wang Shan, hands clasped in prayer. "Amit Ba, you must be the esteemed Wang, the elder of Qing Feng village?" Wang Shan hurriedly responded, "I am unworthy of such titles. I am merely Wang Shan, the village elder. How may I assist you, Master?" With a smile, Master Yunqing said, "I have heard many wondrous tales about Qing Feng village along my journey. Knowing it to be a place of divine affinity, blessed by the true monarch, I, along with my disciples, wish to remain here for several days to draw nearer to the true monarch's presence and comprehend the mysteries of the Tao. Might the esteemed elder assist us in finding suitable accommodation within the village? I assure you, I shall not be sparing with the rent." Upon hearing this, Wang Shan's expression turned troubled. Qifeng village had become a coveted sanctuary since the true monarch's divine manifestation. Many sought to bask in its celestial aura after the village was rebuilt. The few available homes were now expected to be rented to devoted and affluent pilgrims, eager to contribute to the temple's offerings. The monk desired to stay, accompanied by several others. Master Yunqing, a person of notable stature, perceptively observed Wang Shan's hesitation. With a subtle smile, he leisurely produced an object from his robe and presented it. It was a silver ingot, weighing 10 taels, adorned with a delicate snowflake pattern, shimmering enticingly in the sunlight. "Esteemed benefactor," he said, "this is but a humble token from a poor monk, to serve as a deposit. Should I find a suitable dwelling, the subsequent rent will be compensated differently. I kindly ask for your assistance." Wang Shan's gaze was instantly fixated on the silver ingot. 10 taels. This was no trivial sum. The troubled expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a beaming smile. "Oh, Master, you flatter me," he exclaimed, eagerly accepting the silver. Weighing it in his hand, his face breaking into a wide grin. "Certainly, it would be my utmost pleasure. Our Qifeng village is indeed the birthplace of the true sage's divine manifestations. Who among us has not benefited from his grace? Your presence in our village is a blessing, and it attests to your discernment and your connection with the sage. Rest assured, I shall find you a tranquil and spacious abode, conveniently located near the temple for your daily worship." His demeanor transformed entirely as he patted his chest in assurance. Master Yunqing, observing this transformation, merely smiled and recited a Buddhist verse. "In that case, I offer my gratitude to you, esteemed benefactor." "Well said. Follow me, Master." Wang Shan, beaming with joy, led the way, guiding Master Yunqing and his fellow monks in a grand procession toward the nearby Qingfeng village. The surrounding villagers and pilgrims looked on in astonishment. Are these monks truly settling in Qifeng village? Just look at Wang's delighted expression. He must have struck a great fortune. They murmured, "Who cares? Even the eminent monks of Yunlin Temple have come to stay with us." It clearly signifies that Qifeng Mountain is indeed a land of auspicious fortune. In the following days, the Xuanqing Yunzhi Temple at the foot of Qifeng Mountain became a unique spectacle. Each morning, Master Yunxing would lead his disciples. Arriving punctually at the temple, they began as ordinary worshippers, respectfully entering the temple to pay their respects, lighting incense, and reciting sacred texts. Subsequently, they would find a secluded spot outside the temple to sit cross-legged, eyes closed, immersed in their chants. As the sun reached its zenith, villagers from Qingfeng would bring simple vegetarian offerings. After their meal and a brief rest, they would resume their meditations and recitations until the sun set, at which point they would return to their lodgings in the village. Initially, many pilgrims observed with curiosity, whispering and pointing as they watched. The monks exhibited a solemn demeanor, remaining unperturbed by the surrounding discussions, fully absorbed in their scriptures. Gradually, the observers became accustomed to their presence. Among the crowd, some well-informed devotees, perhaps affluent gentlemen who had traveled from Jiangzhou, recognized the esteemed identity of Master Yunxing. "Isn't that Master Yunxing from Yunlin Temple?" they exclaimed. "Good heavens! It truly is Master Yunxing." It is said that even the governor of Jiangzhou treats this venerable monk with the utmost respect. The fact that a distinguished figure such as Master Yunxing has journeyed so far to pay homage to the revered Lord Xuanqiang Yunzi speaks volumes about the Lord's extraordinary powers and vast influence. In no time, such remarks spread like wildfire. The reputation of Lord Xuanqiang Yunzi had already reached great heights in Jiazhou, and this incident only added layers of mystery and profundity to his persona. The arrival of a high-ranking Buddhist monk seeking enlightenment suggested that the Lord had transcended the ordinary realm of deities. Thus, the fervor of devotion only intensified. Naturally, this did not escape the notice of a certain individual atop Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanqiang Dao Palace. Each day, he routinely summoned his flying steed to survey the temples below, scrutinizing the state of the incense offerings and any unusual occurrences. Today, as he shared the vision of a spiritual eagle and beheld the group of meditating monks outside the temple, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Goodness, these monks are truly persistent, aren't they? He recalled having noticed their presence a few days prior, but had not paid them much heed, as he was preoccupied with critical law enforcement activities in the underworld. Now, it appeared that these monks were not mere passers-by, but had firmly resolved to establish a presence on Qifeng Mountain. Observing the scene of Master Yunxing and a group of young monks solemnly meditating in front of his temple, he found himself perplexed. This development was indeed difficult to comprehend. Could it be that the allure of my identity as Lord Xuanqiang Yunzi has grown so potent that even high-ranking Buddhist monks willingly seek to embrace my path? Li Yin pondered, stroking his chin. Yet, upon further reflection, this might not be a negative turn of events. The influence of Buddhism in the southern Chu kingdom, particularly among the populace, is considerable. Yunlin Temple stands as a beacon within this realm, and since Master Yunxing is a revered figure, his appeal among followers should not be underestimated. If he could effectively integrate Buddhism into his own belief system, Li Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The Taoist sects of southern Chu and the Buddhist realm of northern Yin, he recalled Wang De mentioning that the religious landscape of this world was largely characterized by the reverence for Taoism in the south and Buddhism in the north. Currently residing in the southern region of Chujiang Prefecture, I have, by virtue of the identities of the true monarch of Xiankong Yunzi and the enforcer of the underworld, firmly established my foothold and garnered a substantial amount of faith power. If I could extend my influence into the Buddhist sect of Beiyin, would it not signify the opening of a second battlefield for faith, thus reaping double the joy? This Master Yunxing presents a fortuitous opportunity, does it not? Should I succeed in enlightening him and make him my representative within the Buddhist realm, would my endeavors to cultivate faith in Beiyin not yield extraordinary results? The more I contemplate this strategy, the more feasible it appears, and a glimmer of excitement ignites in my eyes. However, a sudden thought strikes me, causing my smile to wane slightly. In my earlier attempts to win over Taoist Lingyun and to solidify my identity as a true immortal of the Taoist sect, I had candidly expressed my disdain for the Buddhist sect, often belittling it in my discourse. My words at that time were resolute and impactful, leaving Taoist Lingyun utterly convinced of my celestial status. Yet now, it seems this very stance is poised to return like a boomerang. If I, as the true monarch, were to turn around and engage with the Buddhist sect, even adopting an attitude of familial kinship between Buddhism and Taoism, what would Taoist Lingyun and the staunch followers of the Taoist sect in Jiazhou think? Would they perceive me as inconsistent in my words and actions, wavering in my stance? Would they question the authenticity of my identity as a true monarch? A sharp intake of breath escapes me. Indeed, I have unwittingly dug a pit for myself. In my eagerness to project an impressive image, I spoke too definitively, and now, reversing that narrative proves to be quite a challenge. What course of action should I take? Frowning deeply, I descend into contemplation. The allure of winning over the Buddhist sect and carving out a faith market in Beiyin is too enticing to forsake. Yet, If it jeopardizes my foundational support within the Taoist community, it would be a grave miscalculation. After all, the Taoist sect currently serves as my primary source of faith and power. I must devise a solution that harmonizes both interests. Gently tapping my fingers against the smooth jade table, I cast my gaze out towards the tumultuous sea of clouds beyond the window. This matter cannot be rushed. It requires careful deliberation. Within the Xiankong Dao Palace, the clouds surge and swell. I find myself lightly drumming my fingers on the warm jade table. My brow furrowed in deep thought. To expel them? No, that would portray me as a narrow-minded true monarch, intolerant of dissent. To allow them to remain? Even less so. I had previously diminished the Buddhist sect's worth in front of Taoist Lingyun. Yet now I would permit eminent Buddhist monks to engage in contests before my temple. How would the recently loyal adherents of the Taoist sect perceive such a contradiction? Once a stance becomes ambiguous, the foundation of one's beliefs is bound to waver. Even if one is put on a fade, tears must be swallowed and the situation must be reconciled. Li Yin sighed, feeling a touch of headache. Habitually, he immersed his consciousness into the game, his gaze sweeping across the dazzling array of item icons in search of inspiration. Attire, elixirs, materials, trinkets. His eyes flitted past exquisite celestial robes and formidable armors, ultimately resting on an inconspicuous corner. There lay a tattered, patched gray monk's robe, a similarly ragged monk's hat, a worn-out fan tucked at the waist, and a dark red wine gourd. The attire was named the Living Buddha Jigong set. Description: tattered shoes, a frayed hat, a robe in tatters. You laugh at me, he laughs at me, a tattered fan in hand. In that moment, Li Yan's eyes sparkled with realization. He recalled that this was the limited edition outfit released during a collaboration between the game and a television series about Jigong. This collaboration had prompted him to delve into the lore surrounding the legendary figure. What he uncovered was astonishing. This seemingly eccentric arhat had transcended the mere confines of Buddhism within the folk belief system. He was not only a revered Zen master of Buddhism, the reincarnation of the dragon-subduing arhat, but also venerated in Taoism as the revered master of divine powers. San Yuan Zanhua Tianzuan, holding a place among the immortals. The labels of Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and chivalry attached to this figure were overwhelmingly numerous. A thought struck Li Yin like a bolt of lightning, illuminating all his dilemmas. Eureka! He slapped his thigh with fervor, the clouds of worry dissipating from his face, replaced by an almost frenzied excitement. Who said that a true sage could not have friends from the Buddhist realm? Who said that a true sage despised the entirety of Buddhism? He could very well disdain the structure of Buddhism, detest the dogmatic and insular Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, yet simultaneously empathize with his old friend, who too was marginalized by the system. A brand new narrative rapidly took shape in Li Yan's mind. The true monarch of Xianxiong Yunzhe had an old acquaintance named Ji Dian. This individual was originally a formidable figure in Buddhism, the dragon-subduing arhat. But due to conflicts with the Buddha regarding Buddhist doctrines, believing that the Buddha's practice was insufficient, he was cast down to the mortal realm to undergo trials and cultivate his path. It was this very incident that made the true monarch harbor disdain for the lofty Buddhist realm of the West. This not only elucidated why the true monarch held a dislike for Buddhism, but also allowed him to utilize Jigong as a guise to make inroads among the Buddhist faithful. Perfect. This was nothing short of a divinely inspired solution. The more Li Yin contemplated, the more viable it seemed. And a small sense of pride nearly overflowed from his chest. He chuckled to himself, these great monks, chanting scriptures daily in front of my temple, ought to allow my old friend to reminisce with them. He promptly took action, extracting the set of the Living Buddha Jigong and the illusory jade from the package. A flash of brilliance illuminated the surroundings, and the ethereal master of the Xiankong Dao Palace vanished without a trace. In his place stood a disheveled and ragged monk, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery and an unsettling clarity. On the following day, as dawn broke, Qifeng village lay shrouded in a delicate veil of morning mist. The distant sounds of roosters crowing and dogs barking resonating through the air, imbued with a sense of pastoral tranquility. Master Yunxing had donned his monk's robe, preparing to lead his disciples to the Jinjuan temple at the foot of the mountain for another day of meditation and scripture recitation. As he opened the door, he halted in his tracks. Not far from the entrance, beneath an old locust tree, leaned a figure, clad in a tattered gray monk's robe, patched beyond recognition. The man wore a similarly ragged monk's hat that sat askew atop his head. A frayed fan hung from his waist, and he held a dark red wine gourd in his hand, presenting the appearance of a disheveled itinerant monk. Yet, Master Yunxing's pupils narrowed slightly. Surrounding this monk was a faint, almost imperceptible aura of gentle Buddhist light, pure and sacred, starkly contrasting with his ragged attire. More intriguingly, beneath that light seemed to dwell a hint of ethereal Taoist resonance. The distinctly disparate essences of Buddhism and Taoism coexisted within this singular being, not in conflict, but harmoniously intertwined. Having practiced for decades, Master Yunqing possessed a profound awareness, his senses far surpassing those of ordinary men. He could distinctly perceive that the seemingly deranged monk before him harbored an unfathomable reservoir of strength, as deep and vast as the ocean. This was no ordinary person. A sudden jolt surged through his heart, and a bold conjecture flickered in his mind, yet he forcefully suppressed it, daring not to dwell further. Taking a deep breath to quell the tempest within, he stepped forward, palms pressed together, bowing respectfully. Amitabha, may I inquire your esteemed title, Master? From whence do you hail? The disheveled monk appeared to have just awakened, lazily yawning and digging at his ears with a finger. As he lifted his eyelids, clarity shone through his murky gaze. As he scrutinized Yunqing up and down. Ah, you are the head monk of that raucous group who gathers daily at my old friend's doorstep, reciting those tiresome scriptures? His voice was hoarse, laced with a languor reminiscent of someone still under the spell of a hangover. A sinking feeling gripped Master Yunqing's heart. Old friend? Doorstep? He dared not be dismissive, lowering his posture further. I am Yunqing from Yunlin Temple, honored to meet you. May I ask how you are addressed? The untidy monk chuckled, as if he had heard a jest, scratching his oil-smeared neck. Mad and crazy, that's what they call me, Ji Dian. You may refer to me as Ji Dian the monk. Master Ji Dian swiftly searched his mind, but had never heard of any enlightened monk in the Buddhist realm bearing such a name. Master Yunqing carefully organized his words and said, You just mentioned that we disturbed your friend's tranquility? Indeed, replied Ji Dian. My old friend is particularly fond of serenity. You monks gather daily at his doorstep, buzzing like a swarm of flies, causing him great discomfort. At these words, Master Yunqing felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He was about to explain, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. To refer to the immensely powerful Xuanxiong Yunzi Jinjuan as an old friend in such a casual tone suggested that Master Ji Dian's identity was far more remarkable than he had previously imagined. He swallowed his words of defense and bowed hastily, stating, We hold no intention of disturbing the revered Jinjuan. We merely come with utmost reverence, seeking to witness his divine presence and comprehend the great way. Ah, I see, Ji Dian nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. However, my old friend has an eccentric temperament and despises the formalities of the Buddhist order. Your constant presence only serves to irritate him. A sense of dread enveloped Master Yunqing as he anxiously inquired, What do you suggest we do, Master, to avoid disturbing the Jinjuan while still seeking opportunities for enlightenment? Without directly answering, Ji Dian chuckled, uncorked a dark red wine gourd, and took a hearty swig. A rich, aromatic fragrance instantly filled the air. Master Yunqing was taken aback. One of the 5 precepts of Buddhism is abstaining from alcohol, yet this enigmatic monk drank as if oblivious to his surroundings. After a loud belch of satisfaction, Ji Dian wiped his mouth and offered the gourd to Yunqing. Monk, care for a sip? Yunqing quickly stepped back, palms pressed together. Amitabha. A monk should not indulge in meat or wine. Master, this is against our precepts. Ji Dian was unfazed, laughing heartily before taking another swig from the gourd. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Yunqing. You monks, clinging to those tattered scriptures, reciting them endlessly, what purpose do they serve? Can they conjure a true Buddha or vanquish a demon? The Jinjuan-S temple is a sacred space, not a marketplace for your chance. His words struck with unrelenting force, landing heavily upon Yunqing's heart, leaving him flushed and speechless. With a shift in tone, Ji Dian shook his head and sighed. Very well, in light of your apparent sincerity, I shall offer you a piece of advice. He gestured with his tattered fan towards the Jinjuan's temple below and then pointed into the distance. Your opportunities lie not in this place. Not here? Master Yunqing's heart stirred, about to inquire further. Yet, he witnessed Ji Dian fiercely wave that tattered fan. The surrounding scenery abruptly transformed without warning. The morning light, the ancient locust tree, and everything in Qifeng village vanished in an instant. In their place arose an expanse of boundless darkness and silence. Beneath his feet lay frigid, unyielding black rock, while in the distance loomed a towering, grotesque silhouette of a palace. An invisible stone bridge spanned across the surging black mist. A sinister wind howled, and an eerie presence pervaded the atmosphere. This was indeed the underworld. Master Yunqing was utterly taken aback by this incomprehensible display of power. His body stiffened, forgetting even to breathe. He sensed that this was no mere illusion. The chilling, oppressive aura was so tangible that it made his very soul tremble. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Dian had already positioned himself beside him, still appearing disheveled, yet somehow harmonizing with the ominous backdrop of the underworld. He gestured towards the empty, sorrowful hall with his tattered fan. Master, does this underworld seem to lack something? Ji Dian's voice echoed in the desolate space, resonating with unusual clarity. Master Yunqing suppressed the fierce swelling within him and surveyed his surroundings. The legendary underworld was said to have ox head and horseface escorting souls. The 10 Yama kings judging good and evil, countless ghostly attendants bustling about, and the reincarnation platform teeming with souls, their wails reverberating through the air. Yet, the underworld before him was devoid of life. Apart from the cold architecture and the swirling black mist beneath, there was nothing. No ghostly attendants, no judges, and not a single soul, only an endless, suffocating silence and void. This stark contrast to the legendary underworld was staggering. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Gideon seemed to have no expectation for a response, merely shaking his head and letting out a sigh. It is quite empty, isn't it? He waved the tattered fan once more. The grim underworld receded like a tide, and warm sunlight once again bathed them. The ancient locust tree stood resolute, and the smoke from Qingfeng Village's kitchens rose delicately into the air. Were it not for the lingering chill that clung to him, Master Yunqing could almost believe that everything he had just experienced was merely a nightmare. Observing Master Yunqing's astonished expression, Ji Dian untangled a string of Bodhi prayer beads from his hand. There were 18 beads in total, each one translucent and glowing softly in the morning light. He casually tossed the beads to Master Yunqing. Instinctively, Master Yunqing reached out to catch them, feeling a weight in his palm as a warmth. Pure energy surged into his body, restoring a semblance of warmth to his frightfully cold form. Listening intently, Ji Dian raised his voice and sang loudly, "The hell is desolate, and the evil spirits roam among us." Rather than reciting feudal scriptures in my old friend's temple, it would be far more virtuous to capture those demons clad in human skin and bring them to this underworld. Filling this void would constitute true merit and great transformation. Having spoken, he did not cast another glance at Master Yunqing, turning instead to leave unsteadily. As he walked away, he burst into fervent song, his voice wild yet imbued with an indescribable nonchalance and melancholy. His shoes were tattered, his hat worn, and his robe frayed. "The world mocks my madness. I mock the world for its lack of insight." His song gradually faded into the distance. Suddenly, Master Yunqing snapped back to reality, instinctively wanting to pursue him, to seek further clarification. Yet, at the moment he stepped forward, a dense white mist, impenetrable and sudden, erupted from the ground, completely engulfing Gideon's figure. By the time the fog began to dissipate, the path ahead was utterly deserted. The man who had called himself Gideon had vanished as if he had never existed. Only Master Yunqing remained, standing there in a daze. The cool morning breeze swept past him, yet he felt no chill. He looked down at the Bodhi prayer beads in his hand. Their warm, smooth texture and lingering warmth assured him that everything he had just experienced was no mere illusion. He could feel the immense and pure Buddhist power contained within this string of beads, even sensing a faint resonance with the essence of the true Lord. "The hell is desolate, and the evil spirits roam among us." The words of Gideon, along with the empty illusion of the underworld, echoed repeatedly in his mind, stirring up a tempest of emotions. Shock, confusion, and fear intertwined, leaving this enlightened monk feeling an unprecedented sense of bewilderment and unease. Chapter 74, Breaking Attachments to discover the truth. As the morning mist lingered, Master Yunqing staggered into the quarters where the other monks were staying. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. "Master!" Several early rising disciples rushed forward to support him, their faces etched with concern. "What has happened? Are you unwell?" Master Yunqing waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine, though his pallor was alarming, and his gaze was vacant, as if he had lost his soul. Wordlessly, he entered the room and slumped onto the main seat, gripping the string of Bodhi beads tightly in his hand. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with the disciples gathering around, exchanging anxious glances. After a lengthy silence, Master Yunqing finally exhaled deeply. He lifted his head, surveying his disciples, his voice hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. "I have just encountered an extraordinary being." He recounted his fortuitous encounter with the mad monk Ji Dian beneath the old locust tree, detailing how, with but a few words, the monk had transported him into the illusory realm of the underworld with unparalleled mystical powers. As he spoke, his tone measured and deliberate. The expressions of his disciples grew increasingly incredulous. "Master, are you suggesting you met a ragged, unruly mad monk?" A young monk could no longer contain himself, his brow furrowed in skepticism. "This sounds like the trickery of a charlatan. Surely, you have been deceived." "Indeed, Master," another echoed. "This man's erratic behavior and disregard for the precepts cannot possibly mark him as an enlightened sage. To audaciously speak of matters concerning the underworld surely indicates a deceiver seeking to mislead us." Silence. Master Yunqing suddenly opened his eyes, issuing a sharp command. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated with an unprecedented severity. The disciples were taken aback, falling silent, observing their faces adorned with disbelief and doubt. Master Yunqing offered no further explanation. He slowly extended his palm, placing a string of Bodhi prayer beads upon the table. "See for yourselves." The young monk, filled with doubt, cautiously reached out, his fingertips barely grazing a bead. A faint hum reverberated in his mind. A warm, tranquil, yet boundless force of Buddhist energy surged through his fingertips, instantly permeating his entire being. This spiritual force washed away the fatigue from his meridians, soothing the turbulence within his heart, and erasing the weariness of countless exertions and the anxiety of an uncertain future in an instant. He stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his previous disdain and skepticism swiftly consumed by awe and reverence. This Buddhist power, he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing this, the other disciples approached, eager to touch the beads. Without exception, their faces mirrored the young monk's astonishment. The power contained within this string of beads surpassed any artifact they had ever encountered, even grander than the ancient relics venerated day and night by the temple's abbot. This was no ordinary object. Certainly, it could not be possessed by a mere charlatan. In an instant, the room fell into an eerie silence. As they turned their gaze back to Master Yunxing, all doubt had evaporated, replaced by deeper fear and confusion. Who exactly is this Dian master? Master Yunxing slowly shook his head, his expression complex as he gazed at the beads in his hand, murmuring to himself. He claims to be an old friend of the true monarch. He states that hell is desolate and evil spirits roam the earth. If the previous revelation of the Buddhist treasure had merely shocked them, this statement brought forth a chilling realization that penetrated to their very bones. Master, are you implying that this Dian master has free passage to the underworld? One disciple's voice trembled. He spoke with familiarity regarding the true monarch of the celestial abyss, yet seemed utterly oblivious to the Buddhist precepts. What could this mean? The venerable true monarch, known for his critical views on the Buddhist order. How could he possibly be an old friend of such eminent figures from the Buddhist community? Numerous questions arose, yet no one could provide an answer. These inquiries tangled in the hearts of the assembly like a chaotic mass. A meticulous disciple pondered aloud, Master Uncle, I dare to speculate. Perhaps this is a trial set forth by the true monarch regarding our Buddhist sect. Our presence here to pay homage may be deemed overstepping. Thus, the true monarch has dispatched Master Dian under the guise of enlightenment, but in reality, as a warning, urging us to retreat. Upon utterance of these words, many nodded in agreement. Their underlying unease found resonance in this interpretation. However, an elder monk shook his head in disagreement. No, that cannot be the case. If this were indeed a warning, why bestow upon us such a treasure of the Buddhist realm? The power of this rosary is pure and vast. Evidently a boon to our cultivation, this signifies goodwill. Perhaps this is a harbinger of a great resurgence for our Buddhist order. A young monk exclaimed with fervor. Master Dian, who revels in the worldly pleasures, embodies a state of great freedom and liberation. His guidance illuminates the true path of our spiritual practice. Nonsense. The precepts are the foundation of Buddhism. How can they be so lightly disregarded? Yet, could Master Dian, with his vast supernatural abilities, truly be inferior to our humble selves? In an instant, discord erupted within the chamber, with some viewing it as a warning, others as an opportunity, while still others denounced Dian as a false Buddha, sowing discord among the faithful. The atmosphere grew charged and tense. Enough. Master Yunxing's deep voice silenced all disputes. He rose slowly, his gaze sweeping across each disciple, his demeanor unusually grave. This matter surpasses our understanding. Prepare your belongings. We shall return to Yunlin Temple at once. Until we comprehend Master Dian's true intentions, we must not disturb the true monarch's sacred mountain. Within the depths of Yunlin, in a room not open to the public, a solemn and charged atmosphere prevailed. The abbot, Elder Yunxin, along with several esteemed elders and head monks, gathered in this secluded chamber. Master Yunxing recounted the events of their journey to Qifeng Mountain, particularly the encounter with Dian and the extraordinary rosary. Presenting it to the assembly, silence lingered in the chamber for an extended period. Ba finally intoned an elder with white hair, wielding a staff of precepts. His voice resonant like a bell. Brother Yunxing, this situation is exceedingly strange. Dian's conduct is unruly, indulging in wine and meat, clearly a transgressor of the precepts. Can his words be trusted? He may very well be a demon in disguise, seeking to lead our Buddhist order astray. The head of the precepts hall agreed emphatically. Our Buddhist order has its own regulations. We cannot allow the words of a mad monk to unsettle our ranks. Moreover, the true monarch Xian Qiong Yunzhe is a deity of the Taoist realm. Our entanglement with him is already precarious. Yet, an elder with a kindly visage, overseeing the scripture repository, offered a differing perspective. What you say is misguided, he spoke slowly. The purity of the Bodhi prayer beads, infused with the essence of Buddha's power, is something we can all witness. It is certainly not a fabrication of demonic entities. I, a humble monk, am inclined to believe that this may herald the resurgence of our Buddhist community. The phrase hell is empty, and all the devils are here. What does it signify? It speaks to the profound sins that plague the mortal realm today. If we, as disciples of the Buddha, can align ourselves with the celestial tides to vanquish demons and save sentient beings, would that not be an immeasurable merit? Perhaps Master Jijian is indeed an incarnation of an arhat sent by the Buddha to enlighten us. Nonsense, scoffed the abbot of the Monastic Discipline Institute. If he were truly an arhat, why would he act under the guise of a Taoist immortal? It is evident that this is a trap set by the Taoist sect, intending for our Buddhist order to serve their purposes and confront the malevolent cultists. In that moment, the chamber was filled with fervent debate. Master Yunxing listened in silence. Observing his fellow disciples, some sparkled with the prospect of merit, while others hesitated in fear, and still others clung stubbornly to their narrow views, unwilling to budge. Clutching the string of Bodhi beads, he slowly closed his eyes, shutting out the cacophony of the outside world. He chose to return not in search of an answer, but to convey this earth-shattering revelation. The true answer, perhaps, would require his own quest for understanding. He resolved to enter seclusion, to meditate deeply on the prophetic words left by Master Jijian, as well as the secrets hidden within these beads. In the tranquil chamber, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air. Master Yunxing sat cross-legged, gently rolling the 18 Bodhi seeds between his fingers. With each bead he touched, a wave of coolness enveloped him, gradually calming his tumultuous thoughts. Yet, the words of Jijian echoed in his ears like a resounding bell. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. He began a profound introspection, reflecting on Yunlin Temple and the current state of Buddhism in the world. They build grand temples, fashion imposing golden statues, recite scriptures daily, and meditate each night. Yet what purpose does it serve? The common folk below continue to suffer. The demons of Jiangzhou still lurk in the shadows, abducting lives and wreaking havoc. They enshrine the Buddha in their halls, offering incense and prostrations, confining the teachings of Buddhism to a corner of their domain. They speak of compassion with their lips while harboring narrow-mindedness and plotting how to suppress the Taoist sect. They proclaim their commitment to saving all beings, yet remain indifferent or powerless to the suffering and evil that lie beyond the temple walls. Is this truly what the Buddha envisioned? Master Yunxing's heart trembled with turmoil. He felt the beliefs forged over decades of diligent practice beginning to crumble. Pain and confusion gnawed at him like a horde of ants. If the Buddha resides solely within the temple, then outside its walls lies a realm of demons. If goodness exists only in words, then beyond those words lies nothing but wickedness. A voice resonated from the depths of his soul. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here does not imply that the underworld is devoid of inhabitants. Rather, it reveals the insatiable void of the human heart and the difficulty of eradicating the evils of this world. A beam of radiant light suddenly pierced through the dense fog enveloping his mind. He felt a sudden clarity. He understood. He finally comprehended. The enlightenment bestowed by Master Jijian was not a call to worship the true Lord, nor was it a directive to discern the superiority of Buddhism over Taoism. It was a guiding light, illuminating a genuine path of virtue for those disciples of the Buddhist faith confined within the temple walls. Why does the true Lord disdain the Buddhist sect? Perhaps it is because he perceives the hypocrisy of a faith that only clears the snow from its own doorstep while ignoring the frost on others' rooftops. Why is the underworld so desolate? Because the wicked souls that ought to descend into hell continue to wreak havoc upon the world of the living. Master Jijian urges these Buddhist disciples to step out of the temple, to leave their meditation rooms, and to redeem those malevolent spirits that plague the world. To fill the void of the underworld, restoring order between the realms of yin and yang. This, indeed, is the paramount duty of the Buddhist disciples at present. This is the essence of true cultivation, the embodiment of genuine compassion, the attainment of boundless merit. With this realization, Master Yunxing felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from his heart, leaving him utterly unburdened. The confusion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and fervor. He slowly rose to his feet and pushed open the door to the quiet chamber. Outside, the sunlight was just right. He knew that a transformation would commence from Yunlin Temple, sweeping across the entire Buddhist community, and he would be the catalyst for this change. Chapter 75. Buddhism enters the world. Yunlin Temple, Abbot's meditation room. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered between the beams, serene and solemn. Elder Yunxin sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, his eyes half closed, steadily manipulating a string of dark Buddhist beads. The door was gently pushed open, and a figure entered. Elder Yunxin did not lift his eyelids. The movement of the beads in his hand merely paused for a moment. "Disciple, you have returned." His voice was calm, betraying no hint of emotion. Yunxing approached him, clasped his hands in reverence, and remained silent. Only then did Elder Yunxin slowly open his eyes, his gaze settling upon his disciple. In that fleeting moment, a ripple stirred in his otherwise tranquil demeanor. Before him stood Yunxing, still clad in his modest monk's robe, his features unchanged. Yet, the essence of his being had undergone a profound transformation. The previous confusion, uncertainty, and unease had all vanished, replaced by an unparalleled clarity and resolve. It was as if flames burned brightly within his eyes. Elder brother, I have attained understanding. Master Yunxing's voice was soft yet resonant. He articulated his contemplations following his seclusion, offering a fresh interpretation of the desolation of hell and the presence of malevolent spirits in the world, as well as a critique of the entrapment of Buddhism within its own sanctuaries, each word flowing forth with eloquence. I have sat here day after day in silent contemplation, reciting countless scriptures, yet the suffering in the world below shows no sign of abating. We have revered the Buddha upon a lofty pedestal, isolating him with gold and forgetting that the essence of Buddhism is to liberate all sentient beings, not to confine it within the walls of a temple. Brother, the enlightenment bestowed by Master Ji Dian was not solely for this humble monk, but for the entirety of Yunlin Temple, and for all disciples of the Buddha who remain cloistered in their own worlds. The void of the underworld must be filled by our own earthly demons. This is true merit. This is genuine practice. Master Yunxing spoke with increasing fervor, his eyes ablaze as if two flames were ignited within them. Inside the Zen room, an extended silence enveloped the atmosphere. Only the beads in Elder Yunxin's hands spun faster and faster, producing a faint yet urgent clicking sound. After a long while, the incessant motion of the beads came to an abrupt halt. Elder Yunxin exhaled a long, heavy breath, as if expelling decades of dust and attachment. Amitba, his voice, though hoarse, carried the weight of profound relief. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Brother Yunxing, you speak the truth. Convey my edict and summon all the senior elders for a council. In the square before the Mahavarakana Hall of Yunlin Temple, the atmosphere was tense. All notable figures within the temple had gathered, as Elder Yunxin publicly announced that Yunlin Temple would abandon its insular views and that all monks would venture into the world to practice the Dharma. Combating demons and evil as a form of cultivation, the crowd erupted in uproar. Abbot, reconsider. The head of the Monastic Discipline Institute was the first to step forward. His expression grim. The Buddhist community has its own strict precepts. How can we, like the Taoists, engage in violent confrontations? Indeed, Abbot, an elder voiced his concerns anxiously. The dangers beyond the mountains are perilous. Having remained within the temple for so long, how can we stand against them? This move is akin to striking a stone with an egg. This matter requires careful deliberation. Amitba, however, the elder from the Sutra repository, clasped his hands together, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. I believe this heralds a grand awakening for our Buddhist community. The underworld is desolate, and evil spirits roam the earth. Is this not the opportune moment for us to accumulate merit and liberate sentient beings? Voices of contention and debate surged and fell like waves. Elder Yunxin remained silent, attentively listening. Once the clamor gradually subsided, he lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the faces filled with excitement, worry, and confusion. I understand all that has been said, esteemed colleagues. Yet I pose one question. He paused, his voice rising sharply. What is the compassion of the Buddha? Is it merely to witness malevolent spirits wreaking havoc on earth while we remain in our halls, reciting incomprehensible scriptures? It is said that the common people are wailing in anguish, yet we remain confined within the meditation hall, merely striking the cold wooden fish a few times. If the Buddha does not descend into the world, how can he guide sentient beings? His voice resounded like a great bell, striking deafeningly at the hearts of the monks. In the square, silence reigned. I have made my decision. Elder Yunxin spoke with an authority that brooked no dissent. Those unwilling to follow need not be coerced. They may remain in the temple to guard the mountain gate. However, anyone wishing to join me in this world, to walk the Bodhisattva path and confront the demons, should return to their chambers and pack their belongings at once. He paused, casting a glance at the head of the Discipline Institute. Junior brother, should you insist on defiance, I can relinquish this position of abbot today. The head of the Discipline Institute shifted in hues of pale and dark, ultimately sighing in resignation, joining his palms together and bowing his head. Since the abbot has made his decision, we shall comply. Witnessing this, no one dared to voice This matter concerns not only our Yunlin temple. Elder Yunxin continued. A letter must be dispatched with utmost urgency. Reaching the ancestral temples of the Buddhist faith, Jingguang Temple and Lanruo Temple in Beiyin, within 800 miles. Inform them that in southern Chu, the Buddha has manifested, and the gates of the underworld have opened. Our Yunlin Temple, in obedience to the decree, shall engage with the world. In Jiangzhou City, within a courtyard temporarily requisitioned by the governor's office, a somber air enveloped the makeshift command center for the eradication of the Blood Feather sect. With messengers coming and going incessantly, real Master Lingxiu and Taoist Lingyun sat before a vast sand table, their brows furrowed in concentration. The sand table was densely dotted with flags of various colors, representing the government, the Taoist sect, and the confirmed strongholds of the Blood Feather sect. Brother, despite having dismantled several peripheral strongholds over the past few days, the core members of the Blood Feather sect have proven as elusive as loaches. Slipping through our grasp without capture, Taoist Lingyun remarked, pointing to a few flags that had been uprooted, his tone tinged with irritation. It seems they received word in advance and have all gone into hiding. Real Master Lingshu stroked his beard, pondering, there is no need for haste. Governor Yang has ordered the closure of all major routes in Jiangzhou, casting a vast net. They will not escape. Yet, despite his words, a flicker of worry crossed his gaze. The merit of sealing the Yin spirit is not easily attained. At that moment, a young acolyte hurriedly entered. Master, Uncle Master. He greeted with a bow before producing a letter from his bosom. A message from Qingfeng Mountain, delivered by carrier pigeon. Taoist Lingyun took the letter, opened it, and the vexation on his face was instantly replaced by a peculiar smile. Ah, how intriguing. Junior brother, what is it? Real Master Lingshu inquired. Taoist Lingyun handed over the letter with a grin. Brother, take a look. Those monks who have lingered at Qingfeng Mountain have finally departed. Oh. Real Master Lingshu took the letter and scanned it rapidly. In the letter, Qingfeng elaborated on the departure of the monks from Yunlin Temple from Qingfeng Mountain, noting that the leading Master Yunqing appeared somewhat disheartened before leaving. They are wise enough. Taoist Lingyun lifted his teacup and curled his lips in disdain. Every day, they congregate in front of the Jinjuan Temple reciting scriptures, believing they can procure some celestial fortune. They fail to consider that the venerable Jinjuan holds the utmost contempt for the hypocrisy of their Buddhist practices. To receive enlightenment from Jinjuan and to be conferred as Yin deity is the accumulated merit of our Taoist lineage over millennia. Can these mere mortals dare to covet such blessings? Taoist Lingyun nodded in agreement, expressing his concurrence with his senior brother's words. We bear the immense expectations of Jinjuan. Our perspectives have long since transcended those of the mundane. In the future, we shall be listed among the divine ranks, sharing longevity with the heavens and earth. Why should we compete with these commoners over trivial matters? His current mindset had indeed risen above the fray. I am already a reserved celestial being. Why should I quibble with these mortals? The scope of one's vision must broaden. The two exchanged a knowing smile, recognizing in each other's eyes an infinite anticipation for the future and a complete disdain for the petty maneuvers of the Buddhist sect. They casually set the letter aside and refocused their attention on the red circles on the map, which represented virtue. However, this transcendent mindset did not endure. Half an hour later, a constable hurriedly arrived with news. He reported to the two immortals that a monk claiming to be Master Yunqing from Yunlin Temple sought an audience, stating that he had urgent matters of great importance to discuss with them. Taoist Lingyun and Taoist Lingshu exchanged a glance, both taken aback. Why has this monk come to seek us? What could he possibly want? Taoist Lingyun furrowed his brow. Taoist Lingshu pondered for a moment before replying, let him in. I wish to see what scheme he has in mind. Chapter 76, Seeing the Sun Through the Clouds in the Reception Hall. The aroma of tea wafted gently through the air, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Taoist Lingshu and Taoist Lingyun sat at the main seats, observing the solemn-faced Buddhist monk before them, each internally speculating. The Yunqing before them was a stark contrast to the disheartened figure described in the letter. He walked with steady strides, exuding a dignified demeanor. His eyes sparkled with an inner brilliance, like a sword unsheathed, sharp and glaring, yet tempered with the compassion of the Buddhist faith. This contradictory aura instilled a subtle pressure upon the two Taoists. Ba, I am the humble monk Yunqing, here to pay my respects to Taoist Lingshu and Taoist Lingyun. The monk greeted with a respectful gesture, neither servile nor overbearing. There is no need for such formalities. Master Yunqing. Taoist Lingshu raised a hand, cutting straight to the point. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Without beating around the bush, Master Yunqing recounted his unexpected encounter with the monk Jijian on Qifeng Mountain, detailing how the latter claimed to be an old friend of Jinjuan and left behind a prophecy. Relaying the experience verbatim. In the courtyard, silence reigned, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The trace of impatience and disdain on Taoist Lingyun's face had long since vanished without a trace. His lips parted slightly, and the astonishment in his eyes was nearly overflowing. Although Master Lingshu maintained a facade of composure, the fingers that nervously stroked his beard betrayed his inner turmoil. An old friend of the true monarch? A wayward, eccentric figure from the Buddhist realm? And he left behind a prophecy of desolation in hell, with malevolent spirits roaming the earth? The magnitude of this revelation momentarily bewildered the two Taoists, who fancied themselves as having glimpsed the secrets of heaven and were on the brink of divinity. Wasn't the true monarch most averse to the Buddhist sect? How could an old acquaintance from the Buddhist order suddenly emerge? This narrative felt fundamentally flawed. Master Yunqing inhaled deeply, Forcing himself to regain his composure, his voice slightly parched. This matter is of utmost significance. Can you assure me that every word you speak is true? Master Yunqing's demeanor remained serene. As a monk, I do not utter falsehoods. I vow by my Buddhist heart that should I utter even a half-truth, I willingly accept the punishment of being struck by 5 thunders. He paused before continuing. I have come not only to convey this information to you both, but also to relay the decision of Yunlin Temple. We at Yunlin Temple are willing to heed Master Jidian's guidance and align with the true monarch's will, dedicating the full strength of our temple to assist the authorities and your esteemed sect in eradicating the Bloodfeather cult, restoring clarity to Jiangzhou. Both Ling Xiu and Ling Yun exchanged glances, their hearts shaken. This was no mere quest for celestial favors. The Buddhist sect was poised to enter the fray formally. Yet the underlying reasons left them in profound confusion and bewilderment. What was the true monarch's true intention? Master's noble intentions command my admiration, Ling Xiu finally spoke, steadying himself. However, this matter is too sudden and grave. I must confer with my fellow disciples before I can provide you with an answer. That is only fitting. Master Yunqing nodded in understanding. I shall await your favorable response in the city. With that, he once again performed the gesture of respect and turned to take his leave. Watching Master Yunqing's retreating figure, Taoist Ling Yun exhaled deeply, slumping back into his chair, murmuring, "Brother, what on earth is happening? I feel as though the heavens are about to become incomprehensible to us." Master Ling Xiu did not respond. He merely stared intently at the sand table, his gaze flickering uncertainly. After a long pause, he finally uttered 6 words. Quickly summon everyone. In a secret chamber of the Jiangzhou Taoist recording office. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if one could wring water from it. All core members of the Jiangzhou Taoist sect, numerous observers and elders, were gathered there, each wearing a grave expression. Master Ling Xiu publicly shared the message brought by Master Yunqing. Upon hearing the name of Jidian, the reference to the true monarch's old friend, and the ominous prophecy stating that hell is desolate while malevolent spirits roam the earth, the entire chamber erupted like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating tumultuous waves of unrest. Absurd. Utterly ludicrous. An irascible elder slammed his hand on the table. The true monarch is the supreme deity of our sect. How could he possibly be an acquaintance of a wayward monk from the Buddhist order? Clearly, this is a fabrication by the demons of Buddhism, attempting to exploit the name of the true monarch to siphon off our merits. Indeed, others immediately chimed in, affirming that the true monarch harbors disdain for the Buddhist order. This is indisputable. The words spoken by that celestial youth cannot be false. This Yunqing monk must harbor ill intentions. The clamor of debate rose and fell, as the vast majority were unable to accept this paradigm-shifting revelation. This matter not only concerns the stance of the true monarch, but also the status of their chosen ones within the Taoist sect. If the true monarch has ties to the Buddhist order, does that not diminish their exclusive celestial connection granted by the deification of the Yin spirits? Gentlemen, please remember. The Ling Xiu true person spoke in a deep voice, quieting the uproar. He gazed at the assembly and slowly remarked, "Indeed, this matter is fraught with uncertainties. Yet, that Yunqing does not appear to be a liar. Furthermore, that prophecy, hell is desolate, malevolent spirits roam the earth, do you not find it strikingly reflective of our current predicament?" Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The blood-feathered cult's demons masquerading as Yin messengers, abducting souls and wreaking havoc upon the world. Are they not the very essence of malevolent spirits on earth? While the netherworld has revealed its divine presence, it cannot eradicate all the vile entities from the world. Is this not the very definition of hell being desolate? Upon further reflection, this prophecy encapsulates our present situation with remarkable precision. Yet, how does this reconcile with the true monarch's aversion to the Buddhist order? One individual raised the core contradiction. Indeed, these two notions are fundamentally at odds. The chamber once again descended into a stalemate, with all present unable to fathom the underlying intricacies. Just then, from a corner, an elderly Taoist with flowing white hair, who had remained silent, slowly opened his eyes. He was the abbot of Xiang Temple, situated outside Jiangzhou City, of high seniority and usually devoted to his cultivation, unconcerned with worldly affairs. "Perhaps we have all erred." The old Taoist spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse yet remarkably clear. He turned to Ling Xiu true person. "Might you elaborate once more on the characteristics of Jidian?" Ling Xiu true person nodded, reiterating the description of Master Yunqing. Indifferent to meat and wine, and disregarding the precepts, the abbot of Xiang Temple stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. This suggests that he does not adhere to the strict regulations of the current Buddhist teachings. Endowed with the radiance of Buddhism, yet imbued with the essence of Tao. He continued his analysis. This is indeed unprecedented. We cultivators are well aware that the methodologies of Buddhism and Taoism are fundamentally distinct. Attempting to practice both simultaneously only leads to chaos. Yet he possesses a harmonious essence, unfathomable in depth, which suggests only one possibility. The master of Xiang suddenly raised his voice. This esteemed Jijian master has long transcended the confines of the dichotomy between Buddhism and Taoism. Though he may reside within the Buddhist realm, he has undoubtedly attained a celestial status within the Taoist domain. He is a paragon of dual cultivation in Buddhism and Taoism, achieving unparalleled freedom and transcendence. Upon utterance of these words, the hall fell into silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this audacious conjecture. Dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism. This fundamentally undermines their understanding accumulated over centuries. Brother Xiang speaks with reason, Taoist Ling Yun exclaimed, slapping his thigh, his eyes suddenly illuminating with clarity. I understand now. I comprehend it all. He rose with fervor. The venerable true monarch, when he expressed his disdain for the Buddhist path, did not reject the essence of Buddhism itself, but rather the elaborate rituals and narrow-minded perspectives prevalent in contemporary Buddhist circles. This Jijian master, unfettered by conventions, embodies precisely what the true monarch admires. Hence, they are old friends. The true monarch has enlightened us, indicating that our cultivation is akin to the path of mundane warriors, guiding us towards the true celestial way of refining essence and transforming qi. Now, through the voice of the Jijian master, he leaves us the prophecy that hell is empty and evil spirits roam the earth, clearly indicating that the Buddhist path, they only know to chant scriptures in temples, yet forget that the true essence of Buddhism lies in liberating all sentient beings. This discourse invigorated the audience, awakening them from their confusion. All previous contradictions and perplexities suddenly found reasonable explanations in this moment. Brother, what shall we do next? Taoist Ling Yun inquired. Realizing Ling Shu took a deep breath and rose to his feet. The profound intent of the true monarch must be pondered gradually. However, one thing is certain. We must proactively engage with Yunlin Temple. We must ascertain the true origins of this Jijian master. He gazed towards the door, his eyes deep with contemplation. Tomorrow, under the auspices of the Jiangzhou Dao Record Office, we shall formally invite Yunlin Temple to collaboratively deliberate on the grand plan to eradicate. Chapter 77. Secrets at the Alley's End. Within the quiet chamber of the Jiangzhou Dao Record Office, the mingling scents of sandalwood and tea filled the air. Yet the atmosphere felt far from serene. Ling Shu and Master Yunqing sat facing each other, separated by a zetonwood table. Taoist Ling Yun stood beside, his gaze shifting subtly between the two, his expression intricate. Master Yunqing, Ling Shu initiated, his voice calm. Since the Jijian master shares a bond with the true monarch, our Taoist and Buddhist paths may be considered as one. The true monarch's decree to eradicate malevolence and uphold righteousness is indeed our duty. He shifted his tone, gently tracing the rim of his teacup with his finger. However, this endeavor to vanquish evil necessitates a structured approach. Our Taoist sect has operated in Jiangzhou for many years, becoming quite familiar with the local geography and connections. Thus, it is imperative that the Dao Record Office takes the lead in this matter, with your esteemed temple providing assistance from the side for optimal efficacy. Master Yunqing lowered his gaze, his fingers gently manipulating the prayer beads, his voice resonating with a steady calm, akin to the tolling of a bell. The words of the true man are misguided. Master Jijian has elucidated that the void of the underworld must be filled with the malevolent spirits of the mortal realm. This is a tremendous merit, and moreover, it serves as a pathway for our Buddhist order's worldly cultivation. To vanquish demons and subdue malevolence, disciples of our order must not shy away from their responsibilities. He lifted his gaze, his eyes clear and unwavering as he looked directly at Ling Shu. It is my humble belief that this matter knows no hierarchy. Both our sects should stand shoulder to shoulder, sharing in the merits, thus aligning with the intentions of the true Lord and Master Jijian. Taoist Ling Yun, listening from the side, could not help but scoff quietly. How eloquent, yet it seems he merely seeks a share of the spoils. Nevertheless, Ling Shu remained adorned with a gentle smile. The master's words do indeed hold merit. He pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the matter with great seriousness. If that is the case, let us establish a demon exorcism bureau, jointly overseen by myself and the master, wherein all matters shall be discussed collectively. His words were impeccably crafted, granting face to the Buddhist order while retaining actual control over the Taoist Records Office. Master Yunqing joined his hands in reverence. Excellent. Thus, amidst this fade of harmony, an undercurrent of negotiations reached a consensus. The two parties agreed to jointly petition Governor Yang Lai, beseeching the authority of the government to take decisive action. In the council hall of the Jiangzhou governor's office, Yang Lai sat prominently, rhythmically tapping his fingers against the table, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, sweeping over the monk and the Taoist standing side by side below. Oh, He elongated his tone, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips. Did I hear incorrectly? The Taoist Records Office intends to collaborate with Yunlin Temple to eradicate the remnants of the Bloodfeather sect? His voice betrayed an unmistakable astonishment and skepticism. These two factions have been at odds for centuries. It would be remarkable if they could refrain from sabotaging each other, yet now they wish to unite? In response to the governor's inquiry, Ling Xiu stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. This is the will of heaven, as well as the joint decree of the true Lord and Buddha. Until the demons are eradicated, Jiangzhou shall remain unsettled. Our Taoist and Buddhist sects must indeed cast aside sectarian prejudices and unite for the sake of the populace. Master Yunxing likewise offered his palms together in agreement. The demons disrupt the path, bringing chaos to all beings. The actions of the disciples of our Buddhist order in subduing these evils are, indeed, acts of compassion. The two men harmonized their sentiments, elevating the discourse to a level of celestial justice, invoking the shared wrath of deities and Buddhas. Yang Lai listened, his suspicions deepening. Yet he was equally aware that the rampant nature of the Bloodfeather sect had become a pressing concern. The Buddhist order held a vast number of followers in Jiangzhou. Its foundation deeply entrenched. If they could be rallied as allies, it would not be an unwise strategy. As for the intricate intrigues behind the scenes, he had little desire or capacity to investigate. What he desired was merely the outcome. Excellent. Yang Lai slammed his hand upon the table, the sound reverberating like thunder. Since both masters possess such a heart for the nation and its people, I, the commander, grant my approval. Henceforth, the resources of the Jiangzhou treasury and military shall be at your disposal. The esteemed commander has but one request: to eradicate the fiends of the Bloodfeather sect, leaving not a single one behind. Many thanks to the esteemed governor. Ling Su and Yun Xing responded in unison. As the two departed, the boldness on Yang Lai's face swiftly diminished, giving way to a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. He called out towards the screen, Zhang Wu. A heavily armored deputy general stepped forth with purpose, kneeling on one knee. This subordinate is here. Send someone to keep a close watch on them. Yang Lai's voice lowered, laced with an icy tone. I wish to know every individual they meet, every word they utter, and every place they visit. I shall see whether they truly cooperate or merely perform a farce before me. Understood, my lord. In that moment, the entire city of Jiangzhou transformed due to the influence of the Buddhist order. On the streets, monks clad in humble robes were a common sight. They preached and offered blessings before the doors of wealthy merchants, gathering offerings while also gleaning tales of the city from the idle chatter of noble women. Others distributed porridge and medicine in bustling markets, probing the movements of local thugs through the lips of tattered beggars and porters. The vast net of the Buddhist order spread silently and pervasively, enveloping every corner of Jiangzhou. In the southern part of the city, in the realm of brothels and entertainment, an elderly monk named Huai Jing visited daily, unwavering in his quest for alms. He never frequented the opulent establishments, but instead sought out the remote alleys to recite passages of the Rebirth Sutra for the downtrodden souls who inhabited the lowest echelons of society. Today, a young woman, fair of face yet marked by the trials of life, emerged from an alleyway carrying a basket of freshly laundered clothes and spotted Huai Jing. Master. She paused, somewhat flustered, and offered a respectful bow. This woman had once been a courtesan at the nearby Zhuai Lu, but after enduring unbearable humiliation, she had fled. In her most desperate hour, it was Huai Jing who had provided her with a few buns, preventing her from perishing on the streets. Amitba. The old monk joined his palms in prayer, his murky eyes radiating compassion. How have you fared, my child? Thanks to your blessings, master. I have found work at a laundry in the western part of the city. Though it is arduous, I find solace in my heart. Yet as she spoke, her voice unconsciously dwindled, a flicker of fear illuminating her gaze. Speak freely, he encouraged, biting her lip. She stepped closer and lowered her voice as if sharing a scorching secret. Master, as a virtuous monk, I have something to confide in you. Though I hesitate to do so, the Zhuai Lu, where I once resided, has recently become quite peculiar. The revelry that once filled the nights has taken on a disquieting tone. Whenever I pass by at night, I hear sounds unlike any I have known, like the muffled cries of the tormented, emerging from the depths below, sending chills down my spine. As she spoke, her body involuntarily shivered. Moreover, I have encountered individuals cloaked in black several times, sneaking in and out through the back door. These individuals emanated a stench of blood, and their gazes were as sharp as blades. They were certainly not patrons seeking merriment. The benevolent expression on the old monk Huai Jing's face gradually solidified. A sudden gleam of clarity flashed in his murky eyes. Benefactor, whom else have you confided in regarding this matter? No one. The woman shook her head repeatedly. I dared not speak, fearing it would bring calamity upon myself. It is only today, upon meeting the master, that I found the courage to disclose it. Well done. Huai Jing nodded, his demeanor returning to normal. This matter must not be mentioned to anyone else. May the Buddha's protection ensure your safety. He watched the woman leave in haste before turning, leaning on his staff, and walking deliberately in a direction starkly opposite to that from which he had come. His steps were heavy yet swift. Half an hour later, within the temporary command post, a massive map of Jiangzhou lay spread across the table. Real person Lingshu and Master Yunqing leaned over, examining a location circled in red on the map, the drunken immortal pavilion. This place is renowned in Jiangzhou for its debauchery, a mingling of the virtuous and the vile, a haven for filth. Lingshu pointed to the red circle and spoke coldly. Hundreds, even thousands, enter and exit daily. The cacophony is sufficient to mask any unusual activity. If the Bloodfeather sect has established a stronghold here, it would indeed be undetectable. Master Yunqing's expression grew grave. The information relayed by Brother Huai Jing cannot be erroneous. The cries of anguish, the figures in black, the stench of blood, all these signs align with the modus operandi of the Bloodfeather sect. What are we waiting for? Long Taoist Ling Yun, unable to contain himself, slammed the table. Senior brother, master, let us immediately assemble our forces and strike. We shall capture these demons in one fell swoop. No, Master Yunqing firmly interjected. He shook his head. The circumstances within the drunken immortal pavilion remain unclear. If we charge in with such fanfare, we will only alert the serpent in the grass. Lingshu nodded in agreement and turned to Ling Yun. Junior brother, remain calm. Master Yunqing's concerns are not unfounded. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Yunqing, what do you propose we do? Master Yunqing's gaze was serene as he spoke slowly. First, we should approach with courtesy before resorting to force. Since the drunken immortal pavilion is a place of pleasure, we can disguise ourselves as ordinary patrons, getting closer to investigate. As disciples of the Buddhist order, we are least likely to draw attention. Allow my disciples to first probe the true nature of the drunken immortal pavilion. Once we ascertain the situation, we can then lay our web and strike with overwhelming force. Lingshu stroked his beard, a flicker of approval in his eyes. This monk is astute and methodical in his actions. Very well, he concluded. We shall proceed according to the master's plan. A storm brewing against the Zui Xian Lu has commenced. Chapter 78. The melodious chant dispels evildoers. The night enveloped Jiangzhou city in a shroud of ink, overshadowing its bustling splendor. The Zui Xian Lu, the largest den of indulgence in the south of the city, burned brightly with lights, its seductive melodies seeping through doors and windows, intertwining with the shadows of the streets. 3 monks clad in gray robes traversed the raucous crowd, halting before the gilded entrance of the establishment. Leading them was the elder monk, known as Huaihua, his hands clutching a string of prayer beads, his gaze lowered, as if the surrounding revelry held no relevance to him. Masters, I believe you have strayed to the wrong place, remarked a burly man at the entrance, his tone laced with mockery. Here, there are no lanterns and ancient Buddhas, only painted skeletons and alluring courtesans. Stepping forward, the young monk Huai Xin placed his palms together in reverence. We do not come seeking alms, but rather, having heard of the nightly revelries here, we wish to recite a passage from the Peace Sutra for the prosperity of mankind. We seek no compensation, only to foster a benevolent connection. As the burly man prepared to retort, the matron of the establishment, her figure swaying like a serpent, emerged. Upon seeing the monks blocking the entrance, her brows furrowed in irritation. What audacity, bald heads! You wish to preach? Here, we listen to the melodies of silk and bamboo, and behold the dance of beauties. Who has the patience for your scriptures? Another monk, Huayan, who had remained silent until now, lifted his gaze. Honored one, the Buddhist path is one of purity, untouched by worldly matters. We seek merely a corner in your hall to sit upon a cushion, and we vow not to disturb your business. The matron's eyes darted, recognizing that these monks, though simply dressed, bore an air of composure unusual for mere wandering priests. She contemplated that with the authorities and Taoist sects currently searching for demons in the city, having monks present could lend an air of innocence to her establishment. Very well. I shall show some mercy today. She waved her hand dismissively. You may remain in the corner of the hall, but do not wander about. Thank you, honored one. Huaihua replied, refraining from further discourse. They entered the hall and settled in a discreet corner, legs crossed, closing their eyes to chant. Huai Xin and Huayan flanked him, like 2 guardian deities, isolating themselves from the surrounding clamor. Within the establishment, the sounds of strings and flutes grew increasingly raucous, mingled with the laughter of men and the coyness of women. The recitation of the sutra by Huai Jing resonated like a clear spring, A stark contrast to the murky atmosphere, yet it persisted with stubborn existence. Huayan's gaze casually swept across the hall, meticulously noting the positions of every attendant and guard in his mind. Seizing the moment when an attendant hurried past, laden with dishes towards the kitchen, he deftly slipped away like a falling leaf, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the corridor. The back courtyard was far more sordid than the front hall. Slop, refuse, and the stench of inferior liquor mingled in a nauseating concoction, while the heavy scent of cosmetics failed to mask the pervasive odor of decay. Huayan's nose twitched slightly. His senses were inherently distinct from those of ordinary individuals. After entering the Buddhist monastic life, he attained an unwavering state of olfactory meditation, enabling him to discern the most subtle differences among myriad scents. He held his breath, filtering out the unpleasant odors one by one. Soon, he detected a faint yet exceedingly peculiar aroma, reminiscent of aged blood, intertwined with the sickly sweetness of decayed herbs, cold and imbued with a hint of malevolence. Following the scent, he approached a heap cluttered with dilapidated tables, chairs, and abandoned wine jars. The odor emanated from this very spot. He surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present. The muscles in his arms, concealed beneath his monk's robe, subtly tensed as he effortlessly moved aside hundreds of pounds of debris without producing a sound. Beneath the clutter lay a slab of bluish stone, indistinguishable in color from the ground. Wisps of that sinister fragrance wafted from the crevices of the stone. Huayan bent down, gently brushing away the dust from the slab. A palm-sized rune, inscribed with an unknown blood, abruptly came into view. The rune twisted grotesquely as if alive, emanating a chilling and eerie aura that sent shivers down the spine. He had found it. Huayan's pupils constricted momentarily before he regained his composure. He restored the debris to its original position, leaving no trace behind, and silently withdrew. Upon returning to the entrance of the main hall, he found Huaihua concluding the final line of his chant. The old monk gradually opened his eyes and rose to his feet. "I apologize for the disturbance." He nodded slightly to the burly man, leading his two disciples away, as if they had merely come to seek alms and recite scriptures. The man watched their retreating figures, inexplicably relieved, muttering a few curses under his breath. A quarter of an hour later, the temporary command post within the city was ablaze with light. The drunken immortal tower, the underground passage, the blood-red rune. Master Yunqing listened intently to Huayan's report, his eyes gleaming with a deadly intent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lingshu Jinren turned to him, his expression serious. "Master Yunqing, it seems that this is indeed the lair of the malevolent." "Amitba." Master Yunqing slowly rose, his staff gently tapping the ground. "Now that we have located it, it is time to take action." He glanced at General Wang He, the military governor beside him. "General Wang, you may commence." A spark of determination ignited in Wang He's eyes as he clasped his fists in acknowledgement and strode purposefully out of the command post. The urgent and resonant tolling of bells suddenly echoed throughout the military camp. In an instant, the entire encampment, like a slumbering behemoth, was roused from its slumber. Countless armored soldiers surged forth from their quarters like a tidal wave, their movements swift and silent. The clash of iron armor resonated, merging into a torrent of steel. Wang He mounted his steed, unsheathing the blade from his waist, and pointed forward, his voice resonating like thunder. "The target, the drunken immortal pavilion in the southern part of the city. Seal off all the streets. Not a single fly is permitted to escape." Under orders, hundreds of elite soldiers surged forth like fierce tigers descending from the mountains, an ironclad torrent swiftly engulfing the long streets of Jiangzhou. The synchronized sound of their footsteps, the glinting blades and spears, and the overwhelming aura of authority sent the common folk into a state of panic, compelling them to retreat in haste. The ordinarily bustling streets fell into an eerie silence, leaving only the sound of the iron tide rushing forward. Within a mere incense stick's burning time, the streets surrounding the drunken immortal pavilion were besieged, impenetrable as a net, with bows drawn and blades unsheathed. A comprehensive trap woven by the government's might was now fully established. Inside the drunken immortal pavilion, the madam was still counting the day's earnings, while guests continued to indulge in their revelries. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the Grand Vermilion doors, worth a fortune, were shattered by a colossal battering ram. Amidst the flying wood chips, Wang He led his armored soldiers into the fray like wolves. "Government officials are conducting an investigation. Everyone, do not move. Crouch and cover your heads." The cold steel of blades pressed against the necks of all present. Cries of shock, wails of despair, and pleas for mercy filled the air. What had once been a realm of opulence and intoxication instantaneously transformed into a scene of carnage. The madam, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, her garments damp with terror. Several henchmen who dared to resist were swiftly dispatched by seasoned soldiers, their bodies struck down and rendered unconscious in an instant. Simultaneously, figures began to appear silently on the rooftops and at alley entrances surrounding the drunken immortal pavilion. Lingshu, holding a whisk, stood atop the opposite tavern's roof, flanked by dozens of disciples from the Taoist sect, each performing incantations and occupying strategic positions, effectively sealing off the entire establishment. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Master Yunxing had led a cadre of elite Buddhist monks wielding ceremonial blades and staves to a pile of debris. "Proceed," commanded the monks as two of their number advanced, working in unison to heave aside a massive slab of bluestone. A putrid green smoke, akin to a serpent emerging from its lair, erupted violently from the dark passage. Simultaneously, dozens of poison projectiles glimmering with a ghostly blue light rained down upon the crowd. "Be cautious." Master Yunxing's voice boomed like a thunderclap. The monks remained composed, stepping forward in unison. "Ha!" came their harmonious battle cry. The muscles of the monks bulged instantly, their bronze skin shimmering with a faint golden sheen, as if cloaked in an invisible golden robe. The golden bell shield, the poisonous smoke, was thwarted, unable to penetrate their defenses. As those poisoned hidden weapons struck against the golden barrier, it was as if they collided with tempered steel, rebounding with a crisp resonance, leaving not a single trace behind. Within the secret passage, a few bewildered curses echoed. Master Yunxing's countenance darkened, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. "Exorcise the demons," he commanded. The assembled monks responded in unison, taking a deep breath, their chests swelling. They then simultaneously opened their mouths, chanting a solemn and grand scripture imbued with unparalleled exorcising power. "Great, might heavenly dragon, world-honored earth store, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna absolute void." The sound transcended ordinary recitation. Each word seemed to materialize into a tangible thunderous vibration, erupting within the confined courtyard. The visible sound waves surged forth like relentless waves, crashing into the dark passageway. Within the passage, several blood-curdling screams abruptly ceased. As the sound waves surged past, the few obstinate cultists of the Blood Feather sect felt as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer. Their ears instantly deafened. Blood gushed from their 7 orifices, and they convulsed on the ground, completely robbed of the strength to resist. The courtyard fell silent once more, with only the ghastly green poisonous smoke dissipating quietly. The entrance to the passage loomed like the gaping maw of a monstrous beast, unfathomably dark. Chapter 79. The Storm of Jiangzhou. Master Yunxing, wielding his staff, stepped into the inky darkness of the passage. It was not long before the passage opened into a vast underground cavern, its rough walls evidently hewn by human hands. Hanging from the ceiling were several perpetual lamps, their ghostly green flames flickering, casting eerie shadows on the distorted faces within the cages. The cages contained living beings, their expressions vacant, mouths gagged, only able to emit muffled wails of sorrow. At the center of the cavern stood an altar, constructed from black stones, inscribed with intricate and sinister crimson runes. "Beasts!" one monk exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury, brandishing his staff as he lunged toward the cages. "Stand down," Master Yunxing admonished, stopping him. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, several dark figures surged forth silently from the cavern's shadowy corners. They were not human, with greenish faces and formidable fangs. Their hulking forms bore skin resembling dark cast iron. They were the elite corpses crafted by the Blood Feather sect's dark arts. One monk reacted swiftly, his weapon slashing across the chest of a corpse. Sparks flew. The weapon was forcefully deflected. Yet, the corpse appeared utterly unfeeling, swinging its massive hand with a gale that tore through the air, striking fiercely at the monk. The monk crossed his arms, instantly enveloped in a protective golden shield. A dull thud echoed as the warrior monk was forced several steps back by an overwhelming force, the stone slabs beneath him cracking underfoot, his entire being surging with energy. "What immense strength!" he exclaimed in astonishment. More corpse puppets surged forth, oblivious to pain and unafraid of death. Each strike was heavy and forceful, compelling a dozen elite monks into a fierce struggle. At that moment, from the elevated platform behind the altar, a middle-aged man clad in a black crane cloak, with a sinister visage, stepped forth. In his hands, he cradled a bamboo scroll, one of the 4 esteemed executives. "A pack of bald-headed monks daring to disrupt my sacred teachings." His voice, sharp and tinged with a sickly excitement, rang out. He unfurled the scroll, murmuring incantations, releasing a series of ancient and sinister syllables. Feathered robes and elixirs, the crane cloak recites scriptures. With 9 orifices exquisite, the corpse transcends to truth. As he chanted, the eyes of the corpse puppets turned a fiery crimson, their movements growing increasingly frenzied, their assault even more ferocious than before. "First, eliminate that demon," Master Yunqing discerned the crux of the matter. With a firm grip on his staff, he prepared to act. Yet, two corpse puppets, seemingly maddened, ensnared him tightly, rendering him unable to escape. As the formation threatened to collapse, a clear, resonant sword cry suddenly emanated from the secret passage. Infinite celestial sovereign. Demonic fiend, cease your rampage. A streak of azure sword light surged forth, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, striking precisely at the nape of one corpse puppet. The sword energy surged with true qi, leaving behind a gaping wound that revealed bone. The corpse puppet froze momentarily before crashing to the ground. Realms of Spirit and the Taoist priest Lingyun, accompanied by a dozen disciples, arrived just in time. Humph! You monks, despite your towering stature, why do you fight so feebly? Priest Lingyun jeered, though his sword danced like flowing water, targeting the joints of the corpse puppets with precision. The disciples of the Taoist sect formed a sword array, harmonizing with the monk's golden bell formation, stabilizing the frenzied assault of the corpse puppets. Seeing this, the executive atop the platform narrowed his eyes with malice, his chanting growing increasingly frantic. Master Yunqing and Realm of Spirit exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's intent. Master Yunqing took a deep breath, his chest swelling as he employed the lion's roar technique of Buddhism. An invisible sound wave erupted like thunder, striking the executive with immense force. The executive trembled, his incantation abruptly interrupted. Now, Realm of Spirit seized the opportunity, his sword radiating a brilliant azure light, infused with potent true qi, striking first at the executive's heart. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through. The astonishment and resentment on his face became eternally frozen. As he collapsed, the frenzied corpse puppets, as if deprived of all strength, stiffened in unison before crashing to the ground, transforming into mere lifeless forms. Silence enveloped the cavern once more. Amitabha. Master Yunqing intoned a Buddhist chant, casting a compassionate gaze upon the terrified souls confined within their cages. The tumultuous battle had finally drawn to a close. The cave lay in disarray. At this moment, Wang He led a contingent of officials and soldiers into the scene, and upon witnessing the hellish landscape before him, even a seasoned warrior like him could not suppress a gasp of horror. Rescue the captives. The officials and disciples of the Tao promptly advanced to liberate those who had been imprisoned. Meanwhile, the esteemed Lingshu Zhenren ascended the platform and began to search the body of the deceased steward. Brother, have you found anything? Inquired Taoist Lingyun. Lingshu Zhenren shook his head, preparing to rise when he noticed something concealed within the steward's voluminous sleeves. He reached in and retrieved a thick tome, its cover crafted from an unknown, cold, and slick hide, devoid of any inscriptions. As he flipped open a page, a frown creased his brow. This is some form of cryptic script. The ledger recorded a series of erratic symbols and numbers that left one utterly perplexed. Let me have a look, said Master Yunqing, taking the ledger for a closer examination. Having emerged from the scripture repository of Yunlin Temple, he was well versed in various ancient texts and esoteric knowledge. Gazing at the symbols, he pondered for a long while before a spark of insight illuminated his mind. This is not written language, but rather a form of hand-sign cryptography that, when combined with numbers, conveys distinct meanings. He extended his fingers, tracing several intricate hand signals in the air and in alignment with the numbers in the ledger. He slowly began to read aloud, word by word. Deputy of Jiangzhou, Li Xian, 3 elixirs of longevity, 2 bodyguards. Chief Clerk Zhou Mu, 1 bottle of the youth elixir. Head of the Wang clan, Wang Zong, 1 elixir of longevity. With each name he pronounced, the countenance of everyone present paled further. Particularly, the Vice General Wang, he was now drenched in cold sweat. The ledger did not record financial transactions. It was clearly a death list, a damning document implicating the entire Jiangzhou government, military, and prominent families. As Master Yunqing completed his interpretation of the ledger, an oppressive silence enveloped the secret chamber. The chilling contents left everyone shaken to their cores. Astonishingly, nearly 1/3 of the Jiangzhou officials were entangled in clandestine dealings with this sinister cult. Quickly, Wang He suddenly regained his senses, snatching the ledger with an altered tone. This matter must be reported immediately to the governor. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched this explosive tome capable of upheaving all of Jiangzhou and dashed out of the cave. Governor's residence, study. Yang Lai sat beneath the lamp, silently perusing the now interpreted ledger. He had been absorbed in it for quite some time, long enough for his tea to grow cold. Wang He stood quietly to the side, not daring to exhale. In the study, the only sounds were the occasional crackling of the flickering candlelight. At last, Yang Lai slowly raised his head, his expression devoid of any emotion. Very well, he uttered softly, his voice eerily calm. consuming the court salary, wielding the military authority granted by this commander, yet secretly trading the flesh and blood of the populace for his own wretched survival. Relay my orders. His voice remained disturbingly placid. Seal off the entire city. Allow entry but deny exit. Command the personal guards and the Xuanjiao army to mobilize immediately, apprehending individuals as per this roster. Any resistance shall be met with lethal force. A shiver ran through Wang He's heart as he declared loudly, "As you command." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "My lord, this matter involves many. Should we act so aggressively, it may incite unrest in Jiangzhou." Unrest? Yang Lai turned around, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Collusion with heretical sects. The clandestine crafting of corpse puppets, treasonous plots. This is no mere unrest. It is betrayal of the nation. I am purging the court of its corrupt elements. Restoring order to Jiangzhou. Now go. Yes. Wang He dared not speak further and took his leave. Soon, the tranquility of Jiangzhou was utterly shattered. Countless soldiers, bearing torches and clad in heavy armor, surged into the streets like a tide of darkness. Doors painted in vermilion were violently kicked open. Cries of despair, pleas for mercy, and the sounds of blades piercing flesh intertwined in the night, composing a gruesome symphony. An unprecedented political purge unfolded under Yang Lai's iron-fisted rule. On Qifeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiang Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined with a relaxed posture, keenly observing this midnight spectacle through the perspective of a spiritual hawk soaring above Jiangzhou. How splendid, he remarked, watching as officials, who typically wielded their power with arrogance, were dragged from their warm beds by soldiers akin to wolves and tigers. A satisfied smile gracing his face. My guise as Jidian has proven remarkably successful. Just a single appearance, a few ambiguous remarks. And I've had these officials spinning in circles, even clearing out the lair of the blood feather sect on my behalf. Li Yin poured himself a cup of the 100-flower elixir extracted from his pack and savored a delightful sip. The sensation of leveraging strength to reap the benefits of others was truly exhilarating. He stroked his chin, his thoughts wandering. On the Taoist side, a decree to seal the Yin spirits hung enticingly, now bustling with vigor. Meanwhile, the Buddhists, enlightened by Jidian, began to engage actively in worldly affairs to vanquish demons. Both factions were now laboring for him, and the momentum was soaring. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Li Yan's mouth. What if the monks of the Buddhist sect were to learn of the decree to seal the Yin spirits? How would they react? No, merely letting them know would not be sufficiently stimulating. A more thrilling idea took shape boldly in his mind. He resolved to transform this vision into reality. He decided to personally bestow a title upon a spirit within the confines of Jiangzhou, demonstrating to the Taoist elders that his proclamations as a true sovereign were not mere fabrications, but rather commands that commanded respect, ensuring their unwavering loyalty henceforth. Moreover, he intended to show the Buddhist monks that while they toiled tirelessly to vanquish demons and accrue merit, their Taoist counterparts had already ascended to celestial ranks. At that moment, the monks would surely be driven to madness, scouring the world for the esteemed Master Jidian, hoping to uncover the genuine path to divinity. A broad smile spread across Li Yan's lips as he began to contemplate who would be the recipient of this inaugural divine title. Chapter 80. Atonement by Sacrifice outside Jiangzhou. Deep within a dense forest, a dilapidated temple languished in the night breeze, its broken statues ensnared by layers of cobwebs. Inside, a meager bonfire flickered weakly, casting light upon two pallid faces. The black-clad guardian, in a state of agitation, paced restlessly, the dry leaves crumbling beneath his feet. Wei He, the leader of the sub-temple, stood like a statue, fixated on the dwindling flames, utterly motionless. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stumbled into the ruinous temple, collapsing to the ground with a thud, trembling uncontrollably. The guardian, Black Shah, spun around abruptly, seizing the scout by his collar. "Speak. What transpired in the city?" The scout, trembling in fear, stuttered, "It's over. It's all over. The drunken immortal pavilion has been razed." "What?" Black Shah's eyes flared with rage. The government troops, along with those formidable Taoist officials, had surrounded the building, sealing off any escape. Grinding his teeth, Black Shah seethed, "That wretch Yang Lai. How dare he?" His eyes burned crimson as he gripped the scout's collar tighter. "And they? A mere rabble of mortals dare to assault the stronghold of our sacred sect? Where are the attendants? Where are the corpses and puppets?" The scout, terror-stricken, stammered, "The attendants are dead, and all the puppets have been destroyed." "No, it's not just the Taoists. There are monks. A multitude of monks." "Monks?" Black Shah stood frozen, as if confronted with an absurd jest. "What did you say? Monks?" "Yes, the monks from Yunlin Temple." The scout cried, his voice thick with despair. They led the charge, each one as formidable as a vajra, impervious to blades and spears. Our people couldn't withstand even a single incense stick. Blackshaw forcefully shoved the scout away, trembling with fury. He could accept the onslaught of government soldiers and even understand the involvement of the Taoists, for that accursed Xuanqiong Yunjia was indeed a deity of the Taoist sect. But what was the significance of the monks in the Southern Chu Buddhist sect? Are they merely a group of monks, cloistered away, reciting scriptures and oblivious to the world outside? When did they become embroiled in our affairs? Wei He remained motionless, yet a flicker of mockery passed through his lifeless, ashen eyes. Why? The scout knelt upon the ground, continuing to speak. Moreover, Yang Lai has issued a death warrant for a citywide manhunt. Many prominent individuals with whom we have previously interacted have been apprehended. Upon hearing the word roster, the Black Fiend Guardian's body stiffened abruptly, a wave of icy dread surging from his feet to the crown of his head. He understood that this pertained to the most confidential secrets of the drunken, immortal pavilion. It is over. This time, it is truly over. Get out. He kicked the scout, who, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away into the darkness. Inside the dilapidated temple, the only sounds remaining were the crackling of the campfire and the heavy breaths of the Black Fiend Guardian. It is all over. Like a caged beast, he paced in circles within the confines of the crumbling structure. The Jiangzhou branch has been completely obliterated. How am I to report this to the sect leader? How can I account for this? Abruptly halting, he turned to the lifeless Wei He, rage boiling within him. Wei He, have you lost your voice? If not for your reckless provocation of that so-called true monarch Xinkong Yunza, we would not be in such dire straits. Now, with the Jiangzhou stronghold annihilated and the steward dead, how am I to explain this to the headquarters? Wei He offered no defense, merely lowering his head. Explain? Is there still a need for explanations? From the moment they ventured into Qinghe County, attempting to gauge the true nature of that true monarch, the outcome had already been sealed. The Black Fiend Guardian paced restlessly, his expression shifting between fury and terror. He was acutely aware that the losses incurred were catastrophic. The drunken immortal pavilion was not only the largest stronghold in Jiangzhou, but also a vital source of materials for the headquarters. Now, reduced to ashes, he, the Guardian, would bear the brunt of the blame. The thought of the leader's cold, emotionless visage and the torturous penalties that awaited him sent a shiver down his spine. No. He must not die. He cannot die here. A singular thought burgeoned in his mind. Beiyuan. His eyes lit up as if seizing upon a final lifeline. Yes, to Beiyuan. Even Yang Lai's reach cannot extend that far. Once we arrive there, far from the Emperor's gaze, we shall survive. He rushed away He, grasping his shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Wei He, do not act like a corpse. Quickly gather your belongings. We shall depart under the cover of night. Wei He allowed himself to be shaken, yet his face bore a smile more grotesque than tears. Depart? Guardian, where can we possibly go? The Black Shaman Protector was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Do you still not comprehend? Wei He gazed at him, a hint of pity glimmering in his eyes. We have not provoked Yang Lai, nor the officials, and certainly not those monks or Taoists. We have incited the wrath of a deity, a true god. The Black Shaman Protector regarded him as if he were mad. Have you lost your mind? Lost my mind. Wei He chuckled, the sound tinged with desolation. Protector, have you forgotten how that malevolent creature on Qingfeng Mountain perished? Have you forgotten the divine general who descended from the heavens and annihilated the demons in an instant? Have you overlooked the law enforcer of the underworld, who manifested at the Black Wind Pass, wielding powers to seize souls? The color drained from the Black Shaman Protector's face gradually. Those images he had deliberately chosen to forget, inexplicable by reason, resurfaced vividly. It's all true. Wei Yi's voice echoed like a fevered dream. The divine general is real, and so is the underworld. We cannot escape it. Our meager cultivation is as insignificant as that of ants in their eyes. The Black Shaman Protector's lips trembled, yet he clung stubbornly to denial. Nonsense. Those were merely illusions. Tricks devised by the Taoist masters. Is that so? Wei He countered. Then what about that ledger? How fortuitously did it fall into the hands of the officials? And why did those monks conveniently discover our hiding place in the drunken immortal pavilion? This city of Jiangzhou is akin to a vast net, and we are but fish ensnared within it. And that true lord is the weaver of this net. To Beiyin? Wei Yi's smile grew more pronounced, tinged with despair. Protector, do you think Beiyin is devoid of land gods or city deities? No matter where we flee, we remain under the watchful eyes of that true lord. The Black Shaman Protector was utterly at a loss for words. He released his grip, staggering backward until he collapsed onto the ground. Wei He was right. They were perhaps truly facing an insurmountable existence. Yet, the instinct for survival compelled him to resist surrender. No, I want to accept this. The black shaman protector rose from the ground, his eyes wild. Even if it is a god, I will flee. I do not wish to die. I refuse to be transformed into a corpse puppet. He disregarded Wei He, stumbling towards the back hall of the dilapidated temple to gather his possessions for survival. He still had some hidden elixirs in gold and silver, enough to sustain him during his escape. Wei He silently observed his retreating figure, remaining motionless. He understood that the black shaman protector would not escape. Neither would he. From the moment, he entertained the notion of probing the true Lord's reality. His life had already entered a countdown. Death was an inevitable certainty. He extended his hands, gazing upon the invisible blood staining his palms. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit of the elixir of immortality and to curry favor with the higher echelons of the sect, how many lives has he shattered? How many innocent boys has he drained of their marrow? How many young girls has he condemned to death? He can scarcely recall. Once, he was a skeptic of karma and retribution. But now he has come to believe. The underworld is indeed real. The hall of judgment, the bridge of helplessness, the 18 layers of hell, they all exist. The thought of his soul being ensnared by chains in the afterlife, compelled to stand before the mirror of sins and witness his lifetime of transgressions, to be repeatedly fried in an oil cauldron, instills a terror far more profound than death itself, gripping his heart with an icy dread. His spirit scattered, never to be reborn. No, he does not wish for his spirit to be shattered. Death no longer frightens him. Yet, he fears that after death, he may find himself devoid of even the faintest hope of reincarnation, condemned to be scorched in the endless fires of the netherworld for millennia upon millennia. A frenzied thought, like wild grass, suddenly sprouted in the desolate expanse of his heart. What if I were to confess? What if I were to become a guide for the authorities? His breath quickened with urgency. Could he redeem his sins through meritorious deeds? No, his transgressions are too profound, so deep that even he feels unworthy of forgiveness. But if he could provide a comprehensive list of all the Bloodfeather sect strongholds in southern Shu, all the names of its core members, and expose the influential figures colluding with the sect, would that not constitute a significant act of merit? Perhaps, in the moment of judgment, the judge might show him a modicum of mercy for this contribution, allowing him to suffer fewer torments in hell, granting him a chance to queue for a bowl of mangpa soup, to plead for a future life as a pig or a dog. Once this notion took root, it became impossible to suppress. This was his sole glimmer of hope, the only shred of compassion he, a destined damned soul, could strive to attain. Wei He slowly rose to his feet. He cast a glance at the dying campfire, then turned to the direction of the black-clad guardian's vanished presence, a smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, one that was difficult to discern as either relief or self-mockery. He took nothing with him, merely smoothed the creased fabric of his robe, as if preparing for a long-scheduled meeting. He stepped out of the dilapidated temple and into the chilling night. In the distance, the lights of Jiangzhou City still shone brightly. There lay his final judgment. Chapter 81. The Contest of Merit Before the Governor's Mansion. 2 stone lions stood majestically in the morning light. Dressed in simple cloth, Wei He, gaunt and worn, knelt upright at the foot of the stone steps. He did not weep or wail, nor did he cry for injustice. He merely knelt there, like a statue awaiting the erosion of time. Halt! Who dares to make a commotion here? The gatekeeper, upon witnessing the scene, sternly rebuked him, crossing his halberd to block the path. Wei He slowly lifted his head, and in his lifeless, ashen eyes, there was an unsettling tranquility. Bloodfeather sect, leader of the Jiangzhou branch, Wei He. I seek an audience with Governor Yang to surrender myself. The soldiers' expressions changed in unison, their grips on the halberds tightening. Wei He. This name had spread throughout Jiangzhou overnight, alongside countless officials who had been seized. How dare he willingly walk into the trap? Soon, the Deputy General Wang He rushed over upon hearing the news. He scrutinized the gaunt figure before him, devoid of any remnants of evil, his eyes filled with wariness. Wei He, what trickery are you attempting this time? Wei He forced a smile, more sorrowful than a frown. General Wang, I am but a dying man. What tricks could I possibly employ? I have come to negotiate a deal with Governor Yang, with the eminent figures of the Tao and the Buddha. A deal that could spare me from descending further into the depths of hell after my demise. Within the secret chamber of the governor's residence, Yang Lai sat in the main seat, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the kneeling culprit below. Master Lingxiu and Master Yunjing sat on either side, their expressions equally grave as they assessed the man who had stirred up the storms of Jiangzhou. Speak, Yang Lai commanded, his voice devoid of warmth. What do you possess that warrants me sparing your life? I do not seek to live. Wei lifted his head, his gaze eerily calm. I only wish to redeem myself. He slowly retrieved a scroll wrapped in oilcloth from his bosom, raising it high above his head. This map details the 3 most significant secret strongholds of the Bloodfeather sect near Jiangzhou, apart from the drunken immortal pavilion. Each stronghold is overseen by a steward, their power rivaling that of the drunken immortal pavilion. In this, he produced a small bamboo tube from his sleeve. He, the Black Fiend, is adept at disguise and skilled in evasion. He is likely attempting to flee to Beiyin via the waterways. This contains all the possible hideouts he may resort to, along with his most frequently used escape routes. The air in the secret chamber became instantly thick with tension. Yang Lai, Lingxiu, and Yunjing felt their breaths grow heavier. Is this true? Master Lingxiu could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Why would you do this? Master Yunjing furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with scrutiny. It's a trap, Wang He whispered from the side. Sir, this villain is cunning. It must be a ruse. Wei He paid no heed to Wang He, merely casting a bitter smile at the 3 men on the platform. A trap? I have encountered true celestial beings and have heard of the laws of the underworld. My meager abilities are but that of an ant before genuine gods and Buddhas. I am acutely aware of my profound sins. Death holds little fear for me, and should I descend to the underworld, even the hope of my soul escaping would be a luxury. I only desire for his voice to soften, imbued with a hint of supplication. In my final moments, I yearn to accumulate some merit. Perhaps, upon reaching the Hall of Judgment, the Lord of the Underworld might take my deeds into account, allowing me to endure less torment and offering me a chance at reincarnation. This declaration left the assembly in silent astonishment. The rationale was absurd yet undeniably compelling. For a malevolent being who has come to believe in the existence of deities and the afterlife, and who knows their demise is inevitable, seeking a favorable afterlife treatment is indeed the most logical motivation. The true man of ethereal void and Master Yunqing exchanged glances, each perceiving the tempestuous waves in the other's eyes. The heart of the true man of ethereal void raced with exhilaration. Merit. This was an extraordinary merit indeed. He envisioned countless radiant merits coalescing into a celestial staircase right before him. If he could capture the Dark Guardian and dismantle those strongholds, his ascension to the divine hierarchy and the bestowal of a position as a Yin deity would be merely a matter of time. Master Yunqing, with hands clasped, silently chanted the Buddha's name, his heart surging with fervor. The abyss of hell is desolate, and the malevolent spirits roam the earth, filling the void of the underworld. The prophecy of Master Jijian echoed in his ears. Was this willingly surrendering malevolent spirit not a fulfillment of that prophecy? This was the path illuminated by the Buddha. No, by Master Jijian, the true Lord, for him and for the entire Buddhist order. This was the first step of the Buddhist path into the world. A step of utmost significance. Lord Commissioner, the true man of ethereal void and Master Yunqing stood almost in unison, voices harmonizing. The true man of ethereal void spoke first. The Dark Guardian is the archfiend of the Bloodfeather sect, steeped in sin. I, a humble monk, am willing to personally lead my disciples to capture this fiend and rid Jiangzhou of this great menace. Master Yunqing followed closely. Subduing demons is indeed within the purview of our Buddhist order. I, a humble monk, am willing to pursue this malevolent spirit and restore order. Yang Lai observed the sudden enthusiasm of the monk and the Taoist, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He slammed his palm upon the table. Excellent. Wang He, you shall lead the Xuanjiao army in coordination with the Martial Arts Academy's offerings. Follow the clues and thoroughly dismantle these 3 rat nests. He then turned to Lingxiu and Yunqing. As for the Dark Guardian, I shall grant each of you 100 elite cavalry. Led by Wei He, pursue this fiend. He rose, his gaze piercing as it swept over the 2. I care not what methods you employ. Whoever captures this fiend first will be credited with the foremost merit in this endeavor. I shall personally petition the court for your commendation. Thank you, my lord. Lingxiu and Yunqing responded in unison, their eyes ignited with fervent martial spirit. A contest centered around the pursuit of merit commenced. Outside Jiangzhou City, upon the official road, 2 iron streams, one blue and one yellow, raced side by side, stirring up clouds of dust. The blue-clad contingent belonged to the Taoist sect, led by the esteemed Lingxiu Zhenren, with his disciples solemnly bearing long swords behind him. The yellow-clad faction was of the Buddhist order, headed by Master Yunqing, clad in a monk's robe and wielding a staff of meditation, while his martial monks, despite being mounted, retained an air of solemn dignity. Wei He found himself caught between the 2 factions, his expression vacant, resembling an emotionless navigational tool. Master, your horse seems to be lagging, Lingxiu Zhenren remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the composed Yunqing, a forced smile gracing his lips. If we delay the pursuit, the merit shall surely diminish. Master Yunqing did not even lift his gaze, manipulating his prayer beads with calm assurance. There is no need for such haste, Jinren. The demon's sins are vast. The Buddhist teachings shall surely seize him. He cannot escape. The implication was clear. This merit would rightfully belong to the Buddhist order. Lingshu Jinren snorted coldly, choosing not to respond further, but discreetly urged his steed onward. The pace of the procession quickened. Upon reaching a treacherous gorge known as Yixianshan, the convoy came to a halt. Stop! He raised a hand, and the group immediately ceased movement. The gorge's steep cliffs loomed on either side, with only a narrow passageway in the middle, an ideal location for an ambush. Brother, why are we not pursuing? Daoist Lingyun inquired, puzzled. Lingshu Jinren did not answer, instead directing his gaze toward Wei He. Wei He, what do you think? He asked eagerly. Wei He lifted his eyes and replied. The black-clad protector is cunning by nature and delights in laying traps in such terrain. He typically employs rogues as cannon fodder. There must be an ambush here. Daoist Lingyun scoffed. A mere mountain bandit. A bunch of rabble. We should charge straight through. That would be unwise, Master Yunqing countered, shaking his head. Knowing there is an ambush, a direct assault is not a prudent strategy. He turned to Lingshu Jinren. Jinren, would you dare to wager with this humble monk? Oh, what shall we wager? Let us each dispatch a team, scaling the cliffs from either side to eliminate the ambushers, Master Yunqing proposed solemnly. Whosoever reaches the peak first shall claim the merit of this gorge. What say you? Upon hearing this, Lingshu Jinren burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. You speak boldly, master. I accept your wager. He immediately selected 10 of his most agile disciples, led by his eldest disciple, Qingling, to ascend the left cliff. Master Yunqing also chose 10 elite monks, setting forth to scale the right cliff. Thus, a new competition began. The cliff faces were steep, nearly vertical. The Taoist disciples moved with grace, their feet lightly touching the rocks, allowing them to leap several feet as if traversing flat ground. The Buddhist martial monks exhibit an unparalleled ferocity, employing both hands and feet with such prowess that their fingers can penetrate solid rock as they ascend steadily. The two teams, akin to agile geckos, climb rapidly, their speeds remarkably comparable. At the summit, a ragged band of mountain bandits languidly guarded several piles of rolling stones. Brother, is that black fiend protector reliable? Will anyone truly pursue us? Enough of your prattle. We are being paid to resolve calamities for others. Once our task is accomplished, gold and women shall be yours. The bandit leader barked. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure appeared behind him with spectral swiftness. Are you awaiting the presence of this humble monk? The bandit leader stiffened, whirling around to behold a dazzling flash of sword light. Almost simultaneously, from the opposite side of the summit, the dull thuds of strikes and the sound of shattering bones echoed. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the ambushers atop the mountain were utterly eradicated. Qingling and a martial monk wielding a staff reached the pinnacle almost concurrently, their gazes locking in a silent contest of wills. Below in the gorge, Lingshu Jinren and Master Yunqing exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, the master's disciple is extraordinary. Your esteemed pupil is equally remarkable, came the mutual commendation. With a shared command, they instructed. Advance at full speed. A great throng surged into the gorge. Within the passage, over 100 unsavory figures, armed and waiting, had been poised for some time. Kill. A chaotic melee erupted instantly. At Qingfeng Mountain, Li Yin observed with keen interest the real-time footage transmitted by the Spirit Eagle. Oh my, this ancient version of Fast and Furious is far more thrilling than any film. One seeks divinity, while the other, both seem to be invigorated as if under the influence of some elixir. He internally issued new orders, and the Eagle's perspective expanded, shifting towards the distant forest beyond the gorge. Chapter 82, Desperate Frenzy Beyond the Gorge. The yellow sand stretched endlessly, meeting the heavens. A solitary official road diverged here. One path led to the heart of Jiangzhou, while the other meandered forward, culminating at the tumultuous river that divided the two nations. In the Eagle's view, the silhouette of the Black Fiend Protector appeared diminutive as an ant, frantically racing along the dirt road leading to the river. He had forsaken all hidden stakes. The ancient ferry, long abandoned, was his sole glimmer of hope. If he could seize a boat and cross the river, the borders of Beiyin awaited him. At that moment, the sky would be open for him to soar. Within the stone chamber, Li Yin sat behind a smooth jade table. He lightly tapped his fingertip on the surface, producing a crisp sound. Running away? A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his gaze indifferent, as if a deity surveying mere ants. Where do you intend to flee? Li Yin slowly rose, stretching his limbs as if merely completing an inconsequential task. The stage had reached its end. and the actors were due for their curtain call. The lights and sound effects were set to commence. His voice fell calmly. The underworld inspection team is on duty. At the ancient ferry, jagged stones lay in eerie silence. A few decayed wooden piles, darkened by the river's embrace, leaned into the murky mud, their surfaces cloaked in slick green moss. The Black Guardian leaned against the cold boundary stone, his chest heaving like a worn bellows. The air around him was thick with the sweet, metallic scent of blood. Defeated, there was no escape. Behind him loomed the turbulent tides of the heavenly river, leaving no path forward. Ahead, soldiers encircled him, shrouded in swirling dust and smoke. Ling Su and Master Yunxing stood side by side, their expressions stern. Behind them, a menacing assembly of officials and elite disciples brandished their drawn swords, glinting coldly. Haisha, you have reached the end of your road. Why not surrender? Ling Su's sword pointed askew, his voice as unyielding as iron. Surrender? The Black Guardian suddenly erupted into a low, rasping laugh, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping together. Then you would drag me back to Jiangzhou, parading me before the masses, only to meet my end in public disgrace. His blood-red gaze swept over the faces before him, finally settling on Wei He's emotionless visage. Wei He, you traitor, do you believe that betraying me will grant you a favorable outcome? Wei He lowered his head further, resembling a soulless statue. Why waste words with him? Taoist Ling Yun could no longer contain his fury and shouted sharply, Demon, prepare to pay with your life. As he observed the encroaching crowd, the smile on the Black Guardian's face twisted into something more grotesque, more frenzied. You wish to take my life? Very well, then let us trade yours for mine. Stay and accompany me to the grave. A flash of destructive madness ignited in his eyes as he suddenly produced a blood-red orb the size of a dragon's eye from within his robes. The orb, seemingly solidified from the freshest blood, radiated a nauseating aura of malevolence. This is, Ling Su's pupils dilated in shock. The sinister energy emanating from it surpassed anything he had ever encountered. This is bad. Quickly stop him. Too late. A look of resolute despair and acute anguish crossed the Black Guardian's face as he unhesitatingly opened his mouth and swallowed the blood orb whole. A sound, not quite human, erupted from his throat, a tortured scream. Instantly, his skin turned a sickly shade of liver, and dark, bulging veins writhed beneath the surface, thrumming violently beneath his skin. A dense and unyielding mist of blood erupted violently from his 7 orifices. In an instant, it coalesced around him, forming a viscous, blood-hued aura. A terrifying pressure, far surpassing that of true energy, swept across the battlefield. Innate, this was the formidable force that only the innate masters could wield. He ignited his vital essence. Master Yunxing's face turned pale, his voice lost in astonishment. He was sacrificing his very life to forcefully unleash the power of that malevolent orb. Dozens of elite cavalrymen at the forefront could not even utter a cry of despair. The steeds beneath them let out a mournful whinny, only to dissolve in an instant into a writhing pool of blood. The iron armor adorning the cavalrymen began to emit acrid smoke and produce a horrifying hissing sound as it corroded under the influence of the blood aura. In but a single breath, merely one breath, both men and armor were utterly transformed into a stinking pool of putrid blood, leaving not a single shard of bone behind. Retreat. The entire army fell back. Wang He's eyes bulged with fury as he bellowed with all his might. The azure sword aura of the spirit void master struck against the blood mist, yet it vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea, devoured and dissolved. Ha! Ha ha ha! Come and kill me. The Black Fiend Guardian reveled in the blood mist, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within, erupting into an ecstatic, maniacal laughter. He blurred into a series of indistinct afterimages, charging recklessly into the thickest part of the crowd. Dare you, vile beast! The Spirit Void Master and Master Yunxing cried out in unison, their azure and golden lights colliding fiercely against the blood aura. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The two were simultaneously hurled away by that violent force, spitting blood midair, their energy instantly waning. With one successful strike, the ferocity of the Black Fiend Guardian intensified. He set his sights on the riverbank. Should he break through that gap, he could leap into the celestial river and escape, just as he was about to breach the encirclement. In this moment of despair, an ancient yet resonant voice suddenly reverberated throughout the crossing. You vile creature, do not think to succeed. The crowd turned towards the voice. Emerging from the ranks of the Taoist sect was an elder priest, his hair and beard entirely white. It was the head of the Xiang Temple, Taoist Jingsong. He gazed at the frenzied Black Fiend Guardian and then at his fellow disciples, who were struggling to hold on amidst heavy casualties, a flicker of resolution gleaming in his eyes. He raised his head to the heavens and cried out, his voice brimming with boundless devotion and fervor. For the true monarch's loyalty, for the Taoist sect's quest for the truth, today is the day. Brothers, fellow disciples, this humble priest shall go forth first. As his words fell, his Taoist robe billowed wildly as if caught in a tempest. A surge of pure, unadulterated masculine energy erupted from the crown of his head. He had chosen to unleash his inner power. Disciple, no. Master Lingshu's eyes widened in horror as he let out a mournful cry. But it was too late. The body of Taoist Qingsong radiated an infinite brilliance, dazzling and intense. That resplendent light was majestic and noble, imbued with the authority to annihilate all malevolence. He transformed into a pure yang aura, a brilliant streak of light, resolutely charging towards the grotesque crimson figure. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, as if it would rend the very heavens asunder. The entire ancient fairy terminal trembled violently. The seemingly indestructible blood-red aura was forcefully torn apart by this supreme yang force, creating a massive rift. The black-clad guardian emitted a piercing, inhuman wail. Sent flying by the blast, his body charred and mangled. As that brilliant streak of light fulfilled its purpose, it gradually dissipated into the air. It seemed that the lingering essence of Taoist Qingsong's final, contented smile remained in the world. Disciple, Master Lingshu wept bitterly. All the disciples of the Taoist sect knelt in unison, bowing their heads in sorrow toward the direction where the light had vanished. Kill him. Avenge Master Qingsong. Taoist Ling Yun's eyes burned crimson as he drew his sword, ready to charge again. Yet, despite the grievous injury, the black-clad guardian's malevolent aura only intensified. Struggling to rise from the ground, the rift in the aura was visibly healing at an alarming rate. Madman, you bunch of Taoist lunatics are all mad. He was terrified. He was truly frightened. He had never imagined that such fearless lunatics existed in this world. No longer daring to maintain any desire for battle, he turned and fled toward the river. At that moment, the heavens and earth underwent a sudden transformation. The sky turned dark, without warning. The once clear expanse was enveloped by an endless, ominous fog. A bone-chilling cold pierced the marrow, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. What is happening? Wang He exclaimed, his voice trembling. What is this? Master Yunqing also felt an unprecedented sense of dread, as if being scrutinized by unseen eyes. Thunder rumbled. The earth began to lament. And then it cracked. From the riverbank beneath their feet, a colossal archway surged upward. Forged from an unknown black stone, it soared dozens of meters high, adorned with ancient characters that danced like dragons and phoenixes. Iming. The wind howled with fury. The cries of ghosts echoed through the air. Countless ethereal and distorted phantoms flickered behind the door, unleashing a cacophony of spine-chilling shrieks and wails. The gates of the underworld. A young disciple of the Taoist sect felt his legs give way, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter bewilderment. It is real. The realm of the dead has truly descended. The black-clad protector halted, his body rigid as he turned to behold the immense gate exuding an aura of profound silence and majesty, his complexion drained of all color. No, it cannot be. He muttered to himself, utterly bereft of rational thought. Creak. The tightly shut gates of the underworld slowly parted, revealing a narrow chasm, a path paved with ominous white bones, flanked by flickering ghostly green flames, silently extended forth from beyond the door, reaching into the realm of the living. A synchronized cadence of footsteps resounded from within. One squad, another squad, a procession of shadowy soldiers donned in pitch-black armor, wielding weapons forged from hellish iron, with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, emerged from the gates of the underworld. They were silent, foreboding. The chill emanating from their presence caused the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to a freezing point. The shadowy soldiers lined the sides of the bone-laden path, exuding an aura of lethal intent, their malevolence reaching towards the heavens. Following them was a formidable, ghostly general, a creature half-man, half-horse, enshrouded in hellfire, wielding a crescent blade as he strode forward. The formidable Yama general, Yuujio. Lastly, a figure clad in a dark black robe of the patrolling officials appeared at the end of the path, his visage shrouded in a faint, ghostly glow, obscured yet radiating an overwhelming authority. He treaded upon the path of the underworld, advancing with measured steps. With each stride he took, the path of bones extended further ahead. Behind him lay the realm of the dead, teeming with countless shadowy soldiers and fearsome, ghostly generals. Before him loomed the entirety of the silent mortal world. Chapter 83. Rewards and Punishments. The ancient fairy terminal was engulfed in an eerie silence. The towering ghostly archway stood like a time-worn mountain, pressing down upon the heavens and the earth, stifling all breath. Yama General Yu Wujiao, brandishing his crescent blade, stood at the entrance of the path to the underworld, the hellfire burning upon him, seemingly devouring the very light around. His hollow eye sockets, ablaze with hellfire, swept across all the living present. Patrol of the underworld. The distinction between yin and yang. The living must retreat. Gods and ghosts shall disperse. A resounding wave of sound crashed down like an invisible hammer, striking the hearts of all present, whether seasoned soldiers or adept practitioners of the Buddhist and Taoist sects. In that moment, they felt their legs weaken, as if all strength had been siphoned away. This was not merely a suppression of power levels. It was an overwhelming annihilation of the very essence of life. It represented the natural intimidation of the order of yin and yang over the flesh and blood of sentient beings. With a single, fluid motion, Yu Wujiao unfurled a scroll enveloped in swirling black mist, manifesting it seemingly out of thin air. Before the gathered crowd, he opened the scroll, his emotionless tone resonating clearly with each word, echoing like a bell. He who bears the title of the Blood Feather Sect's enforcer, Haisha, born in the 3rd year of Yuanha, has devoted 37 years to the malevolent path, through the extraction of the living's essence. He has concocted elixirs 108 times. He has seized 372 souls and crafted 81 corpses into puppets. Once, in Qingzhou, he established an altar, slaughtering 3 villages, resulting in the demise of over 500 lives, disturbing the balance of yin and yang, and inciting boundless resentment. Each and every crime is deserving of the most severe punishment. Every word struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of Lingshu Junren and Master Yunxing. They were well aware of the Blood Feather Sect's numerous transgressions, but had never fathomed the depths of their heinous deeds. This was clearly a congregation of malevolent spirits disguised in human skin. I refuse to accept this. The enforcer Haisha, rendered immobile under the weight of oppressive authority, felt the instinct for survival overwhelm his fear as he listened to his buried sins laid bare before the public eye. With a roar akin to a cornered beast, he summoned the remnants of his dark power. The crimson aura, recently shattered by the pure yang energy, surged once more, albeit dimmer, yet still exuding a frenzied intent to annihilate. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. What of the underworld? What of gods and Buddhists? Begone! He still dared to engage in this desperate struggle. Humph! Yu Wujiao let out a scornful snort from his nostrils, casually swinging the massive crescent blade in his grasp. A crescent-shaped wave of ghostly fire sliced through the air, a silent harbinger of doom. There was no grandiose display, only a chilling stillness that sent shivers down the spine. The seemingly indomitable crimson aura, upon confronting the specter of the ghostly blade, proved as fragile as paper, instantly pierced and torn asunder. Following this, dozens of black chains, forged from pure spectral energy, suddenly erupted from the ranks of the formidable ghostly soldiers behind Yu Wujiao. The soul lock chains. These chains, akin to serpents imbued with life, rattled menacingly as they swiftly ensnared the enforcer Haisha, binding him tightly. Haisha emitted a piercing scream of despair. His once proud dark power, upon contact with the frigid soul lock chains, melted away like snow beneath the scorching sun. Struggling became utterly futile. At that moment, a figure clad in a dark, ceremonial robe of the inspector stepped forth from the road of the underworld, moving with deliberate grace. Cloaked in a faint, ethereal glow, the features of this figure were obscured, yet a timeless chill, reminiscent of the depths of the netherworld, radiated from him. He approached Haisha and halted before him. In a voice that was both indifferent and authoritative, devoid of any hint of emotion, he spoke slowly, impersonating the underworld's emissary and abducting souls. You have desecrated the balance of yin and yang, disrupting our order. The decree has been rendered. You shall be cast into the depths of the inferno, your soul eternally scorched by the fires of the netherworld, never to attain rebirth. As the judgment was pronounced, the words resonated with the weight of law. Yu Wujiao, with his formidable hand clad in dark iron armor, lunged forth, piercing through the chest of the Black Sha Guardian with brutal force. The anguished wails of the Black Sha Guardian echoed, a final, desperate cry. Yu Wujiao's grip tightened as he violently yanked outward. A distorted, grotesque apparition, brimming with boundless resentment and terror, was wrenched from the still warm corporeal form. The soul writhed in midair, emitting a silent, harrowing lament that was truly terrifying. Yet Yu Wujiao paid no heed. With a casual flick of his hand, he discarded the soul as one might a piece of refuse, dragging it toward the slowly opening gates of the underworld. The physical body of the Black Sha Guardian, as if drained of all vitality, withered rapidly, transforming into a lifeless husk that collapsed to the ground. Just as the onlookers believed this breathtaking trial was nearing its conclusion, the specter of the underworld inspector shifted his gaze. His attention traversed the crowd, landing upon the site where the Taoist Qing Song had self-detonated, as well as the scattered corpses of soldiers on the battlefield. Yu Wujiao understood. The soul-locking chain in his grasp flew forth once more. But this time it bore not the cold essence of Yin, but rather a gentle pull of warmth. One strand, then another. Wisps of souls caught in confusion and unwillingness were coaxed forth by the tender breeze, emerging from the cold cadavers. The spirits of the valiant soldiers who had sacrificed their lives for the nation coalesced, their forms serene, even bearing expressions of bewilderment. Among them, one soul stood out, particularly solid and radiating a faint aura of pure yang. It was none other than the recently devoted Taoist Qing Song. His ethereal form was tranquil, and though tinged with some reluctance, it was overshadowed by an overwhelming righteousness, contrasting sharply with the grotesque essence of the Blackshaw Guardian. Junior brother. The real person Lingshu cried out in sorrow upon witnessing the soul of his disciple still lingering. The inspector deliberately allowed these souls to pause before Lingshu and the others, revealing themselves clearly. His voice, devoid of emotion, resonated once more. These practitioners and mortals who perished in the eradication of demons and evildoers have rendered service in the mortal realm and virtue in the realm of the dead. Upon entering the underworld, their merits will be assessed, and further judgment will be rendered. Upon hearing this, all disciples of the Tao were momentarily taken aback, followed by an eruption of suppressed sobs, an amalgamation of grief and joy. The real person Lingshu gazed upon the familiar soul of his disciple, tears streaming down his face. Amidst the sorrow, an indescribable surge of elation and hope erupted within him like a volcano. They are worthy. The underworld has openly acknowledged that my junior brother has rendered meritorious service. At that moment, the gaze of the inspecting envoy seemed to pierce through the void, landing with uncanny precision upon the figure of the Lingshu Jinren. You bear the aura of celestial beings from the upper realm, the inspecting envoy remarked, his tone laden with implication. Could this be related to that esteemed lord of the profound vault, Yunzi Jinjuan? Lingshu Jinren's heart trembled violently before such a presence. He dared not harbor any concealment. Hastily, he retrieved the azure jade tablet bestowed by the celestial youth from his bosom, trembling hands presenting it with utmost reverence. Esteemed inspecting envoy, this humble Taoist indeed received the enlightenment of the Jinjuan, acting upon the Jinjuan's decree to eradicate malevolent forces. The inspecting envoy cast a fleeting glance at the jade tablet radiating a familiar aura, and his countenance appeared to shift subtly. I see, he intoned. I am already aware of this matter. His tone transitioned, infused with a hint of warmth amidst its usual aloofness. Rest assured, those who have contributed will be duly rewarded by the underworld. I shall certainly recommend you to the Yin officials, ensuring that your merits are recognized and duly compensated. Thank you, esteemed sir. Thank you. Lingshu Jinren felt an overwhelming surge of elation, his body trembling with excitement, nearly prostrating himself in gratitude. Duly compensated. He understood at last. The first Yin deity of the Taoist sect would likely be none other than his junior brother, Qingsong. The Jinjuan had not deceived him. However, this seemingly private exchange was overheard word for word by Master Yunqing and the Deputy General Wang He, who stood nearby. Doubts swirled in Master Yunqing's mind. He recalled the ambiguous words of Master Ji Dian, and upon witnessing the current scene, the fog of suspicion deepened. Why would the underworld's inspecting envoy have such profound ties to the Taoist sect and that lord of the profound vault? The motives behind the extermination of malevolent forces likely extended beyond mere righteousness. From another perspective, Wang He felt a profound sense of vigilance. The underworld, an entity of transcendent existence, was entwined in such a peculiar relationship with a mortal Taoist sect. This could spell trouble for the court and the governor's office. This matter must be reported to the governor in precise detail. Yet, under such overwhelming divine authority, he dared not inquire or ponder further. As the grand spectacle neared its conclusion, Li Yin was poised to issue orders for Yu Wujiao to lead the spectral soldiers in retreat. Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The traitor Wei He, who had been numbly kneeling on the ground, suddenly summoned all his strength, crawling forward a few paces. He forcefully bowed his head against the ground, his forehead colliding with the jagged stones, blood streaming profusely. With a voice rendered hoarse to the extreme, he emitted one final cry, esteemed inspecting envoy. Sinner Wei He offers to sacrifice the secrets of the Blood Feather sect in southern Shu. I beseech you, my lord, to show mercy, allowing this sinner to achieve redemption and lessen his punishment. Chapter 84. divine authority and imperial power. Wei He's prostration resembled a stone cast into a desolate, frigid pond. All gazes instinctively converged upon this culprit, lying low upon the ground. A fleeting thought crossed Li Yin's mind. So that was it. No wonder this mission unfolded with such unexpected ease. It was due to a traitor from the enemy's upper echelons. While he comprehended the situation, his expression remained as perpetually stoic as ever. Beneath the shroud of dim light, his face turned towards Wei He, and his voice, devoid of emotion, slowly resonated. "Oh, are you the guide? You are acutely aware of your grave sins, with no hope for survival, and yet you dare to negotiate terms with me?" His tone, though not raised, carried a chilling weight from the depths of the underworld, instilling a sense of dread in all present. Wei lowered his head even further. His forehead pressed against the cold, jagged stones, his voice trembling yet remarkably clear. The sinner dares not. The sinner does not dare to negotiate any terms with you. The sinner only seeks to use this body stained with crime to purge all malevolent entities lurking in the realm of the living. Seeking to atone for the colossal sins of the past, he lifted his gaze, and within his deadened gray eyes burned a flicker of frenzied supplication. For all the merits, the sinner asks for nothing in return. I plead that when I arrive at the hall of judgment, at the moment the judge inscribes his decree, he might grant me the opportunity for reincarnation as a beast, considering my contributions to atone for my sins. Li Yin secretly chuckled. What a remarkable way he, unable to cling to life, now seeking a more favorable death. A figure who voluntarily surrenders, merely requesting leniency in death, is precisely what he currently requires. This would elucidate to the world that the authority of the underworld lies not only in punishment but also in an undeniable order and fairness. Your sins will be judged in the hall of judgment. The inspector's voice remained indifferent, neither affirming nor denying. Your merits will be recorded in the underworld's ledger of virtues. Once the remnants of the blood feather sect in the realm of the living are eradicated, I shall present them collectively for evaluation. Having spoken, he no longer cast a glance at Wei He, nor did he acknowledge the onlookers from the mortal realm. He slowly turned, stepping upon the path of the yellow springs paved with chilling bones. Yu Wujiu and the spectral soldiers, like a tide, silently turned and followed, gradually retreating into the gate of the dead, which exuded an endless silence. The immense, ethereal archway, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, slowly closed. Subsequently, the entire archway, along with the path of the yellow springs, began to silently sink into the earth, vanishing from sight as if it had never existed. The oppressive chill of the underworld's divine might dissipated alongside it. The suffocating atmosphere finally began to ease. Thud, thud. Several young soldiers and disciples of the Taoist sect, their legs giving way, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Junior brother, the real person Lingshu, let out a mournful wail, staggering towards the spot where the Taoist Qing Song had ascended, picking up a few tattered robes stained with blood. He clutched the remnants tightly to his chest, tears streaming down his face, yet he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. He abruptly turned to all the sorrowful disciples of the Tao, raising the tattered robe high, his voice trembling with emotion. Junior brother Qing Song, he has brought immense merit to our sect. He has not perished. He has merely gone to the underworld to enjoy his rewards. Meanwhile, Master Yunxing observed the seemingly frenzied Lingshu and recalled the veiled words of the inspector during his recent patrol. An unsettling sense of vigilance surged within him. He stepped forward briskly, hands clasped together, and solemnly inquired, Real person Lingshu, there is something I do not comprehend. What did the inspector mean by his recommendation? What is that jade slip you presented? At that moment, the real person Lingshu felt as if he held the secrets of the heavens in his grasp. His demeanor markedly transformed. A fleeting glance at Yunxing revealed a barely perceptible sense of superiority in his eyes. He gradually concealed a sorrowful expression, stroked his long beard, and feigned profundity. Master, this is the exclusive celestial fortune granted to our Taoist sect by the true monarch of Xuanqiong Yunza. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. He deliberately emphasized the word exclusive, his tone seemingly calm, yet striking like a heavy hammer upon Master Yunxing's heart. Those not of our sect must remain ignorant and must not ask. Upon hearing this, Master Yunxing's countenance darkened instantly. For the first time, a chill flickered in his otherwise tranquil eyes. Exclusive celestial fortune? He recalled the Master Jidian, who had claimed to be an old friend of the true monarch. Beneath the old locust tree, and his words about hell being desolate while demons roamed the earth. That was undoubtedly the true monarch's will. Why, in the end, did all the merits and opportunities belong solely to the Taoist sect? He realized that there must be a deeper intrigue at play. The Tao must have concealed crucial information. Commander Wang, he observed everything keenly. though indifferent to the disputes between Buddhism and Taoism as a general under Yang Lai. He astutely sensed that this favoritism stemming from extraordinary powers would severely disrupt the balance of influence in Jiangzhou. If divine authority harbors selfish intentions, how can imperial power find peace? Meanwhile, the real person Ling Xiu paid no heed to the opinions of others. Carefully, he placed the remnants of Taoist Qingsong's celestial robe into a jade box, his expression solemn. Convey my orders. Immediately arrange the most reliable disciple to safely escort the celestial transformation of Master Qingsong back to the Jiangzhou Dao Record Office. He surveyed his surroundings, brimming with vigor. On the day of our triumphant return, I shall host a grand ceremony in honor of Master Qingsong. I wish for the entire populace of Jiangzhou to witness the brilliance of our Taoist sect and the favor bestowed upon us by the true monarch. Master Yunxing observed Ling Xiu's smug demeanor, his heart heavy with doubt, and his resentment grew like wild weeds. He realized that waiting idly was not a solution. If the Buddhist sect wished to remain competitive in this contest for merit and truly unravel the enigma left by Master Jidian, they must establish their own upper connections. He turned to his trusted disciples behind him and spoke solemnly. We must once again seek out the worldly Master Jidian. Only he can illuminate the true path of merit for our Buddhist sect. At this moment, Taoist Ling Yun approached Master Yunxing, his face plastered with unabashed pride. He regarded the monks as if they were foolishly competing with the heavens, overestimating their own abilities. Master, he proclaimed with the demeanor of a victor, feigning a smile. The principal villain has been eliminated. The remaining accolades can be handled by our Taoist sect, sparing your esteemed temple the trouble. Having traveled such a distance, you must be weary. It is best to return to your mountain, recite scriptures, and cultivate your spirit. Master Yunxing, upon hearing these words, smiled rather than fumed. He slowly raised his gaze, calmly meeting Ling Yun's eyes, and uttered a Buddhist chant. Amitabha, Taoist, you jest. Master Jidian has stated, even as hell remains empty and evil spirits persist, how can we disciples of the Buddha afford to be complacent? He paused, his voice still calm, yet imbued with an unyielding firmness. There are still plenty of demons and evils in Jiangzhou. Their exchange crackled with wit. The atmosphere charged with an almost electric tension. Both parties understood that with the subjugation of the Black Guardian, the true contest for merit had only just begun. Wang He observed from the sidelines, taking mental notes of everything. He resolved to report the unusual dynamics between the Buddhist and Taoist factions, as well as the potential conflict between divine and imperial power, in detail to the military governor, Yang Lai. The waters of Jiazhou, stirred by the unseen hand of Li Yin, grew deeper and murkier. Chapter 85. A hot potato on the official road, dust billowed. Three teams moved forward like three streams, oddly parallel, yet never mingling. To the far left were the disciples of the Taoist sect. Real Master Ling Xiu sat astride his horse, his back straight. His once sorrowful visage now replaced by an unmistakable excitement and self-satisfaction. From time to time, he caressed the jade box cradled in his arms, which contained the celestial transformation of Taoist Qingsong, his gaze drifting into the distance as if he could already envision the plaque of his own Taoist temple, surrounded by swirling auspicious clouds and the arrival of purple qi from the east. To the far right stood the monks of the Buddhist sect. Master Yunxing, holding a rosary, kept his eyes lowered, enveloped in silence. The martial monks behind him bore expressions of grave concern, resembling silent stone mountains, suppressing the imminent eruption of a volcano. In the center were the officials and soldiers. The Deputy General Wang, he wore a countenance as dark as water, his hawk-like gaze scanning the flanks with vigilance. The armored soldiers behind him rested their hands on the hilt of their swords, an oppressive aura forcibly severing the delicate atmosphere between the Buddhist and Taoist factions. Trust had long since evaporated the moment they crossed into the ghostly gates of the underworld. Among the ranks, only the shackled prisoner Wei He appeared most serene. He numbly followed the procession, resembling a soulless marionette, yet occasionally glancing skyward, a flicker of dread and anticipation for the unknown judgment flashing in his eyes. The withered corpse of the Black Fiend Protector was carelessly tossed onto another horse, receiving no more than a fleeting glance. At last, the majestic outline of Jiangzhou City emerged on the horizon. Beneath the city gates, three parties came to a harmonious halt. The governor is busy with military affairs. I shall not intrude further, proclaimed the Taoist Ling Xiu, bowing respectfully to Wang He, his demeanor notably elevated. This principal culprit is to be dealt with by the general. He cast another glance at Master Yunxing, a smile laden with meaning gracing his lips. Master, until we meet again. With that, he turned his horse and led a group of spirited Taoist disciples directly towards the Taoist Records office. Master Yunxing observed their retreating figures, his palms pressed together as he quietly intoned a Buddhist chant. General Wang, I too bid you farewell. He uttered no further words, leading the monks towards another temporary encampment within the city, their silhouettes dense as mountains, exuding an air of impending storm. Wang Yi watched as the two groups vanished into the distance, his brow furrowing into a knot. He glanced back at Wei He, who was being escorted off his horse, and issued a stern command. Confine this scoundrel to the death cell and ensure rigorous surveillance. Yes, he dismounted without a moment's hesitation, clutching the verbal report he had rehearsed countless times in his mind, hastening towards the governor's residence. Inside the governor's study, Yang Lai listened attentively to Wang He's report, remaining silent for a long while. He gripped the news of the successful siege against the Bloodfeather sect's stronghold tightly in his hands, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. The underworld had manifested, claiming souls. The Taoist disciples had met their martyrdom, earning promises of rewards from the Netherworld's authorities. Each incident weighed heavily upon his heart, like a relentless hammer striking down. He recalled the previous occasion when the matter of the divine manifestation in Qinghe County had been packaged and submitted to the court as an auspicious report. That report had vanished into oblivion, akin to a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace behind. At that time, he had merely perceived it as a result of the factional struggles within the court, disregarded by all. In hindsight, it seemed far from such simplicity. Those exalted nobles and ministers, ensconced in their lofty halls, had likely long since regarded the so-called divine affair as a pawn in their mutual attacks and political games. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this was no longer a mere bargaining chip. It was a force potent enough to upend the entire board. Divine authority. A living entity capable of intervening in the mundane world, bestowing rewards and punishments, and exhibiting manifest preferences. It loomed like a sword suspended over the imperial authority, poised to descend at any moment. My lord, Wang He remarked, observing the unprecedented gravity etched on Yang Lai's countenance. It seems the Taoist sect has already deemed the rewards and punishments of the underworld to be within their grasp, although the Buddhist sect has not explicitly stated their intentions. Judging by Master Yunxing's demeanor, it is unlikely they will let this matter rest easily. I fear that, in time, the people of Jiangzhou will only know of the true monarch and the underworld, oblivious to the existence of the court and the governor's office. Yang Lai gradually lifted his head, the seriousness in his eyes transforming into a chilling resolve. You are right to be concerned. However, whether the populace is aware or not, or whether the court acknowledges it, has become inconsequential. He rose, approached the writing desk, and unfurled a blank memorial. What matters is that he has already arrived. He grasped the brush, its tip saturated with dark ink. This time, he would not pen vague and tranquilizing auspiciousness. He meticulously transcribed Wang He's account and every detail of the events at the ancient ferry, word for word. He recorded how the underworld manifested its divine presence, how the spectral soldiers aligned, how the inspector executed judgment, and how the protective spirits were left in utter despair. He did not shy away from documenting the disciples of the Taoist sect who had perished, nor the promises made by the underworld's officials, capturing it all. As he concluded, he shifted the tone of his writing, adopting the most respectful yet innocent voice. As a humble servant of lesser rank, I do not presume to debate the divine mandate. I merely submit these details for your esteemed judgment, imploring your majesty for a divine decree. Upon finishing, he sealed the memorial within a specially crafted leather case, affixed with wax. Wang He, assemble the fastest steed, dispatch an urgent missive to the capital, 800 miles in haste. Inform the courier that this memorial concerns the fate of the nation. Wang He was struck with profound astonishment as he accepted the weighty document, acknowledging the command with solemnity. He understood that the governor was passing this exceptionally sensitive matter, along with the sword poised above them, directly to the court far away in the capital. To the esteemed sovereign, the immortals wish to meddle in worldly affairs? You may negotiate with the immortals yourselves. I, Yang Lai, am merely a martial man assigned to exterminate bandits. Chapter 86, The Path to Heaven. At Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanqiong Palace, Li Yin reclined comfortably on the flowing cloud-white jade couch, feeling as though he might ascend into the ether. Just moments ago, following the conclusion of the divine revelation from the underworld, an unprecedented surge of pure, magnificent power, tinged with a fervent essence of faith, swept into his game inventory like a torrential flood. This force was 100-fold more concentrated than the offerings of countless devotees gathered previously. It emanated from the martyrdom of Taoist Qing Song and the fervent adoration and unwavering loyalty of the hundreds of disciples who bore witness to the miraculous. Indeed, the quality of believers far surpasses the quantity. Under the impact of this pure faith, The icons within his game inventory radiated a blinding brilliance. The once dim expanse was illuminated in vast swathes. All items of green quality, whether elixirs, materials, or equipment, were entirely unlocked. Even a handful of those exuding ethereal blue and even otherworldly purple glows transitioned from a state of gray to one that could be retrieved. What filled him with even greater joy was that the majority of the items unlocked this time were intimately connected to the underworld. Rebirth Pool, blue, a home decoration that, when placed outdoors, slowly gathers the power of wandering souls around it, purifying malevolence. Bridge of Helplessness, blue, a home decoration that, when used, allows the construction of a bridge of helplessness at a designated location. Any being crossing this bridge, without permission, shall be ensnared in past illusions, their spirit adrift. Waterstone of the River of Oblivion, purple, a home decoration that can draw forth a wisp of the true water from the River of Oblivion from the unknown void. Encircling underworld structures. This water possesses a potent corrosive and binding effect on souls. Summoning Talisman of Oxhead and Horseface, blue, a consumable that, when used, can summon a pair of Oxhead and Horseface ghostly enforcers to assist in battle, vanishing upon defeat. Lian's breath momentarily faltered. His earlier conjectures were validated. The unlocking of items within his inventory was directly correlated to the divine identity he assumed and the direction of his followers' faith. Previously, while embodying a celestial being, he unlocked decorations befitting immortal abodes. Now, as a representation of the underworld, he had unlocked an entire suite of underworld facilities, suppressing the ecstasy swelling within him. He redirected his focus to a matter of greater significance. He could distinctly feel the spiritual link between himself and his steed, the ghostly General Yen Luo, Yuwujio, grow robust and solid beyond measure. It was as if the connection had evolved from a mere telephone line to a high-speed fiber optic cable. With a thought, he summoned Yuwujio. In the next moment, the space before him subtly distorted, and the imposing figure of the half-man, half-horse ghostly general materialized silently within the stone cavern. My lord, the Duke. Yuwujio knelt on one knee, his voice imbued with a newfound gravitas, as if he harbored a tangible force within him. Li Yin could sense that his aura had grown exponentially since their encounter at the ancient ferry. Rise, Li Yin gestured, and speak of your transformation. At your command. Yuwujio replied, standing up. The fiery essence of his eyes seemed to pulse momentarily. I report to you, esteemed lord, that after absorbing the soul of that nefarious cult's guardian, my strength has surged remarkably. The pure resentment and malevolence contained within that soul have been refined, transforming into sustenance for my own power. He raised his hand, dark energy swirling in his palm, revealing a more intricate and solid model of the ghostly realm. Slowly rotating in his grasp, my realm has evolved into the forest of ghostly abyss, within which an independent space can manifest, governed by its own laws, resembling a miniature incarnation of the underworld. Indeed, commendable, Li Yin nodded in approval. However, the subsequent words of Yuwujio abruptly froze the ease upon his face. For the first time, Yuwujio's tone bore a weight of seriousness, even a hint of confusion. Esteemed lord, beyond this, I have sensed something unusual. What is it? I seem to have formed a tenuous connection with a genuine realm of the afterlife. Yuwujio's voice was low. It is akin to perceiving a real coordinate within the boundless void. I even feel that by following this faint resonance, I could unearth a fragment of authentic power belonging to that realm. Li Yan's smile faltered. He stood frozen, as if struck by a divine thunderbolt, his mind buzzing with an overwhelming void. Is there truly an underworld? Does this world genuinely harbor such a realm? He had always believed he was crafting a narrative upon a blank canvas, conjuring a mythos from thin air. After all this time, was he merely impersonating a genuine existence? A chill shot up his spine, a frigid sensation ascending from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The consequences of being confronted by the true entity, of facing the reality of his deception, were too horrific to contemplate. Yet, amid the fleeting shock, a more audacious and reckless thought ignited within him, blazing like a wildfire in his heart. No, Yuwujio is a product summoned by my gaming system. How could a fabricated ghost commander perceive or even tap into the true powers of the underworld? What does this signify? It suggests that the very essence and rank of my gaming system might far surpass that of the local underworld. It was akin to an administrator with superior privileges accessing or even altering the data of a subordinate server. Upon this realization, Li Yan's heart began to race uncontrollably, an unrelenting tempest of fear dissipating into the ether. In its stead arose a fervent flame of ambition, ignited from the depths of his soul. Since it existed, what was to be done? If it could be wielded, why not seize it? A wildly audacious plan quietly took root within him. No longer would he merely play a part. He sought to bestow a new name upon this elusive local specter, transforming it into something distinctly his own, Li. Li Yan's gaze returned to the Taoist sect before him. To realize this audacious scheme, he required an abundance of pure faith, a means to unlock greater hidden potentials. The fervent adherents of the Taoist sect, who had only just begun to savor the sweet fruits of their beliefs, represented his most invaluable asset. He must secure their unwavering loyalty. It was time to manifest the visions he had conjured. A subtle smile graced Li Yan's lips as a bolder, more reckless plan began to blossom in his mind. He intended to personally consecrate a deity within the borders of Jiangzhou. A grand performance was about to commence. The Jiangzhou Dao record office was ablaze with light. The atmosphere was solemn, yet could not contain the undercurrents of fervor. All prominent figures within the Jiangzhou Daoist community had been surreptitiously summoned by the esteemed Lingshu Jinren. Standing at the center of the grand hall, Lingshu Jinren cradled a jade box containing the transcendent essence of Taoist Qingsong. He surveyed the eager, expectant, and even somewhat greedy faces surrounding him, inhaled deeply, and spoke in a voice that resonated with the solemnity of his lifelong conviction. Esteemed fellow disciples, today, I have gathered you all to announce a momentous event. An event that pertains to the rise and fall of our Taoist sect over the millennia, a matter of utmost significance for each and every one of us. He paused, raising the jade box high as if presenting a sacred relic. Brother Qingsong has not perished. He sacrificed himself for the Tao, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to the true monarch. His merits echoing through the heavens. Boom. The moment the words left his lips, the hall erupted in an uproar. What? Ascended to the ranks of the divine? Has our master truly become a god? Heaven bless our Taoist sect. Heaven bless our Taoist sect. The Taoists were aflame with excitement, their faces flushed, their bodies trembling. The prospect of immortality had long seemed an unattainable dream, a colossal burden weighing heavily upon their hearts for centuries. Yet now a new, tangible path to transcendence lay before them. Silence. Lingshu Jinren's authoritative command quelled the cacophony, restoring order to the hall. His eyes shimmered with fervent brilliance, and his voice resonated with endless allure. The ascension of junior brother Qingsong is not an end, but rather a magnificent beginning. This is the true monarch, who has unveiled a gateway to immortality for our Taoist sect. The venerable true monarch has illuminated the path for us. As long as we sincerely serve the true monarch, eradicate the malevolent, and amass merit, in the future, each one of us may soar into the heavens like junior brother Qingsong, ascending in broad daylight and being enshrined as divine spirits. We shall partake in the incense offerings of the masses and share longevity with heaven and earth. These words acted as the most potent catalyst, igniting the flames of passion within the hearts of all. If the previous enshrinement of divine spirits was merely a tantalizing vision, then now, the successful case of junior brother Qingsong stands as the most compelling proof. We are willing to serve the true monarch unto death, eradicate the malevolent, accumulate merit. Ascend. Ascend. Chapter 87. The dream of ascension. The night deepened. Yet within the recording office of Jia Zhou, it shone as brightly as day. Candles of tallow illuminated the main hall, revealing every detail, as the faces of the Taoist disciples glowed with a fervent red light. Master Lingshu stood at the center of the grand hall, his voice resounding passionately, spittle flying. Junior brother Qingsong is the first among our Taoist sect to achieve divinity through merit. His present is our future. Ascend. Ascend. The atmosphere within the hall was electric. The Taoists raised their arms in fervent calls, their eyes gleaming with a yearning for divinity. At the very peak of this fervent atmosphere, a clear crane's call, unexpected and sudden, echoed down from the heavens. The sound was bright and distant, as if transcending time and space, imbued with an ethereal resonance that instantly quelled the clamor within the hall. Instinctively, everyone looked up, gazing through the open doors at the night sky. There, the resplendent full moon radiated with brilliance. At the end of the staircase, an extraordinary celestial crane stepped gracefully upon the moonlight, its neck elongated in a melodious call. Upon the crane's back stood a young celestial child clothed in a cerulean robe. Draped in moonlight, his expression was serene, yet his clear eyes seemed to reflect the turning of the stars, bearing the dignity of one who overlooks all beings. He alighted upon the celestial crane and descended slowly from the night sky along the luminous staircase, divine and solemn. Celestial child, the true monarch has manifested. It is unclear who first cried out, but all the Taoists, regardless of rank or cultivation, felt their legs weaken and collectively knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards that figure in the courtyard. The exuberance that had once been unyielding instantly transformed into the most devout and humble of fervor. Master Lingshu, filled with both astonishment and joy, tumbled forward to the entrance of the hall, his excitement rendering him speechless. Per Taoist Lingxiu, humbly welcomes the celestial child's divine presence. Disciple Lingxiu humbly welcomes the celestial child's divine presence. Unbeknownst to many, the celestial youth descended in the stillness of midnight. Yet what decree did the true monarch convey? Li Yin, portraying the ethereal youth, gracefully alighted from the back of a crane, his toes merely brushing the ground, untouched by a speck of dust. The celestial youth had already descended, and his clear, luminous gaze swept over the kneeling Taoists, a faint smile gracing his face. Yet it bore an undeniable air of unassailable authority. Esteemed Taoists, there is no need for excessive formality. I have come on behalf of the true monarch Xuanqiong Yunzi and the underworld to convey a sacred edict. The mere mention of an edict sent a jolt through Lingxiu Jinren, whose heart raced as if it would leap from his throat. He struggled to suppress the overwhelming joy threatening to shatter his composure, bowing his head even lower, his voice quivering with emotion. This humble disciple humbly accepts the decree. The celestial youth inclined his head slightly, his tone matter-of-fact, as though discussing the most trivial of matters. Yet every word resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the ears of those present. Taoist Qingsong, who has banished demons and vanquished evil in the mortal realm, sacrificing himself for the Tao, has achievements that are evident in the human world and acknowledged in the netherworld. The underworld envoy reported, and with the true monarch's recommendation, the underworld council has decreed the following. He paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the hall, alighting upon the tranquil chamber that enshrined the celestial transformation. I hereby confer upon Qingsong the title of city god of Jiangzhou, to enjoy the incense offerings of the land and preside over matters of yin and yang. 3 days hence, at the hour of noon, the new deity shall assume office. The word city god of Jiangzhou struck Lingxiu Jinren's mind like a celestial thunderclap, rendering him momentarily speechless, his thoughts engulfed in an indescribable, euphoric tumult. It's done. It has truly come to pass. This is not merely the glory of Qingsong alone. It is an unprecedented achievement for our sect. This heralds the beginning of our Taoist order's ascension to the divine, securing a place among the pantheon. Disciples express profound gratitude to the true monarch for his heavenly grace. We thank the underworld for their kindness. Tears streamed down Lingxiu Jinren's face as he fervently prostrated himself upon the ground, his forehead colliding with the cold stone floor, producing a resounding thud. Behind him, all the disciples of the Taoist order followed suit, their voices rising in a cacophony of gratitude and reverence. The celestial youth's voice rang out once more, pulling Lingxiu Jinren back from his ecstatic reverie. The newly appointed city god shall soon take his position. At that time, the underworld will have its ceremonial procession, and your Taoist order may also prepare a platform to welcome him, announcing it to the world. Thank you for your guidance, celestial youth. Thank you for your guidance. Lingxiu Jinren, overwhelmed with emotion, could only stammer incoherently in his gratitude. On behalf of my junior brother Qingsong and our entire Taoist order, I express our deepest thanks for the true monarch's benevolence. We shall ensure that the grand ceremony is splendidly conducted, never tarnishing the reputation of the true monarch in the underworld. The celestial youth seemed pleased with his response, offering a slight nod. He turned to depart but paused, as if recalling something, leaving behind a cryptic remark that lingered in the air. The position of the city god is now firmly established. Yet the divine court has only recently been formed, with many tasks awaiting initiation. Beneath the city god, both civil and military judges, each presiding over their respective divine duties, roam day and night, while numerous divine positions remain unfilled. There exists an urgent need for virtuous and accomplished individuals to step forward and restore the balance between the realms of yin and yang. Once these words were spoken, it was as if a colossal stone had plunged into the tranquil lake of the hearts of all disciples within the Taoist sect. The kneeling multitude felt their breath grow heavy, their eyes igniting with an unprecedented fervor and desire. Vacancies in divine positions. This was not merely a lack of divine appointments. It was, unmistakably, a tailor-made decree for their ascension to divinity. The real person Lingxiu instantly grasped the celestial youth's subtle hint. The position of city god held by his junior, Qingsong, was merely the beginning. The true contest for merit was just commencing, and a far greater reward lay ahead. He bowed again, his voice hoarse and distorted with excitement. I beseech the celestial youth to respond to the true monarch. Our Taoist sect shall not disappoint the divine grace, and we will ensure that the Jiangzhou divine court is swiftly completed. We shall not allow the city god to remain a solitary figure. The celestial youth, having achieved his aim, nodded in satisfaction. Act judiciously. He left behind these words, then leapt onto the back of the crane. The celestial crane emitted a melodious cry, unfurling its wings and transforming him into a streak of light that vanished into the night, alongside the slowly dissipating moonlit staircase. Within the courtyard, silence returned. After the departure of the celestial youth, Real person Lingshu could no longer contain the tempest of emotions within him. He abruptly sprang to his feet, resembling a madman, and laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Ha 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 ha. His laughter resonated through the night sky, echoing throughout the entire Dao record division, startling a few roosting birds. He dashed back into the grand hall, gazing at his fervent fellow disciples, and with a grand gesture declared, "Convey my orders. From this moment forth, proclaim to the entire city. 3 days hence, at the hour of noon, we shall construct a 9-zhang, 9-qi ascension altar in the central square of Jiangzhou. We shall host an unprecedented ascension ceremony for our esteemed Uncle Qingsong. I want the citizens of the world to witness how our Taoist disciples can, through remarkable merit, ascend to divinity in broad daylight." His voice was filled with fervor. Moreover, he continued, his gaze flickering with astuteness, with the new city god soon to assume his position. How could this temple be anything less than magnificent? Dispatch envoys immediately to contact all the faithful in the city, every wealthy merchant, and all the prominent clans. Inform them that this is for the blessings of Jiangzhou, a supreme merit for their descendants to accumulate in virtue. I intend to erect the grandest, most magnificent city god temple in the finest location of Jiangzhou for our Taoist sect's first true deity, the newly appointed city god of Jiangzhou. We shall ensure that the city god resides in comfort and dignity. Upon hearing these words, the crowd understood implicitly. This is not a temple being built for Master Qingsong. Rather, it is evidently a premeditated scheme to establish a comfortable and dignified office space for themselves. News spread like wildfire, permeating every corner of Jiangzhou overnight. Mortal beings ascend to divinity, and in just 3 days, they shall be enshrined. The entire Jiangzhou was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy and fervor. Chapter 88. The turmoil in Jiangzhou. Jiangzhou has gone mad. In tea houses and taverns, storytellers struck their wooden blocks with resounding force, recounting not the tales of yore, but the heroic sacrifice of Master Qingsong, who ascended to heaven as a reward from the underworld. In the streets and alleys, groups of citizens animatedly exchanged tales, painting the scene at the ancient ferry with such vividness that it felt as if they had witnessed it themselves. Have you heard? The ghost gate of the underworld stands dozens of feet high. The ghostly soldiers paved the way, and the specter generals claimed souls. But that's not all. My uncle's cousin is in the army, and he said that with a single word from the inspector of the underworld, the soul of the blood feather sect's demon was whisked away. The most extraordinary of all is Master Qingsong. He eradicated evil for the people and was directly enshrined after death as the city god of Jiangzhou, a true celestial being. This is the genuine divine protector of our Jiangzhou. Every corner of the streets buzzed with discussions about this unprecedented marvel. The phrase mortal beings ascend to divinity acted like a potent spirit, igniting fervor within every individual, burning away their rationality. The doors of the Jiangzhou Dao record office were nearly crushed under the throngs of people. Once proud gentry and local elites now found their dignity stripped away. With flushed faces, they waved their banknotes and land deeds, desperately trying to push their way inside. Master, this humble offering is but a token of respect. I only wish for the city god to speak a kind word for my Wang family in the future. Immortal sir, these 3 shops in the south of the city are under my name. I am willing to donate them entirely to construct a temple for the city god. Clear the way. Clear the way. Mr. Li is donating 5,000 taels. He seeks to have a brick inscribed in the name of the city god. In this fervor towards divinity, money became as trivial as dust. What they were vying for was not merely a pillar or a brick, but rather the privilege of connecting with the divine, a pathway to blessings for their descendants. In a secluded courtyard on the west side of the city, the temporary residents of Yunlin Temple stood in stark contrast to the external clamor, shrouded in an oppressive silence. Master Yunqing sat cross-legged on a mat, the string of Bodhi beads in his hands having ceased to move at some point. A young monk hurriedly entered, his face betraying an uncontainable urgency and dread. Master Uncle. He spoke with a dry voice, trembling slightly. Outside, they're going mad. The Taoist Master Qingsong is to be conferred as the city god of Jiangzhou in 3 days. They have ascended to the heavens in broad daylight, achieving divine merit. Upon hearing these words, every monk in the room trembled. Master Yunqing's eyes, usually as calm as a tranquil pond, suddenly widened, revealing a fleeting glimmer of incredulous defeat. Ultimately, he was a step too late. Master, I can no longer contain myself. The young monk lamented, his voice thick with emotion. The Taoist sect has already ascended in broad daylight, while we are still desperately searching for the trace of Master Jidian. Our fellow brothers outside are being pointed at, criticized for the ineptitude of our Buddhist order, claiming our teachings lack efficacy. If this continues, the South Chu, and perhaps the entire realm, will no longer have a place for our Buddhism. These words pierced Master Yunqing's heart like sharp thorns. He abruptly stood up. the composure of a venerable monk dissipating in an instant. He recalled Master Jidian's words, "Hell is empty, and the demons are all present in the world." He thought he had comprehended the truth, but now it seemed he had realized it too late and with insufficient depth. The Taoist sect had discovered a shortcut to accumulating merit and reaching divinity, while they remained stagnant. There was no more time to waste. A glimmer of near-mad determination flashed in Master Yunqing's eyes. He surveyed all his disciples, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable fervor. "Convey my decree. All disciples, disperse. Centering on Jiaozhou, search every inch within 100 miles. Inquire. Investigate. Gather information, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the ground. We must uncover the whereabouts of Master Jidian." His eyes burned with intensity, tightly gripping the Bodhi prayer beads in his hands. "The path for our Buddhist order lies within him. If we cannot find him, we shall face eternal damnation." "Yes," the monks responded in unison, their long-restrained anxiety transforming into a fervent impetus as they surged out of the courtyard like wolves on the hunt. In the governor's mansion, within the study, the ascension ceremony, constructing a temple for the city god, he spat out a few words through clenched teeth, the wolf hair brush in his hand cracking under pressure. What a Taoist bureau. What a crafty old man. So that's why they suddenly changed their tune and are desperately eradicating the Bloodfeather sect. They were lying in wait for me here. They are wielding my soldiers and the Emperor's sword to earn divine merit for their sect. He now understood everything. Why the Taoist sect was so impatient and so fervently engaged. They had known all along. "My lord, please calm your anger." Lu Sun, the governor of Jiangzhou, hurriedly stepped forward to offer comfort. "This matter has already been settled. In the present day, the entire populace regards this as a divine miracle. Should we forcibly intervene, it may well incite a civil uprising. At that point, we would find ourselves at odds with both the divine and the people, leaving us utterly defenseless." Yang Lai exhaled a long, weary sigh, the anger within him ultimately transforming into a sense of helplessness. Indeed, how can one impede such fervor? What means do we possess to stop it? To wield swords and tell the populace that the deity they revere is a mere fabrication? Before the divine could intervene, the enraged citizens would surely raze the governor's mansion to the ground. Since resistance is futile, Yang Lai gradually took his seat, a glimmer of shrewdness and resolve flickering in his eyes. "The commander shall personally witness this spectacle." He turned to Wang He. "Dispatch orders, 3 days hence. Mobilize the provincial troops to maintain order during the grand ceremony. Furthermore, prepare a substantial gift." He paused, enunciating each word with care. "The commander intends to attend the ceremony in person." "My lord." Both Wang He and Lu Sun paled at this proclamation. Yang Lai waved his hand dismissively, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. "If we cannot overcome it, we shall join it. This newly appointed city god of the underworld must surely afford some measure of respect to me, a local power in the realm of the living. It is an opportune moment to curry favor with that true sovereign, with the netherworld, and to convey to the entire city that the governor's mansion acts in accordance with heavenly will, honoring the divine. Thus, regardless of what the future holds, we shall secure a position of unassailable respect, demonstrating to the lords in the court that Jiangzhou is now under our dominion." On Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined with his legs crossed, gazing at the newly illuminated area within the game package, his face alight with the joy of harvest. Once the news of the city god's conferment spread, the influx of faith's power exceeded his wildest expectations in purity. Through the perspective of the spirit hawk, he surveyed all within Jiangzhou City. Indeed, the first and second major guilds on this server have finally become embroiled in a fierce competition for supremacy. He nodded in satisfaction. The stage is set, the actors in position, awaiting his direction as the esteemed director to commence the proceedings. The ascension ceremony in 3 days must be nothing short of spectacular, ensuring that all bear witness to the authenticity of this divine appointment. He delved into the game package, meticulously sifting through the dazzling array of icons. What he sought was a genuine miracle. Chapter 89, The Living in the Underworld. 3 days later, in Jiangzhou City. As dawn broke, the city lay quieter than the darkest of nights, soon erupting into a tumult more ferocious than landslides and tsunamis. The streets were deserted. Countless citizens flocked from all directions toward the expansive central square, a throng so vast that it appeared endless. Were it not for the hundreds of palace guards wielding long spears, forming an impenetrable barrier to safeguard the core of the square, the surging tide of humanity would have surely engulfed everything. Order, tenuously maintained amidst an almost fervent anticipation, held sway. All eyes converged upon the center of the square, where a newly constructed 9-tiered altar rose majestically, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding solemnity. Atop the altar, beneath the sun's rays, a small jade box lay quietly, containing the key to mortals' passage to the divine, the transformation of Taoist Master Qingsong. Surrounding the altar, Taoist Master Lingyun personally led hundreds of disciples, clad in pristine bagua robes, wielding various ritual instruments such as whiskers, swords, and peachwood talismans. Their expressions were grave, yet their eyes burned with an uncontrollable zeal. The intricate and ancient rites commenced, intertwining melodious Taoist music with solemn recitations, enveloping the entire city of Jiangzhou in a sacred and exhilarating atmosphere. Directly opposite the square, atop the highest tavern, Wangjiang Tower, the windows of an elegant chamber stood wide open, yet silence reigned. Yang Lai, the military governor of Jiangzhou, sat alone by the window in plain attire, his countenance as still as water. His eyes, having witnessed countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now fixated intently on the towering altar below. Behind him stood Lu Sun, the prefect of Jiangzhou, along with the deputy general Wang He and several solemn martial arts practitioners, all standing like statues. The atmosphere as heavy as iron. They were both observers and sentinels. The sun gradually shifted to its zenith, as the moment representing the peak of daylight approached. At precisely 3/4 past noon, the auspicious hour had arrived. Beneath the altar, the sound of bells and drums resonated. Master Lingxiu ascended the 9-tiered altar step by step. Clad in the bagua purple robe reserved solely for the Grand Master, he held a snow-white whisk, his stature upright, embodying the essence of a celestial being. Standing at the apex of the altar, he took a deep breath, his vital energy surging, his voice booming like a great bell. To the grand province of Dechu, Jiangzhou, and the Taoist order of Lingxiu, with utmost sincerity, we proclaim to the heavens. A lengthy sacrificial address flowed from his lips, each word crystal clear, every sentence resonant, echoing through every corner of the city. From the life of Taoist Master Qingsong, to his benevolence in ridding the world of harm, to his selfless devotion, culminating in divine recognition from the underworld, every word fell like a drop of burning oil into the already boiling sea of the people's hearts below. Finally, as the address reached its conclusion, Master Lingxiu forcefully flicked his whisk, pouring forth all his strength for the final outcry. The auspicious hour has arrived. We humbly welcome the city god of Jiangzhou, the divine Master Qingsong, back to his rightful place. In that instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. Above the originally clear and cloudless sky, without warning, myriad rays of colorful light erupted forth. A cascade of ethereal, otherworldly melodies, unlike any earthly sound, wafted down from the heavens, cleansing the souls of all who heard. An indescribable fragrance permeated the air, bringing a profound tranquility, banishing all distractions from the mind. The sky seemed to tear open, revealing a divine spectacle. The gates of heaven have opened. Indeed, the celestial gates have swung wide. In the square, someone let out a cry, igniting a fervent chorus of astonished gasps and reverent bows that echoed through the clouds. At that moment, people of all ages and stations, rich and poor alike, were overtaken by a deep-seated reverence that compelled them to kneel en masse. In the midst of this collective prostration, a golden beam of light, more radiant than the midday sun and purer than anything in existence, descended from the heavens, imbued with unmatched majesty. It landed with pinpoint accuracy upon the small jade box atop the altar. Within the Jiaglu pavilion, Yang Lai sprang to his feet, his pupils constricting sharply. Behind him, Lu Sun and Wang He turned pale, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Before the astonished multitude, a translucent spirit form gradually took shape above the jade box. Bathed in the resplendent golden light, the visage of the Taoist priest, Qingsong, appeared serene. An astonishing event unfolded. His once ethereal spirit materialized at a visible pace, as if unseen hands of purest light were reconstructing his divine body. The 8 trigrams robe he wore disintegrated in the golden glow, transforming into a dark robe adorned with golden embroidery, signifying his status as a city god. He donned a black official's hat and a jade belt, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without a word. A crystal-clear jade seal slowly coalesced in his hand. His countenance shifted from the gentle, emaciated features of his former life to one of solemnity and imposing presence. Then, a voice, vast and majestic, transcending gender, resonated in the minds of all present, proclaiming, Taoist Qingsong, loyal and commendable, sacrificing himself for the path, his merits recognized by the state, his virtues esteemed in the underworld. With the endorsement of the true monarch of the profound vault, according to the laws of the underworld, he is hereby conferred the title of God of Jiashou, overseeing the balance of yin and yang, safeguarding the lives of the people. Thus decreed. The final words rang like a celestial edict, carrying an undeniable authority. As the proclamation faded, the ground before the altar erupted in a maelstrom of black mist. A colossal phantom of the ghostly gate rose from the earth. The familiar archway and the palpable pressure it emanated returned to the mortal realm once more. The gates of the underworld have swung wide open. A legion clad in obsidian armor, wielding weapons forged from nether iron, and with eerie blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, marched forth with a synchronized yet burdensome cadence from within the gates. An aura of dread and malevolence swept through the square like a chilling gale. It was them. On the Wangjiang Tower, the eyes of Vice General Wang, he widened in shock as he gasped in disbelief. Among the ranks of soldiers maintaining order, gasps of astonishment erupted, with many soldiers moved to tears. They recognized them. It was Wang Er. I know him. He fell at the ancient ferry. And Li San. That is our Li San. They are not dead. They have become specters. Soldiers of the city god. Those who perished in the battle at the ancient ferry, their familiar faces, which should have been eternally at rest, manifested amongst this legion of specters. To become a specter, though devoid of life, equates to a different form of immortality. Inside the Wangjiang Tower, Yang Lai slowly unfurled his tightly clenched fist. He gazed upon those who once belonged to him, now transformed into the soldiers of the underworld. His expression a tumult of complexity. This true monarch, this ruler of the nether realm, had offered his subordinates a path of retreat that he, as their commander, could never provide. Upon the altar, the newly appointed city god, Jingsong, bowed towards the heavens, in the direction of Qifeng Mountain. He spoke no words. Yet that profound bow conveyed his utmost reverence towards the true monarch. Subsequently, he turned solemnly, holding the jade seal of the city god, leading the ensemble of former soldiers into the spectral threshold of the Ghost Gate. The apparition shimmered, and along with the newly appointed city god and his legion of specters, they gradually sank into the earth, vanishing from sight. It was as if they had merely traversed from the realm of the living into the realm of the dead. He had officially assumed his position in a secluded courtyard to the west of the city. Master Yunxing and a host of Buddhist disciples stared blankly at the splendid hues of the dissipating rainbow light in the sky, while the distant echoes of jubilant cheers surged like a tidal wave. A profound sense of loss and helplessness gnawed at their hearts like venomous serpents. They had witnessed the Taoist sect's so-called exclusive celestial fortune manifest in perfect clarity. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the depth of their defeat in this contest of merit, leaving them utterly exposed. Master Jijian. The name echoed in Master Yunxing's thoughts, a whisper of desperation. At this moment, their longing to find that wandering mad monk reached an unprecedented zenith. On the altar, Lingshu Jinren gazed upon this extraordinary miracle, unable to contain the tempest of emotion surging within him. He, along with all the disciples of the Taoist sect, was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears as they fervently prostrated towards the direction of Qingfeng Mountain. We thank the true monarch for his celestial grace. We thank the true monarch for his celestial grace. Their cries, hoarse yet brimming with boundless sincerity, echoed through the air. Below, tens of thousands of common folk, after a brief moment of stupor, erupted in cheers akin to a roaring tide. The city god has manifested. The thunderous applause converged into an invisible torrent, soaring into the heavens, propelling the faith of Jiangzhou to an unprecedented zenith of fervor. Chapter 90. The opening of the underworld office at Qifeng Mountain. Within the Xuanxing Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined on the flowing cloud-white jade couch, limbs stretched, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. The director's effect of the ascension ceremony far exceeded his expectations, particularly the final decree, for which he had utilized a treasure from his game package, the channel speaker. This device, typically used by affluent players for spamming in the game, proved to be as effective as a celestial proclamation in this context. That voice penetrated the very soul, and that authority was comparable to the Tao of Heaven. As for Taoist Qingsong's ceremonial robes, they represented yet another successful application of costume projection. If a mere wooden stick could project the skin of a divine weapon, then theoretically, cloaking a semi-transparent soul in a robe skin should pose no issue. Indeed, his assumptions were entirely validated. It was a professional match, one might say. He then shifted his focus to another matter of greater significance. In the next moment, he found himself in the valley designated as the theme park of the underworld. This place had become entirely transformed from its former state. After absorbing the soul of the Black Sha Guardian, Yu Wujiao's strength had surged, consequently evolving that ghostly domain into a true realm of spectral intrigue. At this moment, the entire valley was shrouded by this ethereal realm. To the outside world, it remained a foreboding and enigmatic place, shrouded in miasma, where ordinary individuals would never dare to tread. Yet, should anyone intrude without permission, they would immediately become ensnared in an endless labyrinth of phantoms, utterly exhausting themselves without ever glimpsing the true visage of this place, a shadowy space that clung to the realm of the living while existing independently from it. Li Yan's underworld base finally boasted absolute security. Within the realm of spectral intrigue, the underworld had long ceased to be the rudimentary theme park it once was. The bridge of oblivion spanned the void, beneath which murky waters of the yellow spring flowed languidly. In the distance, a colossal will turned slowly, emanating a gentle glow that purified all. The genuine power of the underworld, stirred by Yuujiao, began to imbue those game-based home decorations with a hint of authentic might. More significantly, the realm of spectral intrigue could establish temporary passages, connecting the ghostly realm with any location in the world of the living. Was this not akin to a fixed-point teleportation portal? This rendered his subsequent plans feasible. Li Yan's gaze shifted towards the direction of Jiangzhou City. It was time to meet the newly appointed director of the Jiangzhou office. Deep beneath Jiangzhou City, in a realm of void and darkness, a diminutive yet imposing palace floated in midair. The plaque at the front of the palace bore the elegantly inscribed characters, Jiangzhou City Goddess Inci. This was a shadow space that Li Yan had commanded Yuujiao to forcibly carve out beneath Jiangzhou City using the power of the underworld. It resembled an invisible pocket within the garment of the mortal world. It served as the residence of the newly appointed city god while simultaneously connecting to the passage leading to the realm of spirits. Qingsong, the city god, stood before this ethereal palace in a daze. He lowered his gaze to behold his hands, solid and lifelike, before lifting his eyes to the imposing Inci office before him. His mind still shrouded in confusion. Behind him, a battalion of ghostly soldiers, transformed from officials, stood at attention, weapons in hand, their eyes flickering with a dim fire, yet tinged with bewilderment. Before them, a fearsome ghost general, half-human and half-horse, enveloped in ghostly green flames, loomed like an ancient mountain, silently standing guard. All of this left him in a state of awe. Is this the realm of the divine? Is this the majesty of the underworld? His reverence for the enigmatic Xuanxiong Yunjia, as well as for the entire realm of the underworld, surged to its zenith. At that moment, a figure silently materialized above the grand hall. The newcomer donned a dark black inspection official's robe, their face obscured in shadow, making it difficult to discern their features. Save for a pair of eyes that seemed to harbor the depths of the underworld, profound and imposing. It was none other than Li Yan's underworld inspector, Ma Jia. Greetings, esteemed inspector. Qingsong's heart jolted, and he hurriedly bowed in respect. The ghostly soldiers behind him knelt in unison, one knee upon the ground. Li Yan was quite pleased with his promptness, nodding slightly. This place is your designated office, the Jiangzhou City Goddess Inci. From this day forth, you shall oversee all matters of yin and yang in Jiangzhou. Pointing towards the roiling black mist behind the palace, he continued, there lies a direct passage to the underworld. Should any urgent matters arise, you may report through this conduit. Li Yan raised his hand and gently swept it across the black mist. Instantly, ripples spread through the fog. A sight that sent shivers through his very soul began to unfold. The endless road of Huangquan flowed forth, with the Naiha Bridge spanning across it, where Meng Po, a disguised ghostly official, brewed her soup at the bridge's edge. In the distance, the ethereal outline of the Sinluo Palace, a fragment of the realm of spirits, was revealed to Qingsong through the connection of space. This is indeed the true realm of the underworld, the young pine murmured to himself, his eyes filled with boundless astonishment and reverence. Li Yan, sensing the moment was ripe, waved his hand to disperse the haunting scene of the ghostly realm. Your duties are fivefold. First, to oversee the balance of good and evil in your domain, to record the merits and demerits of mortals, and report them to the underworld as evidence for their reincarnation judgment. Second, to manage the souls of the newly deceased, guiding them here for reporting and awaiting the escort of the grim officials. Third, to patrol the mortal world. Should you encounter significant malevolence beyond your strength, you must immediately report it, for the underworld has its own means of handling such matters. Fourth, to uphold the yin and yang order of your region. Lastly, and most crucially, Li Yan's tone grew particularly grave, the position of city god is of utmost importance. You represent the dignity of the underworld and the laws of the ghostly realm. You must never abuse divine power to interfere with the workings of the mortal world, nor reveal your supernatural abilities out of personal desire, thus disturbing the mortals. You must remember, you are a scale, a measure of good and evil deeds. Your role is to record and judge, presenting the results. As for how rewards and punishments are meted out, that is for the underworld to determine. This admonition served to delineate a clear boundary for the young pine's actions. Li Yan did not wish for the city god he had painstakingly appointed to become a mere wish-granting machine or to wield power in the mortal realm based on divine strength. The young pine felt a deep reverberation in his heart, committing these responsibilities firmly to memory. As a subordinate, he vowed to heed his lord's teachings, to diligently fulfill his duties, and to honor the expectations of the true monarch in the underworld. Li Yan nodded in satisfaction and then opened his palm. A jade seal, a scroll of bamboo slips, and a brush materialized in his hand. While these items might merely be common trinkets within a game, in this moment, under the dual illumination of pure faith and the ethereal power of Yuujiao, they were transformed. The jade seal exuded an air of authority. The bamboo scroll was enveloped in the essence of life and death, and the brush radiated a sharpness of judgment. With these three artifacts, the seal of the city god the life and death register of Jiangzhou, and the brush of the Yin-Yang judge, you will be able to command the powers of the underworld and its subordinate spirits. Exercising divine authority. The young pine trembled as he extended his hands to receive the three implements. The instant they touched his palms, a vast and pure divine energy, as if merging with the very essence of this underworld realm, surged into his being. He could sense a profound connection, akin to a blood bond, forming between him, this space, and the spectral soldiers behind him. He had truly become the sovereign of this place. I humbly thank you for your bestowed treasures. I express my gratitude to the true monarch and the generous favor of the underworld. The young pine, overwhelmed with emotion, bowed deeply once more. Excellent, Li Yin nodded, then shifted his tone to present the most crucial stipulation. However, you must remember, your divine power is not conjured from thin air. It emanates from the fervent devotion of the faithful in the mortal realm. The more vibrant the offerings, the mightier your strength becomes, and the more secure your divine position remains. However, should the populace forget you, should the temples crumble, and the incense offerings cease, the voice of Li Yin, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the underworld, sent a shiver through Qing Song's heart. At that moment, the divine power would dissipate, and your position would be at risk. The underworld would undoubtedly strip you of your divine office and select another worthy candidate. These words fell upon Qing Song like a bucket of icy water, abruptly pulling him from his lofty dreams of ascendance and eternal leisure. It became clear that the position of city god was not an unassailable bastion. With commendable performance, there were rewards and bonuses, but failure would lead to dismissal. The city god's seal in his hand, at that moment, seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 pounds. Qing Song inhaled deeply, as all traces of lightness and joy vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and sense of responsibility. He bowed deeply to Li Yin, his demeanor solemn and sincere. I understand, my lord. With that, Li Yin made no further delay and turned to leave. Farewell, Inspector. As Li Yin's figure vanished into the enveloping mist, silence reclaimed the shadowy space. Taking a deep breath, Qing Song ascended the steps to the temple and seated himself behind the official desk, also forged from the power of the netherworld. He closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness into the city that belonged to him. In an instant, the entirety of Jiangzhou unfolded before him in an unprecedented manner. Chapter 91. The storms of the capital. Li Yin returned to the underworld, settling into the throne of his own Sanluo Hall with a long sigh of relief. He pondered the situation. The Taoist faction seemed to be temporarily stabilized. With Qing Song as a successful case, the elderly Taoists would likely awaken from their dreams with laughter. Moving forward, they would vie for the vacant divine positions, effectively exhausting themselves without any further effort from him. The bait of achieving divinity through merit had already been cast, and these invigorated Taoists would turn Jiangzhou, and indeed all of Nanchu, upside down. The approach of assessments and elimination of the least qualified was a strategy that transcended time. Li Yin stroked his chin, his gaze drifting into the void, as if he could penetrate the darkness and glimpse the scenes of another faction within Jiangzhou. The towering monks of the Buddhist sect, whom he had kept in suspense for so long, had only received half of their promised reward. It was time to fulfill their expectations. One could not favor one side over the other. Fairness must be maintained. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. The Taoists had true lords in the underworld, but what did the Buddhist sect possess? A mad monk, elusive as a dragon? Such a disparity was unacceptable. One must find a new avenue for their performance growth. What if, perhaps, the golden-haired hound beneath Guanin's throne, or the azure lion of Manjushri, or the attentive listening of Ksitigarbha, were to suddenly manifest in the mortal realm? Li Yin straightened in his seat, a smile of anticipation gracing his features. It is time to test my lineage. With a mere thought, the familiar golden die reappeared in the palm of his hand. I hope it brings me a surprise. In the temporary residence of Yunlin Temple in Jiangzhou, the atmosphere in the courtyard was so oppressive it felt as if it could weep. In stark contrast to the lively clamor of the Tao recording office, bustling with devotees, this place resembled a forgotten grave. Master Yunqing sat cross-legged on his mat, eyes tightly shut, the bodhisattva prayer beads in his hands having ceased their movement. The once majestic visage now bore an expression of desolate grayness. His disciples, behind him, hung their heads low, as if struck by frost. A young monk could no longer contain his turmoil. He stumbled forward to Master Yunqing, his voice trembling with a cry. Master, we can wait no longer. The people outside are mocking us. His voice choked with unending grievance and humiliation. They say our Buddhist order is inept, that our Dharma is ineffective. They claim we are not even worthy to be compared to the Taoists. Today, even several ruffians blocked our door, pointing fingers and cursing us, asking why we do not seek the Taoist true monarch for favors, to at least secure a role among the ghostly soldiers. Moreover, Several patrons who have long offered incense to our Yunlin temple have today taken their candles to donate at the city god temple. These words pierced the hearts of every monk present. Master Yunqing's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, revealing a gaze that should have been filled with compassion now marred by bloodshot fury. He recalled the prophecy of Master Jidian, "Hell is empty, and the devils are among us." Indeed, hell is empty. Yet, they remain seated in desolation, still waiting for Master Jidian, the wanderer of the world, to once again bestow his mercy and deliver opportunities to their lips. The Taoist path is forged through genuine merit, where a single life is exchanged for the divine ascent of today. The immense pressure and resentment gripped him like two invisible hands tightening around his throat. In the depths of despair, he suddenly understood once more. "I was wrong," Master Yunqing murmured, his voice hoarse. He slowly rose to his feet, his frail figure at that moment seemingly containing the explosive force of a volcanic eruption. "We were all wrong." He surveyed his disciples, his crimson eyes ablaze with fervent zeal. "Master Jidian did not intend for us to wait. He was enlightening us. Why is hell so desolate? Because the malevolent spirits roam among mortals. The Taoist sect can vanquish demons and eliminate evil to attain divine status. Why can't our Buddhist order do the same?" His voice suddenly rose in intensity. "Our Buddha embodies compassion, yet also possesses the wrath of the Vajra. To universally save sentient beings, we must also subdue demons and vanquish evil. The Taoists are capable. Our Buddhist order can achieve this as well. They can attain divinity through merit, and we too can attain the fruit of bodhisattva through our own virtues." He stepped into the courtyard and bowed deeply towards the direction of Qifeng Mountain. Then, he abruptly turned around and issued a decree that would overturn a millennium of Buddhist tradition. "Convey my edict. From this moment forth, within Yunlin Temple, we shall establish the Demon Subjugation Academy. Following the example of the Taoists, we shall fill the void in the underworld with the malevolent spirits of the mortal realm. Through the act of vanquishing demons and eliminating evil, we shall accumulate supreme merit for our Buddhist order. Go and inform all the people of Jiangzhou." Each word he spoke resonated with gravity. If the Taoists can attain divinity, then our Buddhist order can become Buddhas as well. 1,000 miles away, in the imperial capital of Dazhou, within the royal palace, civil and military officials lined the sides, the atmosphere as tense as iron. An urgent imperial edict from Jiangzhou, hastily dispatched over 800 miles, lay beside an earlier report of auspicious omens on the dragon table. The aged emperor, seated upon the dragon throne, observed with weary eyes as his son and ministers argued passionately below. The crown prince, clad in bright yellow ceremonial robes and possessing a handsome visage, stepped forward, holding a jade tablet, and proclaimed, "My father, I believe this is a divine blessing for our great Dazhou. Whether it be the true monarch of the mysterious vault or the underworld, their actions serve to eliminate harm for the nation and bring blessings to the people. Such auspicious signs have never been witnessed before. They should be proclaimed to the world, showcasing the flourishing fortune of our great Dazhou and enhancing my reputation as regent." Immediately, officials aligned with the crown prince stepped forward in agreement. "What your highness says is absolutely correct. Such auspicious signs are rare in a millennium. They can be used to intimidate the petty threats of Beiyan." "Humph, nonsense." A cold snort interrupted the flattery. The third prince, tall and imposing, stepped forward, exuding an air of valor. "Your highness, your words are misguided. What is divinity? What is immortality? Since ancient times, they have been but ethereal concepts. How dare Jiangzhou openly confer titles upon underworld deities? This is local heresy, a deception that misleads the people." He turned to the emperor seated on the dragon throne and bowed deeply, his voice stern. "Father, that Yang Lai, the military governor of Jiangzhou, commands a formidable force and not only fails to prevent such usurpation but also praises it in writing. His intentions are treacherous. I beseech your majesty to issue a decree to thoroughly investigate Yang Lai and eradicate this heretical worship." What the third prince says is most pertinent. An elderly minister, his hair and beard white as snow, stepped forward to echo this sentiment, his voice resonant as a bell. "Your majesty, the imperial authority is bestowed by heaven and must not be sullied. Today, he may confer the title of city god in Jiangzhou. But will he soon be bestowing official titles on behalf of the heavens? This is a matter that shakes the very foundation of the nation. If not met with strict punishment, various regions will follow suit, leading everyone to believe in ghosts and deities, who will then respect the laws of the court. Where lies the majesty of the court? What remains of your majesty's dignity?" The officials aligned with the crown prince immediately retorted, "Chancellor Qin, your words are misguided. The memorial clearly states that the ghostly soldiers of the underworld are the valiant soldiers of Jiangzhou who sacrificed themselves for the nation. The divine generals vanquishing evil spirits have saved countless commoners. They are a righteous force, a manifestation of justice. How can they be compared to vile sacrifices?" Should we rashly deploy troops? Would it not chill the hearts of soldiers throughout the realm and alienate the will of the masses? Chancellor Chen rebutted fiercely, absurd. A mere gathering of soldiers' restless souls can hardly be called an army. It is utterly ridiculous. Impudent. The crown prince's expression darkened. This is a divine manifestation. How dare you profane it? In the court, saliva flew as officials and generals clashed in a cacophony of voices. One side sought to elevate the matter to gain favor, while the other aimed to undermine it for their own gain. On the dragon throne, the aging emperor of Chu observed the chaotic scene below, a flicker of deep disgust and weariness flashing in his murky eyes. He remained silent, merely waving his hand gently. The chief eunuch immediately understood, raising his voice to proclaim. Court dismissed. Thus, a storm concerning divine authority and imperial power was temporarily set aside amidst the unending bickering. Yet all understood this was merely the beginning. The tempest had quietly begun to gather over the capital. Chapter 92, The Emperor's Heart in Turmoil in the South Chu Imperial Palace, within the Yangxin Hall. A rich scent of dragon's saliva mingled with a faint hint of medicinal fragrance, swirling within the chamber. The aged emperor of Chu leaned against the dragon bed. Two confidential reports from Jiangzhou laid side by side on a small table before him. One extolled virtues, painting a picture of tranquility and auspiciousness. The other, drenched in sorrowful words, recounted the miraculous events involving deities and spirits. His bloodshot, murky eyes were fixed intently on the words ascended to heaven and conferred the title of city god within the memorial, his withered fingers repeatedly stroking the smooth silk cover. Long life, divinity. His parched lips moved slightly, murmuring to himself in a voice barely audible, "Do I truly still have a chance?" Within his eyes, worn and clouded by time and power struggles, two extreme emotions intertwined at this moment. One was the primal, frenzied desire for longevity that clings to the brink of death. The other was the deep-seated trepidation of an emperor towards another supreme power, divine authority, emanating from his very marrow. He feared that this suddenly emerging true sovereign in the underworld might hang like a sword over the imperial authority, ready to shatter the Zhao family's empire into fragments. Yet he was even more apprehensive, fearing that he might miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, perhaps the sole chance in his lifetime to grasp the immortal. The trusted Grand Eunuch Wei Zhong knelt silently not far from the dragon throne, bowing his head. He captured every subtle change on the face of Emperor Chu with the corner of his eye. He pondered the emperor's intentions akin to the most astute hunting dog, accurately sensing the emperor's wavering thoughts. Your Majesty, matters pertaining to the celestial beings are fraught with ambiguity. Your health is of paramount importance and should not be burdened by such mundane concerns. Should we exert pressure with a thunderous force, we risk incurring the wrath of the divine and inviting unforeseen calamities. I, a mere servant, possess a humble strategy that may alleviate your worries. Emperor Chu slowly lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze settling upon him. Speak. Your Majesty, this matter cannot be approached with rigidity nor negligence. Wei Zhong's tone grew increasingly reverent. To be forceful may provoke the deities and invite heavenly punishment, detrimental to the realm. Conversely, to be lax could alter the sentiments of the local populace, shaking the foundation of the state, which would not bode well for your reign. We could proclaim it as an investigation into celestial traces, a divine sacrificial rite, thus demonstrating our royal family's reverence for heaven and adherence to ancestral laws, which would pacify the hearts of the common people. In truth, this serves three purposes. Firstly, it allows us to ascertain the authenticity of the esteemed figure in the celestial realm, determining whether he is a blessing or a curse for our great Chu. Second, it could lead us to the secrets of immortality. If indeed a divine being exists, as the Son of Heaven, such a magnificent celestial fate rightfully belongs to you. Thirdly, it would reassure the local populace, allowing the military and civilians of Jiangzhou, as well as people across the realm, to witness that the Son of Heaven remains the sole sovereign of this land. Each of these words struck a chord deep within Emperor Chu's heart. Observing this, Wei Zhong seized the moment to elaborate. The magistrate of Qinghe County, Zhaozhen, is a person of celestial affinity. Your Majesty may bestow grace upon him, elevate his rank, and enlist him as an informant, ensuring that we are promptly informed of any divine oracles from the true sage. As for the prisoner Wei, he of the blood feather sect, given the gravity of the matter, it must be personally examined by a special envoy to verify his identity before being escorted back to the capital. This would establish authority, demonstrating that the court's laws cannot be defied. Thus, a combination of respect and authority would constitute a comprehensive strategy. Excellent. A glimmer of brilliance ignited within the murky depths of Emperor Chu's eyes. What a splendid strategy of respect and authority. His heart swelled with delight, as if he had suddenly found a firm anchor. This plan not only showcased the emperor's magnanimity, but also preserved his regal dignity. Most importantly, it firmly returned all initiative back into his hands. Immediately, he issued several edicts. He commanded a thorough investigation into the remnants of the Bloodfeather sect, directed the governor of Jiangzhou, Yang Lai, to cooperate fully, and promoted Zhao Zhan, the magistrate of Qinghai County, by 3 ranks, awarding him a bounty of 1,000 taels, instructing him to diligently serve in the pursuit of celestial traces, and to report any unusual occurrences directly to the court. The news of the special envoy spread like wildfire. In the imperial study, the crown prince and the third prince, who had just been embroiled in a heated debate in the court, were stirred by the news. Father Emperor, the imperial son believes that this envoy should be entrusted to Zhang Qing, a scholar from the Eastern Palace under my authority. Zhang Qing, a top scholar, possesses keen insight and is most adept at grasping the divine will, thus demonstrating our royal sincerity. Crown Prince Zhao Zhe, holding the jade tablet, passionately articulated his thoughts, his face reflecting unwavering determination. Your Highness, this assertion is misguided. The third prince, Zhao Kai, immediately stepped forward to refute, a hint of cold amusement gracing his lips. Matters concerning the divine are fundamental to the nation. How could a mere scholar bear such a burden? In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to dispatch Deputy Minister of War Li Mu. Li Mu, a seasoned warrior with unwavering resolve, would undoubtedly intimidate the nefarious and uphold our royal dignity. A mere brute like Li Mu, reckless and uncouth, what if he were to offend the true deities? Can you bear the consequences? It is far better to send a scholarly fool who cannot even lift a chicken than to be sold out while counting coins. You, how dare you speak of me? Emperor Chu observed his 2 sons, bickering over the position of the envoy, their faces flushed and their disgraceful behavior evident, and he felt a surge of annoyance. Weary, he rubbed his temples. Enough. A low command brought immediate silence to the imperial study. At that moment, Wei Zhong stepped forward unobtrusively, employing his characteristic, unhurried tone. Your Majesty, both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are deeply concerned for the nation. However, the selection of this envoy is indeed of great significance. In my humble view, the envoy must possess a pure heart, be uninvolved in court politics, and hold a high status to genuinely represent your Majesty's sincere intentions, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications. Emperor Chu, impatiently waving his hand, responded, Is there anyone of such merit in the court? A hint of appropriate difficulty appeared on Wei Zhong's face, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, his eyes brightened. Your Majesty, I indeed think of someone. Prince Kong. Prince Kong Zhaoxian? At the mention of this name, both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, who had been secretly competing, were momentarily taken aback. In their minds, an image surfaced of a leisurely royal family member, who spent his days tending to flowers and composing poetry, and who would go out of his way to avoid their presence. Emperor Chu was also stunned. His youngest brother, deemed by the late emperor as gentle in nature and unfit for great responsibility? Indeed, it is he. Wei Zhong bowed respectfully. Prince Kong has always been indifferent to worldly affairs and has little interest in court matters. It would be most fitting for him to undertake this task. A useless individual. Sending him would indeed be appropriate, thought the third Prince Zhao Kai, smirking internally and falling silent. The Crown Prince Zhao Zhe also recognized the brilliance of this strategy. A universally acknowledged inept would be much easier to manipulate later. Seeing both sons retreating into silence, Emperor Chu contemplated Prince Kong's temperament, realizing he would not stir up any trouble, and thus made a decisive decision. Granted. Convey my decree to summon Prince Kong to the palace at once. In the Prince Kong's estate, the rear courtyard, adorned in resplendent garments, Prince Zhao Xian delicately tended to a newly acquired pot of orchids, embodying a refined elegance with a hint of lingering melancholy, reminiscent more of a wealthy gentleman than a royal. Suddenly, a palace eunuch rushed into the courtyard, urgency etched on his face. Your Highness, a decree has arrived from the palace. His Majesty urgently summons you. Startled, Zhao Xian nearly dropped his watering can, dread flooding his heart at the thought of entering the palace. As he knelt trembling on the cold tiles of the imperial study, he listened to his elder brother's dispassionate declaration of his appointment as an imperial envoy. Darkness swam before his eyes, and he nearly fainted. Elder brother. No, this cannot be. It must not be. Panic-stricken, Zhao Xian bowed repeatedly, his voice tinged with desperation. I am but a simpleton, versed only in poetry and painting, utterly ignorant of state affairs. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? I beseech you to rescind your command. Preposterous. The emperor's countenance darkened. This is a matter of state. It is not for you to refuse. As a scion of the Zhao lineage, it is your duty to share in the nation's burdens. But, your Majesty, enough. The emperor would not entertain further dissent. The matter was settled. As Zhao Xian sought to argue again, he caught sight of the crown prince and the third prince. both regarding him with a gleam of amusement in their eyes. In that moment, he realized his tranquil days had come to an irrevocable end. Ahead lay a chasm intertwining divinity and imperial authority, fraught with peril, where one misstep could lead to utter ruin. Simultaneously, as he returned to the royal residence in a daze, the crown prince and the third prince each summoned their most trusted confidants in secrecy. The order was singular, by any means necessary, infiltrate Prince Zhao's envoy with their own men. In the ancestral hall of the Southern Chu Taoist sect, the ethereal main chamber shrouded in mist, several venerable Taoists, their presence as profound as the ocean and seemingly fused with the very stones, gathered around a jade table. Upon it lay a confidential letter from Jiangzhou, pinned by the esteemed Lingshu Jinren. The chamber was enveloped in a deathly silence. After a prolonged pause, an elder, his hair and beard as white as snow and his visage gaunt, let out a long sigh, his voice imbued with infinite sentiment and an ineffable sense of loss. For a millennium, we have sequestered ourselves in silent meditation, yearning for the ascension that eludes us. Yet it has been attained by a disciple from Jiangzhou in such a manner. Your words are misguided, master. Another elder, his complexion flushed and spirit fiery, suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with fervor. The city god, though a deity of the underworld, he is ranked among the divine and receives the worship of the masses, sharing longevity with heaven and earth. How remarkably similar this is to the path of ghostly immortals chronicled in our Taoist texts. This is a divine blessing for our sect. It is a true, unparalleled celestial opportunity. The headmaster, who had been seated in silence, slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there was neither ecstasy nor despair, only a piercing sharpness as profound as the starry sky. This was not the achievement of a single individual. His voice was calm, yet resolute, delivering a definitive decree. This was the supreme celestial boon bestowed upon us by the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunzi. A momentous shift for our Taoist sect that had not been witnessed in a millennium. He rose and cast his gaze over every elder present. I possess 3 mandates. Firstly, from this moment forth, within the ancestral hall, we shall establish a purple gold divine seat for the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunzi, placing it above all past ancestors, revered as the highest orthodoxy of our Taoist sect. Upon uttering these words, the assembly was taken aback. To elevate an enigmatic deity above the esteemed ancestors of the sect was an unprecedented act. Yet, no one dared to oppose it, for it represented their sole hope for immortality. Secondly, we shall issue the proclamation to the Taoist world, announcing to all fellow practitioners. We command all disciples of the Taoist sect to prioritize the eradication of demons and the restoration of righteousness. Accumulate unparalleled merits for our sect and for your own selves. Thirdly, we shall dispatch a delegation from the ancestral court to Jiangzhou without delay, representing the entire Taoist world. They will pay homage to the divine traces of the true monarch. Simultaneously, we must lend our utmost assistance to the disciple Lingshu, ensuring the complete eradication of the Bloodfeather sect. We shall strive for the subsequent 10 divine positions. Who will lead the delegation? An elder inquired. The master of teachings turned to a corner of the grand hall, where a figure had been meditating, resembling a stone statue. Qing Xian, my junior brother. The figure slowly opened his eyes, a fierce sword intent flickering momentarily. It was none other than the guardian elder, Qing Xian Jinren, who had been in seclusion for 30 years. Reaching the innate realm, Qing Xian received the decree. Qing Xian Jinren bowed deeply, his eyes ablaze with martial spirit. The master of teachings nodded in satisfaction and personally retrieved a long sword from a hidden chamber, its scabbard ancient yet imbued with an endless sharpness. This was the ancestral treasure, the Jinwu sword of demon suppression. It shall serve as the welcoming gift from our Taishu Palace to the true monarch. An unprecedented and grand ceremony took place in Taishu Palace, amidst the reverent bowing of thousands of disciples. The purple gold divine seat of the true monarch of Xuanqiang Yunzi was respectfully placed at the highest point of the ancestral hall. The Taoist sect had undergone a transformation. As the preparations in Taishu Palace were underway, at the boundary river between southern Chu and northern Yin, a procession of over 100 monks appeared at the ferry. Clad in the monk robes of the northern Yin Buddhist sect, each exuded a solemn and dignified aura. Leading them was an elder monk, draped in a faded, worn robe and wielding a 9-ringed staff. He was the abbot of the esteemed Jingguang Temple, Master Laochen. He gazed at the surging waters of the river, his eyes seemingly piercing through the mist, directly focused on the Jiangzhou of southern Chu across the water. Amitba. Master Liaochen intoned a Buddhist chant, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every monk behind him. It is presumed that all have read the letter from Brother Yunxing of Yunlin Temple. The closure of the Taoist sect has become a stark reality. If our Buddhist order remains insular, within a century, there will be no place for our teachings in this world. Behind him, a towering monk, as formidable as an iron tower, glared with fury, striking his staff heavily upon the ground. Abbot, we have come to demonstrate to the people of Nanchu that our Buddhist order possesses the wrath of Vajra and the means to vanquish demons, rivaling the Taoist sect. Master Liaochen slowly nodded, a flicker of resolve shimmering in his murky eyes. He turned to face his more than 100 disciples, his voice as resolute as iron. Cross the river. Chapter 93. Listening to the descent deep within the Yunming marshes, a place perpetually shrouded in miasma and teeming with venomous creatures. Even the most seasoned hunters regard it as a forbidden realm. Yet, amidst this desolate swamp, a magnificent underground palace stands silently, evoking a sense of dread. The pillars and walls of the palace are constructed from the bones of an unknown ancient behemoth, stark white and stained with dark red, seemingly everlasting blood, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. At the heart of the palace, upon the throne, a middle-aged man clad in an opulent crimson robe, with a sinister visage, fixated intently on a confidential report from Jiangzhou in his grasp. He is the leader of the Bloodfeather sect. Incompetent, a roar, suppressed yet brimming with boundless fury, erupted from his throat. The precious report, transmitted through a unique method and worth a fortune, disintegrated into dust between his fingers, cascading downwards. Before him, a line of cloaked spies trembled, too fearful to raise their heads. A bunch of useless fools. The leader of the Bloodfeather sect abruptly rose from his skeletal throne, kicking a bronze wine vessel across the room. Wakey, wakey. The leader ground his teeth, repeating the name. The Jiangzhou branch serves as the most vital treasury for his sect in Nanchu and is a pivotal piece in his grand scheme. Meanwhile, Wei He, the trusted confidant he had personally elevated, was privy to nearly half of the sect's secret strongholds in Nanchu. Now, everything lay bare to the light of day. What unsettled him even more was the description within the report. The soul of the Black Shah had been forcibly extracted by a force that claimed to be from the underworld, before the eyes of hundreds. The soul was shattered, with no chance of becoming a corpse puppet. The leader of the Bloodfeather sect could not comprehend it. What kind of power could it be? He had always believed that the so-called ghosts and deities were merely tools to deceive the faithful. Yet now, an extraordinary force, entirely beyond his comprehension and surpassing the limits of his understanding, appeared before him with an unyielding, unreasonable presence. The Lord of Bloodwing compelled himself to regain his composure as he paced back and forth within the grand hall, his cold, penetrating gaze flickering with madness and resolve. He could not afford to fail, nor could he bear the consequences of defeat. He halted abruptly, his eyes darting like a venomous serpent over the black-clad spies kneeling below. Convey my command. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. First, effective immediately, all strongholds, sleeper agents, and altars concealed within southern Chu shall fall into absolute silence. Sever all external communications. Anyone who dares to defy this order shall face execution without mercy. Yes, the spies trembled in response. Secondly, the Lord's tone grew even darker. Mobilize the blood shadows. At any cost, infiltrate Jiangzhou. I demand to uncover the truth about that transcendent figure, the true monarch of the profound sky and cloud, and the nature of the underworld. Is it a deity, a specter, or something else entirely? I wish to know everything. The details, the origins, the vulnerabilities. Alive or dead. I demand the truth returned to me. If it requires lives to obtain, then so be it. At the mention of the blood shadows, the spies trembled violently, their eyes betraying profound terror. These were the most elite and frenzied agents of the sect, each one forged through countless sacrifices of blood and life. The invocation of the blood shadows signified that the Lord had reached a point of desperation. Understood. The spies acknowledged, scrambling out of the grand hall. The once vast palace fell into a profound silence once more. The Lord of Bloodwing staggered a few steps, as though all strength had been drained from his body. He traversed the shadowy corridor, making his way into the innermost chamber of the palace. Upon pushing open the heavy door crafted from the ribs of a colossal beast, an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and malevolence, 100-fold more potent than that of the outside world, assaulted him. In the center of the chamber loomed a terrifying idol, towering several dozen feet high, with 3 heads and 6 arms, its visage a grotesque portrayal of menace. The idol was carved from an unknown blood-red crystal, resembling solidified blood, and under the dim light, it shimmered with an eerie radiance. Most striking was the enormous, gaping fissure on the back of the idol, as if something had violently burst forth from within or had been forcibly penetrated by a more formidable power. With a resounding thud, the Lord of Bloodwing knelt heavily before the idol. He prostrated himself, muttering fervent incantations, his voice brimming with madness and devotion. Your faithful servant faces unprecedented calamity. That child of the Taoist sect has summoned a true monarch from somewhere to contest for the faith of this world with you. If the true monarchs of the Taoist sect can manifest their divine presence, then surely the ascendant of Bloodwing can as well. He prayed fervently, repeatedly striking his head against the cold ground, as if only this act could quell the tumult within his heart. In Jianzhou, in stark contrast to the eerie depths below, life flourished with fervor. The construction of the city god temple surged forward at an astonishing pace, propelled by the almost frenzied investments of countless wealthy merchants and gentry. Even before its completion, its grandiose presence had already become a new landmark of Jiangzhou. Beneath the surface, in the realm unseen by mortals, the newly appointed city god, Qingsong, sat upright behind his official desk. Before him, the spirit of an elderly man, with white hair and a benevolent visage, surveyed the imposing underground hall with a mix of bewilderment and curiosity. This spirit belonged to a revered philanthropist who had recently passed away in Jiangzhou. Throughout his life, he had committed countless acts of kindness, and now, with clarity of mind and a serene countenance, he regarded the majestic edifice and Qingsong with curiosity rather than fear. Name, origin, birth and death dates. Qingsong steadied his mind, adhering to the procedures taught by Li Yan, and picked up the Yinyang judge's pen. Opening the pristine Jiangzhou ledger of life and death, Commoner Zhang Deshan, resident of Jiangzhou. The elder's spirit answered each inquiry with respect. As Qingsong posed his questions, he recorded the responses in the ledger with the judge's pen. With each stroke, a faint golden light shimmered across the pages, as if validating something profound. When the final stroke was made, the page concerning Zhang Deshan radiated a brilliant golden glow. Lines of crimson verdicts emerged autonomously. Zhang Deshan, a lifetime of building bridges and roads, aiding disaster victims, saving countless lives. His virtues outweigh his faults. He shall enter the cycle of reincarnation, destined for wealth and health in his next life. Qingsong gazed at the verdict in astonishment. The ledger possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously adjudicate merits and demerits. Zhang Deshan. Qingsong set down the pen and took up the city goddess seal, addressing the elder with a solemn tone. You have committed countless acts of kindness, your merits complete. I hereby declare. He recited the verdict from the ledger word for word. Upon concluding the declaration, he held the seal aloft and gently covered the dark misty passage leading to the underworld. Where are the messengers? Guide this virtuous soul into the cycle of reincarnation. The black mist swirled, and two messengers clad in the guise of ox-headed and horse-faced figures emerged from the passage, bowing respectfully to Qingsong. In accordance with the city goddess decree, they then gestured courteously to Zhang Dishan's spirit. Mr. Zhang, please. Zhang Dishan's spirit performed a deep bow to Qingsong, a smile of relief gracing his face as he followed the ox-headed and horse-faced figures into the profound black mist. The first handover of duties was successfully accomplished. At that moment, the gears of the underworld began to creak and turn into motion. Qingfeng Mountain, Xiankong Dao Palace. Li Yanxin reclined contentedly on the couch, observing the steadily increasing power of faith within the game package, a broad smile stretching from ear to ear. The Taoist path had found its rhythm, and now, it was time to ignite a fire beneath the group of formidable monks in the Buddhist sect. He had no desire to witness the Taoists reigning supreme alone. Competition was essential, for it would foster abundance and, in turn, amplify the power of faith. Rising to a seated position, he focused his thoughts. And the familiar golden die reappeared in the palm of his hand. Let it be from the Buddhist sect, grant me strength, he silently intoned, tossing the die gently into the air. The die shimmered with golden light, spinning gracefully before coming to a halt. Holding his breath, Li Yanxin leaned closer. To his astonishment, a remarkably peculiar divine beast pattern materialized atop the die. Its features included a tiger's head, a single horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a qilin. A radiant fusion of Buddhist light and ominous energy enveloped it, exuding both majesty and compassion. It was none other than the steed of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, known as Di Ting. Li Yanxin was overwhelmed with joy, nearly leaping off the couch. Without hesitation, he chose to summon it. In a flash of golden light, a magnificent divine beast, identical to the one depicted on the die, appeared silently before him. It radiated a soft glow of Buddhist light, intertwined with a profound aura of the underworld, and its clear, piercing gaze seemed capable of perceiving the realms and listening to all things. Before Li Yanxin could utter a word, the divine beast gradually lowered itself to the ground, humbly bowing its noble head. A melodious, tranquil voice resonated within his soul, echoing in his mind. Little beast Di Ting pays homage to the great heavenly sovereign. Chapter 94. I am the heavenly Yanxin was utterly frozen, staring in astonishment at the majestic, yet benevolent creature before him, his mind buzzing. The great heavenly sovereign. Surely he hadn't misheard. If his meager knowledge of mythology served him correctly, those 3 words constituted an extraordinary title. The supreme sovereign of the heavenly palace. The true Jade Emperor, commonly referred to as the Jade Emperor. Previously, the ghostly General Yin Luo, Yu Wujiao, had addressed him as Lord of the Manor, which was comprehensible, given that Yu Wujiao belonged to the underworld hierarchy. However, what was this great heavenly sovereign all about? Wasn't Di Ting the steed of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? If anything, it should belong to the underworld or Buddhist realm. How could it possibly be connected to the great heavenly sovereign, who governs the 3 realms and the 6 paths, commanding all heavens? A sudden jolt of his heart struck Li Yinshin as an absurd yet undeniable thought surfaced in his mind. He recalled the essence of the divine listener, discerning all things, perceiving the 3 realms, listening to the past, and foreseeing the future. Had it overheard something it ought not to have? Or rather, had it unveiled a truth that even he was unaware of? Li Yin swallowed hard, carefully organizing his thoughts, attempting to speak in the most casual and ordinary tone. Why do you address me as the great celestial venerable? He fixed his gaze upon the divine listener's clear, glass-like eyes, terrified of missing even the slightest detail. Do you know something? The divine listener gradually lifted its head, its eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the 3 realms and 6 paths, calmly regarding Li Yin. In its gaze, there was neither flattery nor fear, only an inherent and self-evident acknowledgement. A serene and resonant voice echoed directly within the depths of his soul. The great celestial venerable is indeed the great celestial venerable. No need for doubt, no need for explanation. You are, indeed, heaven. With that, it lowered its noble head once more, quietly prostrating itself as if awaiting the next decree from the celestial emperor. Li Yin thought to himself, I am heaven? If I were heaven, I would have been the first to revoke this damned transmigration. Have you ever seen such a miserable deity? Have you ever encountered a divine being that hides in a cave gnawing on roasted meat, relying on dice to venture out, while having to act and deceive for incense offerings? Although the divine listener's words were enigmatic, Li Yin astutely grasped a crucial piece of information. It was not flattering him. It was stating a fact it firmly believed. In an instant, the peculiar circumstances of his transmigration and the origins of this game system, capable of summoning myriad divine beasts and concealing boundless treasures, were shrouded in an even thicker and deeper fog. It seemed to conceal a colossal secret that was entirely beyond his imagination. He sighed, shaking his head. He resolved not to dwell on this philosophical quandary that could drive one to madness. If he could not comprehend it, he would not. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to support it. After all, he was this sky now, and tending to the present was the priority. He cleared his throat, forcing himself into the role of the great celestial venerable, adopting an air of profound mystery. Very well. He directed his gaze toward the extraordinary steed, his heart aflame. Titles were ephemeral. It was the capability that held substance. He understood that the divine listener's most profound power was its supreme ability to listen to all things. With it, the entire Jiangzhou, even the whole of Nanchu, would hold no secrets before him. Divine listener. The small beast responded, I am here. You may listen to the movements of the 3 factions within Jiangzhou. Li Yin spoke in a low voice, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. The Dao Record Office, the governor's mansion, and the monks in the western part of the city, obeying the decree. The entity known as Listening to Truth slowly closed its eyes. Its peculiar canine ears twitched slightly. In an instant, Li Yin felt an intangible ripple, indescribable by words, emanating from Listening to Truth like water ripples, quietly enveloping the entire Jiangzhou city. Moments later, Listening to Truth opened its eyes, reporting to the great celestial venerable. Its voice was calm and deliberate, akin to the most faithful of chroniclers, accurately recounting all it had heard. Within the Dao Record Office, the atmosphere was charged with excitement, akin to oil igniting in fire. The Taoist named Ling Su was gathering his core disciples in a secret chamber, discussing how to establish civil and military judges for the newly appointed city god, along with other divine positions that would serve day and night. Listening to Truth paused, even mimicking the tone with remarkable precision. The position of city god bestowed upon Brother Ching Song is merely the beginning. We must seize this opportunity to incorporate all divine offices of the city god into our Taoist sect. This is a monumental merit that will illuminate our lineage and benefit our descendants. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Excellent. These old Taoists are more astute than he had imagined. Inside the governor's mansion, however, the atmosphere was grave, as if a storm cloud loomed overhead. Listening to the marshal general named Yang Lai was engaged in a clandestine discussion with his confidants. In his words, There was a palpable sense of caution and wariness regarding the Taoist's decree to appoint a city god. Divine authority is like fire. It can warm or consume immediately. He ordered an increase in personnel to monitor the movements of both the Taoists and Buddhists around the clock, just in case. This was anticipated. Li Yin was not surprised. This governor was a clever man, though regrettably, he faced a dimensional assault. As for the small courtyard in the west, the voice of listening to truth carried a hint of complexity. It was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair, unwillingness, and confusion, like a flickering candle in the wind. Nearly extinguished, yet deep within, a tragic flame burned fiercely. The monk named Yunxing had just issued a decree to his disciples, stating the intention to establish a demon-slaying institute within the temple, aiming to vanquish demons and accumulate merit, emulating the Taoist sect. If the Taoists can bestow divinity, so too can our Buddhist sect attain enlightenment. Henceforth, let us fill the void in the underworld with the evil spirits of the human realm. This is the only path to survival for our Buddhist sect. However, his disciples were filled with anxiety, their hearts restless, grappling with uncertainties about the future, harboring resentment towards the Taoists, and doubting whether the Buddhist sect could indeed rival them. Having listened to Listening to Truth's report, Li Yin felt a sense of calm settle within him. The reactions of both the Taoists and the government were entirely within his expectations. Moreover, the state of the monks from the Buddhist sect filled him with unexpected delight. This fish had been driven to a dead end, starved to its limits. Now, it is no longer a matter of mere bait. Even if one were to cast a bare hook, they would recklessly rush forth to gnash at it with fervor. Excellent. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. It is time to bestow a modicum of merit upon this desperate congregation of monks. Listen intently once more, and discern whether there remain any nefarious beings lurking within the city. Following the decree, Di Ting closed its eyes again, and after a brief moment, it provided its revelations. In the southern part of the city, within room 3 of the Yulai Inn, there are 3 individuals whose essence resonates with the black fiendish guardians, albeit in a more subtle manner. They are conspiring to investigate the true paths of the immortal and the shadows of the underworld. In the northern part of the city, within an abandoned dwelling on Lu Alley, there are 2 others, shrouded in blood and heavy with resentment. They must be remnants of that vile cult. Di Ting meticulously reported the locations of several spies from the Blood Feather sect hidden throughout the city. As Li Yin listened, he lightly tapped his fingers upon the jade couch. These merits would serve as an excellent appetizer for the Buddhist sect. However, it is far from sufficient. On the Taoist side, it took the life of a temple master and a grandiose ascension ceremony to establish their current standing. If the Buddhist sect only captures a few insignificant fish, they would hardly stir the waters, let alone stand shoulder to shoulder with the Taoists. What they lack is a monumental event of merit that could catapult them to prominence, rivaling the city god conferred by the Taoists. He intended to employ the same strategy as before. First, he would find a suitable target, utilizing the strength of his steed to incapacitate or even eliminate it. Then, he would don the guise of Ji Gong, guiding those monks to vanquish demons and eradicate evil, ensuring that the monumental credit would be securely claimed. Di Ting, the little beast is present. Once more, listen for me. Li Yin's voice took on an ethereal and mysterious quality. In the vast expanse of Jiazhou, where might there be entities connected to the Buddha that cause calamity? This time, Di Ting's duration of listening was markedly prolonged. Its ears, akin to the most sophisticated radar, captured the faintest pulses of nature. After a considerable time, it finally opened its eyes, reporting to the great celestial sovereign. To the west of Jiangzhou, 300 miles away, near Yunming Marsh, there lies a black water pool. Beneath the surface lurks a millennium-old black tortoise. This tortoise surfaces on the night of the full moon, swallowing the moonlight and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, causing the marshland within 100 miles to flood, enveloped in mist, thus rendering crops barren. Though it is not malevolent in the grandest sense, it bears karmic burdens that have harmed countless lives. Di Ting paused, adding, furthermore, this tortoise has awakened its intelligence and possesses a certain Buddha nature. If it can be enlightened, it may serve as a protective spiritual beast. A millennium-old black tortoise? It can harness spiritual energy? Li Yin felt a tightening in his chest. The atmosphere of this world seemed to have taken an unsettling turn. Before he could contemplate further, Di Ting's voice suddenly carried an unprecedented weight of gravity. Moreover, the little beast discerned another sound emanating from the innermost depths of the Yunming Marsh, a realm shrouded in endless miasma and vengeful energy. This sound was imbued with boundless malice, a blood-soaked and frenzied supplication. In the depths of its clear eyes, a flicker of confusion and revulsion surfaced. It seemed to be offering its loyalty and sacrifice to an exceedingly wicked entity, beseeching for strength and a descent. Although that voice was faint, heavily obscured by layers of restrictions, its essence bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent beings within the city. The smile on Li Yan's face abruptly froze. An evil presence? He suddenly recalled his offhand remark during the descent of the divine general, claiming that the great catastrophe of this realm was imminent. Initially, he thought it was merely a prelude for future bravado. However, it now appeared that this was indeed becoming a grim reality. There existed a tenuous spiritual essence, creatures adept at cultivation, bizarre cults, and even hidden malevolent forces. For a moment, Li Yan felt overwhelmed, as if he had a splitting headache. Why was this narrative becoming increasingly unsettling? Chapter 95. The Path of Bodhi. Upon hearing the report from Di Ting, the weight in Li Yan's heart was alleviated by half, yet simultaneously, a new burden emerged. The millennium-old black tortoise possessed a Buddha nature, yet its consumption of lunar essence had wrought havoc upon living beings, burdened with karmic debts. This was tailor-made for the ravenous monks of the Buddhist sect, providing them with a means to vanquish demons while simultaneously enlightening. A dual merit that perfectly resonated with the doctrine of compassion and the wrath of the diamond-hearted. With such a deed, the Buddhist sect's prestige in Jiangzhou could at least rival half that of the Taoist sect, preventing them from being utterly subjugated. However, the strength of this ancient tortoise remained uncertain. If it could actively harness the energies of heaven and earth, it was likely no benign creature. Ordinary masters of true qi might find themselves inadequate even for mere scratches upon its shell. Clearly, he needed to deploy a formidable mount to probe the depths. Ideally, one capable of inflicting substantial damage without inadvertently annihilating the monks who had finally mustered their resolve. As for the malevolent presence lurking in the deepest recesses of the Yunming Marsh, that matter required careful consideration and should not be approached recklessly. Li Yan swiftly established a strategic directive. He would use the black water tortoise as bait, allowing the ravenous Buddhist sect to experience a taste of sweetness, thereby binding them firmly to his faith-driven chariot. In doing so, the prevailing dominance of the Taoist sect could be effectively balanced. Let the two factions engage in a frenzied competition for merit and divine positions. Once both dominant religious forces in this world pledged allegiance to him, he would truly have taken root in this unfamiliar realm. At that point, he would possess the confidence to pursue any endeavor. Li Yan's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the depths of the gaming package, where skill book icons emitted an enticing glow. If this world truly harbored a crisis far beyond his expectations, he would bestow upon them genuine celestial arts, transforming these Taoist priests and monks into the first line of defense against impending catastrophe. At this moment, he was prepared to orchestrate a grand and solemn main quest for the Buddhist sect. In the temporary encampment of Yunlin Temple, situated to the west of Jiangzhou City, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The newly established demon-slaying institute, though it bore a resounding name, found its monks akin to headless flies, aimlessly reciting scriptures without a clue on where to begin, lacking direction, clues, and the divine guidance that the Taoist path offered. Their once ambitious aspirations had gradually succumbed to anxiety and confusion amidst the weariness of recent days and the scorn of the outside world. Master Yunxing sat cross-legged beneath the ancient locust tree in the courtyard, his eyes tightly shut and his visage withered. He had remained in this state for an entire day and night. The grandeur of the Taoist enshrinement weighed upon his heart like a great mountain, nearly suffocating him. Could it be that the Buddhist sect's fortune had truly run its course? Was he, Yunxing, destined to be the sinner heralding the decline of the Buddhist order? Just as his resolve teetered on the brink of collapse, a peculiar and discordant melody, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of a tattered fan, approached from afar. The sound seemed to possess an extraordinary magic, instantly dispelling the silence of the courtyard. Master Yunxing's lifeless eyes suddenly sprang open. He lifted his gaze to see a familiar figure, one that instilled both reverence and awe within him, entering through the gate. In one hand, he held a wine gourd, while in the other, he waved a tattered fan, staggering into the courtyard. It was none other than the eccentric monk, Ji Dian. Master Yunxing was taken aback, a wave of joy washing over him as if he had grasped the last life-saving straw. He rushed forward, disregarding any semblance of high monk decorum, and bowed his head heavily to the ground. Disciple Yunxing pays homage to Master Ji Dian. Behind him, the other monks awakened from their despair and fell to their knees, their eyes alight with the ecstatic relief of having escaped calamity. Master, we beseech your compassion to guide us. The tremor of desperation tinged Master Yunxing's voice. Ji Dian, swaying as he approached, lightly tapped Master Yunxing's bald head with the tattered fan. Not bad, not bad. You seem to possess a glimmer of insight, he remarked, before taking another swig from his wine gourd and smacking his lips. Alas, there is little insight to be found. Master Yunxing felt a tightening in his heart and lowered his head even further. I am but a foolish disciple. I humbly request your enlightenment, Master. With a wave of his hand, Ji Dian displayed an air of indifference, as if he were reluctant to engage further. Given your sincerity, I shall put aside my reservations and seek the assistance of an old friend, asking him to illuminate a path of Bodhi for you. Upon hearing this, Master Yunxing's heart shuddered, and before he could inquire further, an unexpected transformation occurred. A transcendent, vast, solemn, and compassionate sound, reminiscent of the celestial hymns from the sacred mountains of the West, erupted without warning in the depths of every person's heart within the courtyard. In an instant, all their anxieties, envies, confusions, and despair were completely washed away. All the monks, including Master Yunxing, found themselves involuntarily immersed in an unprecedented state of serene and harmonious zen. Soon after, a gentle and pure golden light, embodying all the compassion of the world, softly illuminated the courtyard. Within that resplendent radiance, a divine beast, both majestic and benevolent, began to materialize. It bore the head of a tiger, a single horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a qilin. Its entire form interwoven with Buddhist light and ethereal energy, exuding a solemn and inviolable presence. As an elder of Yunlin Temple, Master Yunxing was well-versed in scriptures and possessed vast knowledge. Yet, the moment he beheld the visage of the divine beast, it was as if he had been struck by a celestial thunderbolt. His mind went blank. His aged legs could no longer support his weight, and with a softening of his knees, he fell to the ground in a posture of even greater reverence and shock than when he had bowed before Ji Dian. His lips trembled, his teeth chattered, and his voice, distorted by overwhelming astonishment and disbelief, quivered as he exclaimed, Could this be the divine beast beneath the Bodhisattva? Amitabha, the true Buddha manifests. Behind him, all the monks witnessed the form of the divine beast, their expressions turning pale with awe, before they succumbed to a fervor and devotion far surpassing that of disciples witnessing the ascension of the city's deity. They fervently prostrated themselves, chanting the Buddha's name in unison. The spectral figure of the divine beast, however, did not respond to Master Yunxing's words. It merely gazed over the kneeling monks with eyes that seemed to perceive all. Then, a voice, both majestic and filled with boundless compassion, resonated softly in the depths of each monk's heart. I am fully aware of your hearts and your struggles. The voice seemed to carry a soothing power, moving all the monks to tears of joy. The sealing of the Tao is an act in accordance with heaven and humanity. Your aspirations within the Buddha's path to attain the Bodhisattva's fruit position are also actions of merit and destiny. Yet, merits do not arise from thin air, nor can one attain fruit positions through mere idleness. The voice of the divine, resonant as a great bell, reverberated with clarity. The blood-feathered demons had not been eradicated. Their elite scouts had multiplied, lurking within the city of Jiangzhou like a malignant growth, corrupting the virtuous. Identifying and enlightening them would be your initial trial, your first merit. Yet, how could we discern these demons, concealed within the vast sea of humanity, appearing no different from ordinary folk? Master Yunxing, emboldened, posed the most crucial question. The divine presence did not respond directly. It gradually lifted its noble head, and upon its extraordinary horn, a brilliant light of Buddha radiated. A visible, resplendent golden aura expanded outward in waves from its center, sweeping across the entire Jiangzhou city in an instant. This light bore no destructive force yet. In a fleeting moment, it illuminated the entire realm. Soon after, the compassionate yet authoritative voice of the divine echoed once more. I have inscribed the demonic extermination seal upon all cursed demons. This seal resides within fate, hidden within the soul, invisible to mortals and imperceptible to the laws of the universe. Only those disciples of the Buddhist path, who harbor the intention to vanquish demons and possess a heart of compassion, may perceive it with their enlightened sight. Go forth. Use your eyes to identify the malevolent spirits concealed among mankind. Utilize your Buddhist teachings to redeem those lost souls. As the words lingered in the air, the sacred apparition of the divine transformed into a myriad of shimmering golden lights, dissipating like a dream into the atmosphere. The radiant aura that had illuminated the courtyard faded away, restoring tranquility as if all that transpired had merely been a grand and vivid dream. Master Yunxing knelt in a daze, and after a moment, he suddenly looked up, only to find the entrance empty. The wandering Master Ji Dian had quietly departed. Disciples, bid farewell to Master Ji Dian. Honor the divine beast. Master Yunxing respectfully performed 3 full prostrations in the direction where Master Ji Dian had appeared and where the divine presence had manifested. Upon completing his homage, he sprang to his feet. In that instant, all his despondency, confusion, and anxiety vanished, replaced by an unprecedented resolve and fervent spirit. He turned, gazing at the group of disciples, equally enraptured and ecstatic, raised his arms, and proclaimed with a voice like thunder, "The true Buddha has manifested. He has illuminated our path." Did you all hear that? We did. The monks roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Did you all see that? We saw. The brilliance in Master Yunqing's eyes flared. He pointed decisively toward Jiangzhou City, as if indicating a domain brimming with boundless merit. "Disciples, heed my command. Follow me. Vanquish the demons." Chapter 96. The manifestation of the golden seal the following dawn. As the citizens of Jiangzhou City opened their doors, yawning and preparing to embark on a new day of labor, they sensed an unusual tension in the streets. The monks, who just days prior had appeared disheartened, emerged in droves, no longer with bowed heads and humble demeanor as they solicited alms. Instead, they stood tall, their eyes ablaze, surveying each passerby with an intensity that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Had these monks taken leave of their senses? Just yesterday, they seemed devoid of direction, and now they appeared invigorated, as if infused with an electric energy. Their penetrating gazes felt menacing, as though they were on a quest for vengeance. Amidst the bustling crowds of the southern marketplace, where voices clashed in a cacophony, a vendor selling pancakes called out to potential customers, surrounded by a throng of eager patrons. Suddenly, a monk passing by halted, his sharp gaze locking onto the vendor with unwavering intensity. "Demon!" he bellowed, his voice echoing above the din of the crowd. Pointing an accusatory finger, he declared, "I see no escape for you." All eyes converged upon the vendor, whose previously jovial expression froze, a flicker of barely concealed panic flashing in his eyes. "Master, what is the meaning of this? I am but a humble merchant," he stammered. Before he could finish his plea, the monk advanced, and to the astonishment of the gathered monks, a golden swastika, radiating pure Buddhist light, manifested on the vendor's forehead. Beneath this mark, tendrils of dark, serpentine energy coiled ominously, exuding an air of malevolence. Do not attempt to deny it. As the monk pressed closer, the vendor, now fully aware of his precarious situation and the murderous intent in the monk's eyes, realized he could no longer feign innocence. With a desperate cry, he overturned his cart and attempted to flee into the crowd. "Flee, you say?" A burly warrior monk, anticipating the move, lunged forward, his massive hand reaching out like a fan. Dragon capture. An unseen force tugged at the vendor, tightening around him as he was yanked back, crashing heavily to the ground. With a resounding thud, a wooden plaque, inscribed with sinister crimson runes, slipped from his grasp. Conclusive evidence. The surrounding citizens gasped in horror, retreating in fear and disgust as they beheld the vendor, their eyes filled with trepidation. "He truly is a demon," they murmured, recognizing the plaque as identical to those depicted in the government notices concerning the Blood Feather sect's wicked entities. How on earth did the monks perceive this? The warrior monk stepped forward, placing a foot firmly on the vendor's back, his hands pressed together in reverence as he addressed the commanding monk with respect. "Brother Huayxin, your insight is impeccable." With a countenance as grave as a stormy sea, Huayxin coldly addressed the subdued demon. "Umitba, lay down your weapon, and turn back towards salvation. Accompany us on this journey, and perhaps your transgressions may be alleviated." Such scenes unfold continuously in every corner of Jiangzhou City. Wealthy merchants engage in lively banter at tea houses, while diligent attendants at foot shops strive to attract customers. Even the courtesans in brothels, skillfully playing their instruments, appear as ordinary citizens. Yet under the discerning gaze of the disciples of Buddhism, none can escape scrutiny. The monks possess divine insight, capable of discerning the disguises of malevolent beings. This revelation swept through Jiangzhou City like a tempest. The populace, initially filled with bewilderment, swiftly transformed their astonishment into an insatiable curiosity and reverence. Countless individuals flocked to the streets, trailing behind the monks, eager to witness this unprecedented citywide exorcism spectacle. Jiangzhou City was abuzz with fervor. In the Taoist Records office, amidst the tranquil atmosphere of the rear courtyard, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. The esteemed Lingshu Zhenren, beaming with vitality, was engaged in discussions with several core elders of the Jiangzhou Taoist sect regarding the allocation of positions among the deities of the city god. The positions of civil and military judges are reserved for those of high virtue and renown. In my humble opinion, both Li Shizizi from our Xiang Temple and Wang Shizizi from the Qingyan Temple are more than capable. Just as the conversation reached an enthusiastic peak, a young acolyte rushed in, panic evident on his face. "Master, something terrible has happened. What is it that causes such alarm?" Lingshu Zhenren inquired, furrowing his brow in displeasure. "Outside, those monks have gone mad." The young acolyte recounted, with embellishments, the incident of the Buddhist disciples publicly identifying demons. Upon hearing this, Lingshu Jinren was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter, his mirth laced with disdain and derision. "Ha! I thought it was a significant matter." A group of bald-headed fools, at their wits' end, resorting to tricks akin to those of wandering sorcerers. He lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the steam, and leisurely remarked, "What true skills could a bunch of monks, incapable of finding their own doors, possibly possess? They are merely fortunate in stumbling upon a few inconsequential lackeys. Akin to a blind cat encountering a dead rat, my Taoist sect is endowed with the divine mandate of the true monarch, commanding the yin spirits and governing the balance of yin and yang. This is the legitimate path to transcending the heavens. How could these monks, who merely chant scriptures, possibly compare?" The elders present echoed his sentiments, their words dripping with scorn for the actions of the Buddhist sect. However, this air of composure and disdain did not endure for long. Half an hour later, an official, dispatched by the magistrate Wang He, arrived at the Taoist records office to deliver a report. "Master, it has just been confirmed that the 23 demon entities apprehended by the Buddhist disciples and handed over to the authorities have, upon preliminary identification by Wei He, revealed a staggering overlap of 21 individuals with the list of outer members of the Blood Feather sect that he provided." Clang. The smile on Lingshu Jinren's face gradually faded. The hand that held the teacup stiffened slightly. The once vibrant atmosphere of the hall began to chill. A profound sense of crisis, akin to the feeling of having virtue usurped, enveloped the hearts of every Taoist priest present. They suddenly realized that this group of monks was not merely indulging in theatrics. Rather, they were seizing the most succulent and enticing merits from their spiritual bowl. How could this be? Had these monks truly acquired some extraordinary powers? Panic spread like a plague among the spies of the Blood Feather sect hidden within Jiangzhou, an uncontrollable frenzy. They could not perceive the deadly golden seal emblazoned upon their foreheads, a torment surpassing any form of torture. As they traversed the streets, every passerby seemed a harbinger of doom. Each gaze directed toward them felt as if it were scrutinizing the mark upon their brow. Suspicion, doubt, and fear transformed erstwhile allies into the most perilous adversaries. One small leader of the Blood Feather sect, who had been lurking in Jiangzhou for years, fancied himself exceptionally clever. Instead of retreating into hiding, he brazenly entered a tea house opposite the governor's mansion, taking a seat by the window on the second floor. Ordering a pot of exquisite Longjing tea, he believed that the most perilous place was indeed the safest. Surely, he reasoned, even the most powerful disciples of the Buddhist order would not dare to act recklessly beneath the watchful eyes of the authorities. He could even see the formidable armored soldiers standing guard at the governor's gate, granting him an unprecedented sense of security. However, this illusion of safety came crashing down when he beheld a young monk ascend the staircase of the tea house, step by deliberate step. The monk approached his table directly. Disregarding his terrified and defensive demeanor, clasped his hands in reverence, bowed slightly, and spoke with a calm yet ruthless tone. "Benefactor, the radiance of the gold upon your forehead outshines the sun beyond the window. What nonsense are you spouting?" The small leader sprang to his feet, his voice trembling with a fade of bravado. The dark energy within him surged chaotically, ready to lash out in desperation. "Amitba," the young monk sighed, a hint of compassion flickering across his face. "Intransigence will lead to ruin." As the words left his lips, he positioned one hand vertically before his chest and struck out. The blow appeared light and devoid of any aggression, yet it seemed to harbor boundless compassion and authority. The great compassionate palm. The small leader felt an overwhelming force confront him, an immense power that he could not withstand. The dark energy he had hastily conjured melted away like snow under the relentless sun. With a violent cough, he spat forth a stream of black blood, his body akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward and toppling several tables and chairs, unable to rise again. Inside the tea house, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Outside, the streets were filled with countless onlookers who witnessed the scene unfold with clarity, erupting into a thunderous cheer. The might of the Buddhist order. What masterful skill. The rumors surrounding the Buddhist Eye of Heaven identifying demons have intensified, nearly overshadowing the Taoist decree of the city god. At Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined with his leg crossed, indulging in the panoramic view shared through the listening device. Relishing this grand city-wide ghost-hunting game of his own orchestration, he observed with clarity how the radiant force of faith, which had long lain dormant, began to surge with remarkable vigor. Though the pace of this growth paled in comparison to the frenzied surge witnessed during the Taoist deification, it was nonetheless steady and enduring. Indeed, competition breeds progress. In the governor's office, Yang Lai listened to the report from his trusted general, Wang He, his countenance darkening with each revelation. The golden seal? visible only to the disciples of Buddhism? Indeed, Commander, this is beyond doubt. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The demon was sent flying with a single strike, utterly defenseless. Wang He's tone bore an indelible trace of shock. Yang Lai fell silent, slowly approaching the window to observe the enthusiastic citizens gathered in the streets. Captivated by the spectacle of demon capture, and glanced at the distant city god temple, fervently under construction. The Taoists decree the Yin spirits, governing the realm of the dead, while the Buddhist eye of heaven purges evil for the government. These enigmatic and extraordinary powers, appearing one after another, have turned Jiangzhou upside down. Yet, throughout it all, not a single person regarded him, the court-appointed governor, the highest military and political authority of Jiangzhou, with any seriousness. He felt as though he had become merely an observer in his own domain. With a heavy sigh, Yang Lai couldn't help but smile wryly. The once skeptical Yang Lai, who had dismissed the existence of gods and demons, found himself, at this moment, folding his hands in prayer towards the void, murmuring softly, "May the celestial beings bless the great Chu dynasty and protect the court." As dusk descended, the blood-red sun sank low. The fervent demon-hunting operation approached its conclusion. Master Yunxing, leading a cadre of elite monks from the Demon-Subduing Institute, arrived at the bustling and eclectic Yulian in Jiazhou. He raised his gaze, piercing through the intricately carved beams, directly locking onto the highest room of the inn, designated for the esteemed. "Master, please halt." A young attendant, witnessing the group of monks approach with fierce determination, hurriedly stepped forward to impede them. However, Master Yunxing paid him no heed. Striding to the center of the hall and coming to a halt, he took a deep breath, channeling his life's energy into his dantian. In the next moment, his voice resonated through the entire establishment, powerful as a bell and commanding as a judge. "Amipa, to the three benefactors in the esteemed room, your merits," he paused, his eyes sparkling with intensity, a chilling aura emanating from him. "The humble monk shall accept them." Chapter 97, An Unexpected Ambush Within the Confines of Room Tian. Three elite spies of the Bloodfeather sect stood in a triangular formation, their bodies enveloped in swirling black mist, a stark contrast to their usual guise as mundane merchants. Their gazes, stripped of the shrewdness of a trader, now resembled the cold and ruthless stare of a venomous serpent. The leader, codenamed Owl, was a blood shadow spy under the command of the Bloodfeather sect's master. His mastery of the blood-killing palm had reached a formidable level. Mere steps away from the realm of true energy, he could not fathom how, having executed their mission with utmost discretion in Jiangzhou, evading even the watchful eyes of the authorities, they found themselves confronted at the door by a group of monks in such an audacious manner. "Form the formation," Al commanded with a low voice, his hesitation dissipating. The other two immediately understood, their footsteps synchronizing as they subtly formed a formation. Their black mist intertwining into a cohesive whole. "Resist to the end." Master Yunxing's eyes widened with fury. Behind him, more than a dozen demon-slaying monks could no longer contain themselves. At his command, they charged into the room like tigers descending a mountain. "Great power, heavenly dragon. Earthly Buddhic Siddhagarba." The monks chanted sacred verses, their bodies radiating golden light, forming a miniature Arhat formation. The golden inner energy blazed forth like a scorching sun, swiftly dispelling much of the sinister black mist within the room. The corridor in the inn's hall transformed into a battlefield between the divine and the demonic. The winds of fists howled, and the shadows of palms danced. The monk's Arhat fist was unmatched in its ferocity, each strike infused with righteous energy. In contrast, the three blood shadow spies employed treacherous and sinister techniques, their blood-killing palms targeting vital points with cunning and brutality. Amidst the swirling black mist, they could even erode the protective Buddhist light surrounding the monks. In an instant, the small inn became a chaotic clash of golden light and black energy. Tables and chairs reduced to splinters, wooden debris flying everywhere. The prowess of these elite spies vastly surpassed that of the previous peripheral minions. Matching the formation of monks blow for blow. "Monsters, surrender at once." A monk seized upon a fleeting opportunity, delivering a powerful tiger-subduing fist that struck heavily against one spy's shoulder. The spy let out a muffled groan as his shoulder blade shattered, yet a sinister grin spread across his face. Rather than retreat, he pressed forward, unleashing a venomous blood claw aimed directly at the monk's heart. The monk's expression changed dramatically as he hastily withdrew his fist for defense, yet he was still caught by the claw's wind. His chest robe torn apart with 5 deep gashes, revealing bone beneath. Huayan, Master Yunxing's heart ignited with rage. He had not anticipated such reckless ferocity from this fiend. No longer content to observe, he stepped forward, a single palm raised before his chest, a surge of far more potent and pure energy gathering within his palm. "While wretches, behold the great compassionate palm." With a swift movement, Master Yunqing unleashed a golden palm strike, sending forth a radiant imprint that soared through the air. As if it were the very hand of a divine Buddha, exuding an aura of purification and compassion, descending upon the three spies with formidable intent. This is bad. A master of true energy. The expression on Zhao's face shifted dramatically. He could sense that under this palm strike, their formation was as fragile as paper, ready to be crushed at any moment. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a resonant and elevated voice, imbued with an air of superiority, thundered from below. Akin to a bolt of lightning, Wuliang Tianzuan, Master, please hold your hand. Before the voice faded, a fierce azure sword light arrived even faster than Master Yunqing's palm imprint, targeting not the three fiends, but the very ground beneath them. With a swift flash, the sword light carved a deep scar into the sturdy floorboards, effectively separating the two factions. Master Yunqing's palm strike was likewise halted by this sword aura, momentarily stalling in midair before dissipating into nothingness. He turned abruptly, only to see at the staircase's entrance a young Taoist clad in a blue robe, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, whose striking features were matched only by his haughty demeanor. Leading a group of skilled practitioners from the Taoist sect up the stairs, the newcomer was none other than the esteemed Qingling Taoist, the foremost disciple of Lingshu Zhenren, a prominent figure within the Jiangzhou Taoist registry. Qingling Taoist, what is your intention? Master Yunqing glared in fury, just as he was about to claim a monumental merit. The Taoist sect had audaciously intervened, an affront he could hardly tolerate. However, Qingling Taoist paid him no heed, his gaze firmly fixed on the 3 trembling spies of the Blood Feather sect. Such vile creatures are our sworn enemies, responsible for the demise of my master, Qingsong. This enmity cannot be overlooked. He pointed his sword, his voice as cold as ice. It is our duty to exact vengeance, to flay them alive and scatter their ashes. In honor of the spirit of the Qingsong city god, his words rang with righteous indignation, grandiloquent and noble. Yet, it was evident to all that his underlying message was clear. These 3 heads, this merit, belong to our Taoist sect. Impertinence! A fiery-tempered monk bellowed. This opportunity was bestowed by our Buddha. We were the first to discover it. What business do you have with it? A Taoist behind Qingling Taoist immediately retorted. What a joke. Just a handful of fiends. When did they become the private property of your Buddhist sect? Has Jiangzhou City become a realm ruled solely by your Buddha? You. The monks, enraged, began to radiate an aura of Buddhist light, on the verge of combat. Meanwhile, the Taoists behind Qingling Taoist drew their long swords, their sword energy clashing fiercely against the martial monks of the Buddhist sect. In an instant, the atmosphere on the second floor of the inn became charged with tension, a standoff brewing between the two factions. The followers of Buddhism and Taoism found themselves at an impasse, quarreling over the ownership of 3 nefarious beings. In the center, the 3 spies of the Blood Feather sect, who should have been the main focus, looked utterly bewildered. They glanced at the menacing monk on their left and the unfriendly Taoist on their right, their minds utterly confounded. What was happening? They were still alive. Yet these 2 factions had begun to argue over who would perform their salvation. Just as the absurd yet tense atmosphere was about to ignite, a series of heavy, synchronized sounds of armor clashing echoed from below. A chilling aura of lethal military might washed over the scene, dousing the flames of anger that had been building. The Deputy General Wang He, with a hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ascended the stairs with a demeanor as cold and unyielding as iron. Behind him marched dozens of armored soldiers, their fierce presence creating an impenetrable wall on the second floor. Wang He's gaze swept coldly over the standoff between the 2 factions, finally resting on the faces of Qingling and Yunqing. By the order of Commander Yang, he proclaimed, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, all demons, regardless of their fates, are to be apprehended by the government and imprisoned, awaiting judgment. His hand pressed heavily upon the sword's hilt, producing a sharp clang. Gentlemen, I implore you to consider the face of the court and Commander Yang. Qingling's expression shifted, her haughty demeanor diminishing. Yunqing furrowed his brow, joining his hands in prayer and uttering a mantra. The government had finally intervened. Before the imposing presence of the armored soldiers, both the Taoist and Buddhist sects found themselves compelled to yield, albeit temporarily. Ultimately, Qingling and Yunqing simultaneously huffed in disdain, retracting their weapons. Observing this, Wang He gestured, and several fierce soldiers stepped forward, brandishing specially crafted chains to securely bind the 3 spies of the Blood Feather sect, dragging them away like defeated hounds. Thus, a thrilling battle over merit concluded in an unexpected manner. Qingling cast a lingering glance at Yunqing, her eyes brimming with unabashed rivalry and warning. In turn, Yunqing met her gaze, unyielding, his aged eyes alight with fervent combativeness. This moment marked the official commencement of a war over virtue between the Buddhist and Taoist sections. Following this encounter, the formidable reputation of the Buddhist order spread throughout Jiangzhou. The celestial eye discerned evil, striking down malevolence. The populace eagerly discussed the high monks of Buddhism and the immortal figures of Taoism in the same breath, resulting in a profound transformation of the religious landscape within Jiangzhou in just a matter of days. Within the city of Jiangzhou, the populace began to simultaneously venerate both the true ruler and the Buddha. Some even jested that while the Taoist sect presides over the matters of the deceased, the Buddhist realm governs the affairs of the living, delineating their roles with precision and harmony. Thus, a delicate dual belief structure of contention between Buddhism and Taoism began to take shape. In the western part of the city, the temporary residence of Yunlin Temple was established. Master Yunqing returned, leading his disciples. Although their efforts were ultimately thwarted by the authorities and the Taoist sect, preventing them from achieving complete success, the Buddhist faction's initial victory still filled him with a tremor of excitement. He led all the monks of the Demon Suppression Institute into the courtyard, where they reverently bowed toward the solitary old locust tree. Disciple Yunqing expresses gratitude for Master Jidian's enlightenment, gratitude to the divine beast for bestowing the virtue of the Dharma. Our Buddhist order has finally established its foothold in Jiangzhou. In his heart, he harbored boundless gratitude for the worldly Master Jidian and the manifested divine beast. His faith in the Buddha now unshakable. At Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin observed everything through the panoramic perspective afforded by his listening abilities, nodding with satisfaction. This appetizer had proven exceptionally effective. The confrontation between Buddhism and Taoism had commenced. Next, it was time for the main course. He needed to set a goal for the Buddhist sect, one that the Taoist faction could not interfere with and that promised greater merit, to elevate this competition to its zenith. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Li Yan's eyes as he contemplated the millennium-old black tortoise. With a single thought, he departed the Dao Palace and arrived at the platform outside the cave. A clear, melodious cry of a crane echoed, as the white cloud crane descended from the layers of clouds, gently landing before him. Li Yin mounted the celestial crane and, cloaked in the veil of night, soared like a bolt of white lightning towards the black water pool, located 300 miles away, as indicated by his insights. He felt compelled to personally investigate the prowess of the millennium-old black tortoise, to ensure thorough preparations for the next miraculous event of the Buddhist sect. The night wind howled, and the stars and moon were veiled in darkness. The mountains and fields beneath him rapidly receded into the shadows. In less than half an hour, Li Yin had reached the vast expanse of the immense marsh, shrouded in an endless miasma. Utilizing the perception cultivated through the Tai Hunyuan Dao scripture, he could distinctly sense a heavy aura surging from the expansive, obsidian-like black water pool below. This aura was more formidable than any martial expert he had previously encountered, including the Dark Protector who had unleashed malevolent power. A chill coursed through Li Yin, prompting him to ascend higher on the celestial crane. Just then, beneath the eerily tranquil surface of the black water pool, a pair of murky eyes, akin to palace lanterns and glowing with an eerie green light, slowly opened. These eyes pierced through the layers of water mist and the endless night, precisely locking onto the white crane and him high in the sky. Chapter 98. Duel of the Heroes. A sharp cry of a crane pierced through the desolate night sky above the swamp. The Baiyun crane emitted a low, uneasy murmur, evidently sensing the looming threat from below. Goodness, Li Yin mused inwardly, the strength of this millennium-old dark turtle has likely transcended the mundane realm, approaching the essence of a true demon. If those monks from Yunlin Temple were to arrive directly, it would not be an exorcism, but rather a delivery of provisions. Lowering his gaze, he beheld the vast expanse of the black water pool, resembling a massive onyx. Beneath the surface, something stirred. Enormous ripples emanated from the heart of the pool, spreading outward and causing the noxious mists and water vapors to churn violently. The eerie green eyes that had locked onto Li Yin slowly closed, then reopened. This time, the gaze was rife with unmasked hostility and warning. It seemed to convey, "This is my territory. Depart swiftly, or face death." Yet, from that warning, Li Yin discerned another layer of meaning. Is this a show of force? Rather than retreating, he felt a surge of competitive spirit. How could he, the esteemed true monarch of Shinkong Yunza, the mastermind behind the netherworld, and a preparatory envoy of the Jade Emperor, be intimidated by an ancient turtle that had yet to reveal itself? Today, he would make this oblivious old creature understand the meaning of there are heavens beyond the heavens, and beings beyond turtles. Shall Bai descend? Li Yin patted the crane's neck. The Baiyun crane let out a melodious crane call, folding its wings, and like a flash of white lightning, it dove down. landing steadily on a relatively firm patch of mud beside the Blackwater pool. The moment his feet touched solid ground, the oppressive sense emanating from beneath the water, Li Yin surveyed his surroundings. This desolate place was indeed an ideal spot for vanquishing demons. He leapt down from the crane's back, and with a thought, summoned the Baiyun crane back into his mount space. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Come forth, my two most formidable employees. It is time to commence." As his thoughts manifested, two distinctly different, yet equally terrifying presences suddenly descended upon the silent swamp. Boom! A surge of eerie green ghostly flames erupted. Half-horse Yama General, Yu Wujio, brandishing a crescent blade, appeared with a resounding crash. Beneath his ghostly helm, the twin flames of his soul greedily scanned the surrounding environment. And each hooffall on the murky ground conjured forth blossoms of otherworldly blood-red flowers. The aura of the Samara ghosts enveloped the area like mercury, instantly shrouding 100-foot radius in a chill of death and judgment, silencing even the surrounding insects. On the opposite side, the air shimmered as a thick, inky black mist surged forth. A towering figure, nearly 10 feet tall, with a green face and sharp fangs, sprouted leathery wings as it stepped out from the shadows. Its blood-red eyes glowed with a ferocity and bloodlust, while its razor-sharp claws glistened with a metallic sheen in the dim light. An unadulterated aura of malevolence clashed with the ghostly pressure emanating from Yu Wujiao, yet the distinction between the two was unmistakable. One represented the order of death, the other, the chaotic force of destruction. The two most formidable aces of Li Yan's faction made their grand entrance in this realm. The arrival of these potent energies struck like two massive boulders, crashing into the stillness of the Blackwater pool. A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the surface. A sound not of warning but of unbridled fury after a territorial violation. The entire Blackwater pool trembled violently in response to this roar. The once tranquil surface exploded as a colossal column of water shot skyward, creating tumultuous waves. Moments later, a head of unimaginable size, far beyond Li Yan's expectations, slowly emerged from the depths. This head was akin to that of a heavy cart, adorned with the creases of time's erosion, resembling cast bronze, shimmering with a metallic luster. A fearsome single horn protruded from its forehead, entwined with wisps of black vapor. Its murky eyes, reminiscent of palace lanterns, fixated intently on Li Yan and his two companions, burning with fierce anger and rebellious ferocity. This was merely the head. The sound of water roared as the colossal beast stirred, its mountain-like body gradually rising to the surface. It revealed an expansive shell, as broad as a small hill, cloaked in a profound black hue, adorned with arcane and ancient engravings. Its limbs were as sturdy as towering pillars, each stroke sending titanic waves crashing. The ancient black turtle, as it fully emerged from the water, Li Yan felt his breath hitch in awe. The sheer shock was unparalleled. The size, the presence, the overwhelming pressure, was this not akin to Godzilla? Internally astonished, Li Yan maintained an exterior of calm and composure, projecting an image of a master in control. He understood that this ancient turtle possessed intelligence. Any hint of trepidation on his part would be readily perceived. The enormous head of the black turtle turned slightly, its gaze sweeping from the fearsome Yu Wujiao and the flying night demon, ultimately fixating on Li Yan, who appeared the most diminutive yet stood at the forefront. It sensed that these two terrifying beings regarded this seemingly insignificant human as their leader. Roar! Once again, a menacing roar echoed, this time filled with provocation in its eyes. Li Yan chuckled, relishing the tenacity displayed. Excellent, spirited indeed. He issued a calm command to his companions, Yu Wujiao and the flying night demon. Engage. Just leave some breath. Let him understand that in this land, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. Understood, my lord. They replied in unison. With a cacophony, the battle erupted. The Xian turtle clearly sensed the unabashed intent to kill and, without hesitation, launched its attack. Its colossal head suddenly reared back, and its gaping maw opened wide, a torrent of deep blue water swiftly converging within. In an instant, a high pressure, as thick as a barrel and imbued with terrifying force, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling towards Li Yan at the shore. It intended to eliminate the commanding leader first. However, before Li Yan could react, a clang resonated. Yu Wujiao, his centaur form slightly sinking, positioned his massive crescent blade before him. The eerie green ghost fire blazed fiercely along the edge of the blade. Break! He growled, his muscular arm flexing as he swung down. A massive crescent-shaped wave of ghost fire surged forth, perfectly intercepting the high-pressure water cannon. Boom! Water and fire clashed violently in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, steam rising and enveloping the entire area in a dense mist. With this initial strike thwarted, the fury in the Xian turtle's eyes intensified. Yet, Yu Wujiao and the flying night demon would not grant it a second chance. Kill! Yu Wujiao bellowed, his centaur form surging forward, stepping directly onto the tumultuous water's surface. With each strike of his obsidian hooves, bizarre blossoms of the otherworldly flower erupted upon the water, seemingly solid, supporting his heavy frame as if traversing solid ground. His crescent blade drew a chilling arc through the night, the ghostly green flames roaring atop the edge. Flash, he proclaimed, unleashing a crescent wave of ghost fire. Stretching over 10 feet, imbued with the supreme authority to judge the underworld, aimed straight at the Xian turtle. A flicker of disdain flashed in the murky depths of the turtle's eyes. It did not flinch nor evade. Instead, it violently retracted its head, retreating into its impenetrable shell. Clang! The ominous blade of the underworld descended heavily upon the tortoise shell, unleashing a thunderous clang of metal against metal. Sparks flew, and waves of energy surged forth. The resilient shell bore a stark white gash, while the surrounding plates were scorched black by the eerie green flames of the netherworld. Although it failed to breach the defense, the attack infused with the essence of the underworld clearly inflicted considerable discomfort. A muffled roar of pain emanated from within the shell. The celestial night demon unfurled its wings and soared skyward, akin to a circling vulture, seeking an opportunity to strike above the tortoise. Just as the tortoise prepared to extend its head, the night demon dove down like a streak of black lightning, its claws shrouded in dense dark energy. Viciously aiming for its eyelid, the tortoise, sensing the pain, swiftly retracted its head once more. In that moment, the battle descended into an eerie stalemate. Yu Wujiao glided across the water's surface, unleashing wave after wave of the underworld blade, relentlessly hacking at the same spot on the tortoise shell. The celestial night demon, exploiting its aerial advantage, continually harried the tortoise, preventing it from revealing its head. One engaged in the primary assault while the other provided support, their coordination seamless. A roar echoed. A prolonged defense could only lead to eventual failure, especially against two tireless fiends. The tortoise finally succumbed to fury. No longer content to remain on the defensive, its entire shell quaked violently, releasing a monstrous aura that sent shivers down the spine. The waters of the black pool seemed to boil at that moment. Countless water arrows erupted from the depths, raining down like a torrential storm upon the celestial night demon. Simultaneously, four robust black water tornadoes shot up from the ground, like colossal pillars stirring the heavens and earth, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Yu Wujiao. Converging upon him. Yet, undeterred by the encroaching tornadoes, Yu Wujiao plunged his crescent blade into the water's surface. Samsara of the dead, unleash! He exclaimed, and with that command, a realm filled with desolation and despair in a haunting green hue erupted around him. Upon colliding with the realm of the dead, the four water tornadoes seemed to sink into a quagmire, their speed drastically diminishing. And the demonic energy enveloping them was swiftly eroded and dissolved by the pure essence of the netherworld within the realm. Break! Yu Wujiao withdrew his crescent blade and swept it in a wide arc. A circular barrage of the underworld blade shot forth, instantly severing the already diminished water tornadoes. The water splashed and cascaded back into the pool. A splendid display. On the shore, Li Yin silently applauded. Yu Wujiao's strength had indeed ascended to a new level after absorbing the soul of the Black Evil Guardian. However, to avert any mishaps, he retrieved an item from his gaming satchel. It was a jade seal, meticulously carved from the depths of the ocean, roughly the size of a palm. Intricate designs of mythical sea creatures and undulating waves adorned its surface, while the base bore the ancient seal characters, signifying calm the seas. This seal, distinguished by its purple hue, was categorized as a treasured artifact, possessing the extraordinary ability to suppress the aquatic powers and life forms of the four seas, exhibiting formidable restraint. When activated, it could harness the essence of a water domain, transforming it for the wielder's use. In the game, this was the ultimate equipment for the Dragon Palace dungeon, serving as the last resort to prevent calamity. However, at this moment, it seemed unnecessary. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. After relentless assaults, the ancient tortoise, which had been thwarted in its divine abilities, succumbed to a state of rage. It ceased to conceal itself, forcefully extending its head and limbs from its shell. A menacing aura enveloped its massive form, and its once murky eyes transformed into a fierce crimson. Forsaking all intricate sorcery, it opted for the most primal and savage method of combat, close quarters. Its colossal body surged forth like a moving mountain, barreling toward the surface where Yu Wujiao stood. In the sky, The flying night demon seized this opportunity. With an exhilarating shriek, it unleashed a surge of dark energy from its wings, plummeting like a black meteor, targeting the unprotected nape of the tortoise's neck. Clang, thud. Two distinctly different sounds erupted almost simultaneously. Yu Wujiao's crescent blade collided with the tortoise's head, akin to a fortress wall, creating a dazzling burst of sparks. Meanwhile, the night demon's claws, impervious to defenses, successfully penetrated the tortoise's thick skin, embedding deeply into its flesh. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain. A howl of excruciating pain emanated from the tortoise, its massive form thrashing wildly in the pool, struggling to dislodge the night demon from its back. Yet, the demon clung on like a tenacious parasite, its claws firmly embedded in the tortoise's flesh, refusing to relent. Even as it opened its gaping maw to deliver a vicious bite, Yu Wujiao steadied himself, gazing at the frenzied tortoise, a flicker of ghostly fire igniting in his eyes. He raised his crescent blade high, channeling the entire power of the forest of the dead into the blade. An ethereal green blade, aura, denser and more terrifying than any before, began to coalesce above the edge of the sword. It was over. On the shore, Li Yin softly uttered 3 words. Fully aware that the defiant millennium-old tortoise was defeated, Yu Wujiao's figure transformed once more into a stream of ethereal green light, merging man and horse. Like a sword of judgment traversing the void, instantaneously appearing before the tortoise. The formidable strike, imbued with the essence of the spectral realm, descended with unwavering resolve. Aimed squarely at the previously scorched shell, a sharp crack echoed through the night sky, resonating with a sound both crisp and agonizing. The once thought indomitable carapace of the ancient tortoise bore a deep fissure, revealing its very bones. The excruciating pain stripped away its frenzy, replacing it with an overwhelming tide of fear and despair. It became painfully aware that these 2 monstrous entities were beyond its capacity to confront. Should the battle continue, its millennia of cultivation would be irrevocably surrendered in this very moment. A mournful cry, filled with reluctance, grievance, yet tinged with a hint of submission, escaped from the tortoise's mouth. It ceased its struggles, allowing the celestial fiend to wreak havoc upon its back. Gradually, it turned its massive head towards the shore, where a human being stood, unperturbed and indifferent, throughout the ordeal. Ultimately, under Li Yin's unwavering gaze, this once proud ancient tortoise slowly lowered its head, which had held its haughty demeanor for a millennium, adopting the most humble posture to convey its complete submission. Chapter 99. The matter resolved. Li Yin, holding the sea suppression seal carved from the deep-sea jade, took a deliberate step forward from the shore. At that moment, the essence of the cosmos seemed to freeze in time. A pressure far more terrifying and undeniable than the malevolence of Yu Wujiao and the celestial fiend descended. As the sea suppression seal exerted its innate bloodline dominance over aquatic beings, it was as though the Milky Way itself had inverted, silently yet irresistibly crashing down. This pressure did not merely affect the corporeal form, it targeted the very essence of the soul. Just moments ago, the tortoise had been subdued, yet a flicker of defiance lingered within. Suddenly, its massive body stiffened. Its lantern-like, murky eyes widened in shock. All traces of reluctance, anger, and ferocity evaporated the instant it encountered this overwhelming force, akin to snow melting beneath the scorching sun. In its place arose a primal dread and tremor emanating from the depths of its soul. If the threats posed by Yu Wujiao and the celestial fiend represented the peril of death and absolute physical domination, then at this moment, the seemingly insignificant human radiated an aura of absolute dominion over the very essence of life. It was the sensation of an ant gazing up at the heavens, a mortal humbly bowing before the divine, evoking an inescapable feeling of insignificance. With a thunderous crash, the ancient tortoise's colossal limbs, resembling towering pillars, could no longer bear the weight of its existence, collapsing into the muddy depths of the black water pool, sending plumes of sludge spiraling into the air. It pressed its enormous head, larger than a cart, firmly into the muddy ground, its massive body trembling violently, devoid of any thought of resistance. Yet within its immense eyes, besides boundless awe, there lingered a profound sense of grievance, as if it were laying bare an accusation. Why did you not produce this thing earlier? After enduring such a brutal beating, nearly being dismantled by those 2 fierce spirits, you only now leisurely reveal this life-threatening object? Li Yin understood the meaning behind its gaze, and a quiet amusement flickered in his heart, though his expression remained impassive. How could it be obedient without first instilling fear and pain? With a mere thought, he retracted the menacing Yu Wujiao and the flying night demon into the spatial confines of his steed. The 2 terrifying auras abruptly vanished, leaving Li Yin alone by the black water pond, standing solitary against the night breeze. Yet, The ancient tortoise still dared not raise its head. Instead, it buried it even deeper. Li Yin concentrated again. A flash of golden light heralded the silent arrival of a divine beast with a tiger's head, a singular horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and the feet of a qilin, its form enveloped in a blend of Buddhist radiance and ethereal mist. This was Di Ting. The moment Di Ting appeared, the once trembling millennium-old tortoise quaked violently. It seemed to behold an entity more awe-inspiring than the descent of the heavenly emperor, freezing in place as if transformed into a true mountain of stone. This reaction stemmed from an instinctual submission of lower beings to a higher divine creature, rooted in the depths of its bloodline. Di Ting merely cast a serene glance at it before moving to Li Yan's side. A calm and resonant voice, transmitted through Di Ting as an intermediary, clearly penetrated the tortoise's soul. "Wretched beast, do you understand your sins?" The voice carried an elevated authority, as if descending from the heavens to judge all beings. The tortoise's massive form quivered slightly, not daring to show any sign of negligence. Li Yan's voice continued to resonate. "You have been consuming the moonlight here, causing flooding across a 100-mile radius, spreading miasma, rendering crops barren, and bringing suffering to living beings. If this persists, this area will transform into a desolate wasteland. Do you not realize you are burdened with boundless karmic debts?" A flicker of confusion appeared in the murky eyes of the millennium-old tortoise. Though it possessed considerable intelligence, it was ultimately a creature of beastly origin, driven by instinct to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in pursuit of immortality. It had never contemplated that its unconscious cultivation would wreak such havoc on its surroundings, committing an egregious sin. Di Ting accurately relayed the tortoise's emotions back to Li Yan. Understanding this old tortoise's intrinsic nature was not malevolent, Li Yan felt reassured. "Considering your arduous 1,000-year cultivation and your inherent Buddhist nature, today, I shall spare your life." Li Yan's voice bore a trace of compassion and magnanimity. His words resonated like celestial music, allowing the heart of the ancient tortoise to finally find solace. It could feel the terrifying pressure that had oppressed its soul gradually dissipating with this utterance. Li Yan retracted the seal of tranquility and continued, "Remain in this pond. Meditate and reflect, cleanse yourself of resentment, and reign in your demonic powers. You shall no longer bring calamity to this realm. In due time, a kindred spirit from the Buddhist order will come to enlighten you, guiding you onto the righteous path, vanquishing demons and upholding virtue, ultimately achieving enlightenment as a protector of the Dharma. This is your opportunity and your path to redemption." His words, shrouded in profound mystery, painted an irresistibly alluring vision for the millennium-old tortoise. Upon hearing this, the ancient creature felt as if it had received a great pardon. The last remnants of its defiance and pride vanished completely. Its massive head slowly bowed, eventually making heavy contact with the surface of the dark waters, sending forth a tremendous splash, signifying its complete submission, both in body and spirit. With satisfaction, Li Yan nodded, exuding an air of celestial grace. He flicked his fingers, and a pill radiating a luminous green glow, brimming with life energy, flew from his fingertips, precisely landing in the tortoise's cavernous mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm and pure life force that coursed through the tortoise's entire being. The deep fissure on its shell, as well as the wounds inflicted by the celestial night demon, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, all its injuries were restored to perfection, and even its expended spiritual energy was replenished significantly. Feeling the gentle yet potent energy within and observing its body restored to its prime, the tortoise's reverence for Li Yan reached unparalleled heights. "From this day forth, I bestow upon you the Dharma name, Ling Xian," Li Yan proclaimed, as if uttering a decree. "Wait patiently for your opportunity here, and do not instigate further troubles." The Ling Xian tortoise emitted a deep, submissive call, nodding its head toward the water, signaling its compliance. Li Yan spoke no more, turning to step onto the back of the white cloud crane. The crane let out a melodious cry, its wings unfurling as it transformed into a streak of white light, soaring skyward and vanishing into the vastness of the night. All that remained was the newly anointed Ling Xian tortoise, respectfully prostrating in the dark waters, hesitant to rise. Chapter 100. Discussing the Buddha while seated in the southern Chu and northern territories, the heavenly river flows. This river serves as a natural boundary between the two nations, its broad surface churning with swift currents, perpetually guarded by a formidable military presence. Today, at the northern bank's ferry terminal, a contingent of over 100 individuals awaited the arrival of the boat in silence. This group stood in stark contrast to ordinary merchants. They were all monks clad in gray robes, each possessing a robust physique, with sinewy muscles and pronounced temples, their gaze as sharp as that of an eagle. As they moved, they exuded an imposing aura, as solid and serene as a mountain. Even when standing still, the iron-blooded ferocity, honed through countless life and death battles, deterred passers-by and city guards from approaching too closely. At the forefront stood an elderly monk, draped in a tattered kasaya, his emaciated face belying the brilliance of his star-like eyes. Holding a 9-ringed staff, he stood by the riverbank, gazing longingly at the verdant mountains on the southern shore. Remaining silent for an extended time, he was the abbot of the foremost sect of the Northern Yin Buddhist order, Master Liaochen of the Golden Light Temple. Master Liaochen. The inspection documents from the Southern Chu government have arrived, announced a disciple, stepping forward respectfully to present an official document bearing a crimson seal. Master Liaochen nodded, accepting the document. The reasons inscribed on the document, ostensibly grand and noble, flickered a complex light in his eyes. His purpose for this journey extended far beyond mere Buddhist exchanges and the exorcism of demons. The news of the Taoist sect sealing deities and miraculous occurrences descending upon the world struck like a seismic tremor, fundamentally unsettling the foundations of the Northern Yin Buddhist order. Should they remain insular, peril awaited the Buddhist community. Board the ship, Master Liaochen commanded succinctly, stepping onto the immense ferry without further ado. Over 100 warrior monks followed in orderly silence, embodying not a congregation of ascetics but rather a finely trained battalion of seasoned soldiers. In Jiazhou, within the governor's office, Yang Lai sat poised behind his desk, his fingers gently tapping the surface, producing a muted sound. Before him lay an urgent military report from the Northern Territories, detailing the arrival of over 100 warrior monks from Jingguang Temple, entering the Great Chu under the guise of Buddhist exchange, with Jiangzhou as their target. Standing beside him, Deputy General Wang, he wore a grave expression. Commander, this matter is of great significance. Recently, Northern Yin has been making numerous small maneuvers along, increasing their troops by tens of thousands. Now, they dispatch such an elite force under the banner of Buddhism. I fear there may be treachery at play. Yang Lai scoffed lightly. Treachery? Indeed, there is treachery. Rising from his seat, he approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. What they termed exchange was, in truth, a reconnaissance. What they dubbed exorcism was, in reality, a probe. Miracles had been frequently manifesting in Jiazhou. The sealing of deities by the Taoist sect and the manifestation of Buddhist sanctity had already echoed throughout the realm. Northern Yin could hardly remain idle. Yang Lai's eyes shifted with uncertainty. Master Liaochen, esteemed within the Northern Yin Buddhist community and closely connected to the royal family, was not merely here for a simple religious dialogue. Relay my orders, Yang Lai turned, his voice devoid of any emotion. Dispatch the most elite scouts from this moment on. For 12 consecutive hours, maintain unwavering surveillance on this cadre of monks. As you command. Wang He bowed and promptly exited, his pace brisk. In the vast, empty hall, only Yang Lai remained. He approached the window and gazed at the distant, nascent city god temple, letting out a long sigh. Within it dwelled deities and spirits, while outside lay the realm of tigers and wolves. As the governor, he found himself increasingly weary. Outside Jiangzhou City at Yunlin Temple, Master Liaochen and his entourage finally arrived at their destination. Elder Yunshan, the abbot of Yunlin Temple, had already gathered all the monks and awaited them at the mountain gate. After a series of elaborate formalities, both parties were finally able to take their seats within the meditation hall. Amitabha, Elder Yunshan said with a smile, Master Liaochen, you have traveled a great distance and endured much hardship. Master Liaochen shook his head, his gaze sharp as it swept across the assembled crowd, ultimately resting on Master Yunxing. Brother Yunxing, there is no need for pleasantries. I have come for but one matter. His voice bore an undeniable resolve. Is the elder who enlightened Master Jijian and witnessed the divine beast's manifestation present in this temple? Upon hearing this, Elder Yunshin understood immediately. He turned to Master Yunxing beside him and gestured for him to step forward, his face displaying a hint of pride. Brother Liaochen, this is the Yunxing you have heard me mention, the one with the deepest karmic connection to the Buddha in our temple. In that moment, all eyes focused on Master Yunxing. Taking a deep breath, he stood and respectfully performed a Buddhist salutation towards Master Liaochen. I am Yunxing, honored to meet the Zen master. Master Liaochen's gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of Yunxing. I wish to know everything regarding Master Jijian and that divine beast. Please share every detail with me without omission. His tone was gravely serious. Master Yunxing did not dare to be negligent. He promptly recounted his 2 encounters with Master Jijian, as well as the divine beast's manifestation, bestowing upon them the demon-slaying golden seal's power and guiding them in vanquishing evil. His words resonated with fervor and profound devotion, echoing softly within the meditation hall. As Master Liaochen absorbed the revelation that the hell is empty, and the malevolent spirits roam the earth. The tranquility in his eyes suddenly contracted when he learned that the Buddhist divine beast could discern the deceptions of all the city's demons and had planted the golden seal. His hand, which had been turning the prayer beads, abruptly halted. Upon hearing that the disciples of the Buddha had indeed used this divine power to capture all the hidden disciples of the blood feather cult within Jiangzhou, a look of undeniable shock finally crossed his thin face. Amitabha. Master Liaochen closed his eyes and reverently intoned a long Buddhist chant. The last vestige of doubt in his heart dissipated entirely. A miracle. This is a true miracle. It is an unparalleled opportunity capable of altering the entire fate of the Buddhist sect. He suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Master Yunxing, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented brilliance. Disciple Yunxing, the divine beast of our Buddhist sect, this decree of the Taoist sealing of the gods is an act in accordance with heaven and in response to the people. For you within the Buddhist sect, to aspire to attain the Bodhisattva's fruit position is also an endeavor to accumulate virtue in times of tribulation. What does this signify for our Buddhist sect? This humble monk, though dull-witted, comprehends. It signifies that our Buddhist sect is on the verge of great prosperity. The voice of Master Liaochen rang out, resolute and unwavering. On Qingfeng Mountain, at the Xingkong Dao Palace, Li Yin, through a panoramic perspective of keen observation, clearly witnessed all that transpired within Yunlin Temple. When he saw the group of formidable martial monks from Beiyin transform into obedient disciples after listening to Yunxing's discourse, even bowing respectfully to him, a proud smile involuntarily crept across his lips. It is done. He snapped his fingers. Within the hearts of these monks from Beiyin, a seed named miracle had been planted. When the time ripens, this seed shall take root and flourish upon the soil of Beiyin. To remain confined to the small territory of Nanchu is to limit one's vision. Li Yin rose, his eyes glinting with the light of ambition. Nanchu possesses the Taoist sect, while Beiyin has the Buddhist tradition. He began to devise a plan. Once matters in Jiangzhou were thoroughly set on the right course, he would seek an opportunity to venture to Beiyin, find a grand city akin to Jiangzhou, and stage a magnificent spectacle of the Buddha manifesting or a bodhisattva descending to establish his first northern branch. As dusk descended and the sunset blazed like fire, Elder Yunxin was preparing to arrange a meal for the visiting Master Liaochen and his entourage. The discussions among several Buddhist leaders had finally drawn to a close. The shock within Master Liaochen had yet to settle. He was about to consult Master Yunxing for further details regarding the Lumo gold seal. Just then, a young monk, tasked with guarding the mountain gate, rushed into the hall, panic-stricken and breathless. Abbot, it's terrible. Elder Yunxin furrowed his brow. What is it that has you so flustered? What a disgrace. The young monk pointed towards the mountain gate, his face awash with bewilderment. At the gate, there is a monk. A monk has arrived, wild and unkempt, reeking of alcohol, holding a tattered fan, blocking the entrance, singing strange tunes while drinking. He says he wants to drink with you. Before he could finish, within the meditation chamber, Master Yunxing suddenly sprang from his cushion, his face alight with incredulous joy. Master Liaochen, whose eyes had just closed, now flung them open in astonishment. He exchanged a glance with Master Yunxing, and in each other's eyes, they beheld the same astonishment and excitement. It was he. He had arrived. Chapter 101. A sudden enlightenment outside the mountain gate. The night breeze was slightly cool. The three Buddhist leaders, Yunxin, and Liaochen, rushed out in a flurry. The moment they beheld the scene before them, their hearts collectively skipped a beat. There lay the eccentric Master Jidian, sprawling across the blue stone slab at the foot of the mountain, one leg casually draped over the other, leisurely swaying, humming an off-key, peculiar tune, while idly fanning himself with a tattered palm frond. Disciple Yunxin, Disciple Yunxing, Disciple Liaochen. Without a moment's hesitation and disregarding their esteemed positions, the three knelt before the mad monk, performing a profound bow in reverence. Salutations to Master Jidian. Master Jidian barely lifted his eyelids, letting out a soft grunt through his nostrils, a token acknowledgement. Master, may I inquire what brings you here? Master Yunxing mustered the courage to ask cautiously. Only then did Jidian leisurely sit up, letting out a loud belch, his bleary eyes sweeping over the three. Not bad. He nodded, as if to commend them. Though your insight could use some refinement, your efforts in guiding malevolent spirits are commendable. This first trial, albeit mediocre, has been passed, though his words seemed to commend. The tone resembled that of praising three mischievous children who barely scraped by, causing the three venerated monks to feel their faces flush with embarrassment. Elder Yunxin and Master Yunxing quickly bowed their heads. Disciple is dull-witted, entirely reliant on the master's enlightenment. Master Liaochen also joined his palms in prayer, his expression solemn. However, Master Jijian shifted the conversation. But I hear whispers that you harbor discontent in your hearts. His voice, though not loud, struck the three like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within them. Envious of the Taoist's ability to attain divinity, feeling bitter inside, resenting your own Buddha for not manifesting, as if the sutras you chant are fed to dogs. While your lips utter compassion, your hearts are filled with greed, anger, and ignorance. With such a disposition, do you still wish to meet the Buddha? The Buddha would surely take a detour upon encountering you. His words were piercingly sharp, utterly unyielding. The faces of Master Yunxing and Elder Yunshin turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down. Even Master Liaochan, usually as calm as a tranquil lake, revealed a fleeting expression of awkwardness and shame. Master Jijian's words struck home, unerringly reflecting their most genuine inner turmoil from recent days. Disciple acknowledges his faults. Disciple acknowledges his faults. Master Yunxing was the first to bow, his forehead heavily striking the blue stone slab. Disciple has succumbed to demonic delusions, unworthy of the Buddha's grace. I beseech Master to impose punishment. Elder Yunshin, equally overwhelmed with shame, repeatedly offered his apologies. The three individuals bowed deeply, their voices laden with shame and trepidation. Ji Dian observed their fearful countenances, a faint, barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes. The moment was ripe. With a deft change of tone, he resumed his languid demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Given that you still possess a modicum of redeemable qualities, I, the monk, am disinclined to hold your transgressions against you. His voice took on a somber note, imbued with an air of mystery. However, the next trial shall be of a most significant nature. This trial will determine whether you shall have any further ties to the Buddha. As he spoke, his grimy hand delved into his robes, retrieving an object. It was a palm-sized fragment of tortoise shell, seemingly torn from some living creature. The piece was still glistening with moisture and fresh blood. An overwhelming, ancient aura of demonic energy emanated from it, chilling the surrounding air. Strangely, amidst this dense malevolence, a faint yet profoundly pure and serene light of Buddhism flickered. The opposing essences of demon and Buddha coexisted in this small fragment in a bizarre harmony. The eyes of Master Liaochun widened in alarm. Ji Dian extended his filthy finger, pointing toward the western horizon, in the direction of Yunmeng's. In that moment, his voice became inscrutable, no longer that of a mad, indulgent monk, but rather that of a sage guiding the lost. Beneath the black water pool, a millennium of karmic burdens awaits resolution, and a guardian Vajra is needed. This tortoise shell bears a connection to you. He carelessly tossed the fragment before the three. Will you quell the demons, or will you nurture the heart? Will you earn a share of merit in subduing the fiends? Or will you gain a monumental fortune in restoring the guardian? It all rests upon your own capabilities. With that, he turned his back on the three, who stood transfixed, and ambled down the mountain, fanning himself and humming an off-key tune. Namo Amitba, I have come to convey my message and now return home to rest. His figure soon vanished into the hazy night, leaving the assembled monks fixated on the blood-stained tortoise-shell fragment. In each of their eyes ignited an unprecedented fervor, akin to a wildfire spreading across the plains. Master Yunxing trembled as he reached for the strand of Bodhi beads bestowed upon him by Ji Dian. Clutching it tightly in his grasp, the warm energy of the Buddha radiated from the beads, gradually calming his racing heart, which had been set aflame with excitement. He understood that this was not merely a trial, it was the ultimate test of whether the Buddhist path could truly attain the supreme connection with the Buddha. Master Liaochan, the revered figure of the Northern Yin Buddhist sect at this moment, cast aside all notions of status. With trembling hands, he cautiously lifted the fragment of tortoise shell from the ground. In that instant of contact, an immense and overwhelming demonic force, intertwined with an extraordinarily pure essence of Buddhahood, surged into his soul like a thunderclap. His entire being quaked violently, and an expression of disbelief ignited in his eyes. It could not be mistaken. This was undeniably true. The aura of malevolence, the Buddhist essence, the words of Master Jijian were indeed accurate. Amitba, the voice of Master Liaochan quavered with profound excitement. This heralded a grand revival for our Buddhist community. The following day, before dawn's light graced the sky, the gates of Yunlin Temple, located to the west of Jiangzhou City, swung wide open. A formidable procession, comprising nearly 200 monks, under the direct guidance of Master Yunxing and Master Liaochan, departed with great momentum from the temple. No longer did they wander in small groups, as in previous days. They had formed a disciplined formation, each monk wielding a staff and a ceremonial knife. Their bags slung over their shoulders, their faces solemn and exuding an aura of determination. Such a significant movement from Yunlin Temple was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, immediately capturing the attention of various factions throughout Jiangzhou. Within the Dao recording office, an informant promptly relayed the news. Inside the quiet chamber, upon receiving the report, the countenance of the ethereal masterling Shu darkened. Instantly cloaked in frost, they are setting forth in full force, heading towards Yunming's. He could not possibly believe that these monks were merely out for a leisurely excursion. The thought of the enigmatic master Jidian crossed his mind, and a revelation erupted within him. The Buddhist realm, too, had encountered celestial fortunes. With a cold glint in his eyes, Master Lingshu could no longer remain seated. He rose abruptly, summoning his most elite disciples from the Dao recording office. You must depart immediately and follow that group of monks. He addressed his most esteemed disciple with a grave tone. Remember, this journey is to assist our allies and vanquish demons. Heaven embodies the virtue of benevolence. How could we stand idly by while our Buddhist brethren face peril alone? The Taoist priest Qi Ling, understanding the gravity of the command, displayed a flicker of pride in his eyes, bowing deeply as he affirmed, I comprehend. Simultaneously, at the governor's mansion, Yang Lai listened intently to the report from his spy, his brows furrowing into a deep furrow. He gazed at the map, where an arrow representing the monk's procession pointed resolutely towards Yunming's, his expression taut with concern. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. He turned to his deputy, General Wang He, and issued a solemn command. You shall personally lead 100 elite soldiers in dark armor to follow them as well. Remember, we do not take sides, nor do we intervene. We shall merely observe. Let us discern what concoction they brew within their gourd. Understood. Wang He bowed respectfully before striding away with purpose. Thus, 3 factions, each with their distinct intentions, marched forth in a grand procession towards the enigmatic and perilous expanse of Yunming's. At the forefront of the contingent, Master Yunqing wielded his meditation staff, traversing ahead of the group, accompanied by Master Liaochan. Master Yunqing, do you not harbor any concerns regarding the 2 tails trailing behind us? Master Liaochan inquired, casting a glance towards the rear with a hint of insinuation. Upon hearing this, a serene smile graced Master Yunqing's countenance. Following the enlightening admonishment from Master Jidian, his entire state of mind underwent a profound transformation. He ceased to indulge in jealousy or comparison. All that remained in his heart was the turtle shell, the phrase of connection with others, and the path of Bodhi leading to immense fortune. Brother Laochan, if the Taoist path requires following, let them accompany us. If the government seeks to observe, let them watch, Master Yunqing stated, his pace unwavering, his voice calm and resolute. Our journey is to respond to fate, to accumulate virtue, and to fulfill the trials laid by the Buddha. Whether we succeed or fail is all a matter of karmic connection. As for whom merits the blessings, it bears no significance to me. Our sole duty is to give our utmost, honoring the Buddha's grace. Master Liaochan gazed upon the tranquil visage of Master Yunqing, sensing the clarity and Zen essence emanating from him after relinquishing all attachments. Initially taken aback, he then joined his hands in reverence, sincerely exclaiming, Amitabha, brother, you truly embody the essence of one with a Buddha connection. Chapter 102. The profound turtle listens to Zen Master Yunqing's steps abruptly halted upon reaching the slick, muddy edge of the Haishuitan. Behind him, nearly 200 elite Buddhist warriors stood in disciplined silence, the vast assembly instantly still, save for the subtle sound of the meditation staff piercing the earth. A faint yet oppressive aura, laden with an uncanny essence, pervaded the air. The wind in this place felt distinctly chillier than elsewhere. This is the spot. Master Liaochan, wielding his 9-ringed staff, now bore an expression of grave seriousness. He could vividly sense that the expansive black water beneath his feet, akin to a dormant colossal beast, radiated an unsettling pressure. In contrast, Master Yunqing remained remarkably composed, his weathered face devoid of sorrow or joy, yet resolutely steadfast. He raised the warm Bodhi prayer beads in his hand and intoned, formed the Vajra demon suppression formation. Understood. Nearly 200 warriors echoed in unison, their voices resounding across the landscape. They swiftly fanned out, with the adept practitioners at the core, and the foundational warriors forming the base. In an instant, a majestic and solemn Buddhist formation arose from the murky marshland. The golden aura of the Buddha emanated from each monk, converging into a magnificent golden net that firmly contained the chilling demonic energy within the confines of the water pool. Commenced the sacred chant. Master Yunqing, seated cross-legged at the heart of the formation, closed his eyes and was the first to speak. His voice, solemn and grand, resonated with compassion and authority, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Following his lead, all the monks joined in harmonious recitation. Their voices, imbued with an extraordinary magic, cleansed the impurities of the area, akin to invisible chains delving into the unfathomable depths of the dark pool, attempting to forcibly awaken the slumbering monstrosity. On a nearby hillside, Daoist Qi Ling, clad in a blue robe and wielding a whisk, observed the monks below as they arranged themselves as if performing a theatrical play, reciting their scriptures in unison. His brow furrowed in perplexity. "What trickery is this?" remarked a young Taoist beside him. "Brother, what are these monks up to? Are they attempting to liberate mosquitoes or reform eels in this desolate wilderness?" Qi Ling remained silent, sensing a peculiar aura emanating from the depths of the water pool. On another slope, Commander Wang He, adorned in dark armor and resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, shared the same bewilderment. The 100 elite soldiers behind him stood in disciplined silence, yet confusion mirrored in their eyes. "Commander, are they casting a spell?" one of the soldiers whispered. Wang Yi shook his head, responding in a grave tone, "I do not know. However, the general has ordered us to observe from the sidelines, documenting all abnormalities without taking action." Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this spectacle was rather excessive. Could there truly be a formidable creature lurking within that pool? As the three parties pondered their thoughts, a thunderous roar erupted from beneath the water. The sound was filled with the fury and impatience of a disturbed dream, causing the very clouds in the sky to tremble violently. Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the dark water exploded without warning. A colossal column of water surged skyward, unleashing a torrent akin to a tsunami. Following this, a head of unimaginable size slowly emerged from the depths. It was a grotesque turtle-like visage, as large as a heavy cart, its surface etched with the ravages of time, resembling cast bronze, with a menacing horn protruding from its forehead, entwined with wisps of dark vapor. Terrifying. An unparalleled sense of dread bore down upon the Buddhist formation on the shore. "Steady your hearts." Master Yunqing suddenly opened his eyes, issuing a commanding roar. Even so, many of the young monks within the ranks were still struck pale by the oppressive force, their spirits shaken to the core, nearly causing them to faint on the spot. Upon the hillside, the serene Taoist priest momentarily froze, replaced by an expression of incredulous horror. Wang He and the armored warriors behind him also turned deathly pale, gripping their weapons tightly, barely resisting the urge to flee. What manner of terrifying beast was this? It transcended their comprehension of demonic entities entirely. The ancient mystical turtle, Ling Xian, surfaced from the depths, its murky eyes, resembling grand lanterns, swept over the group of humans on the shore, who appeared as insignificant as ants. Weak, utterly weak. The essence of these mortals paled in comparison to the two formidable beings that had stripped its shell that fateful night, a disparity of unfathomable proportions. Yet, Ling Xian sensed a familiar and comforting aura emanating from this group of mortals, akin to that of the divine beast from before. It recalled the inscrutable being's parting words. "In due time, a destined individual from the Buddhist order shall come to enlighten you, guiding you towards righteousness, vanquishing evil, and attaining the path of a protector. This, indeed, is your opportunity as well as your path to redemption." Destined individual? Could it be them? A flicker of doubt arose in Ling Xian's heart. Perhaps the being intended for it to first test their mettle? Yes, that must be it. If they could not even pass this modest trial, what right would they have to receive its enlightenment? With this thought, the fierce glimmer in Ling Xian's eyes intensified. It resolved to assess the capabilities of these destined individuals. However, it also kept in mind the being's other warning that it bore immense karmic burdens and must seek atonement. With a calculated resolve, Ling Xian raised its colossal head, opening its cavernous maw, as if summoning the very waters of the dark pool. A wave, as thick as a city wall and imbued with terrifying force, surged forth, crashing down upon the shore where the Vajra demon suppression formation stood, intent on crushing both the monks and the earth beneath them back into the mire. "Steady your ground. Chant the heart mantra of the great sun Tathagata," Master Liaochen bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell. He struck the ground with his 9-ringed staff, pouring forth his perfected vital energy into the formation without reservation. Nearly 200 monks, suppressing their inner fears, collectively shifted their chants. An even more radiant and majestic Buddhist light erupted from the formation, manifesting a colossal golden shield formed of this divine glow above, ready to meet the cataclysmic wave. Boom! Water and the radiance of the Buddha collided with a fierce intensity, resulting in a thunderous roar. The golden light shield trembled violently, flickering in brilliance, yet ultimately succeeded in repelling the colossal wave. However, the monks within the formation were not faring well. The terrifying shockwave penetrated the array, causing dozens of weaker martial monks to spew blood and collapse to the ground, leaving the entire formation on the verge of collapse, having failed to achieve their objective. A flicker of impatience flashed in Ling Xian's eyes. With a sweep of its limbs, the earth shook violently, unleashing wave after wave that relentlessly battered the Buddhist formation. The sounds of blood being coughed up echoed as more martial monks were sent sprawling, and the radiance of the Vidra demon suppression array grew increasingly dim. On the hillside, Taoist Qing Ling watched the scene unfold, his expression shifting tumultuously. He understood the profound truth of mutual destruction. He could not simply stand by and watch as these monks were slaughtered by the monstrous entity. Furthermore, allowing such a great demon to wreak havoc upon the world was simply unacceptable. With a determined glint in his eyes, Qing Ling gritted his teeth. Exorcising demons was our duty. Do not panic, master. I shall lend you my strength. As his voice faded, he transformed into a streak of azure light, rushing down the slope. Formed the 7 stars sword array. Behind him, dozens of elite disciples from the Taoist sect unsheathed their swords without hesitation, their blades gleaming like stars in the night sky. Instantly merging into the crumbling Buddhist formation. The azure sword energy and golden Buddha light miraculously intertwined at that moment. As the 7-star sword array transformed into an immense azure sword net, steadfastly withstanding the monstrous wave. With a deafening crash, water splashed and turned into a mist that enveloped the sky. The formation stabilized. The surviving monks, witnessing the proud Taoists wielding their long swords beside them, bore expressions of mixed emotions. Master Liaochen bowed respectfully to Taoist Qi Ling, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your timely assistance. Qi Ling merely snorted in response, remaining silent as he pointed his sword at the great turtle, commanding, "Brothers, let us slay this demon." A brutal siege commenced. The Taoist sword energy surged while the Buddhist staff shadows loomed like mountains. The two factions seamlessly coordinated their frenzied assaults upon the behemoth resembling a mountain. Yet, Ling Xian's defenses were exceedingly formidable. Every attack, when met with its indestructible shell, merely sparked a cascade of embers, leaving behind inconsequential white marks. Each counterattack from Ling Xian, whether a tail swipe or a torrent of water arrows, compelled the gathered warriors to scramble in disarray, teetering on the brink of peril. The battle had reached a stalemate. Master Yunqing did not partake in the siege. Instead, he sat cross-legged amidst the fray, clutching a string of smooth Bodhi prayer beads. His gaze fixed intently upon the rampaging behemoth, his brow furrowed in concentration. Something was amiss. This was not right. Master Jijian would never allow them to march towards certain death. Great merit, profound transformation, he murmured under his breath, and suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He recalled Master Jijian's profound words. Is it to subdue the demon, or to ferry the heart? Yes, indeed. To vanquish the demon is but a minor merit. To ferry the heart is the true, grand transformation. A radiant light of unprecedented understanding ignited in Master Yunqing's eyes. He rose abruptly, summoning every ounce of his life's cultivation, and let out a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. Everyone halt. Though this beast is fierce, it possesses a connection to the Buddha. We must not resort to slaughter, but instead seek to enlighten with the Dharma. The anxious Taoist Qi Ling exclaimed, Master, are you out of your mind? Do you truly wish to spare such a ferocious creature that would wreak havoc upon the world? Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, Master Yunqing stepped boldly out of the precarious golden barrier. He settled cross-legged upon the tumultuous waters, unyielding as the waves crashed against him. Closing his eyes and placing his hands together, he held the Bodhi prayer beads to his chest and began to chant an ancient Buddhist sutra in unison. Though the monks hesitated, their trust in Master Yunqing compelled them to abandon their assault, and they too sat cross-legged, joining him in the recitation of the grand scripture. In an instant, the clamor of battle ceased, replaced by a resonant chant imbued with compassion and redemptive power. Taoist Qi Ling stood dumbfounded, scarcely believing his own eyes. This group of monks had truly lost their senses. Yet, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. The seemingly ordinary Bodhi prayer beads in Master Yunqing's hands suddenly radiated a brilliant light. A cascade of gentle, golden Buddhist radiance flowed forth from the beads, merging with the sacred chant, transforming into countless golden swastika symbols that entwined like tender chains around Ling Xian. Ling Xian, initially growing irritated by the sudden cessation of the monks' attack as they sat down to chant, was taken aback. Yet, upon hearing the chant infused with Buddhist light, its tumultuous heart inexplicably experienced an unprecedented tranquility. It felt remarkably pleasant, reminiscent of a distant memory when, as a small turtle basking in the sun on a serene afternoon, it lay upon the shore soaking in the warmth. In that moment, drawn by the pure Buddhist light, it realized that this radiance was indistinguishable from that which emanated from the celestial beast on that fateful day. They were indeed the fated ones spoken of. The ferocity in Ling Xuan's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a hint of confusion and a newfound affinity. It ceased its assault, quietly hovering upon the water's surface, allowing the golden runes to entwine around its form. Master Yunqing, witnessing this, felt an immense joy swell within his heart. He realized that his wager had proven correct. He poured the entirety of his life as cultivation into his mouth, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a deafening roar akin to the decree of deities, a lion's roar. The protective deity was on the brink of returning, and there was no time to delay. Roar. This resonant cry, akin to the evening drum and morning bell, struck deep within the soul of Lingxian. Its colossal body trembled violently, and in that moment, all confusion and doubt dissipated like mist. It finally comprehended the essence of its existence. It had discovered the path that lay ahead. A sound, filled with relief and submission, emanated from the ancient turtle's mouth. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, its massive head slowly bowed, paying a reverent homage to Master Yunxing above the waves, along with the monks behind him. A golden swastika, formed from pure Buddhist light, materialized from the void, slowly rotating before being deeply imprinted beneath its fearsome horn on its forehead. In an instant, the world transformed. The dark clouds that had shrouded the black water pool suddenly dispersed. 10,000 rays of auspicious golden light cascaded from the heavens above, like strands of golden rain falling upon the land. All the wounded monks and Taoists experienced a rapid healing of their injuries under this golden illumination, visibly recovering at an astonishing pace. Each face radiated an expression of profound tranquility and harmony, as if even their souls had been purified by this divine light. On the hillside, Wang He and the 100 valiant warriors behind him were left in a state of shock, ultimately kneeling in unison upon the ground, bowing reverently towards the celestial radiance. The long sword in Taoist Qingling's hand clattered to the ground as he gazed upon this mythical scene. Meanwhile, Master Yunxing, bathed in the endless Buddhist light, wept tears of joy, his hands clasped together in prayer towards the west, bowing deeply. The disciples did not fail to honor the Buddha's grace. Chapter 103. The conferred Vajra as the overwhelming Buddhist light gradually dissipated. The black water pool returned to its former calmness. However, the banks and hillsides fell into an oppressive silence akin to death. Whether it was the encircling monks, the sword-wielding Taoists, or the armored soldiers, all were as if ensnared by a stasis spell, rendered motionless, mouths agape, their eyes brimming with astonishment and horror. Particularly Taoist Qingling, who gazed, entranced, at the colossal turtle that had completely submitted, radiating a serene Buddhist light. In this palpable silence, a languid voice, tinged with a hint of inebriation, unexpectedly echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd. Indeed, it appears that my words have resonated with you, suggesting that you are not entirely beyond redemption and still possess a modicum of karmic connection. The crowd turned in astonishment, only to behold the disheveled and eccentric monk, Jidian, who had mysteriously appeared among them. Clutching a dark red wine gourd, he tilted his head back and took a swig, a mocking smirk still adorning his face. Master Jidian, Yunxing, the first to react, was immediately engulfed by an indescribable ecstasy. Without a moment's hesitation, his legs buckled, and he was about to prostrate himself once more. Disciple pays homage to the master. Liaochen, too, was shaken to his core, unhesitatingly following Yunxing and leading the throng of monks, all of whom fell to their knees in a sea of reverence. This was a true living Buddha, a worldly arhat who brought unparalleled opportunities to the Buddhist realm. Enough! Enough! Cease your kneeling. It vexes me to behold. Jidian waved his hand dismissively, seemingly repulsed by such grand gestures. He staggered over to the newly appointed guardian spirit turtle, scrutinizing it with half-closed, bleary eyes that reflected a profound understanding of worldly affairs, a somber majesty that looked down upon all beings. His entire demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. In the next instant, an immense radiance erupted from him. The tattered gray robe that adorned him instantly transformed under the brilliance of the Buddha's light into a resplendent golden robe, woven with threads of merit, dignified and majestic, fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze. A halo of merit more dazzling than the noonday sun gradually appeared behind his head, its rotation seemingly manifesting the rise and fall of countless worlds and the chance of myriad Buddhas. That grand, solemn, and sacred aura instantaneously hushed the entire assembly. Be it human or turtle, Taoist or soldier, in that moment, all felt their souls rendered as insignificant as mere specks of dust. Master Jidian, nay, at this moment, he should be referred to as Arhat Jidian, slowly began to speak, his voice no longer hoarse and languid, but rather grand and solemn, resonating like the edicts of the Buddha, echoing deep within the souls of all present. This turtle, bearing the Dharma name Lingxian, shall today, under your guidance, serve as the Vajra protector of our Buddhist order, guarding this realm and vanquishing demons and malevolent spirits to atone for its own karmic transgressions. Upon concluding his words, The tattered fan in his hand transformed into a resplendent, seven-treasure wondrous fan. With a gentle wave directed at the venerable 1,000-year-old black turtle, a beam of golden divine light, imbued with supreme Buddhist teachings, surged forth from the fan and entered Lingxuan's being. Roar! Lingxian, now a golden vajra, emitted a long cry, devoid of any trace of ferocity. Its massive form was enveloped entirely by the radiant Buddha light. The once fearsome horn upon its forehead swiftly lost its malevolence, transforming into a pure, translucent golden hue. Upon the vast, mountain-like expanse of the obsidian turtle shell, 9 vividly realistic golden lotus blossoms remarkably emerged, slowly unfurling their petals. A serene, tranquil, and compassionate aura radiated from it, transforming it from a mere beast into a walking embodiment of a Buddhist paradise. Subsequently, to the astonished gazes of all present, the colossal form of the spirit Xian Vajra began to shrink at an observable rate, ultimately settling beside Master Yunqing, now standing at a height comparable to a man. In that moment, its eyes exuded gentleness, its divine light was restrained, and the essence of Buddhism flowed around it. Had it not retained its tortoise shape, it would have been indistinguishable from an enlightened monk. The manifestation of the Arhat, the consecration of the Vajra, the transformation of the beastly form. These 3 divine miracles unfolded like thunderbolts from the heavens, striking the hearts of Taoist elder Qi Ling and the general Wang He, utterly shattering their remaining perceptions. The monks of the Buddhist order had already succumbed to an unprecedented, nearly frenzied piety, tears streaming down countless faces as they prostrated themselves, murmuring praises of boundless Dharma. The golden light of Arhat Ji Dian gradually receded, and the merit will behind his head vanished into the void, returning him to the state of a mad monk clad in tattered robes, wielding a broken fan. He staggered up to Master Yunqing, smirking slightly. The protective Vajra had returned to its rightful place, yet its millennia of karmic burdens remained, requiring a journey of merit to atone. The path to redemption lay in returning to the temple, diligently listening to teachings, purifying malevolence, and safeguarding the peace of the people. This was its form of cultivation. Master Yunqing was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face, for he understood that this was not merely a charge to the spirit Xian Vajra, but an expectation for himself and the entire Buddhist community. He led all the monks behind him in a profound and reverent prostration before Ji Dian, affirming, "Disciples humbly heed the decree." Impatiently, Ji Dian waved his hand, turning to the seemingly dazed Taoist elder Qi Ling, who appeared as if his soul had been lost. With a grin, Ji Dian remarked, "Little cow nose, don't just stand there foolishly. I wish to have a few words with you." Startled awake, Taoist elder Qi Ling, recognizing the seemingly mad yet unfathomably powerful being before him, dared not show any disrespect. He promptly bowed deeply, performing the gesture of respect typically reserved for a junior addressing a senior. "I am unworthy, master. What instructions do you have?" Ji Dian first acknowledged their assistance, lazily stating, "At least you didn't abandon the dying. I suppose you possess some virtue." His words ignited a burning embarrassment on the faces of elder Qi Ling and the dozens of disciples behind him, who wished for nothing more than to sink into the ground. Lowering his voice for effect, Ji Dian feigned mystery and said, "In light of your aid, I shall graciously indulge in a few more words. To speak candidly, I am an old acquaintance of your esteemed Xuanqiong Yunzi. Years ago, I was cast down to the mundane world by the world-honored one due to ideological differences. Enduring tribulations to cultivate my spirit, by a stroke of fate, I became acquainted with the true monarch, initially clashing yet ultimately finding camaraderie. He disdained my inebriated demeanor, while I found his pretense grating. However, as our conversation progressed, we discovered mutual appreciation and thus forged a friendship. This revelation struck the heart of the clear-spirited Taoist like a thunderclap. Ji Dian seemed oblivious to his ghastly expression, and as a friend of the true monarch, he placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. "You Taoists have been rushing about like headless flies lately. Allow me to impart this wisdom. Haste makes waste, and good things come to those who wait." He gestured towards Ling Xian, now transformed into a protective Vajra. "You see only the great demon, mistaking it for merit, eager to seize what you believe is yours. Yet, do you comprehend whether this merit pertains to subduing demons or guiding hearts? In the end, not only will you gain nothing, but you may also jeopardize a grand opportunity." His words resonated like a tolling bell, reverberating through the very essence of the clear-spirited Taoist, causing him to break into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation. Ji Dian observed his fear with satisfaction, nodding in approval. This group of Taoists required a firm nudge to temper their fervor, lest they plunge headlong into chaos. The opportunities of the true monarch and myself are both serendipitous. Yet they are not seized, they are cultivated. Return and convey this to that old Taoist, urging him to ponder deeply. Having said this, Ji Dian paid no further heed to the petrified assembly, swaying as he twirled his tattered fan, resuming his eccentric melody. My shoes are tattered, my hat is worn, and my robe is frayed. As his song faded into the distance, so too did his figure, leaving behind a stunned and contemplative crowd. Master Yunqing, listening to the receding tune, felt a profound tremor within. The once mundane figure, now a formidable force in the Buddhist realm, invoked awe as he reflected upon Ji Dian's enigmatic abilities, leaving no room for doubt regarding his identity. His reverence had reached its zenith. Meanwhile, the clear-spirited Taoist stood in a daze, his expression fluctuating between confusion, regret, and fleeting clarity. He recognized that if the Taoist sect did not recalibrate its mindset after this day, it risked being left far behind by the Buddhists. Chapter 104. A mixture of joy and sorrow. Three distinct groups, each bearing contrasting emotions, embarked on their journey back to Jiangzhou City. At the forefront was the Buddhist contingent. No longer in haste as they had been upon arrival, they strode with confidence and poise. Nearly 200 martial monks surrounded the imposing figure of Ling Xian, radiating a serene and dignified aura of Buddhist light. As they passed, birds remained unperturbed, and beasts did not shy away, as if the very atmosphere had been cleansed of malice by this harmonious Buddhist glow. Master Yunqing walked alongside Zen Master Lycan, both adorned with genuine smiles of relief, emanating from the depths of their hearts. Behind them stood the silent disciples of the Taoist sect. The Taoist priest Qingling walked listlessly among the ranks, clutching his whisk tightly. The disciples trailing behind him were similarly dejected, stripped of the once proud spirit of vanquishing demons and claiming their place as the mightiest. They began to introspect, questioning whether the sect had been too hasty and too fervent since the consecration of the city god. Qingling lifted his gaze to the distant group of spirited monks, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. Once upon a time, that exuberance belonged to their Taoist sect. Yet now, the tides of fortune had turned with alarming swiftness. At the rear, 100 armored warriors led by the Deputy General Wang He remained silent, their only action the fervent urging of their steeds, stirring up clouds of dust. Wang He's heart raced with urgency, eclipsing even the sound of galloping hoofs. He must relay everything he witnessed today to the governor with utmost haste. The Buddhist sect had unveiled a guardian Vajra. When the grand Buddhist procession appeared at the gates of Jiangzhou, the entire city erupted in fervor. Good heavens! What is that? Glowing turtles? Nonsense! Those are the masters from Yunlin Temple. Look, the divine turtle is radiating Buddha light. The citizens transitioned swiftly from astonishment to fervent adoration. They surged forth, crowding the streets, eager to witness this once-in-a-century spectacle. All eyes were fixated upon the divine turtle. The Vajra Ling Xian seemed somewhat unaccustomed to such overwhelming attention from the multitude, yet it merely followed behind Master Yunqing, its gaze lowered, exuding an air of serene majesty, allowing countless gazes to sweep over it without flinching. The aura of peace, tranquility, and compassion silently spread, rendering the once boisterous streets a touch more serene. A divine beast. This is undoubtedly the guardian beast of the Buddhist sect. I have heard. The masters of Yunlin Temple received enlightenment from a living Buddha and went to Yunming's to subdue a great demon. It is transformed into a guardian Vajra. Is it true? How incredible! How could it be false? Did you not see the Buddha light emanating from that divine turtle? It cannot be mistaken. Countless citizens spontaneously knelt, their hands clasped together, fervently chanting Amitabha. In that moment, the prestige of Yunlin Temple soared to unprecedented heights, even hinting at a challenge to the city god temple. In the study of the governor's mansion, Yang Lai listened intently to Wang He's detailed report, his eyes fixed upon a trembling sketch drawn by a personal painter. The drawing depicted a 1,000-year-old demon turtle, surging with ferocious waves. On the other side lies the majestic and serene guardian deity, the Vajra, exuding a profound light. The stark contrast between the two evokes an astonishing impact. The Arhat, endowed with divine authority, and Yang Lai, whose fingers unconsciously tapped upon the table, sighed deeply after a prolonged silence, a wave of profound helplessness washing over him. The celestial sovereign of the Xiankong cloud and the Arhats of the Buddhist realm, along with the underworld's deities, elicited a bitter smile from him as he gradually closed his eyes. After a considerable time, he reopened them. The struggle and unwillingness in his gaze were replaced by a resolute determination. Since resistance was futile, he could only acquiesce, seeking ways to secure the greatest benefit for himself and for the Dechu. Suddenly, he rose decisively, approaching his desk and unfurling 2 sheets of stationery. "Bring forth the ink and brush," he commanded. He dipped his brush into the ink, his strokes fluid and dynamic. The miraculous occurrences of the Buddhist realm were of utmost importance, demanding immediate reporting. The second letter, however, bore words of earnestness, nearly humble in tone. He folded the letter carefully, placing it into an envelope, and solemnly entrusted it to his confidant outside the door. You shall personally deliver this to the city god temple and deposit it into the merit box. Inform them that Yang Lai, the military governor of Jiazhou, beseeches the underworld deities for guidance in navigating the confounding maze of mortal existence. He had long since abandoned any concern for the dignity of his title. Before the divine, he was merely a mortal, susceptible to the whims of time. The only course left for him was to cling tightly to the seemingly just leg of the underworld, seeking even the slightest hint of guidance. At Qifeng Mountain, within the Xiankong Dao Palace, Li Yin stretched lazily. Just moments ago, an unprecedented surge of pure, magnificent faith, grander than any before, flooded into his being like a confluence of rivers into the sea. This power transcended mere reverence and supplication, embodying a fervent devotion born from enlightenment. A zealous encounter with the true Buddha. It seemed that the guise of Ji Gong was remarkably effective. A smile of satisfaction graced Li Yan's face as he focused his thoughts, delving into his mind. Before him appeared two icons representing the random mount dice and game package, now enveloped in a rich, unyielding golden halo, radiating magnificently as if undergoing a peculiar transformation. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing subtle alterations in the designs of the two icons, rendering them more archaic and enigmatic. Eagerly, Li Yin directed his consciousness towards the random mount dice. A brand new description materialized before his eyes. Unity of all spirits. The number of mounts that can be simultaneously summoned each day has been increased to 3. In addition, following the conferral of authority over the city god, a new feature unlocked under the weight of immense faith. Mind's reach. You have acquired the ability to solidify and summon mounts at will, drawing upon your thoughts. This signifies that Li Yin can summon characters such as Yu Wujiao, Fei Tianyacha, and Daiding, who have already solidified their presence, allowing him to simultaneously manage 3 fronts or, at a critical moment, directly call forth 3 formidable allies to create an illustrious ensemble, exponentially amplifying his combat prowess. Furthermore, he can adapt the lineup in response to the shifting tides of battle, akin to the mechanics of Pokemon. The strategic implications of this are immensely. His gaze then fell upon the equally resplendent game package icon. In the corner of the package, a previously dull humanoid item icon now shimmered with a gentle white light. Assisting puppet, level 30. Li Yan's heart raced with exhilaration. It has arrived. The industrious companion he had longed for was finally here. This assisting puppet, conceived to enhance the early solo player experience, serves as a consumable designed to aid players in their battles by summoning various professional puppets. Yet, as the game mechanics evolved and players' damage output escalated, these puppets, capped at level 60, soon became mere relics, ultimately relegated to the collections of veteran players, a testament to their status as seasoned enthusiasts. However, in this world, such an item is nothing short of a divine boon. At last, he would no longer toil alone. Li Yin was overcome with joy. From portraying a true monarch to embodying a divine general, followed by serving as an underworld inspector, and finally taking on the role of Ji Gong, he, as the sole director and lead actor, had been utterly exhausted. Now, he finally possessed a workforce to share the burden. Eagerly, he delved his consciousness into the item. In the display case stood lifelike figures adorned in various attire. Most were drab gray, save for the 2 at the forefront, radiating a gentle white light, signifying their summonable status. One was a muscular monk clad in gray robes, with a resolute visage adorned with a large string of prayer beads, hands clasped in solemn reverence. The other was a young celestial master in a flowing blue robe, wielding a white jade whisk, his handsome features exuding an ethereal grace. Vajra Arhut, 30 physical melee assisting puppet. Taoist master of Taching, 30 magical ranged assisting puppet. Marvelous. Without hesitation, Li Yin willed the puppets forth. In a flash of white light, the monk and the celestial master materialized within the cavern. Upon their arrival, they simultaneously knelt before Li Yin, their voices devoid of emotion, yet brimming with absolute obedience. Vajra Arhut, at your service. Taoist master of Taching, one was a physical powerhouse monk, while the other served as a magical artillery master. Li Yin gazed at the 2 freshly appointed employees and nodded in satisfaction. Contemplating the game's parameters, he mused that reaching level 30 would enable one to acquire most fundamental skills, signifying an initial glimpse of true strength. However, he pondered what this level would equate to in the context of this world, just as Li Yin reveled in his surging power and the expansion of his team. Outside Jiangzhou City, along the official road, a grand procession, escorted by hundreds of imperial guards, was slowly advancing towards the city. Banners fluttered and armor gleamed, emanating an aura of solemnity and authority from the capital that compelled all merchants and common folk along the route to avert their gaze, too intimidated to look directly. At the heart of the procession was an opulent carriage, drawn by 8 magnificent white horses. Inside, a young man clad in a brocade robe. His complexion as pale as parchment, fidgeted restlessly. He was the esteemed envoy, Prince Kong Zhaoxian, dispatched by imperial decree to inspect celestial phenomena and offer sacrifices on behalf of the heavens. Prince Kong Zhaoxian felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The thought of confronting those legendary beings capable of summoning winds and rain made him feel faint. Chapter 105, The Struggle of the Mundane. As Prince Kong Zhaoxian cowered in the corner of the carriage, lamenting over a scroll of paintings, 2 distinct voices called out from outside. Your Highness, the Eastern Palace Reader Zhangqing requests an audience. Your Highness, the Deputy Minister of War Li Mu requests an audience. The voices emerged almost simultaneously, their contrasting tones palpable even through the carriage walls. Let them in, Zhaoxian replied weakly. As the curtain lifted, 2 figures, one scholarly and one martial, entered, causing the already spacious carriage to feel cramped and stifling. To the left stood Zhangqing, the Eastern Palace Reader from the Crown Prince's office, in his 30s, with a fair complexion and a scholarly robe, his eyes reflecting a shrewd confidence. To the right was Li Mu, the Deputy Minister of War, nearly 40, robust and resolute in appearance. Even in civilian attire, he exuded an indomitable military spirit. Your Highness. Zhangqing spoke first, his tone gentle. We have arrived in Jiangzhou. In my humble opinion, we ought to first visit the governor's residence and pay our respects to General Yang, regardless of the veracity of the Jiangzhou celestial phenomena, as the local authority. General Yang is undoubtedly pivotal. We should first align with the local powers to stabilize the situation before proceeding with caution. If this matter proves true, we could potentially present it as an auspicious omen, gaining heavenly favor, which would be beneficial for both the nation and the crown prince. His words underscored a sense of prudence. Li Mu, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. Lord Zhang, your reasoning is flawed. We have come under imperial command as celestial envoys, tasked with a divine inspection. Why must we concern ourselves with the disposition of a mere local governor? In my view, we should head directly to the so-called city god temple and true lord temple and ascertain the truth with unyielding resolve. If indeed malevolent spirits are at work, engaging in illicit rituals, they should be apprehended on the spot and punished accordingly. Only then can the majesty of heaven be manifested, deterring the wicked and purging the court of its corruption for the sake of the third prince. His words were fervent, each utterance focused on eradication. With his ire directed squarely at Yang Lai, Zhangqing furrowed his brow. My lordly, your words seem rather reckless. The miraculous events in Jiangzhou have been spoken of with great reverence. If there is no smoke without fire, we act impulsively. And should we inadvertently offend a true celestial being, who shall bear the consequences? True celestial being? I place my faith only in the sword in my hand and the soldiers at my command. Have you ever encountered such a so-called celestial being? Are you, Lord Zhang, so easily frightened by tales of the supernatural? As the 2 appeared on the verge of quarreling within the carriage, Prince Zhaoxian felt a headache coming on and hastily gestured for silence. Gentlemen, please refrain from arguing. This matter requires careful deliberation. His entreaty was weak and ineffective, and due to his princely status, the 2 merely huffed in disdain and turned their heads away. In the midst of this stifling atmosphere, the carriage suddenly jolted to a halt. What is happening? Li Mu inquired impatiently. The coachman's panicked voice rang out from outside. Your Highness, esteemed sirs, the road ahead has been blocked. Zhangqing and Li Mu exchanged glances, both frowning deeply. In broad daylight, who would dare obstruct the procession of an imperial envoy? They simultaneously lifted the curtain of the carriage window to peer outside. In that instant, all expressions on their faces, be it astuteness or resolve, froze, replaced by a uniform look of astonishment and shock. Before them, the official road and the fields flanking it were teeming with a dense throng of humanity. Countless citizens were surging forth from the direction of Jiangzhou City, heading towards the outskirts. They aided the elderly and carried the young, each murmuring the same name, Vigilant Guardian. Vigilant Guardian. This torrent of gathered citizens exuded an invisible yet immensely heavy pressure, causing even the hundreds of well-equipped and imposing imperial guards, both inside and outside the carriage, to feel an inexplicable tremor of unease. Prince Zhaoxian leaned forward for a better view, feeling dizzy and his complexion paling to the hue of parchment. What on earth is happening? Are they plotting a rebellion? At that moment, Zhangqing and Li Mu ceased their bickering, exchanging glances filled with concern. Both were seasoned in the corridors of power and understood well the adage that water can both carry and overturn a boat. The fervor of the populace before them could no longer be trivialized as mere tales of miracles. It embodied a force potent enough to destabilize the very foundations of their state. The situation in Jiangzhou was far more complex and spiraling out of control than they had imagined. Just then, a scout from the Imperial Guard, tasked with scouting ahead, arrived like a whirlwind, reining in his steed before the carriage, dismounting swiftly, and kneeling on one knee. I report to your highness. Ahead lies Yunlin Temple, where it is said that a living guardian Vajra has recently been acquired. The common folk are in a frenzy, clamoring to pay their respects. It is rumored that witnessing this Vajra in person can dispel ailments and calamities, rendering one invulnerable to all diseases. A living guardian Vajra? Zhangcheng and Li Mu, rolling the words around in their mouths, found the notion utterly absurd. Yet the throng of tens of thousands of citizens before them silently corroborated the scout's words. The imperial envoy's procession found itself ensnared on the official road, caught in a predicament of indecision. In this awkward moment, a rapid cadence of hooves approached from afar. A contingent of cavalry, clad in dark armor and exuding an imposing presence, cleaved a path through the crowd, advancing directly to the imperial envoy's formation. At the forefront was the Deputy General Wang He. Dismounting with a clang of armor, he gravely bowed before the carriage, performing a military salute. I am Wang He, sent by the Governor Yang to welcome His Highness and the esteemed envoy. He raised his head, his gaze piercing past Zhang Cheng and Li Mu, delving into the depths of the carriage. Your Highness, the governor has prepared accommodations at the residence, but a momentous disturbance has recently unfolded within Jiangzhou. The governor requests your immediate presence for a detailed discussion. Wang He's voice was deep and resonant, each word falling like a heavy stone. This matter transcends the comprehension of ordinary forces. In the governor's mansion, the conference hall exuded an oppressive atmosphere that seemed thick enough to draw water. Yang Lai presented the miraculous sealing of the city god by the Taoist sect and the enlightenment of the Vajra by the Buddhist order. Alongside the seized documents from the Blood Feather cult, eyewitness testimonies, and illustrations depicting the transformation of the demon turtle into the Vajra, all laid bare before King Kong Zhaoxian and the imperial envoys Zhang Cheng and Li Mu. Inside the hall, silence reigned. Only Yang Lai's calm yet weary voice echoed softly. When they heard that Taoist master Qingsong had ascended to the heavens, returning to the underworld, and was conferred the title of city god, Zhang Qing and Li Mu displayed a hint of disdain and mockery. However, upon learning that the millennia-old demon turtle had stirred tumultuous waves, and that even the combined might of Taoism and Buddhism could not prevail, ultimately being transformed into a guardian Vajra by the living Buddha, their expressions finally shifted. Outrageous. Li Mu slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly to glare at Yang Lai. Yang Lai, you have audacity beyond measure, colluding with outsiders, conjuring illusions, fabricating such an unbelievable lie to deceive the sacred ears. You clearly wish to amass power for yourself. Zhang Qing, though silent, regarded Yang Lai with equal skepticism and scrutiny. In the face of their accusations and hostility, Yang Lai remained remarkably composed. He appeared to have anticipated this very outcome. Gradually rising, he neither argued nor explained, simply gestured towards the hall's entrance with an inviting motion. Esteemed envoys, your highness, seeing is believing. Truth and falsehood can only be discerned through personal observation, as one must witness the reality to comprehend it fully. He understood that any verbal disputation would pale in comparison to deeply entrenched beliefs. Only the miracle seen with one's own eyes could dissolve all skepticism. At this moment, Yunlin Temple was a sea of humanity. Yang Lai, wielding the authority of the military governor, managed to carve a path through the throngs of people for the imperial envoy. As King Zhaoxian and his party traversed the dense crowd, they finally entered Yunlin Temple. A serene and peaceful aura enveloped the air, naturally soothing the hearts of all present. Before the Mahavira Hall, they beheld the legendary Dharma Protector, a towering figure of jet black hue, seemingly forged from the heaviest iron. It lay quietly, its gaze cast downward, resembling an ancient statue. The singular horn on its forehead sparkled with a translucent, glazed golden sheen. The back armor bore 9 blooming lotuses, slowly radiating golden Buddhist light, and an aura of compassion and solemnity emanated from it, silently declaring its vitality. Dozens of monks were seated in meditation around it, chanting sacred texts. The scene was both divine and solemn, imbued with an indescribable harmony. When the summoned Taoists, officials, and soldiers simultaneously testified that this gentle divine beast had, merely the day before, unleashed a terrifying tempest and nearly slaughtered them all. The profound shock to their visual and auditory senses rendered the officials from the capital utterly speechless. The cunning expression on Zhang Qing's face vanished, leaving only a vacant stare. The resolute demeanor of Li Mu dissipated, replaced by sheer astonishment. King Zhaoxian gazed upon the majestic Lingxian Vajra, absorbing the soul-cleansing tranquility that emanated from it. His legs weakened, and he found himself unable to resist the impulse to kneel in reverence. Your Highness. No. Your Highness. Please. Reconsider. Zhang Cheng and Li Mu, alarmed, rushed to either side to support the king's arms, preventing him from performing such a grand act of homage before the multitude. Yet, Even so, when they lifted their gazes once more to the Lingxian Vajra, the pride and scrutiny that characterized the elite of the capital had long since dissipated, replaced by the same astonishment and uncertainty that gripped King Zhaoxian. Chapter 106. The Golden Body of Thunder Law on Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanqiong Dao Palace. The square was alive with swirling clouds and ethereal mists. Li Yin leisurely sat in the white jade flowing cloud pavilion, savoring the celestial tea extracted from his bag. Observing with great interest the two newly appointed staff members conducting their pre-employment skill demonstration in the open space outside the pavilion. The Vajra Arhut stood shoulder to shoulder with the Taiji celestial master. As Li Yan's thoughts stirred, the warrior monk was the first to act. With hands clasped in reverence, he uttered a deep, resonant Buddhist chant, unleashing a formidable, golden energy that erupted from within him. Vajra Palm. The monk stepped forth, delivering what appeared to be a mundane strike. Yet, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air as an incredibly solid golden palm imprint shot forth, forcefully imprinted upon a distant boulder. Without a sound, that massive rock, towering several men high, was effortlessly penetrated, leaving a remarkably clear palm-shaped void. Its edges smooth as a mirror. Prajna Golden Bell. The monk intoned again, his body enveloped in resplendent gold. As a colossal phantom of a golden ancient bell cloaked him entirely, countless esoteric Buddhist symbols flowed across the bell's surface, emanating an aura of invincibility and impenetrability. Indeed, a perfect amalgamation of offense and defense. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction. Yet, this was merely the foundational skill. What he truly anticipated was the ultimate technique. Unlocked only at level 30. Show me your true prowess, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the monk's eyes ignited with brilliant golden light. He threw his arms wide, unleashing a roar that resonated with boundless authority and fury. Vajra subduing demons. Boom. A surge of golden Buddhist light, tenfold more powerful than before, shot skyward, nearly transforming the clouds into a golden hue. Under Li Yan's astonished gaze, the monk's already formidable physique began to visibly swell and expand with astonishing rapidity. 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 5 zhang. Ultimately, he transformed into a colossal figure nearly 10 zhang tall, his muscles rippling like molten gold, resembling a four-armed Vajra. This mighty being, with fierce, glaring eyes and an imposing demeanor, wielded a massive golden demon-subduing pestle in each of its 4 robust arms. Merely standing there, the oppressive aura capable of subduing all demons sent a shiver through Li Yin's heart. Goodness, he nearly lost grip of the teacup in his hand. Wasn't this the very level 30 main offensive skill in the game, said to obliterate any demon or monster with a single strike? The visual impact was overwhelmingly intense. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yin shifted his gaze to the quietly standing Taiji celestial master. It is your turn. The celestial master nodded slightly, gracefully flicking his white jade whisk. Unlike the monk's imposing presence, he merely extended 2 slender, pale fingers, pointing skyward like a sword. He began to recite an ancient and profound incantation. In an instant, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. The once clear sky, without any forewarning, suddenly gathered ominous dark clouds. Within the layers of clouds, silver serpents danced wildly, and flashes of lightning illuminated the scene, heralding a cataclysmic force descending from the heavens with thunderous might. The voice of the celestial master rang out, cold and authoritative, akin to a deity executing divine retribution. With a resounding crack, a blinding bolt of lightning, thicker than a barrel, tore through the clouds, wielding the overwhelming power to purify all impurities in the world, striking precisely upon the ground not far from him. The earth trembled violently, and a bottomless charred pit materialized, its edges still crackling with remnants of destructive electrical energy, producing a series of crackling sounds. Powerful, unfathomably powerful. This transcended the realm of mundane martial arts. It was true celestial magic. Li Yin gazed upon the awe-inspiring spectacle, his heart soaring with joy. With these two formidable, did he still need to engage in battle himself? To more accurately assess the combat prowess of his new recruits, Li Yin summoned his top enforcer, the ghostly warrior Yama. Yu Wujiao. An eerie aura enveloped the area as Yu Wujiao's imposing figure appeared outside the pavilion. He first bowed respectfully to Li Yin, then turned his gaze towards the 2 celestial figures. Yu Wujiao, what do you discern about their strength? Li Yin inquired. Yu Wujiao did not respond immediately. His eyes, ablaze with ghostly fire, scrutinized the 4-armed golden figure whose golden form had yet to dissipate, then shifted to the calm and composed celestial master, who had summoned the thunder. After a lengthy pause, he turned to Li Yin and spoke in an unprecedentedly grave tone. I report to the Lord. The strength of these 2 far surpasses my own. In a typical confrontation, I might be able to contend with that golden figure for a moment, but should he employ his transformation technique, I would undoubtedly be defeated in a single blow. He hesitated, glancing once more at the one who commanded the thunder. As for the celestial master, his thunderous magic is utterly formidable, a true bane to all malevolent spirits. In a direct encounter, I fear I would not even have the chance to approach. Yuuji rendered a remarkably high assessment. Had these two been present during the siege against the Blackwater Shin Turtle, there would have been no need for me to struggle as I did with the Yasha. Within no more than 10 exchanges, they could have subdued it. Should they unleash their earlier divine powers, a single glance would suffice to obliterate the Shin Turtle. A single glance, and it would be vanquished? Li Yin inhaled sharply, realizing he had gravely underestimated the terror of these combatants. The mount system was replete with functions, capable of soaring through the skies, manipulating the elements, and serving as an all-encompassing toolbox for grand displays. The recently unlocked combat automaton is truly his, pure, a core force birthed solely for battle. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Li Yin repeated the word thrice, feeling an unprecedented surge of confidence. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the two figures, the monk and the Taoist, to cease their divine manifestations and revert to their original forms. Observing these two perfect subordinates, endowed with unwavering obedience and formidable strength, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. From now on, they must each possess a name of their own. Clearing his throat, he pointed at the resolute-faced warrior monk. You shall be known as Fei Hai. Then he gestured towards the ethereal Taoist, and you shall be called Ziying. Fei Hai, at your service. Ziying, at your service. The two accepted their new names without hesitation. Li Yin nodded in satisfaction, his mind already brimming with fresh plans. The Southern Chu Taoist sect had begun to rise. Having been granted the title of city god, accumulating immeasurable merits, making their position difficult to shake in the short term. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect had recently enlightened the protective Vajra, gaining significant momentum. It was the perfect opportunity to capitalize on this success and expand their achievements. Particularly, the Northern Yin Buddhist kingdom, with its formidable influence, was an ideal place for Fei Hai to establish a secondary battlefield. One would oversee the Southern Chu Taoist sect, while the other would manage the Northern Yin Buddhist sect. Both fronts must be pursued vigorously. With this thought, Li Yin hesitated no longer and summoned the White Cloud Celestial Crane. He assigned Fei Hai his first mission. Fei Hai, you are to set forth immediately to Northern Yin. Investigate the current status of the Northern Yin Buddhist sect and establish the first northern outpost for the true Buddha's descent. As he spoke, he retrieved several meticulously prepared Buddhist artifacts from his game inventory, each exuding a solemn beauty and impressive attributes, and handed them to Fei Hai. Among them was a string of 108 prayer beads, a resplendent 9-ringed scepter, and a golden brocade robe impervious to blades and flames. The primary objective of this journey is to propagate the Buddhist teachings. Under no circumstances should the Vajra body be revealed unless absolutely necessary. Fei Hai understood. Receiving the equipment, Fei Hai adorned himself, his entire demeanor instantly transforming into that of an enlightened monk, radiating a divine glow. He respectfully bowed to Li Yin and, amid a gaze of slight envy from Ziying, mounted the back of the White Cloud Celestial Crane. With a clear cry, the crane soared into the sky, a streak of light disappearing resolutely into the northern horizon. Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing in the direction of Fei Hai's departure, his heart swelling with ambition, reminiscent of a regional president dispatched to explore overseas markets. Meanwhile, in Jiangzhou, within the governor's mansion, an oppressive silence enveloped the entire conference hall. The imperial envoy and his entourage sat, their spirits broken, faces ashen. Whether it is the glib Zhongcheng or the obstinate Li Mu at this moment, they appear as though their very souls have been siphoned away, rendered incapable of uttering a single word of dissent. The impact of the miraculous event is simply the living manifestation, a guardian king forged from a millennia-old demon tortoise, descends upon them like an unyielding hammer, shattering their previously unassailable worldview within the capital. Yang Lai sits majestically at the head of the table, observing this group of haughty city dwellers, now humbled by reality, and feels a profound satisfaction swell within him. He recognizes that from this moment forth, the initiative in the struggle surrounding the Jiangzhou miracle has irrevocably returned to his grasp. Yet, his countenance remains inscrutable, tinged with just the right amount of concern and gravity. He lifts his teacup, gently blowing away the froth, and shatters the oppressive silence. My lord, esteemed gentlemen, do you still believe that I am merely indulging in tricks and illusions to deceive the divine ear? His voice, though soft, resonates like a resounding slap across the faces of Zhongqing and Li Mu. Both men tremble, abruptly raising their heads, their faces aflame. Yet not a word escapes their lips. The truth speaks louder than rhetoric. Yang Lai sets down his teacup, his tone remaining serene. I am aware that you both harbor lingering doubts. After all, this matter is indeed extraordinary. He rises slowly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, ultimately landing on the blueprint depicting the demon tortoise transformed into a king. But I can assure you all, This is merely the beginning. The Taoist decree of the city god and the Buddhist enlightenment of the king herald a profound upheaval for Jiangzhou and indeed the entire realm. He observes the uncertain expressions on the faces before him and delivers an even more shocking revelation. To be candid, prior to your journey to Yunlin Temple, I have already penned a letter. I beseech the celestial deities within the city god temple to illuminate the path for this humble mortal. At these words, the great hall is once again engulfed in a profound silence. Zhang Qing and Li Mu suddenly lift their heads, gazing at Yang Lai in disbelief. Has he truly established a connection with those exalted beings? Yang Lai takes in their astonished expressions, a cold smile playing upon his lips. This is precisely the effect he desired. He aims to make these noble visitors from the capital comprehend that, on the land of Jiazhou, imperial authority is no longer the sole voice. Chapter 107. In quest of eternal life after a prolonged moment, it is Zhang Qing who first regains his composure. For the first time, genuine gravity and unease flicker across his otherwise fair visage. He bows deeply to Yang Lai, his tone stripped of any condescension, replaced solely by inquiry and respect. General Yang, this matter is of utmost significance. Might I inquire if there has been a response from the celestial deities? Yang Lai shook his head, a hint of perfectly measured regret gracing his visage. The realms of Yin and Yang are distinct, and the divine and mortal paths diverge. As a mere mortal, my aspirations are simple: to serve my country and its people, to seek peace of mind for the citizens of Jiangzhou. Whether the divine bestows mercy or when a response may come is beyond my capacity to fathom. His words were impeccably crafted, indicating that he had already taken action while attributing the outcome to the inscrutable deities, leaving no room for criticism. Li Mu's resolute countenance now reflected a tempest of emotions. He could doubt Yang Lai, yet he could not dismiss the formidable guardian he had witnessed with his own eyes. Moreover, he could not ignore the unsettling rumors concerning the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation, which threatened to undermine the morale of the troops. Thus, while awaiting the divine's reply, I, as an official, must personally interrogate the prisoner of the Bloodfeather sect, Wei He. He needed to extract certain truths directly from the traitor's lips. Zhang Qing held no objections to this, even feeling a flicker of anticipation. He, too, wished to comprehend the extent to which the logic of this world had become distorted. King Zhaoxian, already in a state of disarray, naturally accepted whatever the two envoys decreed. Yang Lai nodded in acknowledgement, unsurprised by the turn of events. Very well. Bring the esteemed envoys to the death row of the military governor's office. The military governor's office, death row, was a place dark and damp, the air thick with a noxious blend of blood and decay. When the wretched Wei He was dragged from the deepest cell by the guards, he appeared astonishingly calm. There were no pleas for mercy, no curses, nor any trace of the fear and despair one would expect from a condemned prisoner. His gaze was hollow and indifferent, as if he had long since transcended the concerns of life and death. When brought before King Zhaoxian, along with Zhang Qing and Li Mu, he exhibited neither panic nor dread. He merely raised his eyelids and glanced at the elegantly attired dignitaries of the capital, his expression tinged with a semblance of pity. Li Mu, incensed by this look, slammed his hand upon the table of instruments of torture with a resounding bang. Bold felon Wei He, why do you not kneel before the esteemed envoy? At this, Wei He's lips curled into a faint smile that was difficult to decipher as either mockery or self-deprecation. Slowly, he knelt, not out of fear of Li Mu's rebuke, but because he felt that kneeling or not had become utterly meaningless. Criminal Wei He, I greet you, esteemed lords. His voice was hoarse, yet remarkably steady. Zhang Qing scrutinized him closely, not missing a single nuance of expression on his face, and slowly inquired, Wei He, do you acknowledge your crimes? I certainly do, he replied, and his subsequent words plunged all present into a profound silence. Wei He answered every question without reservation, revealing the numerous hidden strongholds of the Bloodfeather sect lurking in the southern border of Nanchu, the infiltration tactics employed against various levels of government and local gentry, as well as the heinous acts of concocting evil elixirs and controlling corpse puppets, leaving no detail unspoken. He confessed to his crimes without a hint of denial. Yet, whenever Zhang Qing inquired why he so readily divulged everything, his response sent chills down the spine of this self-proclaimed master of strategy. My lord, you do not understand, he said, lifting his head. The murky depths of his eyes burned with an intense fervor as he spoke each word deliberately. All that I have done is not for the sake of living, but for the sake of dying. It is to lessen the layers of hell I must descend after death, to alleviate the burdens of my soul entwined with karmic sins, and to seek the chance of reincarnation instead of being scattered into oblivion, never to attain rebirth. These words struck like thunderclaps in the minds of Zhang Qing and Li Mu, leaving them dumbfounded. They had interrogated bandits, corrupt officials, and traitorous generals, witnessing pleas for mercy, denials, and defiance unto death. Yet, They had never encountered a wicked person whose desire was for judgment in the afterlife. The very logic of this world had crumbled entirely. Zhang Qing felt his throat dry. He suppressed the tumult within and asked in a voice bordering on a dreamlike murmur, "Are you speaking of the underworld?" Silence. Wei's face turned ashen, revealing a profound terror that emanated from the depths of his soul. The name of the divine is not something mere mortals like you can utter. He bowed deeply to the empty darkness, his forehead striking the cold ground with a dull thud. Sinner speaks in error. May the inspecting Lord forgive me. May the governor forgive me. This bizarre scene left Zhang Cheng and Li Mu feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, shivering with dread. They realized that their pride in power, wisdom, and martial prowess seemed utterly ludicrous and powerless in this world where the rules had irrevocably changed. A wicked being had begun to strive for his afterlife and reincarnation, while these mundane rulers were still embroiled in violent struggles for transient positions of authority. This was more shocking than any miracle. The interrogation could proceed no further. Zhang Cheng and Li Mu, disheartened, exited the death cell. The blinding sunlight shone upon them, yet it could not dispel the chill that penetrated to their very bones. That evening, the governor's residence was ablaze with light. Officials from the imperial envoy were accommodated in a temporary annex, while King Zhao Xian summoned the magistrate of Qinghe County, Zhao Zhang, to his temporary abode. In the grand hall, King Kong, Zhao Xian, donned a solemn royal attire befitting a prince, seated himself at the head of the table, flanked by Zhang Cheng and Li Mu, both bearing an air of solemnity. Zhao Zhan, his heart aflutter with trepidation, pondered the motives behind the midnight summons from these eminent figures of the capital. Straightening his official robe, he bowed respectfully. "I, Zhao Zhan, magistrate of Qinghe County, pay my respects to your highness and extend my greetings to the two esteemed envoys." Rising from his seat, Zhang Cheng retrieved a scroll of bright yellow silk from his sleeve and unfurled it with deliberate grace. A palpable aura of imperial authority enveloped the room. "The imperial decree has arrived." Zhao Zhan felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily kneeling on the ground. Zhao Zhan of Qinghe County received the decree. Clearing his throat, Zhang Cheng began to read in a measured, rhythmic tone. "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Zhao Zhan, magistrate of Qinghe County, has diligently fulfilled his duty, safeguarding the people. In times of peril, he maintained his composure and protected the lives of the populace, which brings me great comfort. Therefore, I promote you to the rank of an assistant counselor, elevating your position by 3 grades to honor your contributions. Considering the supernatural occurrences in Jiangzhou, which originated from Qinghe, I hereby appoint Zhao Zhan as the inspector of Jiangzhou, tasked with documenting all extraordinary events therein. Any observations must be reported confidentially to the throne without error." As the proclamation concluded, Zhao Zhan knelt, his heart a tumult of emotions. An elevation in rank was indeed a momentous occasion. Yet he found himself not returned to the bustling capital but stationed in Jiangzhou, a land rife with spirits and demons, serving as an inspector dealing with the supernatural. Strangely, this revelation brought him an inexplicable sense of relief. "I, Zhao Zhan, humbly accept the decree. Long live the emperor." With his hands raised high, Zhao Zhan reverently accepted the heavy imperial edict. Once the ceremonial retinue had withdrawn, the grand hall was left with only King Kong and Zhao Zhan. Zhang Qing and Li Mu discreetly stepped behind the screen. King Kong, having dismissed all attendants, transformed the once spacious hall into a vast and oppressive silence. "Zhao Inspector, please rise." He gazed at Zhao Zhan, lowering his voice, which trembled ever so slightly. "Zhao Inspector, my elder brother has an urgent secret command that I must relay to you in person." Zhao Zhan's heart sank. He understood that in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The elevation in rank surely carried with it a commensurate, if not greater, cost. Leaning closer, King Kong whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them, articulating each word with precision. "From this day forth, you are the nail driven deep into Jiangzhou on behalf of the court, an eye for the emperor. You are to monitor the movements of the Xuanqiong Yunzi Xinjuan, the underworld officials, and the Buddhist guardians, keeping watch over all their doings. If any oracle descends, if any strange occurrences arise, you must, at the very first moment, report to the capital with utmost haste." A resounding shock coursed through Zhao Zhan's mind, leaving it blank. A chilling dread surged from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. To monitor the divine? What a mad and treasonous... This would pit him against the gods themselves. He abruptly lifted his gaze, meeting the face of King Kong, which was etched with fear and urgency. His lips trembled, yet not a word escaped them. He understood. This was a death command. Should he dare utter a single negative word, he might unexpectedly perish on the road back to Qinghe County. The might of imperial power brooks no defiance. But how could he withstand the wrath of the divine? On one side lay eternal damnation, on the other, the shattering of his very soul. It was a path leading only to death. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Jun slowly bent his knee and lowered his head, striking it heavily against the cold ground. The sound was hoarse and dry, laden with endless bitterness and terror. I shall obey the order. Upon hearing Zhao Jun finally relent, King Kong's previously anxious heart found some semblance of peace. He exhaled deeply, as though he had accomplished an insurmountable task. Patting Zhao Jun on the shoulder, a smile returned to his face. Inspector Zhao, those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Should you handle this matter well, your future shall be boundless. He paused, as if recollecting something, a glimmer of mixed fear and hope igniting in his eyes. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to Qinghe County. I wish to personally visit the temple of the true Lord of the mysterious abyss and offer sacrifices on behalf of my royal brother. King Kong's voice dropped lower, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. This journey of mine carries one final and most crucial task. That is to beseech my royal brother for the elixir of immortality. Chapter 108. King Kong Seeks Medicine. Night had deepened. In the study of the military governor's residence, Yang Lai sat alone. The flickering lights casting shadows that danced upon the walls, stretching and contracting. He had personally deposited the letter addressed to the city god into the merit box. Yet his heart remained restless, shrouded in a profound anxiety and uncertainty. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, and he could no longer bear it. He slumped over the writing desk and drifted into a heavy slumber. The dreamscape was surreal and bizarre. He seemed to walk through an endless, dark corridor, surrounded by frigid stone walls with a void of mist beneath his feet. There was no sound, no light. Only a bone-chilling cold that emanated from the depths of his soul. After an indeterminate time, a magnificent palace emerged before him. The temple, entirely enveloped in a deep azure-black hue, boasts sweeping eaves and intricate brackets, exuding an imposing grandeur while simultaneously emanating a chilling aura of solemnity and authority. Above the temple hangs an immense plaque, upon which 6 luminous characters are intricately carved in a dance of dragons and phoenixes. Jiangzhou Cheng Wang Insi. A mere glance at it sent a shiver coursing through Yang Lai's veins, as if his very blood had begun to congeal. Had he perished? This was the first thought that flitted across his mind. Had his mortal life come to an end, summoned by the ghostly emissaries to the netherworld? Yet, almost immediately, he recalled the letter he had placed in the merit box earlier that day. Could it be that the city god had responded to his supplication? Countless thoughts surged within his mind, causing the heart that had known no fear on the battlefield to now race tumultuously, as if it might leap from his chest. Amidst his uncertainty, the heavy bronze doors creaked open silently, revealing an even deeper darkness within. 2 rows of spectral soldiers clad in black armor, wielding long halberds, streamed forth from the temple, forming an orderly line on either side. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, and the clinking of their armor produced no sound. Only a palpable chill of deathly energy that enveloped him. The foremost soldier gestured toward Yang Lai with an inviting motion, drawing a deep breath. Yang Lai felt the air he inhaled was not merely oxygen, but rather a cold wind from the depths of the underworld, penetrating his being with an icy clarity. He understood that he had no choice in the matter. Adjusting his attire, despite knowing the futility of such gestures in a dream, he sought to maintain a semblance of dignity as a mortal standing before divinity, suppressing his trepidation and unease. He took heavy steps into the hall that symbolized the gravity of the underworld. Inside the grand hall, a vast and imposing space awaited him. Dozens of colossal black stone pillars supported an infinitely high dome, while flickering candle flames illuminated the indistinct yet fearsome murals adorning the walls. At the end of the hall, behind a high altar, sat a figure clad in a ceremonial robe embroidered with esoteric symbols, distinctly different from the attire of the living world. A cap adorned their head, and their features were shrouded in a pale shadow, rendering them indiscernible. Only their eyes shone bright and authoritative, as if capable of discerning all moralities and peering into the depths of the human heart. It was none other than the newly appointed city god of Jiangzhou, Qingsong. Yang Lai did not dare to gaze directly, instead hastening forward to respectfully perform a full prostration at the foot of the altar. I, the mortal Yang Lai, pay homage to the city god. The hall remained enveloped in profound silence. After a lengthy pause, a cold voice, devoid of any emotion, yet seemingly imbued with the principles of heaven and earth, resonated from the altar above. Yang Lai, I am aware of your desires. The voice resonated, each word striking Yang Lai's soul like a heavy hammer. The conflict between Tao and Buddhism is a matter dictated by fate. To align with the heavens and respond to the people, each must rely on their own fortune. You mortals need only to observe the changes. The blood-feathered demon, steeped in sin and poison, must be punished by both earthly laws and divine decrees. This, too, is a virtue, beneficial to you and to Jiangzhou alike. As the divine oracle reached this point, there was a brief pause. Yang Lai sensed that the lofty gaze seemed to penetrate him. casting its sight towards a more distant realm. Distinguished guests from the capital, journeying from afar with their own desires, yet the realms of immortals and mortals remain distinct, with destinies predetermined. Qifeng Mountain is one of the true Lord's sanctuaries. Sincerity or insincerity can be discerned through trial. As the final words echoed, Yang Lai felt darkness envelop him, an irresistible force pushing him back violently. Outside, the crisp chirping of birds broke through the silence. Startled, Yang Lai awoke from his desk. His forehead drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. He surveyed the familiar study. Dawn was beginning to break outside. Everything that had transpired felt like an extraordinarily vivid nightmare. Yet the chilling, bone-deep sensations, the solemn grandeur of the hall, and the resounding divine decree were vividly etched in his mind. He understood that this was not a dream. He had truly journeyed to the underworld. Come. Yang Lai called hoarsely. 2 personal guards immediately pushed the door open. Commander, you are awake. At once, fetch His Highness King Kong, along with the esteemed envoys Zhang and Li, to the council hall. Inform them that I have momentous news to convey. In the council hall, as Yang Lai recounted his surreal experience of wandering through the underworld, encountering the city god, and receiving the divine decree, the atmosphere grew heavier than that of a death row prison. Zhang Cheng and Li Mu sat in stunned silence, the color draining from their faces at a visible rate. If the yesterday's protectors had cracked their understanding of this world, then the official divine decree from the city god that Yang Lai brought shattered their final psychological defenses completely. Is the conflict between Tao and Buddhism truly dictated by fate? Is slaying demons and evildoers a virtue? Even their thoughts as esteemed guests in the capital were laid bare before the city god. This was a real, orderly society of deities with clearly defined roles. In the face of this grand cosmic order, their earthly power, cunning, and valor appeared utterly insignificant, laughably trivial. The sincerity of one's heart can be discerned through trials. Suddenly, the previously silent King Zhaoxian began to murmur to himself. A spark of near-manic brilliance erupted in his once dull eyes, as though he had grasped a lifeline. He abruptly rose, seizing the hand of Zhao Zhen beside him, his entire being trembling with excitement. Zhao Yushi, did you hear that? Did you hear it? It is the city god enlightening me, enlightening this king. There is hope for my imperial brother. There is hope for Dechu. In that moment, Zhang Cheng and Li Mu found themselves devoid of any lingering desire for conflict. They exchanged glances, perceiving an unprecedented understanding and resolve reflected in each other's eyes. For the first time, they genuinely collaborated. They resolved to remain in Jiangzhou Prefecture, stabilizing the situation and soothing the hearts of the people, patiently awaiting King Zhao to return from Qifeng Mountain with the ultimate outcome that might determine the fate of the entire southern Chu. On the following day, at the Xuanqiong Yunjia Temple in Qinghe County, the mountain path leading to the temple had been meticulously cleared by the officials, with watchmen stationed every few steps. A scene of tight security. King Zhao Xian donned the most solemn royal attire, accompanied by Zhao Zhan, as he ascended the stone steps with deliberate care. The timidity and anxiety that usually marked his countenance had vanished, replaced instead by a fervent and solemn devotion akin to that of a pilgrim. Before the temple, offerings had already been arranged upon a ceremonial table. King Zhao Xian, adjusting his garments, took a deep breath and knelt heavily upon the ground. I, King Zhao Xian, on behalf of the Emperor of Dechu, pay my respects to the Xuanqiong Yunjia Jinjuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he performed the most solemn ritual of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows before the spirit tablet, completing the grand homage. Upon finishing, he lifted his head, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with boundless sorrow and pleading. I beseech the Jinjuan. My imperial brother has toiled for the nation, burdened with endless duties, leading to illness from overwork. Now, he is aged and frail, and the dragon body is in peril. I earnestly implore the Jinjuan's boundless compassion to show mercy upon the millions of subjects of Dechu, bestowing the method of longevity to preserve the fortune of our great nation and ensure its stability. Zhao Xian, willing to endure all suffering in place of his imperial brother, implored the Jinjuan for grace. He wept profusely, pressing his forehead against the cold ground, remaining in prostration. Zhao Zhen knelt nearby, tormented internally. He both hoped for the Jinjuan's manifestation to grant him a momentous future through this venture, and feared that such a manifestation would irrevocably tether him and the entire Zhao family to a frenzied chariot driven by divine and imperial powers, uncertain of its destination. Time passed, each second stretching on. The mountain wind howled, stirring the banners before the temple, making them flutter and crackle. King Kong remained kneeling, unable to rise. His heart, once fervent with excitement and anticipation, gradually sank, growing cold and despondent with the passage of time. Was it ultimately a delusion of his own making? Just as the last flicker of hope within him was on the verge of being extinguished and ethereal. yet profoundly soothing fragrance wafted unexpectedly from the depths of the true monarch temple. The scent was crisp and elegant, seemingly out of place in this mundane world. King Kong and Zhao Zhen perked up, suddenly lifting their heads. Before them stood a young Taoist clad in a blue robe, holding a white jade whisk. His striking features and ethereal presence resembled that of a celestial being. He was Ziying. His gaze was as cold as the moon, devoid of any emotion. As he looked down upon the two kneeling figures, that stare rendered King Kong and Zhao Zhen breathless. "Ah, mere mortals, yet your sincerity is commendable," Ziying spoke slowly, his voice chilling. "My master is in seclusion, detached from worldly matters." He paused, seemingly recalling something. "However, your sincerity has moved him. I have been instructed to convey an object to you." He opened his palm. "Whether it be a calamity or a blessing, it all depends on the fate bestowed upon you by the heavens." Chapter 109. The purple gold cauldron. Ziying's hand gradually unfolded, without warning and devoid of brilliance. A palm-sized cauldron, radiating a lustrous purple gold hue and intricately inscribed with celestial symbols, mountains, and arcane runes, materialized and hovered silently above his palm. The cauldron was antiquated in design, with 3 legs and 2 ears, as if it bore the weight of eons. A stream of purple gold light flowed from its body, enveloping the surrounding air in an aura of sanctity and solemnity. At that moment, King Kong and Zhao Xian's minds went completely blank. The scene before them, unfathomable and revolutionary, surpassed any miracle they had ever heard of, striking them with a more direct and profound impact. They remained dazed, kneeling on the ground, their eyes fixated solely on the cauldron, suspended in the air, exuding boundless mystery. To seek immortality as a mortal is, in essence, to defy the heavens. Ziying's cold voice washed over King Kong Zhao Xian like a bucket of ice water, jolting him from his overwhelming shock. The hope that had ignited in his eyes dimmed instantly. Indeed, to defy the heavens. How could mere mortals contend with fate? His heart, once ablaze with fervor, plummeted into despair. Observing King Kang's distraught demeanor, Ziying's tone shifted, maintaining its chill but now imbued with a hint of guidance. Indeed, the celestial principles dictate that in the great cycle of 50, the grand design of 49 must yield 1, revealing a thread of hope in all matters. He gently pushed the purple gold cauldron resting in his palm forward. The cauldron then detached from his hand, gracefully floating towards King Zhao Xian, radiating a warm and dignified purple gold aura. This cauldron, known as the Purple Gold Merit Cauldron, was crafted by his master from the purest purple gold of the 9 heavens, refined with true fire, and capable of concocting elixirs that prolong life. Once the elixir is completed, it could extend one's lifespan by centuries, allowing rulers such as yourselves to bask in glory for several lifetimes. King Zhao Xian, whose heart had just plunged to despair, felt his spirits lifted once more by these words. He raised his head in disbelief, fixating on the cauldron mere inches away. This was an unprecedented boon. However, Ziying seemed oblivious to his ecstatic expression, continuing in a tone devoid of any emotion. Yet, the recipe and the medicinal catalyst are not ordinary items. They must be exchanged for the merits of the realm. When the merits are amassed, return here to seek the recipe. Merits? King Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback, and soon the joy in his eyes was replaced by confusion. He did not comprehend. Ziying appeared to see through his thoughts, his voice imbued with a subtle hint of guidance. Expanding territories and safeguarding the populace, this is merit. Ensuring favorable weather and national stability, this is merit. Purifying governance and eliminating malevolence, thus ridding the world of evil, this too is merit. When your great Chu nation is prosperous and peaceful and the people sing your praises, the power of merit within this cauldron shall naturally accumulate. At that time, you may return here, and my master will bestow upon you the recipe and catalyst. King Zhao Xian was rendered speechless. To exchange the merits of the realm for a cauldron of elixirs? What a formidable proposition. This was not merely seeking medicine, it was, in truth, an endeavor demanding a lifetime of labor from the royal family of Great Chu. Ziying seemed dissatisfied with the impact of his words and glanced at the divine tablet of the true monarch before turning back to King Zhao Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips. If the Chu emperor desires immortality, why confine oneself to mere elixirs? Consider the city god of Jiangzhou, who, though originally a mere mortal, gained divine recommendation due to his merits and was thus conferred godhood, enjoying the reverence of the masses and sharing longevity with heaven and earth. If disciples of the Tao can achieve such, how much more so can you, the sovereigns, who bear the weight of the nation and the lives of countless citizens? Should you strive diligently and benefit the populace, the merits you acquire would far exceed that of a mere city god. In due time, emulating the ancient emperors, with supreme merits, one could ascend in broad daylight and join the ranks of the immortals. What could possibly hinder that? Boom. This final proclamation struck like a celestial thunderbolt, resounding in the minds of King Zhao Xian and Zhao Zhen. ascending in broad daylight, joining the ranks of the immortals, becoming divine. King Zhao Xian of the Kong dynasty trembled violently, sinking into a state of fervent madness, his eyes ablaze with unparalleled zeal. It dawned upon him that this was the true guidance of the true monarch. The elixir was but a mere trifle. Attaining divinity was the genuine path to transcendence. Ziying observed King Zhao Xian's demeanor, fully aware that his mission for the day had been accomplished beyond expectation. He uttered but a final, understated remark. This cauldron serves as the testament of your imperial merit, the staircase to ascension. Tread carefully. As his words echoed, his figure unexpectedly transformed into a myriad of shimmering particles, dissipating within the grand hall. Only the purple-gold merit cauldron remained, quietly hovering in midair, emanating a gentle and enigmatic glow. Time passed, and at last, King Zhao Xian, trembling, extended his hands to cautiously cradle the still-warm purple-gold bagua cauldron. Although it felt light in weight, it bore the gravity of 1,000 burdens in his heart. He understood that within his grasp lay the key to eternal life, capable of driving his elder brother to madness and stirring up tempestuous waves within the entire court of the Great Chu dynasty. Zhao Zhen knelt nearby, gazing at the exquisitely crafted cauldron that seemed beyond the realm of mortal creation, his heart already tumultuous with boundless waves. He contemplated deeper and further than King Zhao Xian, exchanging merit for elixirs, ascending to divinity through virtue. Henceforth, the emperor's deeds, whether commendable or not, would no longer be judged by the historian's pens or the people's voices, but by this cauldron, which would hold the ultimate verdict. Return to Jiangzhou immediately. With utmost haste, transport this treasured cauldron and the divine master's decree back to the capital. Present it to my elder brother. He carefully wrapped the cauldron in the finest lining of his princely robes, cradling it closely to his chest. Before departing, King Zhao Xian's carriage halted at the foot of the true monarch temple. He lifted the curtain and cast a profound gaze at Zhao Zhen, who remained kneeling, still yet to rise, his tone imbued with unprecedented gravity. Master Zhao, he began, as Zhao Zhen met his gaze. From this day forth, we are but grasshoppers tethered to the same string. The king's voice was lowered, heavy with import. I entrust the true monarch's sanctuary to your vigilant care. You must ensure that no errors arise. He paused, a flicker of complex emotions glimmering in his eyes, hope, entreaty, and even a hint of supplication intertwined. Our Zhao family's dominion may very well depend upon you. Zhao Zhen's heart quaked, fully aware of the weight carried by the king's words. He rose slowly from the ground, brushing off the dust from his knees, and offered a deep bow towards the opulent carriage. His voice, tinged with bitterness yet resolute, conveyed a solemn promise. Your Highness, I understand. He knew that from this moment on, he had irrevocably severed any chance of retreat. He was destined to navigate the treacherous path strewn with both thorns and blossoms, caught in the precarious intersection of divine and imperial authority, leading towards an uncertain fate. As the curtain of the carriage descended, it shielded him from the complex gaze of Prince Zhao Xian. The grand procession, under the protection of the imperial guards, stirred up a cloud of dust as it departed towards Jiangzhou city, leaving Zhao Zhen standing alone in the mountain breeze, gazing at the empty Jinjuan temple in contemplative silence. Chapter 110. The Art of Subterfuge. On Qingfeng Mountain, at the Xinkong Dao Palace, Li Yin stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of the plaza. The flowing robes of the Yunmiao, celestial monarch, fluttering gently in the mountain winds. His gaze seemed to pierce through the churning sea of clouds beneath him, landing upon the mortal temple, specifically on Zhao Zhen, who had just risen, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Your Highness, I understand, echoed Zhao Zhen's bittersweet yet unwavering promise, resonating clearly in Li Yan's mind through his divine perception. A subtle, barely perceptible smile graced Li Yan's lips, for he was acutely aware. The moment Prince Zhao Xian lifted the purple gold merit cauldron, the game had already been set in motion. The Taoist sect's decree establishing the city god had taken root, firmly embedding itself in the faith of Southern Chu. The Buddhist sect, empowered by the teachings of the Vajra, had gained considerable momentum, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Taoists. Yet, ultimately, both forces were manifestations of divine authority. In this land, the most deeply entrenched and unassailable power remained the supreme imperial authority. 3 legs are required for a tripod to stand firm, where there are 2 strong forces. Conflict is inevitable. Li Yin did not wish to witness the Taoist and Buddhist factions, under his guidance, growing powerful only to clash irreconcilably with the imperial authority, for that would plunge all of Southern Chu into war. Thus, it was imperative to draw this third, most formidable party onto his vessel of subterfuge. The so-called purple gold merit cauldron was merely a decorative trinket he had casually retrieved from his home. Yet for the people of this era, particularly for the emperor who held dominion over the realm yet feared death, it represented the singular hope. The elixir of longevity was, in fact, A meticulously crafted ruse, a tangible promise that could be seen and touched, yet would forever remain just out of reach. Longevity? Li Yin had outright rejected this ethereal notion while concocting his scheme. He understood the insatiable greed and suspicion inherent in human nature. If one were to claim the secret to immortality, the emperor's initial reaction would likely not be one of ecstatic joy, but rather one of wariness and doubt. However, if it were to be said that one could extend their lifespan by several centuries and indulge in the splendors of multiple lifetimes, this notion would be more readily accepted, aligning closely with the mortal imagination regarding celestial fortunes. As for elixirs, Li Yin currently possesses not a single strand of hair. Yet, this does not impede him from envisioning grand prospects. He intends to exchange these for the merits of the world. This represents the most significant loophole he has devised, as well as his most astute stratagem. What constitutes merit? What is the standard? Expanding territories, ensuring national peace, and rectifying governance. These grand yet nebulous ideals ultimately rest under Li Yan's sole interpretation. He declares that the cauldron is filled with merit. Thus, it is deemed full. Henceforth, this cauldron shall serve as a thread suspended over the southern Chu court, a precise mechanism for task assignment. By establishing various merit tasks, he can remotely guide the court, compelling them to labor fervently for an elusive goal. Of course, the elixirs merely serve as an appetizer. Ascending to the heavens, attaining a place among the immortals, is his true masterstroke. The authority of the sovereign will never genuinely submit to the divine, for it embodies the pinnacle of worldly power. Suspicion and resistance are inevitable outcomes. But what if an opportunity were presented to this emperor? An opportunity to transcend from the realm of kingship into that of divinity? What if he were told that he was no longer merely an emperor, but also a candidate for immortality? What might transpire? Should this emperor of Chu embrace this newfound identity, his perception of the divine would naturally shift from one of wariness and opposition to cooperation and alliance. After all, who would not desire a few acquaintances among the celestial beings after their ascension? Moreover, Li Yin harbors even more profound aspirations. He aims to mold this cauldron into a symbol of legitimacy, akin to the imperial seal or the 9 provinces cauldron. In the future, whoever possesses this cauldron shall be recognized by the heavens, deemed the legitimate sovereign under divine protection. It could even introduce new concepts such as national fortune and auspiciousness. In Li Yan's mind, he has envisioned 100 ways to utilize this modest cauldron, each capable of driving the mundane dynasties of this world into a frenzy. True monarch. A cool voice resonated from behind. Zi Ying's figure appeared silently, respectfully bowing to Li Yan's back. Prince Kang's spirit was thoroughly captivated and utterly convinced. The results of this endeavor far exceeded expectations. Li Yan nodded, his expression unperturbed, as if all unfolded precisely as anticipated. He turned, dismissing thoughts of the mundane, and his gaze took on a scholarly focus and curiosity. Excellent. Let us proceed. He gazed at Zi Ying and said, "Please demonstrate the 5 thunder technique once more. I feel there is something amiss with the hand seal that summons the thunder and the accompanying incantation." This revelation had recently dawned upon Li Yan. A novel application of his golden finger. The battle puppets under his command could impart their acquired skills to him, much like a true master. This learning process was not akin to the instantaneous enlightenment provided by skill books. Rather, it was an exceedingly gradual and somewhat tedious endeavor. It necessitated his repeated imitation, comprehension, and the meticulous channeling of the subtle threads of magical energy cultivated through the Tai Primordial Tao Sutra. Zi Ying nodded slightly, displaying no hint of impatience. He extended his long, fair fingers and began to manipulate a profound and intricate hand seal, simultaneously reciting the ancient and solemn incantation. Li Yin focused intently, clumsily mimicking his actions. As he formed the hand seal, he could distinctly sense a faint warmth within his dantian, beginning to flow through a novel meridian pathway. It was obscure and challenging, akin to a blocked river that required gradual cleansing and excavation. Yet, this sensation filled Li Yin with an unprecedented sense of solidity and exhilaration. For the first time, he felt he was harnessing an extraordinary power through his own efforts, rather than relying solely on the seemingly omnipotent, yet ultimately external, golden finger. This feeling was far more authentic. Meanwhile, in the distant Beiyin kingdom, the landscape starkly contrasted with the elegant and gentle scenery of Nanchu. Here, the sky was expansive and the clouds lofty, exuding a sense of ruggedness and desolation. A grand city loomed like a colossal beast sprawled across the earth, dominating the plains. The towering walls and forest of banners emanated an air of iron-blooded ferocity. Above the city gates, ornate characters proclaimed the name, Jinju City. This was the foremost and most crucial bastion of the Beiyin kingdom against Nanchu, serving as the military, economic, and cultural center of the entire border. A monk, clad in a plain gray robe with a resolute visage and robust stature, slowly approached the city gates. He was Fahai, dispatched by Li Yin to explore the northern market. He had long since stored away his conspicuous golden embroidered robe, donning instead the most ordinary monk's attire. However, the string of 108 relic beads in his hand, along with the subtly radiant nine-ringed staff, still exuded an air of solemnity that set him apart from his surroundings, embodying the dignity of an enlightened monk. He lifted his gaze to the towering city walls and the vibrant atmosphere of fervent incense rising within, his eyes reflecting an unperturbed depth. Bayan was founded upon the principles of Buddhism. The Buddhist community here stands in stark contrast to the waning sect of the South Chu. The temples in this region occupy the most fertile lands, basking in the offerings of the populace. And even the edicts of the authorities cannot bypass the nod of the esteemed abbots of these grand monasteries. Here, the Buddha is exalted and holds dominion, a deity intertwined with power. A subtle smile graced the lips of Fahai, for he was on a mission to convey the true teachings of the Buddha, to reveal to the multitudes of northern Yin that whom they worshipped were mere impostors. Chapter 111. The power of the Buddha and the sovereign Fahai stood beneath the towering gates of Jianzhou, the formidable walls resembling an insurmountable barrier. He took measured steps towards the grand entrance. Under the archway, the soldiers tasked with guarding the city were clad in refined armor, their physiques robust. And hanging from their waist were small amulets carved from boxwood, depicting the visage of the Buddha for protection. They were diligently inspecting the passers-by. Upon the appearance of Fahai, the lead soldier immediately took notice. His gaze lingered on the string of relic beads and the nine-ringed staff that Fahai bore. A flicker of respect gleamed in his eyes. He swiftly approached, blocking Fahai's path. "Master, please hold," he implored, devoid of arrogance, instead offering a respectful greeting with hands clasped together in reverence. "May I inquire, do you possess a permit for passage?" Noticing Fahai's silent demeanor, the soldier hastily added, "Please do not take offense, master. Recently, strange occurrences have been rampant along the borders, and several charlatans have been masquerading as monks, deceiving the populace and tarnishing the reputation of the Buddhist faith. Thus, the government has issued a strict decree that all entrants must present identification documents. I hope you can understand." Fahai comprehended the situation. The miraculous events of South Chu had indeed reached this place, eliciting heightened vigilance from the northern Yin authorities. He gently shook his head, his voice steady as a mountain. "This humble monk has been wandering the realms, and my permit has regrettably been lost along the way." The respect on the soldier's face shifted to one of distress, and he shook his head apologetically. "Master, I regret to say that I am powerless in this matter. Without a permit, according to military orders, I cannot permit you entry into the city." Fahai nodded slightly, not pressing the issue. To him, a mere wall was as inconsequential as flat ground. When night fell and silence enveloped the land, scaling the wall would be but a trivial task. Just as he prepared to turn away and seek another course of action, a gentle voice emerged from behind. "Amit Ba, I, a humble monk, shall vouch for this esteemed master." The sentinel, upon hearing the sound, turned to see the visitor. The sternness etched upon his face, which had been strictly formal, instantly transformed into genuine respect as he hastily performed another bow. It was none other than Master Huiming from Lanrua Temple. He felt he had been remiss in his manners. Within the city of Jianzhou, the Buddhist community was formidable, boasting 3 major temples that stood like a tripod, thriving with incense and countless devotees. Lanrua Temple was one of them. However, in recent years, following the passing of the elder abbot, the temple had struggled to find a worthy successor, and its influence had waned considerably, gradually falling behind the other 2 temples. Nonetheless, the once great Lanrua Temple still held considerable weight in Jianzhou, far beyond what these lower-ranking soldiers could afford to disregard. With Master Huiming's endorsement, they naturally felt reassured. The soldier stepped aside to clear the path. "Master, please," he gestured. Turning around, Fahai glanced back. Behind him stood a monk in his early 30s, clad in a faded gray robe that had been washed to a pale hue. His features were refined, yet his eyes bore a depth of composure and astuteness that belied his years. "Thank you for your assistance," Fahai acknowledged with a slight nod towards Huiming. The latter pressed his palms together in a gesture of respect, returning the greeting with a warm smile. "You are too kind, master." The two walked side by side through the city gate, passing through the heavy archway where a distinctly different atmosphere enveloped them, mingling the worldly fragrance of life with the robust aroma of incense. "I am Huiming, a humble monk from Lanrua Temple," he began, breaking the silence. "May I inquire about your Dharma name? From where do you hail, and do you have a place to rest?" His demeanor was notably deferential, his words imbued with humility. Even outside the city, he had sensed Fahai's presence. Despite his own modest cultivation, he could not fathom the depths of Hai's power. Yet he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the stout monk, tranquil yet profound, akin to an unfathomable ocean. Particularly striking was the 9-ringed metal staff in Hai's hand and the string of relic beads on his wrist. Even from a distance, they exuded a potent spiritual energy that was far from ordinary. Hui Ming's heart stirred with hope. He was acutely aware of Lanruat Temple's plight. Since the passing of the previous abbot, the temple had floundered without a capable monk to uphold its prestige, losing ground to Lingguang Temple and Dafu Temple, leading to dwindling incense offerings and a severe decline in the monk's status. Hui Ming watched with concern, his mind racing. If no one within the temple could shoulder such responsibilities, why not invite a true master from outside? This imposing figure, Master Hai, exuded an extraordinary demeanor and profound wisdom. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity? Hai, he stated succinctly, presenting his Dharma name. I am a wandering monk, without a fixed abode, and currently have no place to rest. Hui Ming's eyes brightened instantly, his heart swelling with elation. This was akin to finding a pillow when one had just drifted into slumber. He promptly bowed and extended a sincere invitation. If the esteemed master does not mind, would you consider taking a moment's respite at my Lanwei Temple? Although the temple may not possess the grandeur of the illustrious Great Buddha Temple, it excels in tranquility. I shall ensure that a superior meditation chamber is prepared for you, safeguarding your serene cultivation from worldly distractions. Hai regarded him with a calm gaze, one that seemed capable of penetrating the depths of the human heart. Hui Ming felt a sudden flutter in his chest under that scrutiny, yet he maintained his composure, wearing an earnest smile. Hai did not decline, nodding slowly. Good. A single word that filled Hui Ming with uncontainable joy, nearly overwhelming his inner excitement. It was accomplished. On the journey to Lanwei Temple, Hui Ming displayed utmost attentiveness, sharing all he knew about the Northern Yin Kingdom, particularly the situation in Jianzhou, in great detail for Hai's benefit. Through Hui Ming's account, Hai swiftly gained a clear understanding of the current state of Northern Yin. Unlike the decline of Buddhism in Southern Shu, in Northern Yin, the Buddhist faith was almost revered. The current emperor of Northern Yin, in the prime of his life, brimming with ambition, had initially remained hidden for 5 years, showing neither strength nor weakness. Yet overnight, he reclaimed power from several influential regents with a swift and formidable hand, revealing his astute intellect and strategic prowess. However, the emperor's attitude towards Buddhism was rather ambiguous. Unlike his predecessor, who was deeply devoted and compliant to the Buddhist faith, this emperor appeared to impose limitations, subtly hinting at suppression. His Majesty possesses remarkable talents and strategies. As Hui Ming spoke, his voice unconsciously lowered, and a hint of concern crept onto his face. Hai naturally perceived the unspoken implications in his words. This emperor of Northern Yin harbored intentions regarding Buddhism. 1,000 miles away, in the capital of Northern Yin, Yanjing, within the royal palace, the emperor, clad in a black dragon robe, with a visage both regal and sharp-eyed like an eagle, was irritably slamming a scroll of confidential reports from Southern Chu upon the dragon table. Miracles? Nonsense. Within him burned an unnamed fury. Everything had been according to his design. The pseudo-emperor of Southern Chu was aging and feeble, embroiled in a fracas for the throne between the crown prince and the third prince. While the national strength dwindled and the borders lay in prolonged peace, thus lax in defense, this was the perfect opportunity for him to march southward and unify the realm. He had already discreetly bolstered his forces at the border, waiting for a suitable pretext to unleash his army southward, tearing through Southern Chu's defenses with overwhelming might to seize Jiangzhou. With Jiangzhou as his stronghold, he could gradually expand and devour the surrounding provinces, laying a solid foundation for the eventual unification of the realm. More importantly, once he achieved this unprecedented military merit and grasped military power, he could return and justify a ruthless crackdown on the numerous monks who had long outstayed their welcome in the domestic sphere. He could no longer endure the sight of those monks, who were solely devoted to reciting scriptures and produced nothing, occupying the most fertile lands of Beiyin and devouring the treasury's tax revenues. Even his decrees had to be subject to the whims of those eminent monks. He resolved to make them regurgitate all that they had consumed, with both principle and interest. He had even envisioned, after unifying the realm, to establish new regulations for the Buddhist community of this world. Yet now, all his meticulous plans and grand blueprints had been utterly disrupted by a confidential report from Nanchu. A decree to enshrine the city god, ascending in broad daylight before the public eye, and that Yunlin temple had inexplicably acquired a so-called protective vajra. Such miraculous news struck like boulders into the previously tranquil waters of Beiyin, stirring up 1,000 waves. In the court, those devout followers of Buddhism, already gasping for breath under his oppressive rule, clutched at this lifeline, fervently petitioning him that the heavenly mandate resided in Chu, that the deities were issuing warnings, urging him to conserve his strength and refrain from rashly resorting to arms. Had he not employed an iron-fisted approach, branding those who sowed discord and undermined morale as traitors, the entire court would likely have been thrown into turmoil. He could sense that those temples were beginning to stir restlessly. Even his spies sent to monitor the Golden Light Temple reported that the old monk Liaochen had personally led over 100 warrior monks southward. Each occurrence felt like a resounding slap across his face, leaving him in a state of disarray. Could it be that there truly are deities in the heavens? That Buddha exists? Once this thought took root in his mind, it spread like wild grass, causing the disdainful and murderous sentiments in his heart towards Buddha to waver for the first time. Chapter 112. The Ancient Temple of Lanrua Temple. This was the resting place that Huiming had found for Fahai. Following him through the mountain gate, Fahai entered the temple. What lay before him was even more desolate than Huiming had described. The stone path in the courtyard was overrun with weeds, and the roofs of several side halls were unevenly tiled. In the incense burner before the great hero hall, only a few remnants of incense lingered, with thin wisps of smoke that seemed ready to be scattered by the wind at any moment. Occasionally, a few monks would pass by, their faces shrouded in an inescapable sense of twilight. Upon seeing Huiming return with a stranger, they merely cast a numb glance before hastily lowering their heads and departing, as if they had lost all interest in everything. "Master, please forgive the jest." A hint of an awkward smile surfaced on Huiming's fair countenance. The temple's current plight had become a source of mockery for the master. Fahai remained silent, his ancient, tranquil eyes surveying every corner of the temple, absorbing the profound decay and twilight that pervaded the atmosphere. Huiming led Fahai to a relatively tidy Zen room in the backyard, diligently cleaning it before personally bringing tea. "Master, please rest here for the time being. Should you have any instructions, do not hesitate to inform this humble monk." Once Huiming respectfully withdrew, the Zen room was enveloped in serene silence. Fahai sat cross-legged on the cushion, gradually closing his eyes. The night was deep and tranquil as water. Lanrua Temple was entirely immersed in a profound stillness, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of unknown insects, enhancing the desolation. Inside the Zen room, Fahai's dignified demeanor resembled that of an ancient, unchanging stone Buddha. A faint golden radiance emanated from the center of his brow, piercing through the endless void, traversing vast waters and mountains, establishing an invisible, mysterious connection with the distant Xuanqiang Dao Palace on Qifeng Mountain. Images of the northern Yin monarch's remarkable ambition and iron-fisted rule, his apprehension and suppression of Buddhism, the tense undercurrents at the border, the tripartite division of the Buddhist temples within Jianzhou, and the predicament faced by Lanrua Temple, all these vivid scenes and detailed intelligence seamlessly flowed into the other end of the connection. Within Xuanqiang Dao Palace, Li Yin had just concluded a cycle of the Tai Hunyuan Dao Sutra's celestial rotation. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, languid breath, feeling rejuvenated, as the faint magical power within him solidified further. At that moment, the message from Fahai surged into his mind. Li Yin quietly absorbed the information, his expression shifting from initial calmness to one of intrigue. Interesting, this emperor of northern Yin is indeed a formidable character. Li Yin's brow arched slightly. This unforeseen yet anticipated variable intrigued him. The interplay of imperial and divine authority has historically been one of mutual affection and conflict. However, when he heard about Fahai's temporary residence, Li Yan's eyebrows shot up. Lanrua Temple? He savored the name, unable to suppress a smile. How fascinating, truly fascinating. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. With Lanrua Temple, how could one not expect to encounter female spirits and tree monsters? In Jianzhou, at the governor's mansion, the night had grown late. King Zhaoxian of the Kang dynasty, not even pausing to change into casual attire, donned his splendid princely robes to meet Yang Lai. Just as Yang Lai extinguished the lights and prepared to rest, a thunderous knock resounded at the study door. "Commander, His Highness King Kong requests an audience at this late hour." A weight settled in Yang Lai's heart as he hurriedly donned his clothing. Upon seeing King Zhaoxian, he was taken aback. The prince's eyes were bloodshot, his expression fervent yet grave. The once pristine royal attire now appeared somewhat disheveled, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. He grasped Yang Lai's arm with astonishing strength. "Commander," King Kang's voice was hoarse yet resolute. "At once. Immediately dispatch the elite troops of the Xuanjia army to escort this king back to the capital." He fixed his gaze intently on Yang Lai, enunciating each word with gravitas. "This matter concerns the fate of the nation and the eternal legacy of my elder brother. Not a moment can be wasted." The following dawn, as the first light of day broke, a formidable contingent of 500 elite Xuanjia soldiers, accompanied by the Imperial Guard, set forth with great pomp from Jiangzhou City, making their way toward the capital. Alongside them was the prison cart, containing the serene figure of Wei He, who seemed to have transcended life and death. He would serve as a witness to the miraculous events and a testament to the Bloodfeather sect's transgressions, destined to recount to the lofty figures of the capital the profound transformation this world has undergone. Within the spacious royal carriage, Prince Kong, Zhao Xian, clutched tightly to the resplendent golden tripod, wrapped in layers of exquisite silk. In the Dao recording office of Jiaozhou City, the tranquil chamber was filled with curling incense smoke. The venerable Lingshu had been seated in meditation for several days. Before him, the incense burner emitted tendrils of blue smoke, while he remained as motionless as a stone statue. For these past few days, the words left behind by Master Jijian resonated within him like relentless hammer blows, striking at his Dao heart. Opportunities are not seized but cultivated. Impatience leads to mischances. Indeed, he recalled the various actions of the Daoist sect since its elevation to the status of city god. From initial exuberance to later pursuits of immediate gain, his aged face burned with shame. A long sigh escaped his lips. He finally awoke to the realization that the Daoist sect had indeed been intoxicated by its sudden and overwhelming success, losing sight of its core principles. What good is attaining divine status if one loses the Dao heart? It merely renders one another victim to the insatiable desires of the Bloodfeather sect. Just as he was gaining clarity and preparing to emerge from seclusion to restore the proper ethos, a gentle knock resounded at the door of the quiet chamber. "Master," a young disciple's voice, brimming with uncontainable excitement and tension, called from outside. "The ancestral hall has visitors." Startled, Lingshu rose hastily to open the door. He beheld the disciple, flushed with excitement, pointing towards the direction of the Dao recording office entrance, speaking in a breathless rush. Lingshu, not daring to delay, hurried towards the door. Before he even reached it, a formidable aura, far more potent and refined than his own, enveloped him. Before the Dao recording office, an extraordinary procession had gathered unbeknownst to him. At its forefront stood an elder with white hair, yet youthful features. Clad in a resplendent purple Daoist robe embroidered with the Taiji Bagua symbol, wielding a jade whisk. His eyes sparkled with a penetrating light. He was none other than Qing Xian, the protective elder of the Taishu Palace, the ancestral seat of the Nanchu Daoist sect. The overwhelming pressure of his innate peak radiated subtly, causing the very air around to feel as though it had solidified. Behind him trailed dozens of elite disciples from the Taishu Palace, their presence heavy and their mastery profound. At the center of the procession, two disciples cautiously bore a long, narrow sword box crafted from a millennium-old purple-gold Namu wood. Within it lay the ancestral treasure of the Daoist lineage, a legacy of 1,000 years. Chapter 113, The Dust of the Heart and the Heart of the Dao. Ling Suzhenren gazed upon his venerable elder, whose hair was white yet whose visage remained youthful, radiating an aura as deep as an abyss. An invisible pressure enveloped him, nearly robbing him of breath. This was not merely a suppression of realms, but a dignity emanating from the depths of heritage. A sense of unease and constraint felt by the branch disciples in the presence of the main lineage. He suppressed the turmoil within. Elder, Ling Suzhenren stepped forward briskly, executing a deep bow, his posture exceedingly humble. "I was unaware of your esteemed arrival and regret my lack of proper welcome. I hope for your forgiveness." "Ling Su." "There is no need for excessive formalities," Qing Xianzhenren replied, lightly flicking his whisk, a gentle force lifting Ling Suzhenren. His keen gaze swept across the Dao Lu division before settling on Ling Suzhenren, a hint of approval gracing his features. "Rise. Your efforts in Jiangzhou these past years have been commendable." Ling Suzhenren, not daring to delay, promptly ushered the delegation into the main hall of the Dao Lu division, personally offering fragrant tea to Qing Xianzhenren before standing respectfully to the side, detailing the recent accomplishments of the Jiangzhou Daoist community. From the initial manifestation of the true monarch to the consecration of the city god, Qing Song, and the joint efforts with local authorities to eradicate the remnants of the Bloodfeather sect, he spoke passionately, hoping to catch a glimmer of recognition and approval from the venerable elder. Seated in the main position, clad in a purple Daoist robe embroidered with the Tai Chi Bagua, Qing Xianzhenren maintained an expression as tranquil as a still pond. He listened attentively, occasionally raising his teacup to take a sip, his eyes gleaming with an intensity that seemed to penetrate the hearts of men. Once Ling Suzhenren had concluded his report, Qing Xianzhenren slowly set down his teacup, producing a soft sound. "Ling Su, you have done well." His voice was gentle, imbued with a hint of elderly approval. "Jiangzhou's fortune stems from your efforts, as well as the blessings of all your fellow practitioners. The future of our Daoist lineage may well rest upon the shoulders of you and your peers." A surge of joy filled Ling Suzhenren's heart, and he was about to respond with humility when Qing Xianzhenren's tone shifted abruptly, the warmth giving way to a sense of pride and grandeur. However, this is merely the beginning. Our purpose here is not solely for the trifling position of city god, nor for mundane merits. We have come to present the ancestral treasure of our Taoist lineage, preserved for a millennium. It is for the Taoist community across the world, for all of us cultivators, to seek the true path to ascend to immortality under the sun. As his words fell, a tall and youthful disciple stepped forward cautiously from behind him, carefully holding the slender sword box crafted from a millennium-old purple-golden Nama wood, presenting it at chest height before slowly opening it. A resonant sound of a sword's hum unexpectedly erupted, reminiscent of a dragon's roar soaring through the heavens. A brilliant azure divine light burst forth from the box, illuminating the entire hall with a verdant glow. As the divine light gradually subsided, the onlookers beheld the ancient sword lying quietly within the box. The sword measured approximately 3 feet in length, its blade composed of an unknown material, radiating a faint, wave-like luminescence. Upon the sword guard, an ancient totem depicting the Xuanwu bearing the diagram was intricately carved. This was the true martial exorcising demon sword. The voice of the Qing Xian Jinren brimmed with unbounded pride. Ling Su Jinren fixated on the ancient sword, feeling his very heart of Tao tremble. Tomorrow, I shall personally lead the delegation to Qingfeng Mountain to pay homage to the true monarch. Qing Xian Jinren rose, flicked his dust whisk, and declared his decision with conviction. Within the governor's residence, Yang Lai held his wolf hairbrush suspended in midair, ink droplets falling onto the rice paper, spreading into a small ink blot. He had just received intelligence regarding the movements of the Taoist sect's ancestral delegation, and every detail was clear in his mind. The true martial exorcising demon sword. What grand ambitions! He scoffed lightly, setting down the brush, his expression devoid of tension, only a detached indifference. He rose and approached the window, gazing contemplatively towards the direction of the city god temple. He retrieved a piece of stationery and swiftly penned the intentions and movements of the Taoist ancestral court succinctly, then carefully folded it and placed it into an envelope. In the evening, he donned casual attire and quietly arrived at the city god temple of Jiangzhou, which had begun to take shape. The temple, erected with boundless investment from the local gentry and wealthy households, had been hastily constructed under the cover of night, with the main hall already completed and incense offerings gradually increasing. Yang Lai disturbed no one, merely acting as an ordinary pilgrim, stealthily depositing the envelope containing the confidential letter into the merit box. When immortals clash, it is the mortals who suffer. I, Yang Lai, seek only protection for my people, he silently vowed before vanishing into the night. The following day, Qing Xianjinren did not hastily embark for Qingfeng Mountain. Instead, he led the delegation from the Taisu Palace in grand procession to the city god temple of Jiangzhou. Observing the newly built yet imposing temple and the continuous stream of worshippers, a flicker of complexity passed through his eyes. Personally, he purchased 3 sticks of incense, approached the vividly lifelike statue of the city god Qingsong, and reverently bowed 3 times, placing the incense into the burner. Qingsong, truly a remarkable fate, he mused. Gazing at the statue, a fleeting sense of envy flickering within him, one he was even unaware of himself. How could one of mere, true qi cultivation attain such divine status and enjoy the incense offerings of thousands? Alas, I have toiled for a century, trapped in the realm of the innate, yet I find myself outpaced by another who ascends in a single bound. However, what I truly seek within the Taoist path is the genuine freedom of perpetual existence and the grand way of ascending to the heavens. Ultimately, we are not fellow travelers. Within the serene confines of Yunlin Temple, the Lingxian Vajra has restored its true form, quietly resting in a pool crafted for it on the mountains, its eyes gently closed, surrounded by a radiant aura. Master Yunxing and Zen Master Liaochan have also received news of the arrival of the Taoist Ancestral Court's delegation. A hint of worry surfaced on the typically placid face of Zen Master Liaochan. Junior brother, the Taoist sect approaches with great momentum, he remarked. Master Yunxing remained seated cross-legged on his mat, calmly manipulating the Bodhi prayer beads, his demeanor tranquil and unhurried. Brother, why the concern? Master Yunxing slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented clarity and transparency within them. The Tao has its own principles, just as our Buddhist sect has its own cultivation. Master Jidian has already illuminated the path for us, vanquishing demons and filling the underworld, achieving complete meritorious deeds. Why should we worry about attaining the status of Arhat, or even the supreme Bodhisattva? Moreover, our Buddhist order now has a protective Vajra in place, establishing a firm foundation. They seek their longevity, while we guide our sentient beings. The paths are simply different. Upon hearing these words, Zen Master Liaochan felt his anxiety gradually dissipate. He looked at Master Yunxing and sincerely praised, "Your sudden enlightenment, junior brother, elevates your state of mind beyond my reach." Within the city god's domain, the city god, Ching Song sat upright behind his official desk. He opened his palm, and a letter materialized, formed from the condensed wool of incense offerings. Unfolding the missive, he recognized the familiar handwriting of Yang Lai. Ching Song's expression instantly grew grave. He dared not delay, immediately sitting upright at the divine desk. Closing his eyes to delve into the ethereal connection, meticulously reporting the intentions and movements of the Taoist ancestral court to his superior, the underworld inspector. Li Yin had just completed a round of imitating the 5 thunder rites, drenched in sweat, when he received a distant report from Ching Song. Oh, the ancestral court has sent representatives? Upon receiving the news, a look of intrigue crossed Li Yan's face. And they have offered a treasured artifact? The Zhenwu demon subduing sword? He stroked his chin, pondering inwardly. The Taoist tradition has endured for so long, perhaps they indeed possess some hidden treasures. The main event has finally arrived. In Beiyin. At the Lanrua temple, Fahai graciously declined Huiming's offer to accompany him, expressing a desire to wander alone through the city of Jinzhou. Although Huiming wished to forge a connection, he did not dare to press too hard, opting instead to present a pristine certificate of passage from his bosom, respectfully handing it to Fahai. Master, this is the certificate of ordination that I have diligently prepared for you. Please ensure that you keep it safe and do not let it be lost again. Fahai accepted the certificate, nodded slightly, and turned to leave Lanrua temple. He did not meander through the city. Instead, he made his way directly outside, entering a secluded and dense forest. In a clearing within the woods, a cloud, incongruous with its surroundings, hung silently in midair. This cloud was snow-white, its edges adorned with a delicate golden trim, radiating a gentle halo of light. This was the newly conjured steed, the auspicious cloud, that Li Yin had crafted during his recent period of leisure. As Fahai approached, a robust figure gracefully descended from the cloud above, revealing the formidable ghost general, Yin Luo. Yu Wujiao. He offered a slight nod towards the heavenly cloud, which seemed to possess a spirit of its own, emitting a cheerful hum before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Yu Wujiao turned his gaze toward Fahai. Fahai regarded the imposing figure enveloped in ghostly flames, emanating an air of boundless authority, and with palms together, respectfully performed a bow. General Yu, I have understood the edicts of our Buddha. On this journey, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to cooperating with your endeavors. Chapter 114. The soul of Lanrua severed the burning gaze of Yu Wujiao, filled with ghostly fire, met Fahai's calm and unwavering eyes for a fleeting moment. Without the need for words, their thoughts resonated in silent communion. Yu Wujiao inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, a gesture of respect. His formidable half-human, half-horse form turned, and the blood-red flowers beneath his hooves flickered momentarily in the dim shadows of the forest. His entire figure transformed into an almost imperceptible wisp of black smoke, silently merging into the heavy shadows cast by the walls of Jinzhou City, as if he had never existed. Fahai withdrew his gaze and turned towards the direction of Jinzhou City. He knew that this night would not be tranquil. All he needed to do was quietly await the unfolding of a splendid spectacle, anticipating the opportune moment to add a resonant Buddhist chant, completing this grand performance. In Jinzhou City, South City, at the Drunken Dream Pavilion, the largest den of indulgence, where countless dignitaries and wealthy merchants lost themselves in revelry. The most extravagant private room on the 3rd floor was currently hosting a somewhat cliché scene. Liuda, refill my cup. A young gentleman clad in luxurious attire, his face flushed with the effects of alcohol, drunkenly tugged at a woman's sleeve. He was Wei Tong, the sole heir of the Jinzhou defender. Relying on his father's influence, he roamed the streets of Jinzhou with impunity as none dared to confront him. The woman he was tugging at was none other than Lu Ruyan, the star courtesan of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Lu Ruyan possessed a striking beauty that evoked pity at first glance, her graceful figure adorned in a flowing gown of pale green chiffon that accentuated her delicate waist. In that moment, she struggled fiercely, her face, often the subject of yearning for countless literary souls, betraying a mixture of humiliation and defiance. Young Master Wei, you are intoxicated. Ruyan only offers her artistry, not her body. Her voice was soft, infused with the gentle dialect of Jiangnan, which, to Wei Tong, felt like an intoxicating elixir. Only artistry? Wei Tong scoffed, tightening his grip. In this establishment, do not feign purity with me. Today, I demand your service. You will comply, whether you wish to or not. Oh, my esteemed young Master Wei, please, exercise restraint. A portly figure, the brothel madam, with a beaming smile and clad in lavish brocade, rushed in, accompanied by a few attendants. As she attempted to pry Wei Teng's hand away, she continued, do not be upset. Our Ruyan is a refined courtesan, unversed in servitude. If you desire, I can immediately bring forth our most enchanting maidens to attend to you. Get away. Wei Tung shoved the madam aside, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lu Ruyan. I have set my sights on her. Young master, please reconsider. The madam was on the verge of tears. You know how many distinguished patrons adore Ruyan's melodies and her talent. If you tarnish her virtue, our business will be irreparably harmed. You would offend all our clientele. Hearing her words, the haze of intoxication began to lift from Wei Tung's mind, and he recognized the truth in her plea. Lu Ruyan's reputation indeed attracted numerous affluent patrons to the Zui Ming Lu, who were lavish in their generosity, drawn to the allure of unattainable beauty. Reluctantly, he released his grip, and Lu Ruyan, as if granted a reprieve, quickly retreated to a corner, rubbing her reddened wrist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Feeling humiliated before his subordinates, Wei Tung, unable to maintain his composure, pointed at Lu Ruyan and spat a harsh remark. What an ungrateful wretch. You shall pay for this. With that, he stormed out of the private chamber, flanked by his servants, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a heartbroken Lu Ruyan, seated on the floor, silently weeping. As Wei Tung made his way home, the night breeze swept past, and the remnants of alcohol ignited a growing flame of resentment within him. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, feeling increasingly stifled. Just then, a disheveled scholar, clad in a faded scholar's robe and clutching several scrolls, lost in thought, unwittingly stepped directly into his path. You blind fool. Wei Tung seethed. Wei Tung, consumed by a simmering rage with no outlet, succumbed to the influence of alcohol and erupted in fury. He did not afford the scholar a moment to respond. Instead, he flashed a sinister grin at the household servants behind him. Subdue him. Beat him mercilessly. The servants, well accustomed to their master's cruelty, lunged forward like ravenous wolves, pinning the defenseless scholar to the ground. Fists and feet descended upon him like a torrential downpour, delivering brutal blows. The sickening sound of cracking bones mingled with the scholar's piercing cries, echoing hauntingly through the stillness of the night. Passers-by, witnessing the scene from a distance, were left pale and terrified, hastily veering away, their anger stifled by fear. As Wei Tung observed the scholar writhing in agony on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, the malevolent fire within him found some measure of release. He let out a satisfied, derisive laugh and, accompanied by his servants, strode away, leaving the barely alive scholar teetering on the brink of death, sprawled in the cold embrace of the street corner. Upon reaching a secluded alley, Wei Tung intended to take a shortcut home when, suddenly, the faint sound of a woman's weeping drifted into his ears. The sorrowful cries were filled with a haunting despondency, as if pleading for solace. Who dares to sob in such a manner? How unfortunate! One of the servants remarked, frowning. Young master, let us return home swiftly. What is there to fear? Wei Tung, emboldened by drink and lustful thoughts, retorted. Perhaps it is a young lady in distress. I shall be her gallant savior. Ignoring the servant's warnings, he followed the sound of the weeping deeper into the alley. At the end of the passage stood a venerable locust tree, its branches lush and sprawling. Beneath it, a woman clad in white, resembling mourning attire, crouched with her back to them, her shoulders trembling as she wept, concealing her face. Moonlight filtering through the sparse foliage illuminated her figure, rendering her ethereal and dreamlike. Instantly, the effects of the alcohol diminished for Wei Tung. He held his breath, signaling for his servants to remain silent, while he donned an expression he believed to be genteel and sophisticated as he approached her cautiously. Fair maiden, the night is deep. Why do you weep alone in this place? The moment she heard his voice, the woman shuddered violently and slowly turned to face him. In that instant, Wei Tung felt as if his very soul had been ensnared. How breathtakingly beautiful she was. Her skin was as delicate as cream, her brows like distant mountains, and her almond-shaped eyes glistened with tears, seemingly capable of speech. The fragility, helplessness, and pitiable demeanor stirred within Wei Tung an overwhelming, primal desire to possess her. I am Ye Xiaoqian, she timidly replied, her voice a lamentation, as she recounted her tragic tale of familial ruin, persecution by tyrants, and her desperate plight. Wei Tung, his heart a tempest of desire, paid no heed to the veracity of her words. He pounded his chest with fervor, pledging earnestly, Fear not, fair maiden. With me at your side, I shall ensure your safety. He cast a knowing glance at the servants behind him, who instantly responded with smiles that only men could understand. Pretending to speak gently, Wei Tung inquired, Might I ask where you reside, dear lady? The night is treacherous. I shall personally escort you home. Nie Xiaoqian lifted her tear-streaked visage, responding timidly in a voice as faint as a whisper, I live near the Lanrua temple ahead. Throughout their journey, Wei Tung ceaselessly offered words of comfort, his gaze unabashedly lingering on Nie Xiaoqian's exquisite figure, his mind already devising plans to claim her for himself once they reached their destination. Nie Xiaoqian kept her head bowed, embodying a delicate demeanor, submissive and vulnerable. Yet, In a fleeting moment of lowered lashes, her eyes inadvertently caught sight of the dark aura swirling invisibly above Wei Teng's head, an ominous presence, thick and suffocating. The corners of her lips curled subtly, revealing a chilling smirk. Soon, they arrived at the vicinity of the Lanrua temple, before a dilapidated courtyard. "Young master, we have arrived." "This is my humble abode," Nie Xiaoqian softly announced as she halted. Wei Teng surveyed the desolate yard before him, elated at the prospect of such a perfect venue for his illicit intentions. "Excellent, excellent," he rubbed his hands together, growing increasingly impatient. He followed Nie Xiaoqian into the darkened room. The servants, understanding the unspoken cue, remained outside, effectively sealing off the space. Wei Teng, unable to contain himself, stepped into the shadowy room. As soon as he crossed the threshold, his facade of false piety was cast aside, revealing a sinister grin. "My little beauty, I have come to cherish you," he bellowed, lunging at Nie Xiaoqian like a ravenous wolf, just as his filthy hands were about to make contact with her garments. The fear and frailty that adorned Nie Xiaoqian's face vanished. In their place blossomed a bewitching and icy smile. A sudden flash of blinding crimson light surged through her once clear apricot eyes. "Cherish me? Perhaps you should first attend to them," she retorted. In an instant, the entire courtyard contorted and collapsed. The wooden house, the yard, the moonlight, everything disintegrated in a heartbeat. Wei Teng found himself ensconced in an endless expanse of sanguine space. Beneath his feet lay a viscous river of blood, while above him loomed a blood-red moon. The air was thick with the anguished wails that echoed from all directions. The women who had once been subjected to his torment, the citizens he had beaten, and the countless souls he had harmed either directly or indirectly, transformed into vengeful specters, their grotesque visages howling as they surged towards him from all directions. "No, do not approach. Begone!" Wei Teng emitted a heart-wrenching scream, utterly consumed by the boundless fear and anguish within this hell that belonged solely to him. Outside the small courtyard, several servants leaned idly against the wall, engaging in hushed banter, speculating whether the young master would bestow the woman upon one of them once he had grown weary of her. Unbeknownst to them, a spectral figure had silently manifested behind them. The upper body of this apparition resembled a formidable warrior, while its lower half took the form of a mighty steed. Engulfed in ethereal flames, the ghostly general, Yu Wujiao. From his hollow eye sockets flickered two eerie flames, coldly observing these sinful mortals. In the next instant, several chains of soul-binding light, akin to venomous serpents, slithered forth from his arm with silent precision. Thud, thud, thud. The chains pierced the bodies of the servants with unerring accuracy. Their smiles instantly froze, replaced by sheer terror. They felt an overwhelming, irresistible force emanating from within, as though their very souls were being violently wrenched from their bodies. In their final moments of consciousness, they beheld flickering silhouettes, identical to themselves, being forcibly extracted from their corporeal forms by the dark chains, only to be taken away by the otherworldly night. On the following morning, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the desolate alley. A weary townsman, yawning as he passed by, was jolted awake by a sight that sent a chilling scream escaping his lips. There, at the entrance of the dilapidated courtyard, lay several corpses sprawled haphazardly, their eyes wide with terror, faces frozen in the ultimate expression of fear, as if they had glimpsed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Inside the dwelling, Wei Teng's demise was even more harrowing. His skin was marred with bruises and bite marks, and the once arrogant countenance was grotesquely contorted in abject terror, no longer resembling that of a human being. Chapter 115, The Offering to the Taoist Sect. News of the tragic demise of the sole heir of the Jianzhou garrison, along with several of his servants, spread like wildfire throughout the city, igniting a tempest of outrage. Soon, the clanking of armor and the heavy thud of boots grew nearer, as a battalion of fierce city guards surrounded the alley and its adjoining streets, sealing them off completely. "Clear the way!" A thunderous roar echoed, as the crowd was roughly pushed aside. A burly, resolute middle-aged general, surrounded by his loyal guards, strode in with great purpose. He was none other than Wei Xiong, the commander of the garrison in Jianzhou City. The weathered lines of his face were now clouded with foreboding, and his sharp gaze swept over the hushed assembly. Upon noticing the bizarrely lifeless bodies of several household servants at the gate, a shudder of dread coursed through him, igniting an ominous premonition in his heart. As he pushed open the courtyard door, the sight that met his eyes within the house caused this seasoned warrior, who was accustomed to the brutalities of battle, to feel as though the very blood in his veins had congealed. Tunger, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from his lips, overflowing with profound sorrow and disbelief. He stumbled into the room, collapsing beside the cold, grotesquely lifeless body of his son. His only child, Wei Teng, whom he cherished above all, lay on the ground in tattered clothing, his body marred with an array of bruises and bite marks. The youthful visage, twisted in sheer terror, was unrecognizable. Wei Xiong clutched his son's corpse and let loose a roar towards the heavens, as grief and seething rage consumed every fragment of his reason. Who did this? Who was responsible? With bloodshot eyes, he whirled around, fixating on his trembling subordinates. Seal off the entire city. Search every household. Arrest all suspicious individuals. I care not who they are. I will unearth them from the depths. Tear them apart. An unprecedented tempest centered around this dilapidated courtyard, swiftly engulfed all of Jianzhou City. At Lanrua Temple, in the back courtyard's meditation room, the monk Huiming appeared pale, hastily entering the chamber. Master, a grave incident has occurred. He looked at Fa Hai, who was seated cross-legged on a mat, and lowered his voice, urgency lacing his words. The garrison commander's son, Wei Tong, was found dead last night in that wretched courtyard near our temple, his remains unrecognizably mutilated. The entire city is under lockdown, and people are being rounded up everywhere. It is said that a female ghost has claimed his life. As Huiming spoke the last part, a tremor crept into his voice. Fa Hai's imposing frame remained unperturbed, his eyelids not even fluttering, though the beads of the rosary he twisted in his fingers momentarily paused. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze calm and unwavering as they regarded Huiming. Karma, without exception, always prevails. His voice was steady and devoid of turmoil, as if he were merely recounting a commonplace event. Huiming was momentarily taken aback by this tranquil response, and the fear that had gripped his heart inexplicably eased. He gazed at the steadfast figure of Master Fa Hai, increasingly perceiving the profundity of this sage. On Qingfeng Mountain, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined upon the jade cloud couch, cradling a steaming cup of celestial tea. He was engrossed in the synchronized live broadcast of the murder case in Jianzhou City, shared through the eyes of the listener. Indeed, Yu Wujiao's artistry in this endeavor is becoming ever more remarkable. Sipping his tea with satisfaction, Li Yin mused on how Yu Wujiao's intervention to eliminate a nefarious second-generation official would not only rid the populace of a scourge but also stir the waters of Jianzhou City. He believed it would not be long before rumors of vengeful spirits demanding retribution would transform into a profound reverence for the underworld. At that moment, the monks, who could only chant scriptures and strike wooden fish, would find themselves utterly powerless. Driven by fear, the common folks yearning for authentic Buddhist teachings would naturally reach its zenith. It would then be the perfect opportunity for the true Buddha, Fa Hai, to make his grand entrance. Having savored the opening act in Jianzhou City, Li Yan's thoughts shifted to the foot of Qingfeng Mountain, where the now thriving Jinzhuan Temple stood. On the mountain path, an impressive procession approached slowly. Leading them was the ethereal and commanding Qin Xianzhenren, the guardian elder of Taishu Palace. He stood before the Jinzhuan Temple, gazing up at the summit of Qifeng Mountain. Shrouded in mist and imbued with celestial energy, his sharp eyes flickering with an uncontrollable fervor. This is the true blessed land of the immortal mountains, he murmured, his awe and anticipation reaching a pinnacle. Within the temple, Qin Xianzhenren meticulously presided over an elaborate and solemn worship ceremony. His demeanor was grave, each gesture seemingly honed through countless trials, imbued with the utmost reverence for the divine. Once all rites were concluded, he nodded slightly to his two disciples behind him. Understanding the unspoken command, the disciples cautiously lifted a long, slender sword case into the hall, placing it with reverence upon the spacious incense table beside the incense burner. Qin Xianzhenren once again performed a deep bow towards the spirit tablet before slowly exiting the temple, issuing orders to the disciples stationed at the entrance. You shall guard this place diligently, ensuring not to disturb the worshippers or the Jinzhuan. Understood. The disciples responded in unison. Qin Xianzhenren stood beneath the temple eaves, his heart brimming with trepidation and hope. Would the Jinzhuan appreciate our humble sincerity? This Jinwu exorcising devil sword is the treasured heirloom of Taishu Palace, a testament to the Taoist legacy spanning a millennium. If the Jinzhuan deems even this insufficient, then the Taoist sect would truly have nothing greater to offer. Chapter 116, Filial Piety and Parental Kindness. The night, profound as water. Within the Qingfeng Mountain Jinzhuan Temple, the devotees had long since dispersed, leaving only a few flickering perpetual lamps casting a dim golden glow in the spacious hall. The sword box, crafted from a millennium-old purple gold namawood, remained quietly displayed upon the incense table. Outside the temple, the Qingxian master and a group of disciples from the Taishu Palace sat cross-legged, their gazes fixed in concentration. Eyes observing their noses observing their hearts, unwilling to display the slightest negligence as they awaited the Jinzhuan's response. None of them were aware that the sword box was In fact, entirely empty. Within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, in the depths of a stone cave, Li Yin held a long, ancient sword of jade green in hue. This was none other than the so-called treasure of the Taoist sect, the Jinwu demon-vanquishing sword. The moment the sword touched his hand, it imparted a texture as smooth as jade, yet carried a hint of the metal's characteristic chill. Li Yin could distinctly sense a tremendous and pure force coursing through the blade. Ah, what a remarkable item, he mused, examining it from every angle. His eyes filled with admiration. In this world of diminished martial prowess, it was undoubtedly a weapon of unparalleled caliber. A bold idea suddenly emerged in his mind. He delved into his game inventory, swiftly locating an outfit that he had long forgotten in the corners, yet which perfectly suited the current scene. It was an exquisitely designed dark golden divine general armor, the Jinwu Zhao Jiao flag armor. Outfit description: with flowing hair and bare feet, sword in hand. It commands the north, presiding over the position of Jinwu. This limited edition attire was inspired by the renowned Taoist figure, the demon-vanquishing celestial sovereign, Jinwu Emperor. Without hesitation, Li Yin chose to don it. In a flash of brilliance, the ethereal robe of the cloud-wandering immortal vanished, replaced by a majestic armor of deep black adorned with golden patterns, draped with the Zhao Diao flag on his shoulders and the demon-vanquishing seal hanging at his waist. The armor was enveloped in a layer of dazzling divine light, visibly composed of countless stars. His long hair flowed freely, exuding an air of supreme majesty, reminiscent of the primordial chaos that suppresses all heavens and vanquishes myriad demons. At the very moment he donned this attire, a sudden hum reverberated. The Jinwu demon-vanquishing sword, previously tranquil in his hand, began to tremble violently without warning. A surge of azure divine light, tenfold more radiant than that witnessed in the Delu Temple, soared into the sky, illuminating the entire Dao Palace as if it were an ethereal realm. Li Yin could distinctly feel an overwhelming and fervent will emanating from the sword, a resonance of a weapon finding its rightful home, and a divine general discovering its divine weapon, a communion rooted in their shared essence. Slowly, Li Yin extended his hand, grasping the quivering hilt of the sword. In an ephemeral moment, man and sword appeared to merge into one. Li Yin raised an eyebrow sharply, stroking his chin with a hint of playful intrigue curling at the corners of his mouth. How fascinating. It seems the time has come for a brand new persona to make its grand entrance. 1,000 miles away, in the capital of South Chu, a formidable contingent comprising 500 elite Xuanjia soldiers and several hundred imperial guards stirred a cloud of dust as they surged through the heavy city gates under the cloak of night. The sentinels and citizens along the way were struck by this aura of lethal intent and hastily withdrew. They remained oblivious to the significance of the precious cargo being escorted back to the capital at such a frenzied pace that warranted the deployment of such a grand assembly by the court. In the imperial palace, within the Yangxin Hall, the interior was ablaze with light. The aged emperor of Chu reclined upon the dragon throne, while several court physicians knelt trembling on the ground, too fearful to even draw a breath. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Wei Zhong, the chief eunuch of the imperial household, rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself, his face alight with uncontrollable joy and excitement. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, the crown prince has returned. He has returned. On the dragon throne, the elderly emperor's murky eyes flickered with a sudden spark of alarming brightness. Shortly thereafter, the crown prince, Zhao Xian, appearing travel-worn yet fervent and animated, entered the hall briskly under Wei Zhong's guidance. He barely had time to pay his respects before he fell heavily to his knees before the dragon throne. With both hands raised above his head, he cradled an object swathed in layers of opulent silk. Your imperial brother, the crown prince, Zhao Xian's voice, strained with overwhelming excitement, was thick with emotion as tears streamed down his face. He recounted, in a disjointed yet heartfelt manner, the experiences of his journey to Jiangzhou, from the Taoist temple's consecration of the city god, to the Buddhist enlightenment of the Vajra, and finally, at the front of the Qingfeng Mountain's true monarch temple, where he encountered the immortal master and received the precious cauldron. As he carefully unwrapped the layers of silk, revealing a cauldron that radiated a magnificent purple-golden hue, the entire Yangxin Hall seemed to be illuminated by its warm, resplendent glow. The elderly emperor struggled to extend his hand, brushing against the cool yet velvety surface of the cauldron. At the moment his fingertips made contact, a slight chill coursed through him. Yet it felt as though a strange vitality was flowing gently from his fingertips into his already frail body. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. A sickly flush appeared on the Emperor of Chu's waxen face, and his once dull eyes suddenly sparkled with unprecedented brilliance, as if, in that fleeting moment, he had regained 20 years of youth. His heart, long shrouded by the shadow of death and silent for many years, was ignited in this moment by the flame known as immortality. Step back. The voice of Emperor Chu regained some of its vigor, laced with a hint of authority. Summon the crown prince and the third prince at once. Beneath the dim flicker of candlelight, the old emperor cradled the purple gold merit cauldron as if it were a precious treasure, his eyes, ablaze with insatiable desire, fixed intently on his two sons. He publicly declared the edict of the true sovereign, which promised elixirs in exchange for merit and divinity, word for word. The crown prince Zhao Zhe and the third prince Zhao Kai listened in silence, the color draining from their faces gradually. A chilling sensation surged through them. Rising from their feet to the crown of their heads, it was over, completely over. Their father had utterly lost his sanity. His insatiable yearning for immortality had completely eclipsed the last vestige of reason befitting an emperor. Unaware of the ghastly expressions on his sons' faces, Emperor Chu remained enraptured in his own ecstasy, even beginning to weave grandiose visions for them. Kair, do you hear? Godhood. Ascension in broad daylight. This is our destiny. This is the destiny of the Zhao family. What do the northern barbarians or court disputes matter in the face of the true path to immortality? From this day forth, you two brothers must unite and assist me. Expand our territories, rectify governance. For me, for our Zhao family, amass this unparalleled merit. Once I have perfected my merit and ascended to divinity, will not this kingdom and the power of the world belong to you? At that time, I can also secure for you both positions in the heavenly court, allowing us, father and sons, to enjoy eternal blessings. The crown prince Zhao Zhe stumbled out of the heart-nurturing palace, lifting his gaze towards the profound night sky, only to feel that the myriad stars above seemed to mock him mercilessly. Can there be a crown prince for hundreds of years? He was oblivious to how he returned to the eastern palace. The entire world appeared to him dim and distorted. He dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs, collapsing alone into the cold chair. The twisted visage of his father, consumed by ecstasy, and the words heavy with boundless desire, echoed like incantations in his mind. Gradually, a frenzied thought took root in his heart. His father was old. He murmured, his once gentle eyes now ignited by a dark flame. After a lifetime of toil, how could he fulfill the supreme merit of the immortal master that would expand territories and benefit the people, since his father could not achieve this? A thought struck him like a bolt of black lightning, cleaving through all his confusion and hesitation. Why can I not serve in your stead? Indeed, it must be so. Zhao Zhe suddenly rose, pacing back and forth within the hall, his breath growing increasingly rapid. I am in the prime of my life, full of vigor. For these years, I have diligently managed the affairs of state, tirelessly laboring for the great Chu and its enduring legacy. He recalled how, through diligence and dedication, he had toiled day and night for his father, the emperor, overseeing the vast governance of the realm. He remembered how he had balanced the various factions within the court and replenished the empty treasury with military funds. The sage spoke of the merits of safeguarding the populace and purifying governance. Are these not the very endeavors I have tirelessly pursued? The sage is clearly hinting at me. I, Zhao Zhe, am the true person of destiny. Once this thought took root, it spread like a frenzied vine, ensnaring all his rationality. The flames in his eyes grew ever brighter, ultimately transforming into a boundless ambition and resoluteness. He approached the window, gazing towards the direction of the Yangxin Palace, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold and sinister smile. Father, it would be wise for you to abdicate sooner rather than later. Allow your son to undertake the noble duty of accumulating virtues and ascending to immortality on your behalf. Rest assured, once I have completed my virtuous endeavors and ascended to the celestial realm, I shall certainly bring you along to share in the eternal bliss of longevity. Chapter 117. The collapse of rites and music the following day, in the Golden Luan Hall. Before dawn, the civil and military officials had already gathered. The familiar whispers and exchanged glances of the past were conspicuously absent today. The entire hall was enveloped in a suffocating atmosphere of oppression and silence. The officials stood with bowed heads, eyes fixed on their noses, breathing deliberately slowed, all due to the figure seated upon the dragon throne, emanating an unprecedented and disquieting aura. Today, the Emperor of Chu did not display his usual languidness and fatigue. Clad in a brand-new dragon robe, he stood tall and straight, and his face, which should have appeared sallow, bore an unusual flush. Most alarming were his eyes, those once dull and lifeless, eroded by the passage of time and illness, now shone with an uncanny brightness, piercing like a hawk's gaze as they swept over every face below the throne. Bring forth the prisoner, the Emperor's voice resonated, soft yet filled with strength, echoing throughout the hall. The heavy clanking of iron chains approached from a distance, accompanied by two royal guards of true energy realm. A figure clad in prison garb, hands and feet shackled, was brought into the hall. It was none other than Wei He, the leader of the Bloodfeather Sect's Jiangzhou branch. His expression was calm, his steps unhurried, exuding none of the disarray or fear typically associated with a condemned prisoner. He did not cast a glance at the emperor seated upon the dragon throne, but instead knelt directly on the ground, reverently bowing 3 times towards the empty center of the grand hall. The officials exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting their astonishment in the eyes of the other. Could this truly be the notorious leader of the malevolent cult, the one who had stirred turmoil and vexed the court? The voice of Emperor Chu resounded once more, imbued with a hint of condescension, commanding, "Raise your head and look at me." Wei He slowly lifted his gaze, his gaunt face betraying neither sorrow nor joy. "I ask you, do you acknowledge your crimes?" "The sinner acknowledges his sins," Wei He replied, his voice calm as still water. "Throughout my life, I have committed heinous acts, murder." The sinner has committed heinous acts throughout his life. Murder, arson, the abduction of the living, and the crafting of sinister elixirs. His transgressions are profound, beyond measure. I am aware that the laws of the mortal realm cannot spare me from death. What I seek is not to prolong my life, but rather, after death, to enter the cycle of reincarnation in the underworld. Through this act of penance, I hope to lessen the torments of hell. And if in the next life I could attain the path of a lowly beast, it would be a great mercy. He began to recount his experiences at the Black Wind Pass, vividly describing the grimness of the Ghost Gate, the chilling aura of the Yellow Springs Road, the solemnity of the Hall of Judgment, and the supreme authority of the Underworld's enforcers who adjudicate between life and death. His voice bore an unusual enchantment, as though he were conjuring the eerie yet orderly realm of the afterlife within the opulence of the Golden Luan Hall. In the Netherworld, there are laws. The realms of Yin and Yang are distinct, and good and evil are meted out their just rewards, without exception. The laws of the mortal realm concern only earthly matters, while the divine laws of the underworld govern the souls after death. Our sins are crimes in the mortal realm, but in the underworld, they are karma. If this karma is not resolved, our souls shall eternally descend into the abyss, scorched by the fires of hell, never to return. The officials listened, dumbfounded. Was this the utterance of a cult leader, a man drenched in the blood of the innocent? His words, more astonishing than pleas of mercy or steadfast defiance, sent shivers down their spines. Upon hearing this, Emperor Chu was greatly pleased. Leaning back in his throne, he erupted into hearty laughter, filled with a sense of triumph and fulfillment. He envisioned himself, having achieved ultimate merit, ascending to the heavens, commanding the celestial deities, and adjudicating all beings across the realms with unmatched grandeur. Excellent. Well spoken, the emperor declared, gesturing for them to take him away and ensure his careful custody. Take him away and keep him under strict supervision, awaiting his fate. Once Wei He's figure vanished from the hall, the emperor suddenly sprang from the throne, arms wide open, his expression fervent. Noble officials, you all heard the words of the condemned. The words of the divine are not mere fabrications. Today, grasping the significance, immediately turned and called out to those outside the hall, announced the national treasure. The national treasure? The officials exchanged perplexed looks, utterly bewildered. In the several centuries since the founding of Great Chu, had there ever been such a treasure? The imperial seal of the state indeed exists. The imperial seal of the state indeed exists, yet that object cannot be deemed a divine artifact. Amidst the uncertain gazes of the assembly, 8 soldiers clad in golden armor marched with heavy yet synchronized steps, meticulously carrying an opulent altar crafted from rosewood and inlaid with gold and jade. Resplendent in hues of purple and gold, radiating an aura of warmth and majesty, as if it were not of this earthly realm. Its mere presence captured the attention of all. Lords and ministers, behold, the voice of the Emperor of Chu resonated. This is the sacred artifact of the nation, the purple gold merit cauldron, bestowed upon us by the true monarch of the celestial abyss. In recognition of our sincere devotion to the royal lineage of Great Chu, the true monarch has issued a decree. I shall exchange the merits of the realm for the elixir of longevity. Furthermore, with supreme merit, I may ascend to the heavens in broad daylight and join the ranks of the immortals. The mandate of heaven rests with Chu. The divine and the sacred bless us. This signifies an immense auspice, heralding the eternal prosperity and continuance of our Great Chu. As his words echoed, the court was engulfed in astonishment. Before the officials could fully grasp the shocking news, the emperor spoke again. I have 3 edicts to proclaim to the world. First, let the purple gold merit cauldron, bestowed by the true monarch, be immediately enshrined in the ancestral temple as the sacred artifact of our Great Chu. The imperial guards shall guard it day and night, and I shall personally offer incense and prayers to demonstrate our sincerity. At this declaration, the expressions of the officials shifted once more. To enshrine an artifact of dubious origins in the sacred ancestral temple was to disregard the customs and laws of their forebears. Before they could voice their objections, the emperor issued his second edict. Second, to coordinate my cultivation of merit, I hereby establish the office of merit within the court. This office, under my direct leadership, shall oversee all matters of merit throughout the realm. Activities such as expanding territories, rectifying governance, and providing relief to disaster victims, including major water conservancy projects, shall all fall under the supervision and assessment of the Office of Merit. Its authority shall surpass that of the 6 ministries. This proclamation struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. To elevate this newly established office above the 6 ministries meant that henceforth, the fate of Great Chu would no longer be dictated by the traditional 3 provinces and 6 ministries, but rather by this unheard-of Office of Merit. This was a clear attempt to undermine the entire court. Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. Such an action would be tantamount to self-destruction of our century-old foundation. The officials, including those who typically prioritize self-preservation, could no longer remain silent. They knelt in fervent supplication. Yet, the emperor seemed oblivious to their pleas. His eyes ablaze with a fervor akin to madness. Third, his voice rose sharply, imbued with resoluteness. Convey the edicts to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. Within the capital, select a site of exceptional geomantic significance and immediately commence the construction of the Temple of the True Monarch Xuanqiong Yunzi. The necessary funds shall be directly allocated from the National Treasury, with the Department of Meritorious Deeds overseeing the entire process, ensuring that every ounce of silver is utilized effectively. Furthermore, I decree that every province must construct a temple of the true monarch within its city. Any citizen willing to partake in this construction shall have their entire family exempted from corvée labor. Wages will be dispersed at 3 times the market rate. I shall also undertake extensive irrigation works and launch comprehensive relief efforts. I desire a realm where hunger and disaster are eliminated. I will thoroughly investigate corruption and impose severe penalties on the corrupt officials. I aspire for a clear and just governance in this vast expanse. Madness. The emperor has utterly lost his mind. This is the singular thought occupying the minds of all officials at this moment. Your Majesty. A renowned censor from the imperial censorate abruptly raised his head, shouting hoarsely, "How does your Majesty's action differ from that of a deluded sovereign, obsessed with elixirs?" Thereby plunging the realm into chaos. If your Majesty remains obstinate, I shall today dash my head against this golden throne to demonstrate my resolve. Having uttered these words, he indeed gritted his teeth and charged toward the coiling dragon pillar with great force. Stop him. A glint of cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. The palace guards reacted swiftly pinning the censor to the ground. The emperor slowly descended from the dragon throne, step by step, until he stood before the censor. He looked down upon him, his face bearing a ghastly flush, which appeared particularly sinister. To demonstrate resolve through death? The emperor chuckled, a laugh imbued with icy disdain. In my eyes, you, along with all who oppose me, are hindering my cultivation of merit, destabilizing the fortunes of our great Chu. He abruptly flicked his dragon sleeve, his voice turning sharp as a blade. This is no different from treason. Guards, drag this wretch away, administer 80 strokes of the king, exile him to the frontier, never to be employed again. Anyone who dares to voice opposition today shall meet the same fate. The mention of treason fell upon the assembly like a bucket of ice water, instantly silencing the enraged officials, rendering them cold and motionless. They finally comprehended that the emperor before them was no longer a ruler who could be advised with ancestral principles or the safety of the state. He has gone mad. Clutching a script titled Becoming Divine, he viewed any obstacle as a villain within his narrative, deserving of demise. Inside the grand hall, an oppressive silence prevailed. After chastising these ungrateful ministers, the emperor again donned an expression of compassionate benevolence. My lords, you are all my loyal ministers, laboring tirelessly for the prosperity of our great Chu. Would I selfishly claim the blessings of longevity for myself alone? He extended his hand, pointing toward the gilded cauldron of auspiciousness. The edicts of the true monarch are also the decrees of heaven. Those who contribute to the state will have their merits recorded, sharing in my longevity and perhaps even the opportunity for ascension. He paused, casting his gaze over the assembly below. In the city of Jiangzhou, the city god, a mere practitioner of the Tao, was elevated to divine status due to his meritorious deeds in vanquishing malevolent entities. This was a matter witnessed by my esteemed envoy. The gaze of Emperor Chu fell upon Zhang Cheng and Li Mu. Esteemed Zhang, Honorable Li, you are to recount your observations in Jiangzhou to the assembly. Zhang Cheng and Li Mu exchanged a glance, each reflecting the bitterness and helplessness in the other's eyes. They understood that their options had dwindled. Steeling themselves, They stepped forward to narrate the tale of Yang Li's dreamlike journey to the underworld, his guidance by the city god, and King Kang's quest for the precious cauldron, embellishing their account with vivid details. Their testimony struck like a colossal stone, shattering the last remnants of hope among the officials. The atmosphere in the grand hall shifted palpably. Those who had previously expressed righteous indignation and heartfelt sorrow began to lose their anger and trepidation. This subject is willing to share your burdens, your majesty. For the great Chu, I shall accumulate unparalleled merit. It was unclear who first reacted, but a tremor in their voice accompanied a deep bow to the ground. It seemed to serve as a signal. We are willing to serve you until death, your majesty. We shall risk our lives and our very essence. The chorus of loyalty surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Golden Hall. Those elder statesmen, who had once fervently proclaimed their readiness to sacrifice their lives for principle, now bowed with a fervor that outshone all others. In that instant, the age-old power dynamics of the court, rooted in loyalty to the sovereign, patriotism, and the welfare of the people, were utterly overturned, collapsing with a resounding crash. In its place arose a new, frenzied, and distorted era, where merit was the sole measure of worth and the attainment of divinity the ultimate goal. The entire southern Chu court had, in that moment, descended into madness. Standing beside the emperor with his head bowed was Crown Prince Xiaosha, who beheld the spectacle with disdain. What a clever tactic! Truly remarkable. Last night, Father employed the same rhetoric of shared celestial fortune to placate me. Today, he dangles the same enticing bait before the entire court. How laughable, utterly ridiculous. Father, do you truly believe that this opportunity for ascension can be shared? Do you really think these fools, beguiled by your grand illusions, can aid you in ascending that celestial path? He slowly lowered his head, concealing the fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent in his eyes. This path is far too narrow enough to accommodate only one, and that individual shall undoubtedly be me. Chapter 118. Fire and oil in stark contrast to the fervor permeating the capital of southern Chu. A sense of dread gradually spread through the city of Jinzhou in northern Yan. Night fell, and yet another life was extinguished. The eldest son of the Wang family in the western part of the city, a notorious scoundrel known for unleashing his vicious dogs upon the streets and silencing any outcry with silver, had met his demise. His death bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Wei Tong, the son of the garrison commander. Both were found in desolate alleys, disheveled, their faces frozen in sheer terror, as if they had encountered the most horrifying specter before their last breath. Have you heard? That little brat from the Wang family is dead. The manner of his death mirrors that of the garrison lord's son. It is said that a vengeful spirit claimed his life. I believe it. Consider this. Both of these deceased were tyrants, indifferent to human life. Was it not Wang Lin who drove the daughter of Widow Zhang to hang herself? This is indeed poetic justice. Hush. Lower your voice. Do you wish to invite trouble? The city is under strict martial law. Be wary of being seized by the garrison's men. Rumors spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of Jinzhou. The common folk, who had suffered at the hands of these ruffians, dared not voice their thoughts, but secretly rejoiced, silently thanking the unknown spirits for enacting justice. Meanwhile, the affluent families with wayward progeny were engulfed in panic. In no time, the entire city of Jinzhou was gripped by fear. Within the garrison's council chamber, Wei Xiong sat in the main seat, his resolute face darkened with worry. In just 2 days, strands of gray had begun to visibly infiltrate his temples. Before him knelt a pair of elegantly dressed individuals, now reduced to wailing mourners, the parents of the deceased scoundrel. Lord Wei, you must seek justice for us. My child met such a tragic end. The murderer remains at large. Shall we allow that malevolent spirit to wreak havoc in your domain? Wei Xiong observed the scene before him, his irritation reaching a boiling point, yet he maintained his composure, assisting the couple to their feet. Mr. Wang, Mrs. Wang, please accept my condolences. I assure you, this matter will be thoroughly investigated, and you will receive an explanation. After a lengthy period of consolation, he finally saw the couple off. Alone in the chamber, the warmth and sorrow that had graced his face vanished, replaced by a chilling ruthlessness akin to that of a wolf. He approached a nearby sand table, gazing at the flags representing the temples within Jinzhou, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Lingguang Temple and Dafu Temple were basking in the most prosperous incense offerings since their establishment. The roads before both temples bustled with traffic, overflowing with people. Every affluent household in Jinzhou was clamoring to gain entry. In the temple, regardless of their rank, the monks became the center of attention, surrounded by throngs of people, their faces adorned with a modest yet compassionate smile as they chanted profound scriptures. Master, I implore you, please grace my humble abode. I shall offer you a donation of 100 taels of incense money. 100 taels? Do you take me for a fool? I shall offer 300 taels. Master, come to my home first. Make way. My master has decreed that whoever can invite the abbot of Lingguang Temple to perform a ritual at their residence shall receive a reward of 1,000 taels. In their fervent desire to obtain a consecrated Buddhist talisman and to have a revered monk come to invoke blessings, these highborn individuals, usually aloof, resorted to brawls at the temple entrance, revealing their ungraceful sides. In stark contrast stood Lanrua Temple, which remained desolate and forlorn. Monk Huiming stood atop the dilapidated bell tower, gazing towards the direction of Lingguang Temple, where the incense smoke rose high, and listening to the distant clamor, his expression a complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, and above all, a profound sense of helplessness and resentment. With a resigned sigh, he felt the weight upon his heart grow heavier. A steady footfall echoed from behind him. Huiming turned to find Fahai, the imposing monk, had silently approached. Fahai, gazing at the two bustling temples, bore a stoic countenance, devoid of joy or sorrow, and spoke softly. The higher one stands, the harder one falls. His words, though softly uttered, struck Huiming's heart like a hammer. Huiming trembled, staring intently at Fahai. Master, what do you mean by that? He sensed that Fahai's words were not without purpose. This enigmatic monk likely harbored knowledge yet undisclosed. Fahai withdrew his gaze, calmly observing Huiming with eyes so deep they seemed to penetrate the soul. Buddhism is not a transaction. Compassion is not a commodity. With no further elaboration, he turned and descended the bell tower. Huiming stood frozen in place, repeatedly mulling over Fahai's parting words. The notion that had merely lingered as speculation in his mind now crystallized with unwavering clarity. No matter the cost, he must ensure that Master Fahai remained. The future of Lanrua Temple, the future of Buddhism in Jinju, might very well hinge upon this master before him. His resolve was soon validated. On the third night, the son of the commander of the eastern city's military affairs died. This young man, notorious for his unruly behavior, rivaled the likes of Wei Tung and Wang Lin in infamy. Following 2 consecutive murders, his family imposed strict confinement upon him, forbidding him to leave the courtyard. Yet the mischievous young scion, accustomed to a life of indulgence, could scarcely tolerate such restrictions. Under the cover of night, he conspired with a few trusted accomplices, incapacitated the household guard, and stealthily scaled the walls to escape, making his way to the familiar pleasure quarters. Alas, this ill-fated venture marked his final departure. His lifeless body was discovered in a filthy stable. Clutched tightly in his hand was a gilded Buddha amulet, consecrated at the request of the abbot of Lingguang Temple, which had cost a staggering 1,000 taels of silver. Just the previous day, his family had expended 3,000 taels to invite the head monk from the great Buddha temple, who personally came to perform an elaborate exorcism ritual for him. Yet, despite all these efforts, he still perished. As the news spread, the entire city of Jianzhou erupted in chaos. The furious wife of the commanding officer, disheveled and distraught, stormed into Lingguang Temple with her retainers, tearing the abbot's robe before the throngs of worshippers and vociferously berating him. Fraud! You deceitful charlatans! You took several thousand taels from us, promising safety, yet my son is still dead. Return my son's life. The wealthy patrons, who had similarly invested substantial sums seeking divine protection, were quick to grasp the implication. Indeed, they had spent vast fortunes and summoned numerous esteemed monks, only to meet the same grim fate. What did this signify? It indicated that these monks were utterly ineffectual. They were all deceivers. Fear swiftly morphed into a tidal wave of outrage. Refund our offerings. Return our incense money. Once exalted and revered, these monks were now akin to rats scurrying through the streets. Enraged devotees besieged the 2 temples, blocking all access, hurling stones, rotten vegetables, and foul eggs like a deluge upon the resplendent sanctuaries. The once dignified monks, now cowering with their heads protected, found themselves in a disheveled state, hiding within the temple, too terrified to emerge. The city of Jianzhou had descended into utter turmoil. In the garrison's grand hall, Wei Xiong sat in the main seat, listening intently as his subordinates reported on the mayhem unfolding in the city. He slammed down a dossier chronicling yet another mysterious murder onto the table. His countenance, however, remained surprisingly serene. He understood that the opportunity he had awaited had finally arrived. Send out the orders. His voice, cold and resolute, echoed throughout the hall. From this moment forth, seal off Lingguang Temple and the Great Buddha Temple. All monks, regardless of rank, are prohibited from entering or leaving the temple. I shall personally lead a team to interrogate each one. A captain of his personal guards, upon hearing this, appeared troubled. My lord, this is fundamentally unjust. The Buddhist order holds a revered status. Without an edict from the Ministry of War, we cannot unilaterally seal off the Grand Temple. I fear Wei Xiong slowly rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the soldier at his side. These so-called vengeful spirits were not supernatural entities at all. Instead, they were a group of fraudulent monks, engaging in deception for profit and harm. They first spread rumors, instigating panic, and then, under the guise of exorcising evil, they amassed wealth. Now that their schemes had been exposed, they resorted to murder to silence witnesses. Such actions are no different from treason. As the protector of Jinzhou, I bear the duty to safeguard the region and eradicate evil. This matter need not be reported. I shall take full responsibility. Yes. The captain of the guards, intimidated by the murderous intent in his words, dared not voice any dissent and promptly took his leave. Wei Xiong walked slowly to the window, gazing at the two temples besieged by wealthy gentry, a cold smile gracing his lips. The emperor in the capital harbored well-known intentions to suppress the Buddhist sect. Wei Xiong, merely taking advantage of this rare opportunity, sought to extract a significant portion from the disgraced sect to replenish the ever-depleting national treasury and alleviate the emperor's pressing concerns. In doing so, he would also earn the emperor's favor. As for his son, a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in Wei Xiong's eyes, quickly replaced by a deeper ambition. Death is irreversible. Tenghe, you may rest in peace. Once I have achieved merit from this endeavor and secured a position in the capital, I shall ensure your grand burial in a place of auspicious fortune. Your death shall not be in vain. Chapter 119. Framing and Blame in Jinzhou City, at Lingguang Temple. Once a flourishing sanctuary of Buddhism, it was now surrounded by hundreds of armored guards, leaving no room for escape. Inside the temple, dozens of armed monks formed a defensive stance, glaring fiercely at the soldiers, the atmosphere tense and charged. Outside, the wealthy gentry, dressed in luxurious attire, filled the space. Their faces flushed with anger, shouting curses at the temple gate, completely abandoning their usual decorum. Return our offerings. Refund our incense money. What esteemed Buddhist monks? They are nothing but a group of deceitful bald heads. My son's life. Give me back my son's life. The abbot of Lingguang Temple, Yuan Wei, stood within the temple door, his usually serene face now a mask of fury. He fixed a fierce glare upon the commanding officer. Preposterous. Abbot Yuan Wei bellowed. A tremendous force erupted from beneath his ample robe, his inner strength manifesting like an invisible mountain, pressing down heavily upon the soldiers. The soldiers in the front line felt a sudden constriction in their chests and staggered back half a step, their faces displaying expressions of terror. Without the court's military department's approval and without His Majesty's golden seal, how dare you wield weapons and besiege the sacred grounds of Buddhism? Do you comprehend the magnitude of this offense? Disrespect towards the Buddhist order is tantamount to treason. Can you bear the weight of such a crime? The captain, overwhelmed by the imposing presence, turned pale, unable to utter a single word. At that moment, a voice, equally robust and imbued with a sense of iron will and martial fervor, emerged from the back of the crowd. What a brazen act of treason! I shall see today who dares to rebel. The crowd parted to reveal Wei Xiong, the garrison commander of Jinzhou, clad in armor and striding forth. Flanked by his loyal soldiers, he too unleashed his formidable aura, clashing fiercely with the presence of Master Yuan Hui in the air. Wei Xiong approached the front lines. Not sparing a glance at the captain, his gaze fixed coldly on Yuan Hui. With a disdainful snort, he abruptly turned to address the startled wealthy gentry outside the temple gates. Esteemed villagers, you have all witnessed. Our Jinzhou city has been plagued by a series of heinous crimes, leaving the populace in a state of fear. Yet these high-ranking monks of Buddhism, instead of seeking ways to alleviate the people's suffering or vanquish evil spirits, resort to threatening the officials of the court with brute force. I have been ordered to investigate these matters, yet they obstruct my every move. If there are no sinister motives behind this, then I shall be the first to disbelieve. He pointed emphatically at the temple entrance, his voice rising with fervor. I suspect that the so-called malevolent spirit is merely a guise employed by these deceitful monks to perpetrate their schemes and endanger lives. Their intent is worthy of condemnation. Upon hearing these words, the already irate wealthy gentry erupted in outrage. Yes, they are undoubtedly behind this. First, they frighten us, then they swindle our money. These bald-headed fiends have hearts too dark. We demand severe punishment for these deceitful monks. Raids on their temples. Refund our money. The cacophony of their voices threatened to uproot the very gates of Lingguang Temple. In that moment, Master Yuan Hui's previously ashen face settled into calmness. Observing the scene before him and the expression of triumph and ruthlessness on Wei Xiong's face, he suddenly grasped the situation. An investigation? Nonsense. This was clearly an opportunity to shift blame, to cast the sordid narrative of malevolent spirits squarely upon the Buddhist order. They intended to exploit the fury of the populace and the sentiments of His Majesty in the capital to drain every last drop of wealth from Lingguang Temple and the entire Buddhist community of Jinzhou. Initially, Yuan Hui had sensed something amiss and was preparing to pacify the wealthy gentry before dispatching elite monks to investigate discreetly. Capturing the true instigator behind these troubles would not only clear their name, but also elevate the prestige of Lingguang Temple to unprecedented heights. However, now, with Wei Xiong's meddling, all plans have been utterly thwarted. Abbot Yuan Hui's heart seethed with indignation, yet he understood that he must not confront the situation head-on at this moment. Wei Xiong had already laid the groundwork. If he were to persist in his obstinacy, he would only solidify the accusations of guilt and violent defiance against the law, playing directly into his adversary's hands. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the raging fury within him. When he reopened his eyes, the fierce glint had vanished, replaced by a profound sorrow and compassion that resonated deeply within him. He reigned in all his imposing presence, clasped his hands together, and offered a deep bow to Wei Xiong. Amitba, my lord Wei, you are gravely mistaken. It is a monumental misunderstanding. Pain was etched across his countenance, and his voice carried a perfectly measured quiver. My temple is also a victim. The city has experienced a spate of homicides, and among the suffering, many are devout followers of our Buddha. My grief is no less than yours, my lord, he continued. I intended to mobilize the esteemed monks of our temple to thoroughly investigate this matter, to restore the honor of our faith and return tranquility to the people of Jinzhou. I never anticipated that our intentions would align. He lifted his head, sincerity radiating from his face. Our temple is willing to fully cooperate with your investigation. We only wish to apprehend the true culprit swiftly, to bring solace to the souls of the departed. Wei Xiong observed Yuan Hui's remarkable display of transformation with a cold smirk within. The old fox. However, it was too late to show weakness now. He believed he had the upper hand and waved his hand dismissively, adopting an arrogant demeanor. In that case, open the temple doors. Allow me to enter and personally search for evidence. With that, he led a contingent of his guards, striding confidently into Lingguang Temple as if he were a conqueror. Wei Xiong's soldiers charged into the hall of great heroism like wolves and tigers. Upon discovering valuable artifacts, they deemed them to be tools of evil that needed to be taken back for examination. They stormed into the monks' quarters, rummaging through belongings under the pretense of searching for clues, while in reality, they plundered the monks' personal possessions. Abbot Yuan Hui accompanied them throughout, his expression not betraying any anger. Instead, he exhibited increasing respect and cooperation. My lord, this is our temple's cherished glazed lamp, which may illuminate traces of the evil spirits. I humbly request you to accept it. My lord, these are a few scrolls of calligraphy from the previous dynasty that I have kept privately. I have heard of your appreciation for this art, and I present them to you as a modest contribution to the eradication of evil spirits. Seeing the old monk so compliant, Wei Xiong felt an even greater sense of triumph. He confidently settled himself upon the meditation cushion in the main hall, watching his subordinates pry open the enormous merit box, revealing glistening silver and gleaming gold leaves, which were hauled out by the boxful. Master Yuan Hui, all of this is the hard-earned money of the people, now ensnared by evil spirits and donated to your temple. The official believed that these ill-gotten gains should rightfully be safeguarded by the government until the truth could be ascertained and then returned to the people. Wei Xiong caressed a 100-tael silver ingot, an unmistakable greed etched upon his face. You speak wisely, my lord, he concurred. Abbot Yuan Hui nodded repeatedly, an expression of compassion lingering on his countenance. Everything is at your discretion, my lord. Wei Xiong reveled in the thrill of trampling upon the dignity of the Buddhist order, the sorrow of losing his child seemingly dulled by the moment. Chapter 120, a misstep in the game just as Wei Xiong was basking in his triumph. Preparing to return home with this vast fortune, Abbot Yuan Hui approached as if by coincidence, a hint of trepidation and unease gracing his features. In a hushed tone, he said, Lord Wei, there is a matter of which I am uncertain whether to speak. Speak, Wei Xiong replied, casting a glance at him. In the temple's scripture hall, there lies a side chamber that has remained sealed for many years, neglected and unattended. Yet, in recent days, the Night Watch monks have reported a chilling presence within, often claiming to see shadows flitting about, which they fear may be linked to some malevolent spirit. Yuan Hui's face was a mask of sincere apprehension. My humble cultivation is insufficient. I dare not enter without your esteemed presence, great lord, whose radiant young energy can quell any malevolence. Hearing this, Wei Xiong felt a wave of satisfaction. He instinctively believed that this old monk was preparing to reveal a substantial hidden fortune to placate him. Without a hint of doubt, he laughed heartily. Rest assured, Abbot, with me here, no evil spirit shall escape. He dismissed most of his guards, bringing only 2 of his most trusted lieutenants, and followed Yuan Hui toward the ominous side chamber. Inside the chamber, the light was dim, and the air was thick with the musty scent of decaying books and dust. There were no treasures to be found. only a floor covered in cobwebs and rows of decrepit bookshelves. Wei Xiong frowned, feeling a twinge of displeasure, just as he was about to voice his inquiry. Suddenly, an icy gale swept through the chamber without warning. The already dim candle flames extinguished in an instant. In the pitch-black darkness, a vague figure, nearly blending into the shadows, flitted by like a specter. Who goes there? The two lieutenants reacted swiftly, drawing their blades to shield Wei Xiong. The chilling wind came and went just as quickly. The candle flames flickered for a moment before reigniting. The ghostly figure had vanished, as if it had never existed. A shiver ran down Wei Xiong's spine. And just as he was about to reprimand, one of his loyal lieutenants suddenly gasped in uncertainty. "My lord, what is this?" Wei Xiong followed the direction of his subordinate's finger and beheld a plaque beneath his feet, which, unbeknownst to him, had appeared there at some point. It was a black iron command plaque, eroded by moisture and encrusted with dust. Upon it, the character for Wei, elegantly inscribed, glowed ominously in the dim candlelight. This was indeed the private order for troop mobilization from his Wei residence. Wei Xiong's mind was engulfed in a deafening silence, a void of thought. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Abbot Yuan Hui arrived, accompanied by several martial monks. Spotting the plaque on the ground, his expression shifted from concern to sheer astonishment in an instant. He extended a trembling finger towards Wei Xiong, disbelief etched on his aged visage. "Lord Wei, this apparition has left your command plaque. Could it be that all of this is orchestrated by you?" His unfinished sentence conveyed more than 1,000 words. A chill enveloped Wei Xiong, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Gazing at the accursed plaque on the ground and the astonished and horrified face of Yuan Hui, a thought struck him like lightning. A trap. This was a meticulously crafted snare, perfectly tailored for him. In the depths of his heart, Yuan Hui had long since been laughing coldly. Since the ascension of His Majesty, the intention to suppress the Buddhist sect had become increasingly evident. Having presided over the Grand Temple for many years, how could he be unprepared? Over the years, he had discreetly gathered compromising information on many influential figures within Jinzhou City, seeking to protect himself. Little did he expect that Wei Xiong, so lacking in discernment, would dare to target his Lingguang Temple. He would not hesitate to act ruthlessly in response. Within the side hall, the atmosphere had become palpably tense. Abbot Yuan Hui promptly dismissed all but a few trusted martial monks. Securing the hall's entrance, he approached Wei Xiong, the shock on his face having faded, replaced by a profound sense of sorrow and moral clarity. "Lord Wei, this matter is of great magnitude and far-reaching implications. To prevent being manipulated by treacherous individuals and to safeguard the relationship between our Buddhist sect and the government, I believe it prudent to investigate the truth privately. What say you?" The two men retreated into a secluded chamber, engaging in a silent confrontation. Wei Xiong fixed his gaze intensely upon Yuan Hui, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. Yuan Hui, with a compassionate smile, remained silent, yet his eyes seemed to convey, "Lord Wei, you are an astute man." In the end, Wei Xiong found himself conceding. "What does the master propose?" Yuan Hui replied with a smile. "I merely wish to restore the honor of the Buddhist sect and seek peace for the people of Jinzhou. I can understand your ambitions, and the confiscated silver shall be seen as my sincere gesture towards you." The following day, the Jinzhou garrison office issued a public notice. Wei Xiong personally stepped forward and publicly declared that, following days of investigation, the series of murders within the city was perpetrated by lurking bandits from the southern Chu, whose intent was to frame the Buddhist sect and incite discord between the authorities and the monks, thereby disturbing the peace of Jinzhou. The public opinion in the city shifted dramatically in an instant. However, that very night, yet another murder occurred. The official in charge of the Southern Transport Bureau, Zhou, was found dead in his private residence, his manner of death eerily identical to that of the previous victims. This Zhou was one of the most significant lay benefactors of Lingguang Temple, serving as the crucial financial support for Abbot Yuan Hui. Upon the news breaking, the entirety of Jinzhou fell into a profound silence. The garrison commander conducted an extensive investigation, ultimately leading to nothing, and nearly ensnared himself in the process. The most powerful temple, Lingguang, not only failed to subdue the malevolent spirit but could not even safeguard its most vital patron. This vengeful specter seemed utterly unperturbed. Chapter 121. The High Monk of Lanrua Jinzhou was plunged into an eerie stillness. The official of the Transport Bureau met his demise within his own external residence. Known for his aversion to risk, he had secluded himself ever since the ghostly disturbances began, lavishly hiring numerous accomplished martial artists to guard him day and night, and had filled his estate with every talisman and artifact that could be procured from Lingguang Temple. Most importantly, he was the temple's largest lay benefactor, the foremost financial supporter of Abbot Yuan Hui. If even he could not be protected, it signified the utter fragility of both the government and the temples in the face of this relentless specter, as delicate as mere parchment. An unprecedented despair swept through the upper echelons of Jianzhou. Within the garrison, Wei Xiong seemed to age a decade overnight. Sitting upon his cold command seat, he gazed at the dossier concerning Zhou's murder, feeling an icy chill ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. His investigations yielded nothing substantial. He had set a trap only to be outmaneuvered, almost becoming the true suspect himself. He believed himself to be the hunter, yet was unaware of when he had become merely a pawn in this terrifying game. The two largest temples in the city, Lingguang Temple and Defo Temple, having endured a tumultuous refund scandal, had become the subject of ridicule throughout Jianzhou. Their incense offerings ceased, and their doors remained tightly shut. In a desperate attempt to salvage some dignity and quell the simmering discontent among the populace, the two temples reluctantly dispatched their most elite warrior monks to patrol the city day and night, striving to assert the authority of the Buddhist faith. This action, however, was met with derision from the citizens, who labeled them as mere pretenders, performing for show. The reputation of Buddhism in Jianzhou had plummeted to an unprecedented low. Unlike the oppressive despair that envelopes the city, a peculiar tranquility pervades the bell tower of Lanrua Temple. The imposing figure of Fa Hai stands silently, a sentinel of sorts. Beside him, an enigmatic presence emerges, a ghostly figure, half man, half horse, shrouded in ethereal green flames, revealing itself to be the ghostly General Yin Luo, Yujiao. He has concealed his form, rendering himself invisible to mortal eyes, yet an almost palpable aura of ghostly energy pervades the air, infusing it with a chilling ambience. Behind the two, a slender figure in white stands with reverence, Nie Xiaoqian, once a virtuous woman tragically toyed with by a wicked scoundrel. Her lingering spirit was discovered by Yu Wujiao and transformed, through ghostly essence, into a spectral soldier. In this moment, the softness that once graced her visage has dissipated entirely, replaced by a fierce hatred burning in her clear apricot eyes, directed towards all the malevolence the world harbors. Fa Hai and Yu Wujiao stand shoulder to shoulder, acutely aware of the suffocating despair that seems to take on a tangible form within the city. Their gazes meet, thoughts intertwining in the air. The moment has arrived. Fa Hai nods slightly, a profound glimmer flickers in his tranquil eyes. The time has come. Tonight marks the commencement of the second act. The night deepens. A few dim lanterns sway in the chilly alleyways, casting shadows that stretch and contract, reminiscent of phantoms. Young Master Ning, please take care and watch your step. A household servant cautions, holding a lantern and leading the way with utmost caution. Not to worry, a gentle voice responds. Ning Kai, a young man with a slightly worn medical box in hand, hurries along, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He has spent the day in the impoverished quarters of the southern city, delivering medicine and care to the ailing, and has only now managed to extricate himself from his duties. Though fatigue lingers, the gratitude reflected in the eyes of those he aided fills his heart with immense fulfillment. The Ning family is well regarded as prosperous merchants in Jinzhou, yet Ning Kai, the youngest son, is renowned as an anomaly within the city. He shuns the indulgences of wealth, eschewing pleasures for the pursuit of wisdom and the benevolent act of aiding others. His reputation for altruism starkly contrasts with the notorious scoundrels who met untimely ends. Young master, perhaps we should take the main road. This alley feels rather sinister, another servant remarks, his voice tinged with trepidation. Ning Kai shakes his head gently, responding in a soothing tone, it's all right, let us proceed closer. We should return soon to ease my mother's worries. No sooner had he spoken than a bone-chilling wind, sudden and unheralded, swept in from the depths of the alley. The flames of the lanterns flickered violently, extinguished in an instant. The entire alley plunged into an abyss of darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Ah, there's a ghost. A few household servants let out terrified screams, their lanterns and medical boxes scattering across the ground as they fled desperately towards the alley's entrance, soon disappearing from sight. Only Ning Kai remained, standing dazed in place, his body chilled to the bone. He could distinctly sense a malevolent, icy presence locking onto him. The moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. At the end of the alley, a white, ghostly figure gradually materialized. With hair cascading to her waist and clad in garments as white as snow, her exquisitely beautiful face bore no trace of color. Her almond-shaped eyes hollow and filled with resentment. It was Nie Xiaoqian. Ning Kai, pale with terror, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. He wished to flee. Yet that chilling aura held him fast, as if countless icy hands were pinning him in place, rendering him motionless. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over him. Yet amidst the overwhelming fear, as he gazed upon the ghost's face, filled with endless resentment and sorrow, a strange flicker of compassion began to replace his dread. He recalled the rumors circulating in the city about vengeful spirits claiming lives, and the vile deeds committed by the deceased ruffians. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress his terror, summoning his courage to deeply bow before the approaching specter. Miss, His voice trembled with fear, yet it was remarkably clear. I am Ningkai. I do not know what grievances you bear, or why you take lives here. If I can be of any assistance, I shall surely do my utmost. Confronted with this unexpected scene, Nia Xiaoqian paused slightly, seemingly taken aback that this mortal would utter such words. Just then, a thunderous voice echoed from the alley's entrance. Demon, do not be so arrogant. Prepare to meet your end. Several agile figures charged forth like tigers descending a mountain, wielding staffs as they lunged towards Nia Xiaoqian. They were the monks from the Lingguang Temple on their nightly patrol. Upon seeing the legendary ghost finally appear, they were filled not with fear but exhilaration, their faces alight with the fervor of impending glory. Capturing this ghost would restore the temple's prestige in one fell swoop. Form the Vajra demon-subduing formation, the leading monk commanded. And several of them shifted positions, staffs whirling as they swiftly encircled Nia Xiaoqian. Demon, behold my staff. A staff, imbued with inner strength and cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh, crashed down towards Nia Xiaoqian's head. Ningkai instinctively shut his eyes, bracing for the anticipated gruesome scene. However, the expected spectacle of shattered skulls did not unfold. That forceful strike passed through Nia Xiaoqian's ethereal form without resistance, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. What? The faces of the monks changed dramatically. Nia Xiaoqian let out a piercing and chilling laugh, filled with disdain and mockery. With a swift flick of her sleeve, a tremendous aura of ghostly energy erupted violently. Bang, bang, bang. Several exceptionally skilled monks were effortlessly sent flying like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily against the walls, blood spilling from their mouths, utterly disheveled. A group of imposter monks dared to act so brazenly in my presence. The crimson glow in Nia Xiaoqian's eyes intensified as her ghostly claws extended menacingly towards the fallen monks. It was over. These two words surfaced in everyone's hearts. At this critical moment, a solemn chant of Amitabha resonated, seemingly descending from the heavens, clear and resounding in every ear. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an extraordinary power that calmed the hearts of all. At the alley's entrance, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated, dispelling all darkness and chill. A robust monk clad in gray robes, with prayer beads in hand, approached with measured steps. With each stride, it seemed as though golden lotuses blossomed beneath his feet. Surrounded by a halo of divine light, exuding an aura of solemnity akin to a living Buddha, this was Fahai. He paid no heed to the disheveled monks of Lingguang Temple, calmly positioning himself before the already terrified Ningkai, shielding him behind his frame. Nia Xiaoqian's ghostly claws were mere inches away. Yet, Fahai still refrained from striking. Suddenly, an enormous ancient bell, entirely composed of resplendent golden light, erupted from within him without warning. The Prajna golden bell shield. The golden bell enveloped Fahai and Ningkai completely. Upon its surface, countless intricate and profound Buddhist symbols flowed like living entities, emanating an aura of invulnerability and sanctity. Crack! Nia Xiaoqian's ghostly claws clashed against the golden bell, producing an ear-piercing sound akin to boiling oil splashing onto a hot iron. Tendrils of dark energy emerged from her fingertips, rapidly purified by the overwhelming radiance of the Buddha's light. Humph! A flicker of change finally crossed Fahai's otherwise tranquil face as he emitted a cold snort. The brilliance of the bell shield surged suddenly. Ah! Nia Xiaoqian let out an excruciating wail, filled with profound agony and terror. It seemed as though she had suffered an unimaginable blow. Her ethereal form twisted violently before ultimately dissipating into a wisp of black smoke, hastily retreating into the darkness, vanishing from sight. As the golden bell dispersed and the Buddha's light retracted, tranquility returned to the alleyway. Fahai subdued all his imposing presence, reverting to the unremarkable yet robust monk he appeared to be. He turned around, casting a glance at the terrified and pallid Ningkai behind him, and simply uttered, "Benefactor, return home early." After this, he paid no further heed to anyone, turning away and stepping forward, gradually vanishing into the infinite darkness that led to Lanrua Temple. The martial monks of Lingguang Temple, having narrowly escaped death, struggled to rise from the ground. They gazed at the receding figure of Fahai, staring at the deserted alley, their faces ashen and filled with dread. That golden bell, that radiant Buddha light, that transcendent power which could repel malevolent spirits with but a single chant. This was the true essence of Buddhism. This was the genuine act of subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Suddenly, one elder monk recalled something. He extended a trembling finger towards the direction Fahai had vanished, his voice contorted by overwhelming shock. That direction, was it not the long-dilapidated Lanrua Temple? Could it be that a true Buddha resides there? Chapter 122. False Buddha? True Buddha. The tale of the high monk from Lanrua Temple who repelled the female ghost spread throughout every corner of Jianzhou City, conveyed by the few martial monks of Lingguang Temple who had survived and by the well-regarded young master of the Ning family. Have you heard? The female ghost appeared again last night, in that alley to the west of the city. This time, she aimed to harm the living bodhisattva, young Master Ning. Indeed, the martial monks from Lingguang Temple were beaten to the point of spitting blood with just one encounter. They were no match at all. And then, what happened after? Is young Master Ning all right? Hey, you don't know? At the crucial moment, Lanrua Temple, the very dilapidated temple, was graced by a true high monk. With just a single chant of the Buddha's name, the malevolent spirit fled in terror. The scene was magnificent, radiant with golden light. In taverns and tea houses, on the streets and alleys, all conversations fervently revolved around the harrowing encounter of the previous night, a name that should have been forgotten in the city's corners. Long since in ruins, Lanrua Temple re-emerged into everyone's consciousness in an unprecedented manner. The authorities were unreliable. The avaricious monks of Lingguang Temple and Dafu Temple were even more untrustworthy. However, Lanrua Temple possessed a true Buddha. Those wealthy gentry who had recently been cursing and weeping outside Lingguang Temple now bore the same expressions. Only their reverence had shifted to a different place. Before the gates of Lanrua Temple, an unprecedented fervor, unseen in hundreds of years, unfolded. Inside, atop the bell tower, Huiming and several elder monks stared in awe at the astonishing scene before them, tears of joy streaming down their faces, their bodies trembling with emotion. One elder monk collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably towards the direction of the great hero hall. In the temple of Lanrua, a sense of revival seems to be on the horizon. Huiming grasped the railing before him tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the exertion. He understood that this burgeoning hope was not solely due to the temple itself, but rather the enigmatic Master Fahai. The future and revival of Lanrua Temple hinged entirely upon that inscrutable figure residing in the meditation room of the rear courtyard. At that moment, a cacophony of clanking armor and synchronized footsteps echoed from the foot of the mountain. The kneeling throng was forcibly parted by an irresistible force. Wei Xiong, the garrison commander of Jianzhou, personally led a contingent of well-armed soldiers to the scene. Mounted upon his steed, he surveyed the astonishing sight of the populace in supplication, his expression fraught with uncertainty. He had heard accounts of the previous night's events no less than 10 times. The testimonies of the martial monks from Lingguang Temple and Ning Kai's first-hand narrative. Every detail pointed towards the mysterious monk of Lanrua Temple. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered deep within him. Could this be an intricately staged performance by Lanrua Temple? After all, the timing was suspiciously impeccable. Just when Lingguang Temple and the Great Buddha Temple had fallen into disrepute, and the authorities were at a loss, a high monk from Lanrua Temple emerged unexpectedly. Such coincidences seem implausible in this world, and their motives appeared decidedly pronounced. However, following the devastating defeat at Lingguang Temple, Wei Xiong had adopted a notably cautious demeanor. Unlike his previous aggressive stance, he dismounted, entrusted his horse to a trusted soldier, and, accompanied by a few guards, approached in silence. He wished to witness firsthand whether this high monk of Lanrua Temple was indeed a divine being or merely a more refined deceiver. Huiming suppressed the tumult of emotions within him, inhaling deeply as he adjusted his one relatively presentable monk's robe, his face adorned with an unprecedented solemnity and reverence. He hastened down from the bell tower, traversed the courtyard, and arrived at the threshold of Master Fahai's humble meditation room. This time, he did not knock. Instead, he lifted the hem of his robe and, facing the firmly closed wooden door, knelt heavily upon the ground. With all his strength, he struck his forehead against the cold stone steps. Master, disciple Huiming implores you to show great compassion, vanquish the demons, and save Jinzhou. Within the meditation room, silence reigned. As despair began to settle within Huiming's heart, the modest wooden door unexpectedly swung open. A radiant golden light, blinding to mortal eyes, burst forth from within. All present were left in awe, gazing upward towards the source of that resplendent glow. Amidst the awestruck silence of the onlookers, a towering figure emerged slowly from the radiant golden light. At this moment, Fahai was no longer clad in his simple gray robe. He was adorned in a resplendent kasaya woven from countless golden threads, intricately embroidered with the 8 treasures of Buddhism and the swastika symbol, shimmering with brilliant hues. In one hand, he held a 9-foot-high staff, its top adorned with 9 copper rings that resonated and vibrated of their own accord, radiating circles of Buddhist light. In the other hand, he gently manipulated a string of Buddhist beads, each the size of a longan, exuding a warm luminescence and a soft glow. Numbering 108. His countenance was resolute, his appearance dignified. He stood there in serene stillness, akin to a living Buddha walking among mortals. A bodhisattva descending to the earthly realm. Wei Ming was rendered speechless, kneeling on the ground with his head tilted back and mouth agape. Outside the temple, Wei Xiong was equally transfixed. Such an aura was beyond that of any mere mortal. Fa Hai's gaze gradually swept over the prostrate Hui Ming, traversed the throng outside the mountain gate, and ultimately settled upon Wei Xiong. His expression bore neither sorrow nor joy, yet his voice resonated like a mighty bell, clear and echoing in the ears of all present. The temples within the city, driven solely by profit, had long forgotten the true essence of Buddhist teachings, and their compassionate hearts had vanished. How could a false Buddha protect the masses? As his words fell, Fa Hai struck the ground heavily with the nine-ringed staff. A resonant hum reverberated across the heavens and the earth. A visible golden halo erupted from the staff's center, expanding with a thunderous force, sweeping across the entire gathering like ripples on water. Those touched by the golden halo felt an instantaneous release from the oppressive fear and despair that had burdened their hearts for days. In its place blossomed an unprecedented tranquility and serenity. Today, this humble monk shall unveil to you the true boundlessness of the Buddhist Dharma. Throughout, he spoke not a word of money nor uttered a single syllable regarding offerings, forming a stark and vivid contrast to the greedy countenance of the Lingguang and Dafu temples. With this demeanor and authority alone, he had wholly captivated the hearts of all present in an instant. A true Buddha, the true Buddha has descended. It was unclear who was the first to react, but a cry of overwhelming joy erupted, echoing through the crowd. In that moment, to all the inhabitants of Jincheng, he was the singular embodiment of the true Buddha. Chapter 123. The debate of authenticity. The proclamation of boundless Dharma struck each heart in Jincheng with profound force. Wei Xiong gazed in a daze at the figure before him. A celestial bodhisattva seemingly emerged from the scriptures, feeling as though his very breath had ceased. Having traversed a life steeped in warfare and witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as well as encountered masters of the innate realm, the scene before him surpassed all comprehension. The resplendent radiance emanating a divine and majestic aura starkly contrasts with the ostentatious display of inner strength exhibited by the abbot of Lingguang Temple merely days prior. It is as disparate as the heavens from the earth, as a firefly to the luminous moon. One is a mundane monk, buoyed solely by his martial prowess, while the other is a true master of the Buddhist realm, wielding powers that defy comprehension. In an instant, Wei Xiong grasped the reality that this eminent monk from Lanrua Temple was on an entirely different plane compared to the avaricious bald heads of Lingguang Temple. Until the malevolent forces are vanquished, the tranquility of Jinju shall remain elusive. His voice, though calm, resonated throughout the assembly. To prevent the fiend from evading capture once more and causing further harm to the populace, I shall, at the hour of the rat tonight, establish a ceremonial altar in the city square to publicly deliver salvation to the souls that linger here. In that moment, I shall summon the female specter using the supreme teachings of Buddhism, revealing her presence before the citizens of the entire city, and ultimately liberating her to rectify the truth and soothe the hearts of the people. As his words settled into silence, a profound stillness enveloped the crowd, soon to be shattered by a thunderous surge of joy and uproar. A public confrontation of magical prowess. This transcended mere exorcism. Such confidence, such authority. It was a direct and audacious declaration of war against the malevolent spirit that plagued the city. Master, in your compassion, the true Buddha has descended upon us. Jinju shall be saved. The affluent gentry, who had moments ago been disillusioned with the Buddhist order, now regarded Master Fa Hai as their savior, their eyes brimming with tears. In that instant, Wei Xiong's heart raced with exhilaration. Suppressing his astonishment, an audacious and reckless thought rapidly took shape in his mind. He stepped forward, deeply bowing to Master Fa Hai, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Master, your compassion is indeed a blessing for the countless souls of Jinju. However, the ritual requires great mental fortitude and meticulous preparation. Might I invite you to my humble abode, to extend the courtesies of a host, and discuss how the government might best support your endeavors, ensuring that all proceeds without a hitch? Master Fa Hai regarded him with a steady gaze. Calm, yet seemingly perceptive of all. He inclined his head slightly. Very well. As they journeyed toward the garrison, Wei Xiong's thoughts had already soared far beyond the clouds. Mounted upon his steed, he engaged in a fervent mental rehearsal of the grievous affront he had suffered at Lingguang Temple. He, Wei Xiong, would not simply allow this slight to pass unchallenged. His original intent had merely been to leverage public discontent to pressure the Buddhist order, extracting a modicum of benefit for himself, while cultivating a reputation as a reformer of the faith. Yet now, a far more fortuitous opportunity had arisen. Master Fa Hai's disdainful words toward the profit-driven machinations of Lingguang Temple and Dafa Temple branded them as false practitioners. This was a serendipitous chance, A flicker of ruthless determination flashed in Wei Xiong's eyes. If tonight, this master truly manages to subdue that malevolent spirit in public, he shall be recognized as a genuine living Buddha. At that moment, I shall devote all my efforts to elevating this master to a pedestal of reverence, allowing him to contend with the Lingguang Temple and the Great Buddha Temple. A true Buddha versus two false ones. It is evident whom the populace would place their faith in. No, this vision is far too limited. Wei Xiong's gaze has long transcended the confines of the modest Jinzhou city. He envisions a broader horizon. Is it not a miracle, a manifestation of the Buddha? Over in the southern Shu region, a certain Xuanxiong Yunzi Jinjuan has emerged, causing quite a stir, alarming even our sovereign in the capital. Why cannot our great yin have its own divine protection? If we were to report this matter to the court in its entirety, declaring that a true Buddha has descended upon our great yin, it would not merely be an auspicious sign, but also a sharp blade presented to His Majesty, a blade named the truth of Buddha versus falsehood. Has the Emperor sought to diminish the influence of the Buddhist sects? He has merely lacked a pretext. Now, the opportunity has arrived. If the Emperor were to recognize Master Fahai as the true Buddha and declare his teachings as the righteous doctrine, then the Lingguang Temple, the Great Buddha Temple, and all other defiant temples across the realm would be deemed false Buddhas, practicing false teachings. If they are false, what need is there for their existence? At that point, with a mere imperial decree, His Majesty could rightfully instigate a debate on authenticity that would sweep across the entire northern Yin Buddhist community. Seizing this moment, the entire Buddhist establishment of our great Yin could be firmly brought under the control of the imperial authority. Wouldn't that be as effortless as turning one's hand? And I, Wei Xiong, as the discoverer and deliverer of this blade, what merit, what contribution could possibly be compared to that of a mere Jinzhou garrison commander? The thought of such a radiant future sent Wei Xiong's heart racing uncontrollably. The pain of losing a child was significantly dulled by this overwhelming ambition. Meanwhile, the news spread like wildfire to the Lingguang Temple and the Great Buddha Temple. The abbot of the two grand temples, Yuan Hui and Yuan Tong, sat facing each other, sipping bitter tea. Upon hearing the tidings relayed by a disciple, the teacups in their hands trembled in unison, scalding tea spilling over. What did you say? Yuan Hui's aged visage turned ashen in an instant. That wild monk from Lanrua Temple intends to publicly set up an altar in the city square. How outrageous. What does he take us for? Abbot Yuan Tong slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to vibrate with a resonant hum. A wild monk, emerging from who knows where, dares to claim the title of true Buddha and denounce us as false. This is sheer arrogance. Yet, after the anger subsided, a deeper sense of helplessness and fear surged forth in their hearts. In their initial fervor, they contemplated rushing to Lanrua Temple to confront the situation head-on, even resorting to forceful measures. However, upon reflecting on the astonishing miracles reported from the southern realm of Chu, their confidence evaporated in an instant. What if Fa Hai were indeed not an ordinary man? What if he possessed transcendent powers beyond comprehension? They dared not take that risk. The two abbots exchanged glances, each perceiving the frustration and trepidation mirrored in the other's eyes. They understood they were ensnared in a predicament without a favorable resolution. If they chose not to act tonight, it would imply an admission of their falsehood as monks, rendering them utterly unwelcome in Jinzhou henceforth. Yet, if they ventured forth, they could only witness Fa Hai's brilliance while relegating themselves to the role of a mere farcical backdrop, their dignity in tatters. To go would be a profound humiliation. To refrain would be to invite their own demise. A long sigh escaped Yuan Hui, his aged visage seemingly wrinkling further. Within the guard's inner chamber, Wei Xiong dismissed all attendants and personally poured a cup of fragrant tea for Fa Hai. He meticulously observed the expression of the eminent monk before him. Fa Hai sat composed, his demeanor tranquil, not even glancing at the exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea. Wei Xiong's conviction deepened. This was indeed a true ascetic, impervious to worldly distractions. After much deliberation, he tentatively spoke. Master, should tonight's ritual prove successful, this official shall bestow a generous reward. He deliberately emphasized the term generous reward, subtly alluding to treasures, land, and beauty. Fa Hai did not raise his eyelids, merely shaking his head with a hint of dispassion. What this humble monk seeks is not material wealth. If the general is truly sincere, perhaps these external possessions could be better utilized to aid the impoverished in the city, establishing a few charitable schools, constructing more bridges for the benefit of the people, and paving additional roads for their convenience. Let the populace discern right from wrong and understand the consequences of their actions. Only then can the true essence of Buddhism be propagated and immeasurable merit be attained. Wei Xiong's mind buzzed. He gazed at Fa Hai's resolute and serene countenance, the last vestige of doubt within him dissipating entirely. A true Buddha. This was the embodiment of authenticity. He regarded wealth as trifling, harboring compassion for the masses. The avaricious monks of Lingguang Temple were unworthy even to serve him. Master, your high principles are commendable. This official has learned much. Wei Xiong felt an exuberance within. Realizing he had made the right gamble, he refilled Fa Hai's tea, his demeanor increasingly respectful, and then posed a pressing question that had weighed heavily on his heart. Master, there remains one matter I do not comprehend, and I dare to inquire. Given your extraordinary capabilities, why did you not act sooner? His voice bore an unmistakable weight of suppressed sorrow. Had the master appeared sooner, perhaps my child would not have fallen victim to the malevolent spirit's cruel grasp. Fa Hai finally lifted his gaze, his profound eyes silently fixed upon him. General, do you comprehend that the female ghost is merely a puppet thrust in a piece on the chessboard meant for probing? The true demons have long remained concealed, lurking in the shadows, watching over the entire city of Jianzhou. The reason this humble monk has refrained from action these past few days was to trace the roots and draw out the lurking fiend. Little did I anticipate that the vengeful spirit would target those with benevolent intentions, compelling me to intervene. True demons? They lie hidden within Jianzhou? Wei Xiong felt a chilling wave surge up his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He recalled the ominous tales circulating in Nanchu of an impending calamity. Could this be the great disaster of Jianzhou? Before he could fully grasp the gravity of his astonishment, Fa Hai's calm and unwavering voice resonated once more. In your son's lifetime, how many innocent lives did his hands stain with blood and tears? For the rewards of virtue and vice are ever entwined. The actions he committed, breeding resentment and sowing discord, ultimately invited the malevolent gaze of evil. The law of cause and effect is unerring. Wei Xiong fell silent. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Did he not recognize his son's true nature? He was acutely aware of the countless lives his son had callously disregarded, treating the common folk as mere pawns. Yet, he had always turned a blind eye, believing such ferocity to be befitting of a general's lineage, never considering the worth of ordinary lives. Now, Fa Hai's words acted as a mirror, reflecting the harsh and bloody reality he had long avoided confronting. Was it possible that in this world, justice truly existed? That karma was a tangible force. He recalled the rumors from Nanchu, of a realm that judged the living and presided over the cycle of reincarnation, a thought that sent shivers down his spine, an idea he dared not ponder deeply. Could there truly be a realm of the dead? Chapter 124. The third act begins as night descended. The square at the heart of Jianzhou blazed with light. Bright as day, hundreds of armored elite soldiers, wielding long spears, formed a formidable military formation, sealing the square tightly, the atmosphere thick with a palpable sense of impending doom. Wei Xiong, the city's commander, personally oversaw the scene, his resolute face flickering in the firelight. His gaze fixed intently on the makeshift grand altar erected in the center of the square. Upon the dais of the law, Fa Hai sat cross-legged. Draped in a resplendent robe, his eyes firmly shut. In one hand, he grasped a 9-ringed iron staff, while the other delicately manipulated a string of relic beads, reciting incantations in a voice that, though soft, resonated with an extraordinary rhythm, echoing across the square. An aura of warm, solemn golden light emanated from him, casting his figure in a divine glow. Surrounding the dais, hundreds of monks from Lingguang Temple and Defo Temple also sat cross-legged. Yet, the expressions upon their faces were a vivid tapestry of emotions, defiance, jealousy, fear, and deep-seated humiliation. They had come, braving their discomfort, to assist Fa Hai, but in truth, they were merely the most ludicrous of backdrops. Under the vast, abyssal radiance of Fa Hai's Buddha light, the feeble glow emanating from them, fueled by their inner strength, appeared as dim as fireflies, further exposing their true nature as false practitioners. Beyond the martial formation lay a throng of darkened figures, the affluent gentry of Jianzhou. Accompanied by their retainers, crowded at the forefront, their faces etched with fear, resentment, and a flicker of desperate hope. Behind them, countless daring citizens peeked from the alleyways, quietly observing this unprecedented public exorcism. All gazes converged upon the sacred and imposing figure upon the dais. Time slipped away, second by second. When the chime of the hour echoed from afar, a chilling, unheralded wind swept through the square. This wind was bone-chillingly cold, imbued with a suffocating aura of malice and the scent of blood that seemed to penetrate to the marrow. The numerous towering braziers surrounding the square flickered in unison, their flames momentarily subdued to the lowest point. The wails of the tormented rose from all directions, alternating between sharp cries and deep moans, as though countless vengeful spirits were silently lamenting upon the square. It has come. A stifled gasp erupted from the crowd. In the heart of the square, a dense cloud of black mist materialized, swirling and coalescing with urgency. From within the darkness, a white figure gradually emerged, long hair cascading to her waist. Clad in garments as white as snow, none other than Ye Xiaoqian. Yet, at this moment, she radiated a far greater aura of ghostly energy than that night. The swirling black mist around her had almost solidified, and her already pallid visage now bore not a trace of humanity. Her almond-shaped eyes blazed with an all-consuming wrath and madness. The overwhelming aura of the ghostly energy pressed outward like an invisible mountain, forcefully expanding in all directions. The ordinary soldiers on the periphery found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the immense pressure, their spirits shaken, chests tight, faces pale as death, and their stance unsteady. Even those self-proclaimed masters from the Buddhist order were visibly affected, many with shallow cultivation trembling uncontrollably, their jaws chattering. Ye Xiaoqian emitted a piercing shriek, her form flickering as she transformed into a white, ghostly apparition, enveloped in swirling black mist, charging towards Fa Hai on the high platform. Wei Xiong's expression changed dramatically as he barked, "Monster, do not act so recklessly. Fire the arrows." With a whoosh, hundreds of arrows, steeped in the blood of black dogs, flew through the air like raindrops, aimed at the ghostly figure. However, these arrows passed through Ye Xiaoqian's body effortlessly, embedding themselves harmlessly in the ground. Undeterred, Ye Xiaoqian maintained her speed, the chilling winds she stirred up resembling invisible hands, easily toppling the soldiers who attempted to obstruct her, throwing their formation into disarray. As Wei Xiong saw the ghostly figure drawing closer, he gritted his teeth, unleashing all his inner strength to protect himself and stabilize his position. Yet, that cold, sinister aura seemed to seep in from every direction, infiltrating his meridians, causing his blood to surge violently and filling his heart with dread. This specter could even erode inner strength. Abbot Yuanhui, act quickly, a voice cried out in despair from the crowd. At that moment, the abbot of Lingguang Temple, Yuanhui, wore a face of utmost distress. He realized that if he did not intervene soon, the last vestiges of Lingguang Temple's dignity would be utterly lost. Gritting his teeth, he forced down his fear, leaping from the crowd, unleashing his peak-level inner strength without reservation. Compassionate great palm, a golden giant hand, formed from his inner power, descended upon Ye Xiaoqian with formidable might. This technique was his ultimate secret. However, Ye Xiaoqian did not even glance his way, merely letting out a disdainful snort. The ghostly aura surrounding her trembled violently. Boom! The seemingly invincible golden giant hand shattered into countless particles of light the instant it made contact with the overwhelming ghostly energy, vanishing without a trace. Abbot Yuanhui was struck as if by lightning, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, spewing blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. A pitiful sight. The crowd erupted in uproar. At that moment, Fa Hai, who had been sitting silently on the altar with his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, calm as an ancient well, seemed to hold boundless compassion and majesty. Buzz, a colossal illusory bell, entirely composed of radiant golden light, erupted from within him without any forewarning. On its surface, countless intricate and profound Buddhist symbols flowed like living entities, emanating an aura of sanctity that rendered it impervious to all. The overwhelming malevolent energy and the piercing chill of the dark winds, upon contacting the golden bell, dissipated as if snow were to meet the blazing sun, unable to breach the protective barrier by even a fraction. Ye Xiaoqian's form halted abruptly before the majestic bell. As she gazed upon the solemn visage of the Dharma Sea, her eyes brimmed with an intensified frenzy of resentment. She let out a piercing wail that echoed towards the heavens, causing the surrounding black mist to churn violently. Subsequently, scenes of stark clarity and profound tragedy unfurled within the fog, projecting like a revolving lantern. These were the moments in the Drunken Dream Pavilion, where she was wantonly humiliated by Wei Ting and others, trapped in a state of desperate survival yet unable to escape death. These were the images of her torment unto death, her body callously discarded in a mass grave, left to the ravages of wild dogs. These were the moments when she transformed into a vengeful spirit, helplessly witnessing her parents succumb to illness from their yearning and pass away one after another. Each scene, each tale, intertwined with blood and tears, surged with unbridled animosity. The onlookers in the square, witnessing this harrowing spectacle, were filled with righteous indignation, many beginning to point and whisper towards Wei Xiong's direction. The palpable resentment seemed to respond to a call, coalescing towards the Dharma platform, striving to disturb the tranquility of the Dharma CS mind. Yet, his countenance remained serene. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it resonated clearly above the cacophony of anguished cries. Every grievance has its origin, every debt its debtor. Your great vendetta has been avenged. Yet, you refuse to enter the cycle of reincarnation, instead transforming into a vengeful spirit that wreaks havoc upon the world, willingly descending into depravity and the path of demonic influence. He regarded Nie Xiaoqian, and within his authoritative gaze, a hint of compassion surfaced. However, heaven is benevolent. I perceive a flicker of goodness still resides within you, untainted by the suffering of the innocent, preventing a greater calamity. Today, I shall guide you towards salvation, leading you to the underworld, that you may swiftly enter the cycle of rebirth, lest you become further ensnared in this mortal realm, ultimately facing a fate of disembodied souls. As his words fell, he suddenly cast the string of relic beads he held. A resonant hum echoed as 108 beads radiated brilliant golden light in the air. Within that illumination, they transformed into a chain of exorcism, intricately woven with countless golden swastika symbols, like a celestial serpent emerging from its lair, swiftly binding Nie Xiaoqian tightly. Nie Xiaoqian emitted a heart-wrenching cry, thrashing wildly as the malevolent energy around her surged, yet she could not break free from the illuminating chains of the Buddha's light. Dharma Si slowly rose from the platform, wielding his nine-ringed staff, his resplendent robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The radiant halo behind his head suddenly surged, soaring into the heavens. His countenance bore an air of authority, and his voice resonated like thunder as he proclaimed, "Great might of the heavenly dragon, supreme Dharma spell, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Mahang." He pointed his nine-ringed staff towards Nie Xiaoqian, who was ensnared in the air. With a thunderous boom, a golden beam of light, thicker than a barrel, seemed to descend from the ninth heaven, tearing through the night sky and enveloping Nie Xiaoqian with unparalleled majesty, purifying all in its path. A piercing scream escaped Nie Xiaoqian, resonating with utmost sorrow. The dense black aura surrounding her was swiftly purified and dissolved beneath the overwhelming Buddhist light. Gradually, her cries diminished, replaced by a profound sigh filled with boundless liberation and gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Ultimately, her entire form slowly dissipated within the resplendent beam, transforming into specks of luminous light. Returning to the cosmos. As the beam faded, the chilling wind ceased, and the ghostly presence evaporated. The entire city of Jianzhou returned to clarity. Fahai stood alone atop the high platform, his robe fluttering in the wind. The resplendent halo behind him did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly coalesced into a towering, wrathful golden phantom, holding a demon-subduing pestle, its presence awe-inspiring and majestic, gazing down upon the minuscule city of Jianzhou. Silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the square. Tens of thousands of soldiers and citizens, in a stupor, gazed upward at the divine golden figure in the night sky, their mouths agape, forgetting to breathe. In the next moment, a cacophony of jubilant celebration erupted like a tidal wave. Living Buddha. A living Buddha has descended. A true celestial being. Jianzhou is saved. The great Yin is saved. Countless citizens, overwhelmed with joy, wept and fervently bowed towards the platform, their devotion surpassing that of reverence for their own parents. Wei Xiang stared at the divine figure in awe, feeling as though his worldview had been utterly shattered and reformed in that moment. His legs buckled, and he could no longer support himself, collapsing to his knees uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a distant city wall, a half-human, half-horse specter stood silently. Behind him, Nie Xiaoqian, who had just been redeemed by Fahai, stood respectfully, her previous malice vanished, replaced by a solemnity befitting a ghostly soldier. Yuwija raised his head, gazing at the slowly dissipating golden phantom in the night sky. Within the depths of his ghostly visage, two flickers of nether fire danced gently. He opened his palm. In the palm of his hand lay a peculiar seed, entirely enveloped in darkness, pulsating faintly like a heart. Entwined with wisps, alongside it were several white crystals exuding a chilling aura, as if countless souls were lamenting within. These were the seeds of the 1,000-year-old demon vine and the soul crystals. Materials accumulated over countless years from monster drops within Li Yan's gaming package. He spoke slowly, his voice raspy, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. The third act may commence. Chapter 125. The Living Bao Overnight. The long-dilapidated Lanrua Temple, which had stood in neglect for countless years, seemed to come alive. Before dawn, throngs of people gathered before the temple, a sea of humanity. Countless citizens, driven by their own volition, poured in with tools to restore this once-forgotten ancient site. They cleared the weeds from the courtyard, dusted the temples, and some even brought wood and bricks from their homes, initiating spontaneous repairs on the crumbling walls. The incense burned fervently, nearly overwhelming the small incense burner of Lanrua Temple, with curling blue smoke gathering above the temple, lingering in the air. In stark contrast were the other two once mighty temples in the city, Lingguang Temple and Defosi Temple, which stood desolate. Occasionally, a few pilgrims would pass by, casting scornful glances before hastily retreating, as if merely lingering would bring them misfortune. The abbots of the two temples, Yuan Hui and Yuan Tong, sat in their meditation rooms. Their faces ashen and silent. They understood that it was all over. The tide had turned. They had lost not only their followers and incense, but also the fundamental principles and ethics that define a disciple of the Buddha. Under the radiant light of true Buddhist teachings, they, along with all they represented, had become utterly and indisputably false practitioners of Buddhism. The monks within the temple were filled with trepidation, living each day like a year. Many young monks had even begun to secretly wander outside Lanrua Temple. Their eyes filled with envy and yearning, clearly contemplating a change of allegiance. Within Lanrua Temple, Monk Huiming trembled with excitement, leading the remaining few monks of Lanrua Temple in a dark mass of supplication before the closed meditation room. His voice was choked, yet imbued with an unprecedented fervor and devotion. Disciple Huiming, along with the entire monastic community of Lanrua Temple, earnestly beseeches Master Fahai to ascend to the position of abbot of our temple. We implore the Master to guide us in revitalizing the Buddhist teachings and liberating all beings. The door of the meditation room slowly creaked open. Master Fahai, donned in a simple gray robe, stood there quietly, gazing at the kneeling Huiming and the others with a serene expression. What this humble monk does is solely for the propagation of the Dharma, not for the sake of fame or position. Since you are sincere, I shall temporarily assume the position of abbot. Meanwhile, a swift steed, racing at an astonishing speed of 800 li, has burst forth from the city of Jinzhou, heading towards the capital, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Upon the horse, the messenger carries a memorial meticulously pinned by the garrison commander, Wei Xiong. Within this document, he fervently and elaborately describes the miraculous deeds of the true Buddha in vanquishing demons, while lamenting the deceptions wrought by the false Buddhas of the Lingguang and Debasi temples, who plunder the wealth of the people and tarnish the reputation of the Buddhist faith. Furthermore, at the conclusion of the memorial, he boldly offers to dedicate all the resources of the garrison to support Master Fahai's spiritual endeavors in Jianzhou in service to the emperor and to the great Yin dynasty, safeguarding this hard-won sanctuary of the true Buddha. At this moment, before the gate of Lanrua Temple, a group of the most affluent gentry from Jianzhou, led by the esteemed Ning Yuanwei, kneels in unison before Master Fahai, presenting heavy boxes draped in red cloth. Upon unveiling the cloth, the boxes reveal meticulously stacked gold and silver ingots, glimmering with opulence that could dazzle the eyes. Master, your compassion is boundless. We humble mortals have no means to repay you. Ning Yuanwei, tears streaming down his face, prostrates and declares, we willingly offer our entire fortunes to restore Lanrua Temple, and even to reconstruct your golden effigy from pure gold, to honor your unparalleled virtues. In the face of such wealth that could drive anyone to madness, Master Fahai's countenance remained utterly unperturbed. He slowly shook his head before all present. There is no need. His calm voice resonated throughout the assembly. All offerings from the faithful shall be placed into the public account of Lanrua Temple, establishing the Lanrua Compassion Hall. This hall will be dedicated to alleviating the suffering of the impoverished in the city, establishing free educational institutions, and repairing roads and bridges. Any endeavor that benefits the populace shall be undertaken. Master Fahai's gaze swept over the anxious merchants before him. The essence of Buddha lies not in the golden form, but within the hearts of men. To save a single soul is to construct a pagoda of 7 levels. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. It was soon followed by a thunderous chorus of reverent bows. Fahai's actions starkly contrasted with the insatiable greed displayed by the Lingguang and Debasi temples. At that moment, his reputation reached an unprecedented, almost sacred pinnacle in the hearts of the people. He had firmly grasped the high ground of public sentiment and righteousness in Jianzhou. Observing the fervent gazes of the crowd, Master Fahai spoke again, though with a weightier tone. The female specter from last night was merely a puppet pushed to the forefront, her resentment conjured by sinister forces. Behind her lurks a true demon, lurking within Jianzhou, waiting for the opportune moment. In the coming days, I must meditate and investigate, ensuring that this scourge is eradicated at its roots, restoring a genuine clarity to Jianzhou. The exuberance that had just ignited in the hearts of the crowd was abruptly doused with a cold reality, a chill rising once more from the depths of their souls. Were there truly demons lurking within the city? Yet, upon seeing the calm and dignified countenance of Fahai, their icy hearts ignited with fervor anew. Indeed, with a true Buddha present, what significance did mere demons hold? Fahai cast a final glance at the variously colored faces of the wealthy gentry, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. The retribution of good and evil is ever present, an inescapable shadow. The wheel of karma turns with unwavering precision. Esteemed benefactors, tread carefully. With that, he turned and returned to his meditation chamber, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. The wealthy gentry was left in profound silence, their minds echoing with Fa Hai's words when guiding the female ghost, sent to the underworld, swiftly to reincarnation. They recalled the myriad rumors swirling from the southern region of Chu regarding the enforcers of the underworld and the city's spirit officials. Was it possible that the underworld truly existed? Did unseen eyes watch over their every action, documenting their deeds of virtue and vice throughout this life? Many felt a sudden chill race down their spines, cold sweat trickling down. In Qinghe County of southern Chu, the newly appointed Inspector Zhao Jun stood atop the highest point of the county office, his expression grave as he gazed towards the distant Qingfeng Mountain. Ever since the celestial beings from the Taoist ancestral temple presented the legendary treasure of the sect, they had remained outside the true monarch temple, silent and meditative day and night. This unwavering dedication only deepened Zhao Jun's unease. He could not fathom what actions these eminent figures, representing the pinnacle of southern Chu's Taoist strength and prestige, might take if the true monarch did not respond promptly. Outside the true monarch temple, the venerable Qing Xian had been seated in meditation for a full 7 days. His once radiant face was now etched with weariness and anxiety. Why had the true monarch not yet responded? Was his sincerity insufficient? Or did the true monarch dismiss the meager offerings of the Taoist sect, even the treasured relic that had been passed down for a millennium? Thoughts, like venomous serpents, gnawed at his resolve, causing cracks to appear in the steadfast heart he had maintained for nearly a century. Just as Qing Xian's composure began to falter, a familiar sound of footsteps drew near. It was Elder Wang from Qingfeng village, accompanied by Wang Da, as usual bringing fresh water and provisions. Qing Xian slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the dark-skinned, good-natured woodsman before him, and an indescribable complexity surged within his heart. Destiny of the celestial kind. Before him stood a mere mortal, the first in this realm to behold the true sage and be granted the fortune of immortality. Why? He could not fathom it. What merit did a common man, who had not even attained the body refinement stage, possess to repeatedly gaze upon the countenance of the sage, even receiving decrees from the celestial deer? Here he was, the protector elder of the Tai Su Palace, a figure of unparalleled prowess at the pinnacle of the innate realm, whose very presence could stir the entirety of southern Chu, or even the whole world, with a mere stomp of his foot. Yet, within the confines of Qingfeng Mountain, in this sacred ground of the sage, his modest cultivation and status seemed to render him a mere jest. Why should a simpleton be afforded such ease in witnessing the immortal's visage? Meanwhile, he himself, having offered the treasured artifact of his sect and endured 7 days and nights of waiting, received not even a whisper of acknowledgement from the sage. A tumult of emotions, unwillingness, envy, confusion, intertwined within him, ultimately culminating in a long, bitter sigh. In a moment of clarity, he realized that what he lacked had never been cultivation, status, or treasures. Rather, it was perhaps the one purest, untainted sincerity, or perhaps mere fortune. The venerable Qin Xian slowly rose from his meditation cushion, dusting off the robe that bore the marks of time and neglect. In the astonished, bewildered gazes of all the disciples of Tai Su Palace, he bowed deeply to the flustered hunter, Wang Da, who was hurriedly distributing provisions. Brother Wang, his voice emerged, hoarse and dry, laden with struggle. I, Qing Xian of Tai Su Palace, humbly beseech you to enlighten us. Wang Da was taken aback by this unexpected act of reverence, causing him to drop the flatbread he held. No, this is too much, esteemed sage. You shall not bring about my demise. He waved his hands in frantic denial, his face flushed, utterly at a loss. Esteemed sage, whatever you require, please command me, but do not bow to me. I cannot bear such honor. Yet, Qing Xian remained in his bowed position, his murky eyes now reflecting a hint of desperation. I merely wish to inquire how you first encountered the sage's divine visage. How might we act to cultivate a thread of good fortune with the celestial beings? Upon hearing these words, Wang De was utterly bewildered. As a hunter, what knowledge did he possess of such matters? He had merely passed through that bamboo grove daily and stumbled upon his serendipity without rhyme or reason. Esteemed sage, I truly do not know, Wang De exclaimed, nearly in tears. I am but a simple man, fortunate by chance, I swear. I know nothing at all. The esteemed Qing Xian Jinren, however, remained persistent, maintaining a posture of deep reverence with an attitude of utmost sincerity. There is no need for modesty, young sir. You bear great fortune and are a person enlightened by the true monarch. Surely, you possess insights unknown to us mere mortals. I humbly hope you will impart your wisdom. Wang De was on the verge of tears. Surrounded by this group of Taoists, he gazed at Qing Xian Jinren's face, which bore an expression that seemed to say, "If you do not speak, I shall not rise." He felt utterly trapped. At last, as if struck by a sudden realization, he gritted his teeth. "What if I were to do it differently?" he tentatively suggested. "I could venture into the bamboo grove, burn a stick of incense for you esteemed ones, and bow a few times to inquire?" Upon hearing this, Qing Xianzhenren's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with life. He lifted his head abruptly, and on his haggard face, a euphoric radiance erupted, indescribable in its intensity. Indeed, how had he not thought of this? Wangda was the guide enlightened by the true monarch. In the eyes of the true monarch, perhaps he and his companions were not even worthy of conversation. But Wangda was different. He was someone who could engage in dialogue with the true monarch. "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you for your guidance." Qing Xianzhenren, overwhelmed with excitement, spoke incoherently, rising to grasp Wang Da's hand tightly, as if holding onto a lifeline. "Thus, I shall trouble you, dear sir. Once this endeavor is successful, my Taoist sect will surely express profound gratitude." Wang Da was startled by this sudden fervor, swiftly withdrawing his hand, his honest face flushed with embarrassment. "You flatter me, esteemed immortal. I merely intend to try. I cannot guarantee success." Chapter 126. The arrival of the emperor. The disarray exhibited by Qing Xianzhenren starkly contrasted with the lofty, ethereal image of the ancestral elder from just 7 days prior. The disciples of Tai Su Palace behind him were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Was this truly the same Qin Xian Shizu, who had once maintained an air of imperviousness, unaffected even by the collapse of mountains? Success or failure is all in the hands of fate. Your noble intentions alone are a tremendous blessing to our Taoist sect. Qing Xianzhenren repeatedly gestured humbly, sincerity radiating from him. Wang Da, understanding the gravity of the matter, knew it was beyond what a mere mountain hunter could meddle in. He scratched his head, offering some comforting words to Qing Xianzhenren before hastily making his way to the county office of Qinghe. "Lord Zhao, regarding this matter." Wang Da recounted the earlier events in detail. Lord Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and after listening, he did not respond immediately. His profound gaze directed towards the mist-shrouded peak of Qingfeng Mountain, lost in contemplation. The ancestral court of the Taoist sect, the teachings of the Southern Chu Kingdom. Qing Xianzhenren, at the pinnacle of innate mastery, was a figure capable of shaking Jiangzhou with but a stamp of his foot. In this day and age, one finds it absurd yet necessary to place hope in an ordinary individual. This seemingly ludicrous scene, however, poignantly illustrates how trifling worldly power and cultivation are in the realm of Qinshan. The sole passport to transcendence is the affinity for the divine, and Wang Da is the bearer of that invaluable token. Zhao Zhen's thoughts raced with fervor. He understood that this matter transcended the confines of a mere county or state. It directly pertained to the imperial authority of Southern Chu and the burgeoning, unparalleled divine power, and how they might coexist. It would result in the Taoist ancestral temple owing a significant favor, a monumental favor, while the court would play a pivotal role in facilitating this event. The political ramifications were unfathomably vast. After a brief pause, Zhao Zhen turned slowly, a gentle yet solemn smile gracing his face. "Wang Da, you have performed admirably," he remarked, patting Wang Da's shoulder with an unprecedented affirmation in his tone. "This matter concerns the fortunes of our great Chu nation and the stance of the celestial beings towards our dynasty. It is of utmost importance. Since you possess such intent, how could I, as an official, possibly refuse? Proceed with full confidence. I will bear the weight of all responsibilities for you." This is a remarkable opportunity, an unparalleled chance for the court to enhance its presence before the divine and to assert its value. With Zhao Zhen's endorsement, the course of action became much clearer. He personally engaged in a cordial and amiable negotiation with the esteemed Qinxian real person, ultimately formalizing his agreement to the endeavor. Furthermore, he graciously accompanied Qinxian real person, allowing this outsider to follow Wang Da into the bamboo grove, which had long been designated as a forbidden area, vigilantly guarded by soldiers day and night. The moment Qinxian real person stepped into the bamboo grove, he was jolted by an overwhelming sensation. He could distinctly perceive an aura far richer and purer than that of the outside world enveloping him. This essence was gentle and serene, yet carried an undeniable air of sacred authority. Merely inhaling it stirred the long-stagnant internal energy within him, hinting at the possibility of awakening. This truly is the authentic abode of immortals. Qinxian real person mused inwardly, his reverence for the elusive Xuanqiang Yunzi, true monarch, deepening profoundly. He followed closely behind Wang Da, adopting a humble demeanor, shedding any vestiges of arrogance typical of a congenital master. Before long, they arrived at the ancient stone. It remained pristine, meticulously maintained. "Wang Da, Familiar with the surroundings, retrieved 3 sticks of incense that he had prepared in advance. Igniting them with a fire starter and respectfully placing them on the incense altar that had been set before the stone, the origins of which were unknown. After completing this ritual, he turned to face Qingxian real person. The esteemed Qingxian Jinren took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous excitement and trepidation within. With trembling hands, he delicately produced a roll of bright yellow silk, intricately woven with golden threads. Upon it, in the most meticulously crafted vermilion script, were inscribed countless prayers. Each character embodied the most fervent hopes of both himself and the entire Taoist sect. Wang De solemnly accepted the yellow silk prayer. Approaching the azure stone before him and kneeling upon the ground, he raised the prayer high above his head, closed his eyes, and began to chant earnestly. Lacking eloquence, his words were simple and straightforward. "Oh, celestial lord of the Xuanxiong cloud and mist, humble Wang De of Qingfeng mountain bows before you. Some distant guests have arrived from outside the mountains, esteemed immortals from the Taishu Palace. Their hearts are sincere. They have awaited your presence for several days, wishing to share their thoughts with you. Here is their letter, entrusted to me for your perusal. Should you find the time, kindly take a glance. If not, then so be it." Upon finishing, he bowed 3 times with utmost respect. He then rose, carefully casting the roll of yellow silk into the prepared fire basin. With a whoosh, the prayer ignited upon contact with the flames, producing no black smoke, but instead transforming into a straight column of azure smoke that gracefully ascended through the gaps in the bamboo forest, rising directly towards the azure sky. Lingering for an extended period, both Qingxian Jinren and Zhaozhen held their breaths, their hearts racing as they fixated on the azure smoke. Meanwhile, within the Xuanqiong Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined languidly on the flowing cloud jade couch, a broad smile adorning his face as he hummed a tuneless melody. Just moments ago, he had felt a sudden surge of golden light within his consciousness, as the game backpack he possessed erupted with an overwhelming influx of faith power. Far purer and more fervent than that of Southern Chu, cascading from a distance of 1,000 miles into his inventory. "My goodness, Fa Hai's capabilities are truly remarkable," Li Yin exclaimed in astonishment. He had merely instructed Fa Hai to establish a second battlefield in northern Yin, but unexpectedly, the response was nothing short of explosive. It appeared that the city of Jianzhou had been thoroughly conquered. The explosive increase in faith power brought with it the immediate benefit of further unlocking his game inventory. At that moment, several once-dimmed icons within his consciousness became illuminated. Among them, the one that brought Li Yin the greatest joy was a pitch-black banner adorned with an intricate star map. True martial soap carving banner, replica. Description: a divine artifact of the Xiantian Emperor. This replica possesses only a fraction of its original might, but still retains the ability to suppress, dominate, and dispel malevolence. It can expand into a domain within which all laws are warded off, and all evils are vanquished. In the game, this is a treasure personally bestowed upon players by a renowned figure, specifically for navigating through storylines, possessing an independent domain and unparalleled power. What a splendid treasure! Li Yan's eyes sparkled with delight as he silently praised his strategic maneuvers in Beiyan. At that moment, Ziying's figure quietly appeared within the stone cavern. "I report to you, true lord, that the group of Taoists down the mountain seems to be stirring once more." Ziying bowed respectfully and recounted every detail of the events unfolding below to Li Yan. They had summoned a hunter named Wang De to the bamboo grove to burn a scroll of prayer. Li Yan raised an eyebrow, a more pronounced smile gracing his lips. He understood that after laying the groundwork for so long, the best moment had finally arrived for the Southern Chu sect to wholeheartedly align itself with him, becoming the cornerstone of the heavenly court. With this knowledge, Li Yin slowly rose from the jade couch, stretching languidly. It was time to greet these devout guests. With a thought, the already prepared true martial Zhaodiao flag armor, designed to complement the true martial demon-slaying sword, enveloped his form instantaneously. Simultaneously, a flash of radiant jade transformed his visage. A brand new guise, imbued with an aura of relentless slaughter and iron-blooded majesty, was now ready. In the bamboo forest of Qifeng Mountain, just as the wisps of blue smoke were about to dissipate into the sky, the wind shifted dramatically. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like distant thunder from the ninth heaven, shaking the very earth beneath. The previously clear and cloudless sky was suddenly obscured by layers of heavy, leaden clouds. Electric serpents danced, and flashes of lightning illuminated the air. An unparalleled aura of authority and deadly intent descended like a torrential river from the heavens, pressing down upon the hearts of everyone in the bamboo grove. Zhao Zhen felt a constriction in his chest, as if an invisible mountain bore down upon him, making even the act of breathing exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, the peak innate powerhouse, Qing Xianjinren, experienced an even more profound sensation. Beneath that oppressive force, the turbulent internal energy within him appeared to freeze instantaneously, rendering him incapable of mobilizing even the slightest fragment of it. He looked up in shock. Above the bamboo grove loomed a colossal black zhaoqi, embroidered with countless mysterious star maps, slowly unfurling. The flag obscured the sun, shrouding the entirety of Qifeng Mountain in a domain brimming with chilling authority and deadly intent. What is this? Qing Xianjinren's pupils constricted, his lips trembling as a legendary term flashed wildly in his mind. Domain. Is this the domain that only a master could wield? No, this is not right. This is far more terrifying and powerful than the legends of a master's domain. This is not merely the strength of mundane martial arts. Before he could fully comprehend this horror, a sudden movement occurred. A brilliant star fell from the immense shadow of the black flag, precisely enveloping the three individuals, the celestial master Qingxian, Zhao Zhan, and Wang De. The surrounding scenery instantly distorted and transformed. When their vision restored, they found themselves in an entirely unfamiliar realm. Here, there was neither heaven nor earth, nor sun nor moon. Beneath their feet lay a ground seemingly forged from the convergence of countless stars, deep and boundless. Above them loomed the vast black flag, within which myriad stars slowly revolved, emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed all realms. Not far in front of the three, in the void, countless strands of dark, mysterious light began to converge and coalesce. Ultimately, they manifested into a majestic figure of an emperor, unmatched in authority. This figure was clad in armor resembling the black flag, dark as the abyss with golden patterns adorning it. Long hair cascaded freely, and his visage was shrouded in a radiant divine light, rendering it indistinct. Beneath him, the spectral forms of a turtle and a serpent served as his stepping ground. In his hand, he wielded a divine sword of pure azure, radiating an endless sharpness. The aura he exuded was starkly different from the ethereal grace of the previous celestial master. It was a force of iron and blood, capable of subduing all heavens and vanquishing myriad demons. It was the supreme majesty that commanded all directions and ruled the stars. Under the overwhelming pressure of this terrifying might, Qingxian, who stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess among mortals, could not muster even a fleeting thought of resistance. His soul trembled, his resolve crumbled. With a thud, his knees buckled, unable to withstand the weight of fear, and alongside the already dazed Wang De and Zhao Zhan, he fell uncontrollably to the starry ground. In that moment, before the emperor, whose might resembled that of a prison, all beings felt like mere ants. Chapter 127. The restoration of the Tao tradition. The imposing figure of the emperor hovered silently in the void, without uttering a word. Beneath the divine light veiling his countenance, a pair of eyes seemed to embody the rise and fall of countless stars, fixating on the celestial master Qingxian. In that single glance, Qingxian felt as if his very soul had been pierced, with all the hidden restlessness, jealousy, dissatisfaction, and hope within him laid bare. He collapsed to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, not daring to raise his head. Yet, amidst the overwhelming fear, his peripheral vision was irresistibly drawn to the divine sword held by the emperor. That entire azure blade, with its ancient and profound patterns, exuded a jade-like warmth yet concealed a lethal sharpness. Was this not the treasured weapon of the entire Tao sect? Revered as a lifeblood, the Zhenwu demon-subduing sword? How could it possibly be in the hands of this emperor? Moreover, the power emanating from this sword, wielded by the emperor, radiated an aura of magnificence that surpassed that which it exuded in the hands of the sect leader by thousands, if not tens of thousands of times. Coupled with the emperor's iron-blooded, tyrannical aura that suppressed the heavens and vanquished myriad demons, an absurd yet strikingly rational conjecture, akin to the most violent lightning, cleaved through all his confusion and uncertainty. The body of Master Qingxian began to tremble uncontrollably, not from fear, but from an exhilarating and uncontrollable excitement that surged from the depths of his bloodline and heritage. He could no longer concern himself with the dignity of a celestial expert or the prestige of a patriarch. He lowered his head heavily to the starlit ground, producing a resounding thud. With all his might and a voice filled with an endless weeping tone, he proclaimed, "A junior disciple of the Tao sect, Qixin of Taisu Palace, pays homage to the ancestor. We humbly welcome the divine presence of the ancestor." At these words, Zhao Zhan, who was equally petrified, trembled violently. The ancestor? Though he was not a member of the Tao sect, as a court official, he had heard whispers of some core secrets of the sect. Legend has it that centuries ago, during a time of great turmoil and suffering, the Tao sect was fractured and each faction acted autonomously. It was the ancestor known as Zhenwu, who emerged from Tai Su Palace, armed with a verdant long sword, descending into the world. He journeyed from south to north and east to west, slaying as he went. Wherever bandits wreaked havoc, they were slain. Wherever malevolent beings harmed the people, they were slain. Wherever ferocious beasts devoured the innocent, they were slain. With his singular strength, he eradicated all evil and dispelled the demonic atmosphere of the world, laying the most solid foundation for the unified Xia dynasty that would follow. It was he who unified the fragmented Dao sect, establishing its lineage and ensuring that Tai Su Palace became the undisputed ancestral ground of the Dao sect in later generations. Ultimately, that ancestor ascended to the heavens atop Tai Shi Peak, transcending through martial prowess, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only the divine sword in his hand, which was later named the Zhenwu demon-slaying sword, along with his legendary tale of vanquishing evil and aiding the world. Successive leaders of Tai Su Palace have regarded this ancestor as their lifelong aspiration, diligently practicing martial arts in an attempt to emulate their predecessor and achieve ascension through martial means, yet none have succeeded since. Could it be that this figure before them is indeed the legendary ancestor of the Dao sect, who has long since ascended a millennium ago? Just as the two were overwhelmed with astonishment and unable to contain themselves, the Emperor's figure finally lowered its head slowly, its indifferent gaze settling upon Master Qingxian. A grand, imposing voice, devoid of any emotion, resounded through the starry expanse. I am the true martial emperor of the northern heavens, the supreme deity of the celestial realm. He neither acknowledged nor denied the title of the celestial Master Qingshan. Yet, this appellation, upon reaching the ears of Master Qingshan, resonated like the edicts of the heavens. The true martial emperor of the northern heavens. How illustrious and esteemed he is in the celestial realm. Master Qingshan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly fainting as he fervently bowed his head, uttering incoherent praises to his revered ancestor. However, in the next moment, the icy voice of the true martial emperor plunged him into an abyss of despair. Qingshan, what audacity you possess! My treasured sword suppresses evil and purifies the cosmos. Yet, you and your contemporaries failed to honor it properly, even going so far as to bestow it upon others. Do you realize that my old friend laughed before me for a full half hour, wielding that very sword? A thunderous realization struck Master Qingshan, leaving his mind blank. He comprehended everything. He understood why the true monarch had yet to appear, because they had mistakenly offered a gift that was not theirs to give. This sword was the personal belonging of his esteemed ancestor. They had foolishly treated it as a mere present for the ancestor's friend. Such a blunder was utterly absurd. No wonder the true monarch had chosen to remain aloof, and no wonder the ancestor had descended in person. This was not a visit for reverence. It was a descent to rectify an egregious error. In an instant, waves of shame and terror engulfed Master Qingshan. He wished to find a crevice in the ground to hide himself forever. Ancestor, I have erred. I am deserving of 1,000 deaths, he cried, his voice trembling. As he repeatedly bowed to the true martial emperor, his forehead striking the cold, starry ground with a muffled thud. I beseech you, forgive me. I was left with no alternative. Since your ascension, the lineage of our Tao has dwindled, and in our generation, we have strayed from the true path, mistaking mundane martial arts for supreme celestial methods, severing our connection to the authentic teachings. Recently, thanks to the enlightenment of the true monarch Xian Kong, we have finally awakened. Yet we remain lost as to the path to the divine and the rightful principles. Thus, in desperation, I resorted to this foolish scheme, hoping to gain the favor of the true monarch through this treasure and restore the rightful teachings of our Tao. I implore your mercy. I beg for your forgiveness. He wept like a child, devoid of any semblance of a seasoned master. Within the starry realm, silence reigned. The true martial emperor merely gazed at him, offering no words. That oppressive silence was more tormenting than any stern rebuke. After a long while, the voice of the true martial emperor resonated once more. The Taoist sage does not merely discuss the Tao while seated, nor does he seek treasures for connections. Yet, you, in your current state, are restless and impatient, seeking immediate results, having lost your equanimity and forgotten the fundamental principles of the Tao. With such a disposition, do you truly deserve to pursue the true teachings? Each word fell like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at the heart of the Qingxian master. Overwhelmed with shame, he prostrated himself, tears flowing uncontrollably. Disciple acknowledges his errors, he murmured. Observing his demeanor, the voice of the true martial emperor seemed to soften slightly. Very well. Given that you still possess some measure of dedication to the Tao, and that a great calamity looms over this realm, with demons and chaos on the rise, I shall bestow upon you a genuine opportunity for transformation. As the words concluded, The true martial emperor raised his hand and pointed towards the void ahead. A colossal water mirror unfolded in the air. Within the mirror, images shifted, finally settling upon an extraordinarily intricate city. Above this city, a thick, almost tangible black mist, rife with blood and resentment, surged upward, enveloping the entire city in an ominous shroud. This is Beiyan, Jinzhou City. The voice of the true martial emperor resounded once more. Within the city, demons wreak havoc, invoking vengeful spirits through dark sorcery, disturbing the mortal realm. Moreover, powerful demons lurk in the shadows, intent on overturning the balance of yin and yang and destabilizing the world. This shall be the first trial for your Taoist sect. The true martial emperor retracted his finger, and the true martial demon-slaying sword detached from his grasp, transforming into a streak of azure light that gently descended, ultimately hovering before the Qingxian master. This sword is temporarily granted to you. Wield my sword, venture north into the territory of Yin, eradicate the demons, and safeguard the populace. Through your actions and your understanding of the Tao, prove that you still possess the qualifications to restore the rightful lineage of the Taoist sect. Upon the completion of this trial, return to this place to meet me. At that time, I shall bestow upon you the true teachings. With that, the true martial emperor raised his hand and flicked his fingers at the floating true martial demon-slaying sword. A resplendent aura, imbued with supreme, instantly merged into the sword's body. The sword emitted a thunderous resonance that echoed throughout the heavens and earth, its azure light surging forth. Now imbued with a sense of celestial majesty and the power of decree. After completing this, the towering figure of the true martial emperor began to fade, transforming into countless brilliant stars that melded into the profound void. The enormous black flag that obscured the sun gradually rolled up and vanished from sight. The surrounding scenery once again distorted. When the Qingxian master regained his senses, he found himself still kneeling amidst the bamboo grove, as the gentle breeze rustled the bamboo leaves, creating a soft sound. Were it not for the divine sword in his hand, still radiating a warm glow, yet harboring cataclysmic power, he might have believed that the recent events were merely a vividly realistic dream. Trembling, he extended his hands, with utmost reverence, cradling the sword. He could distinctly feel a magnificent and vast divine energy emanating from its blade, resonating wondrously with the true essence within him. Within the sword, a clear and profound will guided him. To the north, to the city shrouded in demonic aura, Qingxian Jinren could no longer suppress the fervor within his heart. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky, tears of overwhelming emotion streaming down his face. He bowed deeply toward the heavens, proclaiming, Disciple Qingxian expresses profound gratitude to the ancestral master for illuminating the path. Thank you, compassionate Xuanqiong Jinjuan. He understood. He comprehended fully. The Jinjuan had not dismissed the Taoist pleas. Instead, through a more profound and insightful manner, he had illuminated the path for the Taoist sect, bestowing upon them a celestial opportunity capable of altering their fate entirely. This was no mere trial. It was a moment of guidance and assessment from their venerable ancestors and the Jinjuan to these unworthy descendants. Chapter 128. Spirited and ambitious Zhao Zhan, emerging slowly from the depths of his astonishment, perceived the situation differently than Qingxian Jinren. He did not witness the descent of an ancestral master nor a celestial opportunity for the Taoist sect. Instead, he beheld a monumental shift in the world's dynamics. He recognized a force capable of overturning the very fabric of the realm, quietly taking shape. The Taoist sect had acquired its own ancestral master, a being of high standing in the celestial realm, wielding divine authority, capable of manifesting miracles. More ominously, this ancestral master had issued a decree to march northward into Yin territory and vanquish the demons. This was no simple sectarian endeavor. It was a divine-sanctioned expedition transcending national boundaries. The implications of this were enough to disturb any emperor's peace. This matter must be reported to the capital with utmost urgency. The dignitaries still reveling in a false sense of tranquility, and the sovereign who had just rekindled hopes for longevity must be made aware of the true state of the world. Steeling himself, Zhao Zhan stepped forward and, addressing the still emotionally overwhelmed Qingxian Jinren, performed a respectful bow. Since the Jinren has received the divine mandate, it is clear that important matters require discussion. I shall take my leave now. At that moment, Qingxian Jinren was oblivious to Zhao Zhan, merely waving his hand absent-mindedly. His eyes fixated intently on the divine sword in his grasp. Zhao Zhan ceased to speak further, bowing deeply once more towards the bamboo grove. He then turned, leading the terrified Wang De, whose face had drained of color, almost breaking into a run as they departed from that place of turmoil. As Qin Xianjinren emerged from the bamboo thicket, his face aglow with vitality, he appeared to have shed 2 decades from his age. In his eyes, which had previously held a certain dullness, now burned with an unprecedented fervor. The disciples of the Taisu Palace, who had waited outside, were left in a state of utter shock by the terrifying spectacle that had unfolded, a celestial event that had darkened the skies and heralded the descent of a star domain. Their faces were ashen, filled with trepidation. Upon witnessing their revered Shizuzu emerge unscathed, and even invigorated, they collectively exhaled in relief and hurriedly gathered around him. Shizuzu, are you unharmed? What on earth was that sight? Could it be that the true monarch has manifested? One disciple trembled as he inquired. No sooner had he spoken than his gaze fell upon the Zhenwu Yangma sword cradled in Qin Xianjinren's hands. The sword emanated an oppressive aura far more formidable than what they had encountered earlier at the ancestral grounds. Its terrifying presence was magnified tenfold. Merely casting a glance at it sent a jolt of pain through their very souls, as if they might be torn asunder by its relentless sharpness. Manifestation? Qin Xianjinren responded with a hearty laugh, his voice resonant with boundless joy and pride. He raised the divine sword high, proclaiming, not merely the manifestation of a true monarch. It is our venerable patriarch, the very master of our Taoist sect, who has ascended for a millennium, has personally descended. Suppressing his inner excitement, he recounted in detail his recent encounter with the Zhenwu Emperor in the Star Domain, sharing every aspect of the divine decree he had received. As he invoked the illustrious title of the Northern Guardian Zhenwu Xintian Emperor, the disciples of Taisu Palace fell into a stunned silence. Then, as if a volcano had erupted, they erupted into exuberant joy. The Northern Guardian Zhenwu Xintian Emperor. No wonder the Xuanqiangyun's a true monarch has shown such favor to our sect, offering guidance to the lost in their cultivation, advocating for the anointment of city gods. It turns out that the true monarch is an old friend of our patriarch in the celestial realm. This is no outsider. This is our own kin. With this revelation, the last remnants of their unease dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pride and honor. As they heard of the patriarch's forthcoming trials and the promise of imparting the true teachings upon their success, the disciples could no longer contain their elation. They fell to their knees in unison, bowing deeply towards the summit of Qingfeng Mountain, fervently exclaiming, "We thank our patriarch for we thank the true monarch for his compassion." Their voices melded into a resounding chorus, echoing through the valley, infused with an unprecedented sincerity and determination. Master Qingxian gazed at his disciples, nodding in satisfaction. He understood that from this moment forth, the entire Tao sect had truly united as one, possessing a clear direction and purpose. Without hesitation, he issued his orders. Qingyun, Qingyi, you two shall immediately lead 10 disciples back to Taishu Palace at the swiftest pace. Report everything that has transpired here to the master of the sect in full detail. He must set aside his worldly affairs and personally descend into the mortal realm. The trial of our Grandmaster pertains to the fortune of our Tao sect for the next millennium. As the master, he cannot remain aloof. His voice grew gravely serious. Moreover, immediately replace the title of our Grandmaster's tablet at the Ancestral Hall. The title of the Northern Guardian, the true Martial Xiantian Emperor, must be engraved in pure gold for all to see. We must let the world know from whence our Tao sect's sacred lineage originates. Yes, replied the 2 disciples, their eyes alight with excitement. The rest of you, prepare to set forth immediately to Jiangzhou. We shall then head northward to Jinzhou. Master Qingxian, holding his divine sword, pointed toward the north, filled with vigor. We must not disappoint during the Grandmaster's trial. Meanwhile, Zhaojin had already rushed back to the Qinghe County office. He dismissed all his servants and meticulously prepared ink, recording every detail of what he had witnessed that day on the special paper designated for urgent dispatch. From the treasures offered by the Tao sect to the arrival of the true marshal, and the trial edict heading north to Jinzhou, every word he penned resonated with intensity and solemnity. After completing his writing, he carefully dried the letter, sealed it within a specially crafted wax cylinder, and affixed his personal seal as the inspector of the imperial court. Come forth. A trusted guard swiftly entered. Deliver this confidential letter with the utmost urgency to the capital. It must reach there in 800 li without delay. Should there be any mistakes, your head will be forfeit. Understood. The guard took the heavy wax cylinder and hurriedly departed. Zhaojin watched the retreating figure, exhaling a long breath as he felt drenched in cold sweat. At Shinkong Dao Palace, Li Yin reclined languidly on the flowing white jade couch, awarding himself a score of 99 for his earlier performance. The missing point was to avoid arrogance. Grandmaster? He stroked his chin, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, this is quite advantageous. From now on, All the grim tasks of battling and exterminating demons will be entrusted to the true martial emperor-esque guise for mission assignments. It is fitting and proper. With the identity of the Grandmaster, the entire Southern Chu Dao sect shall be irrevocably linked to the Li family. He asserted that this group of Taoists would undoubtedly refrain from uttering a second word. As for the so-called bestowal of the righteous law, it was a result of his meticulous contemplation. The principle of carrot and stick was, after all, the way to govern subordinates. It would not do to keep them perpetually in suspense. It was time to offer these loyal disciples a taste of sweetness. However, directly providing skill books from the game was out of the question. Heaven knew what insights these cunning old foxes, who had cultivated for decades or even centuries, could glean from such profound teachings, perhaps surpassing his control. It was imperative to proceed step by step, gradually and methodically, ensuring the core technology remained firmly in his grasp. Li Yan's gaze fell upon the figure of the Taiching celestial master Xing, who stood quietly not far away. Here was a ready-made teacher. Xing's professional system perfectly aligned with those Taoists who dabbled in talismans and thunder magic. Since he could, through imitation of Xing, grasp the rudiments of the five thunder righteous law, they should be capable of it as well. The core technique of the Taiching celestial master was the Taiching Yuan Dao Xinjing. He contemplated imparting the most fundamental part of this scripture, the essence of condensing magical power, to them. Coupled with a few basic auxiliary talismans, such as the Revitalization Talisman, the Godspeed Talisman, and the Mysterious Armor Talisman, he would finally provide a fundamental offensive thunder technique. Like the Palm Thunder or the Lightning Bolt Fist, these seemingly elementary tools would be more than sufficient to delight this group of mundane martial artists still stumbling through the stages of inner strength and true energy. After all, this was a transition from mere mortals to genuine practitioners capable of conjuring thunder magic. Such a qualitative leap would undoubtedly endear them to their venerable master. Furthermore, their journey northward to Jinzhou was a crucial component of Li Yan's overarching plan. The script for Lanhua Temple could hardly do without characters akin to the indignant sword-wielding Taoist like Yan Qixia. Sending them forth would aptly stir the stagnant waters of Beiyan, shattering the Buddhist monopoly and laying the groundwork for his subsequent strategies. 1,000 miles away, in Jianzhou city of Beiyan, the night had deepened. Near the resplendent Lingguang Temple lay an inconspicuous hillock. Upon this hillock stood an ancient locust tree, its gnarled branches swaying in the night breeze like ghostly apparitions. A half-human, half-horse spectral figure emerged silently from the darkness. It was the ghostly General Yan Luo, Yu Wujiao. He approached the old locust tree, his ghostly helmet obscuring the two flickering flames of hellfire that scanned the surroundings. Confirming the absence of onlookers, he slowly knelt, his ghostly hands enveloped in hellfire, effortlessly penetrating the hard earth as if it were mere air. He began to excavate a deep pit. Suddenly, he spread open another palm. Nestled within was an extraordinary seed, completely black and pulsating faintly, reminiscent of a heart. Alongside it lay several white crystals radiating a bone-chilling aura, as if countless souls were lamenting within. These were the seeds of the Millennium Demon Vine and the Soul Crystals. Yu Wujiao gently placed both items into the pit. At the moment of contact between the crystals and the seed, the soul crystals began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into pure, malevolent energy that was entirely absorbed by the black seed. The surface of the seed shimmered even more intensely. Emotionless, Yu Wujiao refilled the soil. Once he completed this task, he stood up slowly. He could distinctly sense that the seed had come to life, voraciously consuming all the negative energy around it. Particularly, it relished the greed, jealousy, and resentment that had long accumulated from the monks in the nearby Lingguang Temple, which continuously wafted through the air. Thin, nearly invisible black tendrils had already emerged from the seed, stealthily entwining the deepest roots of an old locust tree like a venomous serpent, commencing a silent takeover. The tree trembled imperceptibly in the night breeze. Yu Wujiao observed all of this calmly, his ghostly visage betraying no emotion, save for two flickering flames of darkness. Soon after, his figure melded back into the shadows, disappearing as if he had never appeared at all. Chapter 129. The rising winds of the heavenly river. The esteemed Qing Xinjinren led the exuberant disciples of Taishu Palace back to the Jiangzhou Dao recording office. An overwhelming excitement and fervor bubbling within them, as if they were about to overflow from their very bones. Upon hearing the news, Ling Xinjinren stepped out. And when he beheld his senior uncle, glowing with joy and nearly dancing with glee, he was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the usually steadfast and composed master he knew? "Uncle, what is this?" Ling Xinjinren approached, but before he could finish his sentence, Qing Xinjinren seized his arm. "Nephew, quickly, don't ask so many questions. Prepare the finest healing medicines and ample provisions at once. Also, immediately apply for a travel document to the governor's office in the name of the Dao recording office. The more, the better. We must head north. North? Lingshu Jinren's mind buzzed, almost believing he had misheard. Uncle, do you mean to cross the heavenly river and venture into the territory of the Bay? That is utterly unthinkable. Although there is no war between the two nations, border tensions are constant. If we were to enter recklessly and be mistaken for spies, it would lead to immense trouble. Trouble? What trouble could possibly outweigh the decree of our revered ancestor? The esteemed Qing Xian Jinren abruptly flicked his sleeves, and an aura befitting a primordial powerhouse erupted with thunderous intensity. He drew the Lingshu Jinren into the quiet chamber, dismissing those nearby, and lowered his voice to recount in meticulous detail the encounter with the true martial emperor amidst the bamboo groves of Qifeng Mountain, where he had heard the edict of the trial. Inside the chamber, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Lingshu Jinren stood dazed, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp, as if an electric current surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The ancestral master. After a millennium of ascendance, the venerable ancestor had personally descended. The Taoist sect possessed such formidable backing from the heavens. Moreover, the ancestor had personally bestowed the trial, promising the unparalleled immortal opportunity to restore the lineage. He finally comprehended why his master uncle had exhibited such uncharacteristic behavior. Were he in the same position, he would have likely fainted from elation. I shall attend to it immediately, Lingshu Jinren declared, devoid of any hesitation. Rest assured, master uncle, I will ensure this matter is handled flawlessly, even at the cost of everything at the Jiangzhou Dao Registry. To restore the orthodox Taoist lineage is our unassailable duty. He spun on his heel and burst out of the quiet chamber, his demeanor brimming with an inexhaustible vigor. Within the governor's residence, Yang Lai listened intently to the confidential report from his guards, his brow furrowing ever deeper. He set aside the documents in his hand, gently tapping his fingers on the table. You say the Dao Registry's representatives have come in person to request a passage document to Beiyin? Their reason is to promote Taoist teachings and expand their following? A cold smile crept across Yang Lai's lips. Such a rationale might deceive a mere child. He was acutely aware of the true nature of the Taoist sect in Nanchu. Each of them clung to their temples, leading lives untroubled by worldly affairs, having not made any notable moves for decades or even centuries. Yet now, they suddenly sought to venture into enemy territory to cultivate followers? Such an anomaly surely harbored ulterior motives. The sole explanation must be that they had received some extraordinary benefit from Qifeng Mountain, or, perhaps, an irresistible command. A multitude of possibilities flashed through Yang Lai's mind. Was it the behest of the Xuanxiong Yunzhi Jinjuan? Or perhaps the edict of the newly appointed city god? Or the influence of the legendary infernal officials? Regardless of which, it signified that this extraordinary force was no longer content to merely sway Jiangzhou, but sought to extend its reach far beyond, even across national borders. This instilled a sense of unease within Yang Lai. As a high-ranking official of the Great Chu, he was not solely concerned with the disputes among sects. He bore the weight of national stability. He needed to ascertain the true intentions of these Taoists. What opportunities had they encountered? What were their ultimate goals? This is crucial for him in terms of how to interact with this force subsequently, and how to secure the greatest benefit for the court and his majesty. Let them in, Yang Lai instructed in a deep voice. Moments later, he took up his pen and inscribed a confidential order on a blank piece of paper. He sealed the order in an envelope and handed it to a personal guard who stood by like a shadow. Deliver this immediately to our people in Beiyin. Keep a close watch on any Taoists entering from Nanchu. I must be informed of their every move. Yes. The shadow bowed in acknowledgement and silently melted into the darkness. The following day, at dawn, the Tianhe ferry terminal was shrouded in mist. Master Lingshu stood by the shore, watching as Master Qing Xian led a dozen spirited elite Taoists onto the northbound ferry. At the bow, Master Qing Xian wielded the Jinwu sword, its divine light subdued, his stature regal. Although clad in the same attire, his presence was transformed. He cupped his hands in salute towards Master Lingshu, who returned the gesture with equal solemnity. The ferry slowly departed from the shore, vanishing into the vast fog. Master Lingshu lingered for a long time, the river breeze rustling his Taoist robe. His heart surged with emotion. The Taoist sect was no longer like a rootless floating weed. With the blessings of the ancestral masters above and the support of the city god below, it felt reassuring to know there were guardians both heavenly and earthly. He turned to gaze towards Jiangzhou City, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. His masters had ventured to the northern frontier to expand their territory. Thus, it was our duty to fortify the foundations of Nanchu, ensuring the ancestral master's legacy spread to every corner of the Great Chu. 1,000 miles away, in Beiyin, At the imperial palace within the imperial study, the Emperor of Beiyin, clad in a black dragon robe and possessing a commanding presence, slowly set down a memorial from Jinzhou. He had scrutinized this document repeatedly more than 10 times. Each word had been pondered with meticulous care. Wei Xiong was indeed ambitious and astute. He had likely grasped Wei Xiong's scheme, leveraging the momentum of the true Buddha to suppress the false Buddhist sects in the city, then reporting this to the court, handing him the metaphorical knife of the debate of authenticity, aiding in the grand endeavor of weakening the Buddhist sect and consolidating power at the center. In doing so, Wei Xiong could ascend to greatness by virtue of his accomplishments. However, the emperor's gaze transcended the words on the memorial. As if he could perceive the mysterious monk in Jinzhou, whose every word and action could stir the winds and clouds. The emergence of Fahai had shattered Nanchu's monopoly on miracles. This is undoubtedly a fortuitous development, at least in terms of pacifying the court and stabilizing the domestic situation, offering countless benefits without a single detriment. Yet, he perceives a deeper layer of meaning. Fahai, the enigmatic monk who claims to be a high priest of the Lan Ruat temple, wields a formidable power, radiating a golden light and exuding an aura of divine authority. All of which affirms the rumors emanating from the southern Chu are not mere fabrications. Indeed, celestial beings exist above, and Buddhas are real. This realization unsettles him. For the first time, this earthly emperor harbors doubts about his own strength. He recalls the meticulously crafted plans he had set in motion, poised to strike against the Buddhist sects when the moment was ripe. Yet now, he hesitates to wield that blade. He remains uncertain of the celestial Buddhist stance towards an earthly emperor intent on cleansing the ranks. Although this master Fahai expresses disdain and contempt for the greedy false monks of Lingguang Temple, which appears to be a positive sign, the emperor of Beiyin does not believe in coincidences. He is even less inclined to think that the celestial deities are of a singular mind. Is Fahai merely a representative of one faction? Can his views truly reflect the will of all Buddhas? If he were to act, would it provoke the wrath and vengeance of other celestial beings? Can the mundane military truly withstand such unfathomable powers? He cannot take that risk. Until he thoroughly understands the depths and attitudes of his opponents, he must exercise caution. Come forth. A figure clad in black brocade, wearing a bronze mask, silently appeared in the imperial study and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, dispatch the most reliable person to Jinzhou. The Emperor of Beiyin's voice was calm and icy. Do not alert anyone, especially that Wei Xiong. I wish to uncover everything about Fahai, his origins, his intentions, his every word and action, in which celestial being stands behind him. As you command. The masked figure bowed and melted back into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The imperial study fell silent once more. The Emperor of Beiyin approached the window, gazing out at the vast landscape, his eyes deep as the ocean. He knew that mere clandestine investigations were far from sufficient. The miraculous occurrences in southern Chu had already stirred unrest among the court of Beiyin. He must stabilize the situation. Turning back, he returned to the dragon desk and picked up a vermilion brush. Convey my edict. The garrison commander of Jinzhou, Wei Xiong, has performed his duties commendably, allowing the true Buddha to manifest and vanquish demons in defense of the path, a portent of great fortune for our great yin. Reward him with 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of fine silk. The Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Works promptly drafted regulations to construct a temple for Master Fahai in Jinzhou, to create a golden statue and announce it to the world, thereby demonstrating the compassion of our Buddha. Furthermore, the auspicious news of the true Buddha's descent in Jinzhou must be disseminated within the court. I wish to reassure those ministers who are anxious due to the miraculous events of the southern Chu. They must be made aware that our great yin also enjoys the protection of divine beings. It is imperative to create an atmosphere of confidence. Just as the southern Chu has their true sovereign, so too does our great yin possess our true Buddha. Initially, let this divine presence pacify the unease that looms over the court. Subsequently, we shall stir the waters further. As for whether this true Buddha is friend or foe, that shall unfold as a strategic game between him and Master Fahai. Chapter 130. The demonic trace of the ancient temple in the backyard of Lingguang Temple. The deep well that once drew a crowd of young monks who would engage in hushed laughter and discussions of profound Buddhist philosophy with wealthy ladies seeking to conceive, now lies silent like a grave. The monk Yuan Jing, responsible for the upkeep of the courtyard, had not seen his water-fetching junior, Yuan Wu, for 3 days. He wondered which eager lady had summoned him for a ritual. Yuan Jing spat on the ground, filled with disdain and jealousy. The surrounding monks exchanged knowing glances, their laughter a shared understanding. Yuan Wu, with his fair complexion, excelled at charming those discontented women, returning from rituals with ample rewards. Such matters had long been an open secret at Lingguang Temple. However, on the second day, Yuan Wu still did not appear. By the third day, the monk Yuan De, responsible for purchasing supplies, had also vanished. During evening prayers, a sparse gathering of monks sat in the hall, exchanging glances laden with uncontainable dread. Was another one missing? Could it be that Wei Shoubei was exacting revenge in the shadows? Indeed, it must be that scoundrel plotting against us. He dares not confront us openly. So he resorts to underhanded tactics. The monks unanimously directed their suspicions towards Jianzhou as constable, Wei Xiong. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly retaliation from Wei Xiong. Abbot Yuan Wei, upon hearing of these events, wore a face as dark as storm clouds. He seethed with rage yet felt utterly powerless. The reputation of Lingguang Temple had plummeted. It was no longer the formidable Buddhist monastery that could stand against the government. To confront Wei Xiong now would be tantamount to inviting humiliation. Increase the patrols. Yuan Wei could only issue this ineffective command. Henceforth, no monk is to venture out alone at night. Groups of 5 must travel together. That night, all the monks of Lingguang Temple, from the abbot Yuan Wei to the humble servant tending the fire, shared the same harrowing nightmare. In the dream, they found themselves ensnared in a pitch-black meditation room. The ground beneath their feet suddenly turned muddy and soft. Then, countless vine-like tendrils, the size of infant arms and drenched in blood red, surged forth from the earth, coated in a viscous liquid. These tendrils expertly coiled around their ankles, mercilessly dragging them into the cold, suffocating darkness below. They could distinctly feel their flesh, their essence, even their very souls being ravenously consumed by these relentless vines. The sensation of life ebbing away, the despair of helplessness, was far more terrifying than any form of torture. Yuan Hui abruptly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, he surveyed his surroundings, the familiar meditation room, the dim flickering candlelight. Everything seemed to be merely a dream. Yet, the emptiness within his dantian, nearly devoid of any inner strength, silently proclaimed otherwise. It was no dream. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic knocking echoed, accompanied by the panicked voice of his trusted disciple. Abbot, something terrible has happened. Yuan Hui donned his monk's robe and opened the door. Outside stood a group of monks, pale and trembling, their faces etched with the same profound fear he felt. Abbot, we all had the same dream. In just a few short days, the once resplendent and vibrant Lingguang Temple had undergone a complete transformation. By day, the temple was cloaked in silence, with monks appearing listless, their eyes sunken. Resembling mere shadows of their former selves, their gazes filled with suspicion and wariness. As night fell, an even more ominous atmosphere enveloped the grounds. The garden, once lush and green, visibly withered and decayed. A faint, rotten odor permeated the air. The once sacred sanctuary had become more sinister and eerie than a graveyard. Abbot Yuan Wei was utterly shattered. He understood that this was no mere ploy of Wei Xiong. A true malevolent force had infiltrated the temple, one they could not withstand. Perhaps this demon had been summoned and nurtured by the greed, jealousy, and resentment festering within the temple. He recalled Fahai, the towering golden figure that had once illuminated everything with a purifying brilliance. Stumbling, he rushed back to his meditation room. He grasped a sharp dagger without a hint of hesitation, slicing through the tip of his finger. With his blood as ink and his finger as a quill, he inscribed a letter of crimson upon a pristine sheet of rice paper, adopting a nearly frenzied demeanor. The bloody letter contained no superfluous words, only haunting phrases brimming with fear and despair. Demon, save me, save Lingguang Temple. Upon completion, it seemed as though all strength had been drained from him, and he collapsed to the ground. He entrusted the blood letter to his most loyal disciple, his voice hoarse and laden with desperation. Go to Lanrua Temple. Deliver this to Master Fahai. Plead with him. By all means, make him act. Save us. Save Lingguang Temple. Tell him, I, Yuan Hui, have erred. I have wronged Lingguang Temple. If he is willing to intervene, I am prepared to relinquish everything of Lingguang Temple. The disciple accepted the blood letter, witnessing the distraught state of his abbot. His heart heavy with sorrow, with tears in his eyes, he bowed deeply and then raced away. At Lanrua Temple, the entrance was no longer desolate as it once was. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, of devotees surrounded the area, creating a throng that was impenetrable. Some knelt in fervent worship, while others busied themselves with the temple's repairs. When the disciple, adorned in a resplendent monk's robe and clutching the blood letter, stumbled into the crowd, he was immediately halted by the fervent worshippers. Stop! Several affluent guardians, spontaneously maintaining order, obstructed his path. By your garb, you must be one of Lingguang Temple's bald monks, a mere lackey of the false Buddha, daring to defile the sacred ground of the true Buddha. Begone! Leave this place. Indeed, we do not welcome you charlatans. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of scorn. a wave of vitriol crashing against the disciple. Some began to shove him, and in his fright, he clutched the blood letter tightly, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the chaos. I am not here to cause trouble. I have urgent business. I seek an audience with Master Fahai. Huh, you, a false monk, dare to seek an audience with the true Buddha? A burly butcher spat at him, rolling up his sleeves. Brothers, throw him out. Just as it seemed that violence would erupt, a resonant voice, imbued with compassion, rang clearly in everyone's ears. Amitabha. These 4 simple words bore an inexplicable enchantment. The raucous crowd fell silent in an instant, all turning to cast reverent glances toward the interior of Lanrua Temple. Let him enter. The voice of Master Fahai echoed once more. Within the Buddhist realm, no one is turned away. Upon hearing these words, the gathered devotees parted to create a pathway. The disciple from Lingguang Temple, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled forward into the gates of Lanrua Temple. There, in the courtyard, he beheld a gray figure standing still, overwhelmed. He collapsed to his knees, raising the still-warm blood letter high above his head, weeping uncontrollably. Master Fahai, I implore you, show mercy and save Lingguang Temple. At the same moment, in the western gate of Jinju City, a weary group of Taoist priests approached slowly. Leading them was the venerable Qing Xian, protector elder of Taishu Palace. Following closely behind were a dozen elite disciples from the palace, their faces weary yet their eyes gleaming with the thrill and pride of fulfilling a sacred mission. Ever since entering the borders of Beiyin, they had sensed an unsettling aura, whether it was the guards at the checkpoints or the common folk along the way. The glances cast upon their Taoist robes bore an unmistakable scrutiny and curiosity, as if they were not ethereal cultivators but rather a rare troop of monkeys. Master, the customs of the Beiyin people are indeed peculiar, one disciple could not help but whisper. Qing Xian, with a slender sword sheath slung across his back, remained silent. He merely raised his gaze towards the towering walls of Jinju City, acutely aware of a faint yet chillingly eerie presence enveloping the city above. A confident smile slowly curved upon his lips. The decree of our patriarch is indeed precise. The fiend lies within the city. The soldiers guarding the city had already taken note of these distinguished Taoists. A young officer hastened forward, hand resting on his waist blade, and sternly inquired, "Who goes there? Do you possess the necessary travel documents?" Stepping forward, Qin Xian produced a document stamped by the Southern Chu government and presented it. "I am Qin Xian of Taishu Palace, Southern Chu, here to exorcise demons and eradicate evil for the citizens of this city." His voice, though not loud, resonated with an air of authority and confidence. As the officer received the document and glanced at it, his hand trembled sharply. Southern Chu? Taishu Palace? Exorcising demons. The combination of these phrases instantly reminded him of the recent fervent rumors surrounding the miracles of Southern Chu, as well as Master Fahai's mention of a deeply hidden demon lurking within the city. The officer's gaze towards Qing Xian was now tinged with a mix of awe and trepidation. Chapter 131. Unwelcome visitors. The captain of the guards felt a jolt at the words subduing demons and eradicating evil uttered by the esteemed Qin Xian. Observing the group of Taoists behind him, each possessing radiant eyes and an extraordinary demeanor, he dared not exhibit any semblance of neglect. They were, after all, eminent figures from the Southern Chu. The captain hastily clasped his hands in a respectful salute, his demeanor significantly more courteous, yet he remained steadfast at the city gate, unwilling to yield even an inch. Given the current state of martial law within the city and the gravity of the situation, he requested that they wait momentarily while he reported to the garrison commander. A barely perceptible frown flickered across Qin Xian's brow, but it soon relaxed. With the divine sword bestowed by his ancestral master in hand and a destiny to fulfill, he was no longer the impatient old Taoist he once was. Adapting to local customs, he understood the necessity of courtesy before conflict. Very well, let the officials of Northern Yin witness the poise of the Taoist sect. It mattered not. Qin Xian nodded gently, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze calmly directed towards the interior of the city. The faint trace of demonic energy became increasingly distinct under the sensitivity of his divine sword. "We shall wait here," he declared, in the garrison of Jianzhou. Within the confines of his study, Wei Xiong held a bright yellow imperial edict in his hands, unable to suppress the overwhelming joy that painted his face. As though he were entranced, each character inscribed upon the edict resonated like the most exquisite melody in the world. Wei Xiong, the garrison commander of Jinzhou, had conducted his duties with exceptional diligence, leading to the manifestation of the true Buddha, vanquishing demons and safeguarding the righteous path, a portent of great fortune for our great yin. A reward of 1,000 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk was decreed. The Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Works were instructed to immediately draft regulations to construct a temple for Master Fahai in Jianzhou and to create a golden statue, proclaiming it to the world. Ha! Unable to contain himself, Wei Xiong erupted into a hearty laugh. He had wagered correctly. He envisioned himself soaring to greatness. Propelled by this meritorious feat, stepping into the majestic capital that symbolized the core of power, becoming one of the most trusted ministers beside His Majesty. At that point, what was a mere garrison commander of Jinzhou? What he desired was the supreme authority, second only to one, and the chance to inscribe his name in the annals of history, achieving unparalleled accomplishments. A grand political blueprint unfurled slowly before his eyes. Just as he reveled in this boundless fantasy, the sound of hurried footsteps abruptly interrupted his reverie. "My lord," a trusted soldier rushed in, kneeling on one knee. "I report to you, a group of Taoists from southern Shu has arrived outside the western city gate, numbering around a dozen. The leader claims to be Qing Xian of the Taishu Palace, stating that they have come to Jinzhou to exorcise demons and eradicate evil for the sake of the populace." The smile on Wei Xiong's face instantly froze. He abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his hawk-like eyes. "What? Taoists from southern Shu? Taishu Palace? And they claim to come to subdue demons?" A series of questions arose in his mind. Wei Xiong, having spent half his life on the battlefield, was well aware of the character of those Taoists from southern Shu. They had clung to their temples for decades, even centuries, resembling nothing more than a covetous horde of misers. How could they suddenly venture into the territory of Great Yan, and particularly into his own Jinzhou? The timing was far too coincidental. Master Fa Hai had just mentioned the lurking presence of true demons within the city, and they appeared almost immediately thereafter. Such fortune was scarcely believable. A thick atmosphere of the unusual jolted Wei Xiong from his lofty dreams. He narrowed his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tapping the tabletop. This group of Taoists bore ill intent. His first instinct was to immediately expel them or to apprehend them under the pretext of being spies from southern Shu. However, this thought merely flickered through his mind before he forcefully suppressed it. No, that would not do. Although relations between the two nations were tense, they had not officially declared war. The southern Shu allowed high-ranking monks to come and go freely. If he were to recklessly harm members of the state religion of southern Shu at this juncture, word would inevitably spread, creating unnecessary trouble for the court and portraying Great Yan as petty. Most importantly, there was a true Buddha residing in Jinzhou. What did Wei Xiong have to fear? It would be an opportunity for these southern Shu Taoists to witness the majesty of Great Yan's Buddhism. His thoughts raced, and a plan began to take shape. This matter shall be known to the officials. He set down his teacup, his voice regaining its calm demeanor. First, he would dispatch a team to invite them to the yamen, claiming that according to the laws of Great Yan, all entrants must have their identities verified and intentions clarified. He deliberately emphasized the word invite. Remember, the tone must be respectful. We must not diminish the dignity of Jinzhou's government, nor allow accusations of bullying outsiders to arise. Understood. The loyal soldier acknowledged and turned to leave. Wait, Wei Xiong called him back. Send a more astute individual to Lanruo Temple at once, to report this matter in full to Master Fa Hai. Inform him that southern Shu Taoists have entered the territory with unclear intentions, and request his judgment on the matter. Understood. Wei Xiong watched as the soldier departed, a cold smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Regardless of what supernatural beings you may be, once you enter the realm of Jinzhou, if you are a dragon, you must coil. If you are a tiger, you must lie down. Everything must submit to the Buddha's will. At Lanruo Temple, within the meditation hall, a disciple from Lingguang Temple knelt on the floor, weeping uncontrollably as he recounted the strange occurrences within the temple, along with the blood-written letter and plea from Abbot Yuan Hui, conveying every detail without omission. Master, the Lingguang Temple has long ceased to be a sanctuary of tranquility within the Buddhist realm. It has transformed into a veritable hell. We are reluctant to leave, yet we find ourselves unable to do so. The townsfolk now regard us as fraudulent monks, mere charlatans seeking to enrich ourselves. Should we abandon the temple, we might struggle to find even a place to rest our heads. The local magistrate watches us with hawk-like vigilance, and if we were to depart, he would undoubtedly seize the temple's assets, thereby severing the lineage of Lingguang Temple, which has endured for centuries. With a deep bow, he pressed his forehead against the stone floor, producing a dull thud. Lingguang Temple is our foundation, the embodiment of our lineage. The abbot has proclaimed that should you, master, choose to intervene, all scriptures, artifacts, and properties of Lingguang Temple shall be yours. We implore you, please, preserve even a sliver of our legacy. Huiming stood nearby, his heart racing and a chill creeping down his spine. He could hardly fathom that the once mighty Lingguang Temple, which had once loomed over them like a suffocating weight, had fallen to such a woeful state. Fa Hai listened intently, his resolute countenance revealing no trace of emotion. He shook his head. Foolish child, at this juncture, Clinging to notions of lineage and inheritance is futile. Stepping forward, he took the blood-stained letter from the disciple's trembling hands and set it aside. His gaze seemingly piercing through the walls of the meditation room towards the shadowy Lingguang temple enveloped in ominous clouds. Your roots have long since decayed. He spoke slowly. His voice not loud, yet it sent a shiver through the disciple, halting his sobs. The monks within the temple no longer cultivate the Dharma, but rather pursue fame and riches. They show reverence not to the Buddha, but to gold and silver. Their hearts have been overrun by the three poisons of greed, hatred, and delusion, giving rise to an insatiable inner demon. Fahai rose, his gray monk-esque robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, an intangible authority emanating from him. Inner demons breed external ones, drawing them forth. He strode to the door of the meditation room, gazing into the somber sky. Lingguang Temple is no longer a sacred refuge. It has been thoroughly claimed by both inner and outer demons, transforming into a den of monstrosities. If we do not swiftly uproot this evil, once it fully manifests, it will drain the essence and souls of all the monks within these walls. Fahai suddenly turned, his eyes ablaze with golden light, causing the disciple and Hui Ming to tremble in terror, unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, the entire city of Jianzhou would become a feast for such fiends, descending into a hellish nightmare. Chapter 132. The true form of the demons. As his words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the meditation room. The disciple of Lingguang Temple and the monk Hui Ming were left pale and shaken by the grim vision Fahai had painted. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. A young monk from the Lanrua Temple entered swiftly, his hands clasped in reverence. "Master," he said, "there is a man outside claiming to be a guard from the garrison, who has urgent matters to discuss." Fahai's eyes, which shone like gold, gradually regained their tranquility. He turned, his demeanor serene. "Let him enter." Moments later, the soldier, sent by Wei Xiong to deliver news, hastened into the courtyard. Upon seeing Fahai, draped in his gray monk's robe yet exuding an undeniable authority, he felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly knelt before him. "I humbly greet Master Fahai," he exclaimed, swiftly recounting the events that transpired at the city gate. The group of southern Chu Taoists, led by one claiming to be from the Taisu Palace, has been temporarily summoned back to the Yamen by my lord, awaiting further instructions. Fahai merely nodded, his expression betraying no surprise. He regarded the soldier calmly. "You may return and inform Wei Shoubei that I, too, have significant matters to discuss with him. Ask him to summon the Taoists who have traveled from afar to the garrison's conference hall. I shall arrive shortly." "Yes, sir." The soldier complied and swiftly departed. The courtyard fell into silence once more. Fahai's gaze shifted to Hui Ming and the already dazed disciple from Lingguang Temple. "Hui Ming," Fahai commanded, "gather all the monks of Lanrua Temple and assemble outside Lingguang Temple." His voice brooked no dissent. "Form a circle and chant sutras. With the sacred sounds of our Buddha's teachings, we shall suppress the demons within the temple and stabilize the surrounding area. Ensure that no trace of malevolent energy escapes to harm the innocent populace." "Understood," Hui Ming replied, his heart racing. He realized that the master was preparing to take action personally. Without further words, Fahai rose. The simple gray robe he wore seemed to convey more solemnity and authority than any luxurious attire could. With a single step, he was several paces away, and in mere breaths, he vanished from their sight. Only the disciple from Lingguang Temple and Hui Ming remained, staring blankly in the direction he had departed, their eyes filled with profound reverence and fervor. The true Buddha was setting out to vanquish demons. In the garrison's conference hall, the atmosphere was subtly tense. Wei Xiong, the garrison commander of Jianzhou, sat prominently, holding a cup of fragrant tea, a knowing smile playing on his lips. To his left sat a dozen southern Chu Taoists, led by the venerable Qing Xian. With a sword case slung over his back, Qing Xian remained with his eyes closed, neglecting the tea before him. Unfazed, he surveyed the surroundings, having absorbed the whispers of the townspeople along the way with his innate martial sensitivity. The true Buddha descends to vanquish demons. The eminent monk of Lanrua Temple, radiating golden light and exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Such phrases evoke in him an escalating curiosity and wariness towards the illustrious Master Fahai, a figure he has yet to meet. He perceives a stark contrast in the approach of this Master Fahai compared to the playful Arhut of the Southern Chu. Yet there seems to be a shared essence of power underlying both. What connection could possibly exist between them? At that moment, footsteps resonated from outside. Wei Xiong's eyes brightened, and he instantly rose, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Master, you have finally arrived." He beheld Master Fahai, draped in a gray monk-esque robe, wielding a 9-ring staff, as he entered the hall with measured steps. With each footfall, it was as though he trod upon an arcane nexus, causing the energy within the assembly hall to coalesce. Suddenly, Qing Xianjinren opened his eyes, which had previously mirrored the calm of an ancient well, now ablaze with an astonishing brilliance. Such formidable cultivation. No, this transcends mere cultivation. The monk before him seemed to harbor within a volcano poised to erupt. A power that was pure, vast, and domineering, entirely distinct from any internal force or vital energy he had ever encountered. It was an energy of a higher order, more pristine, imbued with a resplendent divine might. Merely by sitting there, he created a sanctified space, impervious to all disturbances. This was a true master of the Buddhist path. Unaware of the deeper implications, Wei Xiong enthusiastically invited Fahai to the seat of honor on his right. Once all three were seated, Fahai recounted the situation regarding Lingguang Temple in its entirety. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiong slammed his palm on the table, producing a resounding crash. "This is outrageous," he exclaimed, his face flushed with righteous indignation. "How could this be? I never imagined that the monks of Lingguang Temple had decayed to such an extent. While it is one thing to exploit the common people and tarnish the reputation of Buddhism, now, driven by selfish desires, they have summoned demons, endangering the lives of the citizens throughout the city." His heart ached with profound sorrow and indignation. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Wei Xiong's gaze swept over Fahai and Qing Xianjunren, his voice rising dramatically. "I shall report this matter to the court in full detail. I will petition His Majesty to conduct a thorough investigation of all Buddhist temples across the realm. Such calamities must not be allowed to unfold again in any corner of our great yin. This is to eliminate future threats and to ensure the peace of the people." What a remarkable opportunity to address the issue. What a commendable intent to prevent future calamities. Qing Xianjunren observed silently, his attention inward. Yet he secretly marveled at the political acumen of this northern yin commander. Wei Shoubei clearly intends to use the decayed fruit of Lingguang Temple to direct his spear towards the entirety of the Buddhist sect in Beiyin. What lies behind this scheme is likely the audacious ambition for immense power. Such a mundane desire for authority is indeed intriguing. Fahai's expression, however, remained unperturbed. He merely raised his gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Wei Xiong. It is commendable for the general to harbor such intentions, nevertheless. The pressing matter at hand is to eliminate the demons haunting Lingguang Temple. He paused, his voice imbued with a hint of authority. "I implore the general to immediately mobilize troops and thoroughly seal off the vicinity of Lingguang Temple, ensuring that no common citizen may approach even a step closer. Once this humble monk and the esteemed Taoist have vanquished the demons, we shall deliberate on other matters." This was precisely the affirmation Wei Xiong awaited. He desired this very stance, one of complete cooperation with the true Buddha to rid the populace of harm. "Rest assured, Master," Wei Xiong declared, thumping his chest with a voice like thunder. "I shall personally lead the troops forth, ensuring that Lingguang Temple is besieged to the point where not even a fly could escape. The safety of the citizens shall be entrusted to me." With that, he bowed deeply once more to the two men, then turned and strode out of the council hall with resolute determination. Silence enveloped the council hall once again, leaving only Fahai and the Taoist Qing Xian seated across from one another. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Qing Xian finally resolved to speak. He inclined his head slightly to Fahai, acknowledging him with respect. "Your profound Buddhist teachings command my admiration, Master." Fahai also joined his palms, returning the gesture. "The Taoist's ethereal demeanor is indeed extraordinary. I wish to venture to Lingguang Temple to subdue the demons. Might I request the Taoist to lend me a helping hand?" Fahai's invitation was direct and sincere. Taoist Qing Xian had been anticipating this very request. His purpose for coming was to fulfill the wishes of his ancestral master and vanquish evil. To join forces with the inscrutable true Buddha before him was most fortuitous. "Such is my wish, I would not dare to impose." Taoist Qing Xian readily agreed. Then he shifted the topic as if casually mentioning, "By the way, some time ago in Nanchu, I heard of a Buddhist adept who indulges in the mundane world, known by the Jijin." He seemingly brought it up nonchalantly. Yet his eyes were fixed intently on Fahai's reaction. Upon hearing this, Fahai's face broke into a subtle smile. "Haha. Could it be that you speak of the arhat who wields a broken fan, often murmuring about worn-out shoes and hats?" Taoist Qing Xian felt a jolt of astonishment. Indeed, they were truly acquainted. "I shall not conceal it from you, esteemed Taoist," Fahai softly remarked. "My master is a brother in the order to the revered Ji Gian Luohan." The words resonated deeply within Qing Xianjunren, causing his mind to reverberate with astonishment. Brotherhood. This connection was even closer and more astonishing than he had imagined. Ji Dian Luohan was an old friend of the true monarch, who, in turn, shared a bond with the ancestral master. Thus it is, Qing Xianjunren murmured, as the last vestige of doubt in his heart dissipated like mist. Fahai's gaze fell upon the ancient sword case behind him, and he spoke with intention. "There is no need for you to worry, for you are destined by heaven. Proceed with confidence. Upon hearing this, Qing Xianjinren felt a surge of emotion and abruptly rose to his feet, bowing deeply in a grand gesture of respect towards Fa Hai. In that case, I shall leave all matters to your esteemed guidance. Outside Lingguang Temple, the once bustling street had been replaced by an atmosphere of grim anticipation. Thousands of elite soldiers, clad in armor, formed a formidable military formation, encircling the temple and its vicinity with an impenetrable barrier where blades and spears stood like a forest and banners obscured the sun. Wei Xiong, the garrison commander of Jianzhou, donned his armor and hung a sword at his waist, taking his position at the forefront of the ranks, his resolute face marked by gravity. Under his orders, all nearby residences had been evacuated, and the populace was kept at a distance. Nevertheless, countless brave souls peered from distant high buildings and alleyways, craning their necks anxiously towards the direction of Lingguang Temple. Within the protective circle of the army, the monks from Lan Ruo Temple sat cross-legged under the guidance of Hui Ming, forming a simple chanting formation. A solemn chant emerged from their lips, washing over the lifeless Lingguang Temple. Amidst this tense and oppressive atmosphere, two figures gradually approached from afar. One was draped in resplendent robes, walking with a steady gait, emanating an aura of solemnity. The other bore an ancient sword case on his back, clad in a flowing blue robe, embodying ethereal grace. It was Fa Hai and Qing Xianjinren. Not daring to delay, Wei Xiong swiftly dismounted and approached them with purposeful strides. Master, he greeted Fa Hai, clasping his fists in a respectful salute, his expression serious. I have followed your instructions and thoroughly sealed this area. No civilian shall inadvertently wander in. Fa Hai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, his gaze swept beyond Wei Xiong, fixating on the temple shrouded in ominous energy. A glint of cold light flashing in his golden eyes. The demonic aura is rising. It seems that the vile creature can no longer contain itself. With that, he said no more, striding purposefully towards the tightly shut vermilion gates of Lingguang Temple, with Qing Xianjinren following closely behind, his expression equally grave. Two figures, one in front of the other, ventured into the forbidden zone, a realm sealed off by military formations in the eyes of mortals. Not far away, atop the roof of an inn, stood a man clad in black brocade, his face concealed by a bronze mask, quietly observing from the shadows. His eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were as tranquil as a still pond, meticulously recording everything that unfolded before him, including each interaction and expression between Master Fa Hai and the real man Qin Xian. In his hand, he grasped a specially crafted charcoal pencil, swiftly documenting the events on a piece of parchment. The Daoist sect of Southern Chu joined forces with Master Fa Hai to eradicate evil. A hoarse voice emanated from beneath the mask. Lingguang Temple, the Mahavira Hall. The remaining few dozen monks of Lingguang Temple congregated there, their faces pale as parchment, their spirits drained, huddling in corners, trembling. The abbot, Yuan Wei, appeared to have aged a decade, leaning against a disciple for support. Upon seeing Fa Hai and the real man Qing Xian enter the hall, he struggled to rise and pay his respects. However, with a mere glance, Fa Hai halted his movement. Real man Qing Xuan's brow furrowed. He could distinctly sense a pervasive negative aura within the hall. He remained silent, silently trailing behind Fa Hai. The two traversed the hall and arrived at the backyard. Fa Hai's gaze extended beyond the courtyard, landing on an unremarkable hillock. Atop the hill, the old locust tree still stood quietly. Yet, its bark had transformed into a strange, dark red akin to blood vessels, with countless slender tendrils coiling around the trunk. Subtly writhing. Amitabha, abominable creature, reveal yourself. Almost simultaneously, a clear, melodious sound emanated from the ancient sword box behind real man Qin Xian. He could distinctly feel the urgent vibrations radiating from the Jinwu demon-slaying sword in his hand, filled with alertness and murderous intent. The sword's point was directed at the eerie, old locust tree. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire hillock trembled violently, without warning. The dark red old locust tree emitted a cracking sound, splitting abruptly down the middle. A monstrous, unimaginably large, blood-red flower bud, its surface coated with viscous strands, burst forth wildly from the fissured trunk. The bud was poised to bloom, its surface adorned with numerous dark red vein-like patterns, pulsating with a breathtaking rhythm. In the next instant, the massive flower bud began to unfurl. Yet within its heart, there was no resplendent blossom. What emerged was a colossal visage, grotesquely formed from the twisted, anguished, and despairing faces of countless monks. Among these visages were those of Yuan Wu, Yuanda, and all the monks who had vanished from Lingguang Temple. They seemed to retain a flicker of consciousness, silently emitting the most heart-rending and desperate wails. The enormous ghastly face abruptly opened countless eyes, brimming with malice and madness, fixating intently on Fa Hai and the real man Qi Xin below. A sound erupted, unlike any human voice, filled with boundless agony and fury, surging forth from that ghastly countenance. The terrifying sound waves transformed into visible black shock waves, sweeping outwards in all directions. In Chapter 133, What Sin Is There? Fahai remained unperturbed. As the cataclysmic sound waves bore down upon him, he slowly raised his right hand. There was no earth-shattering aura, nor dazzling brilliance. With an unremarkable gesture, he struck forth. An unimaginably vast golden handprint materialized, spanning the space between him and the ghastly face. The handprint bore clear patterns, its golden light flowing, exuding an aura of compassion and majesty that could suppress and subdue all. Almost simultaneously, the real man Qin Xian made his move. The ancient sword box behind him opened with a resonant sound. Clang! A clear and soaring sword cry echoed throughout the courtyard. A sword, entirely azure and seemingly infused with the mysteries of the celestial rivers, transformed into a stream of blue light and fell into his grasp. It was the Jianwu demon vanquishing sword. With the divine sword in hand, Qing Xuan's aura underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The innate energy he possessed intertwined perfectly with the formidable celestial might contained within the sword. No longer was he merely a seeker of the Tao. He had metamorphosed into a true master of the Tao, ready to vanquish all demons and impose his will upon the universe. Monstrous fiends, prepare to meet your demise. With a commanding shout, Qin Xian flicked his wrist, and the sword moved with his intent, slicing forward with a distant strike. A streak of condensed azure sword energy, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space, surged forth. The sword energy and the golden handprint, one on each side, one blue, one gold, collided fiercely with the encroaching black shockwaves. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a fleeting moment of profound silence. Then, with a resounding roar, a tempest of violent energy erupted from the point of collision. The visible shockwaves expanded in a circular frenzy, instantly lifting the glazed tiles of the Great Hero Hall, reducing them to dust. The hard blue stone ground of the courtyard was torn apart inch by inch, soaring skyward. The terrifying noise caused the hearts of everyone outside Lingguang Temple to skip a beat. Whether soldiers in formation or citizens watching from afar, all were struck with horror. They fixated their gaze on the small hill, where a colossal ghostly visage twisted erratically at the center of an energy, emitting a silent yet ferocious roar while maintaining its menacing presence. What on earth is that? Oh my, a monster. It truly is a monster. Run. From a distance, the populace erupted in terrified screams, and chaos ensued among the crowd. In the forefront, Wei Xiong's pupils constricted sharply. He could distinctly feel the apocalyptic power contained within that recent strike. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, his hawk-like eyes radiated an unprecedented fervor. The moment had arrived. This was the very ladder to his ascendance. Wei Xiong unsheathed his blade with fervor, directing its edge towards the ghastly countenance, channeling every ounce of strength within him to unleash a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens. All troops, heed my command. The soldiers jolted back to their senses, instinctively straightening their posture and gripping their weapons tightly. Form ranks. Launch fire arrows. Wei Xiong's voice bore an ironclad resolve. Support the true Buddha, vanquish demons and malevolence. Today, we fight not for the court, nor for military accolades. We fight for the elders and kin of Jinju City. We fight for the clarity of this world. For the sake of the people, we shall engage. Kill, 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 kill. Inspired by the miraculous scene and the commanding words of their leader, a fierce and tragic determination ignited within the hearts of the soldiers. They roared in unison, their voices echoing across the plains, their morale reaching a zenith. Archers drew their bows and ignited the fire arrows that had long been prepared. Release. With the commanding call, a barrage of flaming arrows surged forth like a great fire dragon, trailing a lengthy tail of flames, soaring through the sky en masse towards that immense ghostly visage. The volley was awe-inspiring. The fire arrows struck precisely upon the ghastly face composed of countless monk-like visages. A series of hissing sounds echoed, accompanied by a pungent odor of charred flesh. The tormented faces upon the ghostly visage twisted further in agony, emitting silent wails. However, the effect was minimal. The wounds caused by the flames were almost instantaneously filled by newly sprouting tendrils of flesh, restoring it to its former state in the blink of an eye. The ghostly face appeared utterly enraged. It opened its massive maw wide and unleashed a roar filled with fury and madness. Roar. Dozens of massive vines, thick as barrels and suffused with a dark crimson hue, erupted from the heart of the blossoms like a long dormant serpent. Each vine, accompanied by a piercing whistle that tore through the air, danced like blood-red whips, striking fiercely at Fahai, the Qinxian real man, and the distant army formations. Humph. Fahai let out a cold snort, forcefully slamming his 9-ringed staff onto the ground. Buddhas of Prajnaparamita. A visible golden halo erupted from beneath his feet, expanding into a vast golden shield that enveloped both him and the Qin Xian real man Bang. Bang! Bang! Several gigantic vines lashed against the golden shield, producing a thunderous roar, yet only creating ripples on its surface, failing to disturb it in the least. Meanwhile, the Qin Xian real man deftly maneuvered his wrist, transforming his divine sword into a myriad of azure sword shadows. Wherever the sword light reached, those vines were instantly severed, their cut ends smooth as mirrors, with dark crimson, foul-smelling liquid splattering everywhere. The ghastly visage seemed to realize that these two individuals posed the greatest threat. It abandoned its assault on the distant army, directing all its frenzied vines towards Fahai and the Qin Xian real man. Countless vengeful eyes fixated upon Fahai. It had consumed the monks of Lingguang Temple, awakened its intelligence, and recognized this true Buddha who had displayed tremendous power just days prior in the square. A cacophony of voices, rife with derision and malice, erupted from the ghastly face. Monk, you pretender of compassion, do not think that with your meager cultivation, you can harm me. Fahai, upon hearing this, slowly lifted his gaze, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Beast, he began calmly. Once a spirit of flora, you have fallen into darkness due to your greed, consuming souls and steeped in sin. Today, this humble monk shall act on behalf of heaven and cast you into the cycle of reincarnation, cleansing you of your transgressions. Ha ha ha. The ghastly visage erupted into a fit of manic laughter, as if it had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Acting on behalf of heaven? Just based on what I have consumed? The faces of Yuanji, Yuenda, and other monks became strikingly clear upon the ghastly visage, their expressions twisted with greed and depravity. Look at them. Observe these so-called disciples of the Buddha. Which among them is not tainted by vice, thieves and harlots alike? Their hearts have long forsaken the Buddha, leaving only gold, silver, and desire. My consumption of them is merely poetic justice. Is this not what you Buddhists call karmic retribution? What sin have I committed? The voice of the ghastly face suddenly grew shrill, filled with indignation. Observe the so-called affluent gentry within the city. Which one is not devoid of compassion, treating human lives with disdain? Which heart is not ensnared by the three poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance? Tell me, if there truly exists a realm where good is rewarded and evil punished, why are they not the ones who perish? Why do they continue to indulge in luxury and wield power? If that is the case, then let it be that I claim the retribution. Allow me to be the harbinger of justice. Would that not be preferable? The voice, twisted and maniacal, grew increasingly deranged and self-righteous. I am the embodiment of true compassion. I am the genuine Buddha. This rhetoric even sowed seeds of doubt among some soldiers in the distant ranks. Hearing the demonic fallacies, the esteemed Qin Xian furrowed his brow, a flicker of unmistakable disdain flashing in his eyes. Humph! A mere snort escaped him, and he could no longer be bothered to engage in further discourse with this fiend. A demon is a demon. What need is there for such superfluous words? A day as a demon equates to a lifetime as a demon. Today, I shall ensure your total annihilation, both body and spirit. As his words faded, he planted his foot forcefully, his form soaring like a feather without weight, instantaneously lifting off the ground, the ladder to the clouds. The supreme technique of the Taoist sect, propelled by his innate true energy, reached its zenith. He transformed into a swift arrow, traversing the wild, thrashing vines, leveraging their force, and within mere moments, he had crossed dozens of zhang, charging directly towards the enormous demonic visage atop the small hill, with the true martial demon subduing sword in hand, carving a streak of azure light through the air, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Chapter 134. The Vajra subdues demons. As the demonic face beheld the rapid approach of Qin Xian, dozens of blood-red vines, shrieking as they tore through the air, converged from all directions, striving to ensnare the airborne Qin Xian. A mere triviality. Qin Xian uttered a cold snort, unperturbed while suspended in midair. The true martial demon-subduing sword in his grasp emitted a jubilant chime. With a flick of his wrist, the sword traced arcane trajectories in the air, the azure light forming an impenetrable net around him. With a series of sharp sounds, the sword's radiance was fierce. Any blood-red vine that ventured within 3 feet of him was promptly severed, splattering dark crimson, fetid liquid in all directions. Yet, those vines seemed inexhaustible. For every one he severed, 10 more surged forth from the demonic face, even more frenzied than before. Nevertheless, Qin Xian remained unfazed, lightly pushing off a severed vine with his toes, his form ascending once more, his speed only increasing. In a few swift movements, he overcame numerous obstacles, resembling a cerulean crane gracefully alighting directly above the colossal demonic visage. He stood with an air of superiority, his eyes devoid of any distractions, filled solely with a pure, icy intent to kill. He channeled the torrent of innate true energy coursing within him, pouring it unreservedly into the divine sword he wielded. The Zhenwu demon-slaying sword hummed with a resonant energy, its blade radiating a brilliant azure light that was nearly blinding. An overwhelming divine might erupted from the sword's body with a thunderous force. "Demon slaying!" cried Qin Xianjinren with a voice that shattered the heavens. Gripping the sword with both hands, he summoned all his strength and struck down fiercely at the grotesque visage below. A streak of azure sword light, extending several zhang and shimmering with unparalleled brilliance, surged forth from the blade. This sword light seemed to encapsulate the very essence of the heavens and earth, imbued with an unmatched authority to purify and cleanse. Tearing through the air and the darkness with a deafening roar, before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The azure sword light sliced with pinpoint precision into the center of the massive ghostly face, cleaving through it like a hot knife through butter. A sound of ripping echoed as the colossal visage, formed from the faces of myriad monks, let out a chilling, frenzied roar that abruptly ceased. A distinct azure sword mark extended from its brow to its jaw. In the next moment, that immense ghostly face was cleaved perfectly in two. The blood-red vines, which had once danced wildly, seemed to be stripped of all their strength, instantly losing their vitality and becoming stiff, drooping like countless lifeless serpents. Silence enveloped the world. Qin Xianjinren slowly descended to the ground, his chest rising and falling gently, his complexion pale from the excessive consumption of true energy, yet his eyes remained bright. It is done. This thought had just flickered in his mind when an unprecedented, overwhelming sense of peril suddenly enveloped him without warning. His innate intuition warned him frantically. Danger! Mortal danger! Qin Xianjinren's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment to ponder, he stomped his foot and activated the cloud ladder technique, retreating swiftly without hesitation. Just as he withdrew, a tremendous rumble resonated. The small hill where the old locust tree stood began to quake violently, with countless stones and earth cascading down. To the horror of all, that small hill began to rise slowly. Countless blood-red vines, thicker than those before and intertwining like ancient dragons, formed its legs, shaking off the dirt and debris to reveal its true visage hidden beneath the mountain. Before them stood a colossal tree demon, towering at 10 zhang. A grotesque amalgamation of twisted roots and menacing vines, entwined and compressed into a formidable form. This tree demon bore no facial features, but rather a body of despairing enormity, imbued with an aura of primal fury and madness. At its broad chest lay the ancient locust tree, cleaved in two by the sword of the esteemed Qing Xian. In this moment, the ghastly gash was visibly mending, while the severed visage began to coalesce anew, emitting a cacophony of laughter that was even more frenzied and jarring than before. Ha 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 ha. This sound transcended mere roaring. It was a terrifying symphony of countless vengeful souls' wails, weeping, and curses, a haunting melody laden with infinite agony and malice that reverberated through the skies of Jianzhou. Foolish mortals! Do you believe this is the end? Nay, it is merely the beginning. The voice of the tree demon resonated with such force that it pierced the eardrums and threatened to shatter the very souls of those who heard it. Today, I shall consume this city. Let all living beings become a part of me. In that moment, the world fell silent. Whether it was the distant army or the citizens even further away, they stood transfixed, gazing at the towering tree demon, their minds a blank slate. This was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. It was a true demon, a being of legend and myth. Qin Xian's countenance turned ashen, his gaze fixed on the tree demon radiating an overwhelming aura of menace as he felt the chilling dread of its terrifying presence surge through him. An icy wave that rose from his feet to the crown of his head. For the first time, a profound sense of helplessness and despair gripped his heart. In the distant ranks of the army, Wei Xiong was equally stricken with horror. His dagger, once held with pride, now hung limply in his grasp. His once mighty troops, thousands of elite warriors, appeared insignificant, like mere grains of sand before this true embodiment of evil. In that instant, his lofty ambitions and dreams of ascendance were crushed to oblivion. It was over. Everything was over. Jianzhou was doomed, as the essence of despair permeated the hearts of all. A figure who had remained silent in the courtyard finally stirred. Fahai slowly raised his head. From his tranquil eyes erupted two beams of resplendent, almost tangible golden light. He gazed upon the imposing tree demon and uttered a solemn decree filled with unyielding authority and wrath. Vidra subduing demons! Boom! A pure, overwhelming golden light surged from Fahai, ascending skyward with unparalleled might. The golden light, akin to a divine pillar supporting the heavens and the earth, instantaneously pierced the overcast skies above Jianzhou City, transforming the heavy clouds into a resplendent and sacred hue of gold. In the astonished and unforgettable gazes of all present, Fahai's seemingly ordinary physique began to expand at a visible pace, soaring upwards. 1 zhang, 3 zhang, 5 zhang, ultimately, enveloped by the golden radiance, he transformed into a towering figure nearly 10 zhang tall, a four-armed Vajra, muscles rippling as if forged from gold, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. This Vajra, with its fierce countenance and solemn demeanor, appeared as the very embodiment of the Buddha's wrath, each of its four arms as robust as pillars reaching for the sky, wielded an enormous golden demon-slaying pestle that shimmered with the light of Buddhist virtue. Merely standing there, it unleashed a terrifying pressure that suppressed all demons and quelled all malevolence in the world, sweeping forth like an invisible tide in all directions. The once arrogant and overbearing massive tree demon, upon sensing this overwhelming divine might, abruptly ceased its maniacal laughter, which had been composed of countless vengeful souls. Instead, for the first time, a flicker of profound terror emerged from the depths of its being. Chapter 135. The Divine Thunder of the Nine Heavens. The four-armed Vajra, transformed from Fa high, radiated an aura of solemnity and Buddhist light. The overwhelming divine might, capable of subduing all malevolence, surged forth in a thunderous wave. Whether among the soldiers in formation, the monks of Lanroa Temple chanting on the ground, or the ordinary folk peering from the distant streets, all were seized by this sacred and vast presence, awakening a primal sense of reverence deep within their souls. Countless hands came together in prayer as they bowed in devotion towards the towering Vajra, murmuring unconsciously, "The living Buddha has descended. Our Buddha is compassionate. Our Buddha is compassionate indeed." Wei Xiong, standing at the front lines, gazed upon the towering Vajra, taller than the city walls themselves. Feeling the purifying light of the Buddha wash over him, trembling with excitement, the blade he had once held fell from his grasp, and his resolute face flushed with fervent crimson. He realized he had latched onto the most formidable of supports. No, this was no mere support. It was a divine pillar reaching to the heavens. With this true Buddha as his backing, Wei Xiong's ascent was assured, in stark contrast to Wei Xiong's elation. The Qing Xianjunren on the other side was left with nothing but an endless sense of shock. He stood there, gazing up at the Vajra, feeling the pure and tyrannical power that emanated from it, for the first time casting deep doubt upon his own once proud cultivation. Was this what it truly meant to be a genuine practitioner? It turns out that the chasm between mortals and true cultivators is indeed vast. As distant as the flicker of fireflies compared to the brilliance of the full moon. The realm he has pursued throughout his life appears insignificant before this divine Vajra manifestation. As trivial as dust. In this moment, the resolve within him to seek the true Dharma and to reconstruct the lineage became unprecedentedly steadfast and fervent. The colossal tree demon, initially gripped by terror, soon awakened to an overwhelming fury, rooted in its innate instincts. It sensed a lethal threat, with a deafening roar, filled with brutality and resentment. It erupted from its visage formed by countless vengeful spirits. Its enormous form was entwined with hundreds of massive vines, shrieking through the air with a sharp whistle, hurtling towards the Vajra manifestation of Fa high with tremendous force. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic assault, the Vajra manifestation remained unflinching. Its four robust arms, akin to pillars supporting the heavens, swung into action. For massive golden demon-subduing pestles, shimmering with the light of Buddhist virtue, danced in its grasp with an impenetrable precision. Moving so swiftly that only fleeting shadows could be discerned, forming an indomitable golden barrier. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening clang of metal echoed like a torrential downpour, resonating through the skies. Those resilient, blood-red vines, capable of easily piercing city walls, struck against the golden pestles and shattered like brittle wood, erupting into a flurry of splinters. The foul, dark red sap splattered everywhere, yet even the golden Buddhist light could not approach without being instantaneously purified and evaporated. Monstrous creature, stubbornly obstinate. A solemn and thunderous rebuke emanated from the Vajra manifestation, its voice resonating like a great bell. Fa stepped forward. Boom. The earth rumbled. As if unable to bear the weight of this divine being. No longer on the defensive, he advanced to meet the thrashing vines with his four massive pestles, wielding immense force. Each strike, though unadorned, contained the supreme power to suppress all. Each blow caused the enormous tree demon to tremble violently. Countless vines were smashed apart, and the hard bark was shattered, sending a storm of wood chips and dark red sap flying. The tree demon held in agony, yet it continued to frantically sprout new vines, engaging in a futile resistance. Realizing the gravity of the moment, the esteemed Qing Xianjunren did not remain a mere spectator. Recovering from the profound shock, he quickly understood that this could be the pivotal moment of the ancestral trial. He could not stand idly by. As a disciple of the Tao, he too bore the heart of a protector. With a sharp shout, he leaped forward, transforming into a streak of azure light, wielding the true martial expelling demon sword. Swiftly maneuvering along the periphery of the colossal battlefield, he did not confront the tree demon's main form directly. Instead, he focused his attention on the insidious vines attempting to ensnare the ankles and arms of his indomitable form from devious angles. Each flicker of the azure sword light was executed with unparalleled precision, severing a blood-red vine with every stroke. In his own manner, he cleared the path for Fa High, safeguarding him from hindrances. The tree demon, unable to gain the upper hand, began to retreat under Fa High's relentless assault. Its visage, a grotesque face composed of countless vengeful souls, betraying a flicker of human-like ferocity and madness. It altered its strategy. Beneath its colossal form, numerous thicker roots plunged violently into the depths of the earth. The entire city of Jianzhou seemed to tremble slightly. Invisible yet palpably real, torrents of negative emotions, fear, resentment, and despair, were forcibly extracted from the hearts of every living being within the city, wildly converging towards the Lingguang Temple. Nourished by this influx of negativity, the tree demon's aura surged once more. The severed vines regenerated at a speed exponentially greater than before, and even its towering form seemed to swell further into the air. Simultaneously, its massive, ghostly face opened wide, unleashing a dense, tangible miasma of dark green poison from its maw. Wherever this toxic vapor spread, the remnants of flora and the sturdy bluestone alike withered and corroded in an instant, the air sizzling, transforming into a lethal wasteland that surged towards Fa High's indomitable form in the distant military formation. Demon, do not overstep your bounds, Fa High intoned, his voice resonating like a great bell. He thrust one of his demon-suppressing staves forcefully into the ground. Buzz. A visible wave of golden Buddhist light emanated from the staff's center, rippling outward like waves across a tranquil surface. This holy light, imbued with compassion and the power of purification, met the dark green miasma, instantly dissolving it without leaving a trace. Realizing that his last resort had been rendered ineffective, the tree demon succumbed to madness. It abandoned all defenses and concentrated all its might for a final strike. The wildly thrashing vines began to converge frantically before it, compressing and coalescing. Ultimately, they transformed into a massive wooden spear, pulsating with a dark blood-like glow, seemingly infused with the curses and hatred of countless souls. Die. Accompanied by a frenzied roar, the tree demon hurled the giant spear towards Fa High's chest with all its demonic might. In the face of this ultimate assault, Fa High's golden visage remained as serene as a still pond. He stood resolute, his four colossal arms raised high, wielding the demon-subduing staff, which he brought crashing down before him. Boom. At that moment, the Buddhist power of the four staffs converged without reservation into a singular force. A magnificent golden swastika, adorned with intricate Buddhist runes, slowly began to swirl and coalesce in the air. Almost simultaneously, the blood-red spear collided violently with the golden swastika. In that instant, the heavens and the earth seemed to lose their color. All auditory perception was stripped away, leaving only the sight of two radiant beams annihilating and erupting at the point of impact. An indescribable wave of terrifying energy surged forth in a circular torrent, sweeping outwards in all directions. The majority of the spirit light temple was reduced to rubble, as if made of paper, beneath this overwhelming shockwave. The distant military formations were thrown into chaos by the residual force. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the seemingly indestructible blood-red spear began to shatter from its tip, disintegrating into dust. Meanwhile, the immense golden swastika remained undiminished, forcefully stamped onto the chest of the colossal tree demon. The tree demon emitted a heart-wrenching wail, far beyond the capacity of any living being. Its massive form was driven back repeatedly by the force of the imprint, each step leaving a colossal footprint upon the earth. A gigantic, charred swastika was seared into its chest. Countless vengeful spirits, purified by the sacred Buddhist light, sighed in release, transforming into luminous particles that dissipated into the cosmos. The tree demon's aura visibly waned at an alarming rate. Fear and despair etched themselves upon the ghostly visage composed of myriad vengeful souls. It finally comprehended that this diamond-like entity was beyond its capacity to resist. Continuing the fight would only lead to a dead end. A glimmer of cunning flickered in its enormous eyes. The tree demon relinquished all resistance and began to frantically burrow into the depths of the earth, seeking to escape. The Vajra form of Fahai possessed boundless power, yet its vast size hindered its pursuit. As the tree demon rapidly sank into the ground, Fahai found himself momentarily unable to intervene. Far away in the Xuanqing Dao Palace, Li Yin beheld the scene through the vision of Yu Wujiu. General Yu, it is your turn to act from the underworld. However, just then, an unexpected twist occurred. At the edge of the battlefield, the true martial demon-dispelling sword in the hands of Master Qin Xian deftly severed a massive root attempting to escape underground. At the very moment the blade made contact with the roots, the Jinwu exorcising sword erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, radiating a resplendent azure light like never before. In the blink of an eye, the previously clear sky transformed dramatically. Ominous storm clouds converged from all directions, enveloping the entirety of Jianzhou City in an oppressive darkness. Within the tumultuous clouds, silver serpents writhed and flashes of lightning crackled, heralding a divine wrath far more terrifying and formidable than the thunder previously summoned by Ziying. Descending with thunderous might from the heavens above. Inside the Xinkong Dao Palace, Li Yin, who was poised to instruct Yu Wujiao to take action, suddenly he gazed in astonishment at the celestial phenomenon in the sky, fixated on the sword in the hands of the azure mystic, which radiated divine light. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Good heavens! What luck! When he had handed the sword to the azure mystic, he had inadvertently infused it with a streak of mystical energy, which was no mere special effect. Rather, it was a high-grade enhancement stone he had unearthed from his gaming inventory. This artifact not only augmented the weapon's attributes, but also bestowed it with a unique effect. A 1% chance of summoning divine lightning from the heavens to strike the target upon attack. It was the favored choice among players who sought special effects. For those characters with multiple high-frequency strikes, it could practically ensure a continuous barrage of divine thunder. He never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary strike from the Azure Mystic would actually trigger the effect. As all eyes widened in horror, the heavy clouds were violently torn apart by an unseen force, creating a monumental rift. From within the clouds emerged the spectral figure of a colossal deity clad in silver armor, with an indistinct visage, wielding the hammer of the thunder god. His indifferent gaze locked onto the enormous tree demon below, which was attempting to flee into the earth as he slowly raised the hammer. With a resounding crack, a bolt of divine lightning, broader than a barrel and radiating a blinding white light, cleaved through the darkness, embodying the purifying might to eradicate all impurities from the world, and precisely struck the tree demon atop its head. No, the tree demon let out a final, desperate wail filled with defiance and despair. Its massive form convulsed violently as the roots that had just burrowed into the ground were forcibly expelled by the terrifying power contained within the divine lightning. The malevolent aura surrounding it dissipated rapidly, and its once vibrant life force ebbed away as though moisture was being drawn from parched vegetation. Ultimately, under the astonished gazes of all present, this formidable tree demon, which had wreaked havoc upon Jianzhou with impunity, ceased its struggles. Its colossal body began to crumble piece by piece, ultimately transforming into a cloud of ash, dispersing into the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Chapter 136. The demon's face just as the might of the nine heavens divine thunder resonated, resplendent as a prison, sweeping away the dust. As the blinding white light dissipated, the world returned to a profound silence. The once mighty tree demon, exuding an aura of terror, had been reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace of its existence. In its place lay a deep, charred pit. At the very center of this abyss floated an enigmatic crimson crystal, fist-sized and pulsating faintly, reminiscent of a living heart. Surrounding the crystal were dozens of ethereal, distorted souls of monks, drifting and emitting silent wails. These were the souls of all the monks from Lingguang Temple. Consumed by the tree demon, a pure and potent demonic energy, mingled with overwhelming resentment, emanated from the crystal and the souls. Qing Xianzhenren stood dazed, gazing at the Zhenwu demon-vanquishing sword in his hand, now restored to its ancient form, its divine light subdued. He then looked up at the sky, which had returned to its serene, cloudless blue. His mind was a blank slate. The shock he experienced was unprecedented. He understood all too well that the cataclysmic strike just unleashed was far beyond his own capabilities. In that moment, he felt as though the sword in his hand had transformed into a key connecting to the heavens, while he remained merely a mortal holding the key, unable to glimpse even a fragment of the scenery beyond the door. His reverence for his ancestral master and his yearning for the intangible yet undeniably real path of cultivation reached an unparalleled zenith. Not far away, the towering Tinjiang four-armed Vajra manifestation, surrounded by resplendent golden light, began to recede like a tide. The colossal figure swiftly diminished, ultimately reverting to that of an ancient monk clad in a gray robe, his countenance resolute. Fa Hai's expression remained tranquil, as if the earth-shattering battle had merely brushed away the dust from his garments. He disregarded the crystal imbued with immense demonic power and approached the wailing souls. Slowly settling into a meditative posture, with hands clasped, he closed his eyes and began to recite the solemn and compassionate verses of the Rebirth Sutra. Namo Amitba, Dadajai, Dotai. Amitba. Golden Sanskrit characters flowed from his lips like living golden butterflies, gently encircling the tormented souls. The light of the Buddha illuminated the surroundings, and the sacred sounds washed over the area. The resentment and madness etched on the faces of the monks' souls began to visibly dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of confusion and a hint of liberation. As Fa Hai's recitation grew increasingly grand and solemn, the void behind him unexpectedly split open, revealing a dark chasm. A colossal archway, entirely forged from bronze and inscribed with the ominous characters for underworld, rose majestically from a crack in the earth. An overwhelming aura, capable of subduing the ages and judging the realms of life and death, emanated from the archway, reverberating through the air. Behind the endless gates of the Ghost Gate, the sound of chains being dragged echoed ominously. The netherworld. The esteemed master Qin Xian suddenly regained his composure, gazing at the bronze archway that had only been mentioned in the most ancient texts of Taoism. His spirit trembled with awe. Without a moment's hesitation, he sheathed his sword and, in a gesture of utmost respect, performed a grand salute towards the Ghost Gate. In the distance, within the military ranks, Wei Xiong and his soldiers were utterly shattered by the scene unfolding before them, a spectacle beyond imagination. If the earlier display of the indestructible body and the divine thunder had merely evoked their astonishment at the might of the gods, the actual appearance of the legendary underworld was a complete upheaval and reconstruction of their worldview. Many soldiers, their legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, their weapons falling from their grasp. Even further away, the wealthy gentry who had been secretly observing from alleys and balconies were stricken with terror, some fainting in fright as their eyes rolled back. The descent of deities was already astonishing, but now the very realm that governed life and death had manifested. What on earth was happening in this world? Amidst the collective shock of all present, dozens of chains, dark as ink and shimmering with arcane runes, surged forth from the Ghost Gate like venomous serpents seeking prey. They deftly ensnared every wailing soul of the monks suspended in midair. No, I do not wish to go. Spare me. I do not want to die. The recently revived souls, once again engulfed in clarity, screamed in terror as they were ensnared by the soul-binding chains. They flailed desperately, attempting to escape the chains' grasp. Yet, all their efforts were in vain. Before the chains, which symbolized the order of the underworld, their struggles appeared feeble and futile. Amidst the cacophony of despair, all souls were forcibly dragged by the chains into the unfathomable depths of the Ghost Gate. As the last soul was pulled in, the immense bronze gate slowly closed, eventually transforming into a mere phantom, vanishing into the ether as if they had never existed. The world returned to tranquility, leaving only a dark red crystal, imbued with 1,000 years of demonic power, yet still pure and formidable, quietly suspended in the air. Master Fahai ceased his chanting and rose slowly. The dark red crystal, as if drawn by an unseen force, floated effortlessly into his hand. Cradling the gem, he turned to face the entire army and populace of the city. His voice, amplified by the power of the Buddha, resonated clearly in every ear. The demons have been vanquished, and Jianzhou is safe. However, this object is the core of the demons, encompassing millennia of malevolent energy, along with boundless remnants of heart-wrenching resentment. It must be returned to the temple, where it shall be purified day and night by Buddhist teachings for a duration of 81 days, ensuring the complete eradication of future calamities and transforming it into a harbinger of good fortune. As his words fell, a brief silence was followed by an unprecedented eruption of cheers throughout Jianzhou, akin to a roaring tide. Compassionate living Buddha, Master Fahai's might. May Buddha's mercy bless Jianzhou. Be they soldiers or civilians, wealthy or humble, in that moment, they all knelt fervently in the direction of Fahai, bowing in sincere reverence. Their eyes, fixed upon him, brimmed with fervent adoration and devotion. The reputation of Lanrua Temple reached an unparalleled zenith at that instant. From a distance, atop the roof of an inn, a figure clad in black and wearing a bronze mask gripped a charcoal pencil, his hand trembling slightly. He observed the keywords he hastily inscribed on paper: Taoist Divine Thunder, King Kong, Underworld Soul Capture. Each term weighed heavily upon him, like an immense mountain, nearly suffocating him. A flicker of profound shock and fear crossed his eyes. Suddenly, his figure flickered and vanished into the shadows like a ghost, silently disappearing from sight. He must immediately convey this intelligence, capable of overturning the entire northern Yan, to His Majesty. Within the Xuanxing Dao Palace, Li Yin gazed at the final scene transmitted by Yu Jiao, a satisfied smile slowly curving his lips. Well done. An excellent cameo, yielding perfect results. For the first time, the reputation of the underworld resounded across the land of northern Yan. Moreover, it did so with an elevated, impartial demeanor, commanding the balance of yin and yang. Excellent. The inaugural battle in the northern Yen market has concluded successfully. Now, it is time to await the ripening of events. One must observe how this astute emperor of northern Yen will respond upon receiving such a surprise, and what remarkable transformations will ensue when practitioners across the realm learn of our true path to authentic cultivation. He brimmed with anticipation. Chapter 137. Inside and outside the chessboard in the ruins of Lingguang Temple, the bustling crowd gradually dispersed under Wei Xiong's command, leaving behind a chaotic battlefield and the survivors among the monks of Lingguang Temple. The esteemed Qin Xianzhenren, burdened with a myriad of complex emotions, approached Fa Hai with deliberate steps. He adjusted his attire, his demeanor imbued with utmost solemnity, and before Fa Hai, performed a deep Taoist bow. Master, your profound understanding of Buddhist teachings and unparalleled supernatural abilities command my genuine admiration, he expressed, his tone resonating with heartfelt respect, devoid of any trace of doubt or rivalry. He then raised his head and posed the pivotal question that had long occupied his thoughts. What is the nature of your relationship with the realm of the underworld? In response to Qin Xianzhenren's inquiry, Fa Hai's resolute visage remained composed. He refrained from providing a direct answer, instead lifting his gaze to the boundless heavens. His voice echoing with a distant and profound quality. Shinran, beneath the celestial order, yin and yang exist in harmony. The underworld governs the cycle of reincarnation and adjudicates right from wrong. Though it does not enter the Buddhist path, it transcends it. Gradually, he turned his head, his penetrating gaze seeming to perceive all, quietly observing Qin Xianzhenren. For practitioners like us, regardless of whether we follow the Buddhist or Taoist paths, we exist within this cosmic framework. Our aspiration is merely to transcend the three realms and escape the confines of the five elements. Yet, the celestial mandate is clear, and the cycle of reincarnation is unending. Prior to transcending, we must align ourselves with the heavenly order, accumulating virtue, for that is the righteous path. To act against the heavens only invites karmic burdens, ultimately leading to self-destruction. The identity of the heaven that Fa Hai referred to was obvious. His words echoed in Qin Xianzhenren's mind, illuminating his understanding. He realized that the Taoist school ought not to vie with Buddhism over superficial matters, but should instead seek its rightful place within the unprecedented upheaval on the horizon, one that aligns with the celestial order and the balance of yin and yang. With this revelation, Qin Xianzhenren felt a profound clarity wash over him, dispelling the last vestiges of resentment and rivalry towards Buddhism. He once more bowed deeply to Fa Hai, this time imbued with genuine respect for a trailblazer. Thank you, Master, for illuminating my path. I am grateful for your teachings. Fa Hai joined his hands in reverence and nodded slightly, accepting the gesture of gratitude. Zhenren, you are too courteous, he replied, his gaze calm and profound, as if he had already comprehended all. You bear the heavenly mandate. Take heed of it. Hearing this, Qin Xianzhenren's heart trembled anew, and he smiled with newfound understanding. Indeed, he carried the heavenly mandate. He chose not to linger in conversation and turned towards the disciples of Tai Su Palace, who were still in a state of profound shock. His figure, slender yet resolute, took each step with a newfound sense of steadiness and determination. At that moment, a flurry of urgent yet orderly footsteps approached. Wei Xiong, the military governor of Jianzhou, had changed out of his battle attire and donned an appropriate official robe, striding forth amidst a retinue of loyal guards. The expression on his face was solemn, yet imbued with just the right amount of gratitude, as if he had recently endured a trial of life and death, filled with boundless reverence for the two saviors. Master, True One. Wei Xiong stepped forward and performed a formal bow befitting an official. Had it not been for the presence of both esteemed individuals today, my Jianzhou city would likely have transformed into a hell on earth. Such a profound act of mercy, saving countless lives from peril, is something I, Wei Xiong, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of citizens, shall never forget. His words were earnest, his demeanor exceedingly humble. He then shifted his tone, speaking with even greater respect. Though the demons have been vanquished, the aftermath is exceedingly complicated. First, it is imperative to reassure the frightened populace. Second, the disarray at Lingguang Temple requires a proper resolution. I have prepared a modest feast at my residence and humbly invite both esteemed individuals to join me in discussing the aftermath, allowing me to express my heartfelt gratitude. Upon hearing this, the true Master Qin Xian merely cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. His state of mind had transformed. He found the convoluted maneuvers of this worldly bureaucrat to be utterly uninspiring. Fa Hai, however, maintained his usual composure, hands clasped together in a gesture of respect. Your Excellency is indeed considerate. This lukewarm response left Wei Xiong somewhat apprehensive, uncertain of the true Buddhist stance. Yet Fa Hai did not decline. The matters of aftermath do warrant discussion. This humble monk and the true master shall certainly accompany you. Wei Xiong's heart soared with joy. As long as they were willing to come, that was sufficient. Splendid. Please, esteemed gentlemen, this way. At the garrison's conference hall, the earlier tension had dissipated, replaced by a scene of camaraderie and merriment, with cups raised and laughter shared. Wei Xiong personally poured the finest tea for Fa Hai and Qin Xian. He lifted his cup, downing a full measure of strong liquor, his face aglow as he proclaimed, "Today's battle has truly opened my eyes. Whether it be the Master's indestructible form or the True One's celestial thunder, Both are powers that transcend heaven and earth, their divine might akin to that of a prison. Truly, it is a blessing for our great Yin and its people. He began with subtle flattery, then smoothly transitioned to the crux of the matter. I believe such a miraculous event should not merely circulate among the common folk. It would be a pity indeed. Moreover, though the demons have been eradicated, the fear within the hearts of the people lingers. They require a steadfast pillar to restore their peace of mind. Setting down his teacup, he leaned slightly forward, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. Thus, I dare to propose to His Majesty the reconstruction of Lingguang Temple, to establish a national temple dedicated to the true Buddha revered by the Master and the true martial ancestor served by the True One. In the name of the state, let us erect a golden statue to proclaim to the world. At that time, I would also like to invite both esteemed individuals to personally preside over the grand consecration ceremony, receiving the incense offerings of the people to manifest divine grace and secure the realm. As his words concluded, an expectant gleam sparkled in Wei Xiong's eyes. This was, indeed, his grand strategy. Both the Buddhist and Taoist sects have been harnessed to the chariot of the northern Yin court. As long as they acquiesce, half of the merit shall belong to Wei Xiong. This divine favor shall bear the seal of northern Yin. When the time comes for him to petition the court, it shall be for the nation to attract deities and thus enable great Yin to partake in divine grace. Such achievements, who could rival? Hearing these words, Master Qin Xian understood the intent. The general's aspirations were acknowledged by the humble monk. However, this journey was undertaken in obedience to the ancestral master's decree, a trial of sorts. Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil was the essence of the trial, and the merits should rightfully be attributed to the ancestral master. He gently shook his head, his demeanor calm and resolute. With the demons of Jianzhou now vanquished, the humble monk would soon return to Nanchu to report back, making it difficult to linger here further, let alone oversee any grand consecration ceremony. Noticing the hint of disappointment on Wei Xiong's face, he shifted the conversation, providing a way out. If the general was truly earnest, there was no need for extravagant efforts. He suggested merely seeking a tranquil place to construct a modest temple, enshrining the ancestral master's golden effigy, thus providing the populace of Jianzhou a site for worship and blessings, a deed of immeasurable merit indeed. This statement not only declined Wei Xiong's entanglement, but also offered him a degree of latitude. A temple could be built, but merely a humble one, distinctly separating it from the grandeur of a national temple. In our Taoist practice, we impart teachings, not engage in politics. Wei Xiong silently lamented this missed opportunity. This old monk was indeed shrewd. He then turned his hopeful gaze towards Master Fahai. The Buddhist sect has always favored grand constructions to gather followers. Surely, this Master Fahai would not refuse? Yet, Fahai's response was even more succinct than Qingxuan's. He merely joined his hands in prayer and recited a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. His voice was serene and distant, imbued with a tranquility that seemed to soothe the soul. Lord of the Guard, compassionate in heart, I admire you. However, if the Buddha resides within the heart, what need is there to seek outwardly? Although Lanrua Temple is small, it suffices for one's abode. Our Buddha's compassion encompasses all beings, emphasizing a heart inclined toward goodness rather than the grandeur of temples or the splendor of golden statues. He slowly shook his head. Extravagant constructions burden the people and squander resources, which is not the Buddha's intent. Let this matter be put to rest. Master Fahai had already established himself as one who scorns material gains before the populace, and thus he would not acquiesce to this request. The conversation had reached a dead end. The smile on Wei Xiong's face briefly faltered, but quickly returned to its exuberant guise. Truly, the masters and sages were beings of another realm, their state of mind beyond the reach of mere mortals. It was Wei Xiong who had become entangled in his own thoughts. He laughed heartily, as if he had genuinely reached enlightenment, continuously punishing himself, propelling the atmosphere of the banquet to yet another climax. As night deepened, the guard's residence remained ablaze with light within the study. Wei Xiongping dismissed all his attendants and sat alone at his desk. The intoxication and fervor that once graced his visage had vanished without a trace, replaced by an exquisite calmness and solemnity. He unfurled 2 sheets of fine rice paper, lifted his brush, and dipped it generously in ink. After a moment of contemplation, he began to write with fervent strokes. The first memorial, a splendid composition, flowed effortlessly from his pen, showcasing his eloquence. He meticulously detailed the calamity wrought by the demons in Jianzhou, narrating how he remained composed in the face of danger, assuaged the fears of the populace, and discerned the capable individuals among the wise monks, ultimately collaborating to eradicate the malevolent forces. At the conclusion of this document, he attributed all accolades to the emperor's celestial might and the protection of divine beings, portraying himself merely as a fortunate participant in the unfolding events. This memorial served as a petition for his own merits. Once completed, he carefully sealed it and set it aside. He then selected another sheet of paper and resumed writing. This time, the tone of his words was markedly different, imbued with anxiety and gravity. He provided a thorough analysis, suggesting that the simultaneous appearance of the Southern Chu sect and the enigmatic Buddhist order in Jianzhou was no mere coincidence. He insinuated that this could likely be a maneuver by two celestial powers, using the territory of Northern Yin as a chessboard for their contest. He further mentioned the fleeting glimpse of the underworld, emphasizing its dominion over reincarnation, existing beyond and above Buddhist doctrines. Finally, he shifted his tone, seemingly troubled. Writing, when deities clash, mortals suffer. Jianzhou, a mere speck of land, cannot withstand such turmoil. If this situation continues to unfold unchecked, the local authority may wane. Divine power overshadowing imperial authority, and it would be too late for regret. He implored the emperor to make a timely decision, dispatching an imperial envoy to oversee Jianzhou, thereby manifesting the imperial grace and demonstrating celestial might. Only by bringing the Buddhist and underworld forces under the aegis of our great Yin can we ensure a foolproof strategy. Upon finishing the final character, Wei Xiaoping exhaled deeply, sealing both memorials with wax. One was to be sent via the main route, expedited over 800 li to the Ministry of Rites. The other he entrusted to his most trusted subordinate, instructing him to secretly return to the capital and personally deliver the document to the eunuch in charge of the imperial ceremonies. He was aware that the emperor's informants were already present in Jianzhou and would undoubtedly report everything back to the throne. He needed to convey his concern for the emperor's burdens. Whether he could effectuate change was beyond his purview, being a matter for the court. Now, it remained to be seen how the illustrious emperor in the capital would respond. Chapter 138, The Fruit of Bodhi. The following morning, before the entrance of the Lanrua temple, Master Qingxian bid farewell to the dozen or so disciples of the Taoist sect, addressing Fahai. As the night passed, the group of once arrogant young Taoists, upon gazing at Fahai again, found that their lingering resentment and pride had vanished entirely, leaving only a profound sense of reverence and a yearning for a higher realm. Master, I, the humble Taoist, have gained much from this journey and must return to Southern Chu to report to the ancestral master. The Qingxian true man respectfully clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence towards Fahai. If fate permits, we may meet again in Southern Chu. Fahai joined his hands in prayer, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, and merely nodded. Ba, may the true man have a safe journey. Qingxian true man spoke no further, casting a deep glance at him before turning away, striding forth with his disciples. Their silhouettes, illuminated by the morning light, appeared resolute and unwavering. When they arrived, a trace of confusion and contention regarding the future of their sect lingered in their hearts. Now, as they departed, only the path towards the true Tao, the supreme celestial journey, remained in their minds. At Lanrua Temple, within the Mahavira Hall, incense wafted through the air, and the sounds of chanting lingered softly. Fahai sat alone on the meditation cushion before the Buddha, his breath harmonizing with the ancient hall, serene as a mountain. He gradually opened his palm, revealing a dark red crystal, enveloped in a faint glow of Buddhist light yet still exuding a formidable demonic energy, resting quietly in his hand. He reverently placed the crystal upon the cushion before him, then joined his hands in prayer and closed his eyes once more, as if entering a deep meditation. In the next moment, the dark red crystal vanished silently before the Buddha, as if it had never existed. Thousands of miles away, within the Xuanxiong Dao Palace on Qingfeng Mountain in Southern Chu, Li Yin stretched lazily, rising from his jade cloud bed, feeling utterly refreshed. The first battle at the Northern Yin market had ended in a resounding victory, uplifting his spirits immensely. His consciousness had already immersed itself in the shimmering light curtain visible only to him. In a corner of the dazzling game package, a brand new item icon radiating a dark red glow lay quietly. Li Yan's mind stirred. The next instant, a fist-sized dark red crystal, pulsing as if it were a living heart, materialized in his hand. It felt slightly heavy, warm to the touch, and contained an energy that was immense and primal in its ferocity. Interesting, Li Yan mused, tossing it lightly in his hand, intrigued by its presence. This was the first truly extraordinary material produced in this world. Unlike the system-generated items with clear rules found in his game package, this crystal was filled with the allure of the unknown. Just as he examined it closely, the surveillance camera, responsible for gathering intelligence, silently approached him. Great Celestial Venerable. A crisp and ethereal voice resonated in Li Yan's ear. Though imbued with formidable demonic power, its essence derived from a millennium of botanical refinement. Further tempered by divine lightning and sanctified by Buddhist teachings, it was not a mere creature of malice. Diting tilted its head and continued to speak. By employing the small beast Buddhist practices to first purify the lingering resentment and malevolence within, and then supplementing it with the supreme will of the great celestial sovereign. It may be possible to facilitate a profound metamorphosis and grant it new life. Purification? Willpower? Li Yin raised an eyebrow at these words. He recalled the circumstances when he had previously consecrated several artifacts for the city god Qing's song. It was through the foundation of Yu Wu Jiu's netherworld power, infused with his own faith, that he transformed mundane objects into divine relics. This process was familiar to him. However, this time, the foundational material had shifted from ordinary items to this demon core. How intriguing! Li Yin felt a surge of enthusiasm and handed over the crystal in his hand. Then give it a try. Di Ting leaned forward, exhaling a breath of pure golden essence. This essence was not flame. Yet it surpassed all earthly fires in purity and sanctity. It was the most primal light of Buddhism. The golden radiance enveloped the dark red crystal entirely. A series of faint sounds emerged, reminiscent of melting ice and snow. Gradually, wisps of nearly imperceptible black aura were forcibly expelled from the crystal by the golden Buddhist light, dissipating entirely into the air. The color of the crystal began to transform from dark red to a vibrant crimson, as the previously tumultuous energy gradually calmed. Great Celestial Sovereign. It is your turn, Di Ting reminded timely. Li Yin nodded and extended a finger, touching the surface of the crystal. The purest power of faith, gathered from the incense of countless devotees, surged forth in response to his intent. An invisible force streamed from his fingertip, pouring into the crystal. Buzz. The crystal suddenly erupted with intense light. Ultimately, accompanied by a crisp sound akin to shattering glass, a magnificent radiance burst forth from the crystal. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the entire Xianqiong Dao Palace, rendering it utterly transparent. When the light dissipated, the once dark red crystal had vanished without a trace. In its place was a fruit of vibrant green, crystalline and translucent, seemingly carved from the purest jade, adorned with intricate Bodhi patterns. An essence of purity, tranquility, and boundless vitality enveloped the air. Merely gazing upon it filled Li Yin with a sense of serene exhilaration, as if his very soul had been cleansed anew. With astonishment, he stored it in his game pouch. A line of previously unseen, purple glowing characters gradually emerged. Fruit of Bodhi, quality, purple, introduction, born from the core of a millennia-old tree spirit, tempered by 9 heavenly thunders and purified by supreme Buddhist teachings. It discards its malevolence while retaining its essence, transforming resentment into enlightenment, ultimately coalescing into a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Effects. Source of spiritual energy. When placed in a location, this fruit will automatically absorb the ambient spiritual energy and convert it into pure spiritual essence, nourishing the practitioner. Cleansing and restructuring. If the practitioner can draw upon its primordial essence, they can cleanse the impurities of their mortal body and reshape their foundational cultivation. This significantly enhances their affinity with the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Heart of Bodhi. Prolonged wear or practice nearby can purify the mind and spirit, greatly reducing the risk of losing oneself in the path of cultivation, and remarkably aiding in the comprehension of the profound truths of the universe. Li Yin gazed at the 3 attributes, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. The effects of this object, if introduced into the fantasy novels he had previously read, would undoubtedly classify it as a protagonist-level treasure, igniting a bloodbath among ancient beings vying for such unparalleled relics. Cleansing and restructuring, reshaping the foundational roots. Was this not the quintessential hallmark of a protagonist resurgence? Suppressing the overwhelming joy within, Li Yin stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering as he began to calculate rapidly. The Bodhi fruit, in truth, held little utility for him personally. His own strength stemmed from various items within his game inventory and the divine beings summoned by the rolls of his random mount dice. He was a player of the item-centric genre. His path of cultivation was destined to diverge entirely from that of the indigenous inhabitants of this world. These 3 effects were, in all honesty, somewhat superfluous. A source of spiritual energy? The spiritual essence in this realm was already sparse, even with continuous conversion for 24 hours. Accumulating a month's worth would likely be less efficient than consuming a low-grade elixir from his inventory. Cleansing and restructuring? His body had long been augmented beyond that of an ordinary mortal, and the enhancement of affinity with spiritual energy held little significance for him. The Heart of Bodhi? He operated under an alias, and the skills he cultivated were of the highest caliber, rendering the risk of losing oneself in cultivation non-existent. Yet, for the inhabitants of this world, this item presented an irresistible allure. It was a temptation potent enough to drive any martial artist, any master, into a frenzy. If it were to be treated as a reward, a tangible ultimate temptation hanging above all believers, it would yield a value 1,000 times greater than its consumption by himself. Upon reaching this conclusion, a satisfied, capitalistic smile slowly crept across Li Yan's lips. He had devised a plan. Good steel should be used on the cutting edge. This Bodhi fruit would serve as a performance reward for the Buddhist community. This treasure was far more substantial than mere verbal promises. In the future, those who achieve the greatest merits and possess the most devout faith will have the opportunity to attain Buddhahood. He could already envision the fervent, almost ecstatic expressions of the monks when he presents this fruit as a divine gift from the true Buddha before them, as they traverse the clouds and leave behind the mundane. He aims to make the monks of the Buddhist order aware that following him not only enables the vanquishing of demons and the accumulation of virtue, but ultimately leads to the realization of Buddhahood. Li Yan felt a surge of optimism, perceiving a future filled with promise. Chapter 139. Reforging the Tao Tradition in Southern Chu. At the Tao Record Office of Jiangzhou, the once tranquil courtyard now teemed with people. Nearly all the prominent figures of the Southern Chu Taoist sect were gathered. The master of Tai Su Palace sat upright in the main seat, his brow furrowed. Flanking him were the guardians and elder masters who seldom left the ancestral grounds. They had hastily arrived after receiving news from the esteemed Qin Xian. As they awaited, the courtyard door gradually opened, revealing the familiar figure clad in azure, the return of Qin Xian. He still wore his simple Taoist robe and bore the same lean visage. Yet everyone could keenly sense that something had fundamentally changed. His presence no longer radiated the sharpness of a preeminent master, but instead emanated a serene calmness, honed by the vicissitudes of life and an understanding of celestial truths. It was as if he had transcended the mundane realm. Junior brother. The master of Tai Su Palace swiftly approached, his voice trembling with an uncontainable emotion. How was your journey to Beiyan? Was it smooth? The edict of our ancestor? All eyes were riveted on Qin Xian, breaths held in anticipation. He did not respond immediately. His gaze swept over each fellow disciple, recognizing in their eyes the same confusion and yearning he had seen before his departure. He refrained from mentioning the demons of Jianzhou, the indestructible Vajrabodhi, or the fleeting glimpse of the divine thunder from the heavens. Some truths, when spoken, could only shake the Taoist heart. Only through first-hand experience can one truly comprehend. He merely nodded slightly, his voice calm yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. The edict of our ancestor has been fulfilled. He paused, each word resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. From this day forth, our Taoist sect shall reforge its tradition and embrace the path to immortality. Boom. Those few words echoed like thunder in the hearts of all the high-ranking members of the Taoist sect. Reforging the tradition, embracing the path to immortality. Each syllable struck forcefully upon their hearts, which had long sought the way. The lips of the esteemed leader trembled, as if he wished to inquire further, yet found himself utterly speechless. The other elders, their faces flushed and fists clenched tightly, quivered with palpable excitement. There was no need for further questions. The tranquil gaze of the revered Qin Xian, the sword radiating an awe-inspiring majesty, and that earth-shattering proclamation had conveyed all that was necessary. They had indeed placed their bets wisely. The Taoist sect was on the cusp of an unprecedented transformation, one not witnessed in a millennium. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall lead you all to Qingfeng Mountain to report to our ancestral master, declared Qin Xian before disregarding the crowd entirely. Striding into the secluded chamber at the back and shutting the door, he needed solitude to reflect upon the insights gained from this journey, and to prepare himself in the most fervent state of mind for the impending, true bestowal of the law. Left behind in the courtyard was a group of high-ranking Taoists, exchanging bewildered glances before succumbing to boundless joy and speculation. After a brief silence, the entire rear courtyard erupted into fervor. Quick, prepare the finest incense and candles, the most sincere offerings. Master, should we engage in fasting and cleansing before our visit to Qingfeng Mountain to demonstrate our sincerity? Absolutely. This is a momentous occasion before our ancestral master, a historic event for our Taoist sect that has not occurred in 1,000 years. Every detail must be executed flawlessly. The faces of all present were lit with a near-manic exhilaration. They understood that a new era was on the horizon, and they would be among the first witnesses to it. In the imperial palace of Beiyan, within the royal study, the emperor, clad in a black dragon robe and bearing a striking countenance, sat quietly behind the dragon table. Before him lay 3 items. One was a commendation request from Wei Xiong, the garrison commander of Jianzhou, delivered with utmost urgency over 800 miles. The second was a secret warning letter that Wei Xiong had discreetly sent to the eunuch in charge of the imperial sacrificial office. The last was a scroll of highly classified intelligence just delivered by a designated messenger from the royal city. At the end of the intelligence report, several keywords marked in cinnabar were particularly alarming: Taoist thunder, diamond body, underworld soul capture. In the study, one could hear a pin drop. A man, clad in black brocade and wearing a bronze mask, knelt silently on the floor, motionless, resembling a lifeless statue. After a prolonged silence, the Emperor of Beiyin slowly lifted his head. His profound eyes revealed no trace of emotion, only a serene calm akin to a bottomless abyss. He picked up the two contrasting reports from Wei Xiong, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This Wei Xiong was indeed a clever man. How could he possibly overlook the intentions behind Wei Xiong's subtle maneuvering? A public memorial, inviting divine providence, shapes oneself into the spokesperson of the celestial beings in northern Yin, establishing a foundation for one's ascent to greatness. A clandestine memorandum, fraught with alarming rhetoric, deftly redirects the discourse back to the capital, ensuring that regardless of how the future unfolds, he remains impervious to defeat. He casually discarded the two memorials aside, his gaze once again settling upon the confidential report from the imperial city. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice imbued with a subtle gravity. Is it true that the Taoist master departed hastily after invoking the divine thunder? The masked figure on the ground did not raise his head, responding respectfully, "Indeed, Your Majesty." According to our observations, the members of the Tao sect did not linger long in Jianzhou, following their exorcism of demons. They promptly set forth towards the southern realms of Chu. As for the esteemed Master Fa Hai, he remained sequestered at the Lanrua Temple in Jinzhou, devotedly chanting scriptures and eschewing all visitors. The Emperor of Yin rhythmically tapped his fingers upon the table. The Tao sect, the Buddhist order, and the underworld, three distinctly divergent supernatural forces, had concurrently manifested upon the territory of northern Yin. This was no mere coincidence. In his heart, he harbored profound wariness towards these three powers, particularly the underworld, which governed reincarnation and instilled in him an unsettling chill to his very core. Yet, caution notwithstanding, as an emperor, he was compelled to weigh the pros and cons. With the Tao sect retreating and the underworld remaining inaccessible, the sole entity left in Jinzhou that could be approached and potentially allied with was the enigmatic Master Fa Hai. From his actions, it appeared that this Master Fa Hai was not aligned with the decrepit Buddhist monasteries within northern Yin, which had long since decayed and colluded with local aristocrats, becoming the very parasites of the state. This, perhaps, presented an opportunity, an occasion to leverage external forces to cleanse his domain. Over the years, the Buddhist monasteries had amassed land, concealed populations, eschewed production, and evaded taxation, becoming a thorn in his side that he had long desired to remove. However, he had hesitated, aware that the Buddhist influence was vast and that any action could provoke widespread repercussions. Now, the arrival of true divine beings had granted him the perfect pretext. These newly emerged deities, while formidable, currently showed no inclination to meddle in secular imperial authority. Their threat paled in comparison to the entrenched Buddhist monasteries, which had long intertwined themselves with the court and local powers, proving to be far more immediate and lethal. To repel external threats, one must first secure the internal front. This principle he understood better than anyone. The emperor's gaze sharpened, his mind calculating. Convey my decree. Appoint the deputy minister of rights, Wang En, as my envoy, and instruct him to depart for Jinzhou at once. He shall carry gold, silver, and exquisite silks to convey my imperial goodwill to Master Fa Hai of Lanrua Temple, thereby manifesting the grace of the great Yin Emperor. To let the world know, our great Yin reveres and understands the Buddha. The masked man responded in affirmation. Additionally, the voice of the Yin Emperor suddenly lowered. You must personally go and inform Wang En that his mission is singular. I wish to emulate the ancient sage kings, to cleanse the Buddhist realm of its impurities and to restore the golden form of our Buddha. However, I fear that my virtue may falter, inciting the wrath of the heavens. I wish to ascertain the celestial Buddhist stance on this matter. Is it a consent or a refusal? The masked man trembled slightly, then bowed deeply. I accept the decree. The following day, at dawn, outside the bamboo forest of Qingfeng Mountain, Master Qingxian led a group of esteemed Taoist leaders from Taisu Palace, their expressions solemn as they stood before the grove. They dared not take a single step further. Each person adjusted their attire, holding their breath, their faces reflecting a pilgrim's reverence. The villagers at the foot of the mountain observed from a distance, assuming the Taoist sect was about to perform a grand ritual, whispering amongst themselves, too apprehensive to approach. The master stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the mist-shrouded bamboo grove, executing the highest form of reverence of the Taoist tradition. The master of Tao, Qingxiu, and all disciples humbly pay homage to the ancestral master. We beseech the ancestral master for a blessed peace. Behind him, all the elders knelt in unison. We beseech the ancestral master for a blessed peace. The gathered voices, infused with boundless fervor, reverberated through the tranquil bamboo forest. By the ancestral master's decree, Qing Xian has fulfilled his mission, vanquishing the malevolence of Jinzhou. We earnestly request the ancestral master's benevolence to bestow the righteous law and to reconstruct the eternal lineage of our Taoist sect. Chapter 140. The restoration of the Taoist lineage within the bamboo grove. A profound silence ensued, broken only by the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. As unease grew in the hearts of the assembly, a clear and imposing voice resonated directly within their minds. Enter. This voice seemed to carry a magical authority, causing all Taoist leaders to tremble. Then, an overwhelming joy surged within them. Master Qin Xian took a deep breath, adjusted his Taoist robe, and stepped forward into the mist-laden bamboo grove, followed closely by the others. Each individual approached with the reverence of a pilgrim, their steps light, breathing instinctively slowed, fearful of disturbing the sanctity of the place. To Master Qingshuan's bewilderment, the path felt even longer than during his previous visit. Finally, as they passed through the veil of mist, the sight that greeted them caused all to halt in their tracks, rendered speechless. The serene and elegant bamboo forest had vanished, replaced by an expansive, boundless void. Beneath their feet, the once soft earth had transformed into a staircase of pure white jade, leading towards the horizon. On either side of this ethereal staircase flowed a magnificent river of stars, with countless celestial bodies flickering in their vicinity, emanating an ancient and enigmatic luminescence. At the pinnacle of the jade staircase stood an ancient and grand Tao palace, constructed entirely of resplendent golden light, quietly suspended in midair. Above the palace, the starry river swirled, with the sun and moon shining in harmony, as if it constituted a realm of its own, radiating a terrifying dominion over eternity and the cosmos. Upon the plaque of the Tao Palace, 3 ancient characters were elegantly inscribed: Zhimu Hall, at the terminus of the jade staircase leading to the Divine Hall. At the highest point of the magnificent palace, a towering figure draped in a complex, dark imperial robe, bearing the sun and moon upon his shoulders, and enveloped in boundless starlight, sat quietly upon a throne intricately entwined by 9 dragons. The esteemed master of the Taisu Palace was the first to kneel upon the ground. The unworthy descendant of Taisu Palace, Master Qing Su, pays homage to the ancestor. Behind him, all the elders fell to their knees in unison, weeping uncontrollably. We pay homage to the ancestor. Their voices rose like a torrent, infused with boundless reverence and the exhilaration of rediscovering their roots. Li Yin sat upon a makeshift throne crafted from a home ornament encased within a game package. Observing the group of weeping old Taoists below, their faces awash with tears, a sense of satisfaction filled his heart. To welcome these high-ranking Taoists, he had first instructed Yu Wujiu to set up a small ghost wall around the bamboo grove to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. Then, utilizing one of the newly solidified mounts, the Starseed Dragon Kuan, he had invoked its inherent spatial abilities to create a temporary subspace. Finally, he adorned the setting with a new batch of home ornaments unlocked through the Beiyan market, complemented by a set of exquisite, effect-laden garments of the Xiantian Emperor. Along with this chair, the effects and aura were simply magnificent. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated with authority and grandeur as he spoke. I am aware of the events in Jinzhou. You have done well. This simple praise sent a tremor of excitement through the body of Qing Xianjunren, making him feel that all the grievances and hardships endured in this life were, at that moment, worth it. Li Yin paused, then shifted his tone. However, you must understand that this is merely the beginning. A chill ran through the hearts of those below, and they quickly composed themselves, listening with utmost respect. A millennium ago, my incarnation endured tribulations, shattering the void to return to the celestial realm. You, my descendants, are ensnared in the mortal realm, having strayed onto the wrong path. What you have cultivated is but the martial arts of the mundane, not the true methods of the celestial way. Below, all the high-ranking members of the Taoist sect were taken aback. The notion of transformation, a return to the celestial realm, the identity of the ancestral master became increasingly enigmatic. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, expressions of shame emerged on their faces. Particularly, the headmaster, overwhelmed with embarrassment, buried his head deeper. As the leader of the Taoist sect, how could he face the ancestral master when their own lineage had strayed from the righteous path? Today, you have all passed the trial, proving your unwavering dedication to the Tao. Li Yan's voice suddenly took on a solemn and dignified tone. I shall bestow upon you the true teachings of the Taoist sect once more. As his words resonated, all the high-ranking members of the Taoist sect abruptly raised their heads, their eyes ablaze with an unprecedented fervor, even their breathing stilled. Li Yan slowly lifted his hand, and a tome, entirely carved from jade and adorned with countless intricate Taoist patterns that emitted a faint, ethereal glow, gradually materialized from his palm. The moment the scripture appeared, a refreshing and enlightening aura enveloped the space, clearing the minds of those present. This scripture was titled the Ta Ching Yuan Daojin Jing. Li Yan's voice, imbued with the cadence of the heavenly Tao, echoed within the depths of each person's soul. It contained the supreme methods, documenting the progression from refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, returning spirit to void, and ultimately merging with the Tao through the void. To comprehend this scripture thoroughly and align oneself with the Tao is to transcend the boundaries of the mundane and ascend to immortality. This is the righteous path of the immortal journey, and it is your future Tao. This perfectly aligns with the celestial realm that the true monarch had imparted to Ling Yun in the bamboo grove. The headmaster, Qing Su, trembled with excitement. Raising his head to reveal his murky old eyes filled with an intense longing for the scripture, Li Yin gently pushed his wrist, and the Ta Ching Yuan Daojin Jing transformed into a beam of azure light, gracefully floating before the headmaster. This scripture is now intertwined with the fortune of your Taoist sect. However, the heavenly Tao rewards diligence, and the path to immortality is long and cannot be achieved overnight. With your current cultivation, you can only glimpse the first volume of this scripture. As your cultivation progresses and your foundation solidifies, the subsequent verses will naturally reveal themselves. These words tempered the overwhelming joy within the hearts of the crowd, replacing it with a grounded determination. The ancestral master had considered this carefully, wary of them aiming too high and falling into delusion. Headmaster Qing Su extended his trembling hands, reverently cradling the scripture in his embrace. Disciple will faithfully adhere to the ancestral master's decree. Merely possessing the heart of the teachings without the means to protect the Tao is indeed futile. Li Yan's voice resounded once more. With fingers poised like a sword, he gently gestured before him. A jade tablet, entirely luminous and radiating a soft spiritual light, appeared out of thin air, floating before Qin Xian. Within this jade tablet lies a collection of rudimentary protective spells and the most fundamental techniques of thunder, such as the palm thunder. You may transcribe these teachings, diligently contemplate them, and practice earnestly. In due course, as you traverse the world, you shall possess an enhanced capacity for self-preservation. If the Ta Ching Yuan Daojin Jing delineates an ultimate blueprint for immortality, then this jade tablet offers tangible benefits that can be grasped and realized instantly, especially the term palm thunder. These three characters rendered the higher echelons of the Taoist community breathless with anticipation. The ability to summon the force of thunder was once a divine technique confined to the realms of myth and legend. Now, they too have the opportunity to master such power. Having accomplished this, Li Yin surveyed the throng of ecstatic elder Taoists nearly fainting with exhilaration below. This maneuver had assuredly secured their fate. He slowly rose, his imposing figure seemingly merging with the vast expanse of the starry sky. The teachings had been imparted. Now, you may depart. Engage in diligent practice, lest you tarnish the illustrious reputation of our Taoist sect. As his words echoed, he paid no further heed to the crowd. His form gradually faded, along with the 9 dragons' agarwood throne, vanishing at the farthest reaches of the Zhenwu Hall. The entire Tao Palace began to dissolve into an ethereal realm. The stars danced, and the light shifted. When the assembly regained their senses, they found themselves once again outside the mist-laden bamboo grove. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo leaves, casting a dappled warmth upon them. Were it not for the luminous Ta Ching Yuan Daojin Jing in the hands of the headmaster, or the jade tablet suspended before them, they might have believed the preceding events were merely an unreal dream. The headmaster knelt once more upon the ground, bowing deeply in the direction of the bamboo grove, striking his forehead thrice with reverence. Disciples humbly send off the ancestral master. He knelt again, directing his homage deeper into the grove, repeating the gesture with fervor. Disciples humbly send off the ancestral master. Behind him, all the senior Taoists knelt as well, their voices choked with emotion, humbly sending off the ancestral master. From this day forth, the Taoist sect would no longer be a mundane faction. They would become the first true sect to tread upon the path of immortality in this realm. And they, the pioneers. Chapter 141. The wind rises over the green rushes. Zhao Zhen stood in the courtyard of the county office, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the mist-shrouded Qifeng Mountain. There lay the divine venue of the deities in the mortal realm and the pivotal turning point of fate for Zhao Zhen and the entire southern Chu. Master, the aide, Feng Shiya, hurriedly approached from outside, his face alight with uncontainable excitement and wonder. They have returned. The immortals from the Tai Su Palace have all come back from the bamboo grove. Master Feng lowered his voice, yet his tone betrayed an undeniable excitement. The subordinate he dispatched to keep watch reported that the group of immortals appeared flushed, their expressions exuberant, as if they had stumbled upon an immense fortune. Instead of departing directly, They all surged into the Qingyun Temple on the western outskirts of the city, completely occupying the modest shrine. An immense fortune? Zhao Jun understood the implications well. He possessed knowledge that surpassed even Master Feng's. He had personally witnessed that celestial expanse and had listened attentively to the edicts of the true martial emperor. This was no mere benefit. It was a true celestial opportunity that could drive all practitioners in the world to madness. It was the supreme law that could reforge the Taoist lineage. Zhao Jun nodded calmly, his countenance devoid of sorrow or joy. He comprehended the situation. Turning away, he cast one last glance at Qingfeng Mountain before striding back to his study. Prepare the ink and brush. I must compose a secret report. Master Feng bowed in response. Yet within him, a tempest of emotions surged. He knew that his superior was about to unleash a thunderous revelation upon the capital, one that would reverberate throughout the court and beyond. The Qingyun Temple, once somewhat desolate, had now become a sanctuary for the entire southern Chu Taoist sect. The master of the temple, Qingxiu, along with a host of elusive protectors and elder disciples, did not even consider returning to their ancestral grounds. Celestial opportunity. This place was imbued with celestial fortune. An elder disciple caressed the bark of an ancient pine within the temple grounds, savoring the ethereal, refreshing aura that lingered in the air, his old face flushing with excitement. I feel that cultivating here for a single day surpasses a month of arduous training at the ancestral home. This place must be infused with the divine essence of the true monarch and our venerable ancestor, bringing us closer to the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. Indeed, Master Qingxiu wholeheartedly agreed. He surveyed the assembly, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented brilliance. We shall remain here to guard the legacy of our ancestor and protect the sanctuary of the true monarch. Once we comprehend the supreme law, we shall return to the ancestral home and proclaim our insights to the world. This proposition garnered unanimous approval. Their thoughts were remarkably clear. Having obtained genuine celestial teachings, they now envisioned two promising paths ahead. The preferred choice was, of course, to delve into the supreme scriptures, consolidating their powers, transforming their spirits, and ultimately merging with the Tao to transcend the void, ascending in broad daylight to become true immortals, visiting the true ancestors in the celestial realm. This was the ultimate aspiration they had long coveted. Yet the path to immortality was fraught with challenges. Not everyone possessed the requisite insight and fortune. For those who felt their talents were lacking and saw no hope of ascension, a secondary path lay before them. By following the teachings of the immortals, they could serve the underworld, vanquishing demons and accumulating merit. Upon a virtuous end to their earthly lives, they could leverage this merit to request a recommendation from the netherworld, earning titles such as a city god, land deity, mountain spirit, or water lord. In due course, they would enter the divine realm, enjoying the incense of countless devotees, thereby attaining longevity. Though it may not equate to the bliss of ascension, it nonetheless represented a tangible divinity. Even in the realm of the underworld, one could continue to comprehend the profound Tao of supreme clarity scriptures, perhaps even discover further opportunities for advancement. The path to the heavens has been opened, and so too has the path below. One may ascend to immortality or attain divine status. Such fortuitous circumstances are rare to find. Thus, one must seize the moment. This realization imbued the senior members of the Taoist sect with unprecedented confidence and tranquility. At this moment, both Taoist Ling Yun and true man Ling Xu were among them. The former felt elated as this place was his temple, enjoying the benefits of proximity to the source of enlightenment. The latter rejoiced due to his significant contributions in vanquishing demons in Jiangzhou, earning the privilege from the sect leader to partake in this profound understanding. Both men, their faces flushed with excitement, felt as if their lives were now complete. Within the quiet chamber, the incense curled gracefully upwards. The sect leader, Master Qingxiu, addressed the assembly with solemnity. Brothers, our celestial destiny has arrived, and the righteous path lies before us. We must cast aside all distractions and unite in our contemplation, striving to unravel the mysteries and honor the profound expectations of our esteemed ancestors. Agreed. The assembly responded in unison. The sect leader carefully unfurled the Tao of supreme clarity scripture before them. All high-ranking members of the sect, including Qing Xian, Ling Yun, and Ling Xiu, held their breath, directing their gazes towards the enigmatic patterns inscribed on the jade-like pages. At first glance, a revitalizing aura enveloped them, clearing their minds. Yet, moments later, furrows of confusion etched themselves upon their brows. The scripture commenced with the notion that the heart merges with the spirit with the vital energy, and the energy with the Tao, invoking the cosmos and drawing energy into the body. But what does it mean to invoke the cosmos? How does one draw energy into oneself? An elder tasked with imparting wisdom furrowed his brow, troubled by the complexity. Indeed, this method differed entirely from the inner strength we have cultivated, which springs forth from our own essence, flowing outward. This approach, however, demands we start from external influences, seeking to connect with the vast cosmos. How can one hope to achieve such a connection? Another elder, protector of the sect, wore a similarly perplexed expression. It is too obscure. Exceedingly so. They reread the opening verses of the scripture numerous times, their frowns deepening with each attempt. Each character was familiar, yet when combined, the text became an enigma, akin to deciphering a celestial tome. This was an entirely different paradigm from the martial arts and inner strength they had practiced for decades or even centuries. One sought from within, while the other inquired from the heavens. Fundamentally, they were not on the same path. In that moment, silence enveloped the chamber. The previously soaring spirits were doused with a chilling wave of doubt. The members exchanged glances, each reflecting the confusion and defeat mirrored in the other's eyes. Could it be that we are all but dullards, unable to even touch the threshold of the immortal path? The long silent Qin Xianjinren slowly opened his eyes. He was not disheartened. In his mind, he recalled the vast expanse of the starry river, the towering figure that bore the sun and moon upon his shoulders, and the divine thunder that rent the heavens asunder. That was true power. In comparison to such divine might, what were the difficulties before him? Without uttering a word, he rose, grasping the ancient Jinwu Dngm sword, and strode out of the quiet chamber. He ascended to the highest point of the back mountain of the temple. Seated upon a massive stone, facing the mountain wind, and sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes, he allowed his spirit to sink into a realm of clarity, no longer attempting to forcibly comprehend the obscure scriptures, but instead immersing all his focus upon the divine sword in his hand. He endeavored to use this sword, imbued with the authority of his venerable ancestor, as a medium to sense and touch the ethereal spiritual energy spoken of in the texts. As night deepened and the moonlight cascaded like water across the mountains, the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon. When the gentle rays of morning pierced the darkness and illuminated the earth, Qin Xianjinren, who had remained still as a stone statue, felt a barely perceptible tremor within his body. It had happened. Just moments ago, in the instant when his mind became one with the universe, he perceived, under the guidance of the sword's aura, that this world was no longer devoid of substance. Countless minuscule particles, radiating a spectrum of colors, floated in the air. They were the spiritual energies. Overcome with joy, Qin Xianjinren hastily followed the most fundamental breathing techniques recorded in the Taiji Yuan Dao Jinjing, carefully attempting to draw forth the faint azure spiritual energy that was closest to him. That strand of energy, like a mischievous child, swayed under his guidance and ultimately, following his breath, slipped into his body. Boom. As the spiritual energy entered his being, it surged like a clear spring, instantly coursing through his limbs and bones. The meridians within him groaned under the weight of this pure energy, yet were swiftly restored, becoming more resilient and expansive. More wondrously, when this strand of spiritual energy made contact with the profound innate true qi within his dantian, his decades of arduous cultivation suddenly erupted like subjects bowing before their sovereign, boiling over, and then, in a manner he could not comprehend, rapidly assimilated, purified, and compressed. Ultimately, a droplet of energy, far superior to true qi, vibrant and brimming with life, gradually took form within his dantian. Magical power. This was true magical power. Qin Xianjinren abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light bursting forth from them. He had succeeded. He has finally transformed from a congenital martial artist into a true cultivator, adept in refining essence into qi. He can sense an unprecedented, intimate connection with the world around him. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, he slowly rises, feeling within him a faint yet inexhaustible power, a sense of formidable strength surging forth like never before. He raises his hand and, following the incantation recorded in the jade slip, points towards a towering boulder nearby. A faint yet blinding arc of electricity bursts forth from his fingertip, vanishing in an instant. With a soft crackle, a fist-sized charred pit emerges on the hardened surface of the stone. This is the Thunder Palm. Such is the magic of the immortals. Qin Xian, lost in wonder, gazes at his fingertip, then at the boulder, his eyes ablaze with boundless joy. He attempts to channel his power, activating the most fundamental wind control technique. To his astonishment, his body slowly begins to rise half a foot into the air, although it is but a mere half foot, and he sways precariously in the mountain breeze as if he might fall at any moment. This is a sight he once dared not even dream of. This is the ability to traverse the skies, a true celestial technique that even masters of martial arts cannot achieve. Ha ha ha. Qin Xian can no longer contain his excitement, throwing his head back in a joyous howl. His laughter infused with unrestrained delight. I have become the Dao Master. In the quiet chamber of the temple, the high-ranking members of the Taoist sect are startled by this cry, rushing out in haste. Upon witnessing Qin Xian standing in midair, radiating an enigmatic aura, they are rendered speechless. In the next moment, as Qing Xian gently descends to the ground, he wholeheartedly displays his breakthrough and his insights into the connection with the heavens to every fellow disciple present. When that faint arc of electricity appears once more, piercing through another rock, the entire Qingyan temple erupts in fervor. Immortal magic. It is truly immortal magic. Our master has succeeded. Our sect has finally embarked on the righteous path. Grandmaster, in your benevolence. True Lord, in your compassion. The headmaster, tears streaming down his face, kneels before the direction of Qingfeng Mountain, bowing deeply. At this moment, all the high-ranking members of the sect cast aside their titles and pretensions, laughing and crying like children. A brand new, magnificent era has officially begun. Chapter 142, The Worries of the Emperor in the Following Days. The back mountain of Qingyun Temple becomes an authentic stage for the display of immortal arts. Following the esteemed Qing Xianjunren, under the subtle guidance of the ethereal resonance of the Zhenwu Dangwa sword, the headmaster of Taishu Palace, Qingxiu, along with numerous elders, gradually took that critically significant step. When the first wisp of celestial energy was successfully drawn into their bodies, and the innate true qi, cultivated over decades, was transformed into the inaugural drop of pure magical power, an extraordinary sensation akin to a rebirth surged through them, as if their very essence had transcended to a higher plane. This profound experience brought tears of joy to the eyes of these venerable Taoists, who had lived nearly a century. "I have succeeded. I have truly succeeded," exclaimed a normally stoic elder of transmission, his face flushed with excitement as he danced about, captivated by the fleeting spark of electricity at his fingertips. Palm thunder. This is the true palm thunder. Meanwhile, another protective elder clumsily chanted incantations while gesturing with his hands. Beneath him, a gentle breeze materialized, lifting him unsteadily half a foot off the ground. He dared not move, fearing a tumble, yet wore a radiant smile that outshone any precious treasure. Wind riding. To ride the winds. One day, our Taoist sect shall traverse the North Sea at dawn and the Kangwu at dusk, just like the immortals in ancient texts. The entire rear mountain resonated with a cacophony of gasps and laughter. These elite masters, capable of shaking the very earth with their presence in the mundane martial world, now resembled a gaggle of children, exuberantly experimenting with the most rudimentary celestial spells. They even began to creatively envision the fusion of their centuries-old martial arts with these newfound celestial techniques. An elder infused magical energy into his whisk, transforming the once supple strands into something harder than steel, producing a sound reminiscent of thunder with each swing. Another elder endeavored to merge the wind-riding technique with his own agility. Though he often stumbled clumsily to the ground, he remained undeterred by the mishaps. All attributed this rapid advancement to the extraordinary nature of their surroundings. This place, steeped in the essence of true lords and ancestral masters, exuded a richness of spiritual energy far surpassing any other. To cultivate here was indeed to reap rewards with half the effort. This notion had taken firm root in the hearts of all high-ranking members of the Taoist sect. At Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin gazed through the shared vision of listening, observing the scene of the elderly Taoists in ecstatic disarray at the back of Qingyan Temple, lost in prolonged silence. He had anticipated that it would take at least a year and a half for these old fellows, having transitioned from the martial system, to truly grasp the threshold of immortality. Yet, to his astonishment, in a mere 10 days, this entire group had successfully transitioned, and judging by their fervor, they were adapting at an astonishing pace, even beginning to explore the integration of spells and martial techniques in their research. These venerable individuals, seasoned by decades of cultivation, truly possess remarkable insight. Li Yin stroked his chin, secretly grateful that he had reserved a certain measure of discretion. Fortunately, what he initially provided were the scriptures transcribed by Ziying and fundamental spells, rather than an entire tome of profound skills. Otherwise, these ancient Taoists might have ascended on the spot. "Great Celestial Master, there is no need for concern," a gentle voice interjected from beside him, as Di Ting seemed to sense Li Yan's emotions. Though these cultivators have yet to attain celestial techniques, they have diligently tempered their physical forms over decades, consolidating their true energy for many years. Their foundational strength is far beyond that of ordinary mortals. Their bodies resemble a furnace that has long been constructed. Although it lacks divine fire, it has accumulated the finest iron over centuries. Now, having received your celestial techniques, it is akin to acquiring the means to ignite divine fire. With the re-refinement of the iron within the furnace using this divine fire, transforming it into magical power will naturally come to fruition. A process exponentially swifter than starting anew from the ground up. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in this realm is scarce, while entry may be easy. Advancing further is a daunting task. Upon hearing this, Li Yin understood. It was indeed a matter of solid foundations. This scenario could be likened to a group of players who have reached the maximum level, now merely opening a class transition system. They only need to complete a transition task to immediately acquire the basic skills of their new profession, a stark contrast to the inefficiency of starting anew from level 1. With this realization, Li Yan's spirits lifted once more. The swifter their growth, the more tasks they could undertake on his behalf. In the conference hall of Qingyan Temple, the higher echelons of the Taoist sect gathered once again. This time, however, every face radiated an unprecedented confidence and fervor. Brothers and sisters, the esteemed Master Qing Su proclaimed, surveying the assembly with a voice resonant as thunder. The celestial techniques have been acquired. The Tao lineage shall flourish. This is an unprecedented event for our sect in a millennium. I propose that we purchase Qingyun Temple and the surrounding lands in their entirety, to expand our domain and establish the foundation for the resurgence of our sect, creating the foremost holy ground of Southern Chu. His words were met with unanimous approval. Excellent. The esteemed master is wise. An elder in charge of the sect's finances rose, a hint of concern etched upon his face. Master, respected elders, since the true monarch has manifested here, the land prices in Qinghe County have risen thrice daily, and now they are beyond reach. To acquire the surrounding lands may deplete our sect's savings accumulated over centuries. Upon hearing this, Master Qing Su erupted into hearty laughter. Wealth is but an external possession. We have embarked upon the path of immortality, seeking eternal freedom, to coexist with the heavens. How can we be shackled by mere gold and silver? Let us invest all we have to secure this blessed land of the immortal family firmly within our grasp. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed with unrestrained fervor. Not only that, from this day forth, our sect shall undergo a profound transformation. The previous hierarchy based on martial prowess and seniority shall be abolished. In the future, our sect shall honor those with exceptional aptitude for cultivation, valuing magical power above all else. Anyone demonstrating extraordinary talent, regardless of their lineage, shall receive our sect's unwavering support. Those who first manifest their magical abilities shall ascend to the ranks of our elders, participating in the pursuit of the great Tao. These words resonated like a colossal stone, stirring tumultuous waves in the hearts of the crowd. This was to be a complete reordering of power. Yet this time, no one protested. In their eyes burned the fervent flame of ambition. They envisioned a future where palatial temples of immortality rose majestically, and countless disciples soared through the clouds on their swords. They would be the pioneers of this new era, the venerable founders of the immortal sect. In the capital of South Chu, the currents beyond the imperial court surged with increasing ferocity. The emperor's almost frenzied edicts had already spread far and wide, extensive construction to erect temples for the true monarchs, opening granaries to provide relief to the afflicted, and a thorough investigation into corruption, with severe punishment for local officials. Each initiative was indeed beneficial to the nation and its people, yet simultaneously, they were insatiable voids that consumed wealth. The national treasury had long been depleted, and the deficit would naturally be extracted from the affluent aristocratic families. Within their opulent estates, the once mighty heads of these families now bore faces clouded with despair. His Majesty has gone mad. Completely mad, one noble lord exclaimed, shattering his celadone teacup upon the ground. Trembling with indignation. Extensive construction for what temples of the true monarchs? Relief efforts for what disaster victims? Investigating corruption and punishing officials. Do any of these not require funds? Do any of them not demand resources? The treasury has already been emptied by him. Now he dares to turn his gaze upon us. Today he demands contributions of merit food. Tomorrow it will be merit silver. This is nothing but a thinly veiled extortion. Another noble, equally furious, interjected, indeed. He seeks to undermine our very foundations to pave his illusory path to divinity. What nonsense is this talk of shared celestial fortune and shared ascension opportunities? It is utterly ludicrous. His rhetoric may deceive those foolish courtiers blinded by greed, but he cannot fool us. Our families have endured countless storms over centuries. Does he truly believe that his ascension will carry us all to the heavens? In their eyes, the emperor's promises were nothing but a mirage, a mere illusion. Within the confines of their chamber, discontent brewed. They recalled vividly how, upon ascending the throne, the emperor had patiently dismantled numerous top-tier families and cleansed the court over several years. Thus, they could only harbor their grievances in silence, too fearful to openly oppose the emperor of Chu. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, the emperor held a recent urgent report from the inspector Zhao Zhun of Jiangzhou, which had arrived with remarkable speed. Upon reading the account of the door cultivator who had received the rightful law, re-established the Tao lineage, and embarked on the path of immortality, the last vestige of his doubt regarding the divine had completely dissipated. An unprecedented and profound sense of superiority welled up within him. The Emperor of Chu leaned back against the dragon throne, emitting a soft chuckle imbued with an unparalleled sense of superiority. A multitude of ordinary mortals struggled to grasp the celestial arts, enduring arduous retreats and relentless cultivation merely to glimpse a sliver of insight. Yet I am the chosen of destiny. All I need do is preside over the court, accumulate merit, and I shall ascend to celestial listening, exchanging it for the elixir of immortality, ultimately soaring into the heavens. He regarded the Taoists with disdain, akin to a wealthy magnate looking down upon the impoverished laborers toiling away. However, this surge of superiority did not endure long. A violent fit of coughing transformed his previously flushed face into a pallid mask. He was acutely aware of the frailty of his own body. His remaining time was scant. The accumulation of merit required patience, and the concoction of the elixir was a distant prospect. Fear gripped him. He dreaded the thought of not living to see that day. An unprecedented wave of anxiety and terror washed over him. No, I cannot perish like this. I am the sovereign of destiny. I must attain divinity. He abruptly rose, a frenzied light igniting in his eyes. Prepare the carriage. His voice, tinged with excitement, took on a sharp edge. To the ancestral temple. He intended to pray to the revered purple gold merit cauldron. He did not require the genuine elixir of eternal life. He merely sought a single pill that could grant him a few more years. No, even just one additional year of life. If he could endure until the first batch of elixirs was refined, all would still hold hope. He was willing to pay any price. Chapter 143. A dream of yellow millet at the ancestral temple, the sacred site where the Zhao royal family honored their forebears, lay the most solemn and dignified space of the entire southern Chu dynasty. Yet now, within this hall, typically resonating only with the scents of incense and the sounds of prayers, an incongruous display had emerged. On an opulent altar rested a palm-sized cauldron, its surface shimmering with a regal purple-gold hue. This was the revered purple-gold merit cauldron, esteemed by the Emperor of Chu as a national treasure. It emanated a warm yet authoritative radiance, casting a mysterious aura over the ancient space. The Emperor of Chu stood alone, dismissing all attendants and guards, quietly facing the resplendent cauldron before him. A pallor of suppressed anxiety and restlessness permeated his countenance. Beneath the dragon robe, his body trembled faintly. He could sense the vital energy within him dissipating at an unprecedented pace. His coughs grew increasingly frequent during the night, and he often felt dizzy and powerless during the day. He was acutely aware that his time was dwindling. I have amassed merits. I have awaited the elixir of immortality. Yet, I fear I may not live to see it. In recent days, the gnawing anxiety within him threatened to consume him. However, as he once again stood before the cauldron, the gentle glow washing over him, his tumultuous heart miraculously began to calm. Slowly, he knelt upon the mat before the altar. Great sage, he murmured, closing his eyes, his lips moving not as a sovereign issuing commands, but as a humble mortal engaged in fervent prayer. Since being divinely inspired, I have labored day and night without reprieve, constructing temples to honor the divine, distributing grain to relieve the suffering of the populace, and rigorously investigating corruption to cleanse the realm. I believe I have accumulated a fair share of merits. I do not dare to covet the true elixir of eternal life. I only beseech the divine cauldron for a few pills, to rejuvenate me and extend my years, allowing me to endure until the day my merits are complete. His voice carried a subtle tremor and entreaty. He had entrusted all his hopes to this enigmatic cauldron. In the East Palace, the Crown Prince Zhaozha stood by the window, holding a cup of still warm tea, his gaze distant, fixed upon the direction of the ancestral temple. A trusted eunuch approached with a light step, bowing to speak in hushed tones. Your Highness, His Majesty has just visited the ancestral temple again, dismissing everyone to remain alone inside for nearly an hour. A slight smirk graced Zhaozha's lips. I see, you may leave now. He waved his hand, signaling the eunuch to withdraw. He was well aware of his father's intentions. How much longer could that body, long ravaged by indulgence and the passage of time, endure? His father was afraid he might not witness the day of complete merit and ascension to immortality. Thus, he resembled a gambler who had lost all his stakes, repeatedly turning to the cauldron in desperate supplication. Ridiculous, utterly laughable. Zhaozha slowly set down his teacup, a flicker of depth and ambition in his eyes that belied his youth. The extraordinary opportunity of achieving immortality and divinity has befallen the Zhao family, and it is only fitting that the most exceptional and formidable descendants of this lineage inherit it. He is acutely aware that his father's actions have already incited widespread wrath among the populace. The noble families, whom he has plundered under the guise of virtue, harbor a seething fury within. Within the court, The 6 ministries and 9 ministers, stripped of their power by the Department of Virtue, dare not voice their grievances. Even among the military ranks, those wielding authority express their discontent towards the emperor's nearly frenzied maneuvers. All of this is akin to gunpowder, merely awaiting a spark. And he, Zhao, is that spark. Come forth, he uttered softly. A black-clad aide, exuding a solemn presence, emerged from behind the screen and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, how may I serve you? Inform the Duke of England that I have recently come across a renowned autumn hunting painting from a preceding dynasty and wish to invite him for a joint appreciation. Notify the Minister of War that I have made some progress regarding the promotions of the border generals he mentioned last time. Furthermore, convey to the heads of the Zhang, Wang, and Li families that my father has been feeling unwell and rather troubled lately. I would like to invite them to the palace to engage in a few games of chess with me to alleviate my spirits. With each command, the aide's eyes gleamed brighter. By the time he finished speaking, the aide's breath had quickened noticeably. Your Highness, those noble families are like wolves and tigers. Conspiring with them is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Zhao chuckled lightly upon hearing this. Tigers? In my eyes, they are merely a group of well-fed swine and hounds. They are a knife, a most useful knife. Once I have severed the final obstacle with this blade, whether it is to be melted down or hidden away will be entirely at my discretion. His eyes sparkled with a confidence and ruthlessness akin to that of his father. What his father could achieve, he could accomplish even better. He firmly believed that once he ascended the throne, he would possess ample means to subdue these unruly noble families, just as his father did in years past. The aide felt a chill in his heart, daring not to speak further, and bowed deeply. I shall attend to it at once. Within the ancestral temple, a profound silence reigned. The Emperor of Chu had prayed for an extended period. The purple gold cauldron of virtue remained suspended, its gentle radiance unchanged. No divine light descended, nor did any elixir materialize from the void. The flames of hope gradually extinguished in the Emperor's eyes. He slowly straightened, but his once upright posture seemed to have lost all strength, collapsing instantly. The last trace of color faded completely from his face. With a dazed expression, he stepped out of the grand temple, his hunched silhouette elongated in the twilight, filled with an endless sense of desolation and solitude. That night, within the confines of the royal chamber, Emperor Chu tossed and turned, unable to find rest. The terror of death gnawed at his soul with relentless ferocity. In the haze of his thoughts, he felt a dizzying sensation, as though plummeting into an abyss without end. Suddenly, he awoke with a start, opening his eyes wide. Yet before him lay not the familiar dragon bed adorned with brocade, but an expansive, chaotic realm. Within this space, purple mist billowed and golden light swirled, exuding an aura of both sanctity and majesty. A thought, absurd yet chilling, flickered in Emperor Chu's mind. This must be the interior of the revered purple gold merit cauldron. He lowered his gaze to inspect his form, only to freeze in disbelief. Before him was a serpentine body, adorned with intricate golden scales, long and powerful. Beneath him, dragon claws glimmered with a chilling light. Had he transformed into a dragon? A true 5-clawed golden dragon. Initially filled with astonishment, he was soon overwhelmed by an unprecedented ecstasy. He recalled his prayers to the purple gold merit cauldron earlier that day. Could this truly be no dream? Suppressing his elation and bewilderment, he attempted to command this magnificent, newfound dragon body. With a mere thought, his colossal form slowly ascended into the air, soaring freely within the purplish golden expanse. This sensation was far more intoxicating than ruling the world. He lifted his dragon head and gazed upward. Above him was an immense circular opening, its edge etched with ancient and enigmatic trigrams. Beyond that opening appeared a palace shrouded in ethereal mist. Was that the true realm of the heavens? With a surge of determination, Emperor Chu no longer hesitated, guiding his dragon form toward the vast cauldron's mouth with fervor. The moment his dragon head breached the opening, time seemed to freeze. The sight before him caused his heart, recently transformed into a dragon's, to momentarily cease its rhythm. He beheld a palace, one whose grandeur and magnificence defied description. The dome of the hall resembled the vast starry river, with the sun and moon rising and falling within it. Supporting the great hall were colossal pillars entwined with swirling nebulae. In the very center of that grand hall, upon 5 immense thrones seemingly carved from entire celestial bodies, sat 5 colossal figures whose faces remained obscured. They were so immense that the Chu emperor, who regarded himself as a formidable dragon, appeared as insignificant as an ant before them. Clad in robes of varying hues, they donned the supreme 12-feathered crown. The cascading beaded curtains were not mere earthly gems, but luminous strands woven from the very fabric of laws and order, pulsating with the birth and demise of countless stars. This rendered the features beneath their crowns impossible to behold, veiled in an unfathomable light. An overwhelming majesty descended, instantly rendering the Chu Emperor's dragon form rigid, incapable of even the faintest thought. Could these be the ancient sovereigns who had ascended to the celestial realm? The five towering figures appeared to be engaged in conversation, their voices resonating like the celestial edicts, each syllable causing the very laws of the hall to reverberate. At this moment, they seemed to acknowledge the presence of the Chu Emperor. Five piercing gazes simultaneously turned toward him, as if capable of penetrating the ages and unveiling all illusions. The Chu Emperor felt as though his soul was frozen beneath their scrutiny, on the brink of shattering. Just as he believed he was destined for obliteration, a voice, commanding and vast yet devoid of any emotional inflection, reverberated within his very spirit. You are the current emperor? This voice, devoid of joy or sorrow, seemed to compress the very fabric of time and space. Merely a few words caused the newly emerged golden dragon's soul to solidify, teetering on the edge of destruction. His nascent dragon heart first halted, then surged with a frantic pulse. A tremor born of primal instinct intertwined with an ecstatic joy, both emotions clashing violently within him. Time became an abstraction. It may have been but a fleeting moment, or perhaps an eternity. Eventually, the Chu Emperor's consciousness managed to extricate itself from the boundless weight of pressure. He dared not hesitate, nor lift his proud dragon head, but instead deeply bowed his colossal form within the violet golden expanse. Before the divine, I, Zhao Zhaoyan, sovereign of the southern Chu, humbly prostrate myself before the esteemed deities. His voice trembled violently with fear and excitement. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice, as cold as ancient ice, issued from one of the other thrones. Humph. A ruler of a nation, yet you have failed to unify the realm. Your territory is but half a kingdom, though there is no great chaos under your governance. The families are numerous, and the administration is in disarray, plagued by deep-rooted issues. With such meager merits, do you dare to covet the great way? The voice dripped with unabashed scorn and disdain. I observe that within your vessel of merit, what you call virtue is as insubstantial as smoke, mingled with countless grievances and slanders. With such a paltry reputation, were it not for the esteem of your friend Xuanqiang, do you even deserve to stand here? Boom. The mind of Emperor Chu was a blank slate. Shame, boundless shame, instantly engulfed him. Indeed, during these recent days, having received a modicum of divine insight, he had become arrogant, truly believing himself to be a person of destiny. Yet, in the eyes of those who gaze upon eternity, his trifling accomplishments likely amounted to no more than a jest. Great God, calm your wrath. Great God, calm your wrath. The emperor buried his head deeper, his immense dragon form trembling in this space. It is I, the little king, whose virtues are lacking. It is I who am eager for quick results. It is I who have disappointed the profound expectations of the true monarch. I recognize my errors. I recognize my errors. He began to fervently confess his transgressions, transforming those days of self-satisfaction into the heaviest of sins, repenting one by one. At that moment, the initially imposing and majestic voice resounded once more, interrupting his confession. Your fault lies not in your desire for the path of enlightenment, but in your pursuit of immediate results. The voice calmly stated the facts. To seek merit, you decreed that within 3 months, all waterways must be repaired, and within 6 months, all official roads must be restored. This act appears beneficial to the nation and its people, yet it is, in fact, a hasty endeavor that burdens the populace and squanders resources. Local officials, in their quest for political achievement, have compelled the common folk to toil day and night. Even with ample remuneration, the people remain exhausted in body and spirit, their grievances echoing. This is not merit, it is malevolence. Such actions, though seemingly advantageous to the nation and its citizens, ultimately threaten the very foundation of the state. The Emperor Chu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Every action he had taken far from the mortal realm was laid bare under the gaze of the great god. Everything Emperor Chu had done was clearly perceived by Li Yin through the lens of observation. The power of faith indeed surged. Yet concealed beneath it was the tremor of the entire dynasty's foundation. It resembled a mad capitalist who, in pursuit of short-term profits, relentlessly exploited employees and overextended future prospects. Li Yin understood well that this approach, akin to fishing a pond dry, could not endure. What he required was a stable and prosperous base that could continually provide faith, not a powder keg that might ignite due to internal discord at any moment. Emperor Chu dared not conceal further and hastily defended himself. Great God, please bear witness. I, the little king, acted out of necessity. I am aware that my time is limited, and thus I committed such reckless acts. If only the great God could grant me another 20 years, no, even just 10, I could surely deliberate wisely, strategize gradually, and create a true era of peace for all the people. His words were not entirely devoid of rationale. Very well. The imperial shadow upon the throne seemed to emit a sigh, recognizing your sincere quest for enlightenment and the merits you possess. It is evident that while your virtues may not suffice to procure the elixir of immortality, they are indeed adequate to exchange for a potion that will rejuvenate your life for several more years. Tomorrow morning, you shall retrieve it from the cauldron. Suddenly, the Emperor of Chu raised his dragon head, and an overwhelming ecstasy erupted from his immense dragon eyes. Thank you, Divine One. Thank you for your boundless grace. The Emperor, overwhelmed with excitement, became incoherent, his vast dragon form bowing incessantly. Do not rejoice too soon, cautioned the imperial shadow, its voice once more turning indifferent. Take another look at your dragon form. Startled, the Emperor instinctively lowered his gaze. Upon doing so, he felt as though struck by lightning. His once resplendent, regal dragon body was now marred with numerous grievous wounds. Gaping gashes, deep enough to reveal bone, were scattered across his entire being. Though no blood flowed from these wounds, they were enveloped in swirling clouds of black mist, reeking of malice and decay. The golden dragon appeared woefully tragic, as if on the verge of shattering. What is this? The Emperor's voice trembled. This is the manifestation of your dynasty's fate, transformed into a dragon form. The commanding voice elaborated slowly. The more robust the dynasty's fortune, the healthier the dragon body. Thus, the nation's prosperity flourishes, the weather remains favorable, and the populace enjoys peace. Your quest for the great Tao and the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm increases correspondingly. Conversely, should the dynasty's fortune wane, the dragon body deteriorates, leading to turmoil, natural disasters, and calamities. At such a time, not only will ascending be a distant dream, but even the mundane realm will be on the brink of collapse. Look again, commanded the imperial shadow. As the words fell, the Emperor noticed that several minor wounds on his dragon form were gradually healing, revealing a glimmer of new life as the disciples of the Taoist sect embarked on their celestial journey. The righteous path of the Taoist sect is also a part of your Southern Chu's fortune, thus it can nourish you in return. However, you must ponder carefully. The pursuit of immortality through the Tao is a quest for transcendence. Your dynasty, after all, is a foundation of mortals. In the face of impending calamities, with demons rising, should you rely solely on those devoted to the Tao for salvation? The Emperor's heart quaked. Indeed, the Taoist practitioners would one day soar through the skies and live for eons, while he, as Emperor, remained but a mortal. Should chaos befall the realm, would he not become the greatest jest? I beseech the Divine One for compassion. Save my Southern Chu. Save the millions of my subjects. The Emperor prostrated once more, this time in genuine fear for the future of his entire dynasty. Humph, there remains a semblance of a sovereign within you, remarked the imperial shadow, its tone revealing a hint of satisfaction. The way of heaven is also the way of humanity. To seek the great Tao, one must first ensure the peace of the world. Before you lies an extraordinary opportunity, capable of restoring the waning fortunes of your crumbling dynasty while allowing you to amass genuine, unparalleled merit. Upon hearing these words, the Emperor of Chu abruptly lifted his regal head, a flicker of hope igniting within his eyes. Please, divine being, reveal your wisdom. Deep within the human marsh of the mortal realm lies a den of malevolent beings, notorious for abducting the living and concocting sinister elixirs, wreaking havoc upon the world. This place serves as a malignant tumor undermining your nation's fate, and is also one of the sources of this impending catastrophe. Should you succeed in eradicating it entirely, not only would it be an immense act of virtue, but it would also mend the fraying fortunes of your dynasty. Li Yin spoke with persuasive eloquence, recalling that Di Ting had once mentioned a profoundly evil aura emanating from the depths of the human marsh. This must be the lair of the Bloodfeather sect. Now that his own foundations were secure, rather than waiting for them to regain their strength and come seeking trouble, it would be far wiser to take the initiative. Thus, he proposed that the vanguard from Southern Chu scout ahead, followed by the group from the Taoist sect, recently endowed with celestial powers, forming a Southern Chu demon-slaying brigade to explore this new territory. Meanwhile, he would remain at the rear, commanding from a distance and poised to act. This plan was flawless. Another imperial figure took over the conversation. Once your dynasty's fortunes are stabilized, you may channel that energy into yourself and your soldiers. At that time, even mortal bodies shall stand against the demonic and wicked, unless one is a truly accomplished cultivator. Even they would have to retreat when faced with martial experts empowered by the fortunes of the dynasty. Thus, in the face of the impending calamity, you shall possess the strength to fight. The concept of channeling the dynasty's fortunes into oneself, and of mortal bodies contending with the demonic, left the Emperor of Chu utterly astounded. Such words were unprecedented, a celestial path tailored specifically for his earthly dynasty, rivaling even the Taoist celestial techniques. He could almost envision a future where each soldier under his command shone with golden radiance, akin to heavenly warriors, sweeping across the realms and pacifying the cosmos. Just as the emperor wished to inquire further, the 5 towering figures seemed to have lost interest in the conversation. The principal figure among them merely waved his hand lightly, stating, "This is all I have to convey. Now, act accordingly." With those words, an irresistible force enveloped him. The emperor felt as though the very heavens were spinning. His soul forcibly extracted from his dragon form. Startled, he cried out, suddenly sitting upright from his dragon bed. The chamber was enveloped in silence, save for the faint light filtering through the window. The events that transpired felt like an exceedingly vivid, ephemeral dream. Yet, the gravity of the divine presence, the exhilaration of soaring in dragon form, and the anguish of the dynasty's fortunes crumbling remained strikingly clear in his memory. The Emperor of Chu gasped heavily, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Someone, summon the court, quickly, to the ancestral temple. He nearly tumbled down from the dragon bed, his voice sharp and urgent. Moments later, within the ancestral temple, the Emperor of Chu dismissed all attendants and rushed alone to stand before the resplendent golden cauldron. His gaze was fixated intently on the cauldron's interior. To his astonishment, there floated a pill the size of a longan, exuding a gentle luminescence and a fragrant aroma. It was real. Everything was indeed true. The Emperor's breath grew heavy, his eyes ablaze with fervent excitement. Trembling, he reached out and retrieved the pill from the cauldron. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. This pill had been placed there by Li Yan, a low-grade elixir extracted from the game package, designed to eliminate all basic negative statuses and gradually restore health over time. As the pill dissolved upon entry, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through his limbs and body. The Emperor felt an unprecedented wave of relief wash over him, revitalizing him from head to toe. He could distinctly sense his once-decayed body rejuvenating at an astonishing pace. The age spots on his face faded visibly, and the deep wrinkles softened gradually. Strands of his graying hair even began to darken. He felt as though he had returned to the vigor of his 30s or 40s, bursting with energy and vitality. He believed he could now stride into the harem and engage in battle for 300 rounds. Ha 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 ha. Experiencing the explosive power within him, the Emperor could no longer contain his ecstatic delight, throwing his head back in laughter, a sound filled with overwhelming pride and unparalleled confidence. The next day, in the Golden One Hall, as the Emperor donned a brand new dragon robe and strode into the Grand Hall, taking his place upon the dragon throne, the entire court collectively gasped in astonishment. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The Emperor, seated upon the throne, exhibited none of the sickness or frailty of days past. His complexion was rosy, his eyes bright and spirited, his posture upright, as if he had shed more than 20 years. A miracle. This was undoubtedly a miracle. Had the cauldron truly concocted an elixir of eternal life? After a brief silence, a thunderous chorus of congratulations erupted throughout the hall. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Rejoice, Your Majesty. You have been blessed with divine fortune and regained your youth. Long live Your Majesty. This is a great fortune for our great Chu and for the world. The air resonated with a thunderous chorus of devotion, yet this time, it bore a sincerity and reverence more profound than ever before. As the Emperor of Chu savored the flattery of his court, a triumphant smile adorned his face, while his heart lay encased in ice. He reveled in the long-lost sensation of omnipotence. However, he remained oblivious to the unfolding drama before him. In the front ranks of the officials stood Crown Prince Zhao Zhe, whose initial shock had dissipated, leaving behind a void where filial affection once resided. He lowered his head slowly, concealing the cold glint of murderous intent that flickered in his eyes. Father, you have no more chances left. He exchanged a glance with the equally somber third prince, Zhao Kai, nearby. In their eyes, they recognized a shared understanding. They could wait no longer. Prolonging their inaction would lead to eternal subjugation. Dearest father, the Xuanwu Gate is not far off. Your son holds you in high esteem. In Beiyan, Jinzhou City, the streets and alleys, tea houses and taverns buzzed with gossip, not about who had fallen prey to malevolent spirits, but rather the miraculous feats of Master Fahai, who had descended from Lanrua Temple, manifesting the wrath of the diamond deity and summoning divine thunder to reduce a millennium-old tree demon to ash. Witnesses spoke in awe of the day the gates of the underworld had swung open, detailing the scenes of souls being gathered by the emissaries of the afterlife. In an instant, Lanrua Temple thrived, rising to prominence as the foremost Buddhist sanctuary in the southern borders of Dayan. Amidst this fervent wave of devotion, a resplendent procession, adorned with fluttering banners and gleaming armor, approached slowly from the end of the official road. Leading the way was a dragon banner embroidered with the golden character for Yen. followed by dozens of stoic soldiers clad in dark armor. At the heart of the procession, a luxurious carriage, drawn by 4 spirited steeds, rolled forward, its body displaying the scepter that signified the authority of an imperial envoy. The appearance of this retinue instantly silenced the bustling city gate. The townsfolk hurriedly stepped aside, their expressions a blend of reverence, curiosity, and speculation. A delegation from the capital has arrived. Such a grand display. Surely, it must be some noble or royal. Look at that banner. It signifies the arrival of the imperial envoy. This spectacle made it clear to all that the emperor's gaze had turned toward this frontier city, renowned for its demons and true Buddhists. Chapter 146. Undercurrents in the capital. At the garrison's administrative office, Wei Xiong had already donned a brand new official robe, standing respectfully before the entrance with a group of subordinates. As the lavish carriage rolled over the cobblestones and came to a gradual halt, a pale-faced eunuch, clad in court attire, descended first and courteously lifted the curtain of the carriage. Immediately thereafter, a boot thudded against the ground, and a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe descended. He appeared to be around 40 years of age, with an elegant countenance, and was none other than the imperial envoy dispatched southward, Wang An, the vice minister of rights. Esteemed envoy, I am Wei Xiong, the commander of Jinzhou, here to pay my respects. Wei Xiong stepped forward with a swift motion, bowing deeply in a formal gesture of reverence. There is no need for excessive formalities, General Wei. Wang An responded with a gentle smile, extending his hand in a gracious manner. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, akin to a spring breeze that brought forth a sense of familiarity. I am here by the Emperor's command to convey his benevolence and to offer consolation to the military and civilians of Jinzhou. General Wei, you have vanquished the malignant forces with the divine might of the true Buddha. This is a tremendous merit for the state, one that will benefit generations to come. The Emperor speaks of your deeds with praise day and night in the capital. These words filled Wei Xiong with immense joy, dispelling the remnants of his initial reserve in the presence of a court official. I am unworthy of such praise. Wei Xiong quickly waved his hand, adopting a humble demeanor, yet subtly redirecting the credit towards another. It is all due to Master Fahai of Lanruo Temple, whose boundless Buddhist teachings have guided us. I merely raised the banner and chanted the praises, basking in the light of the Buddha. A flicker of keen insight flashed in Wang An's eyes. Having traversed the journey to Jinzhou, he had gathered ample intelligence regarding the happenings within the city. He understood well how General Wei had leveraged the divine intervention of the true Buddha to bring the 2 deeply entrenched monasteries under control, and how he had sculpted his own image as the earthly representative of the Buddha. Wang An recognized him as a man of ambition and cunning. You are too modest, General. Wang An smiled, his gaze sweeping over the various officials behind Wei Xiong, before shifting the topic. In this crowded place, the matter of vanquishing demons is of great national significance. I would like to hear from the general himself about the detailed process of that day's exorcism. Would you be so kind as to share? A jolt of realization struck Wei Xiong, and he promptly turned aside, gesturing for Wang An to proceed. Of course. Please, allow me to lead you inside. I have prepared fragrant tea and shall recount the events of that day in full detail, within the confines of the commander's private chamber. After dismissing all attendants, Wang An held the teacup, listening intently as Wei Xiong embellished the tale of the demon slaying with fervor. From the vengeful spirits demanding retribution, to the duel of sorcerers, culminating in the unveiling of the tree demon's true form, the formidable Vajra manifestation, and the divine thunder from above, even to the realm of the underworld. Wang An's expression shifted continuously in response to Wei Xiong's narration, beginning with calmness, then gravitating towards gravity, and ultimately culminating in profound astonishment. Though he was a civil official, he hailed from a distinguished lineage and was well-versed in various matters. He understood clearly that the phenomena described by Wei Xiong transcended the realm of mundane martial prowess. They were manifestations of genuine divine and demonic forces. Thus, the account unfolded. As Wei Xiong spoke until his throat was parched, he lifted the teacup and drained it in one gulp. Wang An gently placed the teacup down, the base striking the table with a crisp sound. Thus, Master Fahai truly embodies the coexistence of compassion and authority, a living Buddha in our midst. Wei Xiong nodded emphatically. My lord, I would stake my life on the veracity of Master Fahai as a true Buddha incarnate. Were it not for the master, our Jinzhou would have long succumbed to a hellish nightmare. Wang An chuckled softly, shifting the topic. I have heard that on that day, besides Master Fahai, there were Taoist priests from Nanshu who offered their assistance. They even summoned divine thunder? Wei Xiong's expression momentarily stiffened before he nodded. Indeed, that is the case. Those priests claim to have come to vanquish demons under the orders of the true martial ancestor. However, in my humble opinion, Had it not been for Master Fa Hai's indomitable Vajra form subduing that tree demon, their meager abilities would scarcely suffice to even serve as a mere distraction. Wei Xiong's demeanor turned solemn as he nodded gravely. Oh, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. So it seems that the powers of our Buddhist order surpass all. He rose, adjusting his robe. I apologize for the intrusion, General. As I am here on imperial command, I shall personally visit Lanrua Temple to pay my respects to Master Fa Hai and convey the Emperor's sentiments. Wei Xiong hastily stood. I shall prepare an escort for you at once, my lord. Wang Yan waved his hand dismissively. There is no need. Sincerity is what matters. There is no requirement for mundane formalities. I shall proceed on my own. Exiting the garrison, he boarded the carriage, the warm smile on his face gradually fading. His gaze grew as deep as an abyss. The Taoists of Nanchu, the true Buddha of Beiyin, and the mysterious underworld. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. At Lanrua Temple, as Wang Yan led the imperial envoy, carrying boxes draped in red silk filled with rewards, he arrived before the ancient temple. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by the sight before him. Gone were the imagined resplendence and intricately carved beams. The Lanrua Temple stood ancient and austere, perhaps even somewhat impoverished. The temple walls were constructed of blue bricks, with some areas revealing traces of past repairs. The only indicators of its significance were the persistent incense smoke and the townsfolk who, after depositing their offerings into the merit box of the Lanrua, departed quietly. This starkly contrasted with his expectations of a miraculous sight. Under the guidance of monk Hui Ming, Wang Yan finally encountered the legendary true Buddha within the meditation hall. Contrary to his expectations of a majestic and radiant figure, the monk before him donned the most ordinary gray robe, his countenance serene and his aura contained. Had he not been present in this very place, no one could have possibly connected him to that formidable monk who, on that fateful day, manifested the Vajra form and vanquished the demons. This stark contrast caused Wang Yan's heart to plummet. He raised his hand, signaling the imperial guards behind him, adorned with treasures and silks, to halt. Alone, he stepped forward and deeply bowed before Fa Hai. I am Wang Yan, here on the orders of His Majesty the Emperor of Diyin, to pay my respects to the Master. Fa Hai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze serene and unwavering, as if he had already discerned all the motives behind Wang Yan's visit. Amitabha, your intentions are commendable. Wang Yan straightened up and gestured towards the magnificent array of gifts behind him. His Majesty has heard of the Master's deeds in Jinzhou, ridding the region of evil and protecting the people. He is greatly pleased and has bestowed upon you 10,000 taels of gold and 1,000 rolls of fine silk. As a token of respect, I hope the Master will graciously accept this offering. Fa Hai's gaze swept over the treasures that would drive any monastery to madness. Yet his expression remained unperturbed. The Buddha resides within the heart. What need is there for external possessions? His voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. I acknowledge the Emperor's goodwill, but such worldly goods are of no use to me. If His Majesty truly possesses a compassionate heart, it would be better to donate these items entirely to the charitable halls, assisting the impoverished in the city, repairing roads, and establishing schools. In this way, one would accrue immeasurable merit. Upon hearing this, the guards behind Wang Yan erupted in astonishment. Wang Yan's heart, however, sank. He had prepared countless responses to counter Fa Hai's potential rejection or acceptance, yet he had never anticipated that the Master would so decisively cast aside such immense wealth. The initial attempt at material persuasion had failed in a manner he could not have foreseen. Rather than feeling defeated, his respect for Fa Hai only deepened. This was the true essence of an enlightened being. 3 days later, Wang Yan returned to the Master. This time, he bore no entourage, donning only simple attire as he approached Fa Hai's meditation chamber. Master, your profound understanding of the Dharma is unrivaled. I, as an official, find myself troubled by a question and humbly seek your guidance. Wang Yan wasted no time, addressing the matter directly. Fa Hai merely raised an eyebrow, inviting him to continue. In our northern Yan, the state is founded upon Buddhism. However, to this day, the purity of the Buddhist teachings has long since deteriorated. A trace of well-placed sorrow crossed Wang Yan's face. Across the land, temples occupy vast tracts of fertile land, rivaling the nobility. Monks clad in silks feast upon delicacies. Having cast aside the Buddha's precepts, they engage not in labor, pay no taxes, yet enjoy the offerings of the populace, becoming parasites of the state. If this continues, the Buddhist realm will cease to be a sanctuary for the salvation of souls and instead transform into a den of filth. He paused, locking his gaze intently upon Fa Hai. His Majesty often finds himself restless at night, troubled by this matter. He aspires to emulate the revered ancient sovereigns by cleansing the impurities of the Buddhist teachings and restoring the sanctity of our Buddha. Yet, he fears that such actions may compromise his virtue, provoking divine wrath and incurring punishment. Thus, His Majesty has summoned me to seek the counsel of the Master. I wonder, in the eyes of the true Buddha, is this endeavor right or wrong? This inquiry is indeed profound. It not only highlights the decay within the Buddhist community of Northern Yin, but also crafts the emperor into a sovereign who is deeply concerned for his people, striving to restore order while simultaneously revering the divine. Ultimately, this hot potato has been cast directly before Fa Hai. Within the Zen chamber, a brief silence ensued. A ripple finally appeared on Fa Hai's otherwise tranquil visage. He slowly closed his eyes, as if entering a meditative state or listening intently to something beyond. Thousands of miles away, in the Xuanxiong Dao Palace, Li Yin couldn't help but smirk at the projection of Fa Hai's words. Here it comes. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. The emperor seeks to wield the true Buddha's blade to cleanse the Buddhist community and consolidate power and wealth. Yet, does he not also wish to use the emperor's sword to uproot the decayed and fragmented old Buddhist factions, allowing the banner of the new Buddhist order to spread throughout Northern Yin? This is indeed a win-win situation. No, for him, it is a triple win. He would not only monopolize the faith of the entire Northern Yin, but also establish a subtle balance and competition between Taoism and Buddhism across both realms. However, he cannot agree outright. At the very least, he must not appear too conspicuous in his acceptance. The divine cannot be fathomed by mortals. Furthermore, the divine must not become a mere instrument in the hands of humanity. He wishes for the emperor of Northern Yin to ponder and act on his own accord. He must maintain his image as a transcendent being, beyond human comprehension. Thus, within the Zen chamber, after listening to Wang Yin's words, Fa Hai retained his impassive demeanor. He gently closed his eyes once more and uttered 8 words. Karma cycles, retribution is unerring. Wang Yin was taken aback, ready to press further. Fa Hai then spoke another 8 words. All phenomena in the world have their fixed destiny. Having said this, he lowered his eyelids again, fiddling with his prayer beads, entering a state of meditation, and fell silent. Wang Yin was left in a state of bewilderment. Is this it? Has it come to an end? He had prepared a myriad of arguments and countless strategies for response. Yet, the other party had merely returned 2 cryptic phrases, as if everything had been said. Yet nothing at all. Karma cycles? Does this imply that those temples, having committed numerous wrongs, will inevitably face retribution? Thus, is the emperor's action in accordance with the heavenly way? Or does it suggest that should the emperor forcibly intervene, he would sow the seeds of malevolence and reap the consequences himself? Is everything predetermined? Does it imply that the Buddhist realm possesses its own cycles of rise and fall, impervious to external influences? Or does it suggest that all of this has been long ordained, and that the emperor, in accordance with heavenly will and the people's needs, represents this destiny? Wang Yin felt a dull thrum in his head. He realized he could extract no definitive answers from these 2 statements. They resembled a swirling cloud or a shrouded mist. One could interpret them from any angle, yet the essence would forever elude grasp. He gazed at Fa Hai, who appeared as serene as an old monk in meditation, and for the first time, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness welled up within him. He recognized that he was not confronting a mere mortal who could be swayed or deciphered, but rather a transcendent being who had truly stepped beyond the realms of existence and the 5 elements. Engaging in a contest of wits with such an entity rendered any scheme or calculation utterly ludicrous and childlike. In their second encounter, he still gleaned no tangible truths. Or perhaps, what he uncovered was a vast, unfathomable ocean, far more awe-inspiring than any concrete answer, known as divine will. Wang Yin gradually rose to his feet and, facing Fa Hai, once again performed a deep bow. This time, his gesture was imbued with a sincerity and reverence surpassing any previous occasion. Thank you, Master, for your guidance, he expressed. He turned and silently withdrew from the meditation room, aware that it was time for him to return to the capital. He would relay everything that transpired here in full to His Majesty. As for what insights the emperor might derive from those 2 lines of Zen wisdom, that was beyond the influence of a humble subject like him. This game of chess was one that only the sovereign could personally engage in. In the capital of southern Shu, within the eastern palace, the night rain fell like silk, carrying a chilling essence that enveloped the grand palace city in a veil of mist. Crown Prince Zhaozhi sat alone in his study, clad in plain attire, his fingers toying with a cold black jade chess piece as he pondered over the empty board. A young eunuch quietly slipped in through the door, bowing deeply to the ground, presenting a small bamboo tube sealed with beeswax. Your Highness, urgent news from the palace, he announced. Zhao Zhi's gaze remained fixed on the chessboard, responding only with a faint acknowledgement. The black jade piece glided slowly beneath his fingers. It was only when the eunuch's breath became noticeably labored from anxiety that he leisurely extended his hand to receive the bamboo tube. With a gentle twist of his fingertips, the beeswax crumbled. He withdrew the paper inside, unfurling it slowly. The document contained but a few terse lines. Imperial Edict. His Royal Highness Zhao Wuji, leading the Imperial Offering Hall and 300 Dragon Cavalry Guards, is to set forth immediately to Yunmeng's. Purpose unknown. Only known is the divine edict bestowed by the celestial deity. Zhao Zhi's pupils contracted sharply. His imperial uncle, Zhao Wuji. He was the last remnant of the Zhao royal lineage, a true master of the innate realm. It is said that he was once heartbroken due to love in his early years, becoming disillusioned and retreating into the royal ancestral hall for 3 decades, abstaining from worldly affairs. Not to mention, the formidable experts within the Hall of Offerings are all renowned warriors, each capable of contending with innate masters. Furthermore, the 300 Dragon Cavalry Guards are the elite, painstakingly selected from hundreds of thousands of troops, each possessing profound inner strength. This formidable force is sufficient to sweep away any top martial sect within the Southern Shu territory. The Royal Hall of Offerings and the Dragon Cavalry Guards represent the most formidable martial might at the disposal of the Emperor, serving as the final safeguard to protect the Imperial City and deter nefarious elements. Today, this trump card has been played by the Emperor himself. He slowly raised his hand, and the special scroll inscribed with classified intelligence ignited spontaneously at his fingertips, instantly transforming into a wisp of ash. At last, he released the black jade chess piece he had held. The crisp sound of the piece falling resonated with exceptional clarity in the quiet, rainy night. As if it were a signal that had been awaited for far too long. Oh, Father Emperor, you have directed the sharpest sword of the Zhao clan towards the ethereal demons, yet have laid bare your most vulnerable throat before your son. Perhaps this is the true decree of heaven. He rose slowly, his gaze piercing through the heavy curtain of rain, directed towards the brilliantly lit, yet profoundly hollow depths of the palace. Come forth. A black-clad aide emerged from behind the screen, bowing in respect. Your Highness, go and inform my third brother, Zhao Zhi said, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the rain curtains, his voice calm. Tell him that I am feeling a chill tonight, and would like him to join me for a cup of hot tea to dispel the cold. The aide's heart raced. Having served the crown prince for many years, he immediately grasped the hidden meaning behind those words. A chill? This was clearly a portent of impending turmoil. I shall obey. The aide did not utter another word, bowing deeply before blending into the night.